Just 2.5 minutes after transmigrating into the body of the heir to the Marquis of Jinan, you find yourself in the bridal chamber with a woman. But when you instinctively lift the red veil covering the bride's face, you freeze in shock. It's not because of her breathtaking beauty that could topple nations, but because, according to your memories, this woman is Princess Lin Chuan, whom the original host had pursued for 5 years. Precisely because she had always ignored the original host, he used his connections to forcibly marry her. Instead of the expected cold rejection, she appears delighted and respectfully curtsies to you, saying, "Greetings, my husband." Seeing this, your heart sinks. Rumors say this princess grew up with the 5th prince as childhood sweethearts. You notice she keeps deliberately bending her waist and leaning unnaturally forward. A bold idea strikes you: could she be pregnant and trying to pass the child off as yours? Thinking this, you stare at her sternly and say, "Stop bending over. Stand up straight and let me see." Her reaction only deepens your suspicion. She trembles all over, looking at your darkening expression as if she's about to cry. Husband. Seeing her stammer and hesitate, you frown and say, "If you truly see me as your husband, then stand properly and let me look. Are you hiding something from me?" Hearing this, Miss Lu lowers her head for a moment, sighs softly, and says sadly, "I'm not hiding anything from you." Then she raises her head, straightens her slender waist, and stands upright with her legs together. When you finally see her full figure, you're utterly stunned. Instead of the expected rounded belly, she has an exceptionally tall and graceful stature. How tall exactly? The average height of women in ancient times was only about 1.5 meters, yet you, a man standing at 1.8 meters, were slightly shorter than her. She must have been nearly 1.85 meters tall, with legs alone measuring 1.3 meters. In modern times, she would undoubtedly have the stature of a supermodel. However, she seemed dissatisfied with her height, slightly hunching her shoulders and lowering her head, her face tinged with humiliation and sorrow. Seeing her discomfort, you realized your misunderstanding. She was simply self-conscious about her height, not trying to push you into a hasty marriage. Relieved, you gently took her hand and comforted her softly. "My lady, your beauty and figure are exceptional. I feel fortunate to have met you." Miss Lu was taken aback, then lowered her head and said with grievance, "If my lord wishes to mock me for being too tall, go ahead. Why must you humiliate me on our wedding night?" Though she spoke resentfully, she didn't dare let go of your hand, instead carefully returning the gentle squeeze. The silly girl wore an expression of both insecurity and eagerness to please you, which was somewhat amusing. You reached out and pulled her into your embrace with a domineering gesture, startling Miss Lu, who let out a soft cry as she found herself in your arms. Then, you whispered gently into her ear, "I just happen to adore tall women with great figures. My lady, your long legs stand gracefully like slender bamboo in the wind, utterly breathtaking. Merely standing there, you captivate me completely." Upon hearing this, Miss Lu was both shocked and delighted, her face flushing red. She couldn't believe it and murmured hesitantly, "Husband, are these words truly from your heart?" "Absolutely sincere. You are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in this world. If I speak even half a lie, I will." Miss Lu swiftly raised her slender, jade-like fingers to gently cover your mouth, gazing at you tenderly as she said, "I believe you." Ever since she grew taller, no one had ever praised her. The women in her family whispered behind her back, saying she could never marry into a wealthy household and would only be fit to be a concubine. Even the children of relatives called her a bamboo pole monster behind her back. At that moment, a bittersweet warmth, tinged with sweetness, slowly surged in her heart, gradually spreading throughout. She gently took your hand and boldly planted a kiss on your cheek, her clear voice carrying cautious anticipation. "Husband, it's time for our wedding night. I wish to serve you well." With such deep affection from a beauty, how could you refuse? That night, the two naturally shared tender affection, enjoying marital harmony. At dawn the next day, as the first light appeared, you and Miss Lu were still asleep when you faintly heard the anxious voice of the steward. "Uncle Zhong, young master, wake up quickly, there's urgent news." But his next question annoyed you. "Were you and your wife in perfect harmony last night?" "Uncle Zhong, you woke me up this early just to ask me this?" Mu Zhong's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly clasped his hands. You snorted and said irritably, "Yes, we were in perfect harmony. Our feelings are great." "Happy now?" Mu Zhong bowed helplessly and replied, "Young master, please don't be angry. This old servant isn't one to pry." But asking this was truly a last resort. "Something went wrong during the wedding procession yesterday." He gritted his teeth and confessed, "Amid the chaos, we ended up bringing home the wrong bride." The air fell silent. You could hardly believe your ears and grabbed Mu Zhong by the shoulders, demanding, "What did you say? Repeat that to me right now." Mu Zhong said with a pained expression, "Yesterday, we picked up the bride from Lin Chuan Prince's residence, but on the way, we encountered the wedding procession of Qin Shigong, the Earl of Changning, who was marrying the Wu County princess from the Chengyi Earl's family. Suddenly, Assassins targeted Qin Shigong, throwing the scene into chaos. In the confusion, the two processions got mixed up, since both brides were princesses with identical ceremonial standards. No one noticed and we ended up taking the wrong bride's palanquin. Hearing this, you were at a loss for words. If not for the fact that you had just transmigrated here and your memories of the Linchuan princess were still vague, you would have noticed the problem when lifting the red veil last night, and this wouldn't have happened. Suppressing your anger, you gathered your thoughts and asked, then how did you realize the mistake? Early this morning, the Changning Marquis made a scene first. It said that Princess Linchuan discovered the error and threw a fit. The Changning Marquis then sent someone to our residence to inquire. Only then did this old servant realize something had gone wrong in between. Mu Zhong expected you to fly into a rage upon hearing this, but instead, you simply smiled faintly and said, since it's come to this, let's just swap brides. I'll marry Princess Wu County, and the Changning Marquis can marry Princess Linchuan. You thought to yourself that you weren't the original Mu, who had been obsessed with Princess Linchuan, Lu Ruyan, since you'd already consummated the marriage with Princess Wu County, and Su Bairan was fully committed to this union. It was better to let the mistake stand. After all, Lu Ruyan still pined for the fifth prince, though the emperor had arranged the marriage. She was unwilling at heart. Thinking this, you couldn't help but feel that the mistaken marriage was actually a stroke of luck. However, Mu Zhong didn't seem to agree. His mouth fell open as he stared at you in disbelief, then sighed and cautiously advised, Your Highness's reluctance to leave Lady Wu County without a future shows your magnanimity and kindness. But forgive this old servant for speaking plainly, Lady Wu County's appearance is far too unusual. How can a woman be so tall? What man of stature could endure such a thing? It's already difficult for her to marry well. This match with the Earl of Changning only happened because his first wife passed and he sought a replacement. Her looks, reputation, and family background are nowhere near worthy of our Jinan Marquis household. Just as you were about to refute him, his next words gave you pause. Moreover, your betrothal to Lady Linchuan was decreed by His Majesty. If you don't proceed with the marriage, the Emperor won't allow it, and neither will the House of Linchuan. The old steward wasn't wrong. The Jinan Marquis household was among the most prestigious noble families in the Great Zhou dynasty. Becoming its esteemed mistress was a coveted position for any noble-born daughter of influential families. Thus, Lady Linchuan would never accept being replaced in this marriage. But if you yielded to her wishes, that foolish girl Su Bairan would suffer terribly. It's said that last night, Duke Qin of Changning got too drunk to consummate the marriage before passing out, leaving Lady Linchuan's purity intact. Meanwhile, Su Bairan had already become your wife in truth. How could she possibly go to the Duke of Changning's household as his bride now? Just as you were at a loss, suddenly your vision blurred, and a giant hourglass appeared before you. Startled, you glanced at Mu Zhong. The old steward's expression remained unchanged. Could it be that only you could see this hourglass? Above it, several ancient and majestic golden seal script characters gradually lit up. Superpower 1, Mind Reading Function. After selecting a target, the host can eavesdrop on their thoughts, limited to one person at a time, lasting 7 days. This was fantastic. Overjoyed, you thought to yourself as a transmigrator's essential tool, the golden finger had finally arrived. Returning to the bridal chamber, you found Su Bairan already up, dressed neatly with your formal attire in her hands, waiting eagerly for you. Seeing you return, her delicate face flushed with shyness as she hurried over to help you change. Intrigued, you activated your mind-reading ability, and a gentle voice echoed in your mind. Mother said I must be diligent in my husband's home and treat him well. My husband is so handsome, I'll take good care of him. Watching the tall girl busy herself with buttoning your coat, you couldn't help but smile faintly. I'm so hungry. Yesterday was so busy, all I had was a bowl of porridge. My stomach is growling. Hearing this, you immediately asked kindly, hungry? I'll have them serve breakfast. Su Bairan froze, her cheeks tinged pink with embarrassment as she replied, Husband, shouldn't we go greet the elders first? You chuckled. Here, what I say goes. We'll handle everything after eating. Soon, the servants laid out breakfast, a lavish spread of porridges, soups, side dishes, and delicate pastries covering the entire table. You scooped a warm bowl of 8 treasure porridge and handed it to Su Bairan. Su Bairan was truly hungry, eating 2 small buns in a row and drinking 2 bowls of porridge. Seeing Xiao Yushu smiling and looking at her, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed in her heart. Will I look uneducated and ignorant of etiquette if I eat so much? How about just don't eat? She was about to put down her chopsticks as she reluctantly looked at the table full of food. The corner of Xiao Yushu's mouth drew out a smile like a clear wind and bright moon as he chucked over a piece of roasted wheat. Here, try this shredded chicken shumai. It's delicious. Shredded chicken shumai, Xiao Mai. Su Baila raised her eyes to see his handsome smile, felt his concern, and felt a sudden sweetness in her heart. Her brain was so drunk that she couldn't help but clip it up and eat it slowly in small bites. It's so delicious. My husband is so good to me. Ma'am, try this egg-skinned vegetable roll. It's best eaten while it's hot. Su Baila had to eat again. Ma'am, try this again. After breakfast, Subaila felt an unbearable rise in her stomach. It was only then that she was shocked to realize that she had eaten twice the usual amount of breakfast, and the maids of the house were looking at her quietly. The lady who just walked in the door can really eat. Subaila was shy and embarrassed, and quietly glared at Xiao Yushu in anger. Oh, so humiliating, I've lost all my face. It's all because my husband keeps feeding me. Xiao Yushu lowered his head to avoid her pouting gaze and tried hard to hold back his laughter. After breakfast, the maid served fresh tea. Xiao Yushu waved his hand. Go down, all of you. I have something to say to the lady. Only 2 people were left in the new room. Xiao Yushu pondered for a moment and looked at Subaila. Subaila couldn't help but be a little nervous. Sitting upright and listening to him, Xiao Yushu said, Ma'am, your name is Subaila, is it? Subaila nodded in response. Subaira is my first name. Bai as in white heads don't move apart, and La as in La Chi Fong grass. Husband and my parents in general. Call me Lar. Xiao Yushu nodded and said, Lara, I'm going to tell you something. Don't be alarmed. Subaila's heart sank with some bad feeling. She gently clenched her hands and whispered, Husband, please be frank. If there is anything that Rara has done wrong, just feel free to discipline her. Xiao Yushu shook his head and smiled. You're fine. There's nothing bad about you. It's just that there was an accident on the way to welcome the bride yesterday, and my Marquis of Jinnan's house and the Changning burial house carried the bride's sedan chair the wrong way. I Jinnan Hofu. Subaila's heart felt like a thunderbolt had risen, and her body trembled violently. A horrible scenario that she couldn't believe came to mind. Yesterday's sedan chair carried the wrong way? She was horrified, realizing in an instant that her body was frozen. Yes, Changning Uncle Qin Shigong is already 33 years old. How can he be this young and handsome? The man in front of me. It's not the man she's going to marry. Qin Shigong. Instead, it was Xiao Yushu, the son of the Marquis of Jinnan. The truth is brutally awful. She has already consummated her marriage with Xiao Yushu and lost her innocence. If Xiao Yushu returned her to the Changning burial mansion, how could she be wanted there? If she returned to her mother's house, her parents would love her and not dislike her, but how would she have the face to see others in the future? 3 feet of white silk, I'm afraid, is the only place to go? Xiao Yushu looked at the tall girl. The luster in his eyes quickly faded, and his entire body became fearfully demented. She trembled and shook gently, her almond eyes filled with despair and already all watery. She seemed like a wounded beast, curled up and shivering. Xiao Yushu immediately held her hand and asked gently but firmly, Lara, will you marry me? Subaila's world was already full of gray and despair, and the darkness was about to devour the last of her vitality. Just then, she heard Xiao Yushu's voice and, Lara, will you marry me? She jerked her head up and looked straight at Xiao Yushu. His gaze was clear and bright and went straight to his heart, carrying a reassuring power. Feeling the warmth in her hands, Subaira cried out in aggravation, I am willing. Xiao Yushu, I'm willing to marry you. You don't want me. She was immediately wrapped into a warm, strong embrace. Xiao Yushu gently stroked her back, gently calming her down. He said dryly and decisively, if you are willing to marry me, then things will be simple. I also like you, so I will marry you. You'll enter my Jinnan Marquis residence from the front gate in an 8-carrying sedan chair, and we've worshipped heaven and earth and our ancestors. From now on, you are Marquis Jinnan's wife. From now on, you are the wife of the Marquis of Jinnan. Is that true? Subaila looked at him with tears all over her face and a wolfish look, almost in disbelief. You're taking me as your wife? Xiao Yushu nodded solemnly and then laughed. Could it be that Lara doesn't want to? Subaila fiercely pressed against his face, wrapped her arms around his waist in death, and cried out regardless, just like a life after a robbery. She was really scared just now. If Xiao Yushu didn't want her, her life would be over. Xiao Yushu smiled gently and touched her head. Don't look so tall, but you're actually a simple little girl. Master Shitzi, there are people from the Changning burial house. Xiao Zhong's voice sounded outside the door. Subaila's entire body shook, and her face immediately lost its blood color. What should I do? The people of the Changning burial mansion are sure to take me away. I don't want to go with them. Xiao Yushu patted her hand and said calmly, don't worry, I'll handle it. The only thing that Lara has to do now is to familiarize herself with our Marquis Jinnan's residence and be a good wife of this world's son. Leave the rest to me. But, Subaila asked in a worried whisper, the Changning burial house won't rest. That Qin Uncle Qin is quite fierce. Ha! Xiao Yushu smiled coldly. I'll have a talk with him. Chapter 5, What's the point of beating you? The front hall of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence. Qin Changdong, the steward of the Changning burial mansion, looked at Xiao Yushu, who was slowly walking out, and a hint of contempt swept through his eyes. Jinnan Marquis General Xiao is in the southern border, and this Xiao Shitzi, who is now the head of the Marquis house, is known throughout the upper capital as a confused and naive son. The matter of carrying the wrong sedan chair yesterday has to be put on their Marquis of Jinan. Now that the emperor is suspecting the Marquis of Jinan, they must be careful not to cause trouble. I'll threaten a few more times and scare the little cutie. Definitely scared. Humph, make this Xiao Shitzi apologize to the Changning Marquis residents and also compensate for all the damages. Blackmail this little cutie good. A stroke of Qin Changdong's greedy gaze flickered as he bowed slightly. I've met Xiao Shizi. Xiao Yushu slowly sat down in the main seat and looked at Qin Changdong's condescending appearance with a twinkle in his eyes. He nodded at Qin Changdong and asked Xiao Zhong, "Who is this guy?" Without waiting for Xiao Zhong to speak, Qin Changdong said, "I am Qin Changdong, the eldest steward of the Changning burial house. And Changning burial house Qin Shigong is my clan brother." Xiao Yushu's mind had turned on the supernatural ability of eavesdropping on the voice of the heart. Please specify the target. Qin Changdong. Ability 1. Listening to the voice of the heart. Targeting Qin Changdong. Xiao Yushu sneered. The Changning burial mansion? That old widower Qin Shigong, my iron guards even saved his life yesterday. Why didn't he come over to kowtow to me and thank me? Qin Changdong's face sank slightly as he listened, but he was speechless. Yesterday, someone assassinated Uncle Changning, and indeed his life was saved by the other Marquis of Jinan, he said with a sarcastic smile. Yesterday, the uncle's wedding, really can not spare time to come. In the next few days, I will definitely come to the door to thank you. Our Changning burial mansion is the most respectful of etiquette. World son, your house has carried the wrong sedan chair. Please first send County Princess Wu back to the Changning burial mansion. Who cares if she's alive or dead? But her dowry of 64 dowries, worth 30,000 taels of silver, was also carried to the Jinnan Marquis mansion, and this had to be carried back to Chaningbo's mansion. Xiao Yushu asked back in a slow voice, "You were saying we carried the wrong sedan chair?" Qin Changdong laughed coldly and asked rhetorically, "Isn't it, Prince Xiao? Now that His Majesty and the ministers in the court are more than a little dissatisfied with your Marquis Jinnan's residence, you must be cautious in what you do." Old butler Xiao Zhong hummed and said, "Who are you to come and accuse our Shitzi master?" Xiao Yushu raised his hand to stop Xiao Zhong and asked, "What are you going to do with Sheriff Wu County?" When Qin Changdong saw that Xiao Yushu really stopped arguing about the sedan chair, he was extremely pleased in his heart and said with a smile, "This is a matter for my Changning burial mansion, so I don't need to worry about it. Mr. Shitzi, my Changning burial mansion has its own Lord Changning burial mansion to make the decision. And after that County Mistress Wu County enters the mansion, it will need to be decided by Lord Changning burial mansion and the old lady in the mansion." Xiao Yushu's mind resounded with this Qin Changdong's heartfelt voice. That Wu County sheriff may have been slept with by Xiao Yushu, and the master and the old madam must be displeased. Her mother's family is very distant from the Empress Dowager and has no power at all. Once the bride price is paid, we'll find a small courtyard to lock her up, so she won't be a disgrace to the public. If the master has left her alone, Qin, will have to go to the small courtyard often, and maybe even get a taste. Xiao Yushu's eyes were morose as he stared at Qin Changdong for a long time. He turned his head and asked Xiao Zhong in a cold voice, "What is this guy's official status?" Seeing this Shitzi with a big grin doesn't kneel or kowtow, and still dares to put on a bird-like appearance and keep babbling here. Xiao Zhong smiled knowingly and said coldly, "He doesn't have an official position. He's just a white body." Xiao Yushu slammed the table with force and cursed, "Dog! How dare a white grassroots not take the initiative to kowtow and kneel down, and still want to teach the Shitzi to do things? How did the Changning burial mansion come to have such an unruly thing like you? Come on, strip him for me. 30 slaps first. Learn the rules and etiquette." "Yes, Master Seiji." Two strong government soldiers rushed in, dragging Qin Changdong left and right and heading out. Qin Changdong was shocked and struggled to scream angrily, "Xiao Shitzi, I'm the eldest housekeeper of the Changning burial mansion. Who are you to hit me?" Xiao Yushu reached out to stop it and hooked his finger. "You come here." Qin Changdong shook off the two government soldiers and rubbed his arm as he walked up with a cold smile. "Who are you bluffing? Are you Master Qin scared? Forgive me, you wouldn't dare to deal with me." Changning, snap. Xiao Yushu slapped Qin Changdong violently in the face. Qin Changdong's eyes went black, and his face felt like it had been hit by a hammer. The boom swung violently to the other side. It only felt like half of my face almost cracked, and I lost consciousness from the pain. He opened his mouth with a poof of blood and half of his teeth fell out. Snap. He got slapped again on the other side of his face and knocked a bunch of teeth out of that half of his mouth. Xiao Yushu kicked him in the abdomen with a bang, sending him flying out 2 feet and hitting the threshold of the hall, unable to get up. "What other credentials do I need to beat you with? Not to mention you. My Marquis of Jinnan's family has been loyal for 3 generations, protecting the great Zhou dynasty's prime, and old man Changningbo also fights the same way. Come on and drag me out and beat me hard. After beating this guy, I'll personally go and clean up that old widower Qin Shigong." The sound of the slapping board being jerked violently rang out. accompanied by Qin Changdong's miserable wailing. Xiao Yushu stood up and kicked over a chair. Damn it, what kind of dog dares to bully my Marquis Jinnan's residence? From this day onwards, I'll let you all know how powerful Grandpa Xiao is. Xiao Zhong looked at the eye-moving god. All said that the world's son naive and stupid, but the key moment is not ambiguous. How can the Marquis of Jinnan's house be bullied? The old butler slapped his hands together and shouted his praise. Your son really does have the style of the old Marquis, and the Marquis of Jinnan should be as domineering as this. Whoever is looking for trouble, let's them. I'll gather the men and go with my son to clean up Qingningbo. The Jinnan army has paid countless blood and efforts to guard the world, but in this upper capital city, but everywhere is being left out. Xiao Zhong has long been holding a fire. Seeing Xiao Yushu fuming, this old man was right in line with his intentions and did not put out the fire for him in the slightest, but instead sold his efforts to add more fuel to the fire. The two men fist-pumped and majestically walked out of the front hall. Jinnan Marquis House is a martial arts family. There are a lot of soldiers in the house, all the elite of the Jinnan army. Xiao Zhong was originally a general in the Jinnan army, and he was a good one at mobilizing troops to fight. In a few moments, he had a team of 50 or 60 horses in place. Everyone was fully equipped, armored and armed, and mounted on tall war horses. Xiao Yushu rode on a divine white horse with a 4-foot sword stuck in his waist. This white horse is a dragon blood horse produced in Mongshan Mountain, a divine and incomparable horse that can travel thousands of miles in a day, and there are only 2 of them in the entire Shangjing city. This sword was forged by the casting master Gong Sunshen, and the blood of a great demon was poured into it when it was formed. The blade is purple and sharpens iron like mud, and the name of the sword is Purple Frost. Xiao Yushu looked at the sharp and lingering blade and smiled faintly. I'm a fine, elegant, civilized aristocrat, going to reason with Qin Shigong and bringing such a nice knife. Chapter 6 Armor. Discourse. 2 tall women pushed and shoved their way over. The woman in the back wore a long cloak, dressed like an elite scout, and carried a longbow as tall as a man. The woman in front of her had long legs and a straight waist. Her body was fit and upright, and her whole body was like a gaunt panther, containing explosive power. She had an excellent figure that cut a wonderful curve, and her whole body was full and lightly ripe, with an aura like a spray of grapefruit. The woman in the cloak violently pushed. The front of the woman under the plate is very stable, is standing in the river rapids, or face the charging warhorse is also motionless. But at the moment, she stumbled by this push and stumbled right in front of Xiao Yushu. She reached out her hand and gently grabbed the corner of Xiao Yushu's coat, lifting up a charming and mature face with a provocative beauty mole at the corner of her mouth. Her face was full of shame, but her voice was moving with a magnetic quality. Little Lang, good brother, I really didn't mean to do it. Sister, it was so chaotic that I accidentally picked up the wrong bride. No, just compensate sister me to you and make you a concubine, okay? Shut up. As soon as Xiao Zhong saw her, his anger shot up and he was so angry that he wanted to come over and hit her. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Lai Tie, you dog still has the face to come back? You can even get it wrong when you pick up a bride. Are you worthy of the world prince? And you have the face to call yourself Shizi's sister. Ba Shizi's sister is the great general of Jinnan, Marquis of Jinnan, Xiao Luotian. Xiao Zhong's qualifications were much older than hers, and the matter he had caused this time was really quite big. Lai Tie lowered his head and smiled awkwardly, not daring to retort. This woman was Lai Tie, one of the 5 iron guards of the Jinnan army, and the young lady Xiao Yushu grew up with. Xiao Yushu laughed and dotingly touched her head. Sister Mayor, you drank before welcoming the bride yesterday, didn't you? Lai Tie's nickname is Lai Mayor, but this name is only called by people who are close to him. She immediately jumped up at Xiao Yushu's words, her face full of righteous indignation. How can you falsely accuse someone? Xiao Lang, although the 2 of us grew up together and have a deep sibling bond and love, we can't talk nonsense. When did I come to Mayor to drink and misbehave? Xiao Yushu burst into a sweat. You uneducated roughneck, can you not use idioms indiscriminately? You've been drinking and getting into a lot of trouble. Boundless sea of trees, shattered leaf city, skeleton walled city, iron blood pass. You've caused more trouble than you can count on 2 hands. The masked woman held out her fingers and counted them one by one. Your bull asterisk ting me. I didn't. How could I? Lai Mayor stormed out as if she was a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The masked woman said disdainfully, if you hadn't repeatedly performed great feats, you would have been beheaded by the great general for drinking and misbehaving. Lai Mayor was so angry that her big grapefruit trembled for a while, and she reached out and pointed at the masked woman. Hua Chinger, you want to provoke trouble, don't you? Come, sister. I'll teach you a good lesson today. Damn, where's my weapon? Enough. Xiao Yushu opened his mouth to interrupt the 2 arguing. The 2 women were all aghast, putting away their playful and giggling demeanor. Xiao Yushu's cool gaze slowly swept over the 2 men's faces, and both of them were flabbergasted, subconsciously straightening their backs. this naive and mute younger brother of the world's son. At this time, his face was composed and not angry, but actually had a few moments of the elegance of the great general Xiao Luotian. Xiao Yushu drank in a deep voice. Lai Tai Yi, Hua Tai Cord. Both men got serious and bowed at the same time. The last general is here. Put on your armor and follow me to the Changning burial mansion. The two women looked at each other and solemnly responded. Yes, my lord will follow the order of the world's son. These two women, Lai Meier and Hua Qinger, are not ordinary people. Their names are Lai Tiyi and Hua Taichin. Both of them are one of the 5 Iron Guards in the Jinan army. In today's world, Wudao is ranked side by side with literature and mind, and the art of the royal spirit, and the 10 strongest people in the world are called the 10 Jedi. These people had high cultivation levels that shook the 4 seas, and they were all seniors of great strength. And Xiao Yushu's sister, Marquis of Jinan Xiao Luotian, could probably be ranked 12th to 13th. She was the number 1 person in the younger generation, and the number 1 expert in the Great Zhou army. Among the 200,000 Jinan army, under Xiao Luotian were the 5 Iron Guards. Among them, the one with the strongest power, Xiao Taijing, was already an innate realm expert. The remaining 4 were basically at the peak of the Zhongshu realm. The 5 Iron Guards are renowned, leading troops as generals, and entering the jungle as masters of chivalry. Looking at the stoic and domineering Xiao Yushu, Lai Meier secretly clenched her fists, her heart bursting with excitement. Gosh, good-looking and domineering brother. My Meier sister's favorite. Good. Hold up the fort for Koro for a while. Come, fetch me my iron flail and give me armor. Lit. Liba Taiyi, 1892-1910, journalist and communist politician, died after a long illness. He looked back as Lai Tiyi rode close to his side to escort him. When she went into battle, she was no longer Lai Meier, but Lai Tiyi of the 5 Iron Guards of the Jinan army. A suit of cold-wrought iron armor densely covered her slender frame, and in her hands she held a massive steel flail. Lai Tiyi is not only highly skilled in martial arts, but also born with divine strength. This pair of iron flails was incredibly heavy, weighing 80 pounds, and when wielded it was incredibly powerful. She wore a hideous ghost mask on her face and her eyes were cold and stern. Horses neighing, iron coats of cold light, long spears, strangers' swords, long-handled axes, and iron shackles. The front of the marquis residence was filled with coldness and murder. The Jinan army has been in the battlefield for a long time, and even when they go to a fight, they are fully prepared. Short and long weapons, bows and iron bores, leather and iron armor, all were fully tied up. Some people even brought dry food, horse feed and fresh water. Even if the sun chopped up the Changning Uncle Qin Shi Kong, we can rush out of the city gate to flee south. The more than 50 knights' fierce aura rose to the sky, and everyone's eyes were glaring. Xiao Yushu smiled in satisfaction. Go with me to get a statement. 50 to 60 knights, mounted on high-headed steeds, armored and armed, roared across the street. Everyone's armor light flooded with coldness, swords and spears cold and sharp, and to be a killing spirit. Shanjing City is the capital of a country that has enjoyed peace and prosperity for many years. Where have the residents of the city seen the earth shaking and the iron horsemen marching across the scene, and thought that hundreds and thousands of cavalry killed? All of a sudden the street was filled with wolves and crying, and in a few moments the whole street was completely emptied out. Everyone stood against the wall on the street side, feeling their legs and feet trembling and shivering in the rainstorm-like sound of horses' hooves. My God, is there a revolt going on? The Shangjing prefectural Yamen officers patrolling the city were shocked. Some of them dared to ask a question, while others simply threw their swords away and drilled into the crowd with their shirts off. Lai Tie let out a long whistle. The Marquis of Jinan is on business. All of you get out of my way. The government officials were so scared that they hurriedly got out of the way, and if they were slower, they would have been trampled into mush by the warhorses. Everyone blanched and screamed in horror. It's the cavalry of the Marquis of Jinan. Ancestor Ah, what is the Marquis of Jinan going to do? Quickly report to the superior. The Marquis of Jinnan's residence has gone mad. Chapter 7. I want to wash the Changning mansion in blood. Outside the Changning burial mansion, the second housekeeper Qin Shihong had a proud and reserved smile on his face. He patted the one-person high stone lion. This stone lion claws and teeth stretching, flaunting, just as the power of the Changning burial house. Our uncle is the Deputy Minister of Transportation, Deputy Minister of Logistics, of the 3 major battalions of the Forbidden Army, the same level as the Minister of the Ministry of War. Who dares to mess with the House of Changning among the peddlers, merchants and civilians in the capital? Even the rich and powerful have to give some face to our House of Changning. With his hands behind his back, he took 2 steps towards the sky with his head held high, and in his heart, he suddenly remembered the mother and daughter selling tofu in Anchue Square, and could not help but have a flash of lecherous color in his eyes. When the mother of less than 30, very flavorful, there is that little girl doubles 6 years of China. In less than 2 years is also a small beauty like water onion. What's the point of selling tofu when you're so skinny and tender? Today, after the duty, he will take 2 hitmen from the house and go to force and intimidate some more. In the capital city, the oppression of the people and other small things, no government officials dare to go against the Changning Palace. If we don't grant him what he wants, we'll make it impossible for the 2 of them to live in peace. Suddenly the sound of horses' hooves was as dense as rain. The earth seemed to be shaking, and dozens of iron horsemen had rushed to the entrance of Changning burial mansion with a roar. The housekeeper patrolling in front of the door and the steward greeting the guests were shocked at the scene. War horses neighing, swords burning, the scene was extremely tense for a moment. The second housekeeper Qin Shihong's heart trembled, and he came forward just about to ask a question. The 2.5-meter-long spear of Xiao Zhong on the horse had already swung out. The barrel of Bilas gun swung round and smacked him hard. The second housekeeper Qin Shihong screamed miserably and flew out horizontally. He hit 3 or 4 rolls and fell headlong in front of the Changning burial mansion. And on the spot, his legs broke and fractured and he couldn't get up. Uncle Zhong's elegance has not diminished. Xiao Yushu smiled bashfully. Xiao Zhong sighed as his long spear spun a gunflower and said calmly, "Being old, I can only accompany the world sun to teach these losers a lesson, but I can't put on my armor and charge into battle like the youngsters." Lai Tie leaped forward on his horse and drank, "Put down your weapons, or behead those who disobey." The 88 catty iron flail in her hand fell with a roar, and the several thousand catty hard stone lion in front of the door of the Changning burial mansion was smashed to pieces with a blast, splattering debris all over the place. As soon as Hua Tai-chin raised his hand, the knights on his horse immediately opened their bows one after another. Dozens of iron-tired strong bows with frigid arrow blades were aimed at the houseguests in front of the mansion. Clatter, 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 all of a sudden swords and knives were thrown all over the place. Under this kind of horrifying might, whoever is slow by half is looking for death. The Changning burial mansion's household guards were all shocked and bloodless, and they had the good sense to quickly throw away their weapons and fearfully stood in a row against the wall. Xiao Yushu roared with his tongue, "Qin Shigong, you get out of here for me. The bride given to me by His Majesty. You dared to snatch her from the street and bring her to your mansion. Today, if you don't cut off your dog's head and bloodwash this Changning burial mansion, you'll never stop." He used his inner strength in this roar, and the sound spread far and wide. Not only the Changning burial mansion, but several nearby powerful and noble homes also heard it clearly. Within moments, there were quite a few heads poking out, even above the next courtyard wall. Qin Shigong hurriedly ran out surrounded by a group of people in the mansion. He was over 30, didn't usually exercise much, and was panting from running with a big belly. Once out of the mansion, looking at the messy scene, Qin Shigong then wanted to shout out, "Who dares to come in front of my Changning burial mansion to cause trouble?" Before he had time to open his mouth, he saw a flash of blade light, and a 4-foot-long blade thunderously slashed at his head. Ah! Qin Shigong was scared out of his wits, and his chubby body suddenly exploded with an agility that was disproportionate to the usual. He rolled on the ground, like a ball of bone skittering 7 or 8 times, dodging the harsh blade. Xiao Yushu chopped at the threshold of the Changning burial mansion, and the heavy iron in wood threshold was chopped into 2 pieces. The blade Qi inspired 2 sections of the threshold to shatter in the air, and a dozen pieces flew out 2 or 3 feet away. There were also good fighters among the disciples under Qin Shigong's command, but at the moment, they didn't dare to move at all. Among the group of knights, there was a masked and cloaked person holding a 1-person high longbow. The bow body was made of demonic beast bones, which was gray and dead. That longbow was drawn to full strength, and the dead, icy coldness was firmly locked onto the gatekeeper. He immediately felt as if a chill had been added to his body, and the sharpness of the arrow seemed to be directly against his neck. To move is to die. Qin Shigong was in a sorry state, his whole body rolling in dust. He was appalled, his heart thumping in fear. That knife just now really wanted to kill him. If you're half a point too late to hide. Qin Shigong's mind was dizzy as he climbed up and pointed at Xiao Yushu, screaming in horror, "You Xiao Yushu, what do you want? In broad daylight, in my capital city of Great Zhou, how dare you commit murder dash?" Xiao Yushu's icy and tyrannical eyes swept over, and he swallowed back his latter words. Qin Shigong only felt his cold hairs stand on end, and his legs and feet immediately became somewhat unsteady. "The kid in front of me is a famous naive little cutie in the upper capital. You can laugh at him and look down on him, but that's all when he's normal. When Bean gets mad, he's not normal. That would be terrible. When Bean gets mad, he doesn't think about the consequences, he doesn't care about the rules. He is really daring." Thinking of the powerful slash just now, Qin Shigong's entire body trembled. Xiao Yushu laughed wildly up to the sky, his eyes filled with killing intent. He drank morosely. "Give my son the opportunity to kill them, and cut down all of the men of the Changning burial mansion." "Wait!" Qin Shigong shouted as his fat body violently rushed in front of Xiao Yushu's horse. His brain jutted out, blood bursting out. It wasn't that he was so rigid by nature that he wanted to fight Xiao Yushu to the death. but he was really scared. This Xiao. He is usually so naive, but he didn't expect to be so scary when he gets mad. I heard that this kid is single-mindedly in love with that Su Yuyen, and indeed, for her, he is completely mad and crazy. If you want to kill the Marquis of Changning's family, no one in their right mind would dare to do so. But this little cutie, it's really something. Xiao Shitsi master, it's all my fault. Everything is my old Qin's fault. Qin Shigong cried out directly, bending low at the waist and almost kneeling in front of Xiao Yushu's horse. This little cutie, murderous aura, full of fierce coldness in his eyes and body. He had to hurry and admit his mistake first, so as not to make this little cutie completely enraged. Other powerful people who lived nearby were watching, and murmurs buzzed. What's going on here? Making such a scene? These many horsemen are so scary. You don't know? Xiao Fu Shitsi Xiao got married yesterday, and Qin Shigong snatched his bride to the Changning burial mansion. God damn it? The listener was shocked. No way. Old Qin has the guts? Although I don't quite believe it either. But looking at this situation, Xiao Shitsi is hitting the door. This murderous spirit wants to exterminate old Qin's entire family. Bear with me, Xiao Yushu usually looks stupid, but he's quite scary when he starts to be ruthless. The general's son is a tiger. A tiger is also a tiger. After all, it is the seed of the old Jinan Ho. Really pissed off. Little cutie. Launching into madness. It's scarier than a normal person. That's really how it works. Cutie. Cut first when you're mad. He won't reason with you. I heard that it wasn't a bride snatching. It was that in the middle of it, they encountered someone who committed an assassination, and the two families carried the bride to the wrong place. Lifting wrong? So exciting? So have you slept yet? That goes without saying. Man, you know. Chapter 8, Cutie. How dare you be so reasonable? Seiji, let me explain. The process is like this. This is a misunderstanding. Last night I was drunk. A finger did not touch the Linchuan County princess. Early this morning, I sent the county princess gift back to Linchuan Wangfu. Even the dowry was carried back. Qin Shigong cried with a snotty nose and tears about the misunderstanding of picking up the wrong person yesterday, with very detailed details. Even his drunken and collapsed posture in the new room was imitated several times, repeatedly emphasizing that he didn't touch Su Yuyen. Xiao Yushu laughed coldly and shouted, "When I'm a cutie, and you're still arguing about a misunderstanding. I'm the son of the Marquis of Jinan, and a public marquis can welcome his bride with a dragon and phoenix sedan chair. You, Chongning Bo, why do you use the same specifications? If the two sedan chairs are not exactly the same, where is the mistake in carrying them? You are overstepping your bounds. I think you have evil intentions." As soon as his words came out, the room went cold, and even Qin Shigong froze. Xiao cutie. I can't believe how well that makes sense. Great Zhou dynasty stipulates that the marriage of a prince can be used to dragon and phoenix sedan chair. The title of uncle son male can only use the second-class phoenix decoration sedan chair. It's just that no one cares about these rules anymore long ago, and the top doesn't pursue them. In recent years, the nobles all use the highest specification of the dragon and phoenix present auspicious sedan chair to get married. But rules are rules. It does exist, and it's written into the Great Zhou law. The fact that someone is really competing with this is hard evidence. When Xiao Yushu asked this question, Qin Shigong's jaw dropped and he couldn't even say anything to refute it. This kid's a real cutie. Oh, yeah? The onlookers of the powerful nobles have sucked in a breath of cold air. If the Marquis of Jinan sees this point does not let go, Qin Shigong will be in big trouble. This Xiao Yushu is such a cutie. Is it? I didn't even think of that at all. There must be someone high up behind Marquis Jinan's son. In that case, the responsibility for this is all old Qin's. After messing up the marriage bestowed by His Holiness like this, I'm afraid old Qin is going to be in bad shape. The Marquis of Jinan won't let up. Xiao Luoshan is not a good person. If old Qin is a sensible one, he will hurry to get private. Make a big deal of others. Jinan Marquis at most lose face. He estimates that even the title will have to be lost. Old Qin said he didn't touch Su Yuyen. If that's true, he's a bit pathetic. Yes, other people's women didn't touch, but also to be severely punished by the saint. You believe him even when he says he didn't touch you. Would you be willing to let your son marry Su Yuyen? Of course I don't. Who knows what happened that night? Qin Shigong looked at Xiao Yushu's cold eyes, and at this point, there was no more half a chance. He came close to Xiao Yushu and said with a long, helpless and pitiful sigh, "Please also let me live. Shitsi master, as long as you don't pursue the matter and keep my Changning burial mansion of over 100 people, I'll do whatever you want me to do." Xiao Yushu patted Qin Shigong's shoulder with the back of his blade. Old Qin, this is your attitude of begging for forgiveness. I'm the son of the Marquis of Jinan, and I've suffered such a great loss of reputation, so you'll have to compensate me, won't you? Qin Shigong cursed in his heart. You foppish simpleton, all infamous and stupid. What's with the good name? He piled a smile on his face and hurriedly nodded fawningly. Yes, Yes, the world master is right. It is to be compensated. Fine. I'll take a loss. You compensate 100,000 taels of silver. 100,000 taels? Qin Shi Gong almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I don't know if I can come up with 100,000 taels even if I sell my Chining mansion inside and out. After losing this money, more than 100 people will have to starve to death in the future. Master Seiji, 100,000 taels is too much. I really don't have dash. Pa dash. With a flash of blade light, the side of the purple frost blade slammed into Qin Shi Gong's face, and instantly his face swelled up. The nobles present were all shaken, not expecting Xiao Yushu to be so violent and overbearing. Previously watching the festive atmosphere was closed, with a few points of solemnity. No? Xiao Yushu laughed insubordinately. Oh, I will copy the chaining few. Sell your house furniture. Sell your concubine and daughter. Not enough to sell your mother. Qin Shi Gong was dizzy from the whip and covered his face and choked. Master Shitsi, my old mother is old and not worth much. Have mercy. 10,000 taels, okay? Although Qin Shi Gong has a forbidden army transfer deputy messenger, but the top of the head of the management of the princes, a large number of princes, everyone stares at the amount of military expenses, fell into the hands of Qin Shi Gong. Oil water is not much. Changning burial house a large family. He also had to subsidize the relatives in the family. Living is not rich. Otherwise, they wouldn't have coveted Subaila's dowry. 10,000 taels is a lot of money to him. Pa dash. Xiao Yushu was unceremonious, and the other side of Qin Shi Gong's face was swollen. Qin Shi Gong was like a chilling cicada pathetically and helplessly wailing. Master Shitsi, 20,000 taels. I really can't get more. There was silence all around, and the air was as if it was frozen. The onlookers of the powerful nobles looked at Xiao Yushu with complicated gazes. This usually giggling, harmless simpleton, Xiao Shi ZZ. He's gone crazy and he's gone crazy. The ferocity is truly spine-tingling. What's even more absurd is that he's taking advantage of the reasoning. Even if Qin Shi Gong is beaten, even if he is blackmailed, he can only honestly endure. Qin Shi Gong couldn't hold back for a moment, and hot tears and urine, one on top of the other, flowed down. As Changning Bo, he had times when he flattered, and times when he was angry in the face of his superiors, but it was the first time that he had been bullied into this bearish and so desperate. Xiao Yushu laughed when he saw it. Changning Bo, you even pissed. Calculate, then 20,000 taels. Before noon tomorrow, get me to send to Marquis Jinnan's residence. The surrounding Jinnan army knights all laughed, looking at shivering like a quail. Directly urinated Changning Bo Qin Shi Gong, the eyes of the whole is untamed disdain. This group of powerful and noble people look glamorous, but in the face of our Jinnan army's sword, all of them are straw bags and dogs. Qin Shi Gong was like an amnesty and wiped his tears and hurriedly said, before noon tomorrow, I will definitely deliver it to the world master. Xiao Yushu said indifferently, since you've made a mistake, County Princess Wu has nothing to do with you. Bring her marriage certificate, Gangji, and betrothal gift to this Shitsi. Qin Shi Gong was stunned, then understood. Xiao Yushu must have already put that Wu County sheriff to sleep and was preparing to take her into his room. He couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. His engaged fiancée let someone sleep with her and had to pay out 20,000 taels of silver. And he hadn't even touched the hand of that Linchuan County princess. What a bully. Who can we talk to about this? What's even more stifling is that he was caught on the wrong side of the palanquin, and he could only ask for trouble when he made a scene at His Majesty's place. I can't fight, and I can't even reason with this little cutie. All the grievances I old Qin can only swallow with tears. After Su Baila's marriage certificate, gung invitation and fixed gift were brought. Xiao Yushu took them and put them into his arms. He turned his horse and simply drank. Go! The snow-white steed galloped ahead, and the armor-clad knights followed like dragons, whistling away in the twinkling of an eye. This kind of movement like thunder, ordering the army's style. Look at the nearby enclosure, a few family ladies' eyes shining, face red. Xiao Shitsi is so handsome. He's actually completely different from the naive and stupid in the legend. Xiao Shitsi is so powerful. It must be very honorable and decent to marry him. Su Yuyen, this marriage didn't work out, so can I marry Xiao Yushu? Chapter 9, Princess Linchuan. The Rulong horse troop traveled through the market, and He Guanying, the commander of the imperial guards, blocked the way with hundreds of men in front of him. The Marquis of Jinan? Now that His Majesty is suspicious of the Marquis of Jinan, how dare they take such a high profile? He Guanying's two eyes narrowed slightly as he droned in a neutral tone. How dare you, who dares to gallop a horse in the street and violate the court's law? Xiao Yushu laughed contemptuously and coldly, and the speed of the horse team was not reduced by half, charging straight at each other. Lai Tie, holding an iron flail, accelerated his horse and charged ahead. He Guanying was shaken and sucked in a breath of cold air. He had long since seen that the leader was Xiao Yushu, and he still wanted to put on his official airs. Where did I expect the opposite side is charging formation directly up. The front vanguard to see conspicuous weapons know who it is. One of the 5 iron guards of the Jinan army, Lai Tie, wielding an 88 catty iron flail. He had once crisscrossed the 100,000 strong army formation, and was a renowned fierce general in the Great Zhou army. Xiao Shi Zi He Guaniying hurriedly shouted loudly, hoping that Xiao Yushu would drink Lai Tie down. Xiao Yushu raised his head and smiled coldly, pressing his eyelids without even pinching him. Come iron clothes, iron horse, iron clothes. Boom like a steel fortress rushing head-on. The iron hooves of the war horses trembled the earth, and one person had the amazing momentum of 1,000 armies sweeping across the enemy line. Everyone in the Imperial Guard's eyes were horrified and shocked, unconsciously pulling their horses back. Quick, get out of the way. He Guaniying turned his horse's head and quickly stepped aside. In front of the fierce evil wind sound whistling, to iron clothes without slowing down, blasted and sped through. The Imperial Guards all retreated to both sides of the street with their hands and feet in a frenzy, watching the Marquis of Jinan's line of iron-armored knights arrogantly and incomparably parade past. He Guaniying's back broke out in a cold sweat, and if he had been slow for a moment, Lai Tie's iron flail would have really greeted him. With what he's got, he'll just have to have his family burn paper for him next year. His heart was pounding, his body was drenched in cold sweat, and his legs were a little weak. It's too bossy, it's too overbearing. It's amazing that the Imperial Guard didn't put it in their eyes. Damn it, when this crazy Xiao Yushu makes trouble in the future, I must stay away. The Imperial Forest Army soldiers and generals looked at the back of the Marquis of Jinan's iron cavalry's strong back, and everyone's face was filled with a look of shock and awe. Linchuan County King's Mansion. Su Yuyan leaned against the side of the bed somewhat haggardly, her entire body still in a trance, as if she hadn't woken up from what had happened. Sheriff, you should rest for a while. At this rate, your body will boil over. Her personal maid, Xiao Painting, gently advised. Su Yuyan shook her head and clutched the jade pendant in her hand as if it could bring her strength. Everything yesterday was a nightmare, and her sedan chair was actually carried into the Changning burial mansion. Are those damned sisters and maids of honor so dead that they can even lose sight of the palanquin? She bit her lip lightly, remorseful in her heart. Because her heart adored the 5th prince, she was very resistant to marrying Xiao Yushu, whether it was during the marriage ceremony or in the bridal chamber. She was distracted, especially when the groom enters the bridal chamber at night, drunk and head over heels. Surprisingly, she didn't even ask, didn't even walk over to take a look. When the groom fell asleep on the floor, she uncovered herself and covered herself with a blanket and went to sleep. In her mind, it was better if the other party didn't touch her. If they did, it was extremely offensive to her. Just muddled through the night, only to realize the next morning that I married the wrong guy. What a night. It was awful. What will people out there say about me? My reputation will be ruined. Su Yuyan rubbed the beautiful jade in her hand, tears appearing in her eyes. 5th Highness, I'm true to you. Why don't you marry me? You married Sister Lin just because her grandfather was the prime minister? Yenner couldn't marry you, and now she's been wronged like this. Blame it on that little cutie. Xiao Yushu, how could he pick up the wrong person? Anger rose in Su Yuyan's heart. This naive and stupid bastard. He could even pick up his own daughter-in-law wrongly. What else could he do? I will never forgive him easily. Even if he kowtows and begs me at the door of the Linchuan royal palace, I won't forgive him. Even if I enter the door of the Marquis of Jinan's residence, I will not consummate my marriage with him, and I will also cold shoulder him at every turn and deliberately avoid him. She looked down at the jade pendant, and the 5th prince's elegant and handsome face appeared before her eyes. Until you marry Sister Lin and I have no more thoughts. She carefully put away the jade pendant and asked in a somewhat hoarse voice, did the Marquis of Jinan send someone? The maid, Xiao Painting, gently shook her head. Not yet, Sheriff. An annoyance rose violently in Su Yuyan's heart and she drank. Go to the concierge again and ask to see what they're coming over? How are you going to get the news if you're just sitting here lazing around? Xiao Painting was startled and hurriedly bowed and went out to the concierge in a flash to inquire. In fact, she had just asked once half an incense burner ago. After a long time, Xiao Pain came back and said with period caution, Sheriff, I've asked, and the Marquis of Jinan hasn't sent anyone over yet. Su Yuyan's face turned iron blue, and her pair of beautiful eyes narrowed, releasing an icy cold light. I originally thought that this Xiao Yushu was just a bit naive and foolish, but I didn't realize that he was an authentic cutie. What a time to not think of picking up the bride. What is it like to be a wife of such a lovely woman? What would it be like to be the wife of such a little cutie? It would be a fool's errand to have a child. It's just that she's in an awkward situation at the moment, so it's better to get through the immediate difficulties first. She asked Su Painting, what are the king and princess doing? Hideaki said carefully, His Highness has gone out to meet guests and has not yet returned. Wang Fei is negotiating with the people of Changning Burial Mansion, and the 64 carriers of dowry for your marriage have been sent back, Wang Fei said. 2 of the carriers were originally loaded with satin. Shining burial house people replaced it with cotton and linen. They don't care about that, but about the face of the royal family. Bang! Su Yuyan slammed her palm on the table, her eyes misting. I'm going to hang myself in a hurry, and this mother of hers is still fighting with people over a bit of silk, she said to Su Paint. Go find Butler Wang and ask him to send someone to the Marquis of Jinnan's residence immediately. Ask Xiao Yushu face to face what to send someone over to pick me up. Chapter 10, Lara wishes you well. Marquis of Jinnan's main door is wide open. Both sides of the government soldiers' lance and shield, guarded extremely strict. Xiao Yushu came roaring in with his team of horses, his armor clanging and imposing. The Linchuan Wangfu housekeeper who came to ask for an audience was anxious and sweating. He was stopped by the government soldiers and couldn't get close to the door. In desperation, he had to yell, Xiao Shitzi, stay back. I'm Butler Wang of the Linchuan King's mansion. Xiao Yushu raised his hand and waved it, and behind him, a team of horses like dragons rumbled into the mansion. He turned his horse's head and came in front of that Wang butler, condescendingly asking, what is your business? Butler Wang looked up and saw Xiao Yushu sitting on top of a roaring and neighing warhorse, his shoulders straight, his face stoic, and his eyes as imposing as cold electricity. He was secretly in awe in his heart. This Xiao Shitzi usually met the people of the Linchuan Wangfu. All of them were peaceful and submissive, even pleasing and humble. Today's naive and pleasing attitude is all gone, like a different person in general. How many noble families in the entire upper capital can have a son or daughter with this kind of vigor? He took a deep breath to hide the shock in his heart and respectfully said, World son, the sheriff lord sent me to ask you when you will send someone to the Linchuan King's mansion to welcome the bride? Xiao Yushu smiled coldly and looked away with his eyes, not saying anything. When Butler Wang saw his expression, his heart couldn't help but thump, and he was a bit anxious. World son, you and the county lord were given in marriage by His Majesty, and it was the Marquis of Jinnan's house that submitted a petition proposing it. You have to give a statement on this matter. Xiao Yushu turned his head to look at him, but the divine colt under his seat growled and hissed impatiently as the man stood up. Butler Wang was so frightened that he hurriedly backed away, his eyes flashed open by the cold light of Xiao Yushu's sword. Xiao Yushu drank his warhorse and thought that for the sake of the original owner, he should listen to Su Yuyan's heart. He spoke blandly, please tell your county princess that I'll be waiting for her at Yulanjai and Yanlai building at the 6th hour tomorrow. But, Seiji, Butler Wang was about to say something, but Xiao Yushu directly drove his fiery horse and ran into the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion. No longer paying attention, he sighed, feeling bad in his heart. If he was so concerned about the princess, why didn't Xiao Yushu come to the door immediately to welcome the bride, instead of arranging to meet her at another place? And he was simply a different person, with a cold tone and attitude. Could it be that you've heard someone say something bad about the sheriff? Marquis Jinnan Mansion, back residence. Su Baila was a bit distracted and her mind was in turmoil. Xiao Yushu said to go to find Changningbo to discuss, but Fengkai House mobilized people, looked to be wanting to go to fight desperately. Her heart burst with worry, and the more she thought about it, the more frightened she became in her mind. She had once heard her father gossip that the Marquis of Jinnan's residence was not as glamorous as it appeared. The emperor seemed to be suspicious of the Marquis of Jinnan's house, and even great General Xiao acted with caution and restraint for fear of being picked on by the emperor. But Xiao Yushu is going to fight for her. What if he pisses off the emperor? Su Baila lightly bit her lips, her nose sore. Xiao Yushu was the first man in her life who had genuinely complimented her after meeting her. He doesn't mind that she's tall. He said she was good looking. He's giving her food in case she doesn't eat well. He is willing to take all the pressure and marry her as the wife of the world's son. A mist rose in the great almond eyes. Su Baila once thought that she would never meet such a person in her life. But she met. It's 100 times better than she thought it would be. She had carefully and greedily wondered if she could stay by his side like this and serve him well for the rest of her life. Sleep soundly with him, give him children, and the two hold hands as they grow old. But she couldn't be so selfish. Husband, he was so good. How could she bear to let him suffer bad luck because of her? Men are extremely facetious. As long as she remains in the Marquis of Jinnan's residence, Changningbo won't let go. This just gave the emperor the opportunity to suppress the Marquis. Maybe others are right. She is a woman of bad fate. Whoever marries her will have bad luck. It was better to leave. With her gone, he and Changningbo would have no reason to clash. Otherwise Xiao Shirzi will be punished by the emperor. In the young girl's imagination, the emperor's suppression had been a heavy doom so horrible that it could not be resisted. Holding back her tears, she stood up with great fortitude and gathered her things. After thinking about it, she found a pair of scissors and put them in her bag. She had already given her body and heart to Xiao Yushu and would not commit herself to anyone else no matter what. She wouldn't go to the Changning burial mansion to get herself killed, and she didn't want to lead the trouble to her parents. Growing up so weird. You already owe your parents so much from a young age. She's going to take some money and leave Shangjing on her own, go to Jiangnan Road and find a small place to live, right? But, even if it was just for a short day, she really liked the Marquis of Jinan. Subaila made up her mind and reached out to wipe her tears, but there were so many tears that they wiped them away and immediately fell again. After hesitating for half a day, she found the piece of clothing that Xiao Yushu had worn yesterday and carefully folded it. Gently, he folded the clothes neatly and placed them in his bag with immense care. Keep a memento of a day that will be remembered for a lifetime. Xiao Yushu entered the mansion, handed over his horse and sword to the servant, and went straight back to the back house. Subaila didn't expect him to come back so quickly and greeted him with some trepidation. She was about to call her husband but held back. She held back her tears and lowered her eyelids sadly as she went forward to wait for Xiao Yushu to change his outer clothes. Xiao Yushu noticed that she didn't look right and asked softly, "Lara, what's wrong with you?" Subaila looked greedily at Xiao Yushu's face, desperately resisting the urge to jump into his arms. She took a deep breath and smiled coldly and politely. "Xiao Shitzi, since it was delivered by mistake, let's change it back. I'm from the Changning burial mansion. It's time for me to go." Xiao Yushu could see the sadness in her eyes and couldn't help but shake his head. What's wrong with this girl? In his mind, he had already turned on Ability 1, Eavesdropping on Minds. Please specify the target? Xiao Yushu silently recited. Subaila. Target, Subaila. Ability 1 on. Lara, you don't want to be my wife anymore? He asked. Subaila's heart was like a knife twisting, but her face tried to act cold. What the marriage certificate says is that I'm marrying Changningbo as a continuation. Marrying you in name only. Xiao Shitzi, I still have to go to the Changning burial mansion. I want to. Of course I want to. I've dreamed of being your wife. Brother, I'll be your wife for the rest of my life. Hearing this heartfelt statement from Subaira, Xiao Yushu couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth upwards. In a flash of his mind, he realized what was going on. It's obvious that you want to marry me in your heart, but you're talking about going to the Changning Marquis residence. This silly girl is afraid of bringing me trouble, right? He had the intention to tease Subaila, so he said, you and I are already husband and wife. How could you go to the Changning burial mansion? Don't you like me and hate me? Subaila trembled, gritting her teeth and saying ruthlessly, that's my business, not yours. We've only been together for a day. We can't talk about liking it or not. I like you, brother. Lara loves you, and meeting you was the best thing that ever happened to me. But I have to go. I'm an ominous person. Staying with you will only bring you trouble. If I stay at the Marquis of Jinnan's residence, Qin Shigong won't be satisfied, and the Emperor will take the opportunity to punish you. Brother, Lara wishes you well in peace. Chapter 11 Little Lara Trying to Escape? Xiao Yushu listened with a mixture of anger and amusement, with some touching. Subaila left the Marquis of Jinnan's residence in order not to drag him down, and it was predictable what would happen to her. It's just that you're already my wife. Do you have so little faith in your husband's abilities? That's a bad point. You should be well trained. Just then, Subaila's heartfelt voice was heard. In a while, I'll go and see my parents, then quietly leave the upper capital. I'll go to Jiangnan Road to hide so that Marquis Changning can never find me again. Xiao Yushu froze and laughed lightly in his heart. No wonder it didn't scare her. I didn't expect little girl Lara to have such a trick, escaping on her own after leaving the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion. He sighed and said, if you really want to leave, I won't stop you. It just so happens that there are people from Changningbo staring right outside the Marquis gate, so just let them lead you back. What? Subaila was shocked, her small face rubbed white. Oh no, someone's watching. I can't get out of here. Xiao Yushu nearly laughed out loud, deliberately scaring her. Changningbo Qin Shigong is in his 30s, and he's ugly, short winter melon-like, and shy with a big greasy belly. Subaila shuddered a little at the sound, almost on the verge of crying in fear. She took a hand and wiped the corners of her eyes, forcing a smile. It's okay, he's mature and stable. He knows how to love people when he's older. What should I do? I really don't want to go to the Changningbo mansion. Woo dash. Qin Shigong has an incredibly vicious face, full of horizontal meat and a face of marijuana. He's an important minister of the state, and looks don't matter. Ha, marijuana? I'm afraid of a marijuana face. It's scary. His old mother is in the hall. I hear she's a shrew, and his last daughter-in-law ate a lot of her. Subaila's face grew white and said with difficulty, filial piety and respect for elders is what a daughter-in-law should do. What should I do? What should I do? Will I be beaten and starved all day? Somebody help me. Xiao Yushu tried hard to strain the corners of his mouth to keep from laughing. It wasn't until he saw that his little petite wife was on the verge of tears that he hurriedly stopped teasing her and gently took her hand. Subaila was stunned, so she tried to struggle away with all her might. Xiao Shirzi, what are you doing? A man and a woman are not related. Xiao Yushu gangly held her small hand and didn't let go, shaking his head. I'm a virgin. I'd been slept with by you, and you want to leave without taking responsibility? Subaila's entire body froze, and her pretty face violently turned red. She didn't expect Xiao Yushu to say such shameless words. You, brother Yushu, I want to be responsible for you, for the rest of my life, but I can't drag you down, just let me go. Xiao Yushu's heart was softened for a moment, but he deliberately made a face. Tell me, how are you responsible? Subaila's small face went white, her hands were rubbed by him, not knowing how to answer. I'll leave you my dowry. If I don't need it, I'll sell it. If I can leave you one or two things, you'll remember me when you see them. Silly girl. Xiao Yushu sighed and let go of Subaila's hand, taking out the marriage certificate and the gung invitation from his arms. Alas, I've talked it over with Uncle Changning, and from now on you'll be my Xiao Yushu's wife. You no longer have any relationship with the Changning burial mansion, and I even asked for the marriage certificate and the gung invitation, but you don't want to forget it. What? Subaila's body shook violently and raised her head all of a sudden. Desperately wiping her tears, she rushed up and grabbed Xiao Yushu's hand tightly. She took the marriage certificate in disbelief and scrutinized it, a heart thumping violently. Subaila trembled with excitement. How did husband talk to him? And did Uncle Changning not give you a hard time? Xiao Yushu couldn't help but laugh and forcefully pinched her little face. Haha, stinky girl, now you know to call your husband. A moment ago, you looked like you were dying and desperately wanted to leave. Subaila looked at the marriage certificate, and with a wooing sound she flung herself into Xiao Yushu's arms, huffing and puffing as she cried in aggravation. She cried for a long time in a row before she slowly stopped. Xiao Yushu tenderly wiped her tears, and in his heart, he regretted a little for bullying such a simple girl just now. Subaila raised her reddened eyes and asked curiously, how did husband convince Uncle Changning? Xiao Yushu wrapped his arms around her thin waist and smiled gently. Uncle Changning is very nice and reasonable. I reasoned it out, and he immediately agreed, and also took the initiative to pay out 20,000 taels of silver, 10,000 of which were for you. He deliberately omitted the reasoning process of splitting someone's door, holding a knife to Chaining Bo's neck, and trying to kill the whole family. Ha! Subaila looked at him in surprise, her nice almond eyes full of confusion. Changning Burqin Shurgong is at least a real power aristocrat. Lost his fiancée and 20,000 taels of silver. What kind of operation is this? Xiao Yushu's handsome smile glowed with gentle warmth in the bright spring light. Subaila only felt that the clouds of worry were gone. Her heart was lively and warm, and she suddenly relaxed. Just leave everything to him. It's great that I can stay by June's side. The gods have blessed me with great compassion. I, Subaila, will do many good deeds, and I will be faithful to my husband for the rest of my life. Your husband is really good. He must have thought of a lot of ways. She was happy to do something for Xiao Yushu and said happily, I'll go make a pot of good tea for my husband to drink. After saying that, she stretched her long legs, her cloud skirt fluttered, and she briskly went to boil water to make tea. Xiao Yushu smiled as he watched her tall and graceful back leaping, only feeling relaxed and joyful. She's simple and a little naive, though, but single-minded to me. Isn't that enough? The sun is warm and the interior is bright and welcoming. Xiao Yushu's gaze fell on Subaila. This girl was bending over to make tea, and under her slender waist, her firm buttocks drew graceful curves, together with the taut lines of her two long, sturdy legs that tempted her to commit a crime. Xiao Yushu had a dry mouth and couldn't help but set up his legs. Subaila ran over with a small teapot in her hands, babbling. She respectfully knelt in front of Xiao Yushu and poured him fragrant tea, asking expectantly, husband, taste it. Xiao Yushu hurriedly pulled her. Get up, what are you kneeling for? Subaila shook her head and laughed. There are woolen mats, carpets, here, very soft and gentle. I like to sit on my knees at home, and it's convenient to serve my husband this way, so try the tea I've cooked. She was full of anticipation. This request had to be granted. Xiao Yushu picked up the small bone china cup and drank it all in one go, filling his mouth with flavor. Good tea. Laraber is truly dexterous. Among the young ladies of the upper capital, my family's large tea cooking skills can be considered number one. Subaila was instantly filled with joy, pouting. Husband is just laughing at me, which is so good. Don't ever go out and say it to make people laugh. Voices resounded in Xiao Yushu's heart. Husband is really discerning. Although I can't say I'm number one, but I practiced the tea ceremony hard since I was a child, and I'm pretty good at it too. Hearing this heartfelt statement from Subaila, Xiao Yushu couldn't help but smile. This little Stepford wife was modest on the surface, but in her heart she still liked it when she complimented her. Chapter 12, I just don't like him. Xiao Yushu propped his hands on his knees, his face smiling as he surveyed his green and delicate little wife. Subaila's face flushed and she pursed her cherry lips. What are you laughing at? Well, I'm embarrassed to see you. Xiao Yushu misplaced his gaze from her face, but caught a glimpse of the white neck and neckline. The skin is as delicate as jade, This skin is as white as a fine white porcelain bowl. Subaila's face burned as he looked at her, her body slightly uncomfortable. What is he looking at? This bad guy is peeking at my neckline. It makes me so shy. Dung tu dash. Xiao Yushu hurriedly drank tea to cover himself, and then he heard Subaila heartily say, I'm still a bit uncomfortable, but if husband likes it, then I have to serve him well too. Husband is too good to me. I will definitely repay him well. I will serve him well and give him many sons and daughters. My son will look like my husband, and my daughter will look like me. No, 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 my height must not be like me. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but smile, asking with deep meaning, what are you thinking about, Lara? Subaila was stunned and looked up as if nothing had happened and laughed. I was thinking about what kind of tea to brew for my husband in the future. My father and uncle are both fond of the tea ceremony, and they have collected quite a few good teas, some of which are treasures that can't be bought on the market. I'll sneak in a few pots for you to drink. This little ninny is so good at acting like she's real. Xiao Yushu reached out and lifted Subaila's soft and moist chin and said gently, if Lara just gives me tea to drink, that's not enough. There are other ways to repay my husband well. Subaila instantly blushed her small face, unable to say anything period. Xiao Yushu heard her speaking inwardly. In the future, I must work harder to make my husband happy. I'll do whatever he tells me to do, and I'll be sure to perform well. Ah, husband. Subaila let out a shriek and was suddenly picked up horizontally by Xiao Yushu, her pair of long legs flopping around. Xiao Yushu directly picked her up with a bad smile. What are you waiting for tonight, Liara? We didn't know each other before we got married, and we communicated too little. My husband is going to be nice and communicate his feelings to you from now on. Pure knee-jerk conversation. But you can't eavesdrop on Zioara's heart from now on. This supermodel chick is an inside-out type with too much heart. Linchuan County King's Mansion. Su Yuyan was wearing an exquisite long dress and was writing with her wrists hanging out. Smooth running script emerges from her pen, neat and full of spiritual flavor. As one of the 4 beauties of Shangjing, she was not only beautiful and noble looking, but she did have some talent as well. Calligraphy, zither skills and poetry, all have certain artistic attainments. Su Yuyan, Lord of Linchuan County. Butler Wang silently waited by the side with appreciation and admiration in his eyes. After finishing writing a character post, Su Yuyan put down the brush and took the wet handkerchief handed over by the maid and wiped her green jade hands. She asked with a slight chill in her tone, seemingly offhandedly, you've been to the Marquis of Jinnan's residence? What did he say about Xiao Yushu? Butler Wang bowed and said, County Lord, Xiao Shitzi said that at the 6th hour of the day, he will be waiting for you at the Yulanjai of Yen Lai building. Su Yuyan snorted and said, they're a marquee house, and even the marriage is a mess. If he doesn't hurry over to welcome the bride, what's the point of doing something fancy? Does he think that making a ceremony and sending some gifts to apologize will make me forgive him? What a fool, what childishness. In her mind, she thought that after all this mess, it was better to hurry up and marry into the Marquis of Jinnan. Although she didn't like Xiao Yushu and wouldn't consummate with him, the status of the Marquis of Jinnan was there. After all, she was the top most powerful noble of the great Zhou dynasty, and with the identity of the wife of the Marquis of Jinnan's son on top, it would be much easier for her to do things. After her marriage she traveled, feasted, and met with friends, so she didn't have to care about what people said. In the days to come, she and Xiao Yushu treated each other with respect, and the two of them stayed out of each other's way, maintaining a superficial harmony. Although Xiao Yushu cannot get her body, but at least there is a husband's name, a talented and beautiful woman like her, who carries her own aura, to him as a wife in name only. Shouldn't he be very honored and grateful? Sheriff, you'd better go there. Butler Wang thought about it. Xiao Yushu's heroic and domineering spirit had left a deep impression on him. Nowadays, the king is not valued by his majesty, and only holds some symbolic positions, with no real power. The Linchuan royal family has no one to succeed it, and it will only get worse in the future. If the county princess really married Xiao Shirzi, it would be a rare and good marriage. He hesitated, carefully persuaded. Sheriff, I feel that Xiao Shitzi is not quite the same as before, as if he is much more reasonable. Your marriage is, after all, bestowed by His Majesty, and it is a matter of His Majesty's and noble consort's face. If there are any misunderstandings, it would be better to resolve them earlier. There's no misunderstanding. I just don't like him. Su Yuyan gave a cool and arrogant smile. Okay, I'll be there tomorrow. The upper capital was huge. It was the capital city of the great Zhou dynasty, with a resident population of 1 million. It was the most prosperous place in the world. The capital city is very small, so small that if something happens, no one will be unaware of it in less than a day. The matter of Marquis Jinnan's family's being Shirzizi being furious because of the wedding, and leading the Iron Cavalry to almost bloodily wash the Changning burial mansion, quickly spread like legs growing. This incident has different meanings to different ears. Some people think that Xiao Shizi rushes to the red face, that Xiao Yushu is really a lover. You can't see it normally, but he has the guts to take the cavalry to kill Qin Shigong. What balls! I heard that he smashed the stone lions in front of the Qin mansion and crippled the Qin family's butler. More people were of the opinion that Xiao Yushu would definitely be severely punished by the saint, and that the situation of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence was very bad. Xiao cute. After causing such a big mess, the imperial historian will definitely impeach him. Where can he be allowed to be so arrogant in a clear sky and under the feet of the Son of Heaven? This kind of villain should be severely punished. If Changningbo were to file a complaint against him, he would surely be punished, perhaps stripped of his title as the Son of the World and imprisoned in the heavenly prison. His Majesty has long been displeased with the Marquis of Jinnan's residence, and Xiao Yushu dares to stir up trouble at this time. This is the end. Even if Xiao Luoshan writes a petition to plead for leniency, it won't be able to save this brother of hers, and even she will be implicated. That little cutie, crazy, should have been severely punished long ago. The Marquis of Jinnan should have been finished long ago. Isn't it just that you fought a few battles with the demon race back then, and you really think of yourself as a savior? Sure enough, the next day, an imperial historian wrote a letter of impeachment against Xiao Yushu. This one imperial historian had always disliked the Marquis of Jinnan's residence and had repeatedly lashed out at Xiao Luoshan and Xiao Yushu. This time, he seized the opportunity and fiercely attacked the Marquis of Jinnan's residence, to set a horse in the downtown area, to charge the imperial guards, and to slash Changningbo with a knife. His evil deeds are obvious. With such a powerful person in the court, it will definitely corrupt my emperor's holy name. Please your majesty to severely punish in order to recognize the clear sky. Chapter 13, The Two Ladies of the Minister's Office. Prime Minister Lin's residence. The back garden was filled with beautiful flowers. Two 18 or 19-year-old, good-looking noblewomen were sitting in the pavilion, with exquisite white jade chess pieces on the stone table, playing against each other. The left side of the beauty of the eyebrows as far away as the mountains, eyes like spring apricot, skin like cream, temperament Zhong Ling Yuxiu, and with a share of the feeling of penetration and intelligence. The woman's name was Lin Changyin, also one of the four beauties of the capital, the first granddaughter of the current Prime Minister Lin. The one on the right, small and charming, with skin as white as snow, is Yang Zhang, the daughter of the minister of the household. She held her son in her plain hand, her wrist as crystalline as white jade, and gently dropped the. I've heard that an imperial historian has already submitted a petition to impeach Marquis Jinnan's son today. Lin Qingyi nodded, her voice as clear as water. Imperial historian Luan impeached him for arson in the downtown area, for committing murder against the powerful, and for wantonly practicing lawlessness, so that His Holiness may severely punish him in order to rectify the discipline of the national law. Yang Zhang's willow brows knit lightly. Punish him severely? Is he not allowed to be angry when the one he loves is robbed halfway across the world? Lin Qingyin put down her chess pieces and sighed softly. How did Sister Yu Yan's marriage cause so much trouble? However, that Xiao Yushu's ability to pull out a sword for his beloved is quite a sight to behold. Normally, he looks a bit foolish, but he's a reliable man in critical moments. No one in the upper capital knew about Xiao Yushu's fuss over the Qining burial mansion. A lot of young ladies and ladies who are raised in the bosom have also heard about it, and say anything they want. Most of the already married ladies disdained it, thinking that Xiao Yushu was really nonsense. But in the eyes of the unmarried ladies and girls, Xiao Yushu's image has made a 180-degree turn. They all basically held a sympathetic and even appreciative attitude towards Xiao Yushu. Try to think of how romantic it would be if there was really someone who was willing to rush to the door and stiffen other powerful people for his own sake, not hesitating to draw his sword and look around. For a while Xiao Yushu had many more sympathetic voices in the upper capital, and his previous reputation as a playboy and a fool had been diluted a lot. Lin Qingyin said, I've heard that as long as Uncle Changning submits a petition, the saint may deprive Xiao Yushu of his title as the world's son. Yang Zhen sniffed and put down his chess piece in a depressed manner. No more. It's exasperating to have a hot-blooded man in the upper capital so easily, and to be deprived of the title of world son. Lin Qingyin asked with a slight smile, how is your marriage with the Gu family going? Yang Zhan lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes flickering as she whispered, it's still the same. Gu Shizi's body, not much improvement yet he can't die. Sooner or later, I will marry into the Gu family. Lin Qingyin sighed softly as Yang Zhang and the son of the Gu family of the Marquis of Ningyuan were engaged to be married. This Gu Shizi's health is not good, often sick, recuperating for a few months before being able to walk on the ground. And Gu Shizi's mother, the Gu family's marquis wife, was a famously shrewd and powerful figure in the upper capital. With a sickly husband and a strong mother-in-law, Yang Zhang's marriage is really not that good. Yang Zhang spoke with hatred. If I had known this day, I would have been better off marrying Xiao Yushu. At least he dared to lead his troops up to the Changning burial mansion and smack Qin Shigong in the face with a sword just for Su Yuyan. Where is the Marquis Jinnan mansion inferior to the Marquis Ningyuan mansion? I only hate that I realized it too late and didn't go and fight with Su Yuyan. Lin Qingyin poured herself a cup of tea and smiled as she gently sipped it. What Yang Zhang said is not wrong. The Jinan Marquis House is better than the Ningyuan Marquis House. Xiao Yushu stupid but very dedicated, dare to stand up to protect their loved ones. This alone beats countless men. Moreover, the Jinan Marquis backyard is very clean, with no in-laws on top and no other messy things in the various houses. The only sister is still the Marquis of Jinan, stationed at the southwest border all year. After entering the Marquis of Jinan's mansion, Mrs. Shirzi is the absolute mistress, powerful, honorable and comfortable. These benefits of the major families of the noble family cannot compare. Lin Qingyin sighed softly. Xiao Shitzi with such a crazy and violent temperament will always suffer. This time it may be severely punished by the saint. Yu Yan marrying into the Marquis of Jinnan's house may not be a good marriage. Even though she has the name of the world's son's wife on her head, her days in the future will not necessarily be good. Janine sighed and smiled at her. It's better that you married well and directly became a prince consort. His Royal Highness, the fifth prince, is of noble birth, elegant and gentle, and at first glance is a courteous gentleman. The two of you have such a good relationship. It's really a match made in heaven and earth. Lin Qingyin smiled faintly, but did not answer. Her marriage to the fifth prince looks like a good match to any outsider. In her heart, however, she understood that this was a political deal between her grandfather, Prime Minister Lin, and the emperor. Feelings, the two of them have a little bit. To say how deep it is, it's not that deep, but how many women from official families can decide on their own about marriage? Marrying the fifth prince and becoming the imperial consort was already a good choice. Lin Qingyin did not show it on her face, but in fact, in her heart, she actually had a hint of hidden envy towards Su Yuyan. It's easy to find a priceless treasure, but it's hard to find a loving man. Xiao Yushu sacrificed his life for the sake of Su Yuyan, treating imperial power and the rules of the world as if they were nothing. This kind of thing, the fifth prince Su Jin could never do. Just then, a middle-aged official with a gentle face and 3 wisps of beard approached. This man was none other than Lin Qingyin's father, and the only son of Prime Minister Lin on the spot, Minister of the Household Department, Lin Inda. Greetings, father. Greetings, uncle. Lin Qingyin and Yang Zhang smiled as they stepped forward and bowed to Lin Inda. Yang Zhan's mother was a cousin of Lin Inda, and the two families were related by marriage. Lin Inda nodded and said casually, Ener, the weather is sunny today. You can go out more with Jinner. Yes, father. Lin Inda pulled out a pair of warm and delicate jade connecting rings and handed them to Lin Qingyin and Yang Zhang. Uncle Chang'e gave me some gifts. This jade ring looks exquisite. You guys take it and play with it. Uncle Chang'e? Yang Zhang took the jade ring and asked curiously, Uncle, the Wu County sheriff of Uncle Chang'e's family is the Miss Su who was carried in by the Marquis of Jinan, right? Lam Yumdiak said. The one who entered the Marquis of Jinan's mansion is the daughter of the Qing'e family. He gave me a gift. Just want me to help think of a way. It's not easy to be a parent, so I'll help if I can. Lin Qingyin asked, Father, what has the saint decided to do with the Marquis of Jinnan's son? I heard that he's going to strip him of his worldly title? Lin Inda shook his head and said, that Xiao Yushu brat is so lucky to be half-assed. He didn't know that Xiao Yushu had caught Qin Shigong's unauthorized handle and could only attribute it to Xiao Shitzi's good luck. Lin Qingyin and Yang Zhang were taken aback and couldn't help but look at each other. Lin Inda explained with a smile, today, in addition to Luan, there are people in the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Households who have impeached Xiao Shitzi, but Changning Qin Shigong also on the Zhangbiao, wrote a whole lot. Throughout the meaning of one sentence I and Xiao Shitzi fooling around. You do not meddle in the matter. He spoke with humor and wit, and Lin Qingyin and Yang Zhang couldn't help but laugh. Lin Qingyin smiled, her clear cold eyes flickering. Without the endorsement of Uncle Changning, His Majesty will only reprimand Shitzi Xiao and there will be no actual punishment. After all, Great General Xiao and the 200,000 Jinan army are still around. Lin Inda gave her an appreciative look and, although His Majesty is suspicious of the suppression of the Marquis of Jinan, but the reputation of the Marquis of Jinan army deterrence is still there. In order to suppress there must be a justifiable reason. Now people Changning Bo himself said joking, the emperor is not convenient to intervene, can only be left unsettled. As for any trouble with the horses, charging the imperial guards, he's a cutie. Well, the emperor can still talk to a little cutie about this little thing. What's the matter? This fiasco with Xiao Yushu has surprisingly passed without incident. Yang Jin sighed enviously. That Wu County Sheriff Su Baila is really lucky. Chapter 14 Meeting Su Yuyan for the first time. The next day, the carriage of the Linchuan royal family stopped in front of Yanlai House. The maid, Xiao Painting, jumped out of the car and carefully had to lift the curtains, holding Su Yuyan's hand. Su Yuyan got out of the carriage and looked around. She was born bright and beautiful, with a slightly raised chin and a color of rich and delicate reserve. Today's dress is very bright and eye-catching. A light green lake silk palace dress set off her figure slender and delicate. Her hair was like clouds, coiled up in a double flat bun, and she wore a Jasper 7-jeweled lingerie hairpin, with an elegant and high-flowering demeanor. Su Yuyan can be described as 1,000 arrogance in one body. And yesterday Xiao Yushu made a fuss over her in the Changning burial mansion, making her even more famous. What kind of beauty could have caused Xiao Shizi to be so furious that he almost set foot on the residence of a powerful nobleman? The female shopkeeper of Yanlai Lu, Zhao Xinyang, personally led the way for her, her words respectful and flattering. In the midst of a large swath of awestruck and envious gazes, Su Yuyan was slightly pleased in her heart and arrived at the Yulan Jian style with Xiao painting. Yanlai Lu was not a mere restaurant, but an exquisite architectural garden, somewhat like a high-class club where the rich and powerful gathered. Yulan Jai is one of the exquisite small courtyard, elegant and secluded. In the courtyard, there is a rockery and a clear spring, and plantains and begonias are also planted. When Su Yuyan entered the main hall, she saw Xiao Yushu with his hands behind his back, admiring the paintings on the wall at a glance. She had a cold sunshine in her heart. Xiao Yushu, this naive son couldn't even recognize all the words. What else did he know about calligraphy and painting? But it's just a matter of seeing her coming and hurrying to put on a spin and attach herself to the situation. Xiao Yushu turned back and saw this bright and cool beauty before he connected the Su Yuyan in his memory with the real person. It turns out that she is the original body and mind. Dead to marry Su Yuyan, he gently owed. Lord Lin Chuan. Without answering a single word, Su Yuyan arrogantly crossed straight over him and walked to the table to sit down. The cool gaze fell on Xiao Yushu, looking up and down, full of pickiness and dissatisfaction. Xiao Yushu, what do you want to find me here? Xiao Yushu froze, not even responding to the greeting. She really didn't have any semblance of respect for him. Su Yuyan retracted her gaze with a tone of coldness and impatience. Your Marquis Jinnan's house is also considered a powerful and noble family. Yet you couldn't even do a good job of receiving the marriage yesterday. You might as well ask your sister to petition His Majesty that our marriage be cancelled. Xiao Yushu returned to his senses and only frowned gently. Don Guifei personally introduced. The emperor decreed to give marriage. Involving the Pengzhou land belongs to the important marriage. In her mouth is so worthless? He thought darkly in his mind. Turn on abnormal ability 1. Eavesdrop on the voice of the heart. Object of effect Su Yuyan. Xiao Yushu immediately heard the voice in Su Yuyan's heart. Neither can taste the zither in chess, nor can talk about poems and songs. Every time with this little cutie. Every time I meet with this little cutie, it's boring as hell, but I have to meet her. It's really annoying. Unfortunately, he and I were married by the emperor, and his sister Xiao Luotian would never agree to withdraw from the marriage, so I had to resign myself to being the wife of the Marquis of Jinan. And this stupid and uninteresting people spend their lives together. Think about it will feel depressing. This Jinan Marquis wife's identity, Lu Ruoshuan and Yu Xiang are still greedy very much, but I don't care at all. If I have the chance to refuse, it's only because the gods have blessed me. Hearing her heartfelt words, Xiao Yushu smiled coldly in his heart. Xiao Shizi, what's the use of being a licking dog for these many years when you've saddled up and really paid your dues? If a woman doesn't like you, you're only touching yourself if you're humble and proactive. Seeing that Xiao Yushu did not speak, Su Yuyan was a bit uncomfortable and opened her mouth to ask, why are you so silent today? Don't you usually like to chatter in front of me? Xiao Yushu smiled faintly. County Lord has elegant aspirations, and I, a layman, don't know what to talk about. Let's just talk casually then. County Princess is familiar with the fifth prince? The fifth prince is acquainted with Su Yuyan, and there are quite a few rumors circulating between the two, which is not a pleasant topic. Su Yuyan frowned, still saying calmly, Jin and I grew up together as childhood sweethearts with similar interests, so our relationship is naturally close. Why is he asking? Did someone say something bad in front of him? It doesn't matter even if something was said. I, Su Yuyan, am an independent woman, and I don't need your nod to socialize with anyone. An independent woman? You're getting married and you don't need to tell your future husband about meeting other men? All rights and no responsibilities. I've seen too many women like that in my previous life. What you are responsible for making money to support your family and I am responsible for looking beautiful. What? He's my boyhood friend. You can't interfere with us seeing each other. What I just met with my ex-boyfriend. I didn't do anything. Why don't you believe me? Xiao Yushu picked up his teacup and sipped it. The sunlight shone on the side of his face, leaving a nice sharpened and resolute silhouette. He didn't bother to say a word more than that, and only came to meet for the sake of his predecessor to make an end of it. If County Princess Linchuan truly wanted to marry into the Marquis of Jinnan's residence, but was delayed by this fiasco of carrying the wrong sedan chair, then he was willing to make amends in place of his predecessor. Nowadays, it seems to be unnecessary. Xiao Yushu has such a temperament. If he thinks it's worth it, then everything is fine. If he felt that this person was not worth it, then he would simply and decisively stay away. and would not waste a single ounce of energy on this person again. In the future, Su Yuyen will have nothing to do with whoever she wants to date and whatever she wants to do. Su Yuyen saw that he didn't concur and just drank tea in silence. On weekdays, no matter what she said or asked for, Xiao Yushu would immediately agree, so attentive that it was distracting. This light today was quite a surprise to her. The silence froze the atmosphere of the two, but instead there was a faint sense of oppression. Su Yuyen's willow brows frowned, and emotions immediately surged up in her heart. Xiao Yushu, what do you mean? Could it be that you have something against my words? Whether I am with Jin or with other literary friends, my dealings are all honorable. Since you and I are getting married, we must trust each other first. If you don't even give me that trust, how can you be worthy of being my husband? Xiao Yushu looked at her face lines that appeared harsh because of her anger, and his complexion cooled down. Sheriff, do you mean that after the marriage you will have to attend rallies, wine banquets, and travel together with the fifth prince, or other men? Do you think it's appropriate to act like this? Su Yuyen didn't expect the always deferential him to dare to ask back, and his tone was still cold. Yesterday's marriage did not go well, and by coming out to see him by himself today, he has already given him a great deal of face. How dare he not know enough to continue to ask rhetorical questions? She was suddenly seething with anger. Xiao Yushu, you talk about liking me all day long, but you can't even tolerate my normal relationships. What's the point of marrying you like this? I originally wanted to observe you and give you a chance after I turned 30. Oh, not anymore. You can never get me. Even if the emperor grants me a marriage, even if you kneel down and kowtow to beg me, I will never consummate my marriage with you. I will never give you children. Chapter 15, You Don't Deserve It. Xiao Yushu put down his tea, and all the apologies that arose from picking up the wrong bride disappeared. After this cup of tea, there is a kind of emotion in the body is also released. With the aroma of tea fade away, his gaze was penetrating and condensed, and under the quiet forced gaze, Su Yuyen actually felt a bit wretched, as if the things in her heart were exposed. Immediately feeling her dignity challenged, she raised her voice with an unfavorable gaze. So what if I go on a trip with my friends? So what if I go to a literary meeting? Men can even go to the greenhouse brothel. I just meet with friends, have a meal and you cannot accept? When Sujin is brother general. We grew up together. I know him time than know you earlier. Could it be that because of you, we don't even dare to see each other? Xiao Yushu, how can you, a big man, be so narrow-minded and petty? Xiao Yushu gently shook his head and laughed coldly. You have already reached adulthood, not youth. Now that you are already in a position to be married, the fifth prince has already settled on the Lin family's young lady as the imperial consort. If you are a good woman with self-respect and self-love, wouldn't you still be nostalgic for him? The various powerful families in the upper capital. You see which one of them is willing to watch their wives play and play with other men. Xiao Yushu. Su Yuyen stood up violently, her face pale and trembling with anger. How dare you insult me like that? Do you think that I am not married to you in this upper capital? What qualifications do you have to meddle in matters between us? I'll tell you, your looks and talents are not a fraction of a percent better than the fifth highness. Even a man's broad-mindedness and temperament is far inferior to him. The maid, Xiao Painting, stared at Su Yuyen with wide eyes, shocked. How can you speak to Prince Xiao in such a manner? Why doesn't Mr. Xiao let the Sheriff King get away with this at all? Xiao Yushu didn't get angry. He just smiled sarcastically and said calmly, the fifth prince is nice, but he doesn't want you. Su Yuyen trembled. Her face lost its blood color all of a sudden, and her head was violently dizzied as if she had been hit hard by a sledgehammer. She held onto the table and nearly fell over, and Xiao Paint rushed to support her. You. She didn't expect Xiao Yushu to say such vicious and sharp words. It poked right into the depths of her insides, tearing at her violently. Xiao Yushu stood up and said in a cold voice, County Princess Lin Chuan, Xiao Yushu used to be devoted to you and did so much for you. He even pleaded with my sister to get the Jinnan army to hand over the land of Pingzhou in exchange for this marriage. Your concubine was the matchmaker. His Majesty bestowed the marriage. A state was the bride price. And he did everything he could to treat you with sincerity. But you were only disdainful and indifferent. Even though you are about to become a noblewoman, you don't even have the basic decency. You truly do not deserve to be treated with such pomp and circumstance. I will petition His Majesty for a new marriage, and you and I will never be the same again. What? The land of Pennsylvania? Su Yuyen's brain was roiling with confusion and a sense of vertigo. There were only 50 states under the Great Zhou Heaven, while there were hundreds of princesses and county lords with famous names. Since the founding of the Great Zhou, even the most honored princesses have been married off, and only 3 of them have fixed their gifts as a state. A woman at the sheriff's level had never been this grand. A state? How dare he ask the Jinnan army to sacrifice Pengzhou for me? Can he do that? Jinjin? Watching Xiao Yushu about to leave, Su Yuyen suddenly felt as if something very important was leaving her. She couldn't help but call out to Xiao Yushu and said sharply, You stand still. I didn't have anything with Qin Shigong last night, he dash. Sheriff, Xiao Yushu interrupted her. I believe what you said, but none of that matters. Su Yuyan clenched her teeth, and for a moment she was actually bewildered, not knowing what to say. After so many years of her being high and mighty, just bowing down and admitting her mistake to her face like that was something she couldn't do in any way. She was ashamed and annoyed in her heart, and her eyes stared dead on, vaguely appearing foggy. Xiao Yushu, how can you do this to me? I'll never forgive you. Xiao Yushu coldly sized up Linchuan County Lord Su Yuyan. She was beautiful to look at, delicate and graceful, like the protagonist of a workman's brush painting of a lady. But there are many, many beauties in the world. Xiao Yushu, who made 200,000 Jinan troops bow down, and yet I'm the only one. You're just the first daughter of a cold-hearted prince. Your mother's family has no power and no influence, and you think you're a fairy because you've got the bragging rights of a few literati to pursue you? The fifth prince just covets your body, and with a few kind words and a gift, you think he's devoted to you? You never get it. It was Marquis Jinnan's son's passionate pursuit of you and his obsessive and bitter love for you that elevated you to such a high position. It is the honor of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence, the future status of the wife of the Marquis of Jinnan's son that makes so many powerful people respect and accept you. Without these additions, you are nothing, Xiao Yushu said. As you wish. The wedding letter and gung invitation. I will send someone to send back to the Linchuan king's residence. The petition to His Majesty to change the bestowal of marriage will be between these days. Precious Lord Linchuan. He bowed slightly, politely and calmly, and turned away dryly. Never looked back from the beginning. Back at the Marquis of Jinnan's residence, Xiao Yushu instructed Uncle Zhong. Tomorrow, send someone to return Su Yuyan's marriage certificate, gung invitation and fixed gift to Linchuan Wangfu. Xiao Zhong saw that he had made up his mind, so he stopped trying to persuade him. Since the world's son no longer liked County Princess Linchuan, she was no longer a member of the Marquis of Jinnan. Xiao Yushu thought about it and asked, Uncle Zhong, do we have any mild herbs in our storehouse that tonify the body and nourish the qi? Yes, there are many kinds. The Jinnan army sends back herbs and specialties from the Mang Mountain every year. There are quite a few stored in the treasury. The old slave will take you there. In the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion, there were a total of 5 depots, which were the Secret Depot, Soldier's Depot, Money Depot, Treasure Material Depot, and Pooch Depot. The secret store kept all kinds of gongfa, maps and important documents. The armory stored weapons and armor. The money store kept silver money and silk. The treasure store kept medicinal herbs and ores. And the general goods store kept ordinary daily necessities and things like food and cloth. Xiao Yushu was led by Xiao Zhong to the treasure material storehouse. The storehouse was lined with rows of tall and dense shelves, storing all sorts of precious medicinal herbs and ores. The Xiao family has been guarding the 60,000-mile Manshan Mountain for 3 generations. Starting with Xiao Ti, the Manshan Mountain range flourished with spiritual energy, and while it was certainly infested with demonic races and all sorts of ferocious beasts and poisonous insects, it was also very productive, with all sorts of geniuses and rare medicinal herbs being produced. After accumulating for 60 years, the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion was filled with a wide array of medicinal herbs and treasures that were piled up. 500 years of blood ginseng. This is good. It can enhance qi, blood and physical strength. Water embracing fruit? It's a good thing to condense the spirit and rationalize the qi, so all evils won't invade. Xiao Hyun chose 7 or 8 samples, put them in a wooden box, and handed them to Xiao Zhong. From today onwards, have the chef in the house make medicinal meals and put these herbs in to nourish the lady's body. Yes, Seiji. The Marquis of Jinnan had a lot of medicinal herbs, so the chefs all knew how to make medicinal meals, and the Marquis medicinal meals were famous in the entire Shangjing noble circle. Xiao Zhong received the herbs and said in his heart, the Wu County sheriff is a little lower in status and a little uglier, too tall, but the matter of marriage is still up to the world's son himself. Seeing the world master's posture, he's very fond of County Mistress Wu. Whoever he likes, the top and bottom of the Marquis of Jinnan house will support. Chapter 16, Sister May. Xiao Yushu changed his clothes and came to the backyard by himself, practicing martial arts meticulously. This world, it's not peaceful. Outside, there are millions of demons eyeing humans, and inside, there is the Emperor of the Great Zhou and various forces wanting to dismantle and annex the Jinnan army. Everything he settled for came from his sister Xiao Luoshan and the force of the Jinnan army. Xiao Yushu had a sense of urgency. He had to be strong as soon as possible and truly play a role for the Marquis of Jinnan. He stood in the clearing next to the tea tree grove in the backyard, setting up his stance and slowly practicing his fist. The Marquis of Jinnan's residence had 3 directly transmitted mastery: the demon suppressing fist, the demon killing gun, and the 6 absolute demon sentinel arrow. The only thing Xiao Yushu was proficient in was the demon suppressing fist, and the remaining 2 disciplines he was just getting started. After he completely broke up with Su Yuyan, He felt that the residual obsession of this body had faded away. The whole body is in harmony with the spirit, and the spirit is much purer. He carefully practiced the fist move by move. This Shin demon fist contains the internal heart method. As the fist move evolves, the body chi, blood and internal force is stimulated, surging like a tidal wave. The Shin demon fist has 13 moves, which is the best skill of Marquis Xiao Ti's life. Although there are only 13 moves, each move is extremely powerful. Xiao Yushu's fist strokes flowed with familiarity, and gradually a clear wind moved with his fist as his mind dipped into a realm of emptiness and clarity. The key to boxing is to emphasize the spirit of the fist, and the power of his essence is far more than before, and his boxing method is also greatly improved with it. At the moment, in his mind, there was only boxing, as if he was seeing a giant that loomed like a mountain. One fist was like a knife and axe, shaking heaven and earth. A punch to capture a dragon, a punch to subdue a tiger, a punch to open a mountain, a punch to break a river. Without realizing it, Xiao Yushu merged with this giant and experienced the vastness and boundlessness, the aura of mankind's conquest of the Manhwa victory over all things in heaven and earth. Tackle the dragon cannon. Xiao Yushu let out a low gulp, and a fist shone in front of him like lightning and crashed straight out. The air was like a thunderbolt, and the airflow stirred and rotated violently. A fist power as with infinite suction, such as a long river like surging and rushing, but also like a cannonball just as fierce and violent, erupted and flew straight forward. A large tea tree by his side shook with a roar, and all the petals on the tree's crown flew out into the air, attracted by the strength of his fist and flew into that overpowering torrent. That fist force, transformed into a gorgeous airflow wrapped in countless flying petals, swept and rushed toward the distance with a thunderous roar. In a loud boom, a boulder 3 feet away, 1 person high, was shattered to pieces. Looking at the green granite boulders and then the bare tea trees, Xiao Yushu smiled in relief. It's reached the late stage of the sovereign realm. Ordinary martial artists in the Jianghu were categorized into 5 classes, from the 5th class to the 1st class. Above the first-rate masters was the realm of the sovereign masters. By the time they reached the sovereign realm, there weren't many that could match them. The 5 iron guards of the Jinan army, including Lai Tie, all 4 of them were at the peak of the Zhongshu realm. Above the master is the innate realm. At this time has been able to experience the creation of heaven and earth, call part of the power of heaven and earth for their own use. A move and style amazing power. Xiao Taijing, the head of the 5 iron guards, was in the innate realm. This kind of expert was already at the top of the pyramid in the Jianghu, and there were only a handful of 20 or so in the entire Great Zhou. Xiao Luotian, the Marquis of Jinan, was stuck at the peak of the innate realm and had never broken through. She had excellent talent and was a rare innate martial arts saint body. However, she went into battle at the age of 14 with her armor on, and in order to block the millions of demons from going north in the Battle of Yunchuan River mouth, she suffered multiple severe wounds to her foundation. Although the martial arts had continued to progress over the years, it was difficult to go any further when one reached the peak of the innate. Thinking of this, Xiao Yushu couldn't help but feel sad for a while. This sister of his, for the Marquis of Jinan, had paid too much. Not only was the martial arts foundation damaged, but the entire person's vitality was affected. Xiao Luotian was only 4 or 5 years older than him, and he already had a head full of white, with hair that looked like an old crone from a distance. Xiao Yushu sighed softly, really wishing that he could find a way to let his sister return to her normal self as soon as possible. In today's condition, it is difficult to find a brother-in-law. After practicing martial arts, Xiao Yushu simply scrubbed himself and went into the study. He found out the imperial residence reports and Jinnan military reports over the years and read them carefully. This large pile of diaries and military reports gave Xiao Yushu a comprehensive understanding of the situation in the world. The Great Zhou dynasty has a total of 50 states under the sky, divided into 10 provinces, with the grassland barbarians in the north and the sea in the east. To the south is a large swampy jungle, and from west to south are rolling mountains, especially the Kangmang mountain in the southwest, which stretched for 60,000 miles and was home to millions of demon clans, was the heart of Great Zhou and even the human race. The 60,000 miles of Kangmang mountain was like a huge barrier separating the demon race and the human race. However, an opening appeared in the southwest, from which the demon race could invade the central plains and the Jiangnan region. This opening is the 3 states and 5 passes guarded by the Jinan army. These 3 states were Qianzhou, Azhou, and Pengzhou, which belonged to the Sichuan region of the Jiannan Road. The 3 states are quite large, with one state twice the size of the others, and the terrain is treacherous and easy to defend. There are 5 heavenly passes within the 3 states, namely Jianmen Pass, Dalu Pass, Wanko Pass, Skeleton Walled City, and Iron Blood Pass. 3 states and 5 passes plus 200,000 troops, before barely blocking the demon race cannot invade the Great Zhou hinterland. With an army of 200,000 men, The amount of military expenses, food and supplies needed in a year is astronomical. Under the deliberate suppression of the imperial court, food and wages have never been sufficient over the years. Xiao Luoshan was forced to find ways to open up financial resources on her own, but she was just barely able to maintain it. Today's Jinnan army, lack of weapons, lack of food, lack of silver. In short, in addition to the enemy is not lacking, everything is lacking. Xiao Yushu saw the 3 consecutive papers calling for military expenses this year. The imperial court allocated 2 million taels of silver a year to the Jinnan army for military expenses. Of this 2 million taels of silver, 1,200,000 taels was allocated by the central government of the imperial court. The other 800,000 taels were to be borne half by the Jiangnan province and half by the wealthy Jiangnan province. The 1,200,000 taels appropriated by the court were issued in installments of 300,000 taels at the beginning of each quarter. But it is already April this year, and the military expenses for the first quarter have not yet been delivered, and the Jinnan army is in a very embarrassing situation. So it seems, the first difficulty is to find a way to get money. Xiao Yushu frowned and thought as a cup of fragrant tea was brought up and placed by his hand. He looked back and it was Lai Mayer who delivered the tea. This study involves the secrets of the Jinnan army, and the new Mrs. Su Baila can't come in yet. Lai Mayer grew up with Xiao Yushu and worked as Xiao Yushu's maid, so she was used to doing these things. It was only later that she followed Xiao Luoshan from the army to the battlefield, and rarely had the opportunity to deliver tea and serve it again. Xiao Lang, have some tea. How about going to see County Lord Lin Chuan today? Lai Mayer asked. She had grown up in the mansion since she was a child and was very familiar with Xiao Yushu. The two had been close since childhood, and Lai Mayer's claim to be his sister was not a mistake. She was very casual with Xiao Yushu, calling him Xiao Lang directly on informal occasions, and not addressing Shitzi. Even if she had picked up Xiao Yushu's bride by mistake, she was not too intimidated, and she went out for a turn and came back as if nothing had happened. Xiao Yushu looked at her, and Lai Mayer immediately lifted up her hun, proudly displaying her beautiful figure. The long period of exercise and fighting had left her entire body without a trace of flab. Her brute waist and long legs were strong and athletic, full of smooth beauty. Chapter 17 An Accident in the Study. Xiao Yushu hurriedly averted his gaze and cursed himself for being shameless. Obviously already have a la child little petite wife. Still dare to peep fierce sister. He pondered for a moment, frowning as he asked about the doubts in his mind. Sister Mayer, you don't like the Linchuan sheriff, do you? Lai Mayer smiled wryly and hummed. That Su Yu Yen is duplicitous, thinking of someone else in her heart, and wants to marry you. The way she looks at you, she doesn't even have the slightest bit of affection in her eyes. How could I possibly like her? So you purposely picked up the wrong bride so that she couldn't enter? Xiao Yushu asked seriously. How is that possible? Hey, how could I be that kind of person? Lai Mayer's face was full of panic, but her eyes were emboldened. Xiao Yushu sighed. And it was true. The 5 iron guards of the Jinnan army. Everyone is a dragon and phoenix among men. Tens of thousands of troops are leading a dripping army. How can they even pick up a bride by mistake? There are not so many coincidences in the world. This Lai Mayer is on purpose. I just don't know whether Lai Mayer himself is the mastermind in this matter, or whether his good sister, Great General Xiao, is secretly authorizing it. He glared angrily at Lai Mayer, who glared back at him with an innocent look, and deliberately posed in a provocative manner. You, Xiao Yushu glanced fiercely at Lai Mayer, and there was nothing he could do for a moment, so he simply ignored her. Lai Mayer's eyes were cunning. Seeing that he was angry and ignoring him, she deliberately stood unsteadily and collapsed on top of him. Ayasholan Yu forgive Sister Mayer, this female tiger is up to no good again. Xiao Yushu angry jumped up, against the sky, this time to hold down her hard to beat. He moved upward and together. Lai Mayer bent and bowed, and the two came together at once. Xiao Yushu froze, slightly raised his head, and the two lips touched, carrying a sweet and clear fragrance. The study was incredibly quiet, and then the two hurriedly separated, both blushing. Lai Mayer blushed and breathed heavily. She was at the peak of the Zhongshe realm cultivation, and even if she lifted 1,000 pounds of weight, her breathing would not be slightly disrupted. But just now is the first time she kissed a man. In the light of a kiss actually lost their calm. At a loss, honest as a timid little rabbit general, Xiao Yushu laughed. Sister Mayer, from now on, you are not allowed to take matters into your own hands. The next time, I'll have my sister transfer you back and replace you with Xiao Taijing. Lai Mayer wooed and grabbed his arm, softly begging for mercy. Mayer knows she's wrong. Xiao Lang is the best to Mayer. Let me stay with you. Ginger is not fun to play with. He is so rude and uninteresting, and he is also a flat child. Xiao Yushu helplessly glared at her fiercely and hummed. Lai Mayer's pretty face was red, and with a cheeky smile, she moved a small bench and sat behind Xiao Yushu, honestly watching him read. The sunlight penetrated into the study, and the wind blew a faint scent of tea flowers. Her eyes softened, and she quietly pulled out a small flask and took a sip. Just be quiet. Watch him grow up. Watching him read and write. It is her greatest enjoyment. I remember that cold snowy day. She was bruised all over and fainted from hunger at the back door of Jinan Ho. The tiny teenage boy brought hot porridge and took off his cloak to cover her, and he was stupid enough to take her stinking beggar's frozen feet in his arms without minding the filth. The others told him to hurry up and put it down, but he naively said, "No, my sister will be cold." From that moment on, in this life, she would die for him. For his sake she would put on a coat of iron and take up a yoke of iron, even in the face of 100,000 enemy troops, the hideous demon race, and also one way or the other. She's his sister Mei, also Lai Tie of the Jinan army. The military history of the Jinan army was a magnificent history of the human race's resistance against the demon race. 60 to 70 years ago the demon race wreaked havoc, and countless demon races rushed into the areas of the Central Plains where people flourished, slaughtering and cannibalizing, killing and abusing. The once prosperous cities and villages became a hell with no one for thousands of miles and white bones all over the place. Xiao Yushu's grandfather, Xiao Ti, suffered a great disaster at home when he was a teenager, and his entire family was destroyed in a wave of demonic beasts. He has since aspired to guard the people of the world and drive the demon race out of the Central Plains, so he joined the army to kill the demons, single-handedly established the Jinan army, and promulgated the order of killing demons, and finally drove the demons back to the Mangdan Mountains together with the great heroes of the world. He then led the people of Jiannan Dao to repair the 5 majestic passes and personally led his troops to defend them, firmly locking the demon race within Mongshan Mountain. The demon race has been plaguing the world for decades. Miles of rivers and mountains in the Central Plains. This is a happy land for the human race, but the demon race took advantage of the chaos and rose, slaughtered the city, cannibalism, killing for fun, white bones in the field, the corpse plugged the river, a reckless man, national hatred, sent in a body, endure humiliation to survive in the world, vowed to kill all the world's demons. Today I kill the demon. If we can work together to discuss the same encouragement, set up this order to kill the demon, hurt my people die, kill my people die, eat my people die. Kill all the world's demon race, recreate a clear sky. Now after 60 years, the order to kill the demon still sounds like a yellow bell when read, and it is awe-inspiring. Xiao Yushu said, "Just now, I read the military report that in order to prevent the demon race from multiplying and growing, the Jinan army has to frequently go into the mountains to kill the neighboring demon and beast groups. However, this year's military expenses have not been sent down, and the army has a strange shortage of armor, weapons, and bows and arrows. So there is simply no power to go out on the battlefield. Great General, my sister's situation is also very difficult right now, isn't it?" Lai Mei nodded her head and spoke seriously. "There is an inherent gap between our human race and the demon race in terms of endowment. We are inferior to the demon race in terms of strength and speed, and we don't have claws and teeth in our bodies. In a one-on-one situation, it is difficult for humans with the same strength to fight against the demon race, but the demon race has a huge number of people, and their reproduction speed can be much faster than ours. Without good armor and swords, and bow and crossbow implements, we can't destroy the demons, but all of these things, they are very costly, and it's not easy for the great general to be this family." Xiao Yushu sighed lightly and said in his heart, "It's so hard, to make him happy, to marry the woman of his choice." Without saying a word, Xiao Luoshan ceded Pingzhou, the best economy among the 3 southwestern states. These 3 states are the foundation of the Jinan army's survival. This sister of his, can't say enough about him, the authentic spoiled brother fiend. If I were to achieve great success in my martial arts and also enter the innate realm, or even the divine sea realm, I would be able to help my sister and the Jinan army greatly. Unfortunately, until now I have only just entered the late stage of the sovereign realm. In this great world where demons and humans coexist, it's just a slightly stronger ant. Martial arts can still be practiced slowly, but the Jinan army is just too poor, and getting money is already a pressing matter. He said to himself, the emperor suppressed the Jinan army. We have to get ourselves a fortune. Lai Mei skimmed helplessly, here in the upper capital, with your hands tied everywhere. What else can there be to make money? If you ask me to think of something, I'll just kill and rob. Xiao Yushu shook his head and smiled, then fell into deep thought. That's not an unreasonable statement. All lines of lucrative business were held by the royal family and the powerful, and no one was willing to cooperate with the Marquis of Jinan. Only robbing is the fastest way to get money. Only then can we utilize the strengths of the Marquis of Jinan. After decades of fighting with the strong demon race and laying down their lives, his men were all elite soldiers. In terms of fighting ability, who else is better than our Jinan army? The question is who to grab. Gotta think about that. Chapter 18, Meeting the Fifth Prince on the Road. The Linchuan Royal Residence. Su Yuyan stared blankly at herself in the bronze mirror. The flower-like beauty seemed a little haggard. She still can't believe that Xiao Yushu came for real. What did he say? You want to send back the marriage certificate and invitation, and you don't want her? How is that possible? How could he break off his feelings for me all these years? Although she had been unimpressed by Xiao Yushu's pursuit of her over the years, he was, after all, the honored son of the Marquis of Jinan. The Marquis of Jinan guarded the world's life, and its fame spread all over the world, and along with it, her fame also grew greatly, and she received a lot of invisible benefits. Su Yuyan was suddenly very uneasy in her heart. She claimed that she asked Xiao Yushu to write a letter to beg the emperor to cancel the marriage, not wanting to be the wife of this Marquis of Jinan's son. It was obviously something she had asked for, but when it actually happened, her heart was so empty that it was surprisingly depressing. No way. He's always wanted me to marry him. He wouldn't really back out. He must be pissed off. He's backing down to get away with it. Sheriff. Xiaoping came running in sharply, her face all horrified. What is it? Su Yuyan woodenly picked up the comb and slowly combed her hair. Xiaoping said with a sobbing voice, "This morning, the Marquis of Jinan returned your marriage certificate, the gun invitation and the fixed gift." The king was fuming, and the people from the Marquis of Jinan mansion put down their things and left. Pa dash. The delicate ivory comb fell to the ground. Su Yuyan bit her lips tightly, her hands squeezing white. How could he? How dare he? Suddenly a feeling so bad mixed with trepidation rose up that water stains actually appeared in the corners of her eyes. She was no longer the fifth prince's consort, and she couldn't be the wife of the Marquis of Jinnan's son. What would the various families of officials and eunuchs in the upper capital city, the girlfriends who had always been close to her, and the high-end circle of powerful people, think of her? A cacophony of noise came from the Linchuan County King's crown princess. Su Yuyan's mother, Su Gan, barged in with her maids and sisters. Yener, what's going on? How did the Marquis of Jinnan return the marriage certificate? She asked in a frightened voice. She is very clear about the Linchuan Wangfu's family background. The king is not valued by the emperor, and nowadays the Linchuan Wangfu is only an empty shelf. Being able to tie the knot with the extremely powerful Marquis Jinnan's family was the best choice for Su Yuyan. Or rather, if Xiao Yushu was not unilaterally infatuated with Su Yuyan, with the strength of the Linchuan royal house, she would not have been qualified to marry into the Jinnan Marquis house as a first wife. Seeing Su Yuyan just sitting in silence, Su Gan anxiously whispered, "Nothing happened between you and Changning Uncle Qin Shigong. It's clean and innocent. Didn't you tell Xiao Yushu yesterday? If he doesn't believe us, we can ask his residents to send a sister to examine you." "Mother!" Su Yuyan violently interrupted her. "How can you belittle me like this? I did see Xiao Yushu yesterday, but I didn't say anything. I didn't like him in the first place, and it's not enough that I don't want to marry him?" Facing her daughter's stubborn look, Su Gan gritted her teeth and said, "Don't want to marry? In addition to him, look at the top of the dynasty's noble and high-ranking official family. Which first son is willing to take you as his wife? We can't even touch the edge of that kind of power. Daughter, think carefully. This is a lifetime of riches. If you miss a chance, you'll never get it again. Xiao Yushu likes you so much, and the Jinnan Marquis backyard is clean and secure, so don't make any mistakes." And, she hesitated, and murmured, "Your marriage was arranged by your highness, and to make a scene like this, where will your highness's face go? Don't forget that half of the Gon family's blood flows in you." Su Yuyan hung her head. Noble consort Gon was her mother's cousin, considered her great aunt. The bestowal of her marriage to Xiao Yushu, noble consort Gon played a big role in it, and Gon Guifei, the mother of the second prince. Su Gon cried and persuaded and nagged for half a day before she left with her people. Su Yuyan was silent for a long time. At this moment there was a feeling of falling from the clouds into the mortal world, truly feeling the piercing coldness of reality. She picked up the comb and brushed her hair quickly. "Get me some clothes. I'm going to see him." Xiaoping was shocked and called out, "Sheriff, the fifth highness is already going to be betrothed to the Miss Lin family. You can't go back to him." Su Yuyan's eyes leaped up fiercely and said in a cold voice, "Shut up, don't talk nonsense. I want to see Xiao Yushu." She carefully packed and dressed up, and rode the carriage to the outside of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence. Inside the car she gently pinched the ends of her hair, her heart thumping, surprisingly a little nervous, not knowing how to face Xiao Yushu. At the same time, she was a little embarrassed. After all, she had come with the intention of bowing down to Xiao Yushu. It was the first time in all the time they had known each other that she had bowed her head and apologized. After half a day of repeated hesitations and calculations like this, he sent his maid up to inform the concierge. Xiaoping quickly came back and told Su Yuyan, "Miss, the world's sun is out and away. He went out early this morning with a team of horses." The emotions that had been brewing for a long time gave out, and Su Yuyan was suddenly lost and powerless. The Marquis of Jinnan's horse team was on the street when a group of people came from the opposite side. The opposite knight proudly drank from afar. "His Highness the fifth prince is traveling." so you and the others should quickly get out of the way. Xiao Yushu smiled and drew out his horsewhip, harnessing his horse to slowly move forward. Just when I was trying to be a dude, I got one delivered to my door. Fifth prince, good, let's settle the revenge for hitting on my ex-fiancé. He arrived at the front of the horse group. The opposite military officer was gorgeously dressed, as if he was also of noble origin. Xiao Yushu seemed to have seen him before and couldn't remember what his name was. This military official recognized Xiao Yushu, but deliberately snapped, "Who are you? Are you blind? How dare you block His Highness the Fifth Prince's seat?" Xiao Yushu looked at the luxurious carriage escorted by knights across the street and smiled nervously. "I am Xiao Yushu, the son of the Marquis of Jinan. I didn't dare to block the Fifth Prince's seat. I just wanted to say a few words. Of course I know that you are the little cutie of the Marquis of Jinan. World son." The color of playful mockery flashed in that military official's eyes. "It is said that this little cutie, the lady who is bent on marrying, is not wanted by our king. Maybe they have all been cuckolded by the king." He exchanged glances with a few of his fellow officers next to him, bringing on mocking expressions of laughter. He's not afraid of Xiao Yushu because he's backed up by his Fifth Highness. Isn't he just a son of the world? This military official's name is Cui Qinghe, and he is the son of Yingchuan Bo. Cui Qinghe coughed and pretended to laugh. "So it's Xiao Shizi, long time no see. How about this? You have the horse troop make way first, don't straddle the road and get in the way. Then you take off your sword and go over to pay your respects to His Royal Highness the Fifth Prince yourself." Looking at his mocking expression full of malice, Xiao Yushu smiled affectionately. "Don't bother, I'll just say it here. The Fifth Highness can hear me." He shouted. "Your Fifth Highness came here to tell you, your dog is too rude. I'll discipline him for you." Before the words fell, the long whip in his hand flew out with a whoosh and viciously smacked Cui Qinghe in the face. Cui Qinghe was caught off guard by Xiao Yushu's strength in the late Zhongshu realm. This whip was in his face, as if he had eaten an iron mace head-on. Chapter 19, We Were So Good Together. Cui Qinghe was jerked off his horse and fell to the ground. The pain in his face was so severe that his facial bones seemed to be cracked. He only felt the sky spinning, struggling and rubbing for half a day without getting up. Xiao Yushu's long whip was like a spiritual snake, instantly jerking two more mocking-faced royal guards off their horses. These people's faces blossomed with blood and flesh, leaving a deep and horrifying whip mark that penetrated into their bones, and they fell to the ground wailing and screaming. "What man? Bold, Xiao Yushu, how dare you surprise the driver, Marquis Jinnan's son? Could it be that you want to rebel?" The opposite side was in chaos. The knights on their horses drew their swords and blocked the front of the carriage in a chaotic manner. Xiao Yushu laughed out loud and arrogantly used his whip to point across the street. "Put your mom's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm the son of the Marquis of Jinan, and I'm just helping His Fifth Highness to train the dogs. What do you want to do with all this yelling? You want to fight with me? Fine. I love to fight. Whoever takes a step back today is a little." As soon as he spoke, there was a long neigh behind him, and Lai Mayer had already taken out the iron flail from behind her saddle, and the horse under her stood tall and was about to charge up in a murderous manner. The Marquis of Jinnan's knights drew their swords and took out their spears, clattering and scattering in formation. On the basis of this encounter, the strong quality of the Jinnan army immediately appeared. The opposite side of these look like goods is by no means a rival. Seeing that Xiao Yushu could not be bluffed out of his status as a prince, and now that the opposite side of the table was frozen and could not get off the stage, quite a few people were anxious in their hearts. Xiao cutie, 2 days ago, he made a big mess in the Changning burial mansion, and he was not afraid of the sky, and he almost cut even the nobleman Qin Shigong. A real fight? Look at today's situation. Look at these three underground. Everyone is afraid to eat a big loss. Seeing the awkward faces across the room, they all fell silent. Xiao Yushu smiled arrogantly, ignoring the guards' swords and knives, and went straight up and laughed. "Old five, what are you hiding for? Come out and meet your brother Yushu. We used to play together when we were kids, and we've always been very close. You even said that when you grew up, you would give your brother a wife to sleep with first. Why are you being so rude now?" There was a silence in the arena, and the people of the Fifth Prince's mansion stared at each other with wide eyes. Everyone stared at Xiao Yushu with indignation and fear, their hearts shocked beyond measure. "How dare you be so bold, so arrogant and rude? This is a prince, or the Fifth Prince, one of His Majesty's most favored princes. In the future, he may have to inherit the throne and become the emperor who reigns over the world. This little cutie, how dare you talk like that? Gave him all the wives of the Fifth Prince to sleep with. Holy, this is just. Aren't you afraid of His Majesty's punishment? Aren't you afraid of being liquidated in the future?" Carriage in the Fifth Prince Suzhen originally sat like a meter, handsome face with a warm smile, the hands of ivory folding fan gently fan, a calm and elegant look. He was known as a wise king, literate, elegant and gracious. Not only has always treated people courteous, and the heart of the first kind, that is, In the street to see the beggar also often gives silver money. Such a noble birth, handsome and elegant prince, is exactly the white moonlight in the dreams of many official ladies. When he heard Xiao Yushu's rude shout, his face changed and he finally couldn't sit still. This fool is talking nonsense. Did I ever say that? If it were to reach the ears of Miss Lin of the Prime Minister's residence, wouldn't that cause a huge misunderstanding? The vicious color in the depths of his eyes flickered away, lifted the curtains of the car, and said in a warm and elegant manner, "So it's Marquis Jinnan's son. Nice to meet you. Yesterday, you and Sister Yu Yan got married. Sujin had something to do and didn't go to congratulate you, so I would like to congratulate you here." Xiao Yushu looked at him and had turned on alien ability 1, eavesdrop on the heart. Sujin's vicious voice penetrated into his mind. This fool is so wicked. He blocked my caravan in the street, and spoke rudely, "I'll never let you go. Your Marquis Jinnan sells medicinal herbs outside. The store was sealed by me, and the military expenses of the Jinnan army were also suppressed by me. I'm going to kill your whole family when I get to the throne." The Marquis of Jinnan's family should have been exterminated a long time ago. The corner of Xiao Yushu's mouth tugged slightly. Old 5. You're ruthless enough. Looks like we have more problems than just Su Yuyan. Sujin lightly coughed. The external gesture taken full, elegantly said, "Xiao Shitzi, it is a great blessing for you to marry Yu Yan. His Holiness looked at your Xiao family's respect and loyalty before granting you such a good marriage. Yu Yan and I have known each other since we were children, and she is my younger sister. If you bully her, I will never spare you. It's a pity that Su Yuyan, a beauty like her, has been cheapened by this kid. If you can take her body, play some good, and then stuff to this kid as a wife would be good." Xiao Yushu looked at the fifth prince in surprise. "I rubbed this kid with a white lotus face, but the inside is really dirty. A royal prince. How dare he be so nasty and shameless?" He laughed, then squared his shoulders with sarcasm. "Old 5. Miss Lin of the Prime Minister's office and I have also known each other since childhood and are childhood friends. She's like my own sister. So in the future, you'll have to do whatever she tells you to do. If you disobey and still bully her, I will never spare you." The moment these words came out, all the people around them rolled their eyes. The crowd thought it was so ridiculous, so ludicrous, that you fools have nothing to do with Miss Lin. Talking about your own sister? Still a childhood friend? MS. Lin doesn't even know you. But the question is, can you talk to a cutie on the street? Can you lift a finger? Even if you win the lift, it only means you're a cutie who can lift too. Fifth Prince Sujin was furious and clenched his teeth darkly. The smile on his face stiffened. After a moment of silence, a small green-robed official from the fifth prince's residence angrily said, "Xiao Shizi, how are you talking to the fifth highness? Such nonsense and rudeness. You are the son of the Marquis of Jinnan. You will be punished. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Yushu swung his horsewhip, and the green-robed junior official was whipped off his horse, screaming miserably. Xiao Yushu's ferocious aura immediately caused all of the fifth prince's men to take a step back, and everyone's face turned ashen. "Xiao Yushu, how dare you commit murder in front of this prince? Aren't you afraid that I'll write a letter to my father and accuse you of being domineering and brutal?" The fifth prince Sujin was furious in his heart. His face sank down and said angrily. Xiao Yushu laughed coldly and stared at Su Jinyan. "Old 5. I'm talking to you. Whose turn is it for these dogs to bark? You should take care of your men. See what kind of bull **** quality is this?" Sujin was so angry that he almost threw the fan out, his hand clenching the folding fan tightly. Xiao Yushu asked with a cold smile, "You are not in the Ministry of Households? Then I ask you, when will the military expenses of the Jinnan army be issued? Frontline soldiers' lack of clothing and food. Is it you and the inside child make bad? The military expenses to misappropriation? Great Zhou dynasty has 4 princes, respectively is the eldest prince, the second prince, the fifth prince and the ninth prince. Among them, the ninth prince is still small. The remaining 3 adult princes are all in the 6 ministries to do things to practice. The fifth Prince Sujin then work in the Ministry of Households. The Ministry of Households in his party quite a lot. It turns out that this little cutie, it's for the military expenses of the Jinnan army to make trouble and block the road. Fifth Imperial Prince Sujin was stared at by him to the point where his scalp went numb, and he droned out word by word, "Xiao Yushu, don't spit blood. I'm only a counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, and you should ask Lord Yang, the Minister of Revenue, about military expenses, and ask Lord Prime Minister. Humph. Jinnan military expenses this prince is misappropriated, is not to give you, with father's support. What can you do? This prince has a lot of means, slowly play with you to death." Chapter 20, For the Sake of the World. Xiao Yushu's chi gathered and violently shouted loudly in the street. "Sujin Yuri just a fifth prince now, and you dare to misappropriate Jinnan's military expenses. Without the sacrifices of the generals of the Jinnan army, how could there be peace in this Shanjing city? The frontline generals have no armor. no bows and arrows, no money and food, and are fighting against the demon race with their flesh and blood. But you don't care about the generals' deaths. You don't care about the safety of the people of the world. If someone like you becomes the crown prince, will the world be in chaos? If you become the emperor, how can the people of my great Joe have a good life? His voice used his inner strength, spreading far and wide, and could be heard clearly from a few blocks away. Sujin was shocked and angry, and hurriedly looked around, only to see many people on the street pointing, and there were even some readers among them. Sujin clenched his fists, ruthless killing intent appeared in his eyes, but his heart instantly panicked. If these words were to reach the emperor, wouldn't he be accusing the emperor of being an authentic fainting ruler who doesn't care about the death of his soldiers or the safety of the people of the world? Thinking of the serious consequences, Sujin was instantly afraid, but there was nothing she could do about Xiao Yushu. He had a pang of fear and a pang of nausea, and it just occurred to me that this guy is a famous crazy cutie, a little cutie, launched upside down, talking recklessly, and you can't get at him in the open. All the more reason you can't talk to the cutie. The more you argue, the worse public opinion will be for his image of gentleness and elegance. It's so damn bad luck. This little cutie, he's talking nonsense. He's a traitor. I've been splashed all over the place. I can't be bothered with him. I've got to get out of here. Sujin was calm on the surface but anxious in her heart. The misappropriated 300,000 taels of military expenses must leave the city tonight. Let the caravan go Yunming Mountain, and then take the canal. Sent to the Jiangnan Road to Yuzhiri, Mongshan 4 masters and eunuch Zhang. These experts to protect safety do not have to worry about. 2 months will be able to get 80% profit. This good thing cannot let the little cute. Stirred up, with a flutter of his robe sleeve, he grunted in a cold voice. Xiao Yushu, your naive disease is at it again. For the sake of great General Xiao, I won't bother with you, so mind your foul mouth in the future. This simpleton has always been dumb. How did he become so difficult today? That Yingchuan Bo's son, Cui Qinghe, saw that the 5th prince was going to leave, and could not help but be anxious and shouted, Your Highness, this little cutie, he assaulted the ministers, offended Your Highness, and created rumors to slander His Majesty. We can't let him go. We have to charge him with disobedience and arrest him. Su Jinjin was shocked. He left the people in the Ministry of Revenue to withhold the Jinnan military expenses. Is that he felt that the emperor was jealous of the Jinnan marquis house? And he did it specially to please the emperor. But because of this, it led to the emperor being labeled as a comatose ruler by public opinion. And that would be a botched attempt to throw on the emperor. No matter what Xiao Yushu said or did today, he, the 5th prince, could not be more aggressive. Su Jin's eyes were cold and furious. You shut up. When Cui Qinghe saw that he was angry, he didn't dare to scream anymore. He was sad and aggrieved in his heart and touched his face. Damn, the old man got this whip for nothing? 5th Prince Sujin waved his hand. Go! This stupid guy is so disgusting. I'll kill him when I have the chance. A caravan of men and horses hurriedly bypassed the horsemen of the Jinnan army and fell away. Xiao Yushu smiled coldly, his gaze deep and deep. I didn't expect that deliberately messing with the 5th prince would result in a big message. This kid misappropriated 300,000 taels of military expenses from the Ministry of Revenue and sent it to the Jiangnan Road for loan sharking. 5. Don't get your hopes up. That's our Jinnan army's money. Great Zhou Imperial City, Imperial Study Room. Emperor Hongjia lifted a jasper cup from the desk table inlaid with onyx jadeite and Chinese jade, took a steady sip of the hot tea, and let out a soft breath. He is 46 years old. His temples are a little gray, and his face has a lot of wrinkles, but his eyes are getting more and more gloomy and unpredictable. Standing beside him not far from the service is his beloved, the big eunuch Lu Doger. Emperor Hongjia asked, how are things going at the Ministry of Household? Louis Goer bowed and replied, some days ago, the 5th Highness let the Ministry of Revenue withhold the military expenses of the Jinnan army, and the Marquis of Jinnan has been sending letters to the Ministry of Revenue to press for them. Yesterday, the old slave went to see Yang Shangshu and hinted to him a few times, telling him to listen to the words of the 5th Highness. Looking at Yang Shangshu's appearance, he understands. Emperor Hongjia thoughtfully scrutinized the jasper cup in his hand, admiring the exquisite and prestigious craftsmanship. A moment later he whispered, the armies are all the imperial court's armies, and all the soldiers and generals in the world are my soldiers and generals. The Marquis of Jinnan has some merit, but that's all in the past. Xiao Luotian one day does not hand over the military power. Jinnan army's military expenses can't be allocated to them smoothly. Sujin has done a good job in this matter. Bestow 2 golden rui to him. Yes, Your Majesty. Emperor Hongjia asked as he stood up and paced slowly. That godson of yours, LV Xing, is working as a supervisor in Pengzhou. How is he doing? Louis Dog replied. The slave girl heard Lu Xing say that there are many people in the Pengzhou army who are dissatisfied with Xiao Luotian. He has gotten through to the governor of Pingzhou, Gu Liangshi, who is willing to serve the court. It's just that in Tai Di, the commander of the Pengzhou army, is a close associate of Xiao Luotian, and that person is highly skilled in martial arts, so it's not easy to take the Pengzhou army from her. Emperor Hongjia nodded and did not speak again. After thinking about it, LV Doggle took 2 steps forward and whispered, "The matter commanded by His Majesty. The slave girl has already sent someone to test the Marquis of Jinan. She is unwilling to enter the palace as a concubine, and has clearly rejected His Majesty's grace." Emperor Hongjia's eyes were stern as he turned his head to look. Louis Dog said, "The slave girl has already told her that if she enters the palace, she will directly be named Xianfei, and her brother, Xiao Yushu, will also be named Jinan Marquis, a family of wealth and favor for a long time, but she is unwilling to." Emperor Hongjia let out a cold laugh, and the fury in his eyes grew. "Just a woman, how dare you be so arrogant? I'm the supreme, where is not worthy of her? If the Marquis of Jinan House of Understanding, but also can keep some wealth and honor, this is so insensitive. In the future there will be a great disaster, cannot be used by me, even if it is again good things, can only be destroyed." With a flash of his eyes, he snapped the jade cup in his hand and slammed it to the ground, and the exquisite jade cup was instantly split into pieces. Seeing this, Lu Dogger's waist suddenly bent even lower. Emperor Hongjia said in a cold voice, "For the Jinan army's military expenses, have the Ministry of Revenue withhold a penny from them? Let LV Xing and Yao Guan Yuan of the Audience Division do whatever they should in Pingzhou. Yes, the slave girl will go and make arrangements." Emperor Hongjia smiled sullenly, then suddenly put on an act and sighed painfully. "I have always treated the Marquis of Jinan, and have never planned to seize the army in power. Jinan Marquis 3 generations of loyalty, that is, the military power and then heavy, more territory, that is also should be well. Why do you people always want to force me to do these uncaring and unrighteous things in private?" Lu Dogger hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, exclaiming cooperatively, "Your Majesty, it's all for the sake of the countryside, for the sake of all the people in the world." Chapter 21. A whistle moves 1,000 mountains. The night was watery and dark on all sides. Xiao Yushu opened his eyes. The pine branches in front of him were gnarled, and a cold wind came through the forest. This is the 7-mile valley pine forest of Yunmeng Mountain, and the Jinan army men and women he mobilized have already been ambushed next to the road that must pass through Yunmeng Mountain. Xiao Yushu shortened his body and passed through the half-human high dry grass, coming under a short pine in front of him. A woman sat beside a pine tree, her iron clothes chilling under her black robe, her cold light shining. She was tall, with long limbs, especially her 2 long legs were firm and strong. Hearing the thin voice, Lai Tie turned his head slightly and gave a sideways glance. "You're awake?" she greeted in a deep voice. Her voice was no longer half gentle, it was all the flavor of stern gold and iron. Xiao Yushu looked up, only to see that she seemed to have changed into a different person, her face wearing an evil ghost mask, hideous and terrifying, only 2 eyes in different cold, as if accustomed to life and death killings, the whole half temperature. See, people like looking at mole crickets, grass and trees. Lai Tie had such a chilling aura that even Xiao Yushu, who was usually familiar with her, was a bit chilled. He asked with a nod, "Sister Mayor, how's it going?" Lai Tie said in a cold voice, "The caravan has entered the valley, 3 or 4 miles away. The brothers are all in ambush. Court is on the periphery to receive them, and any that slip through the net will be given to her." Xiao Yushu shot down towards the entrance of the valley in the darkness. "I am inexperienced in battle formations, so you will be in command in a while. The ones escorting the caravan this time are the 4 masters of Mongshan and eunuch Zhang of the 5th prince's residence. All of them have the strength of a Zongshi. This action is a matter of great importance. The people in the convoy must not let one of them escape." Lai Tie smiled arrogantly and coldly, his voice full of fury. "Don't worry, Your Highness, if we can't even deal with a few rivers and lakes, how can our Jinan army fight with millions of demons for so many years?" Xiao Yushu pressed the weapon wrapped in black cloth under the tree, and his touch felt cold steel with a cold wrought iron wart. It was a huge flail, made of steel, extremely heavy and terrifying. Lai Tie, a woman, even this as a weapon, really is talented. Lai Tie turned his head and said seriously and sternly, "Since I am allowed to command, you must listen to my military orders. The son of the world, who has 1,000 gold, will guard this place in a moment, and is not allowed to rush to the front." Xiao Yushu nodded. "Yes, I know." Lai Tie lifted the black cloth and reached out to copy the iron flail as easily as an embroidery needle. "Here we go. Just back off a bit and we'll take care of it." A train convoy snaked in, bearing many torches. One large wagon was loaded and extremely heavy, its wheels squeaking and making deep ruts in the ground. The sound of wheels and footsteps were noisy, but a man dressed as a middle-aged scribe shuddered and turned sharply to look in the direction of the pine forest. There was a subtle clicking sound from that direction. It was a strong bow. Just then, whoosh, A trail of arrows turned into shadows, flying out of the pine forest and roadside grass at high speeds, tearing through the air and flying rapidly towards the caravan's crowd. The middle-aged scribe was a Zhongshu realm expert, but before he could raise his voice in warning, the arrow had already flown in front of him in a hurry. With a movement of his hand, an iron bone fan unfolded like lightning, splitting the arrow away with a single swing. The middle-aged scribe's pupils stared, and his arm lightly vibrated. The arrow came so fast and with so much force. In a flash of thought, he realized that these were the army's 2 stone-strong bows. Anyone who can fire such a strong bow is an elite in the army. Watch out! There's an enemy attack. Bold thieves, how dare you hijack the road? Ah, help! The thieves' bows and arrows are powerful. Hide behind the cart. The rest of the caravan shrieked, instantly covered in arrows. These 2 stone iron tire strong bow. Strong force can penetrate the stone. Shot at the human body immediately tear a bull-sized hole. With the horrifying sound of the bowstring, blood and flesh suddenly flew everywhere, and a piece of them fell down horizontally. After a short, explosive bow shot, Lai Tie picked up his yoke and strutted out of the pine forest, heading toward the caravan in a forward, angular manner. She gave a loud, high-pitched cry, "Kill!" One word was loud and magnificent, sounding in all directions, echoing repeatedly in the peaks and ridges of the valleys, in the pines, in the bushes, before and after the convoy. Hundreds of black-clothed men sprang up in all directions, lined up with swords and guns, and closed in on the caravan. These black-clothed men, not to mention only 100 of them, had an unhurried pace, formation in front, dense and impermeable, surprisingly have the momentum of 1,000 armies and horses. Copper wall, iron wall. 7 or 8 divine archers also showed up one after another at this time, occupying favorable positions and opening their strong bows behind the formation to wait for the attack. Not good, we've been ambushed. That middle-aged scribe was the boss of the 4 masters of Mongshan, named Si Kong Nan, who was a famous martial artist in the Jianghu. Surprisingly, it's a military formation. Could it be the Grand Prince, the Second Prince's people? Yunmeng Mountain is less than 100 miles away from Shanjing, and they dare to kill people and cross the border. They are really crazy. All stand firm, don't panic, the military formation is coming up. Once the 2 sides engaged in battle, the highs and lows immediately appeared, and the remaining convoy guards immediately suffered a great loss. These black-clothed men in front of them were well-coordinated and well-trained. Everyone's men are fierce and ferocious, bulging under the black clothes, obviously all armored for battle. Si Kong Nan is secretly anxious. He is a master of the Zhongshu realm expert. Flat open ground boundary swimming fight, naturally not afraid. However, in the narrow valley, facing the army battle formation with full body armor and strong bow support, the frontal hard attack will surely suffer losses. More importantly, the other party had been planning for a long time, so could they not have no experts to press on? Within moments, the convoy was cut down and stabbed, and screams continued to ring out. "Big brother, what do we do?" Gui Xianxing, the third in line, held up his long sword and shouted when he saw that the situation was not good. The oldest too, Yuan Shiwei, anxiously roared, "What are you afraid of? Fight with them. The big deal is that you'll still be a good man in 18 years. Si Kong Nan instantly figured out that if he wanted to keep this dart of the 5th prince, I am afraid that the 4 brothers will be in great danger this night. But this dart is a big deal. If it is lost, the same consequences are unimaginable. He didn't bother to think about how the classified information had leaked out, and bellowed, "All shut up. We can't let them surround us. Second and third brothers, quickly break the formation for me and cover the caravan to rush out. Frontal hard fighting cannot abandon the car to escape, can only fight and retreat." The military formation was already approaching. Yuan Shizhou and Gui Xianxing cursed. Their figures stormed forward at the same time. The incoming black-clothed men were vaguely in groups of 3, lined up in the usual 3-talent formation used by infantrymen in the army. Lances, swords, shields, swords, long and short to match each other. There are also tactical variations between the 2 or 3 smaller formations. "Kill out!" Yuan Shizhou let out a loud shout and rushed up with Gui Xianxing, who was holding an iron rod and a long sword. The 3 black-robed men facing them acted at the same time, their swords and spears raised together to kill Yuan Shiwei in front of them. Yuan Shiji was in his prime, his chi and blood were vigorous, and his cultivation had reached the early stage of the Zhongshu realm. The iron stick in his hand brought up a strong wind, and smashed on top of the cowhide wooden shield. This strike had a force of 700 to 800 pounds, and with a loud bang, the person holding the shield was slammed and stumbled violently. However, this person has a blood courage and ruthlessness, hard against immobilization. Yuan Shilu's ferocious momentum was thwarted, and the lances and plain swords of the 2 black-robed men at the back were already attacking fiercely. Yuan Shiwei was taken aback. Being able to receive a blow from him head-on, the opponent was at least a first-class expert, if not a grandmaster. A pawn in this army formation is this powerful? Chapter 22, A Murderous Spirit Like a River. Yuan Shiji's iron stick was swiftly withdrawn, and quickly drawn out in an upward semicircle. With 2 clangs, he grasped the long spear and plain sword away. At this time, Wei Xianqing had already arrived, and the man holding the shield had also caught his breath, and a blade light slashed at Wei Xianqing head on. Wei Xianqing waved his sword to block it away and was about to break through this 3 talents formation. Just as the bowstring was heard to burst, 2 arrows arrived from above. Like shadows, Wei Xianqing waved his sword to deflect the arrows away, and with such a delay, the gap to break out had been lost. The small formation next to them quickly approached from the flanks, their swords and spears poking fiercely, and Yuan Shijiu and Wei Xianqing were forced to take 2 steps back. The 2 of them glanced at each other, both secretly alarmed. The opponent's martial arts were not strong, but they were tightly coordinated and fierce. Mongshan 4 outstanding since the road has experienced 100 battles. Yuan Gui 2 people side-by-side impact has been very strong, but this time unexpectedly did not charge out at once. It would be a bad situation if the other side were to close in and completely surround them. Both of them had their hearts crossed, and with a furious roar, they charged up again. This time, both of them stimulated the power of qi and blood. Yuan Shijiu's whole body strength bulged up, as if he was an armored heavy rider crashed on top of that big shield. The big shield hand with the thud finally couldn't resist and stumbled backwards and planted himself. Yuan Shijiu's body was sideways, but the iron stick in his hand was like a snake, pointing at the wind pool points of the black-clothed men on both sides, forcing them to return their swords to fight. Wei Xianqing came from the back, violently stepped on Yuan Shijiu's shoulder, and by using his strength, he had already tumbled out of the 3 talents formation, dropping down as if he were a big bird, and attacked towards the back of that military formation. At that moment, a tall, black-robed man, like the leader of the other side, came striding down the hill and was blocking in front of him. Wei Xianqing's heart rejoiced. To capture the thief, to capture the king, he immediately single knife like a snake cleaved to. The man in black stood motionless, only sweeping contemptuously. She raised her hand and pushed the object in her hand forward, as if handing it to Wei Xianqing. No good. Single knife on the object will touch not yet touched. Wei Xianqing shocked, only to feel strong as a mountain of force, fierce and vicious pouncing. With a clang, his arms went numb and he could no longer hold the single blade. That single blade was slammed into a curved blade by the huge force and flew up to the sky like a meteor. Wei Xianqing's body was like being hit by a huge wave, flying backward, only feeling that his arms were going to be broken, and the blood in his chest was violently and viciously surging. He fell back into the military formation and spat out a mouthful of blood. This kind of domineering and mighty momentum caused both Sikong Nan and Yuan Shiji to be taken aback. Sikong Nan gazed, only to see that the person coming down the mountainside was actually a woman, with a ghostly face and holding a huge iron flail. Sikong Nan's heart was shocked. There were only a handful of women in the world who used this kind of heavy weapon. This isn't the Grand Prince or the Second Prince's people. This is Ghost-faced Spirit God, your Lai Tie of the Jinan army. I didn't realize that the ones who came to rob and kill the goods were the Jinan army. Xiao Luotian, the leader of the Jinan army, is the contemporary Jinan Marquis, and his martial arts skills are the best in the entire army of Great Zhou. Under Xiao Luotian, there were 5 iron guards in the Jinan army, and everyone was powerful to the core. Xiao Taijing, who had the strongest kung fu, had already entered the innate realm and was considered a top expert. The remaining 4 were all at the peak cultivation level of the Zhongshu realm as well. Among them, the one holding an iron flail and clad in iron armor was Lai Tie, the second-ranked ghost-faced spirit god of the 5 iron guards. This person was born with divine strength, fearless of death, wearing 3 layers of heavy armor across the demon army, is a great fierce general who shook the entire army of the Great Zhou. The 4 Mongshan Jie immediately sank in their hearts. The highest martial arts boss among them, Sikong Nan, was only in the middle of the Zhongshu realm, much worse than Lai Tie. Jinan army's elite attack. I'm afraid this night is very bad. That military formation, layers and layers, organized as iron and bronze wall slowly approaching. Lai Tie sneered and calmly commanded the military formation to surround the convoy guards. Although she is a strong martial arts, but this kind of small scene does not need her hands, can be used to army formation strangled clean. Jianghu heroes all think that high martial arts can be rampant. In fact, when it comes to matching the skillful and fearless armored military formation, the battle tactics with strong bows and crossbows, the martial artists below the innate realm are basically given in vain. The iron armored army rolled forward, and even the highest individual martial arts skills had to be reduced to pieces. This was the Jinan army's powerful strength and self-confidence that had been sharpened in countless wars after decades of fierce fighting with the demon race. Just then, a brash laugh suddenly came from her ears. It's just so slow. When will the fight be over? With a flash of a figure, swift as lightning, he had already rushed into the military formation. Lai Tie was alarmed and drank. Seiji must not. The person who struck was none other than Xiao Yushu. His body was like thunder, flashing down in front of Gui Xianqing. 5 fingers were like steel hooks, and lightning-like. They strangled his neck in their hands. How dare the thieves! Yuan Shizhou bellowed, and the iron rod in his hand smashed violently. Xiao Yushu raised his hand to keep Gui Xianqing in front of him, using him as a shield to bully his way in, and a whip leg whistled out, sweeping towards Yuan Shilu's crotch. Yuan Shizhou's face suddenly changed. His hands sharply withdrew their strength and retreated backward. If he continues to exert force, third brother Gui Xianqing will have his head blown off by the iron rod. Yuan Shizhou stepped back and Xiao Yushu's whip leg fell short. He fiercely stepped forward and used his demon suppressor fist stance. Xiao Yushu raised his left fist and blasted it, his chi and blood surging like a river, thunderously smashing into Yuan Shilu's chest. Tackle the dragon cannon. The air was like muffled thunder rolling, as if the dragon roared, and the powerful surging force crashed like a mountain. Yuan Shizhou roared and raised his iron rod with all his might to block it head-on. There was a muffled bang, a dull bass hum that echoed and shook everyone's eardrums. The power of this punch is not cast. The rotating and rushing amazing fist strength like the Qiantang shockwaves will instantly tear the iron stick. Smashed in Yuan Shilu's chest. Yuan Shilu's chest suddenly dented. Blood wildly sprayed like a spring, and the whole person flew out like a cannonball. He spun and slammed into the ground and bounced back up, tumbling and flying a long way, his whole body almost broken in two, dead as far as the eye could see. Second brother. Sikong Nan's eyes were wide with anger when he saw Xiaoyu with a cold smile on his face, and with a forceful right hand, he clicked and easily pinched Gui Xianqing's neck, and threw the body on the ground. Sango, Luan Xiniang, the oldest of the Mongshan Four Jie, screamed, her eyes glowing red as she rushed towards Xiao Yushu like a madman. Fourth sister, don't go over there. Sikong Nan was shocked. The person who struck was highly skilled in martial arts. Luan Xiniang was by no means an opponent. He leapt up to block, but was a step too late. Xiao Yushu saw that Luan Xiniang's big sleeves waving as if she had a hidden weapon to make out. He kicked at Yuan Shilu's broken iron rod extremely quickly, and the bent half of the iron rod whistled out with a horrifying cracking sound. Lightning-like put Luan Xiniang through her chest, and nailed her to the ground in a raw manner. Luan Xiniang had a convulsion and fell to the ground without moving. Many colorful spiders and centipedes and other venomous insects sprang out of her body, rustling and scattering, so it turned out that she was an expert in making poison. Sikong Nan's eyes reddened with rage as he frantically charged at Xiao Yushu with an iron fan in his hand. The air exploded with a cloud of light and shadows, fan shadows and fist shadows, constantly bursting and flashing. In a flash of lightning, the two had already passed 3 or 4 moves and suddenly separated. Saikonin was hit with a knee strike and 2 hard punches, and his entire body smashed to the ground and rolled out a long way. His body bones shattered and his face twisted as he lifted his head and planted himself without air. In the jungle. From then on there were no more Mongshan 4. Chapter 23, Voice like a Dragon. Moon like frost. Lai Tie ran to Xiao Yushu, his indifferent and smooth eyes filled with anger. Why are you so disobedient? Didn't I tell you to press the line at the back? If everyone is like you, where is the military discipline of my Jinnan army? Mei's sister glared with her stern eyes, and the big grapefruit trembled slightly with anger. Xiao Yushu could only smile and sardonically touched his head. Impulsive, impulsive. Mei's sister is right to criticize. The predecessor Xiao Shizi is not useless, although reading and writing is not good, and people are also simple and stupid and cranky, but he inherited the martial arts talent of the Marquis of Jinnan. He was not as good as his stunning sister Xiao Luoshan, but his martial arts training foundation was extremely solid, and his internal force was practiced to be pure and thick. Xiao Yushu had inherited his good martial arts foundation and practiced the demon-suppressing fist diligently every day these days. The two people before and after had fused their essence, and at a young age they had already advanced to the late stage of the patriarchal realm. A geek in his previous life, he had kung fu in his body for the first time in his life, so naturally he was eager to see what he was capable of. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but step in just now to validate it, and in the blink of an eye, he had squared off the 4 Mongshan masters. Also at the Zhongshe realm, it was true that he, a late Zhongshe, was far too powerful than Sikong Nan. Lai Tie slowly gripped the iron flail. She had originally wanted to let the military formation strangle the opponent, and easily resolve the enemy without bloodshed. By Xiao Yushu, she couldn't help but worry that he would act recklessly. What if he got hurt? She mustn't let Koro get hurt in any way. That thought was followed by a killing spree. Lai Tie's figure is like a light smoke. Lightning-like has jumped into the enemy formation. The remaining caravan guards roared in unison, and immediately 7 of them, each armed with a weapon, either slashing violently with their swords or stabbing violently with their swords, surrounded and killed at the same time. Lai Tie's body turned around, lightning-like, lightly avoiding the sword and gun siege, and the iron flail in his hand shook. The air was like a thunderbolt, and with her as the center, A ring-shaped wave of air rushed in all directions in a high-speed surge. The 7 convoy guards were like leaves falling in the wind, whistling and flying out in all directions, while in the air, the front of all the people had collapsed and shattered, as if they had been violently rammed by a heavy truck. Xiao Yushu's eyes flickered and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is this the strength of the 5 iron guards? Lai Tie's martial arts skill was unexpectedly high to this level. The innate realm expert Xiao Taijing, whom he had yet to meet, and his sister Xiao Luotian, who ranked 12th in the world. How far should they be? Lai Tie shot. The figure of a rabbit. Only a few breaths will have been the convoy guards empty. Jinnan soldiers followed. Swords and guns fell intensively. Cautious and ruthless all replenished knives and guns. Not a single one missed. The only one left standing in the caravan was an old eunuch. 3 military colonels of the Jinnan army armed with short spears, long swords, and shields, forming the 3 talents formation were tangling with him. To be able to become a military colonel in the Jinnan army, and also be sent to the upper capital to do something. Naturally, he was a good warrior who was killed from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood with the demon race. But this old eunuch is very strong in martial arts. A set of palms just and soft. The 3 military academy put their best foot forward, but still completely fell behind. The 3 of them gritted their teeth and struggled to hold on, but they couldn't help the eunuch, and instead, they were all slightly injured. That old eunuch looked relaxed, but was actually secretly terrified. These 3 military academics were fierce and stubborn, pestering him, making it difficult for him to ever get away. On the scene, he had the upper hand, and in another 30 to 50 moves he would be able to defeat these 3, or even kill them under his palm. But where are the 30 or 50 moves left? At this time, the military formation on all sides, densely surrounded, strong bow and crossbow all pointed at the center. Lai Tie, holding an iron flail, came striding in and shouted sternly, "You guys back off." The sound waves rolled like dragons, and the 3 military academics immediately backed away. The old eunuch let out a long sigh and closed his stance as well. This person was none other than Eunuch Zhang, the deputy chief eunuch of the 5th prince's residence, who was a late-stage Zhongshe realm martial artist. The 5th prince Suzhen has always trusted him, and is considered a hardcore direct line. He straightened his clothes and saluted with meticulous respect. "Greetings to Senor Xiao, and congratulations to Senor on his wedding." Xiao Yushu smiled and waved his hand calmly. Eunuch Zhang doesn't need to be polite. It's so late in the day and the eunuch is still running errands for the 5th prince. His loyalty is truly commendable. Eunuch Zhang looked at Xiao Yushu with a complicated face for a long time before sighing. Shitzi Zhao's deep concealment has actually fooled everyone, not to mention the 5th highness. I'm afraid that no one in the entire upper capital knows that the world prince is a martial arts expert. The old slave just doesn't understand. Shitzi, you have a noble status. Why do you need to perform this roadblock robbery? Xiao Yushu laughed and said sincerely, "Your Excellency is wrong. This silver was originally the military expenses of the Jinnan army. We are just here to get our things back. As for my martial arts skills, alas, no one has asked me. Over the years, everyone has never asked me how well I read, how well I practiced my calligraphy. Then they tell me I'm a cutie. Simpleton. How dare no one ask me how well I've practiced my martial arts?" He tilted his head toward the sky with a despondent expression and said, "I'm such a genius at martial arts practice, but I have no one to talk to, so it's really hard to hold it in." The Jinnan sergeant couldn't help but laugh out loud, and Lai Tie glared at him without any good reason. This kid just loves to talk nonsense and doesn't look at the time. Eunuch Chang's face twitched as he listened. Isn't Seiji afraid that things will be exposed and his majesty will punish you? Xiao Yushu shook his head and laughed through, his tone gradually turning cold. This silver is the old 5 privately misappropriated. Is taken by me? He did not dare to report. How could a virtuous king do the ugly thing of misappropriating military funds? Old 5 has more enemies than me, but less guts than me. So eunuch, don't worry and go, I'll kill you and the others and this will be over. Eunuch Zhang is known to have no luck today. Long sigh. The world's son is amazingly talented. The Marquis of Jinnan House has already planned. The old slave has nothing to say. However, the old slave has been greatly benefited by the 5th prince, but cannot surrender. The old slave does not dare to be rude to the world prince. Jinnan Army Lai Tie, I've long admired your great name, and today I would like to ask you to teach me a thing or two. Lai Tie let out a long laugh, and then he was about to go down to the ring to fight. A clear cry rang out, "Release the arrows." The arrows were like flying locusts, shooting towards Eunuch Zhang. One of the long grayish-white arrows, carrying an infinite fury, hit him squarely in the throat like a meteor out of the sky. Eunuch Zhang's entire body was shot like a hedgehog as he raised his head to glare at Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu shook his head in disdain. Who fights with you alone? How am I supposed to be a foppish son of the world if I don't bully the few with the many? Eunuch Zhang pinched his orchid fingers and planted himself on his back in a million different ways. The soldiers of the Jinnan army surged up, and the knives and guns and pokes and axes were chopped. Bang! A box on a wagon was pried open and it was full of shiny white silver dollars, 20 taels apiece. The bottom of the silver ingot carries the seal of the treasury of the Ministry of the Interior. Xiao Yushu picked up an ingot and looked at it, clanging and throwing it back into the box. Retreat! The night on Cloudmount was quiet, and a missing moon in the sky sprinkled white frost. The sky is full of stars and insects are everywhere. Chapter 24 Old Tarzan is here. The next morning, the Marquis of Jinnan's residence. Husband, where were you last night? Subaila asked carefully as she served Xiao Yushu the blessed rice porridge. Oh, last night's practicing came to a critical moment. I was in the study in seclusion. Xiao Yushu laughed. Subaira's almond eyes blinked lightly. Very surprised. Husband, you also know martial arts. Why haven't I heard of it? Xiao Yushu gently patted her small hand and laughed in a low voice. Your husband is powerful. The orchid whisking hands and Shaolin Vajra Pestle divine kung fu have both been practiced to great success. You'll know about it later. Subaila's pretty face reddened as she listened. Knowing that there were no good words again, she pouted and glared at him. She picked up a soup ladle to ladle the ginseng and fire hibiscus chicken soup, then looked in amazement at the large, muddy red mushrooms in the bowl of lapis lazuli soup. She scooped up the soup and put it in front of Xiao Yushu, surprised. What a great fire hibiscus. It's the first time I've seen one of such good quality. Xiao Yushu smiled and used his chopsticks to put 2 on her plate. This is a 100-year portion of fire hibiscus, only produced in Mongshan Mountain, and it has a great flavor. Subaila smiled sweetly and scooped it up and brought it to her mouth. Sure enough, it is a mountain mushroom treasures from the Mangda mountain. The mouth raw fragrance, fresh and delicious. She nearly even swallowed the spoon. These 2 days Subaila had a very cozy and smooth life in the Jinnan Marquis residence. Under Xiao Yushu's authorization, the entire residence had already treated her as a mistress and honored her beyond measure. A lot of things in the house to her to report to ask for instructions, not moving to command the whole house servants to act. Subaila unconsciously took on a few points of the luxury family clan women's self-confidence and momentum. The Marquis of Jinnan's house was a top aristocrat, and Xiao Luoshan was a fanatic who favored his younger brother, so the living conditions were naturally nothing to write home about. In the past 2 days, Xiao Yushu had the chef make medicinal meals with all kinds of precious medicinal herbs and mountain treasures sent back by the Jinnan army, to give Subaila a body tonic. Various dishes of congee and soup are not only exquisite and tasty, but also rich in spiritual energy. Subaila ate with a red face, full of vitality, and her complexion was much better than when she first arrived. She was already a clothes rack, and then she put on an exquisite dress made for her new marriage and expensive and gorgeous jewelry. What a magnificent, noble and beautiful young lady. Xiao Zhong's voice came. Shitsi master, ma'am, Lord Su of Chengyibo from ma'am's residence is here. Both of them were stunned and put down their porridge bowls. It was only then that Xiao Yushu reacted that this was Subaila's father, Su Huantang, who had come. Subaila was not a full-fledged royal clansman. Her father, Su Huantang's branch, was only a distant relative of the royal family. This Su family has its roots in Jiangnan, and is quite influential in the Jiangnan Road, which is considered to be a local family of gatekeepers. Its power in the upper capital would be very weak. Subaila, the county princess of Wu County, or Su Huantang, spent a large sum of money on filial piety when the Empress Dowager celebrated her birthday, before she was granted the title. Subaila's status as a county princess was much less accomplished than Su Yuyan, who was a full-fledged royal relative. Su Yuyan's father was the king of Linchuan County, a brother of the same clan as the emperor. Subaila's father can only be Uncle Chengyi, and his status can't even catch up with Uncle Chongning. However, Subaila is not a little advantageous. Su family is the Jiangnan valve. Generations of business, farming and reading, the family assets are extremely rich. In other words, Subaila's dad, although not honorable, was a tycoon. Xiao Yushu said, please take a seat in the Chengyibo main hall. Saying this he took Subaira's hand and laughed. Come on, let's go see your father together. I have to let his old man see if I'm satisfied with this son-in-law. Uncle Chengyi Su Huantang followed Xiao Zhong toward the main hall. At a glance from a distance, he saw a man hanging from the porch, bloodied and battered, all beaten into a rotten persimmon. He shuddered, his feet just lurched, and his fists couldn't help but clench. Xiao Zhong said with a smile, unconcerned, this is the steward of the Changning burial house, and seems to be a relative of Qin Shigong. He ran into my Marquis Jinnan's residence and spoke wildly and arrogantly, and was taught a good lesson by Master Shitsi. Su Huantang forced to smile. His heart was even more anxious. He had already heard about Xiao Yushu's fuss over the Changning burial mansion. This Xiao Shitsi is really arrogant and domineering to the extreme, messing with the Changning burial mansion, and beating up other people's housekeepers like this. It's not too much to say that he's crazy and ferocious. He couldn't help but worry for his daughter and almost shed a tear. Lara, are you okay? In the middle of the hall, Su Huantang's face was as if he was sitting on pins and needles, although he was calm. The Marquis of Jinnan's family had been in charge of the army for 3 generations, and was the top martial arts family in the upper capital city and also in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Other than that, just look at the 10-foot wide crimson screen in this hall. Made of crimson crystals, it was warm and crystalline, with a dense aura. Those who were knowledgeable could tell at a glance that the material was the bone of a 1,000-year-old demon blood dragon. How powerful was the 1,000-year-old blood dragon? Looking at the Great Zhou Sea, how many powerful families had such treasures? This is the bottom line, and it is a display of strong power. But even in the face of the Jinnan Marquis house, this kind of door, Su Huantang today also had to go to the door, because he only has such a baby daughter. Although Su Baila was a bit ugly, he was simply too tall. He loved his daughter so much that he went out of his way to come straight to the door. Xiao Shizi is so fierce and overbearing, or a crazy little cutie. If he's the one who's ruined LA's life, still unwilling to take responsibility, that's just too bad. He was anxious, trying his best to hold down his worry. At this time, a group of people walked out from the inner hall, and Su Huantang immediately stood up. He caught a glimpse of his taller daughter. There's no way around it. It's just too high. Everywhere you go, you're the one who stands out. He couldn't help but feel his eyes burning. A good marriage, but make a life and death general. Su Huantang hurried to take a closer look, only to see Su Baila pretty face flushed, radiant, Per Eddie's light smile, glanced at it then shyly lowered his head to no longer look at him. Look at that face, look at that demeanor. Hot seems to be having a good time? Su Huantang's heart fell a large part. His gaze fell on Su Baila's hand again. Just see that little hand holding the guy next to him close, and then look upward. The daughter of a pair of almond eyes implied love looking at the man, smiling like a flower. That love is more obvious, but Su Huantang was suddenly seething with jealousy. My old father was scared for you for several days, but this girl is infatuated with the Prince of Jinnan? Meet Uncle Chang'e. A clear voice came. Su Huantang retrieved his thoughts and hurriedly looked over. The young man in front of him had a smile on his face and a straight figure. Just a glance would give him a sense of being a dragon and phoenix among people, and a sense of Yingji Yulang, especially a pair of eyes that were as deep as a quiet lake and as clear as a clear star. This Xiao Shizi was surprisingly born so handsome, and the crazy dude in the legend is completely different. Su Huantang was secretly surprised and hurriedly returned the salute. Greetings to Marquis Jinan Shizi. The two parties exchanged a few pleasantries and sat down. After serving a set of tea, Su Baira gently waved her hand, and all the servants and maids in the hall retreated in a sharp line. Su Huantang was surprised in his heart. His daughter this time, quite a big family housewife. Su Baila immediately stood up, picked up the teapot with her own hands and ran over to pour tea for Su Huantang, smiling shyly and happily. Dad, what are you doing here? Su Huantang almost laughed in anger. What am I doing here? I'm here because I'm afraid you'll suffer a big loss. Chapter 25, Going to the Fire. Without hesitation, Su Huantang's heart was sour and a little bit unappetizing. Your daughter's having a beautiful time. Humph, it's only been a few days since I've seen you, and you're treating Dad like an outsider. Su Baila laughed with delight. Just don't worry, Father, my husband treats me well. Annan doesn't mind that I'm tall. A big stone fell to the ground in Su Huantang's heart, and his complexion relaxed quite a bit. It seemed that not only did Xiao Shizi not treat Lara harshly, he was still quite good to her. My daughter's spirit, her demeanor, her temperament. He was even a little more cheerful and robust than he had been at home. That's good. That's good. Even if the two of them are rounded up, at least, Lara can be a side room wife well. Su Baila this county lord again water, that is also a county lord. Do a side room some aggression, but already is the best result in the current situation. After all, the Su family was not a true royal family and did not dare to compete with a high-ranking noble like the Marquis of Jinan. This Xiao Shizi. He took a closer look at Xiao Yushu, and in his heart, he instantly understood. I have to say, this kid is quite handsome. No wonder Roz is happy with him. This ugly daughter of my own family has never had much luck with men and women since she was a little girl. When young men saw her height, they all turned around and ran away, and it was heartbreaking to think about. Now that she met a handsome man who didn't mind her height, or an honorable son of the Marquis, her heart was still attached to him. Xiao Shizi, this child really has a good heart. My Lara is so ugly and he tolerates it with open arms. After Su Baila finished pouring tea for Su Huantang, she immediately ran back to Xiao Yushu like a butterfly through a flower and refilled his tea. Husband, you drink tea. Su Huantang could not help but frown slightly and said, Lar, how can a woman be so jumpy and impetuous? When you get married, you should be stable. Xiao Yushu laughed. Uncle Chang'e doesn't have to mind. We're all on our own. There's no need to be so formal at home. It's better for Lara to be more lively. Su Baila quietly winked at her father, and Su Huantang couldn't help but smile and flick his beard. Xiao Shizi was very tolerant and pampered towards her. which made him completely let go of his heart. This is good. Even as a side room may not be worse than giving Changning Marquis several children as a stepmother. His daughter grew up lively, and he was worried when he booked the marriage to Changning Bo, that Changning few rules are very strict. I heard that Qin Shigong's mother is still there. Some people are stereotypical and harsh. If Su Bila were to marry into it, with her mother-in-law at the top, concubines at the side, and her ex-wife's children at the bottom, how could the Marquis of Jinnan's residence be as clean and free as it is? The only thing to worry about is whether the first wife of Xiao Shixi will be able to tolerate Larasa. Su Huantang said to Xiao Yushu with an arch. Many thanks to the world prince for being tolerant and kind to this daughter of mine. Please teach her more where she has not done enough. The thanks were from the heart, and he was a little blushingly embarrassed at his daughter's strange figure. Xiao Yushu waved his hand. Uncle Chang'e is too polite. I think that Lari is very good. Lari is very virtuous, and has helped me keep the mansion in order these past few days. Su Huantang immediately nodded his head and spoke humbly. Yes, the world prince is flattering. If a woman is virtuous, she is blessed. Even if she looks ugly, it's not harmful. Xiao Yushu took a look at Su Bila, who was as honest as an ostrich with her head bowed, and tried to hold back her laughter. Father-in-law genuinely thinks his daughter is ugly. He said frankly, you have heard of me before, haven't you? I don't have a good reputation, so I may have given you the wrong idea. Su Huantang said seriously, I've heard of some things about Xiao Shizi before, but once I met him today, I realized that it's completely different from the rumors. Xiao Shizi's house is kind and generous, and he is handsome and jade-like, so it's true that people's words are not trustworthy. Xiao Yushu said with a deep smile, it's not all fake. Su Huantang was stunned as Xiao Yushu stood up and slowly said, 3 generations of my Marquis of Jinnan's family have been in charge of the army, and the elite Jinnan army is known throughout the world. My sister Xiao Luotian is already a Jinnan general, and is even the top martial arts expert among the younger generation. If her brother is even more wise and talented, then some people should not be able to sleep. Su Huantang's heart shook dramatically and instantly had understood. This stupid Xiao Shizi is not stupid at all. He is hiding his own dirt. I told you, the 3 generations of Marquis of Jinnan are all outstanding people. How can there be a son who is a simple boy? Xiao Yushu looked at Su Huantang and faintly asked, now that the situation is like this, is Lord Su still willing to marry Lar to me and join me in this mess with the Marquis of Jinnan? Su Huantang was silent for a moment, looking at his daughter's worried and expectant expression. He took a deep breath and simply said, this is the only daughter I have in my life. If Shixi can truly treat her well and make her happy and joyful, then in the future, if Shixi has an order, as long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Yes. Xiao Yushu nodded his head and was somewhat moved in his heart. This old husband is a pain in the ass. No delay. This marriage is the right. He straightened his clothes and rushed Su Huantang with a deep salute. Your father-in-law is here. Please accept my son-in-law's obeisance. Su Huantang nodded his head and was somewhat moved in his heart, but he hurriedly waved his hand and stood up and said, your son is too polite. Lyre is a side room. She can't afford to be treated so grandly by your son. Xiao Yushu wondered. Who said that Lara is a concubine? I'm taking her as my main wife. Mrs. World son of the Marquis of Jinnan. God damn it. Su Huantang was violently shaken. His old face reddened. Don't you dare joke like that. Seiji, you mean you want to take Lara as your first wife? Exactly. Lara's virtue and appearance are both excellent, and she is suitable for a family, so she is exactly the kind of wife that I, Xiao Yushu, have been thinking of in my heart. This Shinnan Marquis residence should have her in charge, Xiao Yushu said with a straight face. It's... A huge surprise suddenly surged into Su Huantang's heart, and he couldn't believe his ears. Marquis Jinnan's wife? My god, how come my big guy's luck is so unbelievable? Luckily, her grandma had even given her the nickname of Joker. Ugly looks are really good to feed. Su Huantang bowed to the ground in excitement and said incoherently, thank you, Seiji, thank you, Seiji, little old me. He almost had tears in his eyes. This ugly daughter was his constant problem. Now that there is such a blessing, he is willing to lose his family's fortune and risk his life. Make no mistake, Xiao Yushu hurriedly came to help him. How could he let his father-in-law kneel and salute him? Su Huantang was helped up, his eyes full of excitement as he grabbed Xiao Yushu's arm. If the world prince has an order, the Su family will go through fire and water in the future. Your father-in-law is overstating the case. Su Huantang looked at Xiao Yushu's handsome face, thought about his honorable status, and then looked at his daughter who was taller than the sky. How could he look at it? How was it not a good match? A deep sense of guilt welled up in him. Xiao Shizi likes my family's big man like this. It's really a fate that my Su family has cultivated over several lifetimes. Never let him suffer because of this marriage. I'm going to get him 20 or 30 beautiful concubines as compensation. Ahem, not good. As Ra's father, He should never go looking for a beautiful concubine for his son-in-law. Then only compensation in property. Luckily, the Su family has a rich family background, which will make a thick dowry to thank this son-in-law. Dad, with a smile on her face and tears in her eyes, Su Baila came over to support her agitated father. Su Huantang had something on his mind. How could he care about her? He shook off his daughter's arm and called out sharply. World Sun takes Lar as his proper wife. The previous dowry was too simple and slow. I'll go back to the mansion right away and reorganize the dowry for Lara and rewrite the marriage contract. World Sun, please stay. Lara listened well to World Sun's words. He hastily bowed to Xiao Yushu, turned around, and ran away in a hurry. That footsteps scuffed and brisk, literally 20 years younger. Chapter 26, Help Me Up. Uncle Changyi's mansion, the main residence in the backyard. Su Baila's mother, Cheng Yibo's wife Lu, was wiping her tears and sobbing, surrounded by a circle of sisters and daughters-in-law. Everyone sighs and looks sad. Ma'am, that Marquis of Jinnan's house is at least a noble family, so I guess it won't be difficult for a weak girl like Miss. Furthermore, it's not Mrs.'s fault that she carried the wrong sedan chair. Yes, ma'am, and please be relieved. The uncle will surely be able to bring the young lady back when he comes to the door today. You still need to take care of yourself, ma'am. These women are the inner house stewards of Cheng Yibo's house, and are basically Mrs. Lu's close confidants. The people were careful to persuade them, and in their hearts, they could not help but feel sorry for the lady's rough fate. He was such a nice kid, but he was too tall, so he couldn't get a good marriage. Occasionally, I went on a blind date, and before I knew it, the man met a bandit and died. I don't know which black-hearted person has put the name of husband killer on our young lady's head. Since then, it's been harder to say yes. This time married Channingbo, condescending to go as a sequel, but then encountered this kind of thing. A good girl, carried into the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion. Can there be a good? That Marquis of Jinnan's son, Xiao Yushu, is domineering and violent, and has a bad reputation for gambling and fighting with people all the time. I heard that it is still a stupid and crazy person. The lady fell into his hands. Innocence is certainly no longer. Not to be abused a meal would be good, but don't carry the sedan chair in and carry it out horizontally. Thinking of this, a few soft-hearted sisters-in-law also couldn't help but wipe their tears with a handkerchief. Cheng Yibo Mrs. Lu's heart is like a knife, crying all the strength, mournful sobbing. My poor Cho has never had a comfortable life. He's such a good boy, but why is he so miserable? If anything happens to you, I won't be able to live. Mrs. Don't be sad, ma'am. Miss will be fine. Quickly pressed the head for the lady. It's not good to be this sad and big. As soon as Su Huantang returned to the house, in front of him was such a miserable, crying scene that filled the house. He was so angry and amused that he bellowed. What are you doing? Is this family going to survive? As soon as the crowd saw that he was back, they were immediately talking. Uncle is back. I've met Uncle. You'd better persuade Madam. Is Ms. Burgundy all right? Lu was supported by her sister and cried with a deadly stare at Su Huantang. How's Lara? Have you seen her? Poor my Lara. If anything happens to her, I'll accompany you. I'll go and crash to death in front of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence. Su Huantang shouted loudly. That's enough. What kind of behavior is that? Lara is fine. At his words, the entire room fell silent. Lu hastily wiped her eyes and lifted her spirits a little. What did you say, master? Lara is fine? She wasn't beaten and didn't suffer? And did Marquis Jinnan's son treat her harshly? Su Huantang knew that this was his wife worrying too much, so he said gently, Don't worry, ma'am. Jinnan Marquis Xiao Shitzi treats her very well. Lara looks quite good, and she is in harmony with Xiao Shitzi, and has a strong bond. Xiao Shitzi has already decided to marry Lara as his first wife. I'm back to make preparations. God damn it. Lu's eyes widened, then suddenly closed and she fainted straight away. Mrs. Are you okay, ma'am? Call the doctor. Gee, it's glad. The room was in chaos and disarray. A moment later, Lu opened her eyes and looked at Su Huantang and asked, Master, you must not intentionally comfort your concubine. You tell me the truth. What exactly is the situation? Su Huantang sighed and patted the lady's hand and said, I'm telling the truth. Your daughter is simply lucky against all odds. Xiao Shitzi doesn't mind that she's ugly. Instead he likes her so much that he made her the first wife. That's true. Lu shuddered. Then isn't Xiao Shitzi a bit naive and foolish? Su Huantang smiled. He would not tell Lu about Xiao Yushu hiding his clumsiness. He's just a bit mute and simple, but he is still smart and courteous. You can trust me. Especially this child's heart is pure, so I like it when I see it. Lu asked excitedly. And what does he look like? Is there a disability or a pockmarked face? But it doesn't matter if there is, as long as the heart is good. Su Huantang said helplessly. No disability or pockmarked face. He's handsome, so he's a good boy. Lu cried out violently. Oh my daughter, this is heaven's favor and Buddha's blessing on you. Su Huantang sighed and gently patted her, tears flashing in his eyes as well. All the sisters and stewardess daughters-in-law in the room slowed down and came forward to congratulate and pat themselves on the back. Madam, this is great joy. Yes, ma'am. The young lady's good fortune is so great that she married the Marquis of Jinan. It's really a great fortune. The Marquis of Jinan's mansion. Ah, what a lintel. One wouldn't dare to think of it. Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations, ma'am. Lu cried for a moment, sat up violently and drank. Help me up. The two steward daughters-in-law rushed forward and helped Lu up. She stood up straight and in moments was glowing like a new person. Su Huantang asked in surprise, Madam, what are you? Lu shrugged off the two steward daughters-in-law and said with an airy voice, My family's Lar is so competitive that she has gained the favor of Marquis Jinan's son, and has become the son's wife. This is the Marquis of Jinan's house. Ah, the first-rate noble family in Shangjing, the Marquis Zhao's family that the whole world has praised. How can I, as a mother, dishonor her? Immediately re-prepare my dowry. I want Lara to get married in style. Su Huantang looked at the spirited madam and couldn't help but smile with a flick of his beard. Regarding the dowry, both husband and wife thought of the same thing. Come men, all listen to me. Count the coffers at once, and move them all. Mrs. Lu was in high spirits, and the whole person was as if she had taken a tonic pill, red and bright, and half of her weakness was gone. This sudden happy event has boosted the morale of the entire Chang'e house. All the stewardship sisters-in-law were in high spirits, and everyone stood at attention, waiting for her ladyship's command. There are still in-laws above the Changning Marquis residence, and the clothes and jewelry I prepared for Lara are all plain and calm. Marquis Jinan's son is a young man. How can he like these? Get me to ask Hua Lianfang to send the best tailor to come over immediately. 64 sets of dresses and skirts all redo. Dowry material all new. There is also the jewelry in the Chengjian pavilion, all of which should be new, and all of which should be expensive, luxurious and good-looking. No, the colors in Beijing are not as good as those in Jiangnan. Send someone back to Jiangnan Road with a fast horse. Tell the family to put a big boat, and ask Nai Shangshuan to send the best masters to bring more feather yarns, raw silk yarns, cloud brocades, and the latest materials over to make clothes for Shitzi and Lar. Chapter 27 Dowry and Compensation. The furniture has to be made new. What kind of family is the Marquis of Jinan's residence? The previous furniture is too simple. All new. Rosewood, gold nanny, yellow pear, all with the best wood and handmade. The son's study with all set with jade. The new room are set with gold. The Marquis of Jinan is a military family, so give me more precious weapons to give to the son as a gift. Oops, it's broken. Mrs. Lu suddenly shrieked. What's wrong with ma'am? Su Huantang asked. Lu called out sharply. Earlier, when Lar wanted to marry the Changning burial mansion, I thought that Changning burial mansion already had 2 concubines, and I was afraid that Lar would bring someone over to cause trouble, so I didn't arrange for a maid to accompany the dowry. But now that Lar has become Mrs. Shi, and she doesn't even have an attentive common roommate, won't Shi laugh at our Su family's pettiness? Su Huantang sighed. It was inconvenient for him to intervene in this kind of matter. Let Mrs. Lu take care of it. Lu turned to the group of men and droned. All the big maids in the whole house are gathered. I want to choose a personal maid for Miss. All of them must be the best in appearance, temperament, and stature. Also, let the Jiangnan family put another boat. Select the most outstanding maids and send them over with the boat. It is necessary to have the right manpower to help the young lady fix her favor. How can you send 8 pairs of maids for the sake of decency? Don't you think so, milord? So much? Well, the lady's right. After working late into the night, Mrs. Lu joyfully handed the gift list to Su Huantang. Master, I have prepared another 128 dowries. What do you think? Previously, 64 dowries had already entered the Marquis of Jinan's residence, and with the addition of these 128 dowries, it's a total of 10 miles of red dowries. We are not a royal family, and according to the regulations, the number of dowries cannot exceed 200. Su Huantang took a look. Good guy, this dowry of yours is several times more expensive than the one given to Changning Bo. What's this? His heart ached. This is my hibiscus ice pattern lapis lazuli cup. Mrs. Lu snapped. You have only one daughter. Lara, what is a set of jade cups? Su Huantang sighed helplessly. Forget it, just give it away. Mrs. Lu laughed. When nobles in Shangjing marry their daughters, the usual dowry is 6,000 taels to 10,000 taels. For the sake of Lara's well-being, the 30,000 taels of dowry that we gave to Changning Bo last time are now carried to the Jinnan Marquis residence. The new dowry I prepared this time is worth another 150,000 taels, in addition to 10,000 acres of fields and 2 manors, so I guess it's taken. Su Huantang nodded. I have only one daughter, and to be able to marry the Marquis of Jinnan, the family will surely do their best. I have written a letter back to Jiangnan to send Xiao Shitzi another large gift as a dowry. Mrs. Lu asked, What great gift! Su Huantang flicked his beard and said, have your family purchased 200,000 stones of rice from the Jiangnan Road and send it directly to the 3 southwestern states for the Jinnan army to use as military food. 200,000 stones of rice? Mrs. Lu nodded, also extremely pleased. The price of rice in Jiangnan was low. 200,000 stones of rice would cost roughly 150,000 taels of silver. However, the 3 southwestern states are far away and transportation is difficult in the high mountains. The rice would have to double in price again with shipping costs to get there. These 200,000 stones of rice are 300,000 taels of silver consumed. Su Huantang this time, it is equivalent to take out the court to the Jinnan army 200,000 army a quarter of military expenses. The handwriting is very big. Mrs. Lu gently wiped the corners of her eyes and smiled. I'm afraid our Lara's dowry is one of the best in the upper capital. Bang! The white porcelain vase fell to pieces as 5th Imperial Prince Suzhen roared in anger. How could the silver be robbed? The caravan traveled so stealthily. How did the thieves know? The kneeling steward bowed his head and shivered. Next to him stood a tall, arm-length general with a brash face, frowning at it all. Suzhen was filled with anger. Where are the 4 masters of Mongshan? And where is eunuch Zhang? The steward whispered. The caravan disappeared into thin air, and none of the people could be found. Only traces of a fight were found in Yunmeng Mountain, and General Li judged it to have been robbed. The bratty-faced general's surname was Li. His name was Xinjie, and he was the first general under the 5th prince's command. He came from the Hebei army, from the Hebei General Li family, and was an important pawn of the 5th prince within the army. He said in an unhurried, hushed voice, the scene of the incident was treated, but there are still traces of it upon closer inspection. At least hundreds of people raided, using the 3 talents formation and a 2-stone strong bow. I lifted an arrowhead from the trees along the road, and it was a military iron arrow produced by the Hedong Road. According to my judgment, those who attacked must be the elite of the army. The other party has been planning this for a long time and ambushed the roadside early, so I'm afraid that eunuch Zhang and the others are all in danger. 5th Prince Suzhen's face was extremely ugly. The 300,000 taels were his misappropriated military expenses, and he and his party in the Ministry of Revenue took a great risk. If the incident was known by the emperor, he would be in deep. Li Shenji calmly said, this is so secretive, and the other party has even prepared for it. 5th Highness, there are undercover agents among our people. Su Zhenjian's body shook, and he violently and viciously drank. Check. I'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go. If this undercover agent is found out, I want his whole family to live a life worse than death. He took a deep breath to calm himself and braced his hands on the table in a harsh voice. What do you think did it? My big brother or my second brother? Li Shenji shook his head. It's hard to say. The Grand Prince has close ties with the Hedong Road. The Hedong army is very strong. Yunmeng Mountain is not too far away from the Hedong Road. It is completely possible to do this. The second prince has a lot of henchmen in the Imperial Guards in the capital, and there are some masters as well. Even Xiao Luoshan's Jinnan army has this strength. Xiao Luoshan? The Jinnan army sent someone to rob the silver? I feel that there is this possibility. Lai Tie and Hua Taichin of the Jinnan army are both iron guards in Shangjing. Marquis housekeeper Xiao Zhong is also not weak, and they are also suspected for their lack of military expenses nowadays. It's just that the corpses have all been taken away, and the clues are just too few to draw any conclusions. Suzhen shook her head. It's not them. Li Shenji's gaze flickered and he frowned and nodded. It's too late. Suzhen's decision to let the silver car leave the city was made on the fly, and even if the Marquis of Jinnan had inquired about it, it was too late to ask Xiao Luoshan, who was thousands of miles away. Xiao Yushu, the son of the Marquis of Jinnan, that is a waste of a little cute. He doesn't have the heart and means, nor does he have the guts to dare hijack and rob. Suzhen sneered. If I find out who did this to the oldest too, I will make him pay. He turned to the steward. You go and ask Wang Xing of Wanli Gambling House to meet me. Wang Xing of Wanli Gambling House is a local snake in Shangjing, with business involving gambling, greenhouses and money lending. Suzhen is ready to borrow 300,000 taels from him to plug the hole in the Ministry of the Interior first, just in case the oldest or the second one suddenly turns on him and takes it to the emperor. The oldest had the support of the Hedong Road, the second had the support of the Gon family gatekeepers, and he was the only one who had to work hard to get the money on his own. As a result, he didn't earn a penny and lost 300,000 taels. Suzhen slapped her palm on the table, her heart annoyed and depressed to the extreme. Chapter 28. Oh my god. Marquis Jinnan's mansion? Jiangnan Road, Linan Province. The Su family was a powerful family in Jiangnan, cultivating deeply in Jiangnan Road for 100 years, and their wealth and power was top in the region. The Su family's mansion is naturally a top-notch garden, with carved beams and painted buildings everywhere, rich and elegant. What? The Su family's old man held Su Huantang's handwritten letter and could hardly believe his eyes. The Marquis of Jinan? Old General Zhao's Jinan Marquis mansion? Old me didn't see it wrong. Su Huantang's several brothers all shook their heads and sighed. Also a picture of shocked appearance. Father, you've read it correctly. It's the Marquis Jinan mansion in Shangjing. Yes, it's the Shao family Jinan Marquis house that issued the demon-killing order. The old man of the Su family took a deep breath and pressed his chest, only to feel his brain buzzing. That girl Lar married the righteous son that the Marquis of Jinan took in, didn't she? No, it's the Marquis of Jinan's world son. The name is written on Big Brother's letter. Xiao Yushu, the rightful son of the Marquis of Jinan. Su Huanin of the second house, Su Huantang's second brother, couldn't even hide the acidity in his tone anymore. Jinan Marquis Xiao old Marquis to save the world human race. 3 generations of Jinan Marquis for the people to guard the border. A top first-class nobleman with a reputation that extends for miles, even if you let the first daughter to do side-room wife. Jiannan family also a large number of willing. Su Baila had become the wife of the Marquis of Jinan? My god how did he just dash? What's with the look at Rara? Master Su almost said. How could he be so blind to see my ugly granddaughter? To say look on. That also has to be the second house of Su Baiting girl kind of beauty He couldn't figure it out, so he just took a deep breath and sighed aloud. My family's big man, though ugly, is really blessed. Several of Su Baila's uncles also found it unbelievable. This fact is too unreasonable. Su Baila's height is so strange. How many men can stand to have their wives a head taller than them? Although she has donated the title of a county princess, what is this title in the capital? There are more than 24 princesses with famous names, and there must be hundreds of county lords. Why do you think this Prince Xiao has taken a liking to her? The faces of all the people were complicated with envy and joy, mixed with jealousy of course. There are some deep-minded. At this time has been calculated with the help of Su Baila this layer of relations. Their own daughters will be sent into the Jinan Marquis as a concubine, but also a share of the dignity of the child. Elder Su put down the letter and contemplated for a moment with a serious look. He gazed at his sons. You've all read the boss's letter. I don't believe I need to say more about what the Marquis of Jinan house represents. For our Su family to have a daughter marry into it as a first wife, that's something that honors our ancestors. From now on, the things mentioned by the boss and the boss's daughter-in-law, do them for me immediately. Not a single thing must be done poorly. Not a single thing must be done slowly. It must all be done properly. Elder Su's voice had already taken on a steel-like severity in it. This is my Su family's top priority nowadays. Whoever's errand dares to go wrong, don't blame me for being the matriarch's unkindness. All the people are all austere. Su Huanqing of the third house is shrewd and capable, usually in charge of the house. He bowed earnestly. Please rest assured, father. We all know the importance of this. The group will do their work well, and will never dare to have the slightest delay. Elder Su nodded and exclaimed joyfully. Lao San, open the treasury. I, as a grandfather, have to add makeup to Lar. The Su family residence covered an extremely large area, with vast gardens and lakes in the backyard, and the scenery was breathtaking. At this time in an elegant waterfront pavilion by the lake, Su Baiting, the first miss of the Su family's second house, was chatting with her 2 maids, Summer Cicada and Autumn Moon. Miss, I've heard that the Grand Master has sent a letter that Miss Lara of the Grand House is married to the world son of the Marquis of Jinan from the upper capital. Is this true? Summer Cicada poured tea for Su Baiting and asked curiously. Su Baiting smiled faintly, hiding the sourness in his heart and pretending to be indifferent. Truly, the family is preparing gifts and tailors to send a ship to the upper capital. She looked at the 2 handsome maids and couldn't help but smile. The family is still screening for dowry maids, so you guys can also go and try. You 2 have good looks, so you can definitely be selected. If the Marquis of Jinan's son sees you and takes you in, you'll be flying high. The 2 maids immediately turned red and looked at each other in embarrassment. Summer Cicada said, I'm not going. I'm going to accompany Miss. Autumn Moon whispered, I'm not going either. Summer Cicada said with worry, I heard that Marquis Jinan's son is a little cutie, and also crazy. Miss La might have to be beaten all day if she marries him. Su Baiting shook his head in disbelief and didn't say anything. The 2 maids were shallow-eyed, so how could they understand these great events? That's the Marquis of Jinan's residence. There were only 5 or 6 powerful and noble families in the entire Great Zhou dynasty that could stand alongside it. Even with the addition of the 3 imperial princes' rightful consorts, there were less than 10 positions full for the mistresses of such a powerful noble family. But how many noble daughters and first daughters of noble families are there in the world of the right age? This kind of family, the Su family, was still prestigious in the Jiannan Road, but in the whole country of the Great Zhou, in the capital of the city where the great and noble families were gathered, what did it amount to? I'm afraid that there must be hundreds of first daughters not second to her status in the whole world combined. The contemporary Marquis of Jinan is a woman. So the world sun is the only male heir to the Marquis residence. When the Marquis of Jinan, housewife of the sun, directly is the first grade enjoined evening, that is, see the royal princess also do not have to salute. This is such a hot spot, a position that women all over the world look up to. Whoever can get it will immediately be above the countless destined and official women. She also remembered that last year, there had been a son of a powerful nobleman from the upper capital who came to Jiangnan Road for a visit, and it seemed to be the son of Yingchuan Bo called Cui Qinghe. He merely came from the nobility of Shangjing, and was a lieutenant military officer under the 5th Prince's command, yet he was treated as a young talent by the officials and patriarchs of the Jiangnan Road. The stars were gathered around and took turns introducing their daughters to him. She had seen that Cui Qinghe, full of arrogance, as if all the people of Jiangnan Road were not in her eyes. When he saw his face, there was an undisguised fire and greed in his eyes, but when his father tried the engagement, he hesitated and covered it up, not even mentioning a promise. Such a Yingchuan Bo's son is so arrogant and condescending. His status and power, however, was 100,000 miles worse than the Marquis of Jinan's world son. This is the difference between the Jiangnan Road place and the capital city of Shangjing. That's where the real power and riches are centered. Su Baiting's heart was sour and astringent, and intense jealousy gnawed at the mind. She is the first beauty of Jiangnan Road, whether it is her looks and figure, or her literary reputation. She is 10 times stronger than Su Baiera in every way. But why had her incredibly tall, ugly, and weird longhouse sister become the first wife of Marquis Jinnan's son? If I could have met the Marquis of Jinnan's son first, he would have fallen under my skirt. The second young lady is really beautiful. Even when she is frowning and contemplating, she is as pretty as a painting. Looking at the second young lady's somewhat sad appearance, the two maids were also silent. Chapter 29 Rewards. Being able to marry the Marquis of Jinnan, this made the entire Su family in Jiangnan overjoyed. Su Huantang and Mrs. Lu's request, whether it is to buy rice for the Jinnan army, or to put a boat to send silk to send maids, the Su family all agreed, and executed it with thunder and lightning. The Su family's old man had wanted to personally accompany the ship northward in order to show the importance he placed on this marriage. As a result, he was discouraged by his family. The old man is old, and it would be bad if something happened to him on the boat. In the end, it was decided to send Su Diyuan, the second uncle after Master Su, and Su Huanqing, the eldest son of the third house, who is the head of the house, to represent the Su family to go north to the capital to congratulate the wedding. In addition to the requests made by Su Huantang and Mrs. Lu, the Su family accompanied many more precious gifts, including a set of precious natural red coral bonsai ornaments, a total of 64 units, both large and small, in exquisite form, worth 10,000 gold, containing a set of gold point jade lion, a total of 16, carved from mutton fat white jade, Lantian jade, Nanyang jadeite and other kinds of good jade. Each lion's mouth contains a pure gold ball, green jade pavilion gilt figure insert screen. The insert screen is made of fine Beijing green jade, an heirloom classic work of Gui Zigang, a master of jade painting in the former dynasty, as well as and the tackiest of all, 12 carved gold balls cast in pure gold and 12 silver balls cast in silver, each weighing 1,000 taels. And in order to select the best pass-along maids, the Su family conducted a mandatory screening of all family-born women. Su Baiting's maid, Cho Yu, was surprisingly chosen and had to say goodbye to second miss and Summer Cicada in tears. Just 2 days later, 2 large Minerva ships had been released, the boat full of Su family gifts and silk, tailors, craftsmen and selected maids, riding the wind and waves, into the river and then north into the canal and go. At the same time there was a large ship sailing westward, laden with white rice, toward the 3 southwestern states of the Jiannan Road. Marquis Jinnan's study, Xiao Lang. The dishes are all in the pot, and will be ready to fry today. The horses kept at home have injured their hooves, the healers have taken care of them, and they are all cheerful today. Lai Mayer's pretty eyes smiled as she served a cup of tea and reported gently. The goose yellow dress jacket is even more undulating on her, and the lightly matured woman is full of charm. There was not the slightest trace of the fierce general's might that had been seen in her last night, the one who held an iron flail and shook the valley with a single murderous sentence, dominating the world. Xiao Yushu nodded. Yesterday's dish was the robbed official silver. Fried good means that has been mixed with other silver remelting. Today can be all cast. In this way, all traces disappear completely, and the silver will not be traced when it appears on the market. The wounded horses are the wounded soldiers, and no one was killed in last night's raid in the Jinan army, and only a dozen people were wounded. Now that their injuries have been taken care of, there are no serious injuries to disable them. By all accounts, it was a clean and brilliant move. Xiao Yushu pondered for a moment. Sister Mayor, immediately send someone to send the silver to the Jinan army, strengthen the guards on the road, and be sure to act carefully. Lai Mayor nodded. Xiaolang, don't worry, Wojciech personally went out to escort the shipment, and there were people to meet them along the way. Our Jinnan army also has its own channels for traveling goods. Xiao Yushu took out an exquisite long wooden box and pushed it to Lai Meier. He smiled. This was a gift from the Lara family. I thought it would be just right for you to use. See if you like it? Lai Meier took it in surprise, opened it and, only a 2-foot 5-inch sword lay quietly in the box. The blade of this sword is smooth and sharp, clear and sparkling like water, with a ghostly green light. Upon closer inspection, the body of the sword carried a faint frost pattern on top of it, while the hilt was made of gray animal bone, crystalline and warm, inlaid with a red gemstone. Lai Meier fell in love with the sword at the first glance. She picked it up and gently swung it. The blade hummed with a sound, and channels of frost patterns flashed. Surprisingly, she felt that the sword in her hand was much heavier and became more solid and strong. Good sword. She was pleasantly surprised and instantly loved it. Lai Meier was born with godly strength, and her hands were so strong that ordinary weapons could not withstand her strength, so she chose to use a heavy iron flail. The sword, however, was engraved with special runes, able to draw on the power of the heavens and earth to strengthen itself, becoming stronger and more durable. This was just what Lai Meier wanted. This sword was so beautiful and sharp, it was just right for a woman to use. Xiao Yushu took out the scabbard and handed it to her, saying, "This sword is called Fushang, and it will be yours from now on." Lai Meier nonchalantly took the scabbard and sheathed her sword back, smiling sweetly at Xiao Yushu. "Thank you, Koro, I love this sword. This sword must be very valuable. Koro is so kind to me." Her pretty eyes rolled slightly. "This is a reward for me. Who's going to give it to Koro? He works so hard and so desperately, and the great general is not in the upper capital." Lai Meier thought about it, and her swaying, right figure came over. Xiao Yushu looked up in surprise. "Mei's sister. You, well." A gentle kiss on the face and a fresh, sweet scent. Her breath made the whole world mild, with a surfeit of warmth and gentle charm. "Koro's reward will be given by Mei-san." Lai Meier looked at Xiao Yushu with deep affection and tenderness, her heart surging with tenderness. When she stood there, she was just like when she was a child, and her hand stroked Xiao Yushu's cheek, like the soft rains of a May spring, fresh and soft. When Xiao Yushu fell down when he was little, she touched his face like this, softly and softly comforting him. Xiao Yushu raised his eyes and looked at Sister Meier in front of him. The light fragrance came with a soft scent, carrying 10 years of 2x2, transforming into a timeless feeling in the heart of a teenager. "Mei's sister." Xiao Yushu gently held her hand and said softly, "Meier, do you like me?" Lai Meier, face full of blush, but still put up a sister's posture. Pretty eyes aglare, hummed, "Call sister." "No, just Meier. You're this Seiji's little Meier." "Bah, it's not little Melanie. I'm older than you. You act confused all day long, even picking up the wrong bride. Where do you look like a sister?" "I don't care, are you calling your sister? If you don't scream, your master Seiji's little Meier, Stinky Xiaolang. Today I'll let you know how powerful this sister is." Lai Meier was about to reach out and pinch his arm, but Xiao Yushu hurriedly stopped it. "Wait." Xiao Yushu took her hand and slowly placed it on his chest. His steady, strong heartbeat traveled to her palm and all the way to her heart. "Sister Meier, thank you for staying by my side all these years. Marry me." Joy and shyness surged onto Lai Meier's cheeks, and an incomparable radiance was released from her eyes. Xiao Yushu's words were exactly the most beautiful dream in the deepest part of her heart. As long as Xiaolang has her in his heart, everything is enough. She took 2 lightning-fast steps back with her slender waist. Lai Meier lightly bit her lip. "Mei will always be Koro's person, but, Great General's military order. Anyone who dares to sleep with Xiaolang will be beheaded." Chapter 30, Abnormal Ability 2 opens. Xiao Yushu was dumbfounded and then dumbfounded. It turns out that General Xiao is not only a voodoo demon, but also a disciple controller. The 5 iron guards under his command are all outstanding in appearance and loyal to a fault. But who would dare lay a hand on her baby brother? The person will be beheaded without pardon. Lai Meier doesn't dare to challenge the great general's military orders. And today, taking advantage of the fact that Huichinger isn't there unsupervised, she's already satisfied when she even kisses and hugs to take advantage of the situation. She honestly sat on the side, holding a small teapot and serving Xiao Yushu with a blush on her face as she read. Xiao Yushu gently rubbed his brow and picked up a copy of the military newspaper before he could unfold it. His face changed. Once again the huge hourglass appeared in his eyes, the sand above it already depleted. The last drop of sand fell, and golden letters flashed. Ability 1, Eavesdrop. Time expires. Ability 1 ends. Xiao Yushu was a bit regretful. This ability to eavesdrop on the heart was still quite powerful. Especially this last robbery of Old 5 was a real treat to eat. I guess Old 5 still can't figure out how it got out until now. The golden text on the hourglass shimmered and another line appeared. Alien Power 2, Time-Space Interchange. Function, the host randomly swaps time and space with a living being in this realm. And during the swap, the host will have the appearance and voice of that living being, and can move freely. During the period of exchange, the host will have the appearance and voice of the creature, and can move freely. The creature will have the appearance and voice of the host, but will lose all ability to move. Interchange time, 2 hours. Individual bookworms have questions. So let's explain. It's not just bodies or souls that are swapped. It's two people who have directly switched places and changed into each other's likeness. Similar to the movie Changeling. Ability 2 passive use. Swap objects randomly. Host cannot interfere. The large hourglass shook and began to slowly turn upwards again. Restarting the clock. 2 hours. Time and space positions swapped. Xiao Yushu's heart shook. NYC. That's a dangerous power. The point is to step into a random swap, not knowing what to swap to or who to swap with. If I were to swap with Miss Feng Fu, one change over being 1 into 0. That's bad. He made an instant decision and said to Lai Mayer, Sister Mayer, lock me up in the secret room and you personally guard it. You will open the secret room again after 2 hours, during which no one is allowed to approach. Seeing his solemn face, Lai Mayer immediately stood up and held the Fushang sword and asked nervously, what happened? Xiao Yushu reached out and pressed the organ in the study and said sternly, remember what I said. Never open the chamber until it's time. The row of bookshelves in the study suddenly turned, revealing a long square hole with a staircase down inside. Xiao Yushu took a candle and lit it and walked down. The two of them walked all the way down the tunnel for a few dozen meters, arriving at an iron door. Xiao Yushu pushed it open, turned a corner and there was another heavy stone door, after which there was a dark red bone portal. The entire door was carved from the bones of a blood dragon, with arcane runes painted on it, and the fury rising blood like flames of light. Xiao Yushu walked into the bone gate and sat down in a stone chamber that was 2 feet square. This chamber was made entirely of Xian stone and was incredibly sturdy, so it was difficult for a great demon to break out even if it was locked up in it. Lai Mayer was filled with worry, but carried out his orders meticulously. She closed the bone door, then dropped the heavy stone door and closed the jack iron door again. All of a sudden, everything inside and outside the door was cut off, and no sound or light could come through. Within the secret room, seeing the hourglass gradually rising, Xiao Yushu took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing and state. When his internal breath and essence slowly approached the peak, he resolutely chanted silently, use ability 2, temporal swap. There was a burst of light and strange changes in front of his eyes, and Xiao Yushu's entire body felt like it had been stretched and thrown into a strange and suspenseful world, in which space and time were rotating and stretching. After a long time, he only felt a headache before he slowly woke up. The walls were mottled and jagged, and the light from the tattered oil lamps was dim and bleak. A gray bed covered in tattered animal skins. The air smelled sour and unpleasant. Xiao Yushu reached out and touched the head of the bed. Hard and somewhat rough, not wood or metal, as if it was made of bone. 15th brother. A crisp voice rang out and he turned his head to look, only to see a skinny young girl in red standing in front of the bed. She wore a crown of white animal bones tied around her head, and a bowl of soup in her hand, which she handed to him. Have some hot soup. A hot, fishy odor came from the bowl of soup that looked like a bowl of boiled blood. Xiao Yushu took a deep breath and slowly reached out to take the bowl. The girl in red sat down beside him, looking miserable but still trying to smile. 15th brother, today Nui is going to marry you. Although you are a little cutie, you have not been a talker since you were a child, but your heart is not bad. If I give you my innocent body, it's better than being spoiled by a demon. With that she took off her tiara and unclasped her red dress, revealing her thin, beautiful shoulders. She leaned against Xiao Yushu and choked on a sob. 15th brother, drink the soup. There's nothing good. The only thing left in the house is this bowl of dear blood. Consider it our wedding banquet. Drink it and hurry to the bridal chamber. Those demons are coming to the village today to capture people. In a little while, I'll be taken away. As she undressed her clothes, her tears kept falling like broken beads. After all, I won't be able to come back. Those demonic creatures are lustful and abusive in nature, most like to destroy and torture human women. I heard that many women went to a few days to be tortured to death, and even the body was eaten by the demon. But the women of the village don't even dare to commit suicide. The demon looks at whoever dares to commit suicide and will slaughter the entire village. The young girl violently pulled down her red dress, revealing half of her snow-white and smooth body. Xiao Yushu, however, was as if he hadn't seen it, as golden words floated in front of his eyes. Time and space swap object. Xiao 15. Location, Mid-Levels Village. Yura Abyss. A line of text rose above the head of the woman at her side. Yu Lanner, human, female, 16 years old. Xiao XV's neighbor. Demons of the Mandrel clan have arrived at the Mid-Levels village and are about to reach Xiao XV's position. Xiao Yushu's pupils shrunk and his face became serious. I'm afraid that this Yuluo Abyss is not within the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty, because ever since Marquis of Jinan Xiaoti drove the demon race out of the Central Plains, it has been rare for demons to dare to waltz into villages and do evil. There was nothing wrong with the bowl of deer blood and Xiao Yushu pushed it in front of Yulaner. You drink. 15th brother. Yulaner looked at him in surprise. Xiao 15 had been demented and numb. She didn't expect him to respond to her. Her thin, pale little face took on a blush of happiness as she took 2 small sips of her cherished drink. She put down the broken bowl, violently embraced Xiao 15, and cried in a low, painful voice. Oh, I'm so sorry. I should have married you earlier. I should have gotten married to you earlier. I should have given birth to a few children for you, so that even if I die, someone would still remember me, but now it's too late. It's too late. At that moment heavy footsteps thudded from a distance, approaching the small courtyard. Yulaner's pupils gradually narrowed, and her hand gripping Xiao Yushu was cold and clammy. The thin body was constantly trembling, obviously terrified to the extreme. She tried her best to suppress her fear, and a sudden surge of strength was born as her small hands desperately pushed Xiao Yushu toward the indentation at the back of the bed. She shuddered. 15th brother, hide. You must live well. Think of me for a little while when you have time, just a little while, and don't forget Lanner, in another life. Lanner will serve you well in her next life. Chapter 31, The Hurricane Sword Beheads Demons and Evils. The village had resounded with mournful screams and cries, a demonic creature brutalizing humans. Xiao Yushu slowly looked up and saw a 3-foot iron bar full of rust hanging on the wall of the ragged stone house. It's not iron bars. This is a sword. He gave Yulaner's hand a firm grip and picked up the bowl of deer blood and drank it in one go. A rush of heat rose from his chest as he stood up and removed the rusty, heavy greatsword from the wall. The Jinnan army. Xiao Yushu was here. I only have a rusty iron bar in my hand. That too. There are swords on earth that do not allow demons to run rampant. 15th brother, what are you doing? 15th brother. Yulaner was alarmed and wrapped her clothes hastily around her body. Xiao Yushu pushed open the door and walked out. The outside was dim and the sour and unpleasant odor was even stronger. At that moment there was a bang, and the door to the small courtyard flew up and shattered. A dark and heavy figure as strong as a small mountain barged in, his low voice carrying a bit of tyrannical lechery. The eerie gaze fell on the 2 men in the courtyard, and white, sharp teeth were revealed in his bloody mouth. Ha ha, there's a woman to pleasure me and a ration to fill my belly. This demonic creature was shaped like a human body, strong and tall, with gnarled muscles on its black body and high, bulging shoulders and neck. The back carries a pair of retracted leathery wings like a winged bat, while the head resembles an orangutan, with a huge mouth revealing sharp teeth. It was a head taller than Xiao Yushu, its huge dark shadow projected on the ground. Its mouth had sharp teeth that were cold, and sticky saliva fell like a thread. Yulaner was shaking as if she was sifting chaff, but she didn't know where she got the courage to rush over. The thin body flung itself to the ground and blocked in front of Xiao Yushu. She looked up at the demonic creature and pleaded, I beg the great immortal to spare my man. I'm willing to go with the great immortal and serve him well. The demonic creature looked lustfully at the pale skin exposed in her shirt and probed its tongue to lick its sharp claws. The dark yellow pupils were filled with viciousness and teasing as it extended its claws and hooked at Yulaner. Come here. Yulaner tried her best to stand up, looking back at Xiao Yushu with boundless longing and reluctance. 15th brother, I'm leaving. She took 2 steps forward, and the demonic creature, seemingly impatient, stepped forward and grabbed her by the neck. Please, Dyson, let my man go. Yulaner was suffocated by the stranglehold. Still pleading with difficulty, the demonic creature laughed indulgently, the corners of its mouth showing a cruel teasing color. What can I do if I don't let him go? I can play with your human race as much as I want, so today I'll break his limbs, play you to death in front of him, and then eat him up. Yulaner's heart clenched violently, tears violently filled her eyes. Is this the fate of our human race? But it's good, at least we can die together. 15th brother. She turned back with difficulty, wanting to take another look at Xiao 15. Just then, dark and dull by the light of day, a light suddenly rose from the humble and tattered courtyard. The sword light flashed, cold and piercing. Xiao Yushu swung his big sword with both hands. The rusty sword was chilled to the bone, reflecting his lingering eyes. Above the great sword, a line of blood was like a small, curved snake, snaking and gradually converging towards Fengren. Yulaner only felt a lightness in her body, and her and the demonic creature's arms unexpectedly fell down at the same time. Roar! The demonic creature hissed loudly in pain and it never dreamed that the frail and timid human race would dare to resist with a sword and chop off one of its arms. Kill! Xiao Yushu's figure was like thunder as he met the demonic creature head-on and killed it violently. The great sword in his hand was used as the lance of the demon-slaying gun. The power of his arms erupted, and the great sword was like an invincible lance that crashed into the top of the demon's chest like a dragon and like electricity. The large sword penetrated through the body, and the strong and lingering force instantly tore the demon's heart into 2 pieces. Between the drumming of chi and blood, surging like a river, Xiao Yushu gripped the hilt of his sword and pushed the small mountainous demonic creature forward violently for several feet. The The blast nailed it firmly to the stone wall of the small courtyard. You. The tyranny in that demon's eyes had long since disappeared, leaving only deep fear and viciousness. Without budging, Xiao Yushu locked eyes with the dark yellow pupils, reached out and drew his greatsword, slashing down in a harsh horizontal motion. Catching dash. Blood flew avalanche 2 feet, and the demon's head shot up into the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Wreckage was all over the place in front of him, and the corpses of demonic creatures emitted a strong smell of blood. Xiao Yushu calmly wiped the blood of the great sword clean, his eyes calm and unperturbed. It is the duty of the Jinnan army to eliminate demons and devils. A line of golden text appeared on that large sword and on the demon corpse at the same time. How ran sword technique? This sword technique, with its righteousness, cuts down all the demons and monsters in the world. Wang Liang. Beheading the demons and sprites can wash away their filth and turn it into the righteousness that feeds back to oneself. Ordinary flying demon, Xiao, a second-order demonic creature. Strong and swift, fond of lust and tyranny, with wings that can glide. Beheading it will give you a strand of righteousness. One could only see the gray aura flying up from the flying elf's body and sinking into the Haoran sword. Then Xiao Yushu felt a warmth all over his body, and there was a neutral and calm, vast and rigid qi converging into him. Xiao Yushu's own qi and blood and divine soul simultaneously shook slightly, and suddenly became a few points lighter and more rounded. He waved his hand in faith, feeling that the sword seemed a few points lighter, and brought with it a hint of a sense of ease. This silly black guy's appearance is unimpressive. Seems to come from a very uncomplicated source. That's good. He was in the upper capital amidst the heavy guards of the Marquis, and there were few occasions when he could kill the enemy in battle. This time and Space Swap had given him a rare opportunity to cut down the demons and raise his realm. Xiao Yushu turned back to Yulaner, who was sitting frozen on the ground, only to see that her eyes were filled with disbelief. This kind of winged ape demon, listen to the village old man said, that is more than 10 knife and gun-armed men cannot deal with, but he was killed by 15th brother with a sword. Cut off the head? My goodness, this is still the cutie I know. 15th brother? Strength suddenly came to her body, and she rolled and crawled up, running to Xiao Yushu's body, stretching out her small hand to fiercely grab his arm. 15th brother, are you alright? Are there any injuries? Xiao Yushu looked at her dirty worried little face and smiled softly. I'm fine. He was Xiao Yushu after all, despite his appearance of a naive face of Xiao 15. This gentle smile suddenly cleared the scenery, making Yulaner look dumbfounded. Xiao Yushu asked in surprise, what's wrong with you? Yulaner's heart flared up, her cheeks swooned, and she couldn't help but say in secret, how did 15th brother become so good looking when he smiles? Xiao Yushu pointed to the stone house and said, go and hide in the house and keep the door closed and don't come out. I'll go out and look around, and I'll be back in a little while. Yulaner instantly became worried and pulled on his arm. 15th brother, there are demons outside. You'd better not go out. Let's find a place to hide. The demons won't be able to find us for a while. Xiao Yushu shook his head. If you can hide for a while, how can you hide for the rest of your life? I'll just go and kill all the demons. He exited the small courtyard with his sword in hand and walked in a big way in the direction where there was a sound. It is a village of the Indians. Most of the houses are made of stone and black mud and are situated halfway up the hill. The village houses are high and low, twisting and turning. Walking in them is very hidden. Xiao Yushu gradually approached a noisy place, and the sound of a woman's scream came from inside the courtyard. He did not enter through the main gate, but quietly went around to the side where the earthen wall was low, and gently leaped into the courtyard. The doorway of the narrow hut was wide open, and the wooden door had been smashed with great force and thrown to the ground. Looking through the doorway into the house, the floor was a dark red, sticky mess. The thighs and arms of both a large and a small human body were disassembled and stacked aside. A child's head was thrown next to the door, his young face still with a look of fear. Chapter 32. Hundreds of demons and sprites collect their forms at night. On one side of the stone table in that room, there was a woman who was being tortured by the pressure of 2 flying mandrills, constantly emitting miserable screams in pain. The 2 flying mandrills didn't feel threatened at all and concentrated on abusing the woman. The sharp claws kept her screaming in agony, as if that made them more interesting. Xiao Yushu eased his footsteps, stepping over the flowing blood and walking into the house step by step. The flying elf with his back to the doorway turned back impatiently, but his pupils suddenly shrunk. A long sword was like thunder and lightning, and before it could react, it had already entered its chest. Ow! The flying elf screamed miserably. Xiao Yushu reached out and twisted his hand. The force penetrated through and immediately shattered its heart. With a simultaneous movement of his feet, his figure had already exited the room. With a loud bang, the demonic creature that was copulating knocked over the stone table with a slap of the. With a stern, angry roar, he stormed out of the room. The flying elf let out a shrill whistle, its strong body crashing over like a galloping horse. It swung its arm round, its sharp hand claws drawing a harsh arc, violently smashing toward Xiao Yushu's head and neck. The flying mandrill was extremely powerful, and this blow was as heavy as 700 or 800 pounds, and it is very fast. The power of rushing is fierce and incomparable. Even smashing and crashing sound horrifying. Xiao Yushu let go of the hilt of his sword with one hand and held it with one hand. With the other hand, he clenched his palm into a fist, and his entire body's chi and blood surged. It was instantly as intense as a light flame. He didn't take half a step back, but instead met him head-on with a low gulp. Tackle the dragon cannon! A muffled thunder rang out in the air like a dragon roaring. Xiao Yushu's fist carried a thunderous thunderclap and slammed head-on on top of that flying mandrill's claw. Like a thunderous cracking sound sounded, that flying elf immediately hand claws all broken, arm sinews broken, blood and flesh flying. The burly body that came rushing in was also like hitting a tidal wave, and was slammed back by a strong and huge force. It flew into the house with a bang, flying past the stone table and collapsing half of the mountain wall. Xiao Yushu's figure was like electricity, and in 2 steps he had already snatched into the house. The large sword in his hand was raised, and the cold light on it flashed as he slashed down head-on at the flying elf. That flying mandrill, but the reaction is extremely fast. After landing on the ground, stump, behind the wings open, although not flying but the top of the body violently to the side of the bullet. Xiao Yushu was also quick in his pursuit. The greatsword in his hand was powerful and swift. It only dodged its body, and with a poof the greatsword chopped off a pair of the flying elf's calves. Blood and light erupted, and that flying elf let out a cry of pain with a wail as it continued to tumble backwards. Xiao Yushu, however, no longer gave it a chance, and his figure followed up with a drilling kick that ruthlessly kicked it on top of its spine, and the bones on the wings behind the flying mandrill suddenly crumbled and broke. Xiao Yushu stepped on the flying mandrill's head with one foot, raised his greatsword with both hands, and stabbed straight down at the flying mandrill's neck in a stern manner. Poof! Hot demon blood poured and sprayed. That flying elf still had a look of disbelief and fear on his face until he died. Xiao Yushu slowly pulled the greatsword out of the mandrill's flesh and blood and gently waved it. A cloud of blood mist flew out and the rust on the blade had disappeared, becoming sharp and cold. He stepped on the wet, puddled ground and walked back into the house. The woman on the stone table had climbed down, cradling the child's head and crying, oblivious to the large and small bleeding wounds on her naked body. She's out of her mind trying to still breastfeed the baby's head in hopes that he'll wake up. This woman is hurt so badly, she probably won't live long. Xiao Yushu calmly looked at it and walked out of the stone house towards the village. He couldn't save this woman. That is, he could cure her body wounds, but how could he save her heart wounds? Husbands are killed, children are killed, and those who have been humiliated and destroyed by demons are unwilling to live again even after they have been saved. The only thing he can do, it is to use this sword in my hand to kill all the demons in this world. Killing demons is salvation. To kill a demon is to do good. Xiao Yushu walked under the dim skylight with his sword, leaving a trail of blood-colored footprints. It was as if the lines of text of the demon-killing order were floating in front of his eyes, and the words were like iron. Today I'll kill the demon. If those who can cocrime will be encouraged to do so, make this order to kill the demons, and death to those who hurt our human race, death to those who kill my people, death to those who eat my people, kill all the demon races in the world and recreate a clear sky. 2 strands of Hao Ran Qi flew in and penetrated into his body. Xiao Yushu's body instantly warmed up, only to feel stronger and his qi and blood running more smoothly and quickly. He stuck his greatsword at his side and strutted in the direction of the village entrance. At the entrance of the village of Half Mountain Village, there were 30 to 40 villagers being stared at by 2 flying mandrills, crouching in front of a stone wall and shivering. Men protect women, adults protect children. In the face of the cruel demon, everyone's face was miserable, but did not dare to resist, such as the sheep to be slaughtered. Whimpering, the 2 demons wore sadistic smiles as they surveyed the crowd of women and fresh, tasty children. At that moment a figure appeared from the bleak village path, walking slowly step by step. The villagers turned their heads to look, and a white-haired old man snapped and drank. "Bean boy, don't come over." A little girl of 5 or 6 suddenly broke away from her mother's pull and ran at the man. She stumbled as she ran, her childish voice drifting through the dark morning mist of the mid-village. Brother Bean, run, there's a demon, run dash." A flying mandrill smiled grimly, and with a shock of its wings behind it, it swept towards the little girl like lightning. The sharp claws of her hands rose and swung violently at the back of her head. It wore a cruel expression on its face, and its mouth seemed to feel the fresh flesh and blood of the human children. Katwa! The little girl's mother lost her voice and screamed, and the villagers covered their eyes, hardly daring to look again. Just then, there was a clanging sound, as if metal had clashed. The flying mandrill's sharp claws didn't scratch the back of Katratha's head. Instead, it hit something hard. That's a sword. The village's crazy little cutie, Xiao 15, holding a large sword in one hand, blocked in front of the little girl. The villagers all brought a look of disbelief in their eyes, and even the flying elf's eyes were shaken. Xiao Yushu touched the little girl's head with his other hand and said gently, "Katwa, hide at the back." 15th brother is going to kill the demon. Katwa looked up, only to see 15th brother's tall figure in front of him. His face was calm, and the long sword in his hand shone with a cold light, illuminating and driving away the darkness and fear on all sides. A sudden surge of courage surged through her small body, and she turned and stumbled to run behind Xiao 15. The flying demon hissed with a face full of vicious fury and killing intent. How dare you! You all must die, Xiao Yushu said indifferently. You can't wait for that day. He stepped forward and his left fist blasted out, ringing above the flying elf's chest in a flash of lightning. The sound of clicking is endless. The flying elf flew out horizontally. Even if his body is strong, he can't block the overwhelming power of the demon suppressing fist. Xiao Yushu roared as if he were a stone. His body flashed to catch up with him, and he thunderously slashed down with his big sword in both hands. Put! That flying elf was split into two halves by a sword right in the air. The two bodies flew out horizontally, and blood poured out like a torrential downpour over a 10-foot area. The villagers' entire bodies trembled as they watched the scene in shock. These incredibly strong, murderous demons, that it's right in front of them, split in two by Xiao Xv's sword. Chapter 33, Chopping Off the Roots. The remaining flying mandrill roared violently, its huge black wings unfolding as it flew towards Xiao Yushu with a huff. Xiao Yushu chopped away with his sword, and the flying mandrill stretched out its two claws for a fight. Clanking, Xiao Yushu's arm shook, and a huge force came from the great sword that nearly fell out of his hand. That flying elf's body shook as well, and a crack appeared on its claws. Xiao Yushu's large sword pressed down, changing from a chop to a thrust, and stabbing violently at the flying elf's head. The flying mandrill sidestepped it, and its claws rushed at Xiao Yushu's head. Xiao Yushu deftly dodged and threw a punch, facing off with the flying elf. Between the exchanges he was unable to store up his strength to use his demon-suppressing fist, which was knocked back several steps by the huge force of the flying elf. That flying elf attacked repeatedly, but did not gain any upper hand. It stopped in the air with its wings fluttering, its eyes full of fury, and suddenly laughed viciously. Even if you can fight, how can you catch up with my speed? Its wings shook, swept out and flew quickly toward the location of the Katwa. Right at this moment, a strange sensation suddenly emanated from the sword in his hand. It was as if a few lines of large golden characters appeared in front of Xiao Yushu's eyes. Strong and powerful, vast and lofty, brilliant vast sutra, shine on 3 feet of ice. There are swords on earth, 100 demon knights to take shape. He chanted out silently, and it was as if countless grand voices were chanting together in the underworld. The heavy greatsword in his hand suddenly emitted a brilliant light, instantly connecting with his mind as if it were a living thing. Xiao Yushu violently threw his longsword at the flying elf. Lingering divine light streaked through the dark night, and in just a flash, the long sword had already flown back to Xiao Yushu on its own. The flying elf's body suddenly split into two halves in the air, and before it could fly in front of Catwoman, it spun violently and fell to the ground. Blood violently sprayed and gushed out, with the two pieces of the remnants of the body as the center, drawing out two 10-foot large blood-colored circles. Xiao Yushu took a deep breath and carefully measured the long sword in his hand. The long sword was greatly reduced in size, and the layer that was wrapped around the outside disappeared. At this point it's ancient and sharp, with an abundance of spirituality, as if fading away the depressing fury that has wrapped itself around it for thousands of years. Like new life out of the shell. Mondi like the moonflower flow front cold. Above the hilt of the sword were engraved two flamboyant and unruly seal characters. Moon Jedi. Two more warm and vast breaths flew in and did not enter Xiao Yushu's body. He only felt his chi and blood filling up, almost expanding and thickening twice as much as the original. The scene left the villagers shocked, speechless, hardly able to believe their eyes. Xiao Yushu smiled faintly and walked over to the body of the flying mandrill that had been cut in two. The longsword cut off half a wing in one motion, making a simple scabbard for the Moon Jedi sword and sticking it on his waist. The villagers approached cautiously, then huddled around him with a huff, their eyes blazing and in awe as they surveyed him. Bean Boy, no, 15, how did you become so powerful? When did you learn the sword technique that killed even the flying demon great demon? The white-haired old man asked in shock. Yes, 15, are you an immortal? Xiao Yushu smiled and shook his head. What kind of immortal descends to earth? Just knows some martial arts. Where is the lair of this flying elf? About 10 miles north of the mid-mountain village, there is a forest of rocks of varying heights. Deep in the stone forest there was a cave that looked like a hideous, devouring mouth. Xiao Yushu walked directly closer, dark and dusky, with a heavy fishy smell. There was a click and he looked down to see a section of white bone at his feet. Continuing forward, the cave became more and more white bones. Skeletal skeletons also began to appear, stacked together in an extremely terrifying manner. This group of flying mandrill demons also don't know how long they have been here, harming countless human lives, and the leftover human bones were piled up all over the passageway. In the end, there were more and more white bones, and Xiao Yushu stepped on them with a clicking sound with every step he took. The sound traveled on for a long time, like the weeping howls of the wronged souls, echoing in the dark and cold underground caverns. Suddenly a clamor came, and it opened up before his eyes as Xiao Yushu walked into a huge cave. The cave was immediately quiet, and the 4 flying mandrills, 1 large, 3 small, and 4 small, all looked toward Xiao Yushu at the same time, so it was obvious that this was the flying mandrill's lair. The eyes of several demonic creatures were stunned for a moment, and all of them took on a ferocious and tyrannical fury. The 2 half-sized flying mandrills that were fighting over a human leg revealed their hideous sharp teeth and roared as they rushed towards Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu swung his sword and slashed at the elf's neck in front of him, the long sword carrying a hidden thunderous sound. Ever since the 5 channels of vast qi had been added to his body, his own qi had increased greatly, and his qi and blood were as thick as a river, flowing in an endless stream. The current half-great flying elf didn't expect this human race to be so tough, and his movements were as swift as thunder. Instantly the longsword seemed like a knife slicing through tofu, brushing off its head. That flying elf's eyes couldn't believe it, not expecting to die at the hands of a human. The head rolled to the ground still with a look of disbelief. The flying elf in the back could not help but hesitate, and Xiao Yushu shouted as his qi and blood burst out. Jin Demon Fist second style broken river collapse has been made. The fist force violently exploded, such as a thunderbolt, such as the monstrous river was suddenly cut off. The tide whistling shore collapse. His figure flashed past the second flying mandrill, and countless majestic forces exploded on the mandrill's body, and all of its internal organs crumbled like mud, and it fell to the ground in a soft collapse. The female flying mandrill lying on a boulder was feeding the young flying mandrill in her arms with slices of delicate human heart and liver, and the little demonic creature was eating with a mouthful of blood. Seeing Xiao Yushu kill 2 flying mandrills in a row, the female mandrill screamed harshly, and the little flying mandrill followed along with a hideous whine. Xiao Yushu's killing intent moved, and the long sword in his hand was like a flying dragon, flashing out with electricity, and the female flying mandrill's head had already been chopped off. That little flying elf was immediately hissed in fear, the viciousness in his eyes turning into fear. Xiao Yushu was unmoved, and the human woman's sadness and frenzy as she clutched the head of the dead child floated before his eyes. To kill a demon is to do good. He raised his foot and dropped it, and poof, the little flying elf turned into a mass of bloody mud, for vast qi flew in, and 9 successive vast qi transformed into one magnificent breath, like rolling waves, which instantly washed his entire body. The qi and blood surged and strengthened. The spirit ticked and grew. It was as if he could vaguely feel the vast and boundless power that filled heaven and earth. Peak sovereign realm. Xiao Yushu lamented in his heart, not expecting to advance to the peak zone sure realm after killing 9 demons. He turned around in this flying elf cave, and apart from the corpses and bones all over the place, there wasn't anything good. Just behind that boulder, a painting was seen hanging in the corner, already in disrepair. Xiao Yushu looked closer and saw that the woman on the painting had almond eyes and cherry lips, and her temperament was high and elegant, so she was a worldly beauty at first glance. How can there be a portrait in a place like this? When he touched it with his sword, the painting was so decayed that it turned into crumbs and fell. He didn't care. He cut off the heads of these flying mandrills, used his sword to cut off pieces of wings and wrap them up, and then returned directly to the mid-mountain village. The nearby nest of flying mandrills only has 9 heads of all sizes, and Xiao Yushu has decimated them all this time. Chapter 34, The incense curls up and the voice whimpers. Yulaner walked to the entrance of the village on tenterhooks, her legs trembling. She was afraid of seeing corpses all over the place and then Xiao 15 lying in a pool of blood. Fortunately, the gruesome scene did not occur. Xiao 15 stood quietly before a group of villagers, facing a newly erected grave. The villagers, under the command of the white-haired old man, gathered the remains of the dead woman's family, dug deep and buried them, and set up tombstones. They were no longer in the cave of the flying mandrill, the tired white bones of the lonely souls and wild ghosts. In front of the newly repaired grave, the heads of the flying mandrills were neatly stacked, like offerings, and arranged in small pagoda kyokan. A few columns of incense curled up, as if to comfort the family. Blood revenge has been avenged, can be buried in peace. The incense curls up and the voice whimpers. The villagers saluted the deceased and then looked at Xiao 15 in awe. Katwa and the other children gathered around him, carefully holding the long sword with its black leather sheath for him. The village of Serenity was enveloped in the joy of having returned from the dead, and it was in this joy that a seed of thriving was planted in the previously numb and fearful mind. Yulaner looked at Xiao 15 with a complicated mood. Until now she still couldn't believe what she saw. She had known Xiao 15 for a long time, and had never thought that the crazy one was an expert, but she soon couldn't be bothered to sigh. Another girl from the village, Flower Girl, had already come up to Xiao 15 with a delicate smile. 15th brother, do you want a daughter-in-law? Holy, you at #*% and. Yulaner was furious and rushed up in 3 steps. Crisp voice with tiger-like food-grabbing ferocity. Which family's little Chang woman is hitting on someone else's man? How dare you? The flower sister looked up and saw that it was none other than her old rival Yulaner, and immediately came to battle as well. Aren't you looking down on my 15th brother's sister-in-law? Yesterday, you didn't look down on her, but now you're coming over here to join in the fun. Do you want to be shameless? Yulaner crossed her arms to the sky and laughed aloud. Your family's 15th brother? Ha ha, just so you know, my name is now Xiao Yu's 15th brother is the man I've worshipped. Flower girl froze, anger rising from her heart. You're talking nonsense. Little Huff is so shameless. 15th brother has nothing to do with you at all. Xiao Yushu shook his head helplessly and extended his hand. Several children immediately and respectfully cupped the sword and placed it in his hands. 15th brother, take your time. Xiao Yushu turned around and laughed. Yulaner glared provocatively at Flower Girl and hurriedly followed upside down. Hey 15th brother, wait for me. Flower Girl was stunned, feeling aggrieved and regretful. When I took a shower, you peeked. Now you're not even allowed to look at it. Xiao Yushu walked all the way back to Yulaner's small courtyard. He stood at the entrance of the small courtyard and turned his head to Yulaner. I've been practicing kung fu for a while. My mind is clear at one time and confused at another. Most of the time it's crazy. I can't even recognize people. You are aggrieved to marry me. Why don't you still? Yulaner surged forward and reached out to cover his mouth. She said softly and fondly, 15th brother, you saved my life and the lives of the entire village. Lana is yours for the rest of her life. Unless I die, I will never leave your side. I'm willing to serve you, even if you're crazy little cutie. Crippled, I'm still your woman. Xiao Yushu quietly looked at her for a moment and nodded. I'm tired. You clean up and I'll rest for a while. It didn't take long for the villagers to come and visit, bringing all sorts of food and goods that they could come up with the best. Learning that Yulaner had become Xiao Xv's maiden, everyone congratulated her. Yulaner's face was full of blush, but she was also smiling like a flower. The surrounding mountains remained bleak and dark, as if the earth and sky were trembling slightly. Inside the stone house, Xiao Yushu thoughtfully placed the moon jade sword across his lap and continued to meditate quietly. Between the light and shadows, Xiao Yushu opened his eyes. He was sitting in the secret room caused by the arcane stone of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence, surrounded on all sides by solid stone walls and the blood dragon bone door that emitted a surfeit of red light. Back, counting the time, the exchange lasted 2 hours. He returned to the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion, and Xiao 15 returned to Half Mountain Village. This time in space-time swap, he had done right by Xiao 15. Yulaner was the village flower of Half Mountain Village, and her willingness to marry Xiao 15 with her heart and soul must have been a great surprise to him. Xiao Yushu smiled faintly and sat down on his knees, slowly running his body's internal energy and chi and blood. He had gained a lot. His inner strength and chi and blood had almost doubled, and he could already sense the power of heaven and earth. Apparently the martial cultivation had already entered the peak Zonshur realm and was close to the innate realm. He carefully physically examined his spiritual sea of consciousness and could not help but be slightly startled. With a sinking of his hand during the movement, an ancient and sharp, spiritually vibrant long sword had already appeared in his hand. The moon sword? The sword had actually followed him back. Xiao Yushu immediately thought of the spirit swords that could be incorporated into the divine soul in the immortal novels he had read in his previous life. Could it be that this sword can also be incorporated into my spiritual sea of consciousness? If that was the case, this Moon Jedi sword and Hao Ran sword technique were extraordinary, and were most likely immortal treasures. He scrutinized it again and again, and then he gazed at that Hao Ran sword technique. This sword technique was based on Hao Ran Chi. Without Hao Ran Chi, this was just an ordinary killing sword. However, when driven by the Hao Ran Chi, the power of the sword is greatly increased. With many marvelous moves, Xiao Yushu decided that he would continue to carry the Violet Frost long sword in normal times, while the Moon Jedi sword would be hidden and used as a killer weapon at critical moments. If he encountered an occasion where he couldn't carry a weapon, such as in the palace, and someone dared to disadvantage him, in a moment of crisis he could summon the Moon Jedi sword to decapitate the enemy's head. Was the scene a surprise? The enemy must have been so surprised that even their heads fell off. Xiao Yushu thought of the Yuluo abyss again and couldn't help but furrow his brows. The place is very weird, not seeing sunlight all day long, seemingly deep underground but surviving human and demon races, especially with the sour and fiery scent that hung in the air. There was also an overwhelming fear in the distance that made one's heart tremble. What the hell is that place? The Marquis of Jinnan's mansion had an abundance of geographic texts, but there was no record of this Yuluo abyss. The blood dragon bone door was suddenly pushed open, and Lai Mei rushed in with the Fushang sword in her hand, dressed in iron clothes. 2 hours have come and gone. Lai Mei couldn't hide the anxious worry in her expression. Her body was covered with a fierce aura, and her chi and blood were like light flames. The moment he saw Xiao Yushu, all of this violently turned into shock. Xiao Lang, you advanced to the peak Zonshur realm? Chapter 35, The Sacred Heart is hard to predict. Great Zhou Imperial City, Imperial Study Room. This is the place where the emperor handles his daily political affairs. And at this time, Emperor Hongjia of the Great Zhou is reading the Zhangbiao. The palace was a little dark. The big eunuch LV Doger let the palace maid in charge of the lamp light up a few candles before it brightened up a little. Emperor Hongjia glanced at Prime Minister Lin Tingji, who stood solemnly below, and put down the zhengzhua and sighed. I didn't realize that there are so many folders just from all over the world reporting taxes, and I heard that this is only half of it. Prime Minister Lin usually has a lot of work to do on a daily basis. It's really hard work. Lin Tingyi bowed his head. Thank you for your Majesty's sympathy. It is the duty of a subject to share the country's worries. Emperor Hongjia smiled in satisfaction, his smile carrying a path of shadows in the candlelight. Secretary Lin's loyalty is commendable, and is truly a model for a courtier. I remember that your granddaughter Qingyin will turn 18 in a month, right? By then, I will give her engineer the gift of marriage, and we will become a family. I thank your Majesty for his grace. Lin Tingji hurriedly knelt down to thank him for his kindness, bowing down deeply to hide the color of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Emperor Hongjia nodded. I see that these two children are in love with each other and are very compatible, so they will definitely be able to accomplish a good story. Ha ha, what your Majesty has said is very true. And the old minister is also looking forward to his children and grandchildren having a family soon. Lin Tingji hurriedly compensated with a smile and made a very happy face, only his heart was cold. Why is it the fifth Prince Suzhen? Lin Tingyi had been through the eunuch world for many years and had long since seen through the emperor's calculations. Nowadays, the battle for the imperial power of the three adult princes has gradually intensified. The Grand Prince's mother's family came from the Hadong scholarly clan and was inextricably linked to the Hadong system officials and the Hadong army. The second prince's mother's family is the Hunan Rodgon family, which is also a famous family, with students and officials all over the world. Only the fifth Prince Suzhen's mother came from a mediocre background, and his mother's family could not give him any help. This resulted in the fifth prince being at a disadvantage in taking over the throne, and the emperor allowed Lin Tingyi's granddaughter to marry the fifth prince in order to strengthen the power of the fifth prince's party, so that he could fight against the remaining two brothers. Does the emperor think highly of the fifth prince? Of course not. Lin Tingyi knew very well that this His Majesty on the dragon chair was in fact the most power-hungry and loved himself the most. He was afraid that a royal takeover would affect his authority, so he deliberately let the three princes fight each other on equal footing. It's so he can take the high ground and take control of the situation with great power. Pity his granddaughter, Qingyin. It's amazing that they are also being forced into this menacing takeover. Walking out of the imperial study, the spring breeze was blowing on his face, and it was already getting warmer. The spring flowers in the imperial city bloomed a lot, and spring was splendid among the golden tiles and red walls. Lin Tingyi's heart, however, was cold and icy, and even his steps had a few hobbles. Lin Tingyi excused himself and left, and Emperor Hongjia brought a cold smile to the corner of his mouth. Prime Minister Lin had been Prime Minister since the last emperor, and also served as the Minister of Rites. The Ministry of Ceremony abides by the Imperial Examination Ceremony. This decade has passed. Lin Tingyi is in a high position of power and authority, and there are many disciples. It is time to let his Lin family do their loyalty. Although Lin Tingyi had always been respectful, the Prime Minister's prestige was still the Emperor's traitor. Traitors? You don't need to be too reputable. It's better to replace them with a new person who is more obedient. For example, Li Wenjun, the Secretary of the Ministry of War, is loyal and obedient to me, so I am relieved to have him as the Prime Minister. Your Majesty, Li Wenjun, Secretary of the Ministry of War, seeks an audience. Let him in. Li Wenjun entered the Great Hall and bowed 3 times to the Emperor before bending over and standing respectfully at the bottom. Normally, ministers would just drop to their knees for an audience, but not him. He came with the full set of courtesies every time, often with tears in his eyes, appearing to be loyal to a fault. The Emperor chatted with him for a few moments about imperial politics, then asked without moving, "Ai Qingli, what is the purpose of today's audience?" Li Wenjun bowed and said with an incomparably attentive smile, "I have an important matter that I would like to ask for your Majesty's holy judgment. This year's newly manufactured Jinyang iron armor and weapons such as swords, spears, bows, and arrows have all arrived at the arsenal. The Jinnan army has repeatedly pressed for them, but I am afraid that there will be mistakes in the quality, so I am still sending people to inspect them and have not issued them." The Emperor nodded his head and said solemnly, "It's time for a good inspection. The Jinnan army is on the first line of defense against the demon race. The quality of the armor and weapons must be good. There must not be any oversights. If there is the slightest bit of badness, you will send it back to Jinyang and have them rebuild it. Don't give the generals poor quality weapons just to hurry up." Well, yes, your Majesty loves his soldiers like a son. What a blessing for the subjects and people of the world. Li Wenjun hurriedly kneeled down to kowtow and flatter, thinking in his heart, if it's a little bad, send it back to be rebuilt, don't try to rush it. The meaning of His Majesty's words is obvious. Finding excuses to shirk and not giving half a point of arms to the Jinnan army. I heard that the Jinnan army's military expenses were stuck at the Ministry of Revenue, and now the armor and weapons are gone. With nothing, what can we use to fight the demon race? The Jinnan army is definitely finished. Xiao Luoshan has offended His Majesty. The Marquis of Jinnan won't be able to shine for long. His thoughts turned. This kind of time I have to hurry to fall on the well. Go to find some trouble for the Jinnan Marquis house, in order to get His Majesty's appreciation. There was a clanging sound as the iron flail and the iron spear clashed together, all of them emitting a low rumble that made one's ears perk up. The air was like a typhoon, with violent winds rushing and spreading violently in all directions. Xiao Yushu and Lai Meier's figures separated and continued to face each other 2 feet apart. Practicing martial arts was most avoided behind closed doors, and after Xiao Yushu advanced, he dragged Lai Meier to the martial arts arena to spar. Lai Meier's iron flail weighed 88 pounds, and the strength in her hand was thousands of pounds, which was incredibly powerful when she swung it out. But Xiao Yushu, with a long steel lance, used his demon-slaying gun to fight head-on, and surprisingly did not lose the battle. Lai Meier's face changed, fiercely let out a low cry, and the person rushed up again like running thunder. Her feet were crunching on the verdant stones on the ground at that moment, and the ground was vibrating with her power. The baleful aura on Lai Meier's body violently rushed out, transforming into tangible substance, as if it was as ferocious and devouring as an ancient beast, rumbling. If it was an ordinary martial artist, just facing this fury chi would be enough to lose the courage to resist. Xiao Yushu also felt as if a boulder was pressed on his chest, making it almost difficult to breathe. He took a deep breath and gripped his gun and pointed it diagonally at the ground, a fierce battle spirit rising from his body. The Hao Ran chi operated, immediately dispersing the baleful chi. Good timing, he bellowed, and the 70 kilograms of big political iron spear in his hand was raised violently, and the sheer force of it caused the air to explode in an arc of white vortexes with a brush. He raised his spear with both hands and violently slashed at Lai Meier, and the heavy steel spear unexpectedly collapsed into a curved bow shape under the strong force, and drew it head-on the iron flail. Rumble! In the loud sound, a strong and unrivaled airwave rushed out violently as if it was a giant dragon, blowing all the racks of weapons in the martial arts arena away, and even the heavy stone locks rolled out horizontally for more than 10 feet. Momentary silence. With a bang, the big political iron spear in Xiao Yushu's hand unexpectedly snapped into 2 pieces like a fragile and decaying wooden stick. Lai Meier looked down, only to see that her incredibly heavy and invincible iron flail had instantly appeared and came to have cracks that stretched all the way to the center. With a bang, she threw away the cracked iron flail and looked at Xiao Yushu with a complicated and delighted gaze. Next to the martial arts arena, the old housekeeper Xiao Zhong looked on with a shocked gaze, his heart buoying with excitement. Old Marquis, does your spirit in heaven see this? Worthy of being a son or daughter of the Xiao family, the world master is truly remarkable. Chapter 36, General Xiao, the foodie demon. In the study, Xiao Yushu finished bathing and gorged himself on the meal sent by Xiao Zhong. In addition to cooking delicious beef, venison, and vegetables, we also had high-vintage Mongshan mountain treasures such as fire hibiscus and poria, as well as a specially cooked plate of crystalline snow-white centipede meat. This centipede was called the empty green centipede, a specialty of Mongshan mountain. It moves around in places of high spiritual energy, and its meat contains heaven and earth vital energy, which is both delicious and tonic, making it a rare nourishment for martial artists. However, this thing is produced in very small quantities, and lurks underground both fast and very cunning, making it difficult to capture. It was also the Jinnan army that had been guarding Mongshan mountain for a long time and could occasionally capture some, and it was very difficult for other people to get such wonders. Xiao Yushu finished his meal, and Lai Meier poured fragrant tea for him and Xiao Zhong. By now, Xiao Zhong's heart was incomparably pleased and excited. Shi was finally no longer naive and stupid. This was the blessing of the old Marquis spirit in heaven, allowing Shi to come to his senses. Not only have they come to their senses, but they have become wise and, nowadays, the realm of martial arts has reached the peak realm of the Zongshi, directly catching up with his sister, Great General Xiao. It's time to discuss a lot of things with Seiji in a good way. The three sat opposite each other, and Xiao Yushu looked at their eager eyes and understood the meaning. He mused for a moment. Uncle Zhong, Sister Meier, since you're free today, why don't you give me a good talk about the Jinnan army? Lai Meier and Xiao Zhong were overjoyed to see that he cared about the Jinnan army. In the past, Xiao Yushu was either obsessed with Su Yuyen, the white lotus flower, and was called by her to do things, or he gambled and fought with a few of his friends. He never asked about the affairs of the military, and the 5 iron guards and the mid-level officers were very worried. Everything in the Jinnan army is tied to Xiao Luoshan alone, and despite her high martial arts skills, she was once seriously injured. If there is a mistake, no heir to the cause is in the back of everyone's mind. now that the world's son has come to his senses. This is a heavenly good for the Jinnan army. Xiao Zhong hurriedly opened his mouth and spoke to Xiao Yushu. Master Shitzi, let the old slave first explain the current situation to you. There are 4 armies in the Great Zhou dynasty. They are the Forbidden Army in Kyoto, as well as the Hadong Army, Hebei Army, and Jinnan Army. The rest of the armies like the Jiangnan Army and the Shuafang Army are all weak and not much. The Forbidden Army is not mentioned first. The Hadong Army has many generals and families, and Jinyang is the world's military depot. The Hadong Army is extremely well equipped, and is considered to be the most famous. The Hebei Army is worse than the Hadong Army. Only Li Shunji is a success. The rest of the people are mediocre. Our Jinnan Army equipment is not good. Armor and equipment are lacking, but if we compare the battle experience, elite and dare to fight, the other armies, including the Forbidden Army and the Hadong Army, are not as good as us. Xiao Yushu nodded his head. The Jinnan Army had faced millions of demons for decades. Their battle experience and will to fight were definitely incomparable to other armies. Xiao Zhong stopped to take a sip of tea, and Lai Meier followed to introduce the situation of the Jinnan Army. The Jinnan Army is stationed in 3 states of the Jiannan Road. Xianzhou and Wing State are in a dangerous terrain, with high mountains everywhere, which is considered as the frontline position for the battle against the demon race. Pengzhou, on the other hand, was located behind the 2 Qianwing states, with flat terrain, better transportation, and the benefits of the Jinsha and Lanshan rivers for water transportation, and thus was the logistical base of the Jinnan Army. The 2 main forces of the Jinnan Army, the Demon Suppressor Army and the Iron Wing Army, were stationed in Xianzhou and Wing State respectively. The Demon Suppressor Army was personally led by Great General Xiao Luotian, centered in Xianzhou and divided into 2 brigades and 4 compartments, with a total strength of about 80,000 men. The Iron Wing Army was led by Xiao Taijing, the head of the 5 Iron Guards, and also had 2 brigades and 4 compartments with a total strength of 70,000 men. The rest of the troops were stationed in Pengzhou, which had 50,000 men, led by Entai Di, the commander of the Pengzhou Army, one of the 5 Iron Guards. Xiao Zhong snorted coldly and spoke. Our Jinnan Army defends the world against the demon race, but the Imperial Court has been making small moves one after another over the years. That Pengzhou supervisor LV Xing and the dog traders of the Listening Wind Division have spent a lot of effort on the Pengzhou Army, bent on making it independent from the Jinnan Army. Lai Meier sneered. Most of the Pengzhou Army is under our old Jinnan Army. The Imperial Court and that old Emperor dream on. Mayor, be careful what you say. Xiao Zhong gave a reminder. When Xiao Yushu heard this, he couldn't help but stand up. Xiao Luotian really couldn't say anything about him. He was just too spoiled. Anyone who knows the art of war can see that in terms of military geography, Pengzhou is a strategic place that the Jinnan Army cannot afford to lose. With Pengzhou under control, it could connect to the Jiangnan Road to the east, enter the Shofang Road to the north, and communicate with the southern barbarian region to the south. Jinnan Army food equipment will be able to buy their own replenishment, and the court game with a lot more room. Once you lose Pengzhou, you are directly handing over your heart to the court. If the court turns its back and cuts off the roads and water transportation in Pengzhou, all the food and equipment from the outside will not be able to be transported into the Qianwing 2 states. The Jinnan Army could only stay in the vast mountains, lacking food and clothing, facing the cruel demon race, facing internal division, gradually withering and perishing. Great General Xiao Luotian, this ambidextrous fiend, has no qualms about handing over the land of his heart and soul, just to get a marriage of consent for my stupid brother. Doesn't she know that the emperor and the court are full of malice towards her, and that the Mongshan demon clan hates to kill her day and night? With enemies on all sides, she would only fight for her life everywhere by herself, exhausting herself to the point where she had gray hair at a young age. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but feel a vague pain in his heart and slowly clenched his fists. In this world, and only one sister, too, no matter what it takes to treat him as a cutie. This is so good. Xiao Zhong let out a long sigh and said in a deep voice. In the battle at the mouth of the Yunchuan River back then, in order to block the millions of demons from traveling north, the young lady was severely injured. The roots and meridians were all damaged, and it was said that only 3 kinds of spirits under the sky could be cured. Xiao Yushu's gaze flickered as he asked sternly, what's it all about? Jade lotus flower lotus seed, wood spirit bead, or true dragon's blood? Xiao Zhong gritted his teeth. Let's not talk about the first 2 things. That true dragon's blood is found in the imperial palace. It is said that back then, the sword saint beheaded the dragon in Dizay and gave the late emperor 3 pots of dragon blood afterwards. But the hateful thing is that the young lady made that great achievement. But the present emperor was not willing to take out a pot of dragon's blood to save the meritorious official. He only appointed a painless Jinnan general and left it at that. Lai Meier cursed in a low voice. This dog emperor, true dragon's blood can cure Xiao Luotian's injuries? Xiao Yushu laughed coldly in his heart. It seemed that he had to make a trip to the imperial palace to find a way to get the true dragon's blood. Back then, if Xiao Luoshan hadn't led the Jinnan army to sacrifice their lives and block the demon clan from moving north, once the millions of demons stormed into the central plains, where is the great Zhou dynasty today? Lai Mei's right. This dog emperor, mean-spirited and cold-blooded. Since you won't give it, I'll go get it myself. However, the palace is full of experts and tightly guarded, so one needs to be fully prepared, especially since the Chinaman is also in the palace. In the Qintian supervisor, there was the first master of the great Zhou dynasty, the great Zhou state master. That's one of the 10 best people in the world. The feats and means of that kind of character had already exceeded the scope of Xiao Yushu's cognition, and caution must be added to caution. Xiao Yushu's face deepened as he stood up and slowly paced. Xiao Luoshan, for the sake of the Marquis of Jinnan, for the sake of him, Xiao Yushu had put on his armor at the age of 14 and blood-stained his levies, and now he had taken on the heavy responsibility of the entire Jinnan army. The palace is a dragon pit and tiger's den. He must also find an opportunity to break into it. Chapter 37, The Flavorful Gon Guifei. At that moment an escort came in to report that, Master Shitzi, there are people from the palace. Noble consort Gon and His Highness the Second Prince want to see you. Xiao Zhong and Lai Mei glanced at each other, both of them frowning lightly. Noble consort Gon, the Second Prince? Xiao Yushu asked with a deep gaze. Uncle Zhong, what is my sister's attitude towards the establishment of the crown prince? Xiao Zhong's face turned serious as he thought about it and said, the great general has traditionally avoided personal dealings with the imperial prince, and has always conducted business in an official manner, never favoring any side. Lai Mei sneered. In the past, the great prince even courted the great general, wanting to make her the imperial consort. The great general directly refused in front of a large group of people, making the great prince so shameless. Xiao Yushu smiled helplessly. Having been rejected for confessing in public, the boss definitely didn't have much goodwill with the Marquis of Jinnan. The old five has long been with the Jinnan Marquis house turned his face. The prince can be good with the Jinnan Marquis house only left Gon Guifei and the second prince. And Su Yuyan's mother Linchuan County Princess Gon is the sister of noble consort Gon from the same clan. Doesn't that make it relevant? This noble consort Gon is the backer behind Su Yuyan. Then go and meet them. Xiao Yushu and Xiao Luoshan had different viewpoints, and Xiao Luoshan tried his best not to take sides and stayed absolutely neutral in taking over the throne. Xiao Yushu, on the other hand, believes that it's possible not to take sides, and the forces that can be utilized still have to be utilized. We need to make more friends, and to stick a friend in twice, when it counts. Do some favors. The majestic imperial city is located in the center of the capital, situated on a flat and high ground, looking down on the 4 directions from above. After entering the imperial city from the Yongqing Gate, the left and right are divided into a total of 12 palaces in the east and west. Gon Guifei lived in Yuqing Palace, the first of the 6 western palaces. Xiao Yushu followed the eunuch and entered through the Yongqing Gate, and along the way he paid careful attention to everything around him. The palace was indeed heavily guarded, and in addition to the guards on the surface, there were also a lot of hidden sentries set up. The closer the emperor was to the Qianing Palace and the imperial study, the denser and tighter the defense became. But what was most oppressive was not here, but the vague pressure coming from the northeast. That's the direction of Chinatown. One of the 10 best in the world, the great Zhou master of state, was there. 10 of the best in the world. 3 saints, 5 gods and 2 teachers. Each one has an amazing artistry. Xiao Yu didn't show it on paper, but he was slowly thinking about it in his mind. Regarding the true dragon's blood, the secret book of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence had only a few sentences of records. It only said that the dragon's blood was overbearing and strong, and that the storage method was special, and then there were no more statements. If it is stored in a special way, then it will not be in an unusual place. How to avoid the probes of the state master and sneak into the palace to find the true dragon's blood would have to take some effort. Following the eunuch who led the way through the fine portals and corridors, before a hanging arch palace gate, Xiao Yushu met the second prince Su Qi. Su Qi is 21 years old and was born handsome, suave and gentle. He was smart and knowledgeable from a young age, and was well liked by the emperor. Together with the power of his mother's family, the Gon clan, he was a strong contender for the heir to the imperial throne. Gon Guifei came from the Hunan Rodgon family as a large gate valve, traditionally a study and official Qinglu family, inherited for hundreds of years, spanning 2 dynasties. The Gon clan has produced a number of prime ministers and great scholars in the past few hundred years, and its students and disciples have spread all over the great Zhou heaven and earth. But Gon also has a weakness. That is, his power is limited to the civilian group and has little root in the military. The battle between the 3 emperors to take over the throne has gradually intensified over the past few years, and the ministers in the court have made their attitudes clear. Unexpectedly to many people, Prime Minister Lin Tingji let his granddaughter Lin Qingyin get engaged to 5th Prince Su Zhen. standing in the camp of the fifth prince early on. The Hadong army openly supported the first prince, Su Rue, while the Gan officials led by Zhang Pu, the Minister of Justice, and Gan Qingji, the Minister of Hunan Province, were on the side of the second prince. The Jinnan army has been silent in the battle to seize the throne. This 200,000 strong elite force, which has not taken a stand, has been a source of sleeplessness for all parties. The strategy chosen by the fifth prince's party was to cooperate with the emperor in suppressing decomposition by taking advantage of the emperor's fear of the Jinnan army. The strategy chosen by second prince Su Qi was to pull the strings instead, and when Xiao Luoshan ignored any royal prince's pulls, he hit his idea on world son Xiao Yushu. The facilitation of the marriage between Xiao Yushu and Su Yuyan was a political maneuver by the second prince's party. Yushu, you're here? Mother consort is waiting in the hall. I came out to wait for you here. Su Qi enthusiastically went forward and smiled. Xiao Yushu hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Second Highness. Su Qi waved his hand. No need to be so polite between you and me. He sized up Xiao Yushu and said in his heart, this Xiao Shizi's face is a silly person, but it is very good to manipulate. Xiao Luoshan's relationship can't work, but it's a good idea to think of a way to get rid of this stupid brother of hers. He reached out and affectionately took Xiao Yushu's hand, appearing to be close to the two, just a little hot and moist in his hand. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but frown darkly. The second prince, a little white man. Sticky palms. This kid is a little off. Could it be a kidney deficiency? If he can't sleep with concubines because of his weak kidneys, it'll be interesting when he becomes emperor. Harem 3,000 beauties vacant. Think of the gloomy atmosphere. The two quickly entered the main hall, only to see Ning noble consort gone sitting on top of a high chair, with brocade screens on both sides. She wore a yellowish red gold and silver silk bowed garment embroidered with phoenixes and dragons and decorated with gold and jade, and her hair bun on her head was embellished with red gold and precious stones, which made her radiant and gorgeous to the extreme. Although she already has the second prince as a son, her age is already 37 or 88 years old, but her physique is still slender and appropriate. Her skin is white and beautiful, and her face is like peach blossom. Xiao Yushu stepped forward and kowtowed twice with a thud. Foreign Minister Xiao Yushu greets your highness. Gan Guifei thought, really a real child. Look at this head kowtow really loud. She smiled gracefully and reached out with an imaginary hand to help. Xiao Shizi is here? Get up quickly. A wave of the greenish jade hand. Give a seat and serve tea to Xiao Shi. The palace maid quickly brought chairs for the second prince and Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu quietly glanced up. This noble consort gone. On the face of the dignified and virtuous, clothing is also noble atmosphere, but between the eyebrows there is a share of the charm cannot be hidden flashed out. This kind of beauty is born with a great deal of flavor, and the knitted brows of her face are charming. Even if you put on a dignified look, it's still like uniform seduction. Ahem. Concubine Gan smiled. Your father, General Xiao, and I are also old friends, but it's a pity that he died so young, which makes one's heart sad. Now that your sister is in the southwest and you are alone in the capital, I, as an elder, have to be more concerned about you. If you encounter something, come directly to the palace to see me, or look for Su Qi. Do not fight with others anymore. The second prince's little white boy, Su Qi, also smiled and said, Yushu don't have to be polite. If there is something difficult to solve or if there is a shortage of anything in the house, just look for me. Xiao Yushu said with a sincere attitude. Thank you, your highness and second highness for caring. Some dogs really owe a beating, and I don't feel any pain in my heart if I don't beat them. When I can't beat them someday, I'll definitely come and tell your highness and the second highness. Chapter 38, Delicious Cakes. Xiao Yushu's excessive sincerity caused noble consort Gan's beautiful eyes to instantly widen, but they were immediately controlled. She shook her head helplessly and laughed, and the palace maids quietly covered their mouths and snickered. This Xiao Shizi looks handsome, but the silly and reckless reputation of no one knows in the capital. Even the palace maids and eunuchs have heard of it. The palace maid brought refreshments, and noble consort Gan signaled. The palace's special manna cake. Yushu, try it. Xiao Yushu hurriedly bowed and thanked. I respectfully follow your consort's decree. Gan Guifei didn't expect him to be so honest. Slightly stunned, covering her mouth and letting out a clear and melodious laugh. This laughter actually also has a trace of thin and whiny clip sound. Immediately let the dignified and mature consort bring a few points of colorful and charming provocative. Xiao Yushu swiftly took a look at the amazingly erect curvature protruding from beneath noble consort Gan's bodice. What a vixen! So big and bold. He picked up a pie and popped a bite into his mouth. It was so sweet. Well, it's quite tasty. Xiao Yushu laughed. There was a guard under my sister called Lai Teach who gave me a kind of worm cake that tasted pretty good too. Worm cakes? What's it made of? The little white boy, Su Qi, asked in an amused manner. It's a cake pressed from the bamboo worms in the bamboo. Those white and tender bamboo worms with a lot of oil are pressed into cakes while they are alive. One bite, and the juice is overflowing. It's so flavorful. Put, cough cough dash. Don Guifei spewed out a mouthful of tea, and her delicate flowery face lost its color. The thought of the pie pressed with worms nearly made her spit out as she covered her small mouth with her handkerchief. The face of the little white boy, Suchi, went even whiter, and although he didn't spit up water, he was visibly sick all over. Xiao Yushu smiled faintly. Can't stand this? When the generals of my Jinnan army entered Mongshan Mountain to kill the demons, they were often starved of food, grass roots and wild insects. What didn't they eat? It's a rare treat to get a worm cake like this. He didn't see it coming and finished the plate of ganache in a matter of moments. It took Don Guifei a while to soothe the feeling of nausea, and when she saw that Xiao Yushu was straightforward and not pretentious, she laughed. Like to eat for a while and then bring some back. In the future I will let the eunuchs often send you some palace snacks to taste. There are some fancy things here that you can't eat outside. The palace is just full of tricks. Thank you, Your Highness. You've been so kind to me, Xiao Yushu said sincerely. I still have some sun-dried worm cakes in my mansion. I'll bring some to Your Highness and Second Highness to try later. This cake is a rare delicacy in our Jinnan army, and the generals love it. Ahem, no need, no need. Noble consort Gon's dignified posture was almost too taut, and her face went white. Yushu's kindness is appreciated. I've been chanting and eating vegetarianism lately, and I need to fast. She glanced at her good son, Su Chi, and said with a clench of her teeth, why don't you send a few to Suki? He must like them too. I can't help it, son. If you want to be the emperor, you have to suffer. How can people love you if you don't dare to touch it when other frontline soldiers are eating it? Su Chi's face was pale and she forced a smile. The generals liked it. It must have tasted excellent. I will certainly savor it when Yushu delivers it. Good. Your Second Highness has a heart for the frontline soldiers, and everyone will surely rejoice to know that. Xiao Yushu laughed. Su Chi suddenly looked better and spoke generously. The frontline generals are fighting in blood. I can't wait to go to Mang Mountain with everyone and kill a few demons with my own hands. Noble consort Gon covered her mouth with a smile of satisfaction and steered the topic to Su Yuyan, which was the purpose of her receiving Xiao Yushu today. She asked in a warm voice, Yushu, His Majesty gave you and Yener the gift of marriage, and Su Chi and I were just happy for you. I didn't expect to hear that there was a small misunderstanding on the day of the wedding, and that Yener was carried to the Changning Marquis residence? Her voice was gentle and clear, but the Kaziran's large eyes gleamed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yushu hurriedly knelt down and said in fear, the Marquis of Jinnan House and the Changning burial mansion married on the same day, and in a moment of confusion carried the wrong sedan chair, and I ask your highness to be punished. Seeing his face change color in fear, noble consort Gon hurriedly led him up and deliberately frowned. This child is just honest, and it's not your fault. It's Qin Shigong, this fool, who should be severely punished, and I'll seek an opportunity to mention this to His Majesty. Su Chi also said indignantly, this man Qin Shigong is really confused. I'm going to file a report against him. Xiao Yushu shook his head and sighed in embarrassment. Your Highness, you and Second Highness, don't punish Changning Bo severely. For the sake of Linchuan County Princess, it's better to show some mercy. Suki wondered, what does Yushu mean by that? Yuyan's sister suffered this kind of thing and has nothing but hatred for Qin Shigong. How would she give him any face? Don Guifei's red lips were slightly pouting with a look of delicate concern, only to see this Xiajia cutie, with a look of pushing her heart and looking out for you. She whispered, County Princess Linchuan shared a night with Qin Shigong, a lonely man and a lonely woman. If we push the one surnamed Qin to the limit, and he goes around saying that he's already slept with County Princess Linchuan, wouldn't that be bad? It sits. Don Guifei's delicate body trembled. Her cherry lips slightly opened, unexpectedly being blocked from speaking at once. This little cutie, why does she talk so harshly? Can't we talk properly anymore? The palace maids behind your highness all turned red, each holding their heads down and not daring to look at anyone. Second Imperial Prince Su Chi hurriedly said, how dare he? If Qin Shigong dares to talk nonsense and climb up Yuyan's sister, I will make him regret it for the rest of his life. Yushu, Yuyan's sister said that Qin Shigong was drunk all night and didn't he have that at all? Noble consort Gon's pretty face reddened as she narrowed her eyes slightly at Xiao Yushu. Is this guy really naive and unintelligent? Or is he just a little bad seed who's deliberately acting crazy? She interrupted Su Chi and said, Yushu, don't listen to the gossips of those roughnecks. I know that girl Yener very well. She has always been reserved and dignified. As long as she realizes that she has the wrong person, she will not act rudely. I'll send a palace sister to give her a body check and give you a clear explanation. Do you not trust me? Facing Don Guifei's cold gaze full of oppressive power, Xiao Yushu secretly said that the mature woman was really old and difficult to deal with, and if he unilaterally broke the contract for this marriage, Don Guifei would definitely not agree. There has to be a good reason to say no. He also had to carry out a backstabber and bear the wrath of Gong Guifei and the second prince. Xiao Yushu said as his mind raced, I am very reverent and grateful to your highness, and naturally I trust her. But after this incident, I suddenly came to my senses, and I feel that I am simply not worthy of County Princess Linchuan. Since the wedding won't work out, it must be heaven's will. Noble consort Gon said in hot pursuit. How can this be? The two of you are deeply attached and are a match made in heaven. So how can you let this small matter spoil your good marriage? I will personally organize your marriage, and let Su Qi and the Ministry of the Interior help. This time, I will definitely arrange for you to have a beautiful and smooth marriage. Noble consort Gon was well aware that the Marquis of Jinan was crucial to her son's great cause. She's also furious that she has to get this marriage done for you. Xiao Yushu sighed, instantly possessed by the Liang electric eyes and infernal affairs. Looking at the sky in despair and with a few points of desire to speak, consort Gon's marvelous eyes blinked lightly, frowning slightly as she pursued the question. Yushu has something to say, but say it. Don't keep it to yourself. Xiao Yushu was intentionally silent for a moment before he said in a disheartened manner, Thank you for your consort's concern. In fact Linchuan Sheriff's mistress already has a sweetheart. Chapter 39, A Twisted Melon is Not Sweet. What? Noble consort Gon and second prince Su Qi were taken aback and looked at Xiao Yushu in disbelief. Xiao Yushu sighed. The two of them were childhood sweethearts with similar interests. From young and ignorant to deep roots of love. She is the wind and he is the sand. Entangled and go to the end of the world. She went to plant the land and planted his dead heart. He went fishing and fished for her to the end of her life. That little cutie. Where'd you learn to talk like that? Goosebumps on Gong Guifei and Su Qi. Xiao Yushu said guiltily. Instead, I'm like a third party who has taken away my love, and my heart is filled with guilt. In the past, I only blamed myself for not being clear-headed, and that's why I pestered the county princess all day long. Now I've also figured out that a twisted melon isn't sweet, and you can't force things in your life. Noble consort Gon originally thought that Xiao Yushu had deep feelings for Su Yuyan and was just having a falling out. Convincing him was easy with her stepping in to give a leg up, but I didn't realize that the situation was so serious. Could it be that it was true that Su Yuyan had a sweetheart? Noble consort Gon's face sank slightly. You said that Yun has a sweetheart. Who is that person? Xiao Yushu said sadly. Fifth Prince Su Jin. On the third day after the wedding, County Lord Linchuan said it to me herself. She said that I'm not even a million times better than Su Jin. And since that's the case, I'm willing to fulfill their pure love. The fifth Prince Shinsu? Mother and son Gong Guifei both changed color at the same time. Nonsense. Second Imperial Prince Su Qi slammed the table, his face extremely ugly. Su Jin fights with him for the throne and opposes him at every turn, going so far as to sabotage even the marriage of his relatives. Old 5 really isn't a good one. How can such a shameless and underhanded tactic be used? Gong Guifei's face did not look good either. After all, Su Yuyan was on her mother's side. She has a deeper city. Her heart has already moved with anger. Her face is still warm and smiling. There might be some misunderstanding in this. I heard that the fifth prince is engaged to the daughter of Prime Minister Lin's family, called Lin Qingyin. Yenner was a little hot with the fifth prince when she was young, but now that she's older, she'll definitely honor her womanhood. Xiao Yushu shook his head with a little bit of aggression and a little bit of determination. I have already sent a letter to my sister, who replied that the Marquis of Jinan has been guarding the people for 3 generations and is loyal to His Majesty the Emperor. As the son of the Marquis of Jinan, I should be worthy of a woman who is devoted to me. The Linchuan sheriff's daughter is a noble and proud woman with her own heart, and is not suitable for the Marquis of Jinan. Although I am naive and foolish, I think this is very reasonable, so I ask your highness and second highness to forgive me. I won't be able to climb up to County Lord Linchuan no matter what. The Marquis of Jinan said that? Noble consort Gon and the second prince glanced at each other, both of them feeling very frustrated. She regretted that she shouldn't have been concerned about the emperor's wishes when she got married that day. On that day she should have dispatched competent personnel to help the Marquis of Jinan organize the wedding and ensure that it went smoothly. This is a good thing. The chicken and egg. Some careful operation all in vain. Marquis Jinan Xiao Luotian had already made a statement, so Su Yuyan wouldn't be able to enter the door of Marquis Jinan's residence. This is a good marriage to bring the relationship with the Marquis of Jinan closer. But in the end, it offended people and turned a good thing into a bad thing. The woman in the marriage was evaluated by the Marquis of Jinan as noble and proud, with a heart of her own, which was a great shame to the Gon family, which had been a family of gatekeepers for generations. How can Su Yuyan be so unlucky? Someone covers for them and they forget their part. Gon noble consort's eyes flashed with a stern color in the depths of her eyes, which was then covered up by grace and elegance. She originally only wanted to simply receive Xiao Yushu and give him a step down to continue his marriage with Su Yuyan, but now the situation has changed and the marriage is out of the question. In that case, she couldn't easily let Xiao Yushu go. it is necessary to put on the affectionate appearance of the elders, and more to get closer to both sides of the relationship. Noble consort Gon left Xiao Yushu to dine in the palace, and Xiao Yushu fearfully excused himself, but was so warmly retained by this mother and son duo that he had no choice but to stay for dinner. Gon Guifei has a high status in the palace, second only to the empress, and the imperial catering room serves very attentively. In just a few moments, all kinds of exquisite dishes, seasonal fruits and vegetables, and exquisite pasta were all served up. The imperial chef in the palace was highly skilled, and Xiao Yushu ate with great pleasure. The second prince Su Qi frequently persuaded him to drink, and said a few interesting things. Xiao Yushu is not pretentious. Wine to cup dry. The atmosphere of the table is excellent. Noble consort Gon personally gave him a slice of fish and smiled sweetly. This fish fillet is the way I make it back home. How about Yushu try it? The dark fragrance floated vaguely. Gon Guifei leaned forward slightly. Her gourd-like tantalizing figure was flawless, and her ripe charm came out. Xiao Yushu heart itch. This Gon Guifei is a rare creature, so ripe and provocative. No wonder the holy favor has not failed. He hurriedly ate the fish, and said with immense gratitude on his face, Your Highness and Second Highness are too good to me. I'll be sure to write and tell my sister that someone in the upper capital is taking good care of me. Noble consort Gon and the second prince exchanged glances, their hearts secretly delighted, and they suddenly became a few points more enthusiastic. Gon Guifei smiled and advised eating while feeling remorseful in her heart. How good would it be if Xiao Yushu married Su Yuyan? When Xiao Yushu left Yuking Palace, Su Qi personally sent out with a very intimate attitude. The eunuchs and palace maids held the things that consort Gon had rewarded him with, a total of 3 large boxes. Among them there are 2 produced from the Honan province road Huangshan 500 years of parts of the valuable medicinal herbs Tiepi Shirlan. Gon Guifei in order to pull together the Marquis of Jinan, is also the blood of the money. Su Qi was sent all the way to the entrance of the palace, and Xiao Yushu turned around and humbly said, Many thanks to your highness and your second highness for their hospitality. Your second highness, please stay. Su Qi took out an object from his sleeve and laughed. Yushu is a descendant of a general's family. As the saying goes, a precious sword is given to a martyr, and this is the right thing to give to you. Xiao Yushu secretly said in his heart, You're the one who's a martyr. I'll live a long life. He took it and saw that it was a dagger with an ancient shape. With a gentle tug, the dagger showed only an inch of blade from its sharkskin holster, and a chilling aura hit his face. Good weapon. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but sigh, and immediately fell a little in love with it. When Su Qi saw that he liked it, he couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart, but he was also a little bit fleshed out. The dagger was called Fish's Bamboo Sword, an extremely powerful weapon, and he had spent a lot of effort to get it. The reason for giving away this sword was to draw Xiao Yushu in, to counteract the negative effects of the failed marriage. Sure enough, Xiao Yushu liked it very much and thanked him repeatedly, and his expression became a bit more affectionate. Yushu, virtuous brother, in the future, if there's something you need, you must come to me. I'll definitely get it done for you. Su Qi laughed and made a generous promise. Xiao Yushu was grateful to say goodbye and thought, I want to be your father for one night. I don't know if it's okay. After sending off Xiao Yushu, Su Qi's smile abruptly withdrew and returned to Yuking Palace with a gloomy face. Noble consort Gon was sitting down and drinking tea when Su Qi waved her hand and dismissed the palace maids and eunuchs. Concubine Gon asked in a slow voice, do you think what Xiao Yushu said is true or false? Su Qi whispered angrily, Of course it's true. We'll know once this matter is investigated. Xiao Yushu would never dare to fabricate lies to deceive us. Mother consort, how can that Su Yuyan be so frivolous? Is old Fifth any good? He can't even be a first concubine, and she still hangs out with him? He had planned for so long with noble consort Gon to be able to marry the Marquis of Jinan, but he hadn't expected a mistake on the side of his own people. Noble consort Gon's eyes were cold, and she said in a chilling voice, My sister has gotten so used to her noble days these past few years that she can't even raise her daughters well. Since they can't be brought up well, let them come to the Shangyi Bureau. Gon's daughters are so bad. This palace will teach them herself. Chapter 40, Honey in a Car. Xiao Yushu sat in the luxurious carriage, counting today's gains. The second prince Su Qi, a super official second generation, wants to be good friends and brothers with him. If he is raised up to become emperor, Xiao Yushu will have a great responsibility in the future. Not to mention, this kid has a white face and sweaty hands. If your kidneys are weak and you can't get it up, how are you going to handle your future harem of 3,000 beauties? Wouldn't Xiao Yushu have to give the harem beauties ideology lessons for him every day? Working day by day, yesterday's courtesan, today's concubine, tomorrow's noble consort, the day after tomorrow's queen. Holy, what a thrill! He smiled, set up his legs, and said leisurely, Make tea. The maid who followed him, Cold Shadow Su, held a pot and poured fragrant tea and handed it to him. Xiao Yushu took it and took a sip. Nice. Fresh Junshan Bilyukan is fragrant and long in the mouth. This is the days of the rich and powerful. Double-driven luxury carriage. The card table complete. With wine and food. In the last life that must be a Rolls-Royce with a beautiful little secretary by his side. He smiled and gave Cold Shadow a concerned look. Shadow. Such a big girl. You need to dress more neatly in the future. Look at how it's not even buttoned up dash. Cold Shadow was stunned. The buttons were not buttoned? How is that possible? As a white-skinned, bone-dry elite maid of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence, how could I even dress badly? I saw Xiao Shizi thoughtfully reach over and, let me help you tie it. Cold Shadow's small face violently reddened, gently biting her lips and, sure son. You, her voice trembled. Master Shitzi is so kind, I can fasten my buttons, but he still helps me so gently. Xiao Yushu laughed softly. This little girl's thin branches are fruitful. Her waist is slender, but her breasts are bulging in a good and provocative way. This day by that peach like Gon Guifei to provoke a little fire, just to give the little mate to talk about the reasoning of life. Shadow, you've been doing quite well lately. I'm going to promote you to D-cup maid. Ahem, senior maid. It's a heavy burden, so you have to have a mind to prepare for it. Cold Shadow's pretty face rolled. Her brain was blank and somewhat joyful. It was her good fortune that the world master liked her. Just then the carriage thumped with something. Holy, who dares to smash my luxury car? Can you afford to pay for the damage? You've been farming all your life. You can't afford to buy one wheel of this car of mine. Xiao Yushu just wanted to scream and curse a few times when he saw the car door pull open and Lai Meier walked up with a frosty face. Mei's sister. Xiao Yushu was startled and had a few moments of panic in his heart. Why did he have the feeling of being caught in adultery? Lai Meier coldly glared at him and said, someone has been following us. Not weak. Since you left the house, Xiao Yushu asked. Since you're not weak, how did you find out? A trace of smugness flashed across Lai Meier's face as she said, our Jinnan army has many means. When you traveled, the mansion placed goldfinches in the sky, and all movements could not escape the eyes of the goldfinches. Good man. Xiao Yushu secretly sighed, not realizing that there were still drones watching from the sky. He thought for a moment and whispered, ignore him for now and go straight back to the house. You send someone to spy on him and find out who it is. Xiao Yushu's luxurious carriage went all the way directly back to the Marquis of Jinnan's residence. At night, Lai Meier came to him to report that the person who had been spying had gone to see Su Xian, the chief of guards of the 5th prince's residence. Old Fives man? Xiao Yushu gazed and sneered. The real thieve's heart is not dead. Still want to give the Marquis of Jinnan house bad This feeling of being maliciously spied on all the time, like there's a snake hiding in the shadows, ready to bite you at any moment, is not a good feeling. Gotta find a chance to clean up old Five a bit more. The next morning, after breakfast, Subaila took out the soft ruler. Her small face slightly reddened and said, I found a nice piece of material and want to make a new garment for husband with my own hands. Please don't disdain it. Husband. Xiao Yushu said with a clear smile. My family's Lara's mind and hands are skillful, and the clothes she makes will surely look good. Subaila's heart was joyful and radiant, and she immediately leapt to measure up for Xiao Yushu. Just then, Xiao Zhong came, and looking at the two warmly interacting, the old man's eyes were full of difficulties. He coughed lightly. Ahem, Master Seiji, there's a deceased person visiting, and I'd like to ask Master Seiji to meet him. Deceased? Xiao Yushu furrowed his brows as he looked at him with a desire to speak. Could it be a fox friend that he knew from his predecessor? He spoke with a pale face. Tell him to wait. I'll be there later. Only after Subaila had finished taking her measurements and the two of them had spoken a few more words did Xiao Yushu come to the front hall. The man who came surprised him a little. Surprisingly, it was Linchuan County Lord Su Yuyan with her maid, Xiao Painting. Seeing him come out, Su Yuyan's red lips pursed lightly. Her hand involuntarily clenched her handkerchief, and she gently stood up. Xiao Yushu looked at her with a cool gaze and sighed softly helplessly. So it's County Lord Linchuan. What do you want to teach me when you visit my humble abode? It's amazing how cold he is. Su Yuyan's heart ached. She was uncomfortable with Xiao Yushu's detachment, but today she had to come again. Yesterday, noble consort Gon sent someone to King Linchuan's residence, and reprimanded her cousin, Princess Linchuan, in a harsh tone. Also let Su Yuyan and her sister all into the palace into the Shangyi Bureau. Shangyi Bureau is the place where the female officials of the harem are located. Before going in to carry out a body check, only virgins can enter. This was official proof that Su Yuyan was innocent. It would be good for her to marry someone in the future, but there were plenty of downsides as well. This Shangyi Bureau, after all, in the palace rules are strict, and the procedures for leaving the palace are cumbersome and complicated. Entering the Shangyi Bureau is like a bird entering a cage. If the marriage with the Marquis of Jinnan is messed up, concubine Gon will surely be strict in her control, and the free life of the Su sisters will come to a complete end. Don't even think about going on trips, parties, literary meetings, or even visiting your girlfriends. It was obviously hundreds of times better than going into the Shangyi Bureau and being an honorable wife of the Marquis of Jinnan's son. Su Yuyan thought carefully now that Xiao Yushu was not that bad. The family is honorable, devoted to her, and the backyard is clean, so objectively speaking, it is indeed a good match. Although the fifth prince Suzhen is good, he is already engaged to Prime Minister Lin's granddaughter, so it is more realistic to marry Xiao Yushu. That's why today, Su Yuyan summoned up her courage and personally came to the door to ask for an audience. She bit her lip and said, "I have something to tell you, something I want to explain to you." Xiao Yushu frowned faintly. "Explain what? I didn't have anything with Qin Shigong. I am innocent. Also I don't have any affair with Shen with the Fifth Highness. It's just a meeting between friends. Everything is in accordance with etiquette. I don't want you to misunderstand," Su Yuyan said sharply. Xiao Yushu was silent. "Really? I'm not lying." Su Yuyan thought he didn't believe it and hurriedly said, "Our participation in the literary meeting was all in public, and no two of us have ever met in private." Xiao Yushu calmly looked at Su Yuyan and shook his head with a smile. She's failing her first choice in the college entrance exam, and she can't go to her second choice, so she'll have to go to a crap school. That's why you're so upset? Chapter 41, Sheriff. You are not, Sheriff. You said yourself that in your heart. I, Xiao Yushu, am no better than the fifth prince. You came to me today only because he is unwilling to marry you and you have no better place to go. It's not like that. Su Yuyan shook her head in panic. She tried to explain, but realized that no matter how she explained it, she couldn't round off what she had said earlier. She wanted to tell Xiao Yushu that she didn't really like the fifth prince, that she was just momentarily confused, and that the one she really liked should be him. But she opened her mouth and couldn't say anything after all. I admit that since I was a child, I have a kind of sister-to-brother admiration and favor for the fifth prince. You don't study to get ahead and cause trouble everywhere. That's why I'm a bit dissatisfied with you. Su Yuyan's eyes reddened a bit and she swallowed her voice. I didn't take your feelings into account, and that's my fault, but I remember how good you've been to me all these years. Now let's continue to get along just like we used to, okay? She said as she gently wiped her eyes. When I said you weren't as good as him in case, it was all in anger. It was because you picked up the wrong bride that I took it out on you that day with anger in my heart. You won't countenance my willfulness. You'll forgive me, won't you? The air became quiet. Su Yuyan was really a woman who could talk a lot. That look of tears in her eyes, of graceful tenderness, I'm so sorry to see it. It's a sight to behold. If she hadn't heard her heart, she might have really believed it, too. Unfortunately, has no ifs. Sheriff, you don't get it. Xiao Yushu shook his head and said frankly, the fifth prince is already engaged to marry, and you can still hold on to him, even defending the opportunity to meet with him in front of me. This is enough proof that you have him in your heart. When these words came out, Su Yuyan's face turned pale. She took a step forward, her lips trembling as she looked pitifully at Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu was unmoved, and said in a clear and cold manner that, since you have him in your heart, I don't think you'll care whether you're the main consort or the side consort. If you are willing to be a side consort, the fifth prince will definitely be willing. In the future, if he ascends to the throne, you will be an honored imperial consort. So why should you care about me, a small son? These words were like sharp swords one by one, stabbing Su Yuyan's heart with pain. Xiao Yushu, please don't say anything. Xiao Yushu's cold attitude made Su Yuyan's heart go cold. Just before welcoming the bride he wasn't like this. Why is it that when I bow my head, you still refuse to forgive me? Xiao Yushu looked at Su Yuyan's eyes and said calmly and honestly, Sheriff, your mind has never rested on me. Even if we were married, you would only enjoy the wealth and honor of being the wife of the Marquis of Jinnan's son, and would not take on its responsibilities. He couldn't help but think of the miserable state of the demonic creatures and human races that went around doing evil in the Yuluo abyss. Xiao Yushu pointed ahead, the light in his eyes capturing people's hearts. This Marquis of Jinnan mansion that you see is the heart and soul of 3 generations of people who have fought in armor. It is not just an honorable title, but also a heavy responsibility. How many people in the capital know that millions of demons are watching intently, and the slightest mishap will cause the human race to suffer another catastrophe? 200,000 brothers of the Jinnan army are looking at me, and the mistress of the Jinnan Marquis residence must be someone I can trust my back to with confidence, someone we can trust each other with between life and death. Sheriff, you're not. Su Yuyan looked at Xiao Yushu dumbfounded. He stood there, erect and standing like a lofty mountain. He looked resolute and bold, as if he was fearless in the face of any storm. This is like a different person from the Xiao Yushu she knew, so high and mighty, Ingrid, and yet so strange. As Su Yuyan walked out of the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion, she turned back and looked at the mansion that stood majestically in the haze again. It was as if something stood in the tall, plain eaves of the door that she could never understand. Whether it's that man or this Marquis, It's amazing that she's never understood. She felt something lodged deep in her heart, a digging pain. Tears continued to peel from her eyes and break the bank, and she couldn't help but sob. I'm sorry, Xiao Yushu. Su Yuyen was helped onto the carriage. Her heart was empty, as if she had lost an important piece. The void made her heart ache with a choking feeling that she couldn't breathe. So not being accepted is such a painful thing? Xiao Yushu sent Su Yuyen away with a faint smile. No matter how much she regrets it now, no matter how many tears she sheds, she had planned it in her mind. Keep your innocence even after marriage and wait for better opportunities in the future. How can such a woman be worthy of being the mistress of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence? Old butler Xiao Zhong came over and asked in a low voice. She's gone? Xiao Yushu nodded. Gone. Probably won't be coming back. Xiao Zhong shushed. Master Shitzi is decisive and wise. Let the old slave admire. This Linchuan County Lord. I also feel that it is not suitable with the Marquis of Jinnan. Decisive and wise? Xiao Yushu was stunned and pointed at himself. You mean me? There was a moment of silence as the two men, one old and one young, stared wide-eyed at each other. Xiao Zhong lightly coughed and said, the old slave is wrong. The world son master's crazy and naive problem is still not good. The old slave is wrong. Xiao Yushu's face was serious. His recent behavior was too normal. This was not right. The emperor's old man stares at all times. The old man naive and stupid crazy hat cannot be lost. He said to Xiao Zhong, you go and find some people to spread the news. Just say that I'm stupid, dumb and uneducated, and that I was dumped by the Linchuan sheriff. Make the details more realistic. Understand? Xiao Zhong was stunned for a moment, nodded and smiled. Understood. Old slave understands. Xiao Yushu nodded. This old man is quite perceptive. I am relieved that he is doing his job. The next day, a large amount of news spread throughout the upper capital city's greenhouses and restaurants, which in turn spread throughout the houses of the powerful and noble. Listening to the street message, Xiao Yushu was directly stunned. Insider news from the State Scholarship Academy. Xiao Yushu, the son of the Marquis of Jinnan, is so talented that he waved his pen and wrote the ultimate poem My Sister, the Marquis of Jinnan. The talented Princess Linchuan was ashamed of herself and withdrew from the marriage. The corner of his mouth twitched. My sister Jinnan Ho, is this a divine code mess? Stunned, Marquis Jinnan's neighborhood insider, Xiao Yushu stroked his shell late at night, and a song called 18 Touches made the Linchuan County Lord so scared that she voluntarily withdrew from the marriage. Late night chops and a song called 18 Touches? Who the hell wrote this? Xiao Yushu is impotent, and Su Yuyen withdraws from the marriage. Well, who made this last one up? Xiao Yushu was furious. Laozi's weapon can practice the demon-slaying gun. How dare you rumor that Laozi can't? In the Linchuan royal residence, Su Yuyen was expressionless as she listened to her maid, Xiao painting, relaying the rumors she had heard. There was a sudden heat in her eyes. And, Xiao Yushu, that's why he's backing out of the marriage. Would you also rather defile yourself so viciously and be ridiculed by the world than damage my reputation? You've always been such a gentle person. She turned away, unable to resist taking out her handkerchief and covering her eyes. Chapter 42, the sound of bagpipes flying tray feathers. The sky was sinking and it was drizzling towards evening. The dashing curtain of rain covers the fast-flowing Jinsha River, and the towering peaks on both sides of the river loom large. Huo Taichin was dressed in a strong suit, his head tied in a high ponytail, leaning on the bow of the boat. In her arms she held an iron-plated copper lute, and her long bow and arrows and long sword were all within reach at her side. On this ship, the 300,000 taels of silver that Xiao Yushu led the group to loot were escorted. The matter is important. This journey above her careful guard, the knife and bow do not leave the hand. Day and night do not sleep deeply, all the way to the prudent and cautious. Finally, we successfully arrived at the Jiannan Road, which is the Kuwei Gorge of the Jinsha River, and is already considered to be the sphere of influence of the Jinan army. With her spirits slightly relaxed, she was also interested in the scenery of the river going east and the two mountains, and took out her iron lute and tuned the strings. So she played. In the dark rain and mist, the clanking sound of the iron lute rang out, powerful and intense. It is exactly a song from the army. Just then, a sound of a horizontal flute suddenly sounded above the riverbank. The sound of the flute is clear and melodious, although gentle but straight through the rain and fog, as if playing in the ear. The sounds of the iron pipa and the horizontal flute met together, neither one refusing to back down. The iron pipa is resonant and bold, and the flute is reverberating, competing with each other, repeatedly fighting, surprisingly indistinguishable from each other. Then suddenly both sides stopped playing at the same time. The river could not help but be quiet, leaving only the sound of the river. Only a clear voice came from far away in the hidden rain and mist. The bagpipes are flying emerald feathers. The voice was clear and unmistakable, all the way through the rain and fog. Even the sound of the river waves was suppressed. Huo Taician spilled a smile, put down his iron pipa, and said aloud, not forsaking the red powder for the bowstring. The opposite side of the room cleared its smile and said, Sister Cord, it's been a hard journey. As soon as that heavy rain and mist moved, 2 large ships with dragon's teeth drove from the shore like lurking beasts. The man who spoke out, however, leaped directly into the river, treading waves all the way. Every time she landed her foot, a large snow-white wave tumbled and surged, as if she was stepping out of a white lotus in the river. She then stepped on the water and came over the waves, leaping onto Hua Tiaqin's boat. The woman was tall, wearing a military officer's uniform with a grandiose lapel, a face like white jade, and a pair of eyes with a few majestic airs. Hua Taiqin bowed solemnly and saluted. Hua Taiqin, commander of the Jinan Army's Qianzhou Selection Frontier Battalion. See the commander of the Pengzhou Army. The person who came was none other than Ntai, the commander of the Pengzhou Army and the third in the ranking of the 5 Iron Guards. She smiled and waved her hand. I haven't seen you in a few days. Why is Cord so polite? How is little Lang? Hua Taichun laughed. Military courtesy cannot be abolished. Sister Desiree, Koro is fine. Auntie sighed softly. I haven't seen him for 3 years and I miss him in my heart. Why don't I switch with you and you come and be the commander of the Pengzhou Army? And how about I go to the capital to accompany Xiaolang? Hua Taixian was startled and hurriedly shook his head. Don't joke. Sister dear, how can Sister Mayor and I be as capable as you and Sister Jing? We can't be the commanders of an army. And Taidi's face turned cold when he heard Lai Mayor's name. That course billet was lucky enough to drink all day and miss her work, and the great general even chose her to stay in the upper capital. Oof. Hua Taiqin knew that these two had conflicts and did not like each other, so he just smiled and did not say anything. And Tieti then spread a smile. Cord's kung fu has grown. My flute didn't even get the upper hand just now. It's really something. Hua Taiqin laughed modestly. It's still far worse than Sister Deer, and Sister Deer is letting me down. By this time, the 2 large dragon teeth ships had already escorted Hua Tiachuan's seat ship in the center, and the fleet chopped through the waves and drove all the way to the direction of Pengzhou. Occasionally there are boats passing by in the river, and when they see the flag of Jinan Army, they all take the initiative to avoid it. 2 people stand on the bow of the boat, the river wind blowing hair, the extreme eyes of the Chu Tian open. Auntie Di asked with concern, I heard that Xiao Lang's marriage is not going well. Is he sad? I miss him after so many days without seeing him. Knowing that Ntai Di had been Xiao Yushu's mate for many years and had a deep bond, Hua Tai Cord laughed. You don't have to worry, Sister dear. Xiao Lang isn't naive or stupid at all. In the past, we were all mistaken, and that was just him intentionally hiding and pretending to be stupid. In fact, Xiao Lang is extremely smart. And Tieti frowned, an odd look on his face. Cord, are you kidding me? No, I am telling the truth. And Tai Di couldn't help but laugh and patted Hua Tai Chuan on the shoulder. I'm not an outsider. They're all my own sisters. There's no need to brag for Xiao Lang. What kind of person is he that I don't know? I've been Xiao Lang's personal maid since I was 13 years old. And when he was a child and the great general was away on a campaign, I was the one who slept with him in my arms. Can I not know if he's stupid or not? She sighed softly, a look of pity and pain all over her face. Xiao Lang is a good boy, innocent and simple, but unfortunately not too bright in the head. What you say about hiding and pretending to be stupid, and being smart, this is really nonsense. And Tai Di, as a personal maid, had spent many years with Xiao Yushu, and was as close as a comforter. You asked her to believe that Xiao Yushu knew how to hide and play dumb since he was a child. How is that possible? Seeing her disbelief, Hua Taiqin silently rolled his eyes, very helpless. Xiao Lang, Shitzi master is really smart, really hiding and pretending to be stupid. I didn't lie to you. Why doesn't this sisterin believe it? And Tieti said in a warm voice, I know you're doing this for Xiaolang's sake, but it's okay to be silly. Don't put too much pressure on him. We'll take care of him if anything happens. He's still a kid. Ahem. Hua Taichun secretly shook his head, his heart frantically spitting. This child in the mid-mountain pine forest. The first strike directly destroyed the Mongshan forest range. He also robbed the 5th prince's silver and played his party into the palm of his hand. She sighed softly and took Tieti's hand. Sister Flute, come with me and look at this shipment. Oh, what was shipped? And Tieti was also a bit curious and said, the great general sent the Eagle book, only saying that you were escorting important goods over and asked me to come and meet them. Not that it said what they were. The 2 men came inside the hatch, only to see some large crates inside. Hua Taiqin picked up a crowbar on the side and pried open the box, and suddenly the hatch lit up, only to see the white silver dollars stacked neatly, burning brightly under the lamp. It's, and Tieti asked in surprise. Hua Taiqin smiled with a few moments of pride. This is 300,000 taels of silver. The world sun led us to the pine forest halfway up Yunmeng mountain and robbed it from the 5th prince's party. What? And Tai Di, the commanding officer of the Pengzhou army, was stunned for a moment. She looked at Hua Tiaqin's face written full of shock and tangled. Not afraid of the 5th prince's party. she simply did not put them in the eye. But shocked at Hua Taichin said the son of the world to take us this sentence. Koro led you to rob. She felt that it was all too unreal, that silly, crazy child could do such a shocking thing? How is that possible? Chapter 43, a long barge enters Pingzhou with a strong west wind. Untidy's wonderful eyes moved away from the silver box and asked in a deep voice, "You're saying that Seiji is leading you into action? Who gave the information? How did it go out?" Hua Taichin pursed her lips and smiled. The expression on Sister Deer's face made her heart feel good. As Hua Qiner, who fought side by side with Shitzi and followed him around, seeing the Seiji's performance shocked the others, and there was a feeling of honor and glory in his heart. "Sister Desiree, our son is not the child you remember. He's grown into a solo leader worthy of making us fight for him. Seiji got the information himself. It's very accurate. The source he didn't say. During the mid-mountain pine forest ambush, the world sun killed the 4 wonders of Manshan with a single strike. The 67 guards of the caravan were all wiped out, and none of our sons and daughters died, not even a serious injury," Hua Taichin said in a slightly agitated tone. "Sister Flute, the world master is amazing," as if in a trance, and Tieti whispered, "Impossible, I don't believe it." Seiji's martial arts have also greatly improved. Having entered the late stage of the sovereign realm, Hua Taichin did not yet know that Xiao Yushu had reached the peak of the Zhongshe realm, and in her opinion, Xiao Yushu's advancement to the late stage of the Zhongshe realm was already quite impressive. Untidy's eyes glanced at Hua Taichuan for a while and coldly hummed, "Your son will fight in person? The other side's route is known. We're outnumbered. We're in the dark and the enemy is in the light. You still don't know how to fight this kind of battle? Where are the battle formations, traps, and crossbows? How dare you ask your son to take the risk of going into battle himself? Lai Mayer claimed to be invincible under the innate. Where has she died?" Hua T-Cord was speechless for a while, bowing his head to listen to her reprimand, secretly spitting in his heart. She's in a hurry. She's in a hurry. She's irritated. It was at this moment that a horn suddenly came from the rear, which was the army's warning horn. Untidy and Hua Xinger looked back at the same time, only to see above the river surface, a porpoise swam at high speed, so fast that the waves pulled out a long white trail in the river. Straddling the back of the porpoise was a Jinnan army scout, who was raising his horn to signal the fleet. "There's a large flotilla approaching from the rear." Untidy immediately stuffed his fingers into his mouth and whistled, followed by a loud eagle cry immediately coming from high above the sky. A giant eagle with wings spread out 2 feet glided down from a high altitude and swiftly swept toward the rear of the flotilla at the height of the mountain peaks. The Jinnan army is the world's first-class elite army. Even a receiving operation is also carefully arranged. The only ones involved in this operation were not only the 2 dragon tooth ships on the river, but also the Pengzhou army's marine scouts and the demonic pets kept by the Jinnan army. This giant eagle stood high above the ground and was good at scouting the enemy's posture, and it could also track the demon race on the ground. Some were bred in the Jinnan army, and there were some in the Jin Demon, Iron Wing and Pengzhou armies. Hua Taichin stuck his longsword on his waist, picked up the longbow at his side, and leapt into action. If there is an enemy attack just right, the 2 iron guards of the Jinnan army are here. The large army of the Pennsylvania army is nearby, and as many enemies as come will be destroyed. The giant eagle quickly flew back, and with a few long whistles, it lifted its wings and flew high into the sky. And Tidy watched the giant eagle go away and smiled bashfully. "It's all right. It's just a caravan of merchants carrying goods to Pennsylvania." Hua Taisien sighed in relief and put down his longbow as the 2 of them stood at the bow of the boat and continued to gossip. In order to maintain flexibility, their flotilla did not have full sails, and they were not moving very fast against the current. The rear of the fleet gradually catch up. At this time the west wind is strong, only to see a large ship open full of huge sails, like a long dragon split waves. Above the bow of the first ship hung 2 huge lanterns, which were eye-catching even in the darkness of the night and the rain and fog. And Tieti and Hua Taichin looked at each other with surprised expressions. While looking out once again, there was writing on 2 large lanterns on both sides of that ship. One reads Jiangnan Daosu, while the other reads Jinnan Marquis Mansion. The Marquis of Jinnan? And Taidi and Hua Taiyin were confused at the same time. We're both from the Marquis of Jinnan. Why have we never heard of such a fleet coming? Could it be an impostor? The 2 women shook their heads at the same time. They were both delicate-minded people. The other party came with such fanfare and also arrived at the border of the Jinnan army. It could never be a fake. There must be a reason. Just then, a man on the opposite side of the first boat shouted loudly, "Is the ship of the Jinnan army ahead? We are relatives of the Jinnan Marquis Xiao Shi, and have come to deliver food to the Jinnan army, so we'd like to ask your army to show us the way." The 2 women were once again surprised. A relative of Xiao Shi? We're both Xiao Shi's sisters, and one of us has slept with Xiao Shi for years. Why don't we know he has relatives in Jiangnan Road? Hua Tiechin's heart stirred and snapped to attention. Could it be that he was a relative of Madame Subaira? That's right, isn't this the Jiangnan Road Su family? And Tai Di asked when he saw that she looked different. Cord, you recognize them? Hua Taichun explained with a slight smile. Sister dear, the new wife of the world's son is Su Baiera, the first daughter of the Su family of the Jiangnan Road, who was named the county princess of Wu County. I'm afraid this flotilla is the Su family sending us gifts. A rare look of shock appeared on Tieti's face. She did hear that Xiaolang did not marry that Su Yuyen, and newly married the county princess of Wu County, the Jiangnan Road Su family. She had also heard of it, a plutocratic family in the southeast, with a lot of business in Pingzhou. Seeing that this fleet is so large, this Su family's handiwork is not small, and Tieti said aloud, I am Tieti, commander of the Pengzhou army. Who is this visitor? When the opposite party heard the name, they immediately rejoiced and saluted remotely from the boat. I am Su Huanbao of the Su family of the Jiangnan Road. See General N. This flotilla of ours is carrying all the dowry of the Su family for the marriage of the eldest young lady, a total of 200,000 stones of rice, and some daily necessities, all of which the good men of the Jinnan army can use. And Tai Di was moved at once. 200,000 stones of rice were shipped all the way from Jiangnan Road. I'm afraid it must be worth more than 300,000 taels of silver on dry and water routes. And with the other items, this dowry is really thick and heavy. The large dragon tooth ships quickly separated into one and went to lead the way for the Su clan fleet. Hua Taichin said sincerely, Sister dear, Xiaolang is no longer the man he used to be. Now that Shitzi has taken on the responsibility of the Jinnan Marquis, he can help the great general and the Jinnan army. And Tai Di listening, the heart suddenly feels sour, booing, even in the eyes have tears. It was as if the little boy appeared before her eyes again, with his head in pigtails and his milky voice. Sister flute. Suddenly 2 lines of tears flowed down. The wind on the river is so strong, unconsciously even lost in the eyes. It was a day to remember for the Jinnan army, as 300,000 taels of silver and 200,000 stones of rice sponsored by the Su family arrived in Pingzhou at the same time. This meant that the Jinnan army could survive on its own, even without imperial military expenses and supplies. In that case, it's not the emperor's turn to take care of the affairs of my Jinnan army. Chapter 44, Concubine Yomi. Xiao Yushu stood in front of the window dressed in white, and a peach tree was in full bloom outside the window. The human face was peach blossom, handsome and elegant, just like a painting. The eldest maid, Cold Shadow, turned her head to look at him, and lowered her head to pour the water. Turning his head to look at him again, all but noticing that the water bowl had overflowed. Inside the bedroom on the big bed, Su Baila was sleeping lazily. Her green silk was messy and scattered on Jade Snow's delicate face. The red brocade quilt revealed snow-white shoulders with a smattering of green marks, and the tender straight long legs stretched out from the quilt, hooked into a seductive right angle. Her ladyship was so tired that until now she was still in a deep sleep and had not yet awakened. Xiao Yushu was served by Cold Shadow and washed himself with a basin full of water. While eating breakfast in the dining room, Cold Shadow scooped several large sizes of white pills into Xiao Yushu's bowl and said softly, Master Shitzi is a martial arts practitioner with a strong body. He must also have some compassion for the lady. Xiao Yushu was stunned and nodded his head and smiled. Then he heard Cold Shadow say shyly, if Master Shitzi thinks it's not enough, the maidservant is capable of suffering since she was a child, and is willing to share her worries for the lady. Xiao Yushu took a look at the white medicine in the bowl and then looked at Cold Shadow's charming and youthful face. 18-year-old girls are pretty everywhere even without makeup. Clear water out of hibiscus. Natural to carve. You say you're such an adult. How come you can't even fasten a button? Master Seiji, now these kids, they're just pampered and spoiled. They're all working as maid ushers, and they're even buttoning the wrong buttons. LOL, Seiji has to care as a leader. You don't have to tell me that for online authors. Different keyboards just don't feel the same. Some keyboards, right, such as the green shaft keyboard, have the strongest percussive feel, and the sound is outstanding when you press your fingers down. The sound is crisp, resilient, and extraordinarily sensual when you press gently. Black Axis keyboard, right, pressure factor, that straight up and down feel. Need more hand strength. You can press hard, play the game really damn good. T-axis keyboards, I think, the trigger position is a little deeper, kind of have their own characteristics. Just then, bang, the dining room door crashed open, and Xiao Yushu retracted his hand lightning fast, picking up a meatball and stuffing it into his mouth. Holy, it's ing hot. Who fries croquettes in the morning? Lai Mayer stormed in, glaring angrily at Xiao Yushu. May, Sister May. Xiao Yushu dropped the pill in his mouth and was about to review it in a vain manner. I was wrong. Lai Mayer smiled sweetly, her cheeks with an abnormal red color, and she took a few steps forward and collapsed with a soft body. Looking at Lai Mayer, who was huffing and puffing and full of alcohol, Xiao Yushu covered his face with a cold snort. The asshole's drunk again. After a chicken-filled morning, Xiao Shizi finally had some time to himself. He picked up the intel and looked it over, deciding on a sophisticated and powerful plan. A precise blow to Old Five. A huge loss to his dignity and reputation. Both striking Old Five and completely crushing the Emperor's plot to besiege the Marquis of Jinnan's residence. The program is, why can't I figure it out? Xiao Yushu thought for a whole hour and couldn't come up with any good ideas. Forget it. Go out and change your mind. Driving behind closed doors. There's no inspiration for screwing Old Five behind closed doors. Having to go out and find a place to enliven his brain, Xiao Yushu decided to go to a formal state institution full of educational programs. The Department of Corrections, located in the Sholi Street. The Department of the Church is worthy of being a state-owned enterprise, although it is not a monopoly, but the momentum is not the same. The pimps who greeted the guests at the door were all mature and beautiful women in their 27 or 18 years of age, dressed beautifully and with a slender body shape, which was a different kind of touching flavor. Seeing the double-drawn luxury carriage drive up, the pimp immediately had a twinkle in his eye and signaled to the turtle worker next to him. The turtle worker lazily greeted the carriage slowly. The pimp frowned. What service attitude this is? Only 3 days ago, we went to 100 Flowers' house to learn from the experience of advanced units, to correct the attitude of service, to love their work. These 3 days lessons so lazy? These staffed employees are old farts, lying flat on their imperial paychecks. The problem is that people lie flat on the performance. You a turtle worker lie flat useless As soon as Xiao Yushu stepped out of the car, the pimp greeted him enthusiastically, bowing gracefully to attend to his guests. The world's sun is here. Dayan Kong Zhao, come in quickly. The corner of Xiao Yushu's mouth twitched. This old pimp's cultural quality is not low. Opening his mouth is poetry and scripture. I come to play girl. You praise me for my high moral character and show off. Really see customers as God. This service attitude, this dainty voice, as a pimp is really talented. He asked with a smile. This female book your name. Mr. Xiao feels that you are somewhat familiar. Could it be that we have met before? The pimp was stunned, then very surprised. Could it be that Marquis Jinnan's son has taken a liking to me? She immediately spoke softly. Knew a humble person. I'm sorry that the world prince remembers. Slave's name is Nyomi, and I have toasted Shitsi before when he came over with his friends. Cow power? Xiao Yushu looked down at the headlights, and it was true to its name. Nyomi courteously led the way, inviting him to the elegant seat on the second floor of the church and workshop department. Elegant room and the mahogany tables several, calligraphy and paintings listed, and flowers and trees embellished, is quite elegant. The window in the center is open, facing the hall below, and the stage for the lively and talented performances in the hall can be overlooked at a glance. After Xiao Yushu sat down, two clean and elegant maids brought tea in, poured tea and set out the orders, and then waited at the side. Just then, he shuddered and screamed in his heart that it was bad. The huge hourglass appeared in his eyes once again. The sand above the hourglass had been depleted, and golden letters flashed. Alien Power 2, Time-Space Interchange. Function, the host will randomly swap time and space with a being from this realm, and during the swap the host will have the appearance and voice of that being. The creature will lose its ability to move. Interchange time, 2 hours. Only the large hourglass shook, and the sand had already begun to fall. How did this one come so suddenly? It was too late to return to the secret room of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence in any case. Although the swap can't be moved, it's best to also make sure he doesn't notice anything. Xiao Yushu pondered for a moment and immediately said to Nyomi, I've got madness and I feel a seizure coming on. Tie me up and blindfold me. Nyomi was startled, and then she and the two maids reddened at the same time. They obviously thought wrongly, did not expect Xiao Shitsi like to play this tune. The three women found a red silk and were just about to do it when Xiao Yushu slapped the table in dissatisfaction. What's this for? Keep the blindfold tight. No light at all. I'll hurt someone if I see light when I'm crazy. Cow power heart dark Rin. Shitsi old player the requirements are quite high. She did not dare to offend hurriedly sent people to find. After all, Xiao Shi's crazy reputation outside, in case of annoyance will be trouble. Looking at a large roll of thick black cloth, Xiao Yushu nodded with satisfaction and said, Don't make me open my mouth. The madman will bite himself. Don't open your mouth or untie the black cloth, and the rest is up to you. Cowpower took a deep breath, patted his large chest, and, please don't worry, Your Highness, your slave will definitely serve Your Highness well. There was a burst of light and strange changes in front of his eyes, and once again, Xiao Yushu felt like he had been stretched and thrown into a strange and mysterious world. After a long time, he woke up slowly with a splitting headache. Xiao Yushu looked around and there was a copper mirror right in the middle of the room. He looked at his body and sucked in a cold breath. The person in the mirror was wearing a robe embroidered with python patterns. His face was white and thin, and he was as warm as jade. It was none other than second Prince Su Qi. Chapter 45, The Birthday of the Princess. Soft footsteps came, and an extremely well-built courtesan walked in. She was about 20 years old, wore a pale pink court dress, and had a close and agreeable look. This courtesan was named Xylan, a personal maid given to her son by noble consort Gon, who had served Su Chi for many years. She said with a respectful curtsy, "Your Highness, it's time to get dressed and go out. Today is the Rapunzel's birthday, and your Highness has instructed that you should arrive early." Xiao Yushu turned back, and Xylan couldn't help but be stunned. The second Prince Su Chi looks like Gon Guifei, bored a pair of good-looking Danfeng eyes. A smile will bring a gentle and soft flirtatious meaning. With his refined temperament, is an elegant and soft and elegant gentleman. In latter-day terms, it's not masculine enough, favoring feminine, neutral beauty. However, today's second highness, standing in front of the bronze mirror, when his Danfeng eyes cleanly swept in, it made Xylan's heart suddenly tighten. The gentle and soft feeling had all disappeared, and the second highness actually had a majestic and stern aura on her body. It was as if what she saw was not the second prince, but the domineering and cold great general. Xylan suppressed the astonishment in her heart and lowered her head respectfully. Xiao Yushu spoke faintly. "Go. It takes a while from making a decision to going out the door." Xiao Yushu was really convinced that Su Chi was a man. Why did he have so many ways before going out? Hairpin, jade pendant, belt hook, shoes and boots, loops. "Aren't you tired of having a whole bunch of different styles to choose from for each one?" he said impatiently to Xylan. "Just keep it clean and simple. The simpler the better." Xylan was surprised at how sharp his second highness was today, and even more surprised that his second highness did not bring his favorite fan or seal, but a dagger instead. This was not yet a small knife inlaid with gems and ivory for everyday enjoyment, but a sharp scimitar dagger with a floral pattern. What's going on with these swords and knives that his highness doesn't usually like? Xiao Yushu rode in a carriage and brought his maid, Xylan, to the eldest princess mansion. This was the first time he had come to this place. The eldest princess was the second child of Emperor Hongjia, ranking after the eldest prince, and had always been favored by the emperor. Because of the early death of the eldest princess's mother, Empress Yongning, the eldest princess was brought up by Gon Guifei when she was a child, and was extremely close to Gon Guifei and Su Chi. The carriage drove all the way into the Rapunzel's mansion, and turned through the second door before her eyes opened up. Inside the mansion is high and elegant, with pavilions, small bridges and rivers, and in the distance there are hills and flowers and trees, which is very exquisite and grand. The carriage stopped in front of the opulent welcoming hall, and Xiao Yushu took Xylan out of the carriage. At this time the hall was full of flowers. Many people had come, and the atmosphere was lively. Just as Xiao Yushu arrived, eldest Princess Su Mu greeted him with two maids. She was 27 or 18 years old, wearing a light silver and red gold silk butterfly cloak, with a large red pinch of gold within the pleated flower skirt. The top of the head of the emerald red gold big hairpin colorful and eye-catching, appearing to be rich and proud. "Shidi, you're here? It's been a long time since I've seen you. Your body and bones are quite strong." The eldest princess was somewhat surprised as she surveyed Su Chi, who stood as upright as a cold pine, and smiled joyfully. "Congratulations to eldest sister on her birth." Xiao Yushu smiled slightly and gave her the prepared gift. The Rapunzel took his arm affectionately and pointed to several young ladies in the hall, laughing in a low voice. "Today I have specially invited the unmarried first daughters of each family, so Chidi should take a good look at them. If you fall in love with anyone, sister, I will go and beg Father Emperor for you to grant a marriage." Xiao Yushu smiled. It seemed that the eldest princess was really close to Su Chi and was considered to be in the second prince's party. The arrival of the second prince had obviously also caught the attention of the unmarried young ladies from the various families in the hall. These high-end social occasions were originally a place for unmarried ladies to look for a suitable husband. Therefore, the first daughters of each family attending the party were all surrounded by jewelry and dressed exquisitely. The second prince Su Chi, a high position of power, and is the son of the noble consort, favored by the emperor. That is a resounding diamond bachelor. For a moment there was a sudden rush of shy, hot, blunt glances upon the face of the, unexpectedly to everyone's surprise, today's second prince did not smile like a spring breeze as he did in the past, responding to the various ladies with central air conditioning like warmth. Today, he was calm and straight as a pine, with a pair of narrow Danfeng eyes that carried a cold arrogance. His cold and arrogant behavior, on the contrary, let the ladies of the family born a great interest, looking at him more and more warmly. "Who is that woman?" Xiao Yushu looked at the stunningly beautiful woman at the center of the group of young ladies and asked. The Rapunzel frowned and snapped. "Don't you recognize her? Prime Minister Lin's granddaughter, our good fifth brother's fiancée, Lam Chingyin." Xiao Yushu looked at the beautiful woman with a delicate figure and a gorgeous demeanor, who smiled coquettishly in the crowd, and was vaguely impressed in his heart. It seems that Xiao Shizi's memory, there is also some of this Miss Lin's shadow. It seems that the two were married when they were young, and people disliked him for being naive and stupid. Xiao Yushu looked at it for a couple of moments and moved his gaze away. He preferred the simple and plain girls like Su Baiera and Lai Meier, like this Miss Lin, who at first glance was a thoughtful and resourceful person who understood what she needed very well. There were many such women in his previous life, and Xiao Yushu had never been much of a fan. The eldest princess looked at Lin Qingyin, so she gently reminded her, she's 18 this year, and fifth brother and her are already engaged to be married, and the marriage will probably be consummated by the end of this year. Xiao Yushu gave an unruly smile. Prime Minister Lin is in such a hurry? Isn't he afraid that if old Five fails to seize the throne, he'll be implicated himself? Rapunzel was alarmed and hurriedly whacked him. What are you babbling about? If father hears about it, don't you want to die? Lin Qingyin was surrounded by a few noble women talking, just like a star-crossed moon, sometimes smiling, sometimes teasing, long-sleeved appearance. At first glance as a social master, she suddenly noticed someone's watching gaze and turned her head to see that it was the cold and arrogant second prince. Her vanity was instantly satisfied quite a bit, so she gently nodded her head in response to the second prince's attention. Xiao Yushu smiled faintly and said to the princess, "Ms. Lin nodded at me." Rapunzel glared at him and said, "Duke Wei's wife is here. I have to go greet her. Don't fool around, just play honestly here." The second imperial brother had always been gentle and polite. She was very relieved, so she instructed 2 sentences and led the people to hastily greet the guests. Xiao Yushu asked for a glass of fruit wine and slowly savored it, unintentionally glancing at Lin Qingyin's luscious undulating back. Good cocking. A thought suddenly surfaced in his mind that he couldn't suppress. The emperor wanted to bestow Lin Qingyin's marriage to the 5th Prince Su Jun. I'm afraid that it was to balance the power of the various princes, the higher-ups. Let the people below fight it out so that you can stand tall and control all parties easily. That is to say, without the support of Prime Minister Lin, the old Five will be greatly reduced in power. Several princes lost balance of power. The situation in the court will be turbulent. The emperor still have the energy to manage the Jinnan army? The corner of Xiao Yushu's mouth curved upward slightly. Su Qi, I'm going to give you a great gift, old man. Chapter 46, Su Qi, love to help people. Second Imperial Prince Su Qi felt something was wrong. He opened his eyes and it was pitch black in front of him, instead of the cool, elegant ambergris scent that he normally preferred. The air smelled like a tacky aroma with a touch of sweet and wintry. He couldn't see out of his eyes. Surprisingly, he was blinded by a black cloth. Su Qi was shocked in her heart and just wanted to open her mouth to cry out, but she realized that her mouth was also blocked. The tightly gagged mouth turned out to be what appeared to be a couple of socks, and he was so intensely nauseous that he almost vomited. That's when he heard a woman's soul-crushing laugh. "Sir, let Nunu serve you well. Come to us, we will definitely let you get what you want." Eating laughter came from the side, and it was surprising that there was more than one woman present. Suki got the creeps. How could one's hallowed second prince fall into the hands of these people? What do these female kidnappers want? Do they want to carry my son's child and use it to blackmail me? What a poisonous ploy. But, Su Qi secretly sneered. You guys, this trick is destined not to succeed. He struggled violently to get up, but was shocked to find that his body couldn't move at all, as if there was an invisible force suppressing him. He couldn't help but scream in horror. Ah! The women let out a goblin-like laugh, and the leader of the group laughed. Your Excellency is really a wonderful person. Please don't be in a hurry. Nunu will serve you well. LOL. Several hands quickly undressed him while grinning like a leprechaun. Dash. The laughter stopped abruptly and the air was instantly silent. This sudden and eerie silence caused Su Qi's struggles to stop. It's how do these people stop? How do they want to torture my son? The woman at the head of the group sighed quietly, her tone tinged with overwhelming pity and shock. The male is also a poor man. You don't have to feel inferior. We've seen many people like the eunuch. The eunuchs in the palace are all like this too. Yes, my lord, another said with sympathy. You're not alone. Don't worry about the world's eyes. If you are strong in your heart, you are a man. This woman comforted Su Qi while approaching Naomi and whispered, Sister me, what do we do? It's impossible to serve him like this, with tweezers. Naomi also frowned, but after all, she was a senior staff member of the Department of Teaching and Learning, a master of the water pipe collapsing in front of her without changing her face. She whispers as she is in danger. He's the kind of man who can't vent his pain. The more he suffers, the more he can vent it out. So let's make him work harder. Yes, power. Su Qi was secretly terrified in his heart and hated to scream. Who are they? Where the hell is this? What kind of evil magic did they use? Why can't this prince move? Who in their right mind can tell his highness? What the hell is going on? The woman at the head of the group brought a bit of compassion into her voice and said with emotion, Let's serve his excellency well here. Honger, bring the things over. Yes. Two female assistants were now at Bull Power's side. one holding a candlestick for illumination, the other standing by with a whip. The cow power mooches and laughs. My lord, Nunu is here dash. What are you going to do? Ow 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 dash. 1,000 words omitted from the following. The side room of the hall of the Rapunzel's residence. A serving girl shuttled in and out, and the drinks brought into the hall were neatly arranged on the tables. The female officials of the Shangi Bureau are here to inspect the drinks and fruits so that nothing is overlooked. The Shangi Bureau is not only responsible for the affairs of the palace, but is also seconded to help out when members of the royal family have important ceremonies. Su Yuyen, dressed in the simple palace dress of a female official, carefully scrutinized the drinks. Her complexion was bleak, and her whole body was a bit gaunt and thin. Having entered the Sangha, even if one no longer wants to accept the reality, one has to admit it. The Marquis of Jinnan's fate with her had come to an end. After losing Xiao Yushu, it was likely that in the future, she would never, for the rest of her life, be able to touch that level of life again. Just like at this moment, she, a county princess, could only stand here and serve the nobles drinks. A maid came and looked around to see that no one was there, and quietly approached and whispered, County Lord Lin Chuan, the Fifth Highness knows you're coming over and asked me to give you a letter. Su Yuyen frowned and picked it up. That maid immediately left, and Su Yuyen unfolded the letter and looked at it, her face changing colors. The letter was written by none other than Su Jin, with great affection, and asking her to meet her quietly. If it had been before, she would have been very joyful and happy from the bottom of her heart, but all she had in her ears at the moment was Xiao Yushu's cold and quiet voice. The fifth prince is nice, but he doesn't want you. A sharp stab of pain went through her heart, and she immediately felt sickened by the hypocrisy of the words on the letter. The corner of Su Yuyen's mouth smiled coldly, bringing with it a biting chill. So Jin, you won't marry me. It also cost me the chance to marry into the Marquis of Jinnan. I've lost my happiness. I've lost everything, and you're still teasing me. It wasn't enough for you to hurt me once. Do you want me to fall into the abyss? That's good. That's good. We'll see. Lin Qingyin put down her wineglass and gently fanned herself. It was only the end of April and she was surprised to feel the heat of the weather. Two faint blushes rose up her snow-white, jade-like neck. The Yang Jin, who was next to her, looked at her appearance and snickered. How did you become so bad at drinking? It's only 2 glasses of fruit dew and your face is this red. Lin Qingyin smiled and looked at the mint liquor she was drinking, which was bright green and crisp. She liked the flavor of this wine. It had a refreshing feeling, but she didn't expect the mint wine from the Rapunzel's residence to have such a strong aftertaste. She stood up and smiled. It's a bit stuffy. I'm going for a walk. Yang Zhan was about to get up as well, but she saw the Gu family's first lady smiling and waving at her. She couldn't help but flinch. That was her future mother-in-law. On such an occasion, whether out of politeness or out of the need to make good relations in the future, it was only right for her to pay her respects. Lin Qingyin gently pushed her and said quietly, "You get over there." When Yang Zhang passed, Lin Qingyin went out of the hall alone and paced slowly in the side garden. Only the dryness in his body didn't ease, but became more and more pronounced. It was as if a seed had been planted, tickling softly, and the bud slowly crept out. The bud grew all over her body, tingling and tickling with temptation. Lin Qingyin suddenly went into a trance and involuntarily clenched her legs. She subconsciously felt bad, but then there was a blur of consciousness. A man appeared in front of him, who seemed a bit surprised and asked in a low voice, "Ms. Lin, are you okay?" Lin Qingyin shook her head violently, and only then did she see that it was Second Imperial Prince Su Qi. She clenched her tongue to clear her head and spoke sharply, "Second Highness, I." Su Qi's face changed, and he fiercely stepped forward to hold her arm. A man and a woman are not related to each other, and he's being a bit rude about it. Under Lin Qingyin's surprised and appalled gaze, Su Qi said with incomparable sincerity, "Don't worry, Miss Lin, I, Su Qi, love to help people." Chapter 47, Ms. Lin, it's not allowed. Xiao Yushu took Lin Qingyin's slender waist and without waiting for her to object, he utilized his light power and swiftly leaped into the depths of the garden, rushing into a forest hut hidden by flowers and trees. Lin Qingyin was shocked in her heart, but at this time, the lone man and woman stayed in the hut. If she shouted out loud, she would inevitably attract others to gather around, and then both her and the second prince's reputations would be ruined. She was a woman of great wisdom, and knowing that she could not be alarmed at this time, she asked in a serious and composed tone, "What does Second Highness mean by this?" "This is the Rapunzel's mansion." She reminded the other party that the princess's residence was crowded with people and that they had to be careful about the reputation of both parties. Xiao Yushu's gaze was clear as he saluted. "Miss Lin seems to be unwell. It's inconvenient to stay outside. You rest here in this hut for a few moments. I'll go find your maid or have the eldest princess send someone to help you." Lin Qingyin's heart was relieved. The second prince was indeed a courteous gentleman and would not take advantage of her. However, as soon as she was so distracted, She felt something strange on her body. The feeling of being in love came back. Lin Qingyin's mind was very clear, but for some reason she couldn't help but look at Su Qi's face, and thought that the second prince was really good looking. She was horrified, and hastened to sit a little more upright, trying to hold back the feeling. Xiao Yushu looked back and saw Lin Qingyin sitting with her back straight, her legs together and sitting sideways, her perfectly curved waist and buttocks sitting on the edge of the seating couch, a dignified and reserved appearance of a lady of the world. He couldn't help but smile faintly as he got up and headed out the door. Just as I opened the door to the house, I heard the sound of someone talking outside. Chang Gue, hurry up and sweep up all the leaves on the edge of the bamboo forest. With all this fluttering about, what will it look like when the nobles look at it? Yes, Steward Ma. Lin Qingyin was instantly startled, and Xiao Yushu hurriedly closed the door of the house and hid inside the room. This room is neat and elegant, but it is very small, probably only used by the nobles to walk and rest their feet. Inside, there was only a bed couch with a small table on it. Xiao Yushu approached the bed and whispered, "There are people out there. I'll go out when they're gone." Lin Qingyin nodded with difficulty, and as soon as he got closer, his manly scent instantly pounced into her nose. The smell was surprisingly indescribably good, and it instantly made her feel good about Su Qi. She clenched her jade teeth and bitterly endured the good feeling in her heart. In order to distract herself, Lin Qingyin had to try to think of something elegant, so she opened her mouth and asked, "Does your second highness have any new poems lately? Will Qingyin have the honor of listening to it?" Xiao Yushu smiled as he looked at the two blushes that were slowly flooding out from her snow-white neck. "I wonder what poem Miss Lin would like to hear. Write about men and women in love." Lin Qingyin was in a trance for a while, then her face burned, not knowing why she had said such a remark. She is already engaged. She must be polite and reserved. How can she say ambiguous words to other men? Then a clear voice was heard chanting in a low voice. "One life, one generation, one pair of people, striving to teach two places to pin their souls. The sky is spring for whom?" Lin Qingyin was shaken and looked at Su Qi with incomparable shock. She had never dreamed that this second prince would be so literate. The phrase "one life, one generation, one pair of people" is a perfect example of what women all over the world are looking forward to. He gazed at her and recited slowly, "It is easy to beg for syrup to the Blue Bridge, but it is hard to run away from the Blue Sea with medicine. If we can visit each other and drink Oxford, we can forget our poverty." Ah! Lin Qingyin muttered and repeated the lyrics, feeling catchy and haunted by the lingering sentiment. Her eyes were complex and difficult to describe. She only felt 1,000 emotions surging in her heart. Looking at the handsome face of Su Qi was even obsessed with hard to move. How wonderful would it be if the man I was to marry had this man's talent? In normal times, the force of reason and propriety would have immediately made her distance herself from Su Qi. Even if there was some admiration, it was buried deep in the bottom of her heart. But at this moment she could no longer control her emotions. The lyrics were like a breakthrough that made the passion of the literary soul of the female literati boil over. Lin Qingyin felt her whole body shocked. Her mood of admiration was incomparable, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. She secretly moved a little closer to Xiao Yushu, and a little closer again. "Your second highness writes these words so well." Her voice had a slight quiver to it, feeling complex and flinty inside. Xiao Yushu looked as usual and asked with a frown, "Miss Lin, are you not feeling well? It looks a little hard." I don't feel bad. It's just very moving. Your highness's poetry is so entwined in one's heart that it's hard to calm down." Lin Qingyin was very emotional. Her face was like an April peach blossom, and she blew her breath like a fresh orchid. The towering chest rose and fell, and a pair of starry eyes looked straight at Xiao Yushu in adoration. She bit her lower lip hard to get her emotions under control. Lin Qingyin stepped back a little and grabbed a book on the bed and couch, wanting to read to divert her attention. Where did I expect that the book, once opened, was filled with a picture that did not conform to propriety? This must have been thrown here at random by the extravagant and wanton Rapunzel. As if a spark had fallen on the woodpile, the admiration for the great talent Su Qi burned up at once. Lin Qingyin fiercely stepped forward to get close to Xiao Yushu's side and called out in a trembling voice, "Second highness, I." Xiao Yushu's face was shocked, and he hastily stepped back a foot, saying with a righteous air, "Miss Lin, don't be like this. You and I should keep our distance. After all, you are my fifth brother's fiancé. How can people see you like this?" At this moment, Lin Qingyin's mind was chaotic. She only felt that Xiao Yushu had an incomparably refreshing scent on her body, and she only wanted to get even closer. "Well, your second highness, I just want your second highness. Ms. Lin, please calm down. We really need to keep our distance." Lin Qingyin reached out and gently pulled off her hairpin, and her waterfall-like green silk fell. Her delicate eyes burned with light as she looked at Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu was righteous. Ms. Lin, no. Lin Qingyin had never felt this way in her 18 years. She is pure and clean. Never been a strange man close to her. That is, with the fifth prince to get along with. but also has always been extremely courteous. At this time, however, she looked at Xiao Yushu, like a bee seeing a famous flower, coveting it and not wanting to leave. Xiao Yushu looked at her with deep emotion and said in a sorrowful voice, "Ms. Lin, I'm going to marry the imperial consort as well. How can we be worthy of my future wife if we are like this today? How can we be worthy of my good fifth brother? This kind of thing must at least be between you and me, between two lovers. I like you, but do you like me? If you do not like Soki." Lin Qingyin's voice was seductive, but her complexion was struggling immensely, and her crystalline beauty eyes were filled with tears. She grabbed Xiao Yushu's hand, and Xiao Yushu let out a long sigh of helplessness. "Qingyin," Kong said to become benevolent. Meng said to take righteousness. "I'm a righteous man. You want to set me up to be unkind and unrighteous." The bellicose prime minister's granddaughter had a blush on her face and tears in her eyes. "Lang, please dash. What man could stand this situation? Old 5. Fake 2 can only be sorry." Chapter 48, Don't listen to the sound of leaves beating through the forest. Lin Qingyin was awake for a moment and indulged for a moment. When she was sane, Xiao Yushu said to her, "We can't do this. We're sorry for fifth brother. Even though you're not married yet, he's my brother after all. We can't do this." Lin Qingyin's heart was flooded with intense guilt, and her longtime propriety and reserve caused her tears to fall. Yet through the tears of guilt, she looked over her shoulder and saw a whole new world. There is the undulating sea, the fresh and airy bamboo forest, and the magnificent and gorgeous rainbow. She had never been to such a beautiful place, never knew that life could be this good. In that instant, propriety and reserve shattered and drifted away like the wind. The two grannies who were cleaning the bamboo leaves in the bamboo forest had their figures lurched and looked at each other with some confusion. A woman's voice came from the hut in front where the nobleman was resting. "Why is there a woman crying in this place?" The two grannies froze for a moment, then suddenly came to a realization and looked at each other. One of them said sharply, Let's go over there and see if anything happens." The other immediately pulled her back, speaking in horror. "If your honor is there, you have disturbed your honor's pleasure. How is it good to blame it? How about let's go report to the housekeeper and see what the housekeeper says?" "Okay, let's hurry up and report dash." The two grannies threw away their brooms and ran in 3 steps to report to the housekeeper. The housekeeper of the Rapunzel's residence was taken aback, but after frowning and considering, he still didn't dare to come over on his own. The people who came today were all powerful people from Shangjing, so it was not good for him to disturb them. But today there are many women. I'm afraid that if there's an accident, the princess residence will be held responsible. He had no choice but to hurry to find the eldest princess and carefully report the matter. The eldest princess, Su Mu, arrived at the bamboo forest with her people just in time to hear clearer sounds, resounding in the rustling bamboo forest. The man's voice was clear and familiar, and the princess immediately recognized that it was Su Qi, and her face immediately changed. She cursed this kid, usually immoral appearance, not good female appearance. How so impatient? In my house to do this kind of thing? I just don't know who the woman is, but it's nice to hear her voice is crisp and clear. If it's the maid of the house then it's easy. Just give it to Su Qi. I'm just afraid that if it's a female member of any honored family, it'll be a problem. You can't just sleep with the first daughter of a noble family. And, what kind of vixen is this that dares to seduce the second prince in her mansion? The eldest princess, Su Mu, with a frosty face, angrily walked to that hut, kicked the door open and went in. Suki was her brother and had seen a lot of bare asses as a child, so she didn't have to be overly concerned. She wanted to see who that vixen was, and was bound to find her family elders and make a good point. As soon as Rapunzel entered the room, she felt the ambiguous and unspeakable air permeating the room. She blushed and gritted her teeth as she looked toward the couch. Just see the dress messy thrown in the couch side. The woman's skin white snow greasy, like white jade, curves delicate slender. When he saw the woman's face, Sumu was shaken, as if he had been struck by lightning and frozen. My God, what kind of sin is this? Her face went uncontrollably white, and her mind shook violently. This woman on the bed was unexpectedly Prime Minister Lin's granddaughter, Lin Qingyin. This is old Five's fiancée. It is the future royal clan wife that the Holy Spirit has given permission. The Prime Minister has nodded his head, and the two families have placed a marriage contract. The princess looked at Su Qi with horror, and her heart was like a shocking wave. Second brother, I didn't know you were so bold. It could literally poke a hole in the sky. The Rapunzel's head buzzed and she couldn't say a word in shock. Xiao Yushu took the clothes to cover his body and laughed. Please also ask elder sister to return for a moment. By the way, have an underling bring a woman's skirt. Qingyin's clothes are broken. You guys even did such a thing? How can you explain this to father and Prime Minister Lin? Rapunzel turned her back and shouted in exasperation. The green desire was like the ebbing seawater, rapidly falling away. All perceptions of reality quickly returned to Lin Qingyin. She stared blankly at the roof, remorseful and ashamed. and for a moment simply didn't know what to do. She's probably done, right? A woman who lost her innocence and cheated on her wife with someone before marriage, even if her grandfather loved her more. For the sake of the Lin family's reputation, there was only one way to let her die of a violent illness. At this time, the Suchi beside him said calmly, "Elder sister, Xing and I are in love with each other, childhood sweethearts. I'll go to the palace and ask Father and your highness to make a decision for the two of us. I'm going to marry her as my royal consort, for the rest of my life, without leaving her." Lin Xingyin's heart shook dramatically as she violently turned her head to look at Xiao Yushu. That handsome face was all sincerity and commitment at this time, and there was not the slightest hint of shirking, not the slightest sign of evading responsibility. He patted her hand warmly. "Xingyin, you don't have to worry, everything is with me. If Father doesn't allow it, I'll take you and run away, and there's always a place for me and my wife in the whole world." The words were loud and clear. "He even gave up his throne for me." Lin Xingyin only felt her heart, which had been closed for many years, thumping, and all the worries lingering in her head instantly disappeared. The heart suddenly lightened up, and all that trouble didn't seem like such a big deal. It would be nice to wander the world with him, to see the ocean, to see the big world. She took the initiative to lean her face on Xiao Yushu's sturdy arm and closed her eyes. "Maybe I was born to marry him. Holy, these two, it's that time of day and still." The Rapunzel's face was red, and she reached out and nodded at these two, helplessly tilting her head up to the sky in exasperation. "You guys really dash." She shook her head, loudly and angrily. "Come on, why don't you come over to serve His Highness and freshen up? Are you all dumb? There are some things that can't be hidden, and Xiao Yushu doesn't want to hide them even more." He took Lin Xingyin with him and left through the front door with great fanfare, and many of the guests of the eldest princess's banquet were startled. The female family members of various powerful families, together with their maids of honor, amounted to 40 to 50 people pouring out to watch the scene. Xiao Yushu directly took off his cloak and wrapped it around Lin Xingyin. He simply picked her up in his arms and walked out the door with his head held high, ignoring the press conference flashbulbs. The scene was noisy, and the noble women and noble girls were all pointing and whispering. A palace-attired noblewoman hesitated for a moment and summoned up enough courage to rush out, blocking his path. This woman was none other than Yang Zheng. Her face reddened as she gritted her teeth and asked, "Second Highness, what have you done with Qingyin?" Looking at this brave girl, Xiao Yushu smiled slightly and said aloud, "Qingyin and I are in love with each other and have already settled for life. From now on, she will be my Su Chi's royal consort, and when I send her home, I will go and ask Father and noble consort to grant me a marriage." With a boom, the crowd immediately exploded with shocked murmurs. Chapter 49, I'll fight you. Facing the bustling crowd, Xiao Yushu's heart moved and he said loudly, "Qingyin is the only one in my heart. From today onwards, until Changyin gives birth to her first son, I, Su Chi, will never take a concubine. If I violate this, heaven will strike me down." Boom! The group of noble women and noble women exploded again. The countless looks of derision and teasing, of watching the party, it instantly turned into incomparable envy and jealousy that fell intensively on Lin Xingyin. A number of young ladies and madams burst into whispers. "My goodness, the second prince and Lin Xingyin, how is this possible? How is this impossible? The second highness looks better than the fifth prince, and his mother's family is powerful, so it's clearly a better choice. Yes, he said he wouldn't take a concubine until he had a first son, and he couldn't find a second one in the entire upper capital with such a promise. No concubines, what a good man this must be. I've suffered from vixens all my life. If only my daughter could marry the second highness. We should have more men like the second prince in the upper capital, so that the lords of the families can learn from them. The second prince hugging sister Lin is so dignified. This kind of man would be willing to marry if it were me." Lin Xingyin was engaged to be married, and the appearance of such a scandal should have been the target of everyone's verbal attacks. But the party of the second prince originally has a wide range of contacts. Suchi of the sentence "without the first son does not take concubines" immediately won the favor of noble women and noble women. Who among the noble women and mothers of various families, young and old, who have married are not in tears when they talk about their concubines? Faced with the threat of a vixen, who doesn't hold on to their married daughter? Such a stone-cold shout from Suchi, the absolute best man. Who would want to criticize him? Many noble women's hearts immediately endowed him with immense sympathy. How could a good man who did not take concubines be at fault? Yo, sister Lin is going to marry his second highness, and she's still shy. The Lin family's girl looks like she's well-bred. A blessed one. These two are a good match for each other. I see. The second highness looks thin and weak, but holds Miss Lin with ease. This is how a man should be. Look at someone with no hands. What kind of man is he? Surprisingly to Lin Qingyin's surprise, the emotions of the onlookers were stable, and surprisingly, most of them were blessings and good-natured banter. Lin Qingyin thought about it, but she really didn't have the face to come down to see others, so she could only hide shyly in Xiao Yushu's arms, and her heart wonderfully gave birth to a few moments of happiness. Xiao Yushu hugged Lin Qingyin and bowed deeply. Thank you all aunties and aunts. I'll be sure to invite all of you to come on Su Qi's wedding day. Today's favor will not be forgotten by Su Qi in the future. Anyway, it's Su Qi who's footing the bill, and no matter what is promised, it has nothing to do with me. Mr. Xiao, blank checks make it hard to get through this first. All the noble women returned the salute, and the second prince was indeed well-informed and sensible, accepting the favors of the crowd. This favor is to be returned. The second prince's favor, that is bound to be worth a lot of money. More importantly, after this matter, the Gong family represented by the second prince was bound to merge with Prime Minister Lin's family. The second prince's party will rise in power and crush the other princes. If he becomes emperor in the future, today's favors from the families to him and the future queen are even more impressive. Many of the noble women were shrewd and immediately figured this out. Mrs. Duke of Wei is 52 this year, and is the head of the noble women of Shangjing. She crossed the crowd and smiled kindly. Second Highness, Qing Yin, when the day of your marriage comes, old woman, I must go and drink a cup of wedding wine. Ha ha ha. The other headliner, Duchess Li, was absent, and her eldest daughter-in-law was also the first daughter-in-law of the younger generation in Shangjing. Xia Yunbing, the first daughter of the Xie family, came forward to support Duchess Wei, making a statement on behalf of the Duchess of Li. Second Highness and Sister Lin are a match made in heaven. Truly enviable. We must certainly come to the door to congratulate you as well. As soon as these two heavyweights took a stand, people around them woke up like a dream and immediately followed up. Eldest Princess Sumu secretly smacked her lips on the side, too shocked to speak. It's amazing how well this has passed in public opinion. She was well aware of the power of this large group of aristocratic long-winded women, who were themselves the core of backwoods opinion in the upper capital. Their approval is more powerful than the emperor's holy decree. It doesn't matter what premarital cheating or repenting to marry another man. The important thing is that our Shangjing noble women's circle accepts it. Then this marriage is open and honest without any problems. You're not convinced? Then get the hell out of Shangjing's noble women's circle and go back to your countryside place. The cost was so great that none of the noble women of the Great Zhou Kingdom dared to bear it. And Sumu looked at his younger brother Su Qi in shock. This move is too powerful, domineering and rigid to the extreme. Is this scene in front of us everyone sympathizing with Suki? No, it's kind of like the families are worshipping the future crown prince. This brother of mine really has the posture of an emperor and lord even down there. It's very majestic and domineering. The world is like that, full of luck and coincidences. Xiao Yushu also didn't expect that his sleeping with oldest five's fiancé had done oldest two such a big favor. Gong Lin and the two factions merged. The second power increased greatly, and the biggest headache was the emperor and the oldest five. And he estimated that, in the face of this great situation, the sober penis will never go around yelling that he hasn't slept with Lin Qingyin, and he will definitely wear this green hat on his head with joy. Before ascending to the throne, he would also earnestly fulfill his promise of not taking concubines, because Lao Er is not a city boy. He is a royal son with ambition and ambition. What is a woman compared to miles of rivers and mountains and supreme power? You need a little green on your head to be good. Of course, there are those who gain and those who lose. Xiao Yushu sent Lin Qingyin to the carriage of the eldest princess's residence, and the eldest princess personally accompanied Lin Qingyin back to the prime minister's residence. Just after sending the two away, before the honored guests of the princess's mansion dispersed, a hysterical roar could be heard coming from far away. Su Qi, you beastly bastard, I'll kill you. The clumps of people parted with a huff, and fifth Prince Su Zhen, with a fierce face, stumbled over. He held a sword in his hand and raised it to slash at Xiao Yushu. The crowd of noble women let out a gasp of surprise, and Xiao Yushu smiled faintly. This guy's kung fu is so low that he's not even as good as a fifth-rate martial artist in the Jianghu, and he still wants to cut me? But it's a good opportunity to get a good dose of old five while we're at it. So he pretended to be alarmed and dodged a sword in a thrilling manner, shouting under his breath, Qing Yin and I truly love each other. Kill me. It has nothing to do with her. The fifth Prince Su Zhen arrived late at the princess residence. When I heard the news, it was like a bolt from the blue. I couldn't believe my ears. Penis, how dare you? Penis? How dare you be so heartless? How can Lin Qingyin be so shameless? He felt like his whole body was going to explode, and regardless of the dissuasion of the bystanders, he rushed forward with his sword. The long sword grazed Su Qi, and all the noble women, especially the young ladies, suddenly had their hearts trembling and exclaimed, Second Highness, be careful. Somebody grab that villain. Fifth Prince Su Zhen nearly spat out blood, his hands trembling. I'm a victim. My fiancé was insulted, and I'm a villain? Xia Yushu suddenly approached and laughed in a voice that only the two could hear. Old five, your fiancé is moist, And it's cool for my brother. Chapter 50, What happened? Sujin instantly burst into a rage. His eyes cracked in anger. His eyes reddened and almost went crazy. You filthy beast. I'll fight you, dash. Sujin chaotically chopping and slashing half a day. One didn't chop Xiao Yushu, but instead tired himself huffing and puffing. Seeing that it was almost time, Xia Yushu deliberately tripped over his feet and staggered, suddenly slamming forward. A huge force surged from his shoulder and elbow, and the long sword in Su Jinjin's hand immediately fell. Xiao Yushu pretended to lose his balance and unintentionally kicked out, hitting Su Jin's crotch squarely. Ah! Su Jin screamed, both eyes bulging as he covered his crotch and slowly went limp. The scene was silent, and many young ladies and girls couldn't help but laugh out loud, covering their mouths and blushing. Even the noble women couldn't help but cover their mouths and cough. Everyone's faces suffocating in a very strange way. Many people look at the fifth prince. Su Jin's eyes have taken on a contemptuous mockery. The circle of power has always been a game for the strong. Today's incident, Su Jin can't even keep his own woman. After the accident, recklessly ran to fight with the second prince. But then he was screwed by others like this. Look at the ugly way he's covering his balls, bending over on his knees and wailing. How is such a person qualified to sit on everyone's head and be the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty? Almost everyone understands that the reputation of the fifth prince is considered finished. Xiao Yushu smiled faintly and said, Fifth brother, remember, from today onwards, when you see Lin Qingyin, you have to call second imperial sister-in-law. I'm not done with you. Su Jin stared at Su Qi with a vengeance that made her want to eat his flesh. Xiao Yushu smiled disdainfully and no longer paid any attention to Su Jin. Bowing slightly to the surrounding crowd, he left in a long walk. The scene was very quiet. Everyone eyed Second Highness's back in awe, vaguely feeling a domineering aura enveloping the four directions. Duke Wei's wife and Duke Li's eldest daughter-in-law, Xia Yunbing, exchanged glances, and a thought surfaced in both of their minds. Great Zhou's 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains should be occupied by those who can. The second prince, decisive and ruthless, with the appearance of a true dragon. It wasn't that Xiao Yushu didn't want to continue pretending and continue hitting old 5, but he was running out of time. The last time I traveled through was only 2 hours, so this time I need to hurry up and go to the palace to find Gan Guifei to ask for help. Su Qi, Su Qi, look at me. I've worked my ass off for your marriage, for your kingdom. I'm a real good brother to you. Xiao Yushu droned at the steward of the elder princess residence who had followed him. Bring the horses, not the wagon. The butler flinched at his lightning-like gaze and immediately brought a steed. Xiao Yushu rolled onto his horse and sharply clipped his horse's belly. With a neigh, the stallion had dashed off. A few unmarried young ladies and girls in the distance watched, biting the silk handkerchiefs in their hands, excited and resentful. It's a shame that his second highness doesn't have a concubine anymore. If he could marry him, even as a concubine, he might be the imperial consort in the future. It might even be Guifei. Too bad. Xiao Yushu hit his horse and ran directly towards the imperial city. He was so thunderous that he surprised everyone. By the time the fifth prince, Su Jin, was helped up with difficulty to find a doctor to look at his injuries, Xiao Yushu had already arrived in the imperial city and swiped his face to enter the palace. In Yuxing Palace, Gan Guifei was surprised to see her son barging in with great strides, completely different from his usual elegant and calm appearance. You, noble consort Gan was just about to open her mouth when she was interrupted by Xiao Yushu. Mother consort, please listen to me. Just now in the princess mansion, I slept with Prime Minister Lin's granddaughter. Now please mother consort help me make amends immediately. Rao Gan Guifei has seen a lot of storms and waves and does not show her joy in anger. A pair of wonderful eyes also immediately glared into a round lantern. What did you say? Xiao Yushu immediately gave a rough account of the events before and after, and Guifei Gan listened in shock, her face turning white. This son of his is really good at tossing, but she was ultimately a first daughter educated by the famous Gan family, and deeply understood the essence of political struggle. She immediately composed herself, frowned for a moment, and did 3 things on the spot. One is to immediately write personally to Prime Minister Lin, proposing marriage to the Lin family, and using the Gan family heirloom Baoyu Emerald Rui ring as a bride price, and formally promising that Su Qi will not take a concubine. The second was to put on a full gown himself and take Su Qi to plead with His Majesty for marriage. The third is to immediately notify the Gan family's heavyweight officials within the court, and immediately all of them will submit a letter in defense of the second prince. She knew deep down that this was something His Majesty would not be happy about, and would even be furious. But the last marriage failure of the Marquis of Jinan has let her see that the key moment, things come to a head, must be bold to fight. The son had fought for his life, his body, and the excellent situation he was in by the most primitive means. She must not let her son sweat and toil for nothing. As long as this marriage could be bestowed and the two Ganlin factions merged, this powerful force would have an absolute advantage in seizing the throne. Su-chi will be the crown prince from now on. Spell it out if the emperor is not happy. He is pressing his head to make him nod. When Gong Guifei was kneeling in front of Emperor Hongjia with Su-chi in her cape, with the speed of the emperor's secret agency, it was surprising that the matter of the princess's residence had not yet been fed back to her. Emperor Hongjia doesn't know anything yet. When noble consort Gon brought Su-chi to ask for forgiveness and told him what happened, Emperor Hongjia was surprisingly stunned. He looked at Suki incredulously. His effeminate second son has this kind of vigor and determination? You're trying to sabotage me with this little trick? Emperor Hongjia suddenly became furious as he rushed to Su-chi and roared, "You sinful, rebellious child!" Xiao Yushu bowed deeply, the corners of his mouth bringing a smile. Worlds of light flashed before his eyes, and it was time for the exchange. A flash of light. As soon as second Prince Su-chi opened his eyes, then he saw Emperor Hongjia's face full of anger, roaring at him, "You sinful, rebellious child!" Before he could react, a blow to the face came hard. Suki covered her face. What happened? What's going on here? He was being abused by a couple of women. How did it turn into being slapped by his father? Father, I didn't do anything. Gong Guifei inhaled a deep breath of cold air. Her son's performance today really made her look at him. First, he directly snatched the fifth prince's fiancée and snatched it as his own wife. Then he was all innocent and played dumb in the face of the emperor. Look at this innocent face. Son, if I wasn't your own mother, I'd be terrified of you. You're too deep, too able to pretend, too shameless. She immediately opened her mouth to cooperate, crying, "Your Majesty, Kair didn't do anything bad. He and Xing Yin are in love with each other. They've liked each other since they were kids." Su-chi was shaken and covered her face as she looked at her own mother. What? Who am I in love with? How I didn't know any of this. Emperor Hongjia only felt dizzy, and anger burned through his entire body. You, he pointed at Su-chi, his hand shivering violently, too angry to speak. Chapter 51, The Foolish and Rich Prince Xiao. Xiao Yushu's eyes darkened, and it was obvious that his eyes were blinded. Still securely bound with twine, the sweet, cloying scent of the rectory was in his nostrils. He swapped back with Suki. This interchangeable superpower was very stealthy. The two of them directly swapped positions and took on the appearance of each other, and outsiders surprisingly didn't notice it at all. A soft voice slowly approached. Master, Nunu will read you a poem. Two casements rise between the screens, and slowly enter the tucked door. The corners of Xiao Yushu's mouth twitched and his face looked odd. I said I was crazy and might hurt someone, so I told you to tie it up and take care of it so nothing happens. Just do whatever you guys want to busy yourselves with. Has this cow power sister misunderstood? He hurriedly shook his body. His chi and blood strength was sent out, and the twine immediately fell off like spaghetti in sections. How can this bit of rope trap a master of the sovereign realm? Xiao Yushu took off his blindfold and immediately sat up from the bed, and Naomi was a bit surprised. Why did Mr. Xiao suddenly get up? Such a strong hemp rope, how did it break? She froze in place for a moment, not knowing what to do. Xiao Yushu looked at this elegant female writer, crying and laughing, and nodding his head deeply in approval. She's so dedicated and loving. She's sweating profusely from all the work she's doing, and she's bare-chested. This room was piled high with all sorts of items, and upon closer inspection, even Xiao Yushu's eyes stared. His surprisingly horrible as it is, he was secretly alarmed. This is now a big mess. This female book so serious, so artisanal, so innovative, but do not hold the second prince from now on have psychological shadow. Xiao Yushu straightened his clothes and stood up. That's fine. That's enough for today. The lady's book has worked hard, and I am pleased with your service. Naomi was relieved. Xiao Shizi looked a bit thin and weak, but was quite sturdy. Surprisingly, he seemed to be fine. Not bad for a long-time churchwarden customer. Cowpower stepped forward and winks. Just as long as Master Shitsi is happy. Nunu knows nothing else but to serve a nobleman like Master Shitsi. There was a pleasing, expectant look in her eyes. When your people are happy, then there is a generous reward. We've worked so hard today, and your honor is so happy. You'll definitely get a reward, right? Xiao Yushu saw that she was sweating profusely, and although she misunderstood, she had worked hard without credit, so he couldn't help but nod his head. He took out a large silver ticket from his pocket and smiled slightly. Naomi's eyes lit up at once. What do the women of the order figure? You've gone to great lengths to please me today, but you're just trying to earn some money, Xiao Yushu said in a low, serious voice. Today's events must not be publicized. Naomi had nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Patting his chest snapped. A wave rippled. Please don't worry, World Master. You're just here to listen to a tune. Nunu knows what to say and what not to say. Great. Xiao Yushu laughed, folded the large silver ticket, pressed it under the pen holder on the table, and left. Take care, Seiji. Come again, Seiji. Master Shitsi is a soulmate. The slave girl loves to sing songs for you. Naomi enthusiastically sent Xiao Yushu away and returned to the room excitedly picking up the large silver ticket, slowly unfolding it and laughing. At least we caught a big fish today, so we sisters will make a fortune. At this time, the two maids who were delivering tea and water outside the room also ran in excitedly and smiled expectantly. Sister Me, quickly open it and see how much money was rewarded? Marquis Jinnan's son looks like a fool with a lot of money. The remaining one was more resourceful and complimented. It's thanks to Sister Power that we have this great opportunity. Cow Power laughed triumphantly. Good to say, they are all sisters of their own families. In the future there will be good things and still let you serve tea. She unfolded the silver ticket and the three of them looked upward together. The air froze. Asterisk 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 it well. Little. How can this little lecherous coin be so shameless? Only the amount on that silver check was Wu Liang. Wu Liang. Cow Power's eyes widened and his hun flaps rose and fell in anger, itching to yell. What is this place? You think this is a roadside stand? This is the Department of Church and Society directly under the Ministry of Rights of the Imperial Court. I'm a leader here. I've been working for half a day and you're giving me 5 taels? Cow Power gritted his teeth. Let's get the word out to him about today. Let's not offend him directly, and quietly spread the word behind his back. That Xiao Yushu is shameless and petty. Oomph, what a villain. Geez, piss me off dash. Xiao Yushu stepped out of the education department, deeply praising his own resourcefulness. There's a skill to be gained by hiding your own dirt and tarnishing your reputation. The heat never wanes in the church department as the most trafficked place in the great Zhou dynasty. When he came on so much, the deeds of Marquis Jinnan's son, the Department of Education, would surely be spread, and it would be easy to tarnish his reputation. When Emperor Hongjia, that old man, hears about it, he will be greatly comforted by his holy heart. As for this interchange, Xiao Yushu's gaze deepened and he couldn't help but gently rub his waist. In order to the general situation of the Jinnan army, in order to stir up the court posture, Xiao Shitzi buried his head and worked hard, and for 2 hours I felt that my whole person was vicissitudes. If nothing else, Gon Guifei's party will reach an alliance with Prime Minister Lin, and the two forces of Gon and Lin will merge. The emperor had agreed to the marriage between the second prince and Lin Qingyin, so he would sit back and watch as Ganlin's party rose in power and the second prince crushed the boss in the fifth. The emperor's refusal to agree to the marriage was equivalent to turning his back on the Ganlin family, and was almost the same as turning his back on the civil government group. No matter what the choice was, Emperor Hongjia was the loser. That's Yang. This is the Silver Spear and White Horse Zhao Zilong taking the head of the general in the midst of millions of troops. Thinking of this, Xiao Yushu couldn't help but admire himself. He was so treadmill handsome. From now on, the Marquis of Jinnan will be able to hide on the sidelines, be a pleasant melon eater, and quietly watch the emperor's father and son, and the imperial brothers love each other. He walked moodily to the door and asked the turtle worker to bring his Porsche 911. No, go get his red-blooded white pony. He was waiting for the horse to come over when a short, fat man came out of the rectory and strutted around and almost ran into him. Xiao Yushu turned his head to look at him and couldn't help but be very surprised. This person has a short body with a crooked face and a crooked mouth, which is surprisingly similar to Han Rongfa, the scoundrel in the big house. When he saw Xiao Yushu looking over, he couldn't help but crook his mouth and arrogantly shouted, "What are you looking at?" Xiao Yushu was happy. "What are you looking at?" The man was just about to lash out when he saw the turtle worker leading the red-blooded white pony over. "Master Seiji, your horse is here. I can't afford to mess with such a good horse." Han Yongha changed his face at the speed of light. The corners of his mouth went up from the bottom. His crooked mouth was corrected, and his back was bent down. "Master, you've come to inspect the work of the churchyard?" Xiao Yushu nodded and patted his shoulder and laughed. "Not bad, but Master still likes the way you were untamed just now." Chapter 52, The Biggest Gains. Han Rongfa nodded to Xiao Yushu with a fawning smile and left in a puff of smoke. I didn't expect that after a few moments, the two would meet at a street stall selling fruit. Xiao Yushu watched as Han Rongfa bought a bunch of small sour citrus and was squeezing the juice into his body. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you doing?" "This man?" Han Rongfa hurriedly smiled and whispered, "I won't hide it from you. I just came out of the Department of Education, and my body smells like seafood. Use this sour citrus to cover it up. Otherwise the old ladies at home will be in trouble if they smell it." Xiao Yushu came to a realization and was in awe. That makes sense. It's true that there are 3 of us. He immediately called out to the owner of the fruit stand. "Boss, give me 2 pounds of sour citrus too, green and unripe. My Lara is simple and obedient. Surely she won't pay attention to these details. But come Mayor and Uncle Zhong, this 2 people, this is not good to deal with. Don't reveal." Xiao Yushu and Han Rongfa looked at each other with sour citrus in their hands and smiled lewdly at each other. In and out of the Department of Education are not the usual way of people, then a little sympathetic feeling. Han Yongfa asked archly, "I wonder what your name is, Master?" Xiao Yushu laughed. "My name is Xiao Yushu, I am the son of the Marquis of Jinan. What is your name, brother? Ha! Han Yongfa was stunned, and then delighted, his mouth smiling to one side. My name is Han Fa. I'm the secretary of the Left Martial Guards compartment of the Capital Battalion. CU. Master Shitsi. The Left Military Guards of the Capital Camp? The Left Military Guard of the Capital Camp is the main force of the Forbidden Army, but the box soldiers are equivalent to supernumerary units, basically serving as logistics. Poor combat effectiveness and personnel are also quite complex. But it could also be Xiao Yushu's illusion, always feeling that Han Fa was a bit unusual. Right at this moment, the Moon Jedi sword in his spiritual sea of consciousness suddenly moved, and the vast sword chi flickered and passed away. Xiao Yushu's heart was secretly in awe. Surprisingly, even the Hao Ran's sword had been startled. This Han dude is a big deal. He smiled soberly and exchanged knowledge with Hanfa about the churchyard. Although Xiao Yushu didn't have much experience, he couldn't help but have a lot of teachers in his previous life, and everyone was a person who taught by example and virtue. Said Hanfa froze. He's such as the old John, but did not know that there are other holes in the world. He sighed slightly, having learned, when it really is a matter of living and learning. The two exchanged pleasantries for half a day before they reluctantly and amicably waved goodbye, until far away for a long time. Han hair mouth a crooked, ugly face above a slight and smile. The son of the Marquis of Jinan? Rather an interesting junior. This upper capital city. It's getting more and more interesting. Forget it, my old man doesn't care. Go back to sleep and then go to the widow's house next door to eat tofu. At the thought, he suddenly shuddered. It's bad. I haven't bought the tiger candy I promised to bring to the little girl next door. When I touched my pocket, I was surprised that there was no money in it. Last night, the female book of the education department cried a lot, and the tea of his hometown could not be sold, so he sympathized and bought all the money on his body to buy milk tea for her to drink. Only a few pennies left, and I just bought oranges. Xiao Shi Zhejiang who rescued Dash. Hanfa took a short step and turned toward Xiao Yushu to chase after him. Inside Yuxing Palace, Su Qi was wearing only a pair of shorts. Lying on the soft couch, a healer's maid was carefully applying ointment to him. How did you get into this? Noble consort Gon looked at her son's bruises all over his body and covered her mouth in heartache. She could only see large bruises and bruise marks on her body, as well as marks similar to burns, and the situation was so gruesome that she couldn't bear to look at it. Is this the work of that Lin Qingyin? How could she be so cruel? Noble consort Gon was so angry that she clenched her teeth and fists, wanting to personally teach her future daughter-in-law a lesson. Su Qi was lying on the couch, and it was only at this point that he figured out what was going on. He was very alarmed at first, but after settling down, he immediately figured it out and became pleasantly surprised. Even though he was covered in bruises, his eyes were burning with the fire of lively joy at the moment. Was the biggest benefit he got this time around the support of Prime Minister Lin? No, of course not. No one knows. Su Qi's biggest heartache is not seizing the throne, but he's a celestial eunuch. Although he was physically a man, he was incapable of performing intercourse. No matter how many secret doctor's appointments, medications, and recipes, he'd never been able to be a real man. This matter, which even noble consort Gon did not know about, was like a sword hanging over his head day and night. The second Prince Su Qi is calm and elegant on the surface, but in reality, he is restless and anxious day and night. Until now, he has not married the royal consort because he is afraid that this matter will be exposed. How could a prince who was infertile and unable to extend an heir for the royal family become emperor? But now the problem is solved. I don't know what happened. I don't know who impersonated him, or whatever. There's no need to worry about that much. One thing is true. In those 2 hours, the good man who replaced him conquered Miss Lin. Then that means, in the eyes of all the powerful people in the upper capital, Heath the second prince, Su Qi, there is absolutely no problem in that area. Lin Qingyin might conceive a child all of a sudden, and then even the problem of an heir would be solved. What a godsend! God is helping me to ascend to the throne. As for Lin Qingyin being slept with by someone else, what's all this in front of miles of rivers and mountains and supreme power? I can no longer experience the joy of being a man, and to deny me supreme power and wealth would be like asking me to die. Mother consort, Qingyin is right. Has the bride price for the Lin family been sent yet? What did Prime Minister Lin say? Su Qi asked sharply with great concern. Fury heard like this, and you still want that little what about Lin Qingyin? Noble consort Gon wiped her eyes with a handkerchief and said with jealousy in her tone. She was a little jealous, but mostly happy. This son of hers has never been close to women, and even she is a bit skeptical about his sexual orientation. But don't ever like men that don't go out of their way. Now it seemed that Kair didn't have any problems, and he and Lin Qingyin were a good match. She laughed angrily. Don't worry about your daughter-in-law. Your second uncle personally came to the door to ask for marriage, using our family's greatest treasure as a bride price. Prime Minister Lin has already nodded. It's a done deal. Yes. Su Qi was overjoyed and violently half sat up, when he felt a sharp pain behind him. Those 3 female thieves tortured His Highness so badly. Not caring about the pain, Suki struck his fist hard. It's done, Prime Minister Lin agrees. So the Gonlin merger is a done deal. The vast network of civil officials spread throughout the capital and various parts of the Great Zhou dynasty became his supporters. The throne of the crown prince, so to speak, was close at hand. Something suddenly occurred to him and he asked in a low voice, "Father still doesn't approve of our marriage?" Just now in the imperial study, he was beaten and scolded by Emperor Hongjia and directly fainted. Noble consort Gon smiled morosely and said coldly, "He naturally doesn't agree, but he will soon. The emperor is wise and intelligent, and will certainly be able to see clearly what the general trend is." Chapter 53, Master Shitsi. You've worked hard. The spring breeze is gentle and the springtime is just right. A tree of camellias bloomed brilliantly above his head, and beside him, a double-tan beauty smiled wryly. Xiao Yushu was half reclining on a pearwood chaise longue, beside which there was an exquisite small tea table inlaid with jadeite, on which were candied fruits and fragrant tea. With the external threat reduced, what's the next most important thing? Of course it's enjoying a nice, luxurious and corrupt aristocratic life. He opened his mouth, and Subaila immediately put a piece of candied fruit into his mouth. So sweet. My little Lara is just adorable. He stretched out his leg, and Cold Shadow immediately leaned over and wiped it for him. It's so cozy. My Cold Shadow has a real eye. He stretched out his index finger, pointed to his mouth and, both Subaila and Cold Shadow's gazes fell on Limeir's face. Limeir froze for a while, a blush rising from her face. She stared at Xiao Yushu angrily and stood up very shyly and helplessly. Limeir's face was full of hotness, in front of Subaila and Cold Shadow next to her. It was really embarrassing. She bent down with a clench of her teeth and came over to Xiao Yushu's mouth and kissed him. Yeah, really fragrant. Xiao Yushu froze and opened his eyes to see the 3 women's contemptuous LSP gazes, as well as Limeir's pretty face that was as red as a persimmon. He touched his lips and laughed in embarrassment. Ahem, Sister Mayor, it's not that, I just want a cup of tea to drink. The air was instantly quiet. Subaila covered her small mouth, Cold Shadow hurriedly lowered her head, and both women's bodies couldn't help but tremble. If you don't hurry up and hold it in, you're going to laugh, smiley face out loud. Limeir's face went from red to purple, from purple to black. A roar rang out from the backyard of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence. That sound was 10 times more powerful than the augur roar of the Jin Demon Fist's dragon tackle cannon. Xiao Yushu's reaction was extremely fast, and with a jerk of his body, he jumped away from the recliner like lightning. With a loud boom, the recliner had been punched to pieces. Xiao Yushu, stop right there, I have to teach you a lesson today. If I don't knock out your dog teeth, I won't call Lai Tie. The Marquis of Jinnan's mansion resounded with Limeir's furious roar as Xiao Yushu ran desperately in front, with her in hot pursuit behind. Running past the side of the martial arts arena, Limeir copied 2 huge wooden hammers weighing 80 kilograms in her hand and chased after Xiao Yushu, smashing them as she ran. The old housekeeper Xiao Zhong looked at it and shook his head helplessly. Young people, they just have energy. The roar continues. A beautiful and lively morning at the Jinnan Marquis residence. After having lunch, Xiao Yushu was drinking tea and chatting with Subaila. The old housekeeper Xiao Zhong ran in and reported with a joyful face, "Master Shitsi, our Jinnan army's ordinance for the first half of this year has been approved by the Ministry of War." Oh, Xiao Yushu's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but smile slightly. In order to suppress the Jinnan army, the emperor's old man made things difficult for the Jinnan army in terms of both military expenses and ordnance. It's April for this year's ordnance and it's still not being issued. Now that it was suddenly approved, it was clear that the emperor wanted to improve relations with the Marquis of Jinnan. The impact of the second prince marrying Lin Qingyin was just too great. The Gon family was a centuries-old family of gatekeepers, and was extremely influential among the readers. Nowadays, half of the civil officials in the court were related to the Gon family, while Prime Minister Lin was highly respected and was the only civil force in the court that could separate itself from the Gon family. These 2 families merged and crushed any other power in this area of civil government. The emperor's old man is feeling the pressure. In the field of civil officials, Don Lin and the merger were dominant, and there was only one way to solve the problem, which was to foster military ministers and dignitaries to fight against the civil officials. In the early days of the Ming dynasty, during the time of Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di, this was the situation where the civil and military forces checked and balanced each other. And among the military lords and nobles of the Great Zhou dynasty, among the forces of the army, the Marquis of Jinnan was a mountain that could not be circumvented or avoided. The emperor's old man is now estimated to be quite bad. If the Marquis of Jinnan is no longer perfunctory, the Jinnan army directly defected to the second prince, then there will be a good show. The current situation was immediately turned upside down. The second prince wanted civil ministers to have civil ministers and an army to have an army. With 200,000 elite troops in hand, I'm afraid that the civil officials of the Gonlin line will immediately submit a collective petition requesting that the second prince be made the crown prince. It is hard to say whether Emperor Hongzhou will be able to sit firmly or not. Just wait, Uncle Zhong, there's more good news behind us. Whether it's armaments or military expenses, the imperial court wouldn't dare to owe us a penny, Xiao Yushu said with a smile. Xiao Zhong didn't understand what was going on in the middle as he asked in a low voice, Master Shitzi, why has the emperor suddenly changed his mind? Hasn't he been suppressing our marquis? Xiao Yushu patted his chest and said, your family's worldly son is so skillful that he has taken care of all the emperor's princes with a little trickery. Now that the second prince is going to marry Prime Minister Lin's granddaughter, the Gon and Lin clans are going to unite together. The emperor's old man is anxious, so naturally he has to improve his relationship with our Jinan army. Is that true? Xiao Zhong was taken aback. The information from the Marquis of Jinan was not that fast. He did not understand this yet. If this was true, then the situation in the dynasty would change drastically, and it would be a huge boon to the Marquis of Jinan. Isn't Miss Lin engaged to the fifth prince? Why did she marry the second prince? How could the emperor agree to something that breaks the balance? Xiao Zhong couldn't help but smack his lips in amazement. Then he carefully asked, what part did you, Seiji, in the marriage of the second prince, play in this? Me? Xiao Yushu thought about it and sighed. I did the most important work for the second prince. I did all the dirty work. Xiao Zhong didn't say anything for half a day, and the room fell into silence. After half a day had passed, Xiao Zhong sighed softly. Master Seiji, you've really worked hard. He hadn't even received a report from the spies, so it was clear that the world master had acted alone. A man that made such great things. How much wisdom, how much hard work and sweat, and how much risk the Shitzi master had to take. Master Shitzi, it's really a relief for old slaves and others to have you in the Marquis of Jinan's residence. Xiao Zhong was touched and patted Xiao Yushu's shoulder, almost bursting into old tears. Xiao Yushu nodded seriously. Old me, I paid a big price. It seems to have cost as much as $200 million. It was because he had worked too hard when he was with the future second prince consort, resulting in a poor state last night. I was almost cleaned up by my little Lara. If it were not for the fact that I had learned many other tricks from many teachers in my previous life and barely managed to hold on to the situation, where would my big manly face as the son of the Marquis of Jinan go? Xiao Yushu said to Xiao Zhong, you find people to write a few more Zhangbiao, stamped with the great seal of the Marquis of Jinan. Blow the situation in the southwest a little more dangerous. Looking for the imperial court to ask for silver, to ask for armament, to ask for food, to ask for artisans, to ask for horses. Anyway, what to ask for? Now the timing is very good. The emperor dares not give us to go to the second prince to ask for. He leaned back and sat comfortably and laughed. It's time for the old man to sit down while they come over and lick it. Chapter 54, The Demon Trail in Pengzhou. Pengzhou is located in the western part of Jiannan Road, and its territory is mountainous with small plains between the mountains. Jinsha River, Kanglin River and Xuanjiang River converge in this area, and the benefits of water transportation are quite developed. The mountains and rivers of Pengzhou are beautiful and majestic, and the great poet Gao Shi was once the assassin of this place in the history of the former dynasty. He was attracted by the beauty of the mountains and wrote the famous A Journey to the Mountains of Pengzhou. The cliffs are connected to Kondong, and the peaks are stacked on top of each other. The sound of birds can stop the horse. The color of the forest can forget the machine. Strange stones encroach on the path, and light roses brush the clothes. The road is long and sad, and old age makes me want to return home. I'm glad to see that the Rocky Mountains have one, and I'd rather be in contempt of the mood. The mountain walk should not be over yet. Who will play with the fangirls? This is a strategic place that holds the western part of the Jiannan Road, and from ancient times to the present day, soldiers and horses have always been stationed here. Pengzhou at this time was no exception. In order to defend against the invasion of the demon race, 50,000 men of the Jinnan Army Pengzhou Army were stationed here. At this time a fleet of large ships sailing on the Sik River. The Xuanjiang River is not broad, but the water is deep and reef-free, making it easy to navigate. These big freighters belong to the Su family of Jiangnan, and were 10 fathoms long and about 3 fathoms wide. The top is flat as a balance and the bottom side is like a spoon. Each ship was pulling a full load and was breaking the waves. Steward Liao, have a cup of hot tea. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Steward Liao, who was standing at the bow of the ship, took the teacup and took a sip, smiling and praising. Good tea. Ha ha, this is the tea we usually drink. You think it's good. That's because you're in a good mood, right? Steward Liao laughed and said, I, old Liao, have been traveling on ships and doing business for my master's family for more than 20 years, and it's just these few days that are soothing and enjoyable, he said with a raised eyebrow. Our Su family ship has hung that flag, and the barriers that used to ask for money freely on the waterway don't dare to accept our silver anymore. Even the bandits in the water are avoiding our ship. It's really gratifying." The other man nodded and laughed heartily. "Exactly. Thanks to the flag of the Jinnan army. As soon as I heard that it was a ship carrying supplies for the Jinnan army, that Taihu Lake water bandit even gave us a night escort. I've never seen this kind of face in my whole life on a ship. This time, I've really opened my eyes. Who in this world of all heroes and heroines does not give face to old Marquis Xiao? Not bad, although old Marquis Xiao is gone. His reputation lives on. Our Su family's eldest young lady marrying into the Jinnan Marquis residence is really a great blessing. The Marquis of Jinnan married the Su family in Jiangnan. Both sides complement each other's strengths and both get a great deal out of it. Xiao Ti, the first Marquis of Jinnan, expelled the demon race and saved the people. It had tremendous prestige in the central and South China, and in the southwest. Many local middle and lower level officials and local people, and even greenhorns, had been favored by the Jinnan army in their ancestry. As soon as the Su family's ship put on the flag of the Jinnan army, it traveled smoothly all the way, and no one dared to extort and blackmail. That Taihu Lake giant bandit Yuqing Yuan, his father's generation were saved by the Jinnan army from the mouth of a demon. When he heard that Su's ship was flying the flag of the Jinnan army, he even personally led the ship to escort it. Su family fleet from the Jiangnan road to the middle of the south, all the way up. There are green heroes to sell his face. Receiving sentry, escorting the road, actually never smooth. Su family originally ran a boat, will encounter all kinds of accidents, from Jiangnan to the southwest, back and forth must be a month, the loss of up to 30%, but nowadays you can go back and forth in half a month, with no wear and tear. With such an amazing result, any discerning person would understand that this is going to be a big fortune. Central and South, Jiangnan, Southwest, these vast areas, huge business opportunities. I'm afraid they'll all go to the Su family, and it is with this horrible influence that it was only then that Emperor Hongzhou was suspicious of the Marquis of Jinan. Jinan Marquis House speak, this tramp's better than the emperor. The Su family, on the other hand, brought a great deal of supplies and prosperous business opportunities to the Jinnan army as well as the Jiangnan road. The Jinnan army was able to purchase a large amount of supplies at a low price, and sold the Mongshan specialties they had hoarded on hand to the Jiangnan Su family Chamber of Commerce, which also gained a great deal of benefits. Business opportunities arise, and naturally, so does popularity. Many merchants and poor people came to the Jiangnan road in search of opportunities. Pennsylvania as a waterborne transit center. In a short period of time, new docks, inns and freight yards had already begun to be built. A vibrant scene. Steward Liao and the two were chatting freely when a wind-tipped whistle boat came on their way. This is the patrol boat of Pengzhou sailors, patrolling this area every day. The main task is to arrest private salt dealers and deter mountain bandits and water pirates. There are many salt wells and salt mines in the 3 southwestern states, but unfortunately most of them are poisonous salt difficult to consume. The few that produced good salt became the treasures of the Jinnan army. In order to maximize the efficient use of resources, the Jinnan army implemented a salt monopoly and cracked down on private salt dealers. These sentry boats are flexible and fast, with an establishment of about 20 men on them. This squad of 20 was complete with swords, bows and crossbows, as well as a pair of iron armor plus 5 pairs of leather armor. The Jinnan army has always been good at fighting, and no one of the water bandits on the Xuanjiang River is a match for them. When the military men on the ship saw the flag of the Jinnan army on the big ship, they knew that this was the big ship of the Shirzi ladies' family, and they could not help but wave their hands. I heard that our son has married a little rich woman, rich as hell, sending food and stuff to the Jinnan army all day long. As the boat traveled closer and closer, Steward Liao and the others also smiled and waved at the sentry boat. Just then, Shen Xiao, the sentry ship's Shirkai, saw a shadow flash underwater and vaguely felt that something was not right. Be careful everyone. Something doesn't seem right. There's something under the water. Can you guys see what that is? The crowd looked, and from afar they could see a long strip of something in the water, following the Su family's fleet. It's hard to see. It's too dark. Shen Xiao's face sank and said seriously, "Get the guys ready. Old horse, set up the big crossbow." The range of this large crossbow could reach 300 paces, and its power was also very impressive, and it was considered the strongest weapon on this ship. The Jinnan army was well trained, and the people acted immediately. As the wing-tipped sentry ship slowly approached the flotilla, Shen Xiao whispered, "Be careful on guard. There are demons," he bellowed, and before his words fell, the surface of the water suddenly ruptured with a roar, and a bent object lunged up violently. Shen Xiao dodged to the side, and the long knife in his hand had already slashed out like lightning. With a clang sound, the blade slashed into the flesh, but the flesh was extremely tough and only poked shallowly into the epidermis. His shoulders sank and immediately something sharp bit him. Shen Xiao was wearing the only iron armor in the whole team, and the sharp object failed to bite through. A huge force then came and he was violently thrown backwards, only to see a monster with a human head and snake body and yellow vertical pupils rushing up from the water. The Jinnan army soldiers in the same team did not flee in horror and roared as they stood up with their guns and swords. The demonic creature was extremely powerful and pushed several people hard, knocking down the mast of the sentry ship with a bang and falling onto the deck of the ship. The crowd on the Su family flotilla was shocked and dumbfounded when they saw a python-like, human-faced demonic creature that had rushed onto the Jinnan army's sentry ship. The demonic creature's long body coiled and hissed horribly and shrilly, revealing 2 rows of white, razor-like teeth. A large arrow whistled and flew, sticking squarely in the monster's neck and pinning it to the ground. That snake demon's body violently flopped and fluttered, gradually becoming immobile. Xin Xiao looked back, only to see Yang Shishang with a few soldiers, shooting the demonic creature with that big crossbow. He breathed a sigh of relief at that, and rubbed his sharply aching shoulder with a palpitation, glad that the bone wasn't broken. A sideways glance showed the iron armor pitted with teeth marks. If he hadn't been wearing iron armor, he would have been wasted with that hit just now. The power of this snake demon far exceeds that of humans, and without Lao Yang's big crossbow to shoot in time, I still don't know how many people have to die. Bows and crossbows and iron armor are really good weapons against the demon race. Looking at the massive demonic corpse, his brows furrowed. To the south and west of Pingzhou was Qianzhou Wings, both of which were garrisoned with large forces of the Jinnan army, as well as several majestic passes that formed a deep defense line. On the northern border are the snowy mountains of the Rift Valley, separating all living things. How did this demon infiltrate Pennsylvania? Chapter 55, 36 Demon Roads. Untidy's face was as heavy as water as he listened to the report of his lieutenant. Recently there have been 5 incidents of demons sneaking into Pingzhou and killing innocent people. Pengzhou was located in the southwest, close to the Mengji Mountains, and it was not unusual for demons to appear. But Pengzhou ahead of the Jinnan army with 2 states and 5 passes to build a defense line should not be so frequent. Cord, what do you think? Untidy turned to look at Huashinger and asked. Huashinger understood what she meant. She was good at tracking in archery, and had the strongest scouting ability of the 5 iron guards, and Tiedi was afraid that he wanted her to track down the demon clan and investigate the matter. It's been a long time since I've seen my Seiji, and I'm a little concerned about his safety. She was a bit uneasy with only Lai Mayer guarding her alone. The main thing is not assured to come to Mayer, that guy, although not dare to sleep, but she steals food on the trouble. Huashinger's pretty eyes turned around and said with a smile, it's just a few demonic creatures. Sister Flute must have a way. And Tai Di swept her angrily. This little hoof. I just delivered the silver, and my heart is not in it. Just then, a personal guard arrived and handed over a letter. Commander, Great General Eagle Book. And Tai Di reaches out to take it, unfolds it to read it, and hands it to Huashinger. Check it out too. She was a meticulous person and felt that this was not right, so she immediately reported it to Xiao Luoshan. Xiao Luoshan really took it very seriously and sent back the Eagle Book on the same day. Huashinger saw the letter and frowned slightly, only to see that the letter read, String Child stays in Pengzhou temporarily to assist in this matter. Also, investigate the ancient demon road. Huashinger put down the letter resentfully and arched his hand. Hua Taichin obeys the order. For instructions on how to act next, please instruct the commander of the Pengzhou army. And Tiedi waved his hand, frowning as he pondered something. Huashinger asked curiously, Sister dear, what is the ancient demon road? I seem to have some impression of it, but I can't recall. And Tiedi shook his head inside. Let you study well, but you are like Lai Mayer, the whole day is just coping with perfunctory. Huashinger spat out her tongue and smiled mischievously. And Tiedi said in a deep voice, the Mongshan demon race was not originally such a scattered mass. Thousands of years ago, there was an ancient demon court, and the demon emperor ruled over the demon race in all directions, and his power was greater than that of the human race. Demon court is vast. In order to rule the convenience, the demon emperor had used great magic, and mobilized millions of demons to build 36 Demon Road, south of the sky and north of the earth, even if separated by thousands of miles, can be quickly reached within 7 days. Huashinger shook her head in disbelief. Within 10,000 miles, arriving in 7 days isn't that fast, is it? The few of us who ride on giant eagles can do the same. And Tiedi sneered and shook his head. Arriving within 7 days refers to the demon race's million-strong army. Huashinger was shaken, bringing on a look of disbelief. She had also led armies before and knew how exhausting it was to move in a large army, not to mention 1,000,000 troops. Even 10,000 people, with provisions and equipment, can walk 30 miles in a day is the absolute elite. A 10,000 mile journey, that's still a year or two away. The demon road constructed by the demon emperor was able to allow 1,000,000 troops to arrive in 7 days, which was simply astonishing to the extreme. What a grand and shocking project these 36 demonic paths are. And Tiedi frowned and said slowly, Since the fall of the Demon Emperor and the collapse of the ancient demon court, most of that demon roads are impassable except for a few. I've never heard of a demon road existing near the Jiannan Road. The great general asked us to look into this. Could it be that the matter of demon infiltration has something to do with the demon paths? Upper Capital City, Marquis Jiannan's mansion. Xiao Yushu, along with Xiao Zhong and Lai Mei happened to be discussing this issue as well. Today, he read a secret book of the demon race written by his ancestor Xiao Ti, which mentioned the ancient demon court, which made him quite interested, so he pulled Xiao Zhong and Lai Mei into a chat. As the saying goes, if there is an old man in the family, there is a treasure. Xiao Zhong has been working with the Mongshan demon clan for a lifetime, and he knows quite a lot about the demon clan, and he knows a lot of messy gossip. Xiao Zhong sipped his tea and said, after that demon court collapsed, the whereabouts of the crown prince of the demon emperor are unknown. The remaining big heads of the demon clan didn't obey anyone. Each of them divided up their territories and fought back and forth, and this demon road gradually became impassable. Xiao Yushu sighed, feeling very sorry. It's such great infrastructure that it's a waste to leave it derelict. The demon emperor is a man who understands demons, that it knows profoundly that in order to get rich, you have to build roads first. These 36 demon paths, connecting in all directions, laid the foundation for the demon race to flourish and become powerful. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened, but the demon court collapsed. Uncle Zhong, why did the demon emperor suddenly fall? Xiao Yushu asked curiously. Xiao Zhong shook his head. How can we know about this kind of demon race secret? However, the old man suddenly brought a lewd smile on his face and whispered, I heard a rumor. I don't know if it's true or not. It said that the demon emperor took a fancy to the wife of the demon clan's crown prince, and it wasn't enough for him to dominate her. He even ate her directly. In a fit of rage, the demon race crown prince died with the demon emperor. Xiao Yushu sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly brainstormed 200 episodes of an ethical drama, or the kind where you have to flip over a wall to see some of the images. He shushed inside for half a second before continuing to ask, is the demon road still open now? Xiao Zhong nodded. According to our Jiannan army's intelligence, there are 2 other passages that are in the hands of demon ancestor Bitter Strait and demon ancestor Hanchang. These 2 old demons, by virtue of the demon road, have seen their power rise dramatically over the centuries, and are now among the top demons in the Mongshan demon clan. Xiao Yushu thought deeply. When the warlords of the Republic of China in the period of chaos, mastering the Jinpu Railway is the same as clutching the money bag. The traffic on the strength of the impact is too great. These 2 demon ancestors had caught the wind of the infrastructure, and it wasn't surprising that they flew straight up. Xiao Yushu turned his head toward Lai Mei. Sister Mei, you've been holding down the Iron Blood Pass for several years. Have you heard any news? Lai Mei's nice big eyes glanced at him, her hands clasping her chest, haughty and arrogant. Poof. Xiao Zhong smiled and kindly didn't say anything. Xiao Yushu understood. Sister Mei, did you drink all day back then and end up not knowing anything? Lai Mei's pretty face immediately changed color, snapping her teacup toward the table. I'm not. She gritted her teeth in a resigned gesture and reached up to wipe her eyes. Xiao Lang, how is Sister Mei treating you? How could you slander me like this? Mei's sister is so sad. Watching her sympathize with her, she wiped halfway through the day without even half a mist. Xiao Yushu bluntly poked her. So did you drink while you were at the Iron Blood Pass? Why did my sister get angry and decapitate you then? Lai Mei smiled unnaturally and stood up to mouthing. What's the point of drinking or not drinking? Drinking 10 or 8 pounds is just quenching my thirst. I'm so strong. Can I call it drinking when it's a martial arts thing? Xiao Yushu and Xiao Zhong looked at each other and both laughed. The den is filled with a lively air inside and out. Chapter 56. I'm back again. Marquis Jiannan's mansion. Late at night at ugly hour. Xiao Yushu woke up with a sudden palpitation. He looked at the sleeping Subayara beside him, and after a moment of silence, he picked up his own clothes and quietly left the room. He took large strides towards the study, and just as he reached the door of the study, Lai Mei had already appeared behind him. Koro. Lai Mei's eyes were sharp. She was wearing her sleeping robes, and she had already brought her Fushang sword on her waist. The huge hourglass had appeared in front of Xiao Yushu and began to slowly rotate. This should be the last swap in these 7 days, right? He said in a hushed voice. You will stand guard until I come out on my own, and no one will be allowed to enter either. Yes. Lai Mei simply nodded without any hesitation. Xiao Yushu descended into the secret room under the study, and Lai Mei locked the 3 portals once again. He had just sat down when the world of light and shadow of the light monster land appeared before him and violently engulfed him. Alien Power 2, Space-Time Interchange, Mimicry. Function, the host and the living being in this world will exchange time and space. During the exchange, the host and the other party will exchange positions and have each other's appearance and voice. There was a dimming before his eyes, and Xiao Yushu opened his eyes. Here it is. He had a sudden sense of familiarity with the mottled and jagged stone walls and the dim light from the broken oil lamps. The air smelled sour and unpleasant from the gray beds covered in tattered animal skins. Xiao Yushu reached out and touched the familiar head of the bed, which was made of some kind of animal bone. This is Yu Luo Abyss. Yulan Heir's home? I swapped here again? He looked at his hands and looked around the Spartan room. Look closely, there are still some changes. Near the door on the wall, a pair of large red letters of joy brought a little lively life. And by the side of that bed hung a pair of little men and women sewn from animal skins, holding hands and being silly. The door opened and a skinny girl walked in. The clothes she wore were full of patches and tattered, but she was not sad, and had a faintly contented smile on her face. Yulan Heir's eyes brightened a lot when she entered and saw Xiao Yushu sitting on the bed. She ran to Xiao Yushu's side like a little bird, gently leaned down and kissed him on the forehead, and said to herself, 15th brother, guess what I got today? Not waiting for Xiao 15 to reply, she pulled out a yellow, fragrant hard piece from the small basket and offered it to him. Look, it's honey from the swamp viper bees. I snuck over there to pick it while the swarm was away. Xiao Yushu looked down and saw that her little feet were wet with some black mud on them, and there were several scratched blood marks at her ankle. She picked a little bit of honey and gently sent it into Xiao Yushu's mouth. 15th brother, taste it, it's sweet. A pair of big bright eyes curved happily as she laughed. Sweet, right? Save it all for you and drink it slowly in water. She didn't expect Xiao 15 to answer. Ever since the last time he killed a demon, he had become as wooden as before and didn't speak, only smiling occasionally. He eats when he's told to eat and sleeps when he's told to sleep, like a log. He's been like this since he was a kid. The village elders said that Xiao Xv's soul had been eaten by demons. If he hadn't killed the demon that day with a sudden outburst and protected the entire village, Yulana would also think that Xiao 15 looked like a soulless shell. But now she already knew that 15th brother wasn't a shell, and that he was like this as a result of practicing kung fu. She was heartbroken that he sacrificed himself practicing kung fu to get like this in order to protect the village. 15th brother, the best man in the world. It's sweet. A faint voice came from behind her. Yulana was shaken and turned around violently in disbelief. She covered her mouth and saw the vivid expression reappear on Xiao Xv's face, big eyes shining brightly, unaware of the tears streaming down her face. 15th brother, you're awake again? She said in surprise. Xiao Yushu stood up, nodded, and asked, Lanner, have demons come to the village recently? No. Yulana hurriedly shook her head. After you killed the flying elf last time, no more demons dared to come to the village to cause trouble. Everyone remembers you well. That's good. Xiao Yushu smiled gently. This small village that he had personally saved, he still had some memories of it. 15th brother. Yulana wiped away her tears and stepped forward to grab his arm, gripping it tightly. Her little face was full of stubbornness as she said firmly, Lanner is so happy that you're awake. While you're awake, let's hurry up and consummate the marriage. Ha! Xiao Yushu was shocked, not expecting this kind of difficult task just after exchanging over this time. You don't know how to do it, 15th brother? It's okay. I'll teach you. These days Lanner has asked the village aunts and sisters for advice, and everyone has taught me so much. Yulana hurriedly came to undo Xiao Yushu's belt. These days Xiao 15 was wooden and dull. When she wanted to consummate with him, he was very resistant. As soon as you undress him, he's going to hit the wall. Very rigid. Yulana was very helpless, and it was easy to hope that he would come to his senses. Her hand was pressed, and when she looked up it was Xiao Yushu's warm and clear eyes. Lanner, there's no rush. Let's go out and have a look around. 15th brother wants to take a look outside. Yulana was flashed by his handsome smile and instantly felt dazed and sweet like she was drunk. By the time they came to their senses, the two had appeared on the village road. The village is still the same as last time, but noticeably livelier. Smoke rises and there are little children running around. 15th brother dash. Katwa had pigtails tied on top of her head and waved her little hand at Xiao 15 from afar. Before Xiao Yushu could respond, she giggled and ran away. Yulana said with a smile, when you didn't wake up, Catwoman greeted you every day and called you brother. You don't respond to her either, but she still keeps calling when she sees you. Xiao Yushu smiled faintly and silently looked at the village that revived as if it had come to life. Yulana pulled him and smiled. Let's go around the mountain. The white moonflowers in the swamp are blooming beautifully. Yes. Xiao Yushu nodded his head, and the two of them left the village together, heading down the mountain. Not far down the hill from the village of Serenity, there was a swamp that resembled a shallow lake. The swamp bears large aquatic reeds, densely packed with white, crescent-like flower clusters. These white flowers are ordinary, not good-looking and no aroma, but clustered together, how yang, but very beautiful and spectacular. Yulana even went straight down to the water and picked a large cup full of white moonflowers and handed them to Xiao Yushu with a smile. Xiao Yushu took it and said with concern, Lanner, come on up, be careful of the water. Yulana shook her head and laughed. Don't worry, it's the 9th day of March. The 9th day of March? Xiao Yushu was a bit surprised. What happened to this date? Every year on the 9th day of the 3rd month. It's an auspicious day. Not a single demon left here. All gone. Oh, Xiao Yushu was really a bit curious. What did they go for? Yu Lan'er said. The village elders say they went to build roads. Xiao Yushu was shaken and took a deep breath. On hundreds of miles of swampy lakes, long winds blow and white petals flutter. Chapter 57 Heaven and Earth Echo God's path opens. The gray-black valley was littered with jagged rocks and erected with oddly shaped stone pillars. Xiao Yushu was clad in the skin of a flying mandrill and carefully traveled through it. Based on Yu Lan'er's words, he surmised that the road that the demon race went to repair in the Yuluo Abyss was most likely the legendary demon road. It was so important that he had to go over and see it. So he disregarded Yu Lan'er's concern, looked for the village elders to ask about the approximate location of the demon road, and rushed all the way here. As a veteran fielder, Xiao Yushu still has some experience. It's important what you wear to have a smooth field day, avoid powerful monsters, and still be somewhat productive. If you go to the market to collect money with a black body shirt and a big chain, it's called a black SH, and you can be directly happy with a pair of silver bracelets for restricted equipment. But if you're wearing city Gs, it's called a fine or a sanitation fee, half the risk, and people offer to pass you cigarettes. The flying mandrill skin that Xiao Yushu was wearing was the one that the village people had dissected off after killing the flying mandrill last time. The surface of the fur is quite fresh and glossy, so you can't find the flaws unless you look closely. He walked under a huge foot-high stone pillar that was 100 meters high. Only the black stone was hard, with countless scratches and chiseling and tearing marks, chipping the stone pillars with 1,000 holes. Xiao Yushu scrutinized this stone pillar that had been ravaged by a large number of demons, but still held its head toward the sky and stood firm and unyielding, and silently expressed his respect. 1,000 milliseconds have been worn and 1,000 years have passed since the pillar was erected. It's really 666. As he walked, he turned sideways to listen, and from far away began to hear a vague vastness, like the whistling of a gale. The voice was low, shrill, and cacophonous, all mixed together. That's not the wind. It was the roars and whistles of countless demonic creatures, causing a rattling sound like a gale. He carefully climbed up a gentle slope ahead of him. Short, climbing to the top of the slope and looking down, it opens up before you, only to see that below this mountainside was a vast plain that could not be seen at a glance. Above this plain, within the range of sight, the denizens surprisingly all were occupied by demonic creatures. All kinds of demonic creatures are afraid that there must be hundreds of thousands of people. Smoke and dust rolling, the fury raging, roar convergence is like a gale roaring. Faced with such a vast scene, Xiao Yushu was secretly shocked as he watched. My Jinnan army only has 200,000 men, and just looking at the demonic creatures in front of us, there are as many as 600,000 to 700,000 of them. This doesn't even count the smaller sized snakes, rats, insects, ants, and the like. This is only the demonic creatures of the Yuluo Abyss. If it was during the heyday of the demon court, when the demon emperor commanded the world's demon race, what kind of horrifying scene would there be? He didn't dare to get too close, so he hid far away on this hillside to observe carefully, only to see that these demonic creatures stood somewhat irregularly, during which there was also fighting and killing, causing a small burst of chaos. However, it was roughly divided into two left and right sections, and the one on the right was divided into two sets, totaling 3 areas that formed a zigzag shape. Above each area, the ferocious aura rose up, surprisingly condensing into a concrete external image. The upper part of the left piece of Bane transformed into a sea of clouds, shaped like a fierce and furious lion. That lion form was like substance, with an eerie and tyrannical gaze that was incomparably fierce and murderous. The two pieces on the right are a little blurrier than the left, barely discernible as a giant python, with a huge swimming body. Hidden, there is also a piece that is shrouded in a baleful cloud of gas, an eerie and hideous flying insect, extremely horrifying. Xiao Yushu saw and understood that the demon race in this Yuluo Abyss was divided into 3 factions, ruled by 3 great demons. The lion demon on the left was the most powerful and presumably the strongest. The 2 on the right were slightly weaker, vaguely teaming up to confront that lion demon. Playing the field is to be bold and careful, the goatish heart of the no good. Xiao Yushu had never been bold and meticulous, and if he had exchanged long enough, he would have infiltrated amongst the demon array to spy on some news or pick up some benefits, but the problem was that he'd only had 2 hours for the exchange, and now half of that had passed. Should we take a chance? Xiao Yushu was in the midst of hesitation when he suddenly heard a sound in the air. He instantly felt something was wrong. Why, it seemed as if the voice also rang from his heart, giving rise to a self-conscious and boundless awe. The demon race below quickly quieted down. The silence on the large plain was incomparable. Surprisingly, only that voice was left to echo in all directions. That voice sounded a little strange at first, but listening carefully it was graceful and elegant, ancient and simple. as if it was reciting a sacrificial text that resounded between heaven and earth. A few moments later the sound disappeared. Apparently the sacrificial text read out, "The crowd of demon tribe but is still silent. The silence is terrible." Xiao Yushu was being amazed when a powerful palpitation suddenly rose in his heart. He subconsciously looked up, only to see that the sky was already covered with white lines, like dawning silk threads. These filaments gradually densify in two places, forming a complex and ancient pattern. In the center of these ripples, 10,000 miles high in the sky, suddenly a pair of magnificent eyes opened. These eyes slowly looked toward the land above the earth, majestic and vast, cold and lofty, with a boundless and grandiose pressure falling. Wherever his eyes looked, the group of demons trembled and the fury subsided. The external appearance of the demonic aura condensed by the three great demons earlier all collapsed and disappeared. Xiao Yushu only felt his heart throbbing and his head spinning, and he quickly lowered his head to the ground, not daring to look at it again. At this moment, his spiritual sea of consciousness was shaking, and his spirit and body were about to be torn apart in general. The moon jade sword in the sea of consciousness suddenly glowed, and the Hao Ran Qi slowly rotated, protecting his spirit and qi and blood, which slowly settled down. Is this a ribbon-cutting ceremony before the demon race builds a road? It's a bit of a stepping stone to bullying. Xiao Yushu lowered his head to the ground and embraced the earth tightly, even drilling a strong eye. I didn't expect that with the demon court gone and the demon emperor gone, the demon race would still have such a powerful existence. Look at this overbearing do-gooder. I guess these demonic migrant workers don't get paid even after they finish building the road. To say that it is false not to worry, this kind of powerful force, the human race's Tenjie or Xiao Luotian, I'm afraid that they are not opponents. Although it was unknown where the phenomenal Luo abyss led to, it wouldn't be too good for the human race if this road was repaired by them. The giant eyes in the sky slowly closed and disappeared, followed by a sound like an earthquake. The sky was crumbling, the earth was trembling, and even this hillside where Xiao Yushu was located rumbled. Only to see that in the center of those two demon clans, countless dust on the ground flew up and boulders gathered towards the center. In the midst of the white light, a high and broad road that was 10 feet higher than the ground and up to 100 feet wide gradually appeared. Then from both sides of this road, channels of white light suddenly stretched out, the countless demons kneeling and bending down by the roadside, silently as if they had lost their sanity, stood up and approached the demon road on their own, and were all swept in by the white light. Flesh and blood crumbled and turned into sustenance. Demon bones were tough and forged into the roadbed. Chapter 58, You're a Good Man. Xiao Yushu looked at the shocking and bizarre spectacular scene with a sullen gaze. He couldn't help but think of quotes from books he had read in his previous life. One can only truly understand what courage is when faced with fear. So he immediately turned around and, hurry up and turned toward the canyon behind the hillside. I deterred hundreds of thousands of demons with my gaze. It's time to move on to a new battlefield. Just this kind of scene, is it something that a small Zhongshe realm martial artist, can participate in? As soon as he got down to the canyon, Xiao Yushu used his light power and ran backwards along the canyon, as fast as a warrior charging for love. Gritting his teeth, he kept running past the Black Optimus Prime before breathing a sigh of relief. Tired old man. It's just a matter of getting back to mid-levels. Saying goodbye to Ulaner, alien energy too was going to end, and the next time he would come back would be unknown. Xiao Yushu didn't feel that he was a hero, nor did he have an obligation to save the world. If it was something he could do, he wouldn't excuse himself, such as killing the demon and protecting the village last time. But this terrifyingly great cause and effect of the demon road, the powerful god's eyes in the sky that looked down upon the 10,000 races, with his strength today, he absolutely could not get involved in it. He took a deep breath and gave himself credit for his sanity. The risk here is too great. I, Xiao Yushu, would never get involved in this demon road even if I were to be put on the neck of a sword and eaten by a great demon. Bang! A loud bang rang out as something thunderous hit the ground. It landed exactly 3 feet in front of him, smashing a large crater in the ground and splattering a pile of dust and mud. Xiao Yushu's figure quickly retreated, and with a thought, the moon jade sword was already in his hand. He cautiously took 2 steps closer to the large pit and couldn't help but frown as he looked in. What's going on here? The bottom of the pit turned out to be a young girl. She is wearing, dressed in 2 small, simple white pieces of fabric. In a previous life, this thing would have been called a bikini, but it's a regular item, sold on Jingdong and Taobao, and in the headline bandwagon. This young girl's figure is exquisite and delicate. Her face is like ice crystal without the slightest flaw. Her nose is beautiful and straight. Her cherry lips are rich and moist. Her temperament is pure and clean. Elegant idioms praising a woman's beauty could not help but appear in Xiao Yushu's mind. Skin white, tolerant, and slim. That's when the young girl coughed twice and woke up. She suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and when she turned her head, she saw Xiao Yushu. A grateful smile appeared on her stunning face, her voice ethereal and holy. Did you save me? Xiao Yushu took 2 steps back and hurriedly waved his hand like Lai Mayer. I didn't. It wasn't me. Don't be ridiculous. Farewell. This young girl is very weird. 10 to 80% is still a big demon. Or hurry to leave for good. He turned around and was about to leave, but his body tightened and his arm was unexpectedly pulled by the young girl. She had come out of the pit at some point and was standing next to Xiao Yushu. The dark, clear eyes were like water, and she gently bit her red lip. Thank you for saving me. You're a human, aren't you? You're such a nice guy. You're a good man. That's not a nice thing to say in any realm. Xiao Yushu's heart sank and he shook his head politely. Don't misunderstand me, girl. I really didn't save you. Could you please let go of me? It's getting late. I have to rush home. The young girl laughed and didn't let go of him. Instead she said innocently, my name is Butterfly and I'm a demon race. You don't have to be afraid. There are good demons within the demon race. You saved me. I won't eat you. Girl, you're so frank, but I really didn't save you. With a warm smile on his face, Xiao Yushu carefully reached out and tugged on her hand. I can't get my foot in the door. With his strength at the peak of the sovereign realm, he couldn't even tug on the other party's hand? Now you can't even run away if you want to. This young girl looks like a pinch of tender sister. Who knows if it is a big sister, aunt, mother-in-law, demon grandmother or something? Maybe it's a few thousand years old demoness old silver coins. He whispered kindly, Miss Butterfly, it's quite dangerous here. There are quite a few demons over there in the valley. So let go of me first and let's talk somewhere else. The young girl Butterfly seemed happy to meet him and nodded. Okay, then I'll take you somewhere else. No, beautiful, you're mistaken. I mean I'll go by myself dash. Beautiful? Do you think I'm beautiful and you like me? Butterfly's face instantly brought a smile to her face, and she asked somewhat shyly. Holy, I don't dash. Xiao Yushu was anxious in his heart and got a little fired up, not wanting to make love to this old demoness. He was just about to open his mouth to angrily rebuke and draw his sword to cut down the demon when he saw 2 huge transparent wings unfold behind the young girl with a brush. The wings are tinged with tiny white veins. These lines shimmered with luster like jade, gradually coming together to form 2 arcane and magical eyes in the center. Oh, my god, it's a big deal. Xiao Yushu's heart was shaken like a shocking wave, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The words I don't like you caught in my throat and I dared not say them for the rest of my life. He instantly gave up all thoughts of resisting as cold sweat broke out. Could it be that this girl, Dire, is a great demon at the top of this Uluo abyss? The powerful god's eyes that destroyed the heavens and suppressed the 4 directions just now. Thinking about it shook his heart, but never piss her off. One glare from her and the old man hangs up. It's real. It's not a joke. The wind suddenly moved, and in an instant the 2 were already standing on a small island on a land continent. All sides are full of blooming white moonflowers, densely extending into the distance, the flowers in the wind undulating like the sea. Xiao Yushu heart a cold, looking at the butterfly's delicate face, to the slender undulating small waist round buttocks, long bare legs beautiful feet. If this beautiful demoness forcefully tries to eat me, and I'm no match for her, what should I do? But Butterfly didn't come over to eat him, but found a clean place to sit down on her knees and said, I'm a little tired, take a short nap, and don't you dare disturb me. Saying this, he closed his eyes quietly and, a moment later she transformed into a tiny alabaster butterfly and landed on a nearby cluster of white moonflowers. Looking at the butterfly quiet as a statue, Xiao Yushu quietly eased back 2 steps. It's a good chance. Shouldn't I run? Butterfly girl, forgive me for not saying goodbye. Life is like this. After the occasional encounter, we forget each other in the sea, and return to their own lives. He had just reached the edge of that small land continent when a voice rang in his mind. Where are you going? Holy, she's on me at all times. Xiao Yushu smiled bitterly, and his mind turned sharply when he suddenly saw a few small fruit trees in the swamp in the distance, bearing small sour oranges. With an electric flash in his mind, he realized that he was still carrying the piece of wild bee honey Yulaner had found for him in his arms, so he couldn't help but smile faintly and said frankly, I'm going to pick some oranges, so stay right here and don't go away. Chapter 59 is truly remarkable. Xiao Yushu picked a bunch of small oranges from those small fruit trees, and also dug up a few pieces of wood taro from the swamp by hand. He returned to the land continent, summoned the Moon Jedi sword, and dug a white stone into a semicircular pot. The dry reeds were then used as firewood and lit and heated up. He squeezed the orange juice into a pot, then added the wild bee honey and heated it to melt. Soon a fresh aroma came out, and he mashed that wooden taro again and poured the juice with starch in it into the pot. Just keep heating it over low heat, stirring constantly, until it thickens. This wild bee honey is extremely sweet and with the fresh orange aroma, the wonderful flavor instantly permeates the surroundings. Xiao Yushu found a few clean grass sticks and rolled them in this sugary mixture. What are you getting at? A voice of crisp surprise rang out beside her. Xiao Yushu turned his head to look, only to see Dire leaning close to him. salivating as she looked at the sugar rinses in the pot. Two large, pure, innocent eyes blinked at a high frequency, like the clear stupidity of a 3 or 4-year-old when they see candy. Xiao Yushu flicked the grass stick, and the orb at the head of the stick was gradually taking shape. He laughed. Well, it's called a lollipop. Stick, candy dash. Butterfly was shocked as she looked at this sweet and cute thing that gave off a nice orange scent, and her heart was filled with shock. In its short demon race career of 2,700 years, it was surprising that it had never seen such a surprise before. It's shocking, it's amazing, it's incredible. How could a human, no, this person in front of me, craft something so good? Butterfly thought carefully. In her memory, only the great demon emperor could make her admire him so much. She used her most respectful and endearing tone of voice, pleading daintily, "Give me a lollipop to eat, okay?" Xiao Yushu originally wanted to curry favor with her, but he couldn't beat her, then he could only join. This great demon is so powerful, he can only get away if she is in a good mood. But at this point, looking at her as a picture of salivation and clear stupidity, he couldn't help but want to pinch her a few times. Xiao Yushu grunted and asked in a pretense of dissatisfaction, "It's mine, why should I give it to you to eat?" Butterfly instantly became anxious and pleaded sadly, Good man, please I'll eat this." Xiao Yushu smiled secretly in his heart when he saw this gluttonous little demon. No, it was the old demoness, drooling. As expected, insects like sweets, and even the top-tier demons can't change their habits. With this maneuver, he had instantly tickled her greatest fancy. "We'll have to see if we can get something out of this great demon below." He laughed. "Butterfly, if you want good food, you have to trade something for it. Right now, my relationship with you is just ordinary pee." Butterfly frowned for a moment, then her heart fluttered. "Daddy, ha, cough dash." Xiao Yushu coughed violently and looked at her incredulously. "You're so uncouth, you even call your dad for a candy?" Butterfly's eyes had already brought tears to her eyes, and her heart was somewhat aggravated. It's not easy for her for this tasty treat. Xiao Yushu didn't know much about the internal affairs of the demon race. In fact, in the demon race sequence, the name calling was very important. In addition to the strength ranking of Demon Emperor, Demon King, Demon General, etc., the demon race also has an important sequence, which is the name they call each other. Butterfly called Xiao Yushu her father, meaning that she recognized Xiao Yushu as her righteous father. This is a sign of complete submission and respect and closeness among the demon race. A great demon like Butterfly Child had never recognized her righteous father after taking form and spitting out human words. She really went above and beyond for this delicious candy today. One important factor in this is that this 1,000 years of road building life is just too boring. This demonic road was called the Phenomenal Luo Avenue, which was one of the 36 demonic roads. Its construction, protracted and tedious, has not yet been completed. Millions of demon clans had been imprisoned here by the demon emperor with magnificent divine power for thousands of years, during which time they had died and perished, with less than a tenth of their number remaining. It was like imprisonment, both for ordinary demons and for her, the general manager of the road repair project. Little surprises like lollipops that come out of nowhere are just too hard to resist. So what if she called out to her father? She was the biggest one here in the absence of the demon emperor and the demon kings. Love to call your dad and your grandchildren. Well, here you go. Xiao Yushu smiled helplessly and took out 2 orange lollipops and handed them to Dyer. A great demon that shakes the 4 corners of the world has condescended to call you dad. So what else is there to say? Butterfly received it with surprise, stuffed it into her mouth. Her small aromatic tongue rolled, and suddenly the fresh and sweet taste of orange lollipop rose up, and the deliciousness seemed to penetrate all the way into the soul. Jesus! A pair of tiny, foot-long wings spread out behind her back and flapped happily, more often than a hummingbird. She took a few bites and smiled sweetly. "Daddy, you're so nice." Xiao Yushu sighed and also picked up a lollipop and took a bite. "Well, it tastes okay." In his last life he had a favorite girl who posted all day long in his circle of friends that she liked lollipops. He googled, sought advice, and took great pains to learn to make this. What I didn't realize is that people's girls don't even like grassroots handmade. At this time, the atmosphere between one person and one demon was much more cordial, and Xiao Yushu realized that this little demon was simple and delicate, with nothing harmful in mind. Butterfly felt very happy eating the orange lollipop and flew around Xiao Yushu in circles. Xiao Yushu asked curiously, "Butterfly Child, were those 2 divine eyes in the sky manifested by you?" Butterfly nodded. "Yes, my original body is a divine eyes crystal butterfly. When His Majesty the Demon Emperor asked me to be an overseer, supervising these demon clans to build roads, he nudged my divine eye talent. Only," she said with some bitterness, "it's just that His Majesty hasn't sent over any spirits for a long time, and the power of my God's eyes has deteriorated so much that I can only scare the hell out of people." Xiao Yushu secretly said in his heart that the demon court had collapsed 1,000 years ago and the demon emperor had fallen. The demon race in this Yuluo abyss surprisingly didn't know that their total group had gone bankrupt and the old boss had jumped out of the building, and they were still continuing to bitterly repair the road. But Butterfly was happy again. Smugly, "I have not failed your majesty. This demon road has been mostly repaired, and many places can be used." "Fixed most of it?" Xiao Yushu was taken aback and hurriedly asked. "What places do we have access to now?" Dire's small hand shook and an ancient and heavy seal appeared. Then she landed beside Xiao Yushu and laughed as she sat on his arm. "Daddy, don't call me Dad. It's easy to get 404. Call me Godfather." "Okay, Godfather. Dire will show you dash. Since the opening of the heavens and the earth, the first demonic road that spans heaven and earth and cuts through the Yura." Chapter 60, To Get Rich, Build Roads First. Butterfly took 2 steps away, and the pair of cute little 1-foot-long wings behind her suddenly unfolded, transforming into huge transparent flying wings 3 feet in size. She reluctantly ate the lollipop in one bite and smiled mischievously at Xiao Yushu. With that, he leapt upwards, and that flying wing gradually unfolded, gradually covering the sky in clouds. In the sky of the Yuluo abyss, it was as if ripples were suddenly lifted from the calm water surface, and the pair of gigantic wings spread out as if they were layers of water waves. Those tiny white patterns from earlier had become extremely large, and at this moment, like sensing the call of the power of heaven and earth, they gradually lit up, emitting arcane light. A vast and boundless pressure that carried out heaven and earth was revealed. Only a mournful and magnificent hissing sound rang out on the wide demon road, and the earth beneath Xiao Yushu's feet rumbled and shook. This demon road is like the ancient beast that opened up the sky, and earth woke up from sleep, roaring in a longitudinal voice, wantonly giving vent to the anger and arrogance. The white light released by the demon road swiftly swept across both sides of the road. Those demon clans repairing the road couldn't dodge in time, hissing in pain and fear as they were swallowed partially by the demon road again. With a flash of light on his body, Xiao Yushu was already standing in the center of this 100-foot avenue. It is open on all sides. The road is smooth and solid. Visually, is capable of taking off and landing a division of cargo 20 large transport aircraft. Xiao Yushu's heart was excited, secretly saying that if I had such a big road, I would definitely build a few more toll stations and service areas. A dumpling sells for $20. A bottle of water sells for $8. Free transit for singles, double for those with girlfriends. Butterfly's majestic and vast voice echoed between heaven and earth. "Godfather, you take the phantom Luo Dao seal. We're about to leave." The fist-sized, ancient and heavy seal appeared in Xiao Yushu's hand, searing with brilliance. Xiao Yushu listened to the sound of Godfather echoing in the mountains and plains. "I can't help but feel a toothache." "Butterfly, can you keep your voice down? Is it appropriate to yell at everyone for recognizing a Godfather?" The phantom Luo Dao seal on his hand turned bright. Xiao Yushu was shocked to see that on both sides of this demonic road under his feet, those flickering swaths of white light had all instantly transformed into huge white feathers. These feathered wings, which were several 100 feet tall, were listed on both sides of the demon road, and there were thousands of pairs of them. They flapped hard at the same time, and a magnificent typhoon-like whistling sound came through the air. Xiao Yushu only felt a movement under his feet, and the light in front of him was strange and the scenery changed. The barriers of space and time seemed to be broken open in an instant by boundless greatness, and the demonic path led to an unknown place. After an incense stick of time, Xiao Yushu stood in a huge cave that was dark and gloomy, but the air was scorching hot with the smell of sulfur. Fluorescence flickered in the cave and a 7-colored transparent butterfly landed on Xiao Yushu's shoulder. "Godfather, both Demon Road and I don't have quite enough power left, so we can only show you the nearest one. This is the demonic spider grotto, which is 1,000 miles underneath the Yuluo abyss where we are." At this time, there was a sudden clattering sound of rubble rattling in front of him, and with a thought, Xiao Yushu already had the moon jade sword in his hand. Butterfly laughed. "There's no need to be nervous. With Dire here, nothing can hurt you." A few creatures appeared in the darkness ahead. Xiao Yushu gazed. Only the shimmering light of the ores within the cave surprisingly saw several women's bodies with superb body types that would make the latter-day geeks go crazy. This is... The cavern was suddenly much brighter as a light flared up on the butterfly's body. Xiao Yushu was shocked, only to see 3 human-faced demonic creatures standing in front of him at a height of 1 zhang. All of them had women's faces, and their upper bodies were also manly human bodies with 36D, while their lower bodies were actually spider bodies. They're so dark they're hard to spot without light. The 3-headed sphinx spider was frightened by the light and instantly took a few steps back, raising the long knives in both hands on its upper body, revealing its sharp teeth and hissing. Butterfly coldly said, "Bold." In an instant the boundless pressure fell, and the 3-headed sphinx spider was immediately pressed to the ground and couldn't get up. A moment later, the 3-headed sphinx spider looked at Xiao Yushu and Dire honestly and shiveringly. "Opposite this colorful flying insect is so powerful that I'm afraid even the elders of the clan are far from being a match. Could this be the legendary Demon King?" Xiao Yushu carefully surveyed their full bodies, and that focused gaze made Butterfly a little dissatisfied. Butterfly grunted and re-emerged as an 18 or 19-year-old girl and snapped, "Godfather, what are you looking at?" Xiao Yushu suddenly stabbed his sword at the human-faced spider's body, and the spider nearly fell over in shock. But Xiao Yushu's stabbing was so light that it didn't do any damage at all. He smiled and pointed to the spider. "They wear great armor." Armor? It was then that Dyer noticed that the three-headed spider was actually wearing black armor on the upper half of its body, like it was made of some kind of metal. She lost interest and fluttered around as a butterfly again. The Moon Jedi sword gently chopped, but surprisingly failed to pierce the black armor. "I'm afraid that the defensive power of this armor is far above that of ordinary iron armor," Xiao Yushu asked at the trembling human-faced spider. "What is this armor made of and where did it come from?" The lead sphinx replied warily, "So that Lord Demon King may learn that these crude armors were made by the little ones themselves." "I can't believe you guys can make armor." Xiao Yushu frowned in thought. The sphinx nodded. "There are cold iron mines everywhere around here, and since my clan doesn't know how to do anything else, I only know how to smelt the ore and make some rudimentary armor, swords, and spears for myself." Cold iron? Xiao Yushu's heart stirred. Cold iron was a rare metal. The people of Great Zhou used it to make valuable swords and knives, but I didn't expect it to be used here to make armor. "How many demons do you have in this clan?" The human-faced spider timidly looked at Butterfly and helplessly said, "About 1,000. I think, lack of water and food, too many premature deaths." Xiao Yushu spread his eyebrows and said, "I want to buy armor. You guys want something?" The sphinx spider was taken aback, then overjoyed. Originally, he thought that he would be eaten by the other party when he met a big demon, but he didn't expect that the other party just wanted the armor. The other party was a great demon at the level of Demon King, able to break through the magma ground barrier to come here. What kind of great power was this? It was their great luck that such an existence was willing to trade with them. She hastened to say it with knowledge and respect. "As much as the great king wants, we'll just make offerings. We don't dare to take what the great king wants." Xiao Yushu shook his head. "I don't take things from people for nothing, and good cooperation lasts forever. Tell me, what do you want?" The sphinx spider hesitated for half a day and said carefully with a clench of his teeth, "I heard from my elders that there is a lot of water in the upper world. We are very, very short of water here. Could you please ask the great king to give us some water?" Water? Xiao Yushu was secretly happy in his heart. Unclasping the bamboo tube Yulaner had given him and threw it to the sphinx spider. "How much water for a set of armor?" The human-faced spider unscrewed the bamboo tube. His eyes were very shocked, and his dry and chapped face brought a look of joy to the extreme. She looked greedily at the bamboo tube. Water was too precious in this dry and cool underground. They only needed 5 drops of water per demon per day to survive. The other 2 sphinx spiders couldn't help but scent the water. The leader of the sphinxes bowed his head respectfully. "With this water, we are willing to offer you 20 sets of finely crafted armor." Chapter 61, Living Between Fire and Blood. The 8 sphinx spiders stayed in the semi-collapsed stone cave, and even though they were a dozen paces away from the entrance, they could still feel the blazing temperature of the magma. The leading spider chieftain, Ice Stripe, took a few steps forward against the scorching heat, staring stonily out of the cave at the gradually descending tidal wave of magma with her flirtatious, good-looking green eyes. It had been half a day since the last magma surge. There was no sun underground, but the magma surges were regular, and a magma surge was a day. At the time when the tide of magma is back at its worst, the cold air hidden in the crevices of the earth may seep out, and the meeting of cold and heat will condense into precious droplets of water on the rock wall ahead. An adult sphinx needs only 5 drops of water to live for a day, and a juvenile sphinx needs only 3 drops. Water harvesting is the most important thing in the race of sphinx spiders. But while the tidal surge of magma is regular, the fiery eruptions from the magma are not. When precious water drops appear, they will evaporate and disappear if they are not collected within a short period of time. Fiery fire, on the other hand, never pities the demon race that collects the water droplets. The cold is coming. The 8 sphinx spiders' entire bodies shook as they all took a few steps forward. A white frosty aura erupted from the cracks in the rock and swept swiftly towards the rock wall. Just as a smile appeared on the faces of the demons, a ferocious roar came from the tide of magma below, and a blazing orange flame swept upwards for 3 feet. "Firebolt is here too." The faces of all the demons had complicated and gloomy expressions, but none of them retreated. Ice Pattern's green eyes swept over the companions around her. These people are all her companions together since childhood. After collecting water today, I wonder how many will be left? But, how can so many of my people live without water? Without any hesitation, she bellowed, "Follow me." With a brush her figure leapt out of the cavern, her hands and legs grasping onto the blazing rock wall. The high temperatures instantly brought intense tingling and stinging. The 6 legs, note, sphinx spider, 6 legs and 2 hands, of the ice stripe danced at high speed. the hard shells of the toes braving the heat and sticking to the rock wall as they ran forward. Each thrust must be deep enough and steady enough to stabilize the body, but deep enough would be hot enough, and the temperature of the blazing lava-soaked rock wall scalded the skin of each leg. The rest of the Sphinx spiders didn't hesitate either, leaping out of the cavern and running on top of the blazing rock wall. Below, blazing columns of orange fire swept like voracious, hideous pythons, snaking their way across the rocky walls and through the air beside them. But in the heat and pain, no one hesitated. No one turned back, only ran as hard as they could. If you don't fight, you die. No water, you die. A column of fire with lava erupted into the air and up the rock face. A blazing wave of heat swept over the area, and it seemed as if the entire rock face gave a groan of agonizing difficulty. Ice Stone. Icewood's heartbreaking hiss rang out behind her as her brother, Ice Rock, was swept away from the rock wall by a fiery tongue of fire spewing out of a firestorm and plunged into the fiery lava. Ice Stripe didn't stop, her green eyes overflowing with sadness and pain, but she still ran as hard as she could, chasing the larger-than-life droplets from the rock face. Please, slow down and disappear. 8 went over. 6 came back. With 5 companions, Ice Stripe hobbled and moved his shattered feet. On each foot, there were wretched and terrible marks left by the heat and lava. Each step was very painful and heavy. Icewood was still whimpering and wailing, just without tears. Here too tears are extravagant in the extreme. A Sphinx spider's grief at the loss of a loved one is far less precious than a drop of water. Ice Pattern Heart is also very difficult. Ice Stone is her friend. Grew up together. The relationship is very deep. Yet she did not cry. She was the leader of the pack and many of her companions perished in the firestorm every day. Her cries had long since been consumed. She just prayed with immense sadness in her heart. Great Demon Emperor, please grant our humble tribe a chance, so that we don't have to live so hard. I'd give anything for that, please. Holding the cold iron water jar, Ice Stripe and the others returned to the familiar cavern pit. Having lost the lives of their 2 companions, all the drops of water they had collected gathered together to make up a small jar full of about 400 or 500 drops. Gosh, there's so many of them? Ice Stripe carefully held the water jar, surprised and a little taken aback. In normal times, a whole bunch of sphinxes, large and small, would have gathered around and praised them for their competence. But today, where is everyone? Did the other team come back first? Or, is there an enemy? A few Sphinx spiders looked at each other in surprise. Ice Ripple quickly took 2 steps back. The other few drew their cold iron long knives, and even Icewood gripped 2 cold iron pikes tightly. Did a fire python attack the nest? Everyone moved forward slowly and alertly, smelling the air, and Ice Stripe shook her head. It wasn't like a fire python. If it was a fire python, you'd be able to feel the blazing heat by now. Is it the Demon Scorpion clan? Impossible. Those losers are no match for my spider clan with human faces. As she crept into the entrance of the nest cave with her men, she heard cheering from inside. Ice Stripe's heart instantly relaxed, and the crowd also put away their cold iron blades, so it seemed that nothing was wrong. As soon as she entered the lair, Ice Stripe saw her trashy sister, Ice Leaf, with her 2 trashy cowardly followers twisting around holding up a bamboo tube. A large gang of sphinxes, large and small, twisted joyfully around them. Ice Leaf twisted as she did so, removing a drop of water from that tube and sprinkling it on the other spiders around her, causing a flurry of laughter and squeals of excitement. She sprinkles? How dare she spoil the water like that? Ice Stripe's green eyes immediately reddened and he immediately yelled, "You asshole, stop it!" Ice Leaf was too excited to pay any attention to her sister's roar and the clamor, and continued to wriggle her body into all kinds of wide and narrow S-shapes. Ice Stripe carefully placed the water jar in the water deposit in the recess of the rock wall and surged up. Anger as hot as lava burned her, and it was as if the figure of Ice Stone engulfed in lava floated before her eyes, resounding with the heart-rending cries of Icewood. She snatched the bamboo tube with one hand, and her other hand violently grabbed Ice Leaf's neck, directly holding her down on the ground. Green eyes flashed with devouring ferocity. She was as fierce and tyrannical as a beast at that moment. "How dare you spoil the water? I will kill you." The surroundings fell silent. All the face spiders were frightened by the patriarch's rage. Ice Leaf struggled in confusion, gesticulating with his hands, looking at Ice Stripe too frightened to speak. Flop. The 2 Ice Leaf followers next to him got down in fear and stammered. Clan chief, spare your life. This water is not from the clan. It was exchanged by Sister Ice Leaf from the Lord." Yeah, the other one rushed in. "That Lord said he could trade us more water." "What?" Ice Stripe let go of his hand and asked in immense shock. "What Lord? Can you trade us more water?" Cough cough dash. The Ice Leaf on the ground touched its neck and opened its mouth in arrogant anger. "Ice Pattern, you apologize first. Call out 2 times sis first, and Sister Yi will tell you." Chapter 62, Cold Iron Armor. The initial operation of the demon path through the 2 stations required a large amount of chi, blood, and souls from the demon race. Once the line between these two stations was opened, it would not be necessary to devour the demon race to continue running and using it in the future, and it would only need to be maintained once every 60 years. When Xiao Yushu and Dyer activated the demon road this time, they opened up the passage between the phenomenal Luo Abyss and the demonic Spider Ground Cave, and it was considered to be the first section of the operating route for the phenomenal Luo Avenue. Xiao Yushu used the phenomenal Luo Dao Seal and instantly returned to the phenomenal Luo Abyss to bring 2 large vats of water. These 2 tanks of water are 2 cubic meters. Placed in the cave of the demon spider's cave, waves of light rippled through it. At this moment, the leader of the human-faced spiders, Ice Ripple, was kneeling in front of Xiao Yushu and Dyer. She took with her the strongest warriors of the whole pack, the oldest elders, and the freshly minted, nose to the grindstone saintly maiden Ice Year, who had made a great. All of them bowed their heads deeply and kneeled down with incomparable respect. Looking at the 2 large vats of clear water in front of him, Ice Stripe only wanted to cry and was overwhelmed with joy. She prayed in her heart with reverence and devotion. Supreme Demon Emperor, you must have heard our humble prayers and granted a great favor. Your favor will never be forgotten, and the human-faced spider clan will always be your majesty's most loyal slaves. Long live the demon court. Your majesty the demon emperor lives with heaven and earth. At this point, if someone were to tell the spider clan of the Sphinx, the demon court has collapsed. The demon emperor is gone. It was estimated that Ice Ripple would immediately slash the man in 2 and then tear him apart and eat him. Xiao Yushu looked at the 10 sets of cold iron armor stacked next to him, all of which were urgently made by the human-faced spider clan according to his stature. For these 2 tanks of water, Ice Stripe offered 1,000 sets of cold iron armor, but the Sphinx spider clan didn't have human torso sizes, so this armor would have to be rebuilt. Xiao Yushu didn't have time to wait, so he asked for a few sample sets and came to pick up the rest next time. He wasn't worried about Ice Ripple breaking the contract, didn't see the group of sphinxes looking at the 2 tanks of water. All of them were close to crying with joy. A prompt suddenly popped up in front of Xiao Yushu's eyes. Successfully open the 2 worlds demon road and obtain a spacetime anchor point. After choosing a spacetime anchor point, you can teleport once every 7 days. Please choose a temporal anchor point. A. Pilus Abyss. B. Spider's Grotto. Xiao Yushu nodded secretly and chose without hesitation. I'll take A. Pilus Abyss successfully positioned as a temporal anchor point. In other words, in the future, he would be able to teleport once every 7 days, which was equivalent to no longer needing Xiao 15, but the superpower of temporal teleportation was retained. He looked at the Sphinx and smiled. In that case, I'll go back first. I'll come over in 7 days and have the cold iron armor ready. Ice Stripe bent his head deeply and respectfully. Please don't worry, my lord. 1,000 sets of cold iron armor will be ready in 7 days and there will never be the slightest problem. Very well. I hope we work well together, and cooperation is the only way to win together. Xiao Yushu sighed slightly and couldn't help but feel some emotion. The world's resources are plentiful but very unevenly distributed. Some things were worthless in their place of origin, such as the cold iron that could be seen all over the demon spider's cave. But in other places, these worthless minerals may then be precious. The passage of this demon road would greatly change the fate of the various demon clans along the road. By selling cold iron weapons alone, the spider clan of the Sphinx was able to grow out of its poverty and hard life. The demon emperor's farsightedness is so magnificent. If the 36 demon paths were cultivated, all the races in heaven and earth could greatly benefit, and it was not known that the demon race would unify the world. That, Bing Yi, who was kneeling at the side, saw that his sister had finished talking to Xiao Yushu, so he opened his mouth and asked cautiously, I wonder if you need a serving demon by your lord's side? My little Ice Leaf is the holy maiden of the human-faced spider clan and the #1 beauty, willing to follow you around and serve you. All eyes brushed down on her, and blue veins rippled on Ice Stripe's head. Ice Year looked up to show off her tan skin proudly in order to be more persuasive. I'm the darkest looking of the Sphinx spider clan, and no one else can see me in a dark cave until I open my mouth and show my teeth. And, she picked up a rock and slammed it on 36 her chest, which shattered. I am also extra strong and extra dash. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but laugh. Thank you kindly. No need. With that said, the light flickered and the pressure fell as he and Butterfly disappeared. Bang! Ice Year was slapped to the ground by Ice Ripple, who cursed, just you and you're the #1 beauty? If you ever dare to talk to Lord Demon King like that again, I'll blow your stupid head off. Ouch sister, don't hit. And you're the blackest? You dumbass. My skin is much darker than yours, okay? Upper Capital City, Marquis Jinan's mansion. Xiao Yushu wore a smile on his face and looked at the spring flowers standing outside the window without saying a word. Xiao Zhong and Lai Meier entered the study successively and saluted Xiao Yushu. Xiao Zhong was older and asked first, Master Seiji, I wonder what I can do for you. Xiao Yushu turned his head to look at the two and laughed. I've recently acquired something, so I'll ask Uncle Zhong and Sister Meier to grow an eye. Xiao Zhong and Lai Meier glanced at each other. The two of them did not have a large range of business overlap. The only thing that needed to be jointly referenced was items related to the Jinan army. Could it be a weapon? The thought floated up to both of them at the same time, and sure enough, they saw Xiao Yushu reach out and uncover the linen cloth covering the table, and underneath was a pair of fine armor. Heavy armor? Cold iron? An old man and a young man exclaimed at the same time, and both of them instantly changed their faces. Both of them pounced in front of the armor at the same time. Xiao Zhong's old arms and legs swiftly and surprisingly not the least bit worse than Lai Meier. This is the cold iron armor? Old man Xiao Zhong's eyes shone with essence, and his voice unexpectedly choked. Or 1,000 years of cold iron? With that the old man sprang to his feet with a roar that shook the study. Who is such a loser? Using 1,000 years of cold iron to make armor? I'm going to smack him with a big ear dash. The old man was so excited he was on the verge of tears. 1,000 years of cold iron are ordinary swords and knives, plus 2 or 2,000 years of cold iron. Immediately become a treasure knife-sharp weapon. This full armor has to be 60 or 70 pounds. Right. Surprisingly, too wasteful loser Xiao Yushu, Uncle Zhong. You're not scolding me, are you? Lai Meier's eyes were glowing, and she reached out to tug on the pair of armor. Xiao Zhong tugged. What are you doing? Lai Meier called out. My big name is Lai Iron Clothes, and this top-notch iron clothes is just for me. I'll try it on first. Xiao Zhong was furious. How precious is this kind of armor? Of course it is the most respected person in the house who tries it on first. By virtue of you also deserve? Lai Meier was also furious. I am still the woman of the world Sun Na. Could it be that you're also the woman of Seiji? And that Seiji is willing to kiss you and hug you so that you can give him a child? Shut up. If you dare to seduce the son of the world, I'll report the great general to behead you. Xiao Yushu covered his face and let out a long sigh. It's really underestimated how tempting the cold iron armor is to a military general. These two, who are usually as close as father and daughter, are on the verge of a fight? Chapter 63, The Bloodshed Caused by the Cold Iron Armor. Ahem. Xiao Yushu coughed lightly, and the heated bickering stopped. Xiao Zhong looked at Xiao Yushu with a kind face and doggedly bragged. Master Shitzi, the old slave from more than 10 years ago can see that you are amazingly talented. A dragon and phoenix among men. My Jinan Marquis House is bound to flourish under the leadership of Master Shitzi, and in the future it will not matter if you are crowned as a prince or a king. Lai Meier is dry. Koro, May would like to unlock a new game. Ha? Xiao Yushu was taken aback. Lai Meier, you dare to test this son of the world in this way. It's really, Seiho dash. Xiao Zhong was in a hurry. The little hoof is not talking about martial virtues. The old butler almost sobbed for blood. The old slave for the Jinan Marquis fighting worry for a lifetime. Even a son and a half a daughter are not. Usually regard the Shitzi master as his own son and nephew in general. You even the small request I. The old man covered his chest and staggered unsteadily to his feet, looking like he couldn't catch his breath. Xiao Yushu was startled and rushed forward to support him. Uncle Zhong, don't be in a hurry. Quickly sit down and slow down. You are the most respected person in the house. This armor still needs to be tried on by you first. Really? You didn't forget about your old uncle just because of little? Holy, the old guy swears pretty hard. Lai Meier glared angrily with her beautiful eyes, spinning around, angry and helpless at the old scoundrel. No, how can it be? Furthermore, they are all family members. How can there be any small? Xiao Yushu said with a smile. Deli, thanks for your concern for the old slave. Master Shitzi. Xiao Zhong's eyes flashed with a cunning light, and his hands grabbed more than 60 pounds of iron armor, and his body ran away in a puff of smoke. The old slave will try it on for 2 days and send it back to the world master. Ahahaha, cold iron armor dash. Xiao Yushu and Lai Meier glanced at each other. It's not that people get old and bad, it's that bad people get old. Lai Meier's mouth turned away, her tall body leaning towards Xiao Yushu, softly aggrieved. Xiao Lang, everyone bullies Meier. Xiao Yushu smiled as he pulled her to another table and lifted the linen cloth. Lai Meier covered her mouth with both hands in surprise. Wow, Koro, you're great. It's still you who cares for Meier Sandash. Lai Meier reached out to undo the palace skirt ties, but Xiao Yushu held it down. What do you want? Lai Meier was surprised. A cloak of armor. I would like to try it on. Shall I not take off my gown first? Xiao Yushu said righteously. Take it back to your room and wear it. I don't have a car in this den. The next morning was early, just after dawn. Xiao Yushu was still dreaming, and Su Baila was snuggled up next to him, when a sudden wailing clamor came from outside. What's going on here? Xiao Yushu immediately woke up and frowned as he looked out. What happened? I'll go with you to see. Su Baila rubbed her eyes and said softly. Xiao Yushu looked at the sleepy Su Baila with her own lazy and charming style. He smiled softly, dotingly. Why don't you get some more sleep? I'll just take care of it. He put on his clothes and walked out of the room, and his maid, Cold Shadow, was already serving outside. She came up and whispered, it's old steward Zhao's wife who's here and is crying outside. God damn it? Xiao Yushu was taken aback. Could it be that someone saw that cold Tiejia saw the money and hurt Xiao Zhong? He walked out of the courtyard with big strides, only to see Xiao Zhong's wife, Lu, crying outside with a granny. This Lu's early 40s, looks round, usually a kind and gentle look, at this time is the face of sadness and anger. Aunt Willow, what happened? Xiao Yushu stepped forward with a serious face and asked. Willow cried as she rubbed the corners of her fat face with her handkerchief. Master Shitzi, you have to do it for me. I can't stand that old killjoy. Ha! Xiao Yushu froze for a moment, and his heart relaxed. Looks like Uncle Chung didn't get killed and take his armor. Lu's always been honest and virtuous. What did Uncle Zhong do that made his wife so annoyed? Could it be that the old man went to the Ministry of Education in private? He said earnestly and affectionately. Auntie Lu, don't be anxious and speak slowly. Don't worry, as the son of the Marquis of Jinan, if anyone dares to bully you, I will definitely stand up for you. Willow cried out with her heart in her mouth. That old kill talent also don't know where to get a pair of armor. Yesterday all day wearing not take off, he wore it even when he ate, and he wore it when he walked, and he didn't listen even when I advised him. Armor? Xiao Yushu was startled, and the corners of his mouth twitched a little straight. The enthusiasm of a military general for cold iron armor is unimaginable to an onlooker. I'm afraid it's like a fan meeting Lionel Messi, an LSP meeting Yang Dimi, and a gold-digging woman meeting a Ferrari. At night, he suddenly, Lu's fat face showed a look of shame and anger as she said, that old murderer said he had suddenly become young, and pulled me to perform shameful deeds. The old body yesterday felt the cold. Let him go to find Aunt Chen went. They're expected. That old guy just. She clenched her teeth in anger. Anyway, it's all shameless, so I won't hide it from Master Shitzi. That old killing genius didn't even take off his armor when he got into bed, and fell on the bed at once. Poor Aunt Chan's little body and bones. She couldn't get up from his crushing injuries before she had even performed the act. Uncle Zhong, Xiao Yushu dumbfounded. Just that armor is 60 or 70 pounds. That's your concubine Aunt Chen, not the yellow horse you rode when you were young. Carrying a full body of heavy armor you can still gallop and charge. Xiao Yushu easily persuaded Lu, and called the doctor in the house, brought good medicine and followed Lu to see Aunt Chen, which made this matter stop. Come on man, Xiao Yushu droned out. Although the old housekeeper Xiao Zhong was highly respected, this kind of joke could not be repeated. He was going to call Xiao Zhong over and give him a good persuasion. This old man is disrespectful to the old. What's the rule of my Marquis of Jinan's house? Seiji, the head of the personal soldiers, Yu Qianrun, immediately stepped forward to respond. Xiao Yushu frowned and asked, where's Lai Tai? Yu Qianrun hesitated and said, Commander Lai is in the backyard, practicing his armor for the charge. Charge in armor? A bad feeling rose in Xiao Yushu's heart. Paralyzing the backyard is a garden, not a martial arts arena. What the hell are you doing? He hurriedly ran towards the backyard, with Yu Qianrun following closely. Once he arrived at the backyard, Xiao Yushu's eyes were wide open. Asterisk 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 Nima, my tea tree, my tea flower dash. Just see come iron clothes cold iron armor 5 flowers horse, face scarlet drink wine. The hands of the iron flail mighty sweep out, rumble another tea tree fell. Petals were flying all over the sky, and a tea tree was already down on the ground. The brocade-like, colorful tea forests are already half gone. Lai Mayor you stop it for me. Xiao Yushu was furious and copied a nearby wooden stick and rushed up. Only then did Lai Mayor come to her senses from her drunkenness, and as soon as she was happy to get the precious armor, she drank a few jars, not expecting to destroy the beloved tea forest of the world's sun. She immediately pivoted her horse, panicked and timid, and turned around and ran. Xiao Shitzi followed closely behind, and as he rushed across the martial arts arena, he smoothly exchanged his stick for a 100-pound long-handled sword. The booming sound is unending. The Marquis of Jinnan's residence passed through another lively and festive morning. Chapter 64 Auntie, You and My Father, General Wuben's residence, main hall. Xiao Yushu sat on the main guest seat and surveyed the surroundings, while cold shadows stood by the side. There are 5 upper rooms in this main hall. The one in the center is called Wuan Hall, and there are side rooms on both sides. Wuan Hall is similar to the living room of the latter days, arranged not rich and noble, but also atmospheric and clear, showing the valiant and regular temperament of the military general's family. To the side were small corridors and bedrooms, and a couple of smoky cages where the maids and maids lived. A smoked cage is a small room with a partition, and there is a similar structure in the back house of the Marquis of Jinnan. Only the Jinnan Marquis mansion covers a vast area. The main parlor is an independent atmospheric complex. There are specialized for the subordinates to rest adjacent to the holding building. Smoked cage only in the secondary courtyard bedroom appeared. Today, Xiao Yushu had come to pay a special visit to Marquis Jinnan's family friend, General Wuben Shan's family. General Shan List Chong, now serving as General Wuben Lang of Zhuo Wuwei, The Great Zhou Forbidden Army was divided into 4 guards, the left and right Primus guards, and the left and right martial guards. Each guard had 50,000 men, totaling 200,000 men, together with the 50,000 Imperial Guards and the 60,000 to 70,000 Shangjing City defense troops. These 300,000 or so people were the central force of the Great Zhou court. There was a general for each of the left and right armed guards, and under the left armed guard general was the left armed guard Wubanlanggong. Shan Chong is considered to be the second in command of the left military guards, from the third rank of the military officials. In the military officials who participated in the court shift is considered to be on the upper position. The Shan mansion was considered a family friend of the Marquis of Jinan, and General Shan and his wife had a deep friendship with the parents of Xiao Luotian and Xiao Yushu's siblings. When the parents of Zhao's siblings were alive, the two families were close, and even when their parents were no longer alive, the Shan family also cared for Zhao's siblings. Shan Chong also personally led troops to participate in the Battle of Yunchuan River mouth and fought side by side with Xiao Luotian, which was considered an alliance congealed by the fire of war. Mrs. Shan didn't mind Xiao Yushu either, and often called him to her house for meals, and even sewed him clothes for all seasons with her own hands, treating him just like her own son. Only later did the two houses gradually become estranged due to some trivialities, mainly because Marquis Xiao Luotian of Jinan flipped with Shan Chan, the eldest daughter of Shan House. The two women were originally bosom friends since childhood, and their relationship was quite good. For some reason, the relationship got worse and worse, and then they actually got into a fight over a trivial matter. That big Miss Shan's martial arts were not weak, but where was she a match for an amazing genius like Xiao Luotian? Surprisingly, he was directly beaten and spat out blood, and the relationship between the two families has since taken a sharp turn for the worse, becoming seldom exchanged. When Xiao Yushu got married, General and Mrs. Shan didn't attend, but only had their eldest son, Shan Chang, send a gift over. But now that he thought back, Xiao Yushu had already guessed Xiao Luotian's purpose. Hongjia Emperor that old thing suspicion suppression non-marquis, Xiao Luotian afraid of single family was implicated, was treated as the wings of the Jinnan army was cut off, only deliberately estranged from the single family. According to the grapevine, Emperor Hongjia had wanted to transfer Shan Chang to the front line of Hedong where he was fighting against the barbarians, and he also wanted to marry the eldest Shan girl far away from Yuzhou to be a concubine to the tyrannical Yan king. This dog emperor nominally said that let Shan Wei more training, in the future to be reused, but not put him in the familiar left military guards, also not put in the Jinnan army system. The Hedong army was sent directly to the front line of the Hedong army, and on the battlefield, the swords and spears are blind, so it is possible that the people will die at any time. As for that King Yan, there are more than a dozen side chambers that have died in the mansion, including many daughters of large families, so letting Dame Shan go and marry him would be sending her to her death. Emperor Hongjia's ruthlessness and underhandedness is evident. Now the situation in the court has changed dramatically. The second prince's lineage has risen, and the fifth prince's power has been greatly reduced. The emperor had already taken care of himself, and the Marquis of Jinan naturally had to pick up his former allies. Xiao Yushu remembered the Guanlong group in Sui and Tang dynasties. The military generals hugged together and whoever became the emperor had to look at our faces. If you don't like it then change the emperor. If not then change Sui to Tang. When the time comes, I, Mr. Xiao, will also become a prime minister and affectionately care about the living and breathing of the emperor's concubines every day. For example, that right beauty rich and charming, flavorful Gong Guifei, and the emperor's old man newly established small queen. I heard that it is still the first beauty of the Hedong road. Just as Smooth thought of this, he heard footsteps stomping, and a young woman in a waist-length jacket, tall and leggy, with a heavy bosom rushed in. Her almond-like eyes could not help but light up when she saw Xiao Yushu, as if she was as warm as if she had been in a drought for a long time, and then she was a bit resentful. Xiao Yushu, what are you doing here? This is Miss Shan, right? I have to call Sister Shan. Sister Shan. Shan Chan's delicate body trembled. Her eyes were immediately covered with mist, and she turned around, not daring to look at Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but be a bit embarrassed by her. Dude, why do you look like you've met a bad guy? It's as if we made a promise to be together, but someone broke it up. Shan Chan hummed and turned her back to Xiao Yushu, revealing an extremely beautiful and smooth waist and hip curve. She said in a cold voice, "Go away, I don't want to see you. It's enough that you have your sister dash." This. Xiao Yushu felt that there was a lot of information in these words. Could it be that the two sisters fought back then and really fought, and it had something to do with me? How thick-skinned was Xiao someone and immediately said in a warm voice, "I haven't seen Sister Shan for a long time, and Yushu is very nostalgic in his heart, thinking of my sister taking care of me in my childhood. I couldn't help but come." Shan Chan had covered her face, her shoulders shaking. "It's not. You're crying now? My god, are ancient girls so simple? Xiao Yushu hurriedly took out a napkin and handed it over. Shan Chan, however, didn't pick it up, still aggrieved and wiping her tears. Xiao Yushu had no choice but to take matters into his own hands and use a handkerchief to gently wipe away her tears. Shan Chan immediately reddened her pretty face, feeling the temperature coming from the thin towel and handkerchief. She only felt her face a little hot and tingly, and could not help but blow her breath like an orchid. Xiao Yushu admired the beauty's shy look from a close distance, and couldn't help but secretly say that this Xiao Shitzi was a bit silly. But his woman's fortune was quite good, and that this sister Shanshan's obvious affection for him wasn't as simple as it was for her younger brother. Right at this moment, a faint woman's laugh came out. Xiao Yushu hurriedly shrunk his hand, and Shanshan hurriedly wiped away her tears and glared fiercely at Xiao Yushu. A noble woman dressed in a crimson wide-sleeved dress walked in a dignified manner. Her charm is still not see the age. Eyes look forward to the god. Between the eyebrows was born with the atmosphere of valiant temperament. It is Wu Benlang General Single Chang's wife Fan. Greetings Aunt Fan. Xiao Yushu bowed with a respectful salute. When Fan heard Xiao Yushu call her aunt, she felt a little happy in her heart. If Xiao Yushu had called her Mrs. Shan, it would have been a birthright, and calling her aunt would still have been cordial. She did not show her face. Willow eyebrows raised to dislike 2 sentences. Suddenly remembered that Xiao Yushu stupid crazy, today can come to the door is already very hard. She instantly softened her heart and said gently, Yushu is here? Stay for lunch at noon. Your Uncle Chong shot a goose outside the barracks, and it's the perfect day to stew it for you to try. Yes, thank you auntie. Xiao Yushu's heart is slightly warm. Even if the two families have been estranged for so long, Fan still treats him as her own son or nephew. Mrs. Fan sighed as she looked at Xiao Yushu's handsome appearance that resembled his father's, and the words in her heart couldn't help but come out of her mouth. You children are also pitiful. If your father married me back then, where would you be like this today with no one to take care of and love you? Ha! Xiao Yushu was taken aback and, what did you say, auntie? You and my dad. Chapter 65 The Faith of the Warlord. I have nothing to do with your father. Mrs. Fan's guiding eyes made to roll her eyes and spit. If anything, now you won't call me aunt, you'll have to call me mother. Mother. Single big girl's face was red with shame, hurriedly interrupted with a voice. Her mother could speak really bluntly. Even though Yushu wasn't an outsider, it was too embarrassing. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but look at Shan Chan. This childhood friend's face was delicate and petite. Her curves were slim and graceful, and her unique flavor was like a lilac flower standing in a pavilion. It's not a bad idea to call your mother. Mrs. Fan's expression was still a bit unpleasant, but she undeniably retained Xiao Yushu for dinner. Not long after the partial hall opened a banquet. The banquet is very sumptuous. Wuban General House during the holidays are not so good dishes. Just then, 2 men angrily barged into the briny hall. The man in the lead was in his early 40s, of medium build, strong and powerful, and was none other than General Shan Chong of the Wuban Lang. The tall and brawny young man behind him is the Shan family's eldest son, Shan Chang, who is now working as a flag officer in the left military guard. Shan Chong sneered when he saw Xiao Yushu. Where did this noble wind come from, blowing Marquis Jinnan's son to my home? Both Mrs. Fan and Shan Chan frowned, and both mother and daughter clenched their fists at the same time. Xiao Yushu bowed and saluted. Uncle Shan, I did wrong. I should have come earlier to greet you and auntie. Shan Chong glared at him and grunted. A few years do not see, but is out of shape. Speak also clear a lot. Only blame you single uncle official do too small. Several times called you kid to the family dinner are not invited. Shan Chan's tone was obviously dissatisfied, but guarding Xiao Yushu still held a lady's frame. She softly snapped, Father, stop it. Shan Lu was annoyed at something else. He called out, Xiao Yushu, first you married that Linchuan County princess, and then you married the daughter of the Cheng Yi family after you withdrew from the marriage. In that case, why did you still come to mess with my sister? Shan Chan turned her head to look at her big brother expressionlessly, her fists crunching with bones. Mrs. Fan slapped the table. That's enough. Shut the up. Her voice was not high, but it was extremely majestic. Today, Yushu came to visit us, so everyone sit down and eat properly. Anyone who is any more shifty, get the hell out of here. Shan Chang's father and son looked at each other, and seeing that they would be at a disadvantage in terms of both force and family status, they snapped their mouths shut and sat down honestly. Mrs. Fan personally held a spoon and scooped up a stewed and fragrant goose leg into Xiao Yushu's bowl and laughed. Yushu, try the stewed goose legs. They taste good. With a red face, Shan Chan also caught a goose wing and placed it on the plate in front of Xiao Yushu's eyes. Yushu, have a wing root and more. Xiao Yushu nodded his head and thanked him, and Shan Chan smiled sweetly, happier than if he had eaten it himself. The father and son of Shan Chong looked on, and the two of them were instantly jealous. Shan Chong grunted, this goose is still my shot, and no one gave me a piece of meat. Single depressly poured a glass of wine and drank it down. Shan Chong actually understood that the Marquis of Jinan took the initiative to alienate in order not to implicate them. But he was also upset. What did he take him? Shan Chong. 4. Did the emperor suppress the Marquis of Jinan's residence? And he became a wallflower, not daring to approach? He opened his mouth and murmured, "You Shu, don't be so formal with Uncle Shan. The Marquis of Jinan and I have been friends for 2 generations. If you were in danger, how could I stand by and not care? You siblings are thinking of me in this way, but you're wrong." In his opinion, if the Marquis of Jinan collapsed, then the Shan family would never be able to stand alone, and could only accompany the Xiao family siblings in a big mess. Xiao Yushu nodded his head deeply, then toasted with both hands holding the cup. Shan Chong drank it all in one go, and Shan Chang grunted and drank it too under his sister's threatening gaze. The martial arts is so simple. A cup of fixed Ran Nuo, Danshin Death Life Light. Since then the 2 families have returned to being allies, sharing the same spirit. Xiao Yushu smiled. I came in a hurry today, and only brought some thin gifts for Aunt Shan uncle, so be sure to accept them. Mrs. Fan, still giving him food, snapped. What kind of gifts are you bringing? This is your home. How can you go home and bring gifts? Shan Chan chimed in. You Shu, you'd better bring it back. Just come over and play with me. Don't bring anything. Xiao Yushu opened 2 wooden boxes and sent them over. This is the honey flower for Auntie and Sister Cindy. It's Mrs. Fan's heart suddenly thumped. She took it in surprise. The dried flowers that were as red as flames were gorgeous to the extreme. A valuable huma flower that nourishes the face and removes wrinkles? Shan Chan looked at it, her pretty face slightly red with surprise, shyly holding the box and smiling. What woman could resist such a gift? Besides, it's only a small box. Yushu is a peace of mind. It would be cruel not to accept it. The 2 women joyfully surveyed the locket, reaching out their jade fingers to fiddle with the dried petals and whispered. Shan Chong was very displeased and coughed to assume a parental stance. What are you guys doing? Is there any point in this? You can't have what Yushu has. His words caused the 2 women to burst into a sneer, a cold aura in their pretty eyes. Shan Cultivation also assumed the posture of a big brother and said to Shan Chan, Maisie, you're not allowed to take anything from Xiao Yushu. He's already married. You have to keep your distance from him. Shan Chan smiled. Brother, sister hasn't asked you to teach her martial arts for a long time. Let's practice in a while. Single cultivation. Shan Chong said seriously. Yushu, your uncle Shan is not short of things here. I'm your uncle. I can only give you things. How can I ask for your gifts? Xiao Yushu said with great difficulty. My gift for you, Uncle Shan, has already been brought, and it's quite heavy. Why don't Uncle Shan take a look at it anyway? I'm just sending goose feathers for thousands of miles. Just a meager token of appreciation. Shan Chong waved his hand in a majestic and atmospheric manner. Don't look at it. Yushu, take it straight back. If you come over later to get another gift, you will not be allowed in directly. Xiao Yushu got up and went back to the living room and carried the large box that he had brought with him. He smiled and opened the box. What's this? This is. Ha, is this armor? The 2 men, father and son, Shan Chong, froze and then fumed, finally turning horrified. Both men threw away their glasses and hollered as they both crouched down next to that box. Only a pair of armor was seen stacked neatly and lying quietly in the middle of a wooden box. The armor was extremely well built, but more importantly, the texture on the black armor pieces, sunken and thick with frosty lines, as if after the burning of heavenly fire, and after the cold forging of severe cold, transformed into 1,000 years of immortal toughness and solidity. Shan Chong sucked in a cold breath. This is cold iron armor? Monoculture reached out and carefully stroked the piece of armor. Oh my god, the frost pattern is so clear. This has to be cold iron that has been formed for hundreds of years, right? Shan Chong immediately cursed. What hundreds of years? This can't even be seen. It's definitely cold iron that has been formed for 1,000 years. 1,000 years of cold iron, unexpectedly willing to make armor. This set of armor can be really. He sighed repeatedly, touching it around reluctantly, eager to try it on himself. This tama is not armor. This is the faith of a military general. Xiao Yushu laughed. I gave this set of armor to Uncle Shan as an apology. Shan Chan looked at Xiao Yushu with a serious gaze and spoke. Sage son-in-law, ever since I was a kid I knew you had it in you. Chapter 66, Spring rain like a thread, willow like a knife. Halfway through the banquet, Mrs. Fan pulled Shan Chan away from the table to prepare the soup. In fact, such things are handled by their own underlings, and left to facilitate the conversation of a few men. Without the women present, the atmosphere was suddenly more boisterous and enthusiastic. Xiao Yushu and Shan Chong, father and son, drank until their glasses were dry, and drank painfully for a while. Shan Chong slapped the table and laughed bashfully. Yushu is much more painful nowadays, and this is a good drink. Single cultivation road. Not bad. When you were grunting over a drink, you really didn't look like a man. Xiao Yushu laughed and held his cup. Drink this cup to the brim. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The three of them drank another drink, and Xiao Yushu lowered his voice and smiled. Does Uncle Shan have any further ideas? Shan Chong is the second in command of the left guard, and furthermore, naturally, he is in charge of the left guard. Shan Chang's eyes flashed as he sighed and shook his head. General Kai has His Majesty's trust, and I'm afraid he'll be staying on for the next few years. General Kai Chang of the left martial guard was a direct descendant of Emperor Hongxia, and had only been on the left martial guard for 2 years. If there were no major changes, I'm afraid that Shan Chong would have been pressed down by Kai Collar. Xiao Yushu smiled faintly, coldness flickering in his eyes. If he doesn't want to go, we'll send him away. Both father and son, Shan Chong and Shan Chang, were startled at the same time, not knowing what Xiao Yushu meant by sending him away. Xiao Yushu said slowly, as long as Uncle Shan can control the left martial guards, I'll take care of Kai Collar. What are you going to do about it? A little nervous, Single Plowshares pursued the question. Xiao Yushu snorted. Brother C, do you know why we had a hard time in the past? The Jinnan army has 200,000 troops in its hands, but my siblings and I were forced by the emperor to take every step. Uncle Shan has been in the army for many years and is highly respected, yet he was overpowered by that little kid Kai Collins. It's because we're too honest, too disciplined. His eyes grew deeper. Now that the situation in the court has changed, it's time for us to live differently. The 100 Flowers House is the top money-selling ghetto in Shangjing. This is the most extravagant place with all the lights, laughter and dancing. At night, needless to say, even during the day, the building is also covered with thick curtains. Inside the lanterns and candles, so that nobles do not distinguish between day and night, do not know the passage of time, only in the inside of the indulgence of pleasure. At C.M., it suddenly started to drizzle. Dark clouds like clouds, fine rain like threads. The usually bright and lively front of the 100 Flowers building also looked a little bleak and depressed. Kai Kalong, dressed in civilian clothes and humming a colorful song, took a retainer out and got into the carriage waiting at the door. Although he was the left martial general, he usually did not sleep in the barracks, but lived in the city. The barracks are harsh and full of rules, so how can he stand the loneliness? Living in the city, with beautiful wives and concubines, and wine and liquor, how happy and comfortable is that? The carriage gradually left the 100 Flowers building, and in the spring rain the big red lantern building of the 100 Flowers building fluttered and swayed. Kai Collar closed his eyes to take a nap. Just now in the 100 Flowers house he ordered 2 flower girl wait. Really a little tired. But what's the point of a man getting a promotion? Silver in women. Naturally. Although the flower girl of this 100 Flowers house is good, she doesn't have the flavor of a good woman. He already had his eye on an itchy-looking mother and daughter selling tofu. Kai Collins saw that day. Immediately rose up the lustful heart. He sent his butler to contact the Shangjing gang, ready to give him captive to the house, then play with a mother and daughter of the people with no one to turn to. Who cares if they live or die? It doesn't matter if some royal historian knows about it. He is His Majesty's close confidant, and he is in charge of the left armed guard on His Majesty's behalf, with important powers and responsibilities. As long as he doesn't rebel, playing with a few or getting a few civilians killed is nothing, and His Majesty will never blame him. The lawsuit is a fight to the heavens, and he can't hurt half a hair. The corners of Kai Collar's mouth brought on a smug smile, which then tightened. Other things can be more indulgent. The left guard has to keep an eye on His Majesty. That's his main task. We have to find a way to finish off that old punk Shan Chong. The old thing doesn't embezzle, doesn't drink soldiers' blood, and doesn't want to deal with the Marquis of Jinnan, a ing traitor at first sight. This kind of treacherous minister has to find a way to find an opportunity to frame him and get him arrested and killed. I heard that his wife and daughter are quite good looking. I must go to the churchyard to try them. Kaching dash. The sky and the earth suddenly lit up, and a thunderclap rang through. The horses pulling the cart were startled for a moment, and stopped with a restorative cry. The driver raised his whip hard, but looked up to see a man in a straw raincoat blocking the front. Lightning lit up once again, illuminating the long sword in the man's hand with a chilling light. Ah! The car driver secretly felt bad and was just about to open his mouth to scream, when the long sword transformed into a flash of light and his head shot up into the sky. Blood poofed and splashed onto the car, clattering down with the rain. The longsword flew back to the demoiselle man's hand, and his figure suddenly surged up, pouncing on the carriage like lightning. Kai Kalon's retainer was about to probe and question the driver, but then he saw a flash of black shadows in front of him, and a strong hand grabbed his neck. With a click, Deng broke his neck. That demoiselle man's figure was like electricity, and he had already scurried into the carriage. Kai Collar's eyes flashed, and there was already a person sitting in front of him. The man's eyes were as cold and biting as a long sword. Kai Collar trembled. His face changed color in horror, and his lapel had already been grabbed by the man. What are you? The demoiselle didn't say much and smiled faintly. General Kai, go well. Before Kai Collar could make a sound, the man thrust a sword into his brother's chest. 1 sword, 2 swords, 6 consecutive swords. The swords penetrated through the chest, all the way through the carriage wall. Just before the demoiselle man attacked and killed Kai Collar, Chui Yong, the deputy commander of the palace guards, stood at the top of the gable mansion of the 100 Flowers building, looking down to see off Kai Collar's carriage. His coat fluttered and his eyes were like falcons. General Kai Chang is a powerful general. How could there be no one to escort him? Chui Yong is an expert trusted by Emperor Hongxia. He's strong. He's in the innate realm. Suddenly his eyes stared and his face took on a sneering look. There really is an ungrateful little thief who dares to attack General Kai, really looking for death. With a movement of his body, he had already fallen from the eaves and mansions of the 100 Flowers building, and the power of heaven and earth added to himself as he rushed towards the direction where the demoiselle man had appeared like lightning. In an alley, however, a man blocked his way. The man's figure was 5 shorts, his face was ugly, and his mouth was crooked in a very lewd manner. He gave Chui Yong a crooked smile and spoke kindly. Damn you, Kai, go back. Chui Yong sneered. That assassin even had a cohort. It was just right to take care of them together. He droned disdainfully. The rat seeks death. The power of the grand heaven and earth condensed and transformed into the shadow of a lofty mountain, bombarding that person with pressure. An innate expert, condensing the power of heaven and earth to form a shadow. The power of a single strike is 10 times that of a Zhongshu realm martial artist. The crooked-mouthed man gently shook his head and raised his hand. Fine rain is like a thread, and the spring breeze is like a knife. In the dark, dimly lit alley, Chui Yong was on the ground, twitching hard. He had a hideous, horrible wound on his body that, the incredibly sharp weapon almost chopped the upper half of his body in two. Blood rushed down from him like a waterfall, and his eyes grew lax and dull. Chui Yong never dreamed that he would encounter this situation now. The crooked-mouthed man who looked as lewd as Han Rongfa spat in dismay. Chow Nima, how dare you hit on my lover? When I go to buy tofu, I have to pay for it every time. I also have to be a donkey for her to pull the mill to grind the beans, and I have to always please her little daughter, and I haven't even touched her hand yet. Chow, what are you guys? He turned away in indignation, dropping the weapon in his hand. The sharp weapon that had chopped up Chui Yong's innate mountain shadow in that one blow, splitting him almost open. It's actually a mediocre willow branch. Chapter 67, A Man's Face. The demoiselle man's assault on Kai Collar ended, and he simply disappeared into the rain and fog. The rain was getting heavier, leaving only a carriage parked alone in the middle of the street. The blood swooned along the rainwater on the ground, as if rendered in an ink painting. Faintly in the distance came the sound of the clappers of the city defense forces patrolling the streets. Hanfa stood on the roof of a house with a crooked smile and a short-legged stride. It was as if heaven and earth had been compressed, and he was already standing 5 blocks away. He rested his fat hand on his cheek and smacked his lips darkly. Originally wanted to waste the surname Kai, but I didn't expect to be struck by that little guy first. This is good. My old man, what status? To kill a Kai Collar is too low, but counting the silver borrowed that time, already owed him 2 favors. How to return it? Why don't you please, little brother, go scoop up a handful? The more he thought about it, the better he felt, baring his teeth and putting on a lewd smile. The church wardens are too expensive, and those squatters he certainly doesn't know as much as my old man. Expensive seafood is tired of eating. Occasionally eat some farm food roadside stalls. A change of taste is not bad. It's a deal. Satisfied, he walked toward Pinkham Place, humming a little tune. Beautiful face, narrow shoes, dressed up body at first glance. The sound of the warbler's voice is not far from the ear, the sweet spit of Zin Zin, the one that laughs and spits out the tip of the tongue. Early in the morning, the Marquis of Jinnan's residence. What's going on with her? Xiao Yushu, cloaked in his cloak, looked at Lai Mayer, who was dancing and sweating in the martial arts arena with her iron flail, and asked Xiao Zhong in surprise. Xiao Zhong had already taken off the cold iron armor, and his face carried a few scratched-out cuts. The old butler couldn't hide the gloating in his calm tone. Master Shitsi, she went to cope with you and was knocked out by a single move. She didn't even see the person who made the move, and has been practicing her martial arts hard since she came back. Xiao Yushu sighed and shook his head. Last night, he attacked and killed Kai Collar, and Lai Mayer was responsible for blocking or drawing away the experts protecting Kai Collar. He successfully killed Kai Collar, thinking that Lai Mayer had successfully completed her mission as well. If you can fight, then fight. If you can't, then lead away. I did not think that the out of curiosity of another person. To Mayer did not even see the appearance. Good thing that people do not have any malicious intent. Lai Mayer was at the peak of the Zhongshu realm and was born with divine power added to her body. Plus she had fought against the demon race for a long time. Her alertness and fighting instincts were extremely high. She once proudly boasted that she was invincible below the innate level. and that even if she met an innate expert, she could still retreat in one piece. I didn't expect a second move. Xiao Yushu smiled. This was quite good, saving her from being complacent and uninspired all day. Also rely on this Shitsi master's favor bullying, and drink and cut down trees. With her talent, if she had been motivated earlier and practiced martial arts hard, she would have become an innate expert long ago. Xiao Yushu no longer cared about Lai Mei and asked Xiao Zhong with concern. Uncle Zhong, you've settled things at home, right? Auntie Lu and Auntie Chen are quite nice. You should show more compassion and concern for them. Xiao Zhong arrogantly laughed and patted Xiao Yushu's shoulder, his hands pinching his waist, and said, "What do a couple of old ladies know? A few slaps and they'll all be honest. Master Shitsi, it's not that I'm talking about you. A man has to be the boss at home. You still need to learn." Yeah, I've got to learn how to do that. Xiao Yushu looked at the scratches on Uncle Zhong's face, as well as the marks on his scalp where his hair had been ripped out, and nodded facetiously. Men want to save face. Great Zhou Imperial City, Imperial Study Room. Kai Collar is dead? Emperor Hongjia looked at Lu Dogger in disbelief, then burst into a rage and roared lowly. Where is Cui Yong? Didn't I ask him to secretly protect him? How did he let Kai Chung be killed? LV Doggle bent down deeply and whispered. Vice Commander Cui Yong also dead. What? Emperor Hongjia's heart palpitated and he clenched his fists tightly, pinching the bones white. Who did this? Did you find out? Louis Goer knelt down and shook his head. The slave girl is incompetent. I can only tell that the enemy killed Vice Commander Cui with a single slash. I'm afraid I'll have to ask Lord State Master to take action if I can't see the rest. Cui Yong is an innate realm expert. This kind of expert in the world is not many, almost standing in the top of the martial arts tower that wave of people. The enemy, however, only made one cut. What is this horrible truth? This is something that must be investigated. Emperor Hongjia took a deep breath and walked out of the imperial study in large strides, heading towards the Qintian supervisor in the northeast of the imperial city. He suppressed his inner irritation as he considered the rest of the dynasty. The death of Kai Chang, the left martial arts general, will directly involve changes in the dynasty. Recently, the court was in turmoil, and the fifth prince's party was like crazy, jumping out to attack the second prince. But the fifth prince's party was not very powerful, so how could it compete with the Gonlin two parties, which had big roots? The result is that the officials who attacked the second prince, like the suicide charge, have been refuted by the Gonlin two parties surrounded, either relegated out of the capital, or removed from office and imprisoned. If we go on like this, the fifth prince Suzhen will soon become a bare-bones prince. The second is growing in power, still obedient on the surface, but the strength has begun to threaten the power of the emperor. Zhuo Wuwei is a matter of great importance. No matter what, it cannot fall into the hands of the second party. Emperor Hongjia's mood is very bad. Originally everything is smooth and steady, all in his grasp of the dynasty, these days suddenly like a wild horse, out of control. After a few moments, his clenched fists unclenched and he took a deep breath and began to rationalize the problem. A new left martial general must be appointed immediately. Emperor Hongjia went through all the possible candidates in his head. After thinking about it, I finally realized that the most suitable one was actually the current Lang General Shan Chong of the left military guard. He also wanted to appoint a hardcore direct line to remain in charge of the left armed guard, but the military was a violent group with its own set of operating laws. Pride of arms, the head of a sword. The average man can't hold down a scene. Kai Collar was already his carefully trained direct line. Where would he find a replacement if he suddenly died? The others are either not senior enough, or their positions are unclear, and they risk being bought off by the emperor. General Shan Chong of the Wuban Lang is not considered to be in the emperor's direct line, but the man has one advantage: he doesn't form parties. He had been in the military for a long time, had enough prestige and seniority, and did not belong to any of the three imperial princes' parties. Then let him work for now and replace him later with the right person. Emperor Hongjia arrives outside of the Qintian temple and accidentally finds the empress's phoenix carriage. He frowned slightly and asked the palace maid who was standing guard, "When did the queen come?" The palace maid replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, it has been 3 moments since the empress came to have an audience with the state master." Emperor Hongjia stood for a moment, his face was as gloomy as water, and with a wave of his robe sleeve he turned away. In the Qintian supervisor, it is another warm and charming scene. Chapter 68 Master of the State of Great Zhou. On the ground floor of the Chinatown, there was an expansive and luxurious hall. In the center of this hall, delicate and light pink curtains and tents were hung on all sides. Surrounded by gauzy curtains is a huge, luxurious spa pool. At this time, the pool was rolling with heat waves and water mist, accompanied by the crisp and playful laughter of the double 10 best people. Just like a fairyland, Empress Jiang Shiyu of the Great Zhou slowly stepped into the spacious hall. She wasn't wearing her court dress, she was wearing the empress' regular clothes. Her face was a little pale, and her hands were a little cold. "Empress, don't worry, the slave girl will stay with you." A clear and soft voice came from Jiang Shiyu. Jiang Shiyu looked sideways. It was none other than Bao He, the maid who had accompanied her since she was a child. Bao He held her hand tightly and looked at her gently and encouragingly. A slight warmth came from Jiang Shiyu's hand as she nodded at Bao He and smiled slightly. The two women gradually approached the hot spring pool, and there was a strange aroma with a sulfur flavor coming from it. Bao He said softly, "It smells so good. What kind of fragrance is this?" Jiang Shiyu shook her head. For some reason, that aroma, but she smelled a stinky and unpleasant odor, making the mind and heart suddenly tighten, and then that feeling disappeared. In the center of the hot spring water, there was a beauty with skin as white as jade and a face as beautiful as the country's. She gently stretched her limbs. Her posture was as graceful as a dance. This pouring beauty was none other than Fu Qingyi, the state master of the Great Zhou and one of the 10 greatest masters in the world. In the periphery of Fu Guoshi, several wonderful palace maids giggled, or scrubbed her snow-like skin, or played with water and frolicked, looking very joyful and relaxed. Bao He pursed his lips and whispered, "The state master Sama is easygoing, and she doesn't care about these palace maidens playing around." Jiang Shiyu gazed at it, but she felt that something was wrong. She has been very observant since she was a child, much more so than her peers. At this moment, she looked closely at the expressions of those palace maids, but realized that they were wearing smiles on their faces, but each of their smiles were raw and unnatural, to the point that they were almost shaking. "They are at fear." The expression on her face remained unchanged, and at this moment, she had sensed that although the state master had not turned his head, he had actually been quietly observing her, like a carnivorous beast in the middle of the jungle that is quietly spying on its prey ahead. Jiang Shiyu put on the standard aristocratic smile she had honed over the years in her family, graceful and elegant yet maintaining her poise. She said in a tiny, imperceptible voice, "You stand here, don't go forward." Bao He froze and stood still. Jiang Shiyu had already walked to the hot spring pool in style. In the mist of water, the beautiful Fu Qingyi looked like a fairy who descended from the 9 heavens. The moment she turned her head, even Jiang Shiyu, who came from the famous Jiang clan and was made empress last year after entering the palace and having seen many beautiful women before and after, couldn't help but gently choke. Just see the pool of women, almond eyes crystal, eyebrow cherry lips, temperament high China free, at a glance is the world's most independent beauty. Is there really such a flawless woman in the world? Jiang Shiyu almost looked dumbfounded until the other's eyes turned. Those beautiful eyes are like the stars in the dark night, deep and bright, and like an erect sword, sharp and penetrating into the heart of others. "Empress, you're here?" Her voice was soft and lazy, carrying a sense of pouting and intimacy, gently draping around Jiang Shiyu. Jiang Shiyu bowed gracefully. "Heiyue meets Lord State Master." Fu Qingyi smiled. Her voice seemed like a clear spring flowing. "Empress calling me like this is a raw deal. How about this? You call me Qingyi and I call you Shiyu?" Jiang Shiyu smiled shyly and hurriedly returned, "Thank you, Lord State Master, for your kind words. In that case, Shiyu has overstepped her bounds. The 10 greatest masters of heaven wanted to be friends with her. Who could refuse? Even if she was the queen, she couldn't refuse, could she?" Fu Qingyi smiled wryly, with a few flirtations. "Since we're friends now, let's take a hot spring bath together. Heiyue won't be ungrateful, will she?" Jiang Shiyu's pretty face blushed as she gently scanned the 4 directions, only to see that this place was full of women. The halls were empty and there was absolutely no place to hide a man. She sighed inwardly and helplessly, squirming as she lightly removed her tunic. Bao He, who was standing at the back, just wanted to come over to help, but was immediately stopped by Jiang Shiyu's stern look. Boho was a little shocked, but had to stand still. Fu Qingyi laughed softly and pinched his orchid fingers, posing like a peacock, as if he didn't even see this small action. Jiang Shiyu stripped down to nothing and carefully approached the hot spring pool. It was then that she realized that the water of the hot springs was very murky, a cloudy water with a grayish tinge, and through this murky water, the bottom of the pool could be vaguely seen to be decorated with dark yellow stones with black veins. Fu Qingyi laughed. "Heiyue has a really nice body." Jiang Shiyu blushed. She was known for her beauty even in the Jiang clan, just did not expect that after her sister, Empress Xianchun, died of illness, she was suddenly chosen by Emperor Hongjia and came to the palace to be established as the empress. Everyone said that Emperor Hongjia was deeply in love, infatuated with her sister, before marrying her sister to make up for the love of her sister. But after she joined the palace, she always felt that this was not the case. So far, it's been a year and the emperor hasn't touched her. Jiang Shiyu sighed softly, starting from her aunt, to her sister, and then to her. The Jiang family had already produced 3 queens, honored and respected by the world. But when she was in the middle of it, she always felt like she was walking on thin ice, and her heart wasn't steady. Fu Qingyi moved closer to her. The 2 beautiful bodies were very close to each other. The picture was absolutely beautiful and moving. She laughed softly. Hey, Yue is such a little beauty, much like your sister. Jiang Shiyu's heart stirred. The state master is a martial arts master. Long time in the palace may know some of her sister's past, so she asked earnestly and carefully. Aoba, can you tell me something about my sister? My sister died young at only 30 years old, and my family and I are sad and miss her. Fu Qingye's eyes flashed with a strange light and the corner of his mouth turned upwards as he laughed. Of course I know about your sister, and I know quite a bit. Would you like to hear about it? Jiang Shiyu hurriedly nodded her head. Many thanks to the state master. No many thanks to Aoba. Fu Qingye giggled, her wonderful body swaying and swinging. She stomped her foot gently and softly. Come out. The entire hot spring pool suddenly shook and slowly swayed. Jiang Shiyu thought it was an earthquake. Then she realized that the hall didn't move. It was her feet that moved violently. The stone beneath her feet suddenly shifted, becoming slippery and elastic with a rough, abrasive feel. The stench in his nose suddenly grew thicker, and the palace maids in the hot spring pool were all colorless, trembling with fear and hardly daring to move. The pool water suddenly shook as if boiling. There was a roar as the waves broke and something broke out of the water. In an instant, Jiang Shiyu's mouth widened, and in an instant, the blood in her entire body froze as a bone-chilling chill enveloped her. It was actually a huge python, as thick as a bucket of water, and the part that stood up on the surface of the water was 3 or 4 meters long. The water was flowing from its ghastly head. On a densely scaled yellow-black body. Clatter. It fell like a strip of waterfall. Chapter 69, True Dragon's Blood. Facing the hideous python, Jiang Xie's body trembled so violently that she could barely stand. Bao He, who was standing at the edge of the pool, let out a cry of alarm and ran forward violently, but was instantly ejected by a force and fell unconscious 3 or 4 feet away. Fu Qingye's eyes were as warm as spring water as she reached out and stroked the boa constrictor, then slammed it. The python's whole body spasmed for a moment, and then there was a bulging thing that gradually surged up from within its body, and finally the python violently opened its huge mouth and spat out a thing. The object was wrapped in dense vines, as if it were still alive and wriggling. The frightening scene scared Jiang Shiyu so much that she hastily took a few steps back. Fu Qingye gently scratched through the air, and the dense vine-like branches instantly all turned into powder and disappeared. When Jiang Shiyu saw what was in that package, her face turned white and she screamed loudly, "Sister!" It turned out to be the body of her sister, the late Empress Hyun Chun. Fu Qingye's voice echoed in the hot spring pool like spring water, a wave of warmth that was extremely gentle. Your sister was a good girl, with a very strong will, and had been holding out for 12 years, until you entered the palace. She even held out for a month before dying. Shiyu, now it's your turn. Master Kakusai Aoba. Jiang Shiyu's entire body was chilled. Her cold hairs stood up, but she realized that she couldn't even move, and she couldn't even make a sound anymore. Fu Qingye smiled sweetly and said, it's a pity that your body is not as healthy as your sister's, and you've taken a lot of drugs since you were a child. It's medicine that is 3 times poisonous. Your body can't be used directly, so I had to put it inside Huanger's snake body to warm it up. It's good that after this period of time, your medicinal poison is almost discharged. She reached out and pressed her hand on top of Empress Shenchuan's pale body. An invisible ripple flickered, and countless raised wrinkles suddenly appeared on top of that body, like the roots of a tree. These root-like wrinkles gradually converge at the heart, transforming into a larger and larger, fist-sized round bump, jumping like a living thing. Jiang Shiyu looked at her sister's remains in grief, angry and scared. She then realized that her earlier suspicions were correct. Her sister did not die of illness, but was killed by the woman with a heart like a snake in front of her. Fu Qingye reached out and grabbed, his hand claws inserted into his torso as if he was cutting tofu with a knife. Her arm shook violently, and there was already a mass of bright red like fire in her snow-white palm. Only then did Jiang Xie see clearly what Fu Qingye was referring to as it. The thing was like a living worm, bright red and crystal clear, struggling and twisting violently. Fu Qingye smiled coldly, and suddenly countless grand forces seemed to be born in the 4 sides of heaven and earth. These grand forces fell layer by layer, pressing down on this red worm like a tidal wave. The red bud gradually struggling to move, gradually ball into a ball, and finally turned into a crystal clear, like coral amber red beads. Fu Qingye walked up to the shocked-looking Jiang Shiyu and said gently, "See, this is the blood of the legendary true dragon." Her white and delicate palms slowly landed on Jiang Shiyu's face and neck, gently caressing it as a hint of pain and struggle appeared in her eyes. Only the color of this struggle was like ice and snow under the blazing sun, and it quickly faded away. The gentleness in her eyes gradually turned into a frenzy, and finally into a coldness tinged with cruelty. Bright, star-like eyes, like the icy vertical pupils of a python. The blood of a true dragon is the most abundant spiritual energy in heaven and earth. If a divine sea realm martial artist takes it, he or she can peer into the heavens and advance to the legendary supreme realm, where he or she will not die for 800 years. Even if ordinary people take it, they can extend their life by 100 years. Who can refuse such temptation? Even the emperor can't refuse. Jiang Shiyu's heart was shaken, instantly understanding why Emperor Hong Jia had called both her and her sister into the palace to be the empress. It must have something to do with this true dragon's blood. The emperor must have known about this for a long time and colluded with the state master in order to extend his life. Sure enough, he then heard Fu Qingyi say, "Unfortunately, this kind of great tonic treasure, but also has an inherent defect. The dragon is an ancient beast. The blood is so overbearing and ferocious, but humans are unable to take it directly. Fortunately, I have found a solution, which is to find a woman with a special physique, raise the dragon blood in her body, and use her vitality and qi and blood to slowly dissolve the ferociousness." Jiang Shiyu stared at Fu Qingyi in grief and pain, stubbornly and indifferently gritting her teeth. "I didn't realize that the state counselor of Great Zhou, the honored and powerful of the world's admiration. Surprisingly, he is such a sneaky and evil demon." Her aunt and sister, the two queens before and after her, all died on top of this dragon blood transformation fury, right? Fu Qingyi's gaze was emotionless and cold. "You guessed correctly, your aunt and your sister both died on top of the dragon blood transformation fury, which is why the two empresses had no heirs. They were both still virgins when they died. You're lucky, because as long as it's nurtured for 30 years, all the fury in the dragon's blood will be removed. You are the last sacrificed daughter of the Jiang family." Fu Qingyi's hand violently pressed on the place where Jiang Shiyu's heart was and pressed the red orb in. Jiang Shiyu only felt that her chest was like being broken open by a sharp blade, but she was never allowed to feel pain, and the endless feeling of pain came in waves. Fu Qingyi's delicate and incomparable body stepped out of the hot spring pool, and the attendant next to her warily draped her in an intricately patterned black floor-length dress. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist as she looked back at Jiang Shiyu, who was unconscious on the ground. The wrinkles bulging at the heart of Jiang Shiyu's wonderful body had gradually shrunk and flattened out, and the true dragon's blood had obviously been planted in her body. Fu Qingyi indifferently said, "Send her and the maids back to Cunning Palace and keep an eye on them." "Yes, master of the state." Two maids came forward, holding a hideous wolf's head-like mask, grim and eerie. Fu Qingyi put the wolf head mask on his head, only revealing a pair of bloodthirsty and icy eyes, black hair draped in saffron and black background of the long dress, secretive and evil like a demon. "The hour has come. It's time to go to the sacrificial stargazer." The thought of stargazing reminded her of the strong revelation of stargazing 3 years ago. Her martial arts path unexpectedly clashed exactly with Marquis Jinnan's Xiao Luotian. Once Xiao Luotian broke through the innate bottleneck and advanced into the divine sea realm, it would be a huge threat to her. A scowl flashed in Fu Qingyi's eyes. "Go and offer the 10,000 spirit liquid to the emperor and ask him to summon Xiao Yushu to the palace for a banquet. The 10,000 spirit liquid is placed in the wine, and give the wine to Xiao Yushu to drink. The 10,000 spirit liquid is made of hundreds of poisons, which is the most poisonous in the world. And this poison has a characteristic that it will only gradually kick in after taking it for half a year. If Xiao Yushu had suffered an attack of poisoning, Xiao Luotian would have inevitably rushed back to Shangjing." Fu Qingyi smiled grimly. She originally didn't want to act this directly and roughly, but who let the emperor not give a damn? Never able to get Xiao Luotian into the palace? In these 2 years, she had repeatedly sent people out to assassinate Xiao Luotian, but they were unsuccessful. It would be too risky again if she did it herself. Xiao Luotian has been operating in the 3 southwestern states for a long time, with a large army ringing the side of the arch, and it is hard to predict the victory or defeat of a duel there. Now that the Jinnan Marquis is getting stronger and stronger, the emperor can no longer suppress it, and it can no longer be delayed. Fu Qingyi's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty and vicious light. "No one can stop me from living forever. I can't rest easy until these 2 siblings are dead." Chapter 70, Christmas? Clang! The airflow burst and flew, and Xiao Yushu immediately felt like scraping his face like a knife. His eyes clashed harshly with Lai Meier, each of them morose and cold, not budging. "The first thing you do when you wake up every day is to fight with Mei. A healthy lifestyle is to get up early and exercise." Xiao Yushu raised his sword to hold the iron flail and smiled coldly as he looked at Meier. "Sister Meier, still think I'm a child to be taken by your whims?" Lai Meier's iron flail gradually increased in strength, and the abundant divine power pressed down as if it were a titanic mountain. "Koro, no matter what, you're still a little brother to me." "Ho!" She exhaled and made a sound, a cold light in her almond eyes. The iron flail swung around and swept across the room like wind and thunder. Xiao Zhong on the sidelines called out, "Master Shitzi, be careful." Xiao Yushu laughed. "What is this?" The greatsword in his hand clashed with the iron flail, making a loud boom with each impact. After the previous setback, Lai Meier's ruthlessness and fighting instincts were aroused, and the iron yoke was powerful in her hands. Xiao Yushu was like facing the impact of an iron mountain, gritting his teeth and holding on before he managed to resist. There was another clang, and a low hum resounded through the drill hall. The The green bricks under Xiao Yushu's feet clicked and cracked, breaking 6 pieces at once. With a movement of her body, Lai Mei had already taken a few steps back and threw her iron flail to the side. That's enough for today. Xiao Yushu snorted coldly and laughed disdainfully. You can't take it anymore? This sun has just warmed up. If you have the guts to fight again for 300 rounds. The corners of Lai Mei's mouth curved upwards with a bright smile. Not bothering with him, Xiao Yushu slowly adjusted his breath. His arms were trembling slightly, and the tiger's mouth on his hand was slightly cracked. My waist and legs are a bit numb. Mei's sister is just too fierce. Xiao Zhong walked over and asked with a concerned look on his face. Master Seiji, are you okay? Xiao Yushu smiled angrily and, it's just a warm-up. What can it be? With a clanging sound, the greatsword in his hand fell to the ground. Xiao Yushu stumbled, and Xiao Zhong hurriedly held him up. Alas, understanding. Xiao Zhong looked at Xiao Yushu and silently sighed. Men want to save face. Just then, someone from the palace came over to deliver the decree. Xiao Yushu's few people looked at each other and were somewhat surprised as they went to receive the decree. The eunuch who came to the door read out the imperial decree. Surprisingly, the emperor summoned all the powerful and noble family heads in the capital to go to the imperial city tonight to give a banquet to celebrate his birthday. It was a celebration of the birth of the emperor, and the feast was officially called the Christmas feast. Xiao Yushu's face was odd. There was a sense of incongruity. And it was even called Christmas? Shall I put on a red pointed hat, drive a deer-drawn carriage, and jump out the window at night to hand out presents to your concubines and princesses? 1 bottle of dabber cleanser for each person. Good, cheap and refreshing. After the imperial eunuch left, Xiao Zhong's face changed and he said with worry, Master Shitzi, we can't go. The imperial city is very dangerous. If you go, who knows what the emperor will do to us? Xiao Yushu said, not so much. The last time I went to the palace to see noble consort gone there was nothing wrong. The wrinkles on Xiao Zhong's face deepened by 2 points as he said in a deep voice. At that time, we were not a big threat. The emperor would not do anything. Now, the situation in the imperial court has changed a lot, and the emperor or other people, taking advantage of the chaos of the banquet, will surely use underhanded tactics against us. The fact that our Jinnan army doesn't take sides is in itself a threat to them. The old butler had seen many devious tricks in his life, and vaguely felt that this birthday banquet smacked of conspiracy. Lai Mei said in a cold voice, Koro, I'll accompany you. Xiao Zhong shook his head. You can't get in. The palace is heavily guarded and forbidden by the guards of each house. Right at this moment, a golden light flashed before Xiao Yushu's eyes, and once again the huge hourglass appeared. The sand above it having been exhausted, the last drop of sand fell, and golden letters flashed. Ability 2, Space-Time Swap, Mimicry. Time expired. Ability 2 ends. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but feel a little sorry for himself, not expecting the hourglass to jump out at this time. Alien Energy 2 was quite powerful, bringing him great gains and 2 honorable hats to his 2 good brothers, the 2nd prince and the 5th prince. The 2nd prince's is the hat of the future crown prince. The Ming and Qing dynasty crown prince's hat are encrusted with jade. The 5th prince's is the ancient popular jade hat, Tang Xuanzong. Someone has given Yang Yuhuan husband Xiao Wang sent jade hat to express good wishes. In the time-space swap, Xiao Yushu met Dyer, discovered the ancient demon path, and opened up a whole new heaven and earth, and he had obtained the affirmation of the Phantom Luo Dao seal, and would be able to continue to enter and exit the Phantom Luo Abyss in the future, which was considered to be a partial retention of the role of Alien Ability 2. Only the golden text on the hourglass flickered and another line appeared. Ability 3, Status Reversal. Function, if the host is attacked by anyone, during the period of time that this ability is in effect, the attack will be counterproductive and reversed to the host's advantage. Ability 3 Passive Use, automatically triggered when encountering an attack, lasts for 7 days, only to see the large hourglass shake and slowly turn upwards, restarting the clock. Status Reversal? That's a bit of an alien power. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but smile, having so much to look forward to. Instead of rebounding damage, this ability turns the damage produced by an attack into the opposite benefit. For example, if someone else is punched in the face or stabbed, they should be injured. However, under this supernatural ability, Xiao Yushu would instead increase his qi and blood, and his strength would increase. For example, if someone else is ridiculed for being a cutie, the reputation value will go down. In the place of Xiao Yushu, people would be soaring in favor of him. Ha ha ha. In that case, Xiao Yushu said in his heart, I need someone to hurt me. Seeing Xiao Yushu's stoicism, the old housekeeper Xiao Zhong said, Master Shizi, according to the old slave's suggestion, let's simply claim that we are sick and not go. Called sick? Xiao Yushu immediately shook his head. How could I, Xiao Shizi, miss such a great opportunity? He said with finality, Go, why don't you go? Not going still makes people think that our Marquis of Jinan is afraid of someone. Xiao Zhong couldn't help but be shaken as he looked at Xiao Yushu's overbearing aura. Master Shitzi, with this kind of vigor and single-mindedness, is worthy of being a son of the Marquis of Jinan. Good, the old slave will be sure to carefully set up and protect Master Shitzi's safety, Xiao Yushu said with an angsty smile. There's no need to set up anything. It's just a banquet or so, not a dragon's den. I'd like to see who would come to help no come to harm this Shitzi. Xiao Zhong sighed and booed. And even more so, he felt that the Shitzi master's heroism went straight to the sky. Lai Mei, two eyes bright crystal, only feel the little Lang so handsome and domineering. The red sun dipped in the west and shone on top of the tall and lofty imperial city. On the avenue outside the imperial city, carriages were flowing in an endless stream, all the powerful and noble people who had entered the palace to attend the banquet. At that moment, I saw a handsome boy. The white horse with the brocade coat, riding alone, was walking in the center of the avenue as if no one else was there. This person was none other than Xiao Yushu, the world son of the Marquis of Jinan. He looked at the imperial city that looked like a colossal beast in the twilight and remembered the 3,000 beautiful ladies that lived inside in the legend. Honorable and great Empress Jiang, style-breaking waves of Gong Guifei, and the world's 10 best known as the beauty of the country's old virgin Fuguoji. He smiled angrily, all cleaned up and waiting for daddy to come. Chapter 71, Arrogant Robbery. Xiao Yushu arrived at the entrance of the imperial city, which was already blocked by 2 rows of carriages like a long dragon. All kinds of luxury carriages are available. Mahogany carving, ebony silver chi, solid color steeds. The scene looked a bit like a latter-day mansion feast. There was one luxury car after another, of all makes and styles. In front of them a luxurious carriage was hung with beautiful tassels and gilded wind chimes that chimed softly. Xiao Yushu was taken aback. Gold-plated treasure phase ornamentation, copper and gold-applied lotus petal wheels. Who is so extravagant and racy? I'm afraid this is the latter-day equivalent of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, right? I wonder if this car has a silver umbrella. Ancient carriages and horses are luxurious. That is really not much worse than the latter-day modern. 2 rows of carriages filled the road, and the imperial guards and the great inner guards were conducting security checks in front of them. After all, the imperial city was tightly guarded. The caravan moved slowly, with a gap in the center for a single horse to pass through. Xiao Yushu rode over one carriage after another and gradually went to the front. He had the feeling of riding a bicycle and defying a bunch of luxury cars in a traffic jam. What's so great about BMW? What's so great about Ferrari? All lie down behind the master. The curtains of the carriage lifted as it brushed past the luxurious carriage. A little girl with a head full of beads, 6 or 7 years old, with a face as round as a bun, saw Xiao Yushu at a glance. Xiao Yushu smiled faintly at her, and the little girl instantly blushed. Then she froze and squealed with her fat hand over her little mouth. You're Xiao cute. Xiao cute. Look at me now. Mamma mia sister-in-law. Ooh, it's scary. Holy, who's a bear? Golden words appeared before Xiao Yushu's eyes. The host is mentally attacked. Status reversal activated. Xia Yunbing, the eldest daughter-in-law of the reigning prince's house, has +1 favor. At that moment, a nice magnetic voice from that carriage was heard reprimanding the little fat girl. Jar, don't be rude. Xiao Yushu smiled, and without waiting for the other party to utter an apology he moved forward with his horse. Xia Yunbing, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Duke of Li's residence, had met him once when he was disguised as second Prince Su Qi. At that time, he was carrying Lin Qingyin outward from the princess's residence, and Xia Yunbing had even come out to put in a good word for them in front of a group of noble women. Xiao Yushu was impressed with her. It was a dignified, reserved, rich and atmospheric woman. Temperament atmosphere calm, a look as to have seen the big waves of the big girl. I'm uneducated, so I can only say one adjective, big. Worthy of being the first daughter-in-law of the powerful young generation. Cheng Yibo House as a member of the nobility of the upper capital. The couple also received the order to enter the palace to attend the banquet. In these recent days, because Su Baila was going to marry into the Jinan Marquis residence, the Su family's status had risen, and the powerful and noble people looked at them in a higher light. Su Huantang and Mrs. Lu had a comfortable heart, and felt that this time, they would definitely meet with Xiao Yushu when they went to the palace for the banquet, and they could not lose the face of their son-in-law and daughter at that time. The old couple showered and dressed up early today and put on brand new gowns. Su Fu's servants also wiped the carriage clean, almost like a mirror. The old couple with a smile on their faces, in a relaxed mood to talk and laugh riding in the carriage into the palace to go to the banquet. As they approached the imperial city, the carriage was blocked by the caravan in front of them, and they didn't rush, but waited patiently and slowly. Mrs. Lu laughed. Today is still the first time my son-in-law and I have met. The Marquis of Jinan's house has a noble family, and I don't know if I can leave a good impression. Su Huantang waved his hand and laughed. You don't need to be nervous. Xiao Shitzi is very easygoing. You'll know when you see him. Mrs. Lu said. I also brought a few rare silk satins with me, so I'll let Shitzi bring them back later when they disperse, and make a few good-looking clothes for their young couple. Young people, they must like to dress brightly. Su Huantang nodded. Not bad, or you thought of it. As the two chatted like this, the carriage unconsciously moved to the entrance of the palace gate. Just as the Su family carriage was about to undergo a security check next, in the ranks of the nearby caravan, a tall and luxurious black carriage suddenly broke away from the caravan and rushed up without warning. Four high-headed horses violently added to the front of the Su family's carriage. The driver of the Su family was caught off guard and hurriedly pulled the reins, but the two carriages still collided. With a bang, the Su family's old couple swayed and lost their balance at the same time. Mrs. Lu's head hit the side wall of the carriage next to her, and it was a good thing that the inner wall of the carriage was wrapped in cotton padding, otherwise her head would have been broken and bleeding. Even so, she was dizzy for a moment, so uncomfortable that she almost vomited. The people on the tall black carriage even acted as if they didn't see it, and the driver yelled at the horse to keep moving forward, squeezing the Su family's carriage. Su Huantang had always kept a low profile among the nobles of Shangjing. If the other party apologized and humbled himself, even if he let the other party go first, but the other party was so rude and impolite that he was angry in his heart. So he pushed open the door of the car and was just about to get off to negotiate when he saw the guard sitting on the other side's driver arrogantly and fully drinking. Are you blind? Why don't you get out of the way? Do you know what kind of person is sitting in this car? The Su family's coachman argued indignantly. How can you guys be such road hogs? Everyone is lined up. Pa dash. The black carriage guard had already lashed out at the Su family's driver. Stop. Su Huantang is angry. Even if he has a good temper, the other party is really bullying too much. Which house are you from? In broad daylight, not only do you forcefully seize the driveway, but you also want to commit murder and beat people? That guard was full of disdain and arrogance. What's wrong with jumping the lane? What's wrong with you guys walking slowly and us going ahead? We're from the Weidong Marquis residence. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. At this moment, the two sides were arguing, and many of the powerful people in the nearby carriages poked their heads in to watch. The owner of that black carriage, however, sat steadily like a mountain, arrogantly not saying a word inside the carriage, letting the driver and guards deal with Su Huantang. Mrs. Lu saw that Su Huantang was unsuccessful in negotiating with that guard, and the other party looked like they were emboldened, so she was afraid that he would make a mistake. Being a woman and accustomed to keeping a low profile in the upper capital for a long time, she called out softly, "Master, forget it, let the people have 3 points, let's not bother with them." Su Huantang grunted. The other party was unreasonable. He quarreled with the other party's subordinates, but instead lost his son-in-law's face, so he could only hold back his anger and return to the car. The other party smiled arrogantly and was about to drive and force his way forward. Just then, a stone suddenly flew from the back, like a meteor catching the moon. The bang smashed directly into the guard's face, and immediately the guard fell horizontally off the carriage. A mist of blood exploded from his face and he fell to the ground unconscious. There was silence all around, and everyone heard a clear voice cursing. Asterisk 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 Nima, who's so unglamorous that he dares to block the way of the old man's stone with his face. The surrounding powers that turned their heads to look at I saw a handsome son, riding a white horse in hand, and he came with a high. Chapter 72. Watching a good show at the gate of the imperial city. Xiao Yushu is here. Xiao cutie, here it comes. There's a good show to watch. I don't know what kind of person is in this black carriage. Haven't you heard of Xiao cute's reputation? The surrounding powerful people immediately buzzed with discussion, everyone waiting to see what was going on. No one in the capital knew about Xiao Yushu's fuss over the Changning burial mansion. I don't know where the mallet came from. How dare you bump into Xiao cutie, the Yu family's carriage, and you want to commit murder? Xiao cutie, launching into a frenzy. This is going to be a good one. Among the group of powerful nobles who were watching the show, Changning Bo Qin Shirgong was the most excited. He even almost couldn't hold back the urge to jump out of the car and wave the flag for Xiao Yushu. After the incident that caused havoc in the Changning burial mansion, Xiao Yushu didn't have a single thing to do. He, Qin Shirgong, however, has become the joke of the entire circle of power and nobility in the upper capital city. His fiancée is gone, and he has lost his money. His butlers have been disabled for 2, and he himself has been slapped twice. Qin Shirgong was ashamed and had no face to go out, but he cursed in his heart. You guys didn't offend Xiao. You'll know how vicious he is when you run into him. Today, this moment, heavens, gods, someone finally jumped in. Qin Shirgong's heart was ecstatic. After today the object of everyone's ridicule is not him. The stickman in the black car bravely took his place. Su Huantang froze, hurriedly straightened his clothes and laughed. Xiao Shizi, you're here? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lu also hurriedly straightened down her clothes and got down from the carriage. Xiao Yushu was an extremely polite person. How could he keep his elders waiting? And immediately jumped down from his horse. What's the point of having a black carriage straddling the road when you're meeting the two elders yourself? He took a step forward and boomed a thunderous punch that smashed on top of that black car. A loud bang exploded. People shouted, horses neighing, and the black car directly tipped over horizontally on the ground. And even the driving horses were dragged down, and the driver screamed and the horses hissed in disarray. The man sitting in the black car was instantly flipped over, bouncing back and forth several times like a ping-pong ball in the hole of a drawer. Xiao Yushu straightened his clothes and went forward to salute with a polite smile. Xiao Yushu meets your father-in-law and mother-in-law. The Su family's old couple hurriedly returned the salute. And Mrs. Lu looked at Su Huantang with some dumbfounded eyes. That's what you call mousy and easygoing? It's so easygoing. Holy cool dash. Not far away. Changning Marquis Qin Shigong took a long breath and leaned on the back of his chair with satisfaction, feeling that his whole body was soothed and it was simply sage time. That scene just now was too good to watch in his heart. The higher the status of the person who was cleaned up by Xiao Yushu, the more miserable the bullying was, but instead, it showed that he, Qin Shigong, was capable. I just got hit twice with the back of a knife and your whole family did a backflip. The dark clouds of depression that had hung over his head all these days disappeared in an instant, and he was surrounded by clear skies, warm and bright sunshine, and spring flowers opening everywhere. Xiao Shitzi is really reliable and has always convinced people with virtue. Seiji, is this okay? Should we get the people out first? Su Huantang pointed at the overturned carriage and whispered. Xiao Yushu smiled indistinctly and nodded. It's still my father-in-law's thoughtfulness. I'll invite them out and apologize to you too. He stepped forward and gently opened the door of the carriage. Inside the stacked Luohan general lying man and woman, 3 people. All have hairpin mess, head broken blood. Xiao Yushu saw that the man above him was in his 40s and seemed to be a marquis in his court dress, so he directly grabbed him by the tiara. That Marquis of Weidong let out a pig-killing scream of pain and was dragged out of the carriage alive by Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu dragged him down in front of the 2 Su family members and said in a loud voice before that Marquis Weidong could open his mouth. This lord, you have a mosquito on your face. Ha! The surrounding people were stunned, and even Su Huantang's 2 families were a bit puzzled. Only not far away, Changning Bo Qin Shigong trembled and suddenly flushed. He gripped the car window tightly with excitement and looked over there without looking away. Here he comes again. Sure enough, I saw Xiao Yushu swinging his arm horizontally, opening his 5 fingers and a slap on the face of Marquis Weidong. Marquis Weidong's eyes went black. His face felt like it had been smashed by an iron whip, and half of his face lost consciousness in pain. He opened his mouth with a puff of blood and 3 teeth fell out. Xiao Yushu sneered. Sorry, I missed it earlier. It flew over here again. Snap. He was slapped again on the other side and had 2 of his teeth knocked out on the other half. Stop. That's when the Imperial Guards and Grand Inner Guards guarding the palace reacted, and someone intervened. Just now the carriage overturned on the want to manage, but Jinnan Marquis Xiao Shitzi fierce reputation outside. The rank of the officers do not dare to go forward. Did not see the Hall Marquis of Weidong were grabbed and slapped? I heard that Cui Qinghe, the son of Yinchuanbo who works under the 5th prince, stopped Xiao Shitzi's horse team on the street the other day. The result was Xiao cute. A whip to the face, directly broken, until now also topped a scar. The one who opened his mouth to stop was a middle-aged general of the Imperial Forestry Army, with a majestic face and a stern gaze. He scanned the scene and asked in a dignified, hushed voice, what's going on here? Xiao Yushu, what do you want? Mr. and Mrs. Su Huantang couldn't help but feel a little nervous when they saw the intervention of the Imperial Army generals. Su Huantang stepped forward to defend Xiao Yushu, but Xiao Yushu held him back. Xiao Yushu sneered and said to this middle-aged general, what do I want? Of course I'm fighting mosquitoes for this lord. He slapped the Weidonghao in the face again, and Mrs. Weidonghao, who had just climbed out of the carriage, screamed at once. Hiss. The scene was silent, and the surrounding nobles who had gathered around were silent, sucking in cold air. Xiao Yushu is really bold. This is the entrance to the Imperial City, facing the interference of the Imperial Guards to directly come hard. I have to admit, this kid is really bossy to the sky and his dominance overflows into the sea. Marquis Weidong's family was really blind to have messed with him. That middle-aged general clenched his teeth and stared angrily, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as if the slap was on his face. He sneered morosely. Xiao Yushu, don't fly off the handle and bully ministers just because you're from the Marquis of Jinan. Someone come, take him down for me. A few Imperial Guards next to him, having received orders from their superiors, were eager to come up with their swords and spears. Don't, Mrs. Lu was startled and hurriedly pulled Xiao Yushu. Seiji, let's lower our heads so as not to attract His Majesty's blame. Xiao Yushu smiled gently. Don't worry, mother-in-law. I have my own plans. He laughed. Good. What is the name of this awe-inspiring, righteous, and impartial adult? Say it so that Xiao Mao can admire it. The middle-aged general snorted coldly. I am the Imperial Forest Army's Lang General Shi Dehao, with His Majesty's heavenly authority here. You will not think of fooling around in front of the Imperial City. Xiao Yushu nodded and said leisurely. So it's General Shi. Who is the Shi family in Huizhou to you? I heard that there is a Shi family in Huizhou that oppresses the people, colludes with the demon race, and has a lot of blood debts. With a family like that, tomorrow it is expected that there will be great men and women who will act on behalf of the heavens and redress the grievances of the people. Shi Dehao's face changed so much that blood rushed to his face. How dare you? Do you threaten the officers of the Imperial Guard and want to revolt? Xiao Yushu's eyes were like electricity as he sneered. A rebellion against the Nima. The late emperor had agreed with the great heroes of the world that those who dared to collude with the demon race would be beheaded immediately. I think your Shi family is colluding with the demon race and plotting against us. Chapter 73, Packing Up the Cuties. Establishment of Authority. Shi Dehao forehead could not help but sweat. Face reddened but did not dare to attack. Xiao Yushu is not a man of virtue. How can he just threaten someone's family? What do you mean by colluding with the demon race? The Jinnan army captured a few demons and stuffed them in his family's ancestral home, and could easily be labeled as a big hat for committing demonic crimes. There was no need for the Jinnan army to make a move. The Shi family's old rivals would jump out one by one to look for trouble. But, you can't just ignore this. Other people don't know that Wei Dongho, but he, Lao Shi, recognized it. This one came to the Imperial City just a few days ago. His Majesty just appointed Marquis Weidong. That's the old man of the Grand Prince. To be lifted up and slapped repeatedly like that? Marquis of Weidong, Jiang Dongkong, has been dumbfounded, and he is running rampant in Hudong and no one dares to control him. He didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing before he even came to the upper capital city for a few days. And now there were still a few gold stars bubbling around in front of his eyes. The soldiers of the Imperial Forestry Army who had leaned up earlier had quietly retreated to the back and hid far away. Can't you see that, Mr. Lang looks like he doesn't dare to say anything? He's already been defeated. Are we going up there to get ourselves killed? Xiao Yushu coughed lightly and asked in a slow voice. What just happened here? It was one thing for this Xiao Yushu to be ferocious, but Shi Dehao was thinking more. He thought of the legend that this surname Xiao had a close relationship with the second prince, and the second prince was now so powerful that he might be able to become the crown prince. He held his face red and said with difficulty, Fong. Fong Wei Dongho's horse was frightened and suddenly hit Chang Yibo's carriage. Wei Dongho's carriage overturned. That just happened to be Xiao Shitzi passing by, disregarding the danger, and saw the righteousness and courage. Xiao Yushu smiled and nodded. Quite a good point. Worthy of being an elite cadre guarding the Imperial City. Quick-witted and well-spoken, with eyes to spare. Just then, a voice thick with anger came from the side. Wait! The crowd all turned their heads to look, only to see several people descending from a tall wagon in the rear. The man at the head was dressed in fancy clothes, fat and strong, with stern eyes, and it was he who opened his mouth to call out. When the people in the neighborhood saw him, they got out of their cars and saluted. Greetings, Your Highness the Grand Imperial Prince. Wei Dongho Jiang Dongkong settled down, broke away from Xiao Yushu's hand, and fled to the other side in a hurry. The Grand Imperial Prince walked with his head held high as he made his way over to the city gates. The woman who was half a step behind him was the Grand Imperial Consort Jiang. This Jiang's body tall, thin branches bear fruit. Chinese clothing beads and emeralds are very attention-grabbing. There is also a man with white hair. His expression is cold and arrogant. His walking posture carries a certain rhythm, sharp and coordinated. At a glance, he is a martial arts expert. As the Grand Imperial Prince walked to the city gates, that Jiang was silent and went forward to help up the Weidong Marquis family, her eyes looking resentfully at Xiao Yushu. Most of the onlooker nobles then reacted. No wonder they hadn't heard of this so-called Marquis of Weidong. It turned out that this family really wasn't part of the nobility circle in the upper capital. The Grand Prince stared at Xiao Yushu, gazing with a leathery smile and a very oppressive gaze. Xiao Yushu, however, didn't look at him at all, but instead landed his gaze on Grand Imperial Consort Jiang. This little, wanting to speak, her face red, a pair of eyes staring dead at lousy. Ha ha, what a great car. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but ponder. This car looks slim. I don't know if it has a lot of horsepower. Look at the big prince that size. Xiao Yushu cannot help but think of a previous life of a small country in Eastern Europe, engaged in a self-propelled artillery, a small car carrying a large turret. Once the gun was fired on the overturned. When Grand Imperial Prince Su Rui saw Xiao Yushu ignoring his majestic gaze but staring at his wife lustfully, he couldn't help but chafe in his heart. His complexion went cold and, Xiao Shitzi, I'm talking to you. Why do you keep looking at others? Could it be that you intend to slow down this highness? The nobles next to them all quieted down and sweated for Xiao Yushu, but then I saw that Xiao cute. A spontaneous smile. You're not a little pussy with big boobs and a round ass, so what am I looking at you for? Put. Cough dash. Cough. The nobles weren't disrespecting the Grand Prince, but everyone just couldn't help but spew out. This Xiao Shitzi is really unbearable. Grand Imperial Prince Su Rui's eyes stared, and anger flared in his heart. Right at this moment, the man with white hair behind him snorted coldly and said morosely, "How dare you be rude to His Highness?" With a flash, his body moved with the wind and he had already landed in front of Xiao Yushu. The yuan power of the heavens and earth suddenly converged on his arm, transforming into a green python with exquisite scales and armor and locking it toward Xiao Yushu. Innate master. All those present who knew martial arts were taken aback. Innate experts were able to mobilize the yuan power of heaven and earth. Their strength was far above the Zhongshe realm. I didn't expect this person beside the Grand Prince to have such martial arts attainments. Oh no, Xiao Yushu is going to suffer. He's going to be seriously injured when he gets hit this time, bullying his stupid brother while his sister is away. What a good spirit. The Shangjing nobles originally had a bad relationship with the Hedong nobles, and when they saw the innate experts striking out at Xiao Yushu, they couldn't help but sympathize with Xiao Yushu. Many people's faces sank as they looked at the Grand Imperial Prince and snorted out coldly. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, that green python yuan power was full of power and had already wrapped itself around Xiao Yushu's body like lightning. Cold colors appeared in the eyes of the Grand Prince. The Jinnan Marquis was unruly. He had long wanted to clean up this little cutie. Establishment of authority. Malice and viciousness appeared in the eyes of Grand Imperial Consort Jiang, the corners of her mouth curving upwards in satisfaction. It's best to take this little cutie this instant. Wasted. To avenge her father and family. Su Huantang and Mrs. Lu's faces were ashen. Anxious expressions frozen on their faces. Even Uncle Chongning Qin Shigong's mouth opened wide, a careful awe almost coming out of his mouth. The man's eyes are all cold. In front of this person dared to offend the great prince. This led him seriously injured. No 3 months cannot get out of bed. To show the entire circle of nobles in Shangjing the power of the Hedong magnates. With a loud boom, the green python thunderously crashed into Xiao Yushu, and the eye-catching green light instantly engulfed his figure. Many of the women present had a relieved look on their faces and couldn't help but cover their eyes and couldn't bear to look at it anymore. Golden light flashed before Xiao Yushu's eyes, and golden words appeared. Host is attacked by force. Status reversal activated. Host force plus 10. A surge of power immediately surged out from Xiao Yushu's entire body. Holy, it's so damn good. It's like breaking through a small realm. Xiao Yushu stretched out his arm, opened his 5 fingers, and swung out horizontally. The white-haired man's figure had already grabbed in front of Xiao Yushu, and after the green python yuan power, he was ready to reach out and capture the seriously injured Xiao Yushu, and capture him in front of the Grand Prince to humiliate him. Right at this moment, he only saw the green python yuan power glow suddenly disappear, and a palm suddenly appeared out of thin air. Pa dash. A crisp to the core ringing sound echoed in all directions. The whole Imperial City Gate is silent. Chapter 74, Bear's Kill. As an innate expert, Li Siyuan Gong had walked the rivers and lakes for half of his life, and was even more battle-hardened. He did not dream that his own self proud of the green python yuan power, after the thunderous blow. Surprisingly, the other man reached out and slapped him in the face as if he were nothing. For a moment he was suddenly confused, but his martial instincts made him back away sharply, pulling away from Xiao Yushu. The powerful nobles gathered in front of the city gates were in an uproar and whispered. Li Siyuan Gong's eyes rounded and stared coldly at Xiao Yushu, only to see this kid standing there covered in cracks. He could have cleaned him up if he had made a move from any direction. But, what the just happened? Xiao Yushu flung his hand, and his tongue was in a spring thunderstorm, and there was nothing that could not be heard in front of the gates of the imperial city. Straight mother thief. I'm still talking to the Grand Prince. You, a servant of the Grand Prince, rushed out to sneak attack, paralyzed. Are there any rules? Is there a knife and axe man ambushed by your family's dining table and thatched toilet? These words were said with extreme impoliteness, and the eyes of the crowd instantly fell on the Grand Imperial Prince's face. The Grand Imperial Prince's face was on fire, the color of a purple eggplant. Xiao Yushu was still cursing. I'll give you a big slap first and discipline you for your master. If you dare to come over here and find trouble again, I won't give face to anyone and will directly abolish you as a flower-haired dog. Li Siyuan Gong saw that the Grand Prince's face was clouded over, so dark that it was about to drip, and knew that if he couldn't clean up this Marquis of Jinnan's son today, the Grand Palace would lose face in the Shangjing nobility circle. He shuddered and stomped his foot, which crackled and popped. The wind suddenly moved, converging from all directions, and everyone in front of the city gates felt the suddenly increased gusts. A channel of green gas converged around him, and suddenly transformed into 5 magnificent green-colored pythons with hideous faces and full of power. Someone in the back looked away and spoke out. Great Hall, have mercy, Great Hall. It's just a misunderstanding. There's no need to be so serious, right? Grand Prince Su Rui turned a deaf ear and looked at Xiao Yushu with both eyes narrowed. In his heart he really hated that Li Yuengong had crippled him, but when someone opened his mouth to persuade him, he deliberately hypocritized. Yuengong, break one of his legs and whip him hard a few times to teach him a lesson. Xiao Yushu originally saw that the 5 green pythons were so powerful that he put up the starting stance of the demon suppressing fist for defense. This status reversal ability of his had a drawback, which was that the opponent's damage couldn't instantly shoot him. As long as it couldn't kill him instantly, status reversal would kick in. If the other party blew his head off with a slap, the powers would be useless. At this moment, once he heard that the Grand Imperial Prince was so considerate, he instantly gave up his boxing stance and laughed in derisive disdain. The Hadong nobles dared to run amok in the upper capital. I thought they were so fierce and powerful. It turns out to be nothing more than a bird-containing yakuza. Come on, Master Xiao will play with you. When these words came out, the nobles of the Shangjing immediately felt much more favorable towards Xiao Yushu. This Xiao cutie, although reckless and bossy, no matter what, it was one of the Shangjing noble circle's own. How can the nobles of Shangjing be ridden by those Hadong bumpkins? Good, Xiao Shitzi has backbone. A certain family will treat you to a drink when I return. As expected of our Shangjing sons and daughters. Don't go, you hairy dog. There are plenty of good men in Shangjing. We'll fight you one by one later. Someone in the crowd of onlookers immediately applauded. Completely ignoring the Grand Prince's gloomy face, Changning Bo Qin Shigong has already gotten off the carriage. Short and fat figure squeezed in front, clenched his fists tightly. That expression is more nervous than Xiao Yushu. Li Yuengong bellowed out a loud voice, which instantly shook everyone's eardrums. Those 5 green pythons shone brightly, the turquoise green light illuminating everyone, almost unable to open their eyes. 5 green pythons violently pounced on Xiao Yushu. There was an endless stream of loud booms, and the entire earth shook. The loud sound rang out 5 times in a row, each one shaking the crowd back a step. Su Huantang's face changed drastically, and Mrs. Lu almost cried out, "If I had known, I wouldn't have attended the palace banquet. What if my son-in-law is crippled?" Every one of the nobles in Shangjing had serious faces, and someone sighed in a low voice, "Good fellow. The force of these 5 strokes is that the city gates have been smashed open. After all, he is an innate expert. How can Xiao Yushu withstand this kind of hard hitting? If he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured." A green light lingered on Li Yuengong's body, and with one step, he had already stepped in front of Xiao Yushu, reaching out to strangle him at the neck. However, right at this moment, suddenly a scaly dragon roar came from heaven and earth. The weather was premature and earth-shaking. The green light that surrounded Xiao Yushu's body instantly ruptured and disappeared, and an arm flew out like a scaly dragon, opening its 5 fingers and sweeping across. Li Yuengong is confused. The Grand Prince is confused. The Shangjing nobles all had their mouths wide open and were dumbfounded. Li Yuengong's martial instincts quickly kicked in and he retreated lightning fast, pulling away from Xiao Yushu. At that moment, a 6 or 7-year-old girl in the carriage of the Duke of Li's family could be heard exclaiming in surprise, "Sister-in-law!" That flowery hair jumped over and was smacked by Xiao cute, slapped, jumped over again, and was slapped again. Is this the legendary looking for a slap? Ham Jar shall not speak nonsense. An eerie calm fell over the scene and everyone was silent. Li Yuengong stood there with a blank stare. He began practicing martial arts at the age of 7, honing his skills diligently, and having fought hundreds of battles, he had reached the realm of an innate expert. But today, for the first time, he had doubts about his martial arts career. Could it be that I've always just been lucky and am really just a loser? The little girl surprisingly continued to scream, "Sister-in-law!" That flower hair was getting smacked while still having a green light coming out of his body. Jara heard that the men who are still being beaten by others as a result of the green light are the worst. Put, Li Yuengong sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Whose bear is this? What Paralyze said was more lethal than a heavy punch from a martial artist. That childish voice is still asking, "Sister-in-law, Xiao cutie, what do you mean by containing bird yakuza?" "That's enough, shut up." Splat, the spanking sounded and the bear boy burst into tears. "Yeah, ha 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 ha, he, ha ha ha, don't even ing laugh. The Grand Prince is watching, ha ha." The nobles of Shangjing all trembled in their bodies and lowered their heads. Although no one appeared to be laughing, the low laughter blew in all directions like the wind. Ahem, a clear voice rang out and, "Gentlemen, it's just a little misunderstanding. Don't block here. His Majesty's banquet is about to begin, so everyone should hurry and enter the palace." Only to see the second Prince Su Chi with a refreshing smile on his face, walking up to the city gates, warmly rushing towards the 4 directions with a slight salute, saying, "Greetings, second prince, let's go, listen to the second prince, don't block it." The nobles of Shangjing greeted each other, and the imperial city was filled with a relaxed and lively atmosphere both inside and outside the city gates. Chapter 75, Seeing an Old Friend in the Welcome Drums. The welcoming drums on the Yangon gate rang out. The sound of the drums of Zhongjing's high spirits was like the waves of the sea, rushing out in all directions of the imperial city. Upon hearing the first welcoming drumbeat, the small storm in front of the imperial city gate instantly disappeared. The nobles' carriages were honestly and orderly subjected to security checks, speeding up their entry into the imperial city. The Grand Imperial Prince could only swallow this bad breath and take the Weidongho family to his carriage. He stared at the backs of Xiao Yushu and second Prince Su Qi with a gloomy gaze and gritted his teeth. Sooner or later, I'll get these two dogs killed. Su Qi warmly invited Xiao Yushu to ride with him into the palace. Xiao Yushu gently waved his hand and laughed. Your Second Highness has a lot of noble matters, so it's better for Yushu not to disturb you, and just go to the palace with my parents-in-law. Su Qi amiably nodded at the two Su family members, but in his heart, he was not impressed. That Su Baila heard that it is extremely ugly, looks taller than an ordinary man. How can this kind of ugly woman be worthy of the status of the Marquis of Jinan? He hasn't given up on the idea of marrying the Marquis of Jinan. Su Yuyen can't make it, then pick another suitable girl from the Gon family. He reached out and pulled Xiao Yushu with a passion that brooked no refusal. Xiao Yushu had goosebumps when he was grabbed by his sticky wet palm. He hurriedly broke free without moving, saying, "Fine, I'll walk on my own. Your Second Highness, watch your step." When they boarded Su Qi's luxurious carriage, a handsome young man immediately poured fragrant tea for the two of them. Xiao Yushu took a look at this handsome boy, and then looked at the carriage's effeminate decorations, and his heart trembled slightly. Holy, this guy Su Qi isn't a dead, is he? He shrank back toward the corner of the wagon at once, something unnatural on his face. The flowers of land and water, grass and trees are very lovely, but I don't love chrysanthemum. Su Qi laughed. Today, Yushu defied Su Rui's lustful authority, so he grew the face of my nobles in Shangjing. My brother also feels that he has raised his eyebrows. It's painful to watch. Ha ha. Xiao Yushu shook his head and made a look of gratitude and said, "It's nothing. If your highness hadn't intervened in time, I don't know how this would have ended." Su Qi was very proud to hear this, and laughed bashfully. "You're my friend, and if the boss pushes too far, I'll never let him get away with it." He patted Xiao Yushu on the shoulder and laughed. "You and I are friends through and through, so today I'll introduce the second imperial consort to you. Oh, it's Miss Qingyin from Prime Minister Lin's family." Xiao Yushu nodded and smiled, making a dazed look. "Second Highness, I know Ms. Lin much better than you do." Su Qi hadn't seen Lin Qingyin since the last incident and had only sent many precious gifts to the Lin mansion. Today was considered to be the first time he had actually faced this fiancée, and he was also a bit inexplicably nervous, especially since the last time I was abused by 3 female thieves. He seems to have a disease that, confronting women creates psychological fear and physical aversion. Meeting today, the second prince is also under pressure. When you come to the second gate of the palace, you can no longer go forward by carriage. Xiao Yushu separated from Su Qi and followed the brigade of powerful men entering the palace on foot by himself. Since it was not an official imperial banquet, but the emperor's private birthday banquet, the banquet was not held in Changtian Hall, but in Fu Ning Palace. Fu Ning Gong is the emperor's bedchamber, 3 layers of heavy eaves, exquisite and magnificent. At this time, the red sun was hanging in the west, and palace lights had already been lit in the palace, especially in the square of Fu Ning Palace. 6 columns of palace lamps illuminated the front of the temple in a bright and elegant manner, with a slim appearance. As the dignitaries arrived one after another, Empress Jiang gave an order and the lamp stands under hundreds of magnolia trees were lit together, instantly illuminated and flourishing. The brocades on the ladies of the order and the women of the houses were magnificent and dazzling under the lights, and the beads and emeralds burned brightly. The beauty smiles, the warmth of her voice, and she is more beautiful than a flower. The face under the light is far away from not too real, but the snow-white neck, such as jade greasy fat, but let a person's heart is relaxed and happy, simply if in paradise in general. Flower tree under the horizontal platform table, has long been placed on a variety of wine and fruit drinks, snacks and fruit, for everyone in the formal banquet before, to take the pad stomach. The formal banquet was to be held in the Great Hall, according to strict seating, strict recipes, and only after the emperor had given his speech and finished wishing him a happy birthday. Xiao Yushu also walked over to this table, and the serving palace maid immediately picked up the plates. Xiao Yushu pointed, and the pretty courtesan then placed 1 siumai and 1 crab-stuffed orange onto a plate. Jade hands offered. Smiling sweetly, Xiao Yushu took it and nodded. The life of this ancient aristocrat was really luxurious and soothing. At this time a small girl of 6 or 7 years old came over. Her small face was round and full of beads. "It's that little girl from the Duke of Li's house," she asked quietly as she scanned the area. Xiao Shitzi, can I ask you a question?" Xiao Yushu smiled. This little child was not very old and was impolite earlier, but he did not expect to be a good learner. He immediately nodded. Of course, second Miss Shang please. That second young lady's little face reddened, but it was hard to hide her curiosity. What do you mean, bird-laden Yakuza? Xiao Yushu. Well, young lady, it seems like you're using your good sense in the wrong place. That second Miss Zhang bulged her little face and complained. I asked today, but my sister-in-law wouldn't tell me and spanked me hard. Well, seeing as you're open-minded and speak up for me when it counts. Xiao Yushu squatted down and patiently explained in a low voice. A Yakuza is a bad person, and a Han bird is a bird that is very petite-looking. A Yakuza with a bird means a bad person who has a bad attitude toward children. Bad people who treat kids badly? Second Miss Zhang nodded heavily, memorizing it by heart. She felt the word was useful. In her world there are just too many bad people with bad attitudes toward kids. Xiao Yushu left with a smile and found a corner to eat the siumai and crab-stuffed orange. The imperial chef's handiwork is pretty awesome, especially this crab-stuffed orange, which is made by hollowing out the center of an orange with fat crab meat and crab yolk, with orange juice and toppings. Tastes delicious and warm. After a few moments, it was dark. A second welcoming drum was played, and this time there were more than just drums. The gongs, exhausts, cymbals and zither of the court band all joined in. The welcome song was atmospheric and with a relaxed and festive touch, which immediately set the mood. All the powerful nobles and officials had organized their instruments and followed the guidance of the ceremonial officials and eunuchs in front of the Fu Ning Palace, and entered the reserved places of the banquet in the palace in a line. As the representative of the Marquis of Jinan, Xiao Yushu's seat was second only to the three major state princes, except for a few imperial princes. A few moments later, the powerful officials were all seated, and the family members and ladies of the house also took their places one after another. Emperor Hongjia brought a group of people with him, walking forward and backward. Everyone in the midst of the audience bowed their heads and saluted. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Greetings to the Master of the State, the Master of the State as well. After the salute, all the people leveled off, and Xiao Yushu saw the beautiful State Master of the city standing behind the Emperor with a high and insignificant temperament, cool and outstanding. He was slightly startled in his mind that this beauty he had seen before, in a portrait to be exact. Chapter 76, You Old Fairy. Facing Emperor Hongjia and the State Master, Xiao Yushu quickly stabilized his mind. He promptly showed his surprise as the awe of an innocent young boy meeting the Master of the State for the first time. With that, he hurriedly collected his expression and bowed his head in a deferential manner. The State Master Qingyi faced all the powerful nobles and family members below and bowed slightly to return the salute. She didn't even look at Xiao Yushu, her eyes vast and distant. It was just that Xiao Yushu martial artist's sharp intuition felt that she was sizing him up with interest. In the underworld, behind her, as if rising a pair of pupils such as vertical sword-like eyes, deep through the bones like the dark night stars, sharp straight into the human heart. These eyes were staring firmly at Xiao Yushu, not sparing him even the slightest activity. Xiao Shitzi. Xiao Yushu's sleeve was suddenly pulled down, and a gentle and timid voice rang out. He was just about to turn his head to look at. Roar! The overpowering and domineering roar of the Jiao dragon resounded in his ears, and Xiao Yushu's mind was shaken as he quickly regained his senses. He was aghast. I'm afraid that the party was the divine ability of a divine sea realm expert to pry into a martial artist's mind, wasn't it? If it is not the Jin demon fist in the heart and soul chi and bloodguarding has unique features. He is extremely familiar with the dragon tackle cannon mastery. Fa Na moment has been invaded by the heart and soul, leaving gaping holes. This great Zhou master of the country is so terrible, not moving, but actually will be peeping the heart divine ability to use to such a point that it is difficult to distinguish between the real and the virtual. The suppression of divine sea realm experts against the innate and sovereign realms was crushing. The power of Kung Fu, the use of heaven and earth's yuan power. These need not be mentioned, but this divine power of shaking the spirit alone is remarkable. The slightest inattention by martial artists of the innate and sovereign realms would result in the invasion of the mind, the true intent of the martial arts being disturbed, and in severe cases, the mind would even become deranged and defenseless. Xiao Luoshan was able to pose a threat to the 10 extremities of the world's divine sea realm experts with his peak innate realm. A very important reason was that the martial arts of the Marquis of Jinan had a unique feature that was extremely powerful in terms of mind guarding. Xiao Yushu felt a warm and slender jade hand gently caressing his earwig, followed by a soft and sweet voice blowing softly and tickling in his ear. Brother Yushu, let's have a chat, shall we dash? Xiao Yushu already knew that this was just an illusion in the spirit, so he did not respond. He guarded his mind and visualized the dragon in the clouds and the dragon tackling cannon in his mind, only to see that in the dark clouds, the augur dragon was premature. The road of thunder and lightning was vast and upright, and the roar of the augur dragon resounded through heaven and earth. The curved eyes, like watery soft tones, were always difficult to get close to Xiao Yushu's mind and soul, and eventually gradually dimmed, breaking and fading like the tide, returning to the sharp sword-like clear giant eyes behind the state master. Everything perceived back to normal, and in the middle of the great hall Emperor Hongjia was raising his cup and laughing. All of you, love ministers, have fun together tonight, and drink this cup to the brim. May our emperor live a long and happy life. Long live the emperor. The crowd raised their glasses together, and Xiao Yushu followed suit before drinking it all in one go. All the people are sitting back to their original seats. Then a group of beautiful palace maidens paraded up. The sound of music sounded. The slender waist dance began to offer prepared songs and dances. The atmosphere in the great hall relaxed and warmed up, as the powerful people enjoyed the songs and dances and laughed and talked in low voices. Xiao Yu was calm on paper, and it was only at this time that he was relieved in his heart. The party was extremely dangerous, and the 10 best in the world really lived up to its name. What is even more frightening is that this kind of intrusion is invisible and faceless, and the person who is trapped does not even have any evidence. Just then, a golden light flashed before his eyes. The host has been attacked by spirit. Status reversal activated. Host spirit +5. Holy, I almost forgot. I'm the one with psychic powers. Xiao Yushu smiled faintly and completely relaxed. After the dance, several imperial princes and the leaders of the 3 major state princes began to toast the emperor individually, worthy of being the top nobility. The 4 princes, including the small one, the 3 big dukes of the country toasting surprisingly words are not heavy. Each said flowery, so that the emperor smiled and nodded. This is also the unwritten rules of the birthday celebration of the great Zhou. To be unique, who wishes to repeat the words with others, it will fall down and not beautiful. In the middle of the hall, although the dignitaries were enjoying the songs and dances and sipping the wine, their attention was on the emperor's side, only to see that Xiao Yushu had also gone up to toast the emperor with his wine cup. Many of the nobles in Shangjing quietly let out good-natured laughter. Xiao Shixi's martial arts. Everyone has seen it today. It's really hard and solid. The innate experts under the Grand Prince's command couldn't even help him. Based on that alone, you can't call him Xiao cute from now on either. Anymore. If you're really stupid, why would you have practiced martial arts to such an extent? At best, he's just a bit wooden and straightforward. Xiao Yushu's cultural level, that's another matter. His reading experience is the joke plus antithesis of the upper capital city. Many of the nobles in the capital remember how hard his sister Xiao Luotian tried to make him read and write. As a result, the chicken and dog flew, changed a bunch of teachers, changed a bunch of schools, half useless. In the most classic scene, Xiao Shizi took great pains to learn the word 10. Author's note, the cross originated from the oracle bones, and was used on a large scale during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, and is not the same character as picking up with a carrying handle. End of explanation. After he could write the cross, he was so surprised that he later learned the characters for sure, 2 and gone, all of which he pronounced as 11. This incident made Great General Xiao very humiliated and made the nobles in Shangjing laugh their asses off. Now that our Prince Xiao has gone up to celebrate His Majesty's birthday, the 4 princes and the 3 dukes of state have already said almost all the good words, so let's see what he can come up with. Everyone was looking forward to it, eating it with smiles on their faces, even talking quite a bit less. Only Xiao Yushu walked up to Emperor Hongjia, saluted and raised his cup, and said loudly, on behalf of the Marquis of Jinnan's family, I, Xiao Yushu, the son of the Marquis of Jinnan, wish your majesty immortal bliss and longevity with the heavens. Aha! Everyone froze, kind of in disbelief. That's a nice word, and it's kinda new. I've never heard it before. The blessings of immortality are eternal, and longevity is equal to that of heaven. I'll have to write that down for when I wish someone a birthday. Emperor Hongjia was also a bit surprised and nodded his head and smiled. Xiao Liqing, this birthday toast is novel and auspicious. Good, I accept it. He raised his glass in a slight gesture and dipped his lips. At this time sitting next to, has been as if the state master of meditation Qingyi suddenly opened his eyes, smiled and said, this is the Xiao Shizi of the Marquis of Jinnan? Xiao Yushu was secretly in awe in his heart and saluted. Xiao Yushu has met Lord State Master. Fu Qingyi smiled sweetly and said, Xiao Shizi's mind is rounded and his martial cultivation is good. There are successors to the Marquis of Jinnan. Green tea bitch. Xiao Yu was grateful in writing and cursed in his heart. This old woman directly in front of the emperor's face, deliberately provoking his suspicion of the heart. This is to my Jinnan Marquis house to make bad look pure, but a senior-old green tea whore just now also harassed this son. Not only green tea whore or an old fairy. Chapter 77, the greatest good guy in the world. Emperor Hongjia's smile indeed faded by 2 points when he heard the state master's words. Country Master Qingya's pretty eyes flashed slightly as she waited for the expected fluctuation of Xiao Yushu's anger, trepidation, or other emotions. However, Xiao Yushu's face was full of naivety and mute, as if he didn't understand her provocation at all. Instead he laughed nervously. Thanks for the compliment. Master of State is right. Emperor Hongjia couldn't help but chuckle as he listened, thinking that this silly Shitsi was quite amusing. Xiao Yushu paid his respects to the empress next to him. I, Xiao Yushu, greet the empress and wish her immortal bliss and longevity with the heavens. Sitting in her dress, Empress Jiang, her face a little pale, smiled demurely and said, Xiao Shitsi has a heart. Fu Qing's jade hand lifted and stroked her hair bun, smiling. Xiao Shitsi, you sought His Majesty and the Empress and said auspicious words. Why didn't you say a few words when you met this seat? Could it be that you looked down on me, the State Master? Empress Jiang gave her a cryptic glance. She had already sensed that Fu Qingyi harbored ill will towards the naive Xiao Shizi, and couldn't help but be vaguely worried for Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu was shocked and hurriedly paid his respects. Xiao Yushu wishes His Excellency, the State Master, 1,000 years of quiet longevity and a hot spring to live in seclusion, to enjoy a long life and be celebrated by the world. Emperor Hongjia and the Empress both looked at him in surprise. Where did this kid get 2 verses from? They're pretty neat. Empress Kong smiled and waved her hand. You go down. Xiao Yushu bowed and retreated to his seat. Fu Qingyi carefully pondered Xiao Cute's 2 lines of poetry, and the more he pondered, the more wrong he became. What's in the hot springs and can rest for 1,000 years? Rarely is she deep to the extreme. Joy and anger do not show color. At this time also in the heart scratched anger. This kid called me a turtle. She swept her morose eyes over Xiao Yushu with a smirk, but she saw that this kid was drinking and eating vegetables. He even put down his wine glass and chopsticks, and foolishly followed the dancers in the hall, comparing their movements to they. That was a very strange and ridiculous movement on his part. Both hands were clenched in fists, with a middle finger sticking out of each hand, dancing up and down. Fu Qingyi cannot see anything, but it is a fire rises. Feeling particularly upset, she vaguely glanced at Emperor Hongjia, who understood and coughed lightly. After the song and dance ended, Emperor Hongjia laughed and said aloud, all the secretaries wish me a happy birthday. I can't be stingy. Something good has to be taken out and shared with all the secretaries. Come on, take out my treasured 20-year-old fine wine Taishi Bai and bestow it on everyone. The atmosphere in the hall became even more heated, and Duke Wei Yang Tsongwei laughed. Your Majesty, this royal wine is the old minister, but I miss a long time. The last time I drank it was when the 9th Highness was born. This is a long time ago. Emperor Hongjia laughed out loud. Wei Guogong, this is to say that I am stingy it. After today's banquet, I reward you 2 jars back to drink. Ha ha, the old minister thanks your Majesty. A line of palace maidens carrying small golden wine pots entered the room in a row and began to pour wine for the ministers and dignitaries. Xiao Yushu naturally had a beautiful courtesan in front of him to pour him wine. This courtesan had picturesque-looking eyebrows and smiled sweetly at him. Her delicacy was infinite. The great Zhou dynasty has been known as the northern wine and southern tea. The northern soil and water is heavy and turbid, but the wine brewed is clear and sweet. Southern brewed wine, the quality is very poor. Jiangnan Road brewing 3 white wine, known as almost swallowed the knife, can scrape the stomach. Imperial wine Taishi Bai is the best of the northern wines. Clear but not cold, clear bottom, strong flavor but not hurt. Xiao Yushu had naturally heard of this Taishi Bai's great name and felt some regret in his heart. It was a pity that the wine was too little, and his own face wasn't big enough. Otherwise he could have asked for some to go back and give to Lai Mayor. Sister Mayor is good at wine, so she will naturally be happy to see this gem of a wine. He heard the emperor speak. Drink this cup, all of you. Xiao Yushu picked it up and drank it all in one go, and the moment the wine hit his throat, it was as if he felt someone's eyes burning and looking at him. As soon as this wine was in the belly, a heat rose up, and then a strange sensation was born. It was as if countless worms instantly flew out of the liquor and were about to drill into Xiao Yushu's internal organs. A golden light flashed before Xiao Yushu's eyes, and golden words appeared. The host has drunk the highly poisonous All Souls liquid. The poisonous liquor is extremely dangerous. Status reversal activated. Host's martial arts +20. Host's spirit +20. Surging power was born from the high heavens, from the earth, from the underworld, and surged into Xiao Yushu's body like a sea tide. A hot current surged like a tidal wave through his strange meridians and veins, opening up one orifice after another and storing a large amount of heaven and earth yuan power. A stream of freshness from the mind. The world's changes. The operation of all things to the theory of all gradually understand the heart. It's so damn good. Xiao Yushu looked at the wine cup in his hand and almost trembled with excitement. Who the hell is it? Who's so nice as to give my son so much help? Not only does it add points to the force, it also adds points to the spirit. Where can we find such a genius in tonic medicine? What a great man, goddess of mercy. Thank you so much. In that palace maid's surprised gaze, Xiao Yushu grabbed the wine pot in her hand and gulped it down. The host drinks the highly poisonous All Souls liquid. Status reversal is activated. Host's martial arts +20. Host's spirit +20. How is that possible? How can you drink it all in 3 sips? Xiao Yushu was a million times more reluctant to give up. He was previously at the peak of the Zongshi realm, only one step away from the innate realm. But this is a step that some people spend their entire lives in. But it is difficult to break through to the past. Xiao Yushu was able to estimate the gap between his realm and the threshold of the innate realm, which was roughly 100 points in terms of the number of points in the alien ability prompt. He needed both force and spirit to increase by these 100 points in order to cross the threshold of innate. I don't know who poisoned them, or the kind of insidious poison that's so powerful that it can't poison anyone immediately. The man never dreamed that for Xiao Yushu's psychic ability, this poison that couldn't immediately poison someone to death would instead become a great tonic for him. Xiao Yushu was flushed with excitement in his heart. I damn well need some more poison wine. The more the better. 2 more pots and I'll break through to the innate realm straight away. He grabbed the courtesan's wrist. Beauty, is there any more of this wine? It's too good. Get some more for the world master. The courtesan was taken aback, then smiled low and sweet. Slave girl will go fetch wine for World Prince Xiao. Please wait a moment. World Prince! With that, she got up and went off in a graceful manner. Fu Qingyi gently sipped the imperial wine and looked at Xiao Yushu with a gloomy gaze, a cold teasing smile in the depths of his eyes. Great, great. Everything is going well according to plan. Xiao Yushu, the little mouse, has already drunk the 10,000 spirit liquid and fallen into this seat trap. The following was to use him as bait to capture Xiao Luoshan behind the scenes. If you want the antidote to the 10,000 spirit liquid, Xiao Luoshan will come to the imperial city. This imperial city had long since become a secretive and inscrutable extermination array after decades of her arrangement. Not to mention Xiao Luoshan, even if the world's 10 best people enter this big formation of hers, they will only end up falling. Xiao Luoshan, you're amazingly talented and I'm very impressed. Unfortunately, you have a weakness. Chapter 78, Crab Stuffed Orange. The main hall of the Fu Ning Palace is filled with flowers and green bamboos as a screen. In the melodious sound of silk and bamboo, the picturesque beauty of the palace maiden holding a golden pot, walking in a graceful and elegant manner. This scene alone is as long as the colorful ink scrolls like a long rhyme. Xiao Yushu sighed slightly, but unfortunately, under this elegant and relaxed atmosphere, there are swords and swords, and in the dark, I don't know how many treacherous tactics and vicious minds. That courtesan fetched another jug of Taishi by imperial wine, knelt and sat beside him, still smiling sweetly, and carefully poured wine for him. Xiao Yushu was not polite and immediately raised his cup to drink. Unfortunately, this cup was just the usual Taishi bai, and there was no 10,000 spirit liquid in it. The person who poisoned him was stingy, but he only prepared a pot of poisoned wine. Xiao Yushu was very disappointed. Life not many opportunities to make a fortune. He sipped his wine slowly, pondering the person behind this poisoning and its purpose. First of all, rule out the 5th prince. Old 5 has a grudge against himself, but his main enemy right now is the 2nd prince, and he doesn't have the energy to take care of Xiao Yushu, a small shrimp, nor was it the grand prince, who had only clashed today, and was too late to make any arrangements in the palace. The biggest suspect, of course, is Emperor Hongjia. He is the emperor, in the imperial city is at home. Set up a poisoning is easy. No, Xiao Yushu gently shook his head. The emperor has no motive for doing this. At this time, the beautiful courtesan next to her asked in a soft voice, what else does Master Shitsi want? Would you like the slave girl to whack your legs? Xiao Yushu said with a bland smile. I like crab-stuffed oranges. Go fetch me too. Sending away the palace maid at his side, Xiao Yushu continued to clear his thoughts. What good would it do for the emperor to send someone to poison him? Xiao Yushu? Apart from forcing a rebellion against the Jinnan army, there is no benefit in plain sight. Unless there were other forces that stepped in and offered the emperor a price that could not be refused. Xiao Yushu vaguely felt the prying eyes of the state master sitting above him. This old fairy had obvious hostility towards him, and 80% of them were the emperor's allies. He could not help but be secretly angry. Lao Zian did not sleep with you. The beginning of the end, did not sleep with your daughter. The beginning of the end, war did not hook up with your granddaughter. The beginning of the end of the abandonment. Why did you do this to me, you old bastard? Yeah, not a fairy, just an old and shady. Xiao Yushu cursed a few times in his heart and stretched out his middle finger to gesture a few more times after the dancing courtesans. It gradually dawned on him that the state master was resourceful, and that the poisoning wasn't just aimed at him this time. She and the emperor's purpose, I'm afraid, was to deal with Xiao Luoshan behind himself. Xiao Yushu smiled coldly, drank the wine in his hand and stood up. The other side was playing such underhanded tactics. He would have to plan for a big surprise for them in the coming day. Today's opportunity to enter the palace is rare, so why don't we take the opportunity to explore the location of that true dragon's blood? Xiao Yushu walked out of the banquet hall to change his clothes, and a eunuch immediately greeted him and waited to lead the way. In the palace, the Phoenix Pavilion and the Lawn Building, the carved beams and painted buildings, a corridor, a patio, also accompanied by rockeries and clear springs, like an exquisite labyrinth. Without the eunuch leading the way, there was a real possibility of getting lost. Arriving at the single purification room for VIPs, he said to the eunuch leading the way, "Wait here, this Shitsi is going to stay a little longer." The eunuch hurriedly bowed in agreement and stood guard outside the door. Xiao Yushu entered the purification room, which was gorgeously and neatly decorated, with incense smoked in a bronze furnace, and flowers and ceramic ornaments. The VIP pure room is divided into 2 floors, inside and outside, separated by an embroidered screen, with a mahogany bed and couch outside for the nobles to rest. Legend has it that after relieving himself, Emperor Wu of Han Dynasty favored Wei Zifu on his couch in the outer room. Xiao Yushu's eyes flashed as he leapt up and stuck to the inner wall like a gecko. He climbed in 2 strokes to a high place where there was a narrow, brightly tiled window. Xiao Yushu's fingers landed on it like steel knives, instantly tearing that bright tile apart. The bones in his body suddenly collapsed inward, then burrowed out of the narrow window like a snake. Xiao Yushu returned his hand to wrongly angle that bright tile and pressed it back onto the window, then gently leaped forward and fell into a narrow corridor from the wall behind that clean room. Although it was only a wall away, this was already behind the Fu Ning Palace. Xiao Yushu's body flashed and ghostly touched towards the front. True dragon's blood, hegemony and the need to nourish the spirit of qi and blood. It must not be possible to collect in the secret vaults and deep palaces, must be in the spirit of abundant places. In the imperial city, the first place with abundant spiritual energy is the Qintian supervisor, Xiao Yushu said in his heart. While that old Inbi, the master of the state, is attending the banquet, I will go to the Qintian supervisor to investigate. At this point in the banquet, the atmosphere gradually reached a climax. The powerful ministers let go a lot when the wine was flowing. Emperor Hongjia likes to be lively, so he did not restrain the activities of the families, many children running inside and outside the hall, but also added to the festive and lively atmosphere. Empress Jiang had already sent someone to replace the food and fruits under the flower tree. So many women and children had come out to take a break and eat snacks. Second Miss Zhang of the Duke of Li Mansion, with her bulbous little face, searched for food everywhere. Today, when she saw Xiao Yushu eating a crab-stuffed orange, she couldn't help but have some cravings, so she ate one herself. Once I ate it, I was amazed. Are these oranges even this good? Who says Xiao Yushu is stupid? He can hit and curse and find good food, so he's great, okay? In the usual words of my sisters, a high-quality man. Second Miss Zhang had her heart set on eating another crab-stuffed orange, but when she came out of the great hall, she was shocked to find that this delicacy was gone. The sky instantly seemed to be falling. At the age of 6, Miss Zhang, for the first time, had the sad feeling that the only thing that is not as good as we would like it to be is to be sad. It was at this point that her great, merciful, and beautiful majesty, the queen, actually had the food table updated. Second Miss Zhang looked at the newly served crab-stuffed oranges with great joy and ran with her short little legs in the wind. There was only a dish of crab-stuffed oranges on the table, and there were only 5 in it, and then she saw that someone was taking it. 1, 2, 3. Second Miss Zhang stormed over to the table and defiantly reached for the last one. However, she was so short that she missed it by an inch. There was only an inch between her and her beloved crab-stuffed orange. Just as she was picking her way across the table, struggling to reach a plain white jade hand poked out from the side and took away that crab-stuffed orange with precision and swiftness. No! Second Miss Zhang let out a mournful scream and violently turned her head to look at her enemy. The 16-year-old Gu family's second girl, Gu Anren, was ignoring the little peasant's anger and preparing to enjoy the delicious food. This is my da. Second Miss Zhang protested angrily, her small eyes glaring. Gu Anren pursed her cherry lips and smiled wryly. Little sister, whoever gets it first gets it. Second Miss Zhang's body shook as mist filled her eyes. She suddenly remembered Xiao Yushu's words: people who have a bad attitude toward children. Second Miss Zhang's small fists clenched and roared with all her strength. You bird-laden Yakuza. Chapter 79, Infiltrating the Qintian Supervisor. Gu Anren's eyes widened as she looked at little doubting. Unable to speak, the second young lady of the Gu family. Articulate, intelligent, beautiful as a flower and cunning as a fox. Surprisingly, I can't believe that I was hit head-on by such a small child. That's a hell of a blow. Who taught a child to say such nasty and shameless things? Her mind spun furiously for half a second, realizing that she couldn't even hit back at the little peahen. There were quite a few curse words that compared to this, and second Miss Gu could say quite a few of them. But where is this? It's the palace's major place of socializing. All the nobles are watching. The noble women's group of the Shangjing aristocratic circle. The fussy old wives and old ladies. They were staring sternly and stereotypically at the girls of each family. And whoever made the slightest mistake or scandal here would immediately ruin their reputation and their bright future prospects. How dare she? Second Miss Gu, Swear at a child in such a setting? She laughed hard and made a gracious smile. Little sister, it's not good for you to talk about people like that. It's not a good boy to scold people, yo. Seeing that the other party's anger subsided immediately after her words were spoken, second Miss Jean was pleasantly surprised. She clenched her small fists and followed Xiao Yushu's example, contemptuously adding another sentence. You bird-bearing yakuza. Me. Second Miss Gu's veins rippled on her head. Whose family's bear child was this? Who did you learn this expression from? Arrogant, scornful and squinty. It's ing hateful. Author's note, for this expression, please refer readers to Anya's squinting eyes and Spy Kids. At this time she saw out of the corner of her eye that the Shinjing Noble Women group was moving this way, and in fear she had to endure the humiliation and turn around and retreat in defeat in front of this little beaner. Little thing, you wait for me. Second Miss Shang's small hands clenched her waist. This was the first time she had defeated an enemy 10 years older than her head-on. Suddenly so excited with a feeling of invincible loneliness, Xiao Yushu was like a piece of willow floss, gently falling into the courtyard of the Chinatown supervisor. Inside the large Qintian jail, there is no everywhere patrolling guards and shuttling back and forth between the eunuchs and palace maidens. Instead of looking empty and quiet, at this time the sky has been dark. Qin Tianjian only lit a few lights. Dim light has a few eerie silence. Xiao Yushu's alertness had been raised to the peak. Gua Master Qin Yi was one of the 10 greatest masters in the world, and as this was her lair, there was bound to be a powerful arrangement. Danger is always present. The unseen is just hidden in the shadows. Xiao Yushu moved a few steps forward and then stopped motionless, gazing at the movements in all directions. Sure enough, 2 light breathing sounds were detected, which were lurking secret sentries. One of them was a human's breath, while the other had an extremely slow breath change and a different flow of qi and blood than the human body, presumably a beast bred by the state master. Xiao Yushu doubled his caution and stalked very, very slowly. He jammed into the dead center of the 2 dark sentries, and the moment their eyes were staggered, he swooped down to the next hiding place with lightning speed. Just like this, after a full 2 columns of incense, he dodged through a dark sentry, penetrated through the courtyard of the Qin Tian supervisor, and approached this tall pagoda-shaped building. Just as he was about to step into the Qin Tian supervisor, his body shook and golden words flashed before his eyes. The host is hurt by the poisonous Brahma flower. Status reversal activated. Host's martial arts +5. Host's spirit +5. Not bad for an old. The state master had indeed laid a poisonous array on the outskirts of the Qintian prison, and without the supernatural power to add to it, this one was directly put down, and it must have alarmed the guards. Xiao Yushu entered the Qintian supervisor, which was very much like a pagoda-style building, with one level turning all the way up and down, and some small rooms next to the stairs. Looking up from the bottom, the staircases are only seen to become less and less spaced out, the whole tower resembling a well. Gusts of wind echoed up and down the stairs, whimpering a bit. A small white lantern hung in the doorway of some of the rooms, pulsing and flickering from the bottom up as if it were phosphorescent fire. Those darkened rooms were not all silent, and the occasional rustling of strange rattling sounds rang out, sending shivers down one's spine. Xiao Yushu carefully avoided the light and approached each room to feel the spiritual energy of the true dragon's blood. His cultivation level was already close to the realm of the innate, and he could vaguely feel the fluctuations in the strength of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. From the first floor to the third floor, he did not feel any strong spiritual energy dispersion. The true dragon's blood was not here, and it was certainly possible that it had been hidden by the state master in a special way. From the 4th level on, there were no more little white lanterns, just a dark, somewhat claustrophobic and ghastly blackness. Xiao Yushu pondered for a moment, but still went up to the 4th floor. It didn't look like the 4th level of the tower. Instead it looked like a land of mausoleums. Dirt was piled up everywhere, and the winding, narrow staircases looked like tunnels burrowed in the dirt by earthworms. A pungent, muddy, earthy odor came from all sides, but not to the point where it was hard to breathe. Xiao Yushu narrowed his eyes slightly as white shadows flickered in the large wall-like dirt. When they looked closer, they turned out to be pale skulls and animal skulls, all of them morose and hideous, with black eyes looking at those who passed by. A line of gold letters flashed before his eyes. The host has suffered damage from the 5-element Stargazer Formation's earthly Yuan power. Status reversal activated. Host's martial arts +5. Host's spirit +5. Holy, the old Ingbi has something to say about every layer of this. This 4th level is presumably a simulation of the forces of earth and death, and unauthorized intruders are mailed directly. The 5th level was like a tropical rainforest, planted with all sorts of exotic flowers and plants, and vines crazily spread throughout the entire space. Xiao Yushu had no choice but to navigate through the grass and large leaves, and he proceeded cautiously, fearing that something like a poisonous insect was lurking. Luckily, everything had a scare and he reached the 6th floor without any problems. The moment he saw the 6th floor of the Qin Tian supervisor, Xiao Yushu cursed in his heart. If he didn't have his supernatural powers to add to his body, he immediately turned around and left. It's so scary here. The sixth floor was a clear expanse of water, simulating the appearance of a river and an ocean that swirled in 9 curves throughout the building. The thing is, these waters are very different. It's the mercury of the treadmill. These vapors, volatile from the mercury, were dancing back and forth in the air as if they were tornadoes, bound by some force. As soon as Xiao Yushu stepped forward, it was as if he had stepped on an organ, and instantly 2 huge channels of mercury vapor surrounded him. The host has been damaged by the mercury poison of the 5-element stargazer formation. Status reversal activated. Host's martial arts +1. Host's spirit +1. The host has been damaged by the mercury poison of the 5-element stargazer formation. Status reversal activated. Host's martial arts +1. Host's spirit +1. No wonder that old silver dollar had the nerve to leave here and go to the banquet by himself. This place is inaccessible to the living except for herself. Chapter 80, Stargazing Altar. Grayish-white mercury vapor filled the air like a large white fog surrounding Xiao Yushu. He's walking through this fog. Step over the meandering rivers on the earth. Step over the calm lakes. Step over the wide sea. Just like the giants walking on the earth in the ancient times, Xiao Yushu covered his mouth and nose, and in a few moments his body was already covered with white shiny beads, looking like a frosty old man. These round and rolling beads rained down from his body between his walks, and once again large swaths of them gathered to be generated. This is all mercury. The golden text prompts in front of his eyes were like the pop-ups in Sister Zhou's live studio in the latter days, densely and constantly flashing. The host is damaged by mercury poison. Status reversal activated. Host's martial arts +1. Host's spirit +1. The host is damaged by mercury poison. Status reversal activated. Host's martial arts +1. Host's spirit +1. The host is damaged by mercury poison. Status reversal activated. Host's martial arts +1. Host's spirit +1. Xiao Yushu let out a light breath. This kind of intensive as a torrential downpour was indeed refreshing, but it was also truly frightening. Without supernatural abilities, even an innate realm martial arts expert wouldn't be able to pass through this 6th floor. He finally crossed the 9 quarters water system and came to a place where the mercury mist was thin at the edge. Xiao Yushu shipped his power to shake his body, and millions of mercury orbs flew out from his body and fell into that terrifyingly deadly mist. He looked upwards. The 7th floor of the Chinton was very high, as if it was at the very top of this dark and deep well. The spiral staircase was narrow and rough, only about a foot wide, winding back and forth clinging to the dark walls of the tower as if it led up to the sky. One side of the staircase is the tower wall. The other side has no handrail. The narrow staircase is next to the open space. Once the foot slips and falls down is expected to fall directly into the sea of mercury. Xiao Yushu slowly went up the stairs, and the dark tower walls were painted with all sorts of hideous and bizarre patterns. There were humans, animals, and demons, and all of them were making all kinds of hideous and horrible appearances as if they were in great pain under the eerie star illumination. Xiao Yushu took a deep breath and continued traveling upwards. After walking for a few moments and looking down from his perch, surprisingly, he saw a strange and magnificent grand painting below. The view from the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors somehow, surprisingly, they were fused together by some strange construction technique. Above the vast mountain ranges and thick soil is lush green vegetation, with rivers meandering in 9 curves and flowing through them. This is miles and miles of the Great Zhou dynasty? Xiao Yushu was shocked in his heart and could not help but speed up his steps after gazing at it for half a day. This isn't a visit to a science museum. It'll kill you if you take too long. He made his way up the narrow staircase quickly to the 7th floor, the highest level of the Chinatown. This was the place where the state master practiced astrology, so it was bound to be even more dangerous. But the opportunity was rare, so maybe the chance to explore was only this once. Surprisingly, the 7th floor door was unlocked, except for some water stains on the floor. Xiao Yushu stared at his guard and slowly walked into the hall, and as soon as he stepped in, he felt a cold and bone-chilling wind blowing over him. The wind seemed to come not from the earth, but from above the ancient icy stars, with a cold and lofty meaning. Surprisingly, there was no such thing as a hall in sight. Inside the 7th level gate was only a narrow circle of metal with round edges, and welded to this metal circle were 12 gold and iron monsters that were a full 3 feet tall, wolf-headed and hideous. Thick chains were wrapped around each monster. An exquisite and huge circular altar like a chandelier was suspended in the air by these 12 chains. The center of the altar faces the top of the tower, where there is an open round hole. At this time, it was already nighttime, and the starlight fell from the night sky and shone right on this altar, making it look mysterious and weird and dreamy. This hanging altar with the miles of the Great Zhou below and the thousands of stars in the night sky above. It is the place where Master Qingyi of the Great Zhou Kingdom practiced stargazing. Xiao Yushu carefully observed that the altar didn't seem to have any hidden means of assassination, although he had his powers on him. If he was killed instantly, the reversed powers would not be able to protect him. That old silver coins methods are strange and poisonous, and one must be extremely careful. Xiao Yushu's feet moved and his figure pulled up and landed on top of the altar. This aerial altar was quite large, with a diameter of about 3 zhang, and it hung very steadily, with Xiao Yushu landing on it with only a slight tremor. At the center of the altar were 3 strange idols, arranged in a triangle around a bead, on which the starlight spilled down to fall. Even from a distance, Xiao Yushu could feel the soft and cozy vitality radiating from that bead. Beyond the 3 idols, there were 18 offerings densely arranged. These offerings are all extremely fresh, and Xiao Yushu recognizes several of them, including precious fresh medicinal herbs, fruits that have just been plucked and still have dewdrops on them, and freshly slaughtered heads of 3 animals. The top 2 items were liquids in 2 black jars. When Xiao Yushu got closer, he smelled a bloody odor. He moved closer to the first jar to take a look, and his eyes flashed sternly. What's in this jar, after all, is fresh human blood. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled it again, anger gradually rising in his heart. Although he knew that this old silver coin wasn't a good bird, but as a great Zhou state master, he even used human blood to sacrifice to the evil god. Also set up another picture of the great Zhou's 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains below. Could it be stealing the great Zhou human race's qi? This is a matter of the safety and security of millions of people in the world. Xiao Yushu was not a saint, but in case the great Zhou's qi declined, the world was suddenly in a state of war and disaster. The demon race might take advantage of the opportunity to invade again. Then wouldn't the peaceful era that the Xiao family had fought so hard for 3 generations be over? Whether it was his sister Xiao Luotian, the Jinnan army, or Su Baila and other relatives, all would be involved in the disaster. A cold color flashed in Xiao Yushu's eyes. Whether that's the case or not, this old silver coin thing is going to spoil it for her first. He looked again at the jar at the top, which was filled with an incredibly clear, spirit-containing water. This water was recorded in the secret book of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence, called No Fury Pure Water, which is a kind of dewdrops collected from the blossoming of a rare orchid. That orchid is very rare and has a very short opening time, so No Fury Pure Water is precious. This water is nurtured by rare orchids and is unaffected by heaven and earth and worldly fury, making it the best vehicle for rituals to communicate with the gods. According to the rules of the sacrifice, the spiritual chances of the remaining 17 offerings had to pass through this unsullied pure water in order to be transmitted to the deity. Well, Xiao Yushu stood in front of the black jar and resolutely unbuckled the waistband of his pants. Wow, I've been drinking for so long, it's time to drain my body. A bubble of urine was pissed by Xiao Yushu with unparalleled precision into the black jar that held the fateless pure water, mixing with the pure and flawless pure water. Chapter 81, I'm from a prestigious school. Above the altar in the air, a starlight fell and enveloped the strange pearl. As the night grew deeper, the starlight grew more intense, gradually expanding to those 3 idols. Xiao Yushu felt that the Great Zhou River and mountain diagram below was surging with surging spiritual energy, as if the starlight in the sky was being drawn out from below by the altar. The pearl emitted a glittering light that shone on the 3 half-man, half-beast idols. Each of them seemed to come to life, pale faces with eerie smiles. Looks like a piss won't wake them up. We'll have to find another way. Xiao Yushu slowly approached the 3 idols, and there was a half-used futon beyond the range of starlight on the side, obviously the place where the state master meditated. At first glance, the starlight did not look peculiar, but when Xiao Yushu looked closer, he realized that layers of huge white petals in full bloom were constantly emerging from the starlight. Thousands of petals are so gorgeous that it's almost mesmerizing. He hurriedly averted his eyes, looking extremely grave. This starlight is extremely bizarre at first glance, and it's hard to predict what will happen when it gets on your body. Xiao Yushu unclasped his belt, holding one end in his hand and throwing the other into the starlight. The part of that belt that entered the starlight instantly decayed and turned into flying dust. It's not starlight, it's simply a high-energy laser beam. It seems that it is difficult to get that pearl. Although Xiao Yushu has supernormal abilities in his body, supernormal abilities are not omnipotent. Still unable to take the risk, Xiao Yushu pondered for a moment, then smiled. He carefully surveyed the aerial altar and extended his fingers to gesture a few times from afar. He came outside the range of starlight irradiation, and with a thought, the Moon Jedi sword instantly appeared from his hand. A sword stabbed into the altar like a knife cutting through tofu. The Moon Jade sword was a supreme divine weapon, and digging through the base of this altar was not a big problem. Xiao Yushu dug directly from the altar outside the range of the starlight. He first opened a slanting groove downwards, then dug a hole diagonally upwards at the bottom of the slanting groove. The cutout channel material was piled up neatly at the edge of the altar, ready to be loaded back up again in a few moments. Didn't expect it. Fu Qingyi. In my previous life, I couldn't find a job after graduating from undergraduate school and went to a world-renowned school to learn a stunt. Lao Tzu's division is known globally. and to this day the deafening slogan resonates in all directions, which is the strongest excavation technology, Shandong, China to find Lanxiang. That's right, Xiao Yushu had learned to be an excavator for half a year in his previous life, so he came up with the brilliant idea of digging a hole and stealing the beads. You old silver coins lost to my old man because you're uneducated and didn't go to school. The moon jade sword was very sharp, and soon Xiao Yushu dug through the passageway, only a palm's throw away from the top surface. The floor of the altar was able to withstand the starlight shining on it, and there must have been some sort of formation attached to it. Xiao Yushu drew a circle underneath the bright pearl, running his full strength and violently chanting silently, "How ran sword!" At once the vast chi wrapped the moon Jedi sword, piercing through the floor like lightning and slicing off the circle. The floor suddenly lurched, and the pearl in the altar boned and fell diagonally into the passage. Xiao Yushu hurriedly withdrew the moon jade sword and rerighted the floor. In this lightning-like instant, the starlight had annihilated all of the vast chi that wrapped around the moon absolute sword. Fortunately, Xiao Yushu withdrew quickly, and the moon jade sword was not damaged. He returned to the passage and picked up the pearl at the very bottom. Xiao Yushu was shocked to find that the starlight on the altar had disappeared as the pearl was taken away. He subconsciously gave a gentle squeeze, and the pearl in his hand unexpectedly cracked into two halves. Strong spiritual energy fluctuated, and rich vitality surged like a sea tide. The turquoise soul-gel-like liquid flowed out of the shell, and just by breathing it in, the whole body felt fresh and the flow of chi and blood was smooth. About 2/3 of the liquid came out of the beads and the rest stopped trickling out. To his surprise, the turquoise liquid that flowed out reconsolidated right in his hand, and the two halves of the bead gradually condensed into two bright beads. Xiao Yushu was instantly overjoyed, and he carefully stowed the large pearl away in his personal pocket. He came to the center of those three idols at the altar, placed the smaller bead in its original position, and quickly retreated. Sure enough, after a few moments, a starlight fell and the pearl glowed anew. Only at this time, the light was much dimmer than just now, and the spiritual energy below that was induced had also become thin. Xiao Yushu didn't care about being surprised and pleased. He hurriedly reinstalled the altar materials that he had cut off from the digging hole back, and it took him a lot of effort to organize it. The surface looks fine, the channel is piled a little less flat. Can't help it. He went to school for engineering management, building construction technology, a course he failed in disgrace. It was already getting late, so Xiao Yushu saw fit to quickly leave the 7th floor. He retrieved the moon jade sword, but was surprised to find that the spirit bead was actually included in his sea of consciousness along with the moon jade sword. The spirit of heaven and earth was truly extraordinary, retracing his steps through mercury rivers, dense jungles, and crawling through dirt passages as narrow as serpentine pathways. He left the Chinook, after avoiding the secret sentries in the courtyard and leaving the courtyard of the Chinatown. Xiao Yushu turned back to look at the towering pagoda that stood in the dark night, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He followed the same path and returned to the VIP Pure Room in Fu Ning Palace. At this time, the eunuchs outside are waiting anxiously, softly outside and keep asking, "Master Shitzi, are you alright? Do you need a slave girl to serve you?" Xiao Yushu took off his outer robe and threw it directly into the purification bucket, shouting, "You come in." That eunuch heard the voice and hurriedly entered the room. At a glance, he saw Xiao Yushu's naked upper body and his eyes burning at him. He was startled and took 2 steps backward. He couldn't help but feel the tightness behind him and warily said, I don't know what the world master wants." Xiao Yushu droned in mock annoyance. "I dropped my clothes in the bucket and they're stained with urine. Go find me a new set. Hurry up. This is a bad day." That eunuch sighed with relief and hurriedly backed out of the purification room, and went looking for clothes in a puff of smoke. Xiao Yushu's eyes flickered as he quickly rinsed his entire body carefully with the purified water from the white porcelain vat next to him, so as not to be discovered by the state master. By the time that eunuch returned with the palace maid and the clothes, Xiao Yushu had already run his internal power and vaporized his entire body. Changing into brand new clothes, the palace maid recombed his hair, and the whole person was neat and fresh. He reappeared at the banquet in Fu Ning Palace, and the palace maid serving him was carrying crab-stuffed oranges, smiling sweetly. "You're back, world master. Why have you even changed your clothes?" Xiao Yushu laughed and cursed in a low voice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Out of shift pissed on my clothes. Had to change. The palace maid covered her mouth and laughed softly. At this time the chief eunuch above gave a shout. The emperor, the state master and the empress all retired. Fu Qingyi never looked at Xiao Yushu again since the beginning. A dying man who has been poisoned by the All Souls liquid is not worth the attention of the Lord State Master. Xiao Yushu drank the wine in his cup and smiled. Asterisk 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 ing awesome. Chapter 82. I'm married to Xiao Yushu. The banquet was nearing its end, and as the emperor and the state master left, all the powerful and noble families retired from the banquet and left the venue. The process is slow, mainly because the housewives of each family only see each other once in a long while and have a lot to talk about. Pussies young and old chatting as they slowly make their way out, stopping when they are happy and pulling together a chat group on the spot. Xiao Yushu was a bit regretful that second Prince Suchi said he wanted to introduce Lin Xingyin to him, but Miss Lin was not feeling well and did not attend this palace banquet. Watching that it was almost time, Xiao Yushu bowed to the several state princes and left the table to retire. Yang Songwei, the Duke of Wei, also stayed for a while, and he had to accompany his wife, and the process of departure of the ladies lasted most of an hour. Long enough for the male guests to have 2 more rounds of drinks and then enjoy 2 more hokey-pokey dances. Xiao Yushu exited Fu Ning Palace and met a group of noble women in the square. At a glance, he saw the modest and studious child, Miss Xiang Er. The little peahen was in a bad mood, her eyes red and still choking on the occasional sob. Her feat of crushing second Miss Gu with a single word quickly reached the ears of her sister-in-law, Xia Yunbing. As the first daughter-in-law of the younger generation, Mrs. Xia was dignified and stern, and this little aunt was similar to her daughter, who was usually the one who disciplined her. What's the point of hearing that? How can such vulgar words be said by a daughter of the Duke of Li's family? Dragged to a nearby cabin on the spot and went straight to the ass. Second Miss Zhang was aggrieved, and when her big eyes turned to see Xiao Yushu, she immediately became teary-eyed. You heartless bad man, I've been beaten twice by my sister-in-law for you. Xiao Yushu was shocked by the strong aggression and sadness in her eyes and hurriedly walked up to ask, Second Miss Zhang, what's wrong with you? With that he took the wrapped crab-stuffed orange and handed it to her. It's you. Second Miss Zhang was just about to complain to her sister-in-law, accusing that it was this heartless man who had taught her that killer foul language, but she was instantly blinded by the wonderful crab-stuffed oranges. Her voice immediately became incredibly gentle, with a delicate, affectionate naivety. It's you, my favorite brother Yushu. Jar's heart is happy when she sees you dash. What a good boy. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but sigh, being studious and polite. The voices of the group of noble women who were chatting next to them gradually lowered, curiously looking at the odd pair of a silly little pair talking. Second Miss Zhang finally ate the delicious crab-stuffed oranges, which were a bit cold, but it was quick. She quipped sweetly as her little eyes curved. Xiao Yushu, you're such a good person. Well, I know. Xiao Yushu sighed deeply. Where else in the world can there be a youth as good as me? Risking my life to fertilize Lord Kokeshi's sacrifice. Xia Yunbing walked over and apologized. Xiao Shitzi, I'm very sorry for the intrusion of my sister. Up close this first daughter-in-law is oppressive, with a high-end atmosphere spread out. Xiao Yushu smiled politely. No need for you to be polite, ma'am. The second young miss is naive, intelligent and courteous. Yushu is very chatty with her. Second Miss Zhang hurriedly nodded her head, her round little face full of happiness. That's right, the intelligent and courteous child that Xiao Yushu was talking about is this young lady Ni. Xia Yunbing said, JL, we should go. You have 200 big words to write tonight. What? Second Miss Zhang froze, her small round eyes glaring at Xia Yunbing. Sister-in-law, how can you say such cruel words to a bright and polite child? With a twinkle in her small eyes, she made an instant decision to stand beside Xiao Yushu and raised her small arm to take his hand. She exclaimed as she cutely wrinkled her nose at her sister-in-law. I just married Xiao Yushu. Now I'm a member of the Marquis of Jinnan's household. Sister-in-law, you can't control me anymore. Put, LOL. There was a low chuckle from the group of noble women nearby, and their eyes turned. Xia Yunbing, the first daughter-in-law, was smart and decisive, and acted in an orderly manner. Usually there were not many chances to see her suffer. Xia Yunbing also did not get angry and said with a cold smile, you need a marriage contract and a bride price to marry. Where is your bride price? MS. Chang's eyes blinked and she held up 2 crab-stuffed oranges. This is the bride price. It's delicious. Xia Yunbing shook his head. You still need the order of your parents and the words of a matchmaker. I'm your sister-in-law. The lord parents have entrusted you to me. I don't agree with this marriage. He. Another burst of good-natured laughter emanated from the group of noble women. And second Miss Shang's eyes reddened and she looked about to cry. Xiao Yushu hurriedly squatted down and laughed. Second Miss, I'll also make a lot of delicious food. Even more delicious than crab-stuffed oranges. You go home and write properly, and I'll make them for you someday. Okay? Lots of good food? Second Miss Shang's small face instantly glowed, hesitated for a moment and said helplessly, well, then you must come. You can't lie to me. Okay? It's a deal. Xiao Yushu and second Miss Zhang pulled a hook before bowing to Xia Yunbing and the group of noble women under her reluctant gaze, floating away in style. Many noble women in the noble women's group eyed his back and whispered, this Xiao Shitzi actually doesn't look stupid anymore. Has he gotten enlightened with age? Today, I see that he is a talented man with a pure heart, a rare and good son. I heard my family's Delang say that today in front of the imperial city. He revealed his martial arts skills are also very strong. and he will definitely be able to build his career by going into battle as a general. The Marquis of Jinnan's house is up. I wonder if he's married yet. My family's. The Empress had already left, and Emperor Hongzhou walked side by side with the State Master Qingyi in the long corridor, with the eunuchs and palace maids staying far away. This section of the corridor was a bit dark, and the two figures flickered in and out of the dull light. Emperor Hongzhou whispered, "Xiao Yushu has already drunk the 10,000 spirit liquid." Fu Qingyi's lips opened and closed slightly. Not bad. In half a year he will be poisoned, and he will not die immediately and violently, but will suffer for a full month before dying. You can now lay out the means to deal with the Jinnan army. Emperor Hongzhou's cold voice came from the darkness. What about Xiao Luotian? Fu Qingyi simply said, Xiao Luotian has me to deal with. She must die. Emperor Hongzhou nodded and said, if Xiao Luotian dies, the Jinnan army will surely move. If the army is to be used in the Jiannan Road, there can't be any problems in Chuzhou and Yuzhou, where the King of Chu is sealed. Please ask the State Master to observe the stars and monitor the movements of the King of Chu. Yes. A few moments later, Fu Qingyi returned to the 7th floor of the Qintian supervisor on top of the aerial altar. She did not notice anything unusual. Exactly. She never believed that someone in this world could secretly sneak into this place without disturbing the stargazing 5 elements formation in the slightest. Fu Qingyi walked to the familiar futon and sat down. Looking up at the starlight, he couldn't help but frown. How come this starlight and spiritual energy is so much weaker? She raised her hand and pointed, and from the black jar next to her, a ball of unsullied pure water instantly flew up. This pure water flew into the starlight and slowly unfolded, transforming into a water screen-like scroll of 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains in the Great Zhou. Fu Qingyi's eyes snapped and her delicate body trembled slightly. Only to the southwest of that scroll, surprisingly, a yellowish filth gushed out. Chapter 83, The Crooked-Mouthed Gentleman Sideburns and Flowers. State Master Qingyi gazed at the transparent scroll of the Great Zhou River and mountains. Starlight poured down, illuminating the transparent scrolls in a crystal-clear manner. She raised her jade-like finger and tapped on the starlight. It is this light touch. Her face instantly bring the color of pain. Visible starlight, how horrible. A transparent fluctuation impacted on the transparent scroll, setting off faint ripples and spreading outward in a quivering layer. The scroll fluctuated and swirled, and the piece of yellowish filth appeared and disappeared, but it refused to disappear. Fu Qingyi's expression became grave. So it seems that the stars are clear. There really will be chaos born in the southwest of the Great Zhou. What's even scarier is that the mess is slightly yellow in color. Yellow, that's the color of royalty. The son of heaven. There's only a King of Chu there. Could it be that he's going to rebel? Her sheer water eyes in the essence of the hidden, straight as sharp as a sword sharp. Emperor Hongzhou received a message from the State Master. He silently burned the note on the burning lamp and looked at the glistening candlelight grimly. Shadows from the candlelight jumped over him, sometimes brightly, sometimes darkly. The King of Chu, Suing, was enshrined in Chuzhou, holding the Great River, the thoroughfare of 9 provinces. Jiang Zhu Chang, the deputy commander of the Grand River Marine Division, is the son-in-law of the King of Chu, and if the King of Chu turns against him, the Grand River Marine Division may become a rebel overnight. Chuzhou cannot even bounce. To the Jiannan Road, Jinnan military is a joke. The jumping candlelight shadows gradually came together into a morose and determined expression on Emperor Hongzhou's face. There is no kinship in the house of God, no brotherhood in power. As an emperor, he never had the power to choose. In any case, before dealing with the Jinnan army, we have to take care of Chuzhou. Emperor Hongzhou's resolve was made, and he sighed silently. Fortunately, I have the help of the Master of the State. Always anticipate the enemy first, so as to be able to take the initiative in the wind and rain-like situation. Without the state councillors stargazing, how could I have easily known of the King of Chu's treachery? At this time, the upper capital, rich and powerful, cover the world. Today is the emperor's birthday. The city is no longer curfew. People come and go very lively. The usually clean and tidy inner city and the various merchants continue to operate at night. Tea houses, restaurants, greenhouses, casinos and stores are all brightly lit up with music and songs. Xiao Yushu rode his horse and escorted the 2 Su family members back to the Chinyibo residence before arching his hand in farewell. The 2 Su family members are going to the banquet today with many twists and turns. Startled at first, then shocked, and then warmly received by the powerful circles of the Shangjing after the feast. Even the high and mighty Duke of Wei's wife and the eldest daughter-in-law of the Duke of Li's house, Mrs. Xia, had come to accompany Mrs. Lu for a few words. Mrs. Lu raised her eyebrows, feeling that decades of her life had never been as sound and refreshing as this. This decency was naturally not because of themselves, but because of the Marquis of Jinnan, and because of their son-in-law, Xiao Yushu. The old couple held hands at the entrance of the mansion and kept watching Xiao Yushu's distant back. Both of them are booing and sighing. deeply favored by the heavens, actually gave their ugly daughter such a good marriage. Mrs. Lu's smile slightly curtailed as she worried. Xiao Shitzi is so outstanding. I'm really a bit worried whether or not Lara will be able to gather Shitzi's heart, Su Huantang said with a straight face. You, as a mother, should urge her more so that she can't slack off. She should work harder while she's young and give birth to a child for the world's son as soon as possible. Xiao Yushu's horse had just reached the front of the Linxian bridge when a man came up ahead and smiled crookedly. It's been a long time since Xiao Shitzi. Do you still remember my humble servant? Xiao Yushu spread his eyebrows and smiled. Some people are just heavenly angry and harmonious. The smile of the visitor instantly reminded him of the lewd face of the front row class flower bending over to instantly reveal her snow-white waist during class in his previous life, and the 5 sons in his dormitory staring at him simultaneously. Xiao Yushu laughed and jumped off his horse to arch his hand. It's been a long time. Brother Han is still graceful. Today old Han is dressed to the nines and rhyming. He was originally greasy-mouthed and not a good person to look at. Now still wearing the gaudy brocade robe, he actually had a large red hibiscus flower at his temples. Han Yangha arranges flowers. Can you imagine how flirtatious it is? Han Fa was not happy to see that Xiao Yu's secretary had gotten him and was quite friendly. He hemmed and hawed obscenely, scaring the 2 young ladies passing by. Han Fa coughed lightly, his short carrot-like fingers grasping a fan. Master Shitzi and I hit it off at first sight. So why don't Mr. Han be the host and treat Master Shitzi to a few drinks? The guards of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence were already following around, and Xiao Yushu thought about it and simply said, it's better to meet by chance. Since that's the case, then I'll bother Brother Han. Han Fa couldn't help but rejoice and reach out. Please, I'll take the Siriiti to a nice place to spend some time. Together, the 2 of them put their arms around each other and swam along this willow smoke river, crossing a wooden bridge and a stone plaque to the civilian area behind the market street. The area is very lively, with all kinds of small stores and stalls set up along the river, with signboards and crowds of people. If we use the words of the latter days, this is a snack street in Shangjing. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the rich smoky air and smelled the aroma of food wafting through the air. This place is good. Han Fa saw that he didn't mind this place being low grade, but instead was very interested, and couldn't help but feel like a confidant in a big way. He smiled and pointed. Don't look at this place as ordinary. All the authentic snacks of the upper capital city are here. Only after you've eaten here can you say you've been to Shangjing City. Xiao Yushu clapped his hands. Brother Han is right. I feel hungry just smelling the smell. Let's go eat something quickly, so I can get a good taste of the Shangjing specialties, he added. Let's not be polite. Brother Han, don't call me Shitzi. Call me Yushu or Xiao Xiao. Han Fa didn't make any pretense and laughed. I'll call you Xiao Xiao. Then you can call me Lao Han, please. Okay, let's go. The 2 of them entered that night market together, and their horses were naturally led away by the guards behind them. Han Fa said, pointing to 2 snacks in the night market. The pork hu cake here, as well as the intestinal noodles here are the best in Shangjing. This one has been making intestinal noodles for 3 generations, and no one can match the authentic flavor. But well, he smiled smugly and said, today I'll recommend you a better one first. The best tofu in the entire upper capital. The best tofu in the upper capital? A few moments later, Xiao Yushu took a look at the long line in front of the tofu stall, as well as the beautiful woman who was like a tender tofu that had just come out of the pot. He looked at Han Fa, only to see pride, anticipation, and a hint of shyness on the lewd old face. Holy, you're talking about eating tofu? Really eating tofu? Chapter 84 Night Market Cake and Cigarette Fire. The night market was bustling with the smell of smoke and fire and the laughter of people everywhere. The owner of the hoe cake maker, with his gray hair and beard, was busy putting one hoe cake after another on the big stove and baking it. His housekeeper was a big fat woman who chopped up the bacon with nimble hands and beat her hands. Next to the rice noodle stall, a mustachioed man in his early 30s was busy with his daughter-in-law, while several small children ran around from the stall, emitting fawn-like cries of joy. A woman of 27 or 18, standing playfully behind the tofu stall. Her skin is white and tender as trembling freshly cooked tender tofu. She was so busy that her head was sweating and strands of green silk hung down by her temples. There was a little lady of 11 or 12 years old following her around, working her ass off. Xiao Yushu deeply inhaled the lively smoke, and surprisingly recalled the peaceful and happy days of his previous life when he was jerking off with his sons in the dormitory. Han Fa led him over, and Xiao Yushu suddenly realized that old Han was actually a little nervous. What fun! A veteran John with such an innocent side? Han Fa walks up to the tofu stall, and the tofu buyers obviously recognize him and make snide remarks. Yo, Master Han came to buy tofu again? Master Han really likes tofu, buying it 3 times a day. I've heard that Master Han not only likes to eat, but also likes to make tofu, and often puts on a set of hoops and acts as a donkey pulling a mill for the tofu shisu. Ha ha ha. Han Fa smiled and did not get annoyed. perfunctorily arched his hand to everyone and came to the front of the stall and smiled sarcastically. Bell, busy? That tofu shitsu with a pair of big watery eyes coldly swept him a glance. I'm not blessed with the fortune of a rich lady. Who's going to support me if I'm not busy? Who will support my daughter? A man in the clump of people lined up next to him instantly laughed. Lady Bao, I'll support you. Ah, as long as you're happy to be married tonight. That bauble cursed. Go, who cares if you raise it? Go home and raise your mother. Hanfa smiled crookedly. I'll help you. Bao Bayer hummed and looked up to see Xiao Yushu couldn't help but see her eyes light up and smiled respectfully. This great official, are you here to buy tofu too? Big officer, what a familiar name. I'm here to buy tofu too. Xiao Yushu had no choice but to walk over to him, and the civilians in the queue voluntarily stepped back to make way for him. Hanfa waved his hand and laughed. He's my friend. You're welcome. Bob L spat. Don't be a toad to your face. You're the only one with such decent friends? Han Fa snapped, unable to speak, and Xiao Yushu stifled his laughter, arching his hand. I am indeed a friend of old Han. Neat Lady Bao. Tofu Westerner Bao Bayer and little Lady Erlu were both a bit surprised, and turned their heads to look at Han Fa again. Han Fa held his head proudly, pride all over his obscenely ugly face. See, my old Han also has one or two handsome friends, not all crooked. A few moments later, Xiao Yushu was sitting at the Hu cake stand next door, and Han Fa brought in 2 plates of freshly cut tofu and steaming soy milk. Come on, taste it, the freshly made ones are the best. Han Fa warmly entertained. Xiao Yushu took a spoon and scooped a spoonful into his mouth. The tofu was really tender and smooth. Not bad, that craft can be, Hanfa said with a smug smile. It's okay, this tofu is handcrafted and the beans are well ground. Oh, what's the deal with grinding beans? Xiao Yushu asked curiously. Hanfa pointed to himself. The old man himself was a donkey on a lasso and ground it. Xiao Yushu laughed out loud and stuck out his thumb in praise. Good indeed. He smiled at Lady Bao. Mrs. Bao, the tofu is well made. Can you deliver some to my home every day? Maiden Bao was overjoyed at the words, immediately handing the stall over to her daughter and picking up a few pieces of good tofu milk herself and bringing it over. She crossed her arms and laughed. Thank you for your appreciation, great official. May I also ask the great official to bestow? Where is the address of your residence? Xiao Yushu was dressed in an extraordinary manner, and the material of his clothes was very luxurious. She could tell at a glance that the other party was either rich or wealthy, so she was extremely careful to curry favor. Xiao Yushu said, let's have 10 pounds of tofu a day, and send some soy milk. Just send it to the Marquis of Jinnan's residence. Bao Nyangzi's watery eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, You are dash. Xiao Yushu laughed. I'm Shitsi Xiao Yushu. Next to the Hu Biscuits boss is carrying an iron plate of Hu Biscuits over. Sniffing a bang. A plate of pork Hu Biscuits in his hand fell to the ground. The round, piping hot hoe cakes rolled on the floor in a bone-chilling manner, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Xiao Yushu looked over in surprise, but Han Fa smiled faintly. The boss with white hair trembled as he stepped forward and looked at Xiao Yushu and asked carefully, You're the Xiao Shitsi of the Marquis of Jinnan? Xiao Yushu was a bit surprised and nodded his head. It's me, what can I tell you, old man? That boss was about 50 years old, and at this moment, his whole body trembled, and turbid teardrops fell from his eyes. He fiercely knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiao Yushu with a thud. Abbot, please don't, what are you doing? Xiao Yushu hurriedly reached out to pull him. Had the old man encountered an injustice? Had a powerful person or a scoundrel bullied him? If that was the case, Xiao Shizi wouldn't mind taking care of it for the sake of heaven. However, it did not occur to him that the boss did not plead with him to redress the injustice, but choked. The grass people are kowtowing to Master Shitsi, and even more so to their benefactor, the Jinnan army. Oh, Xiao Yushu helped the boss up. That hoop cake boss slowly stood up and bowed. The herdsmen will make a few of their specialty hoe cakes for the world master, and the world master will eat them while listening to the herdsman's chatter. After saying that, he ran back to the furnace, took out all his skills, baked the hoe cake seriously and incomparably, carefully held it up and put it on Xiao Yu's desk. He wiped the corners of his eyes with his tattered sleeve and shouted at the people around him. This official is the Xiao Shitsi of the Marquis of Jinnan, the young son of the Jinnan army. Ah, so it's Xiao Shizi. It's from the Jinnan army. Those are good men. The night market seemed to be momentarily silent. Then the crowd buzzed and gathered around, and the intestinal flower boss actually left his stall to go look for someone. Xiao Yushu looked around with some surprise, and the marquee guards then wanted to rush up to block them, but he waved his hand to stop them. The crowd drew nearer to gather round him, with eyes full of excitement, of gratitude, of admiration, and of sadness at the re-encounter. The hoopy boss took a long breath and said slowly, Forgive me, Mr. Shitsi, the people are a bit excited to hear that you've come. Half of the people on our street are not from Shangjing by ancestry. We all fled from the outside after the demonic disaster. It turned out to be immigrants fleeing the disaster. Xiao Yushu stood up and nodded at everyone. This was so good that many people knelt down on the spot, and some old people even wiped up their tears. The corner of the eye of the whole cake boss's eyes reddened, and his voice choked up once again. My surname is Yan, and I was originally from Yan's village in Xinyuan County, Qingzhou. This life of mine, to be able to live until today, is given by the benefactors of the Jinnan army. He carefully walked behind the hoagie stand and respectfully lifted the covercloth on a small table. Under that covercloth stood neatly an aged spirit tablet. The late Jinnan Army Qianzhou Army Volunteer You Brother Bit. Chapter 85, 10 Years of Dreams. Boss Yan wiped his eyes with his sleeve. 36 years ago, the Qinzhou Demon Scourge. I was only 10 years old then. A wolf demon came to the village. My father and mother and the whole village were eaten by the wolf demon, and my sister and I hid in a cellar. The Jinnan Army Qianzhou Army came to the rescue and killed with the demons. He bowed his head slowly, his voice already trembling. Brother Yu of the Jinnan army was injured when he killed the demon and could have withdrawn to the back, but he saw our siblings hiding in the cellar when the demons happened to come. He then guarded the cellar door alone. Boss Yan in his 40s and 50s was sobbing uncontrollably at this point, when there was no more tussle movement and we were about to go out. Brother Yu's whole body was torn apart, but he still firmly blocked the cellar opening with his knife. Master Shitsi, the lives of my sister and I were saved by Brother Yu, by the Jinnan army. Right at this moment, the crowd stirred, only to see the owner of the sausage noodle stall that had left earlier, holding an old man with a white beard and hair trembling as he walked over. Beside the old man, apart from the owner of the rice noodle stall, there was also a middle-aged or elderly minor official in official robes, 2 adult women and 5 or 6 children, the small official and 2 women. 3 children solemnly held the spirit cards in their arms. The position of the late Lord Captain Chen of the Winged State Army of the Jinnan Army. The position of the late Duan Jianyang, a sergeant of the Winged State Army of the Jinnan Army. The position of Meng Zhong, the late sergeant of the Winged State Army of the Jinnan Army. The bustling night market suddenly became quiet. Yelling busy stall owners consciously stopped their hands. Loud laughter diners stood up silently. Even the idle man who flirted with the little lady also subconsciously put away the gangster smile, stood in a dignified manner. The white-haired old man walked up to Xiao Yushu and was directly about to kneel down when he was held up by Xiao Yushu. Old man, make it impossible. Han Fa, who was next to him, spoke up. This old man's name is He. He has been making intestinal noodles here for 3 generations, and there is no better intestinal noodle in the upper capital city than the one he makes. The white-haired old man bowed and thanked him. Officer Han is flattering. It's just a small craft that can't rise to the occasion. He looked at Xiao Yushu and said with incomparable anticipation, Today, old he would like to make a sausage noodle for Master Shitsi to try. Is it possible? That intestinal noodle stall owner opened his mouth. Master, it's better if I do it. That old man he smiled and shook his head, saying, Zhong'er, your handiwork is good now, but master has waited a lifetime to make this intestinal noodle dish. The sausage noodle stall owner gently wiped his eyes and stepped back. This trembling old man, Mr. Ho, walked up to that rice noodle stall, and his daughter came over to tie on his apron, but she was also stopped by him with her hand. He lit the fire himself and tied the apron himself, every action solemn and serious, as if he were performing the holiest of sacrifices. His hill and mountain peaks straightened up, and his face glowed with a strange spiritual radiance. The hand that rolls out the flour is fast and nimble, and the heavy iron griddle on which the intestines are fried is held steady in one hand. Jabla hot and aromatic. The curling heat was like a return to his childhood. The tall Captain Chen asked with a grin, Shichiro, did you learn how to make rice noodles from your father? When can I eat your noodles? The valiant older sister, Jionyang, who carried a longbow, asked with a smile. 7th son must learn the craft well. After learning the craft and earning money in order to get a wife, the young Shichiro could not help but blush, and in his heart, he planned to learn how to make intestinal flour. Later, demonic plague came. The large, bumpy, undulating car was filled with wailing women and children. Captain Chen, who was escorting the side, was covered in blood, and his leather armor was already broken. His eyes gleamed as he looked back toward the valley's depression. This isn't going to work. The demons will be catching up soon. We need to block them. The squad turned their horses and ran resolutely in the direction of the valley. Qilong stared wide-eyed, looking at Lieutenant Chen, Sister Jionyang, and big brother Meng Zhong. One by one, their swords and armors were already crippled, and their bodies were bruised and battered, but they rushed towards the incoming call without any hesitation. Lieutenant Chen's voice blew in the wind. Jionyang, are you afraid of dying? Duan Jionyang said, who is not afraid of death, but it's afraid of not knowing why you're dying. And today I have no regrets. It was so windy the day that sand blew in the wind. In the haze of tears, He Qi Lang could no longer tell where he was or what year it was. It was as if he was making intestinal noodles, while Captain Chen and Sister Junyang were sitting at the table smiling and waiting. With a steady grip on the griddle, he sprinkled pepper and snow-white scallions and turquoise chive leaves, carefully and inexorably, over the intestinal noodles. I've been making intestinal noodles all my life so that they can have a taste of it. Next to the noodle sheet stall, an elderly woman, her face to her neck, carried a hideous wound, as if scratched by some fierce beast. Her normally facepalm-like face brought a gentle smile at this moment. She walked over to her cloth bag and carefully removed a hokum. Dear readers, please allow the little author, at this time, to quote the song My General by Half Sun. The mellow, melodious sound of the hokum. The bright and melodious song spread throughout the marketplace. Wolfsbane Sandy Crossing. And please, General, drink less wine. The road ahead is not a good one. I came to wait at home. May the willow walk. A full head of poplars is even whiter. She is no longer youthful and beautiful, and the vicissitudes of time have carved wrinkles on her face, but her voice still speaks of the love and persistence she once had. He Qilong tremblingly carried the newly made intestinal noodles and walked over to Xiao Yu's desk, sobbing, Captain Chen, Sister Jianyang, Brother Mengjong, thanks to your good fortune, I've lived to be 71 years old. I've married a wife, had sons and daughters, and grandchildren, and I've lived a peaceful life. Captain Chen, Sister Jianyang, Brother Mengjong, try the intestinal noodles made by Qilong. Shichiro has been making intestinal noodles all his life, just to let you guys have a taste. Xiao Yushu gazed solemnly at this plate of intestinal noodles as white as snow, as thin as paper, with green onions and leeks, and slowly stretched out his chopsticks to take a piece into his mouth. Delicate and soft, smooth and flavorful, 10 times more delicious than the imperial feast enjoyed today. He nodded deeply and spoke aloud. Yes, tears flowed uncontrollably from Qilong's old man's eyes, and he and his son and daughter clattered down with a big salute. Xiao Yushu stood up and returned the salute with a solemn arch. That boss Yan also served his pork hoe cakes and cried as he held the spirit seat. Brother Yu, try a bite of the boy's hoe cake. My sister and I survived. I got married, and my sister got married. My nephew is still a scholar, and has passed the examination for a candidate of the Shiokai. Xiao Yushu picked up the hoe cake and took a bite. It was fresh and flavorful. He nodded and spoke aloud. Yes, Boss Yan burst into tears. At some point, the place had been densely surrounded, and snacks were constantly being delivered to Xiao Yushu's table. Crowds of people were holding spirit cards, which were all the people who were rescued by the Jinnan army back then. The cards are stacked on top of each other, as if they were the loyal souls of the Jinnan army, or serious, or smiling, or pleased, looking at these people they saved, looking at the warm, bright, smoky air of this. Look at this smoke and willow painting bridge, 100 miles of lights, the difference between the prosperous scene of 100,000 homes. Chapter 86, True Intent of Congenital Martial Dao. Xiao Yushu didn't understand until this moment. Why did Xiao Luoshan face the emperor's suspicion and the court's suppression, but kept guarding the southwest defense line without complaint? What the Jinnan army guarded was never the court of one man and one family. What they guarded was the warm smoldering scent of the land, the peace and joy of millions of human people. Hanfa's voice rang in the ear, and not a little earlier obscene meaning, but high view serious, like a yellow bell, the waves of the sea generally deafening. Brother Xiao, when a martial artist advances to the innate, they should sense the heavens and earth with their own martial will and find their own innate martial true meaning. How the road ahead should be traveled and how the martial Dao should be practiced needs to be created by you. Xiao Yushu instantly realized that the state reversal supernormal ability had brought him a great deal of gains, and his martial arts and spirit had crossed the threshold of innate, but only by recognizing one's heart, finding the goal one wants to achieve and practicing martial arts, and transforming it into true will, thus sensing heaven and earth. Can one advance to the innate realm? In the innate realm, not only do you have to practice martial arts, but you also have to practice God, and even more so, you have to practice your heart. Han Fa brought him to this night market to wake him up at the critical moment. This favor is not insignificant. Xiao Yushu carefully savored a bite of each snack and nodded his head in praise. When he finished the last bite, he stood up and made a deep salute at Han Fa, at the surrounding fathers and mothers, at the spirit tablet, and at the countless heroic souls of the Jinnan army. With that, he took it in stride, making his way outside the capital. Seiho dash. The guards of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence were just about to stop him when Han Fa shouted loudly. He's in the middle of enlightenment. Let him go. The Marquis guards didn't dare to disturb, so they could only follow from afar. It was just that at this moment, not only were there Marquis guards in the vicinity, but there were also quite a few eyeballs from the royal family and other forces here. Seeing Xiao Yushu leave, they followed. Han Fa walked out of the night market, his eyes looking out of the corner of his eye and smiling coldly. Surprisingly, there are unenlightened ones following me. How can you be allowed to disturb this critical moment of enlightenment? he moved and instantly disappeared into the night. But in a few moments, a dozen or so scouts of all stripes were all knocked out, searched for silver and copper, and thrown in the corner. As Xiao Yushu walked in such a big stride, the light in front of his eyes was scattered, from the dense flow of people to the sparse, and all the cityscape was already out of sight. In the spirit of his mind, he was full of all the various martial arts that he had practiced, showing one by one like flowing water flowing by. The walls of the upper capital are high, but they can't stop martial arts masters. Xiao Yushu traveled straight ahead, crossing the city wall and walking in the boundless wilderness outside the upper capital. He took one big step at a time, the muscles and bones in his body moving in a rhythmic manner. Every time he took a step, it was as if flying ash flew out of his body, out of his spirit, and annihilated it, and his entire person became 1 point more transparent and pure. It was as if there was a hardened sledgehammer between heaven and earth, and with every step he took, this sledgehammer fell. The blast smashed his mind and spirit within his body, merging with his physical body and rounding it out. Xiao Yushu's face was resolute and his mind was free of distractions, so he walked like this until he reached the bank of a large rolling river, and he stopped in his tracks. At this time the stars of the sky shone brightly and shone down on the plains, and the moonlight rushed in, and the great river flowed eastward. Xiao Yushu pulled out his fist and practiced the demon-suppressing fist. At this time, the demon-suppressing fist was already different from the previous, violent and swift. A move, 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 a move. As he threw his punches, he gradually induced the sound of wind to rise in all directions, and the faint sound of thunder gathered between heaven and earth. At this very moment, in the midst of this boxing, in the midst of this martial arts cultivation, Xiao Yushu felt like he wasn't traveling alone. Those heroic souls of the Jinnan army from earlier seemed to be lined up in military formations, thousands of troops and horses, following him without boundaries. He took one step down, they advanced with them, and 1,000 armies thrilled the heavens. He swung his fist, they are armed with swords and spears, and they roar with a longitudinal voice, and they travel across the world. Who can compete with them? Broken river avalanche, corkscrew drill, voodoo chop, tackled the dragon cannon. It was as if countless transparent ripples appeared in the air, and lofty and grandiose power was born from heaven and earth, transforming into dark clouds of thunder and lightning on Xiao Yushu's fist stance, transforming into a dragon in the clouds, majestic and vast, looking down upon the 4 directions. Roar! The dragon let out a roar that shook the sky and the earth was shaken by the flying sand along the river. Xiao Yushu suddenly felt in his heart that the power of the current dragon tackle cannon might be 10 times that of the previous one. If the state master were to test him again with the secret method of prying into the mind, I'm afraid that divine ability wouldn't even be able to get close enough to be torn apart by the power of the augur dragon. Although that henchman of the Grand Prince was an innate expert, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to catch his thunderous strike. At this moment, a mile away from the riverbank, the guards of the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion all heard a deafening roar of an augur. Several people were all shaken, their hearts thumping, and their chi and blood circulation were all stagnant and unsmooth. The several guards looked at each other with shock in their gazes. Master Seiji has practiced kung fu to such an extent? At this time, Han Fa was also standing far away on a hill, and when he saw the might of Xiao Yushu's fist, he couldn't help but nod his head deeply. Marquis Jinnan's martial arts are truly unique, and this demon-suppressing fist is so powerful. If the demon-suppressing fist is practiced to a great level, it will inherently restrain all evil spirits and foreign paths. No wonder that Fu Qingyi hates Xiao Luoshan to the bone. He frowned and cursed. Damn it, there's even someone who's fed up and has nothing to do, running over to add to the chaos. After dispatching one batch, another batch comes. Do you really think that Grandpa Han doesn't dare to kill? His figure moved and his fat, short stature disappeared. After Xiao Yushu finished a set of demon-suppressing fists, he felt that his entire mind was connected to heaven and earth, as if something else was calling out to him from the underworld. His eyes suddenly brightened and his mind took the initiative to echo that call. In an instant only countless moonbeams were seen falling from the sky. They gushed like a spring and gradually and cheerfully coalesced. They were bright and bright, like white thunderbolts, flowing and flashing. Dots of moonlight turn into silk strings, and the strings gather into facets that, it finally transformed into a long sword with an awe-inspiring divine light that was as cold as the moon. Above that long sword, 2 ancient seal characters were engraved. Moon Jedi. Xiao Yushu gripped this longsword and realized that the moon jade sword in his mind's spirit had disappeared. The moonflower recasts the body of the divine sword, and the moon absolute divine sword that disappeared from the world for many years resurfaces on earth. Xiao Yushu gripped the moon jade tightly, and instantly his entire body's vast chi was in motion. At this time, the vast chi was unknown how many times more voluminous and thicker than before, and he swung out a sword with force. A moon rose instantly on the banks of the great river. That sword light was so bright that it could compete with the white moon in the sky. After swinging his sword, Xiao Yushu inserted the 3-foot sword back into his waist and turned around with a smile. The great river that rolled eastward and stretched for thousands of miles came to a standstill. Boom! A loud noise came from the river, and the river flowed backward. The surface of the big river was violently broken from the center with a loud bang, and under the bright moonlight, the water surface separated into 2 tall walls of water. A 10 feet wide messy undulating riverbed was surprisingly revealed. Moonlight is a blade. A sword breaks the river. Chapter 87, Master Shirzi is really powerful. The sun is rising and the morning breeze is fresh. Xiao Yushu stood beside a tiny tributary of a large river, scrutinizing himself in the water. You're more handsome, more mature. The features didn't change, but the temperament changed in no small way. The whole person had a sense of calmness and composure, a sense of vastness and dignity. This was the change of upgrading to the innate realm, where the whole person sensed with heaven and earth, and the yuan power of heaven and earth was transformed into an unceasing source of vast and righteous qi. With this appearance and a book in my hand, I am a scholar with a heart for the world. Take a lance and you are a hot-blooded warrior defending the people. Even if they got into the church, they would still be the virtuous masters who gave out in the flesh and brought some enlightenment to the dark paths of the girls. He smiled faintly, and the big handsome guy in the river showed a smile as handsome as the readers of this book. Bang! The water splashed and a bird dropped and landed in shallow water. Xiao Yushu turned around and saw Lai Meier and Xiao Zhong rushing over with their guards. The bird was knocked down by a stone thrown by the guards. Pity, thought it was handsomely dropped by the old man. Lai Meier's sturdy long legs leapt a few times and arrived in front of Xiao Yushu, her delicate face full of worry. Koro, are you okay? She was clad in cold iron armor, and she carried an extremely complete set of weapons, including the Fushan sword in addition to the iron flail. Now that the situation was delicate, it was dangerous for Xiao Yushu to go to the banquet at the palace. As a precautionary measure, Xiao Zhong and Lai Meier made preparations, and all of Jinan army's manpower in Shanjing was mobilized and put on alert. Everyone was prepared for the worst. In the event of an accident, even if they all died, they had to get the sun out. It's just that the world sun came out of the palace in a good way, and then he ran out to this suburb to practice martial arts. The moment she saw Xiao Yushu, Lai Meier's heart thumped, and she almost wanted to ignore the great general's military orders and jump into his arms. Xiao Yushu smiled gently, and the wind suddenly moved around his body as he raised his hand. Lai Meier and Xiao Zhong only felt a clear stream turn in front of them, and they were already washed out 10 feet away. Metamorphosis? Heaven and earth yuan power? Lai Meier and Xiao Zhong were bewildered and their hearts were shaken. Including the two of him, everyone present was shocked with only one thought echoing repeatedly in their hearts. The innate realm. The world master had actually advanced to the innate realm. He was only 18 years old, and he was already at the peak of martial arts. This amazing talent. I'm afraid it's no better than his sister. Great General Xiao. Lai Meier took a deep breath. Shocked. Xiao Lang, you've entered the innate realm? Xiao Yushu smiled and nodded. Yeah, Mei. You'll have to work on that from now on. I can subdue you with one hand now, and do something else with the other. Lai Meier instantly flushed her pretty face and mouthed. You don't need your hands to subdue Mei Dash. Xiao Zhong stepped forward and said in a trembling voice. World Master, do you know what this means? You've entered the innate realm. The great general will go crazy with joy when he finds out. Xiao Yushu laughed. My sister must say that I am so happy that the whole army is rewarded today with wine and meat. Xiao Zhong and the guards laughed. Xiao Zhong said in his heart. I'm sure the great general won't talk like you do. She will surely say that I am too happy. Today's prisoners will not be left alive. All of them will be chopped up for me. A group of people returned to the city in a joyful cluster of Xiao Yushu. Lai Meier's excited long legs jumped like a deer, and the iron clothes on her body clattered and undulated like waves. She pursed her red lips and freckled. Little Lang, you've worked so hard. Sister Meier wants to reward you. What kind of reward do you want? Xiao Yushu gazed at his brows for a moment in thought and said, I'm a history buff and would love to experience the feeling of the Three Ings versus Lu Bu. Lai Meier asked blankly, what is the three young men fighting Lupu? Xiao Yushu patiently told her the historical story. As a general of the Jinnan army, how could one not know such a famous illusion? He preached earnestly. There used to be a very handsome male military general named Lu Bu. Once he met three female generals. All of them were absolutely beautiful. So Lu Bu fought them, one against three. Oh, Lai Meier seemed to understand, nodded. Xiao Lang said, so powerful look. Xiao Yushu said with a straight face. We can roleplay at home and experience the elegance of our predecessors. You'll play Liu Bei. He has big ears. And you, too, have great features. Liar has the longest legs. Wen Guan Yu. I remember the beautiful woman surnamed Guan has long legs. Let Cold Shadow play Zhang Fei. Wearing a small black suit. The crowd looked at Xiao Yushu's eloquent speech. His face full of righteousness when he talked about history. Full of sighs of admiration for historical figures. And could not help but admire him in their hearts. Many guards praised it in their hearts. Not only is Master Shitsi good at martial arts and handsome, but he is also so well read. Historical allusions know a lot. Subaila was so worried that she forced herself to look like a calm and collected matriarch when Xiao Yushu was not there. During that time, she received the news that Xiao Yushu had clashed with the Grand Prince for the sake of her parents, and her heart was even more nervous. But as soon as he came back, she instantly couldn't hold it together and jumped up to embrace Xiao Yushu and sobbed and cried. Xiao Yushu sighed and thought to himself, "Good girl Lara, don't look like this in front of your subordinates in the future. I'm the son of the king, a master of the innate. I want to save face, too, okay? You're so tall. You've got me in your arms and you're holding my head. It's like a big sister hugging her naughty little brother, okay? Silly girl, what are you afraid of? Your husband I have the heavenly Tao added to my body. No one can harm me." Xiao Yushu patted her soft back and comforted her. Subaila wiped her tears and immediately circled around Xiao Yushu like a little bird. "Husband must be tired, right? The hot water is ready. Lara will wait for you to bathe. Husband must be hungry, right? Lara has prepared a banquet. Eat more or less. Husband must be sleepy, right? Lara accompanies you. No, I still have to go out as a guest today, so I can't accompany husband to sleep in peace." Xiao Yushu couldn't help but laugh at his words. "I didn't realize my Lara had a close friend to come to." Subaila blushed and smiled. A former friend, although the relationship is a bit faded, but has been socializing over the years. Yesterday, she placed an invitation for me to go to her house to view the spring flowers, so I really can't push it. Xiao Yushu picked up his teacup and asked curiously, "Which house are you visiting?" Subaila said, "Miss Lin of Prime Minister Lin's family is hosting, inviting us to her home dash. Put, cough cough, what's wrong with you, husband? This tea, it's ing hot, why is it so hot?" Chapter 88, A Visit to the Prime Minister's Mansion. Marquis Jinnan's residence. Main hall. What's going on here? Xiao Yushu's face was extremely ugly as he looked at the exquisite hot gold invitation in his hand. Prime Minister Lin was truly a man of honor, and had sent his chief steward, Lin Tangsheng, to personally come to his door to place an official invitation. The problem is too big. Wasn't it Miss Lin who invited Subaila to have tea and enjoy the flowers? Why is it written on the post that Prime Minister Lin personally invited the Marquis of Jinnan's son and his wife to go to a banquet tomorrow to enjoy the flowers? Xiao Yushu's scalp was a little numb and he forced a smile. Thank you for Prime Minister Lin's kindness, but I've been unwell for the past few days, so it's really not convenient. Cough cough dash. Xiao Zhong hurriedly covered his mouth on the side. Mr. Sejong, Prime Minister Lin is in a position of power. You must be careful. Lin Tangsheng almost spat out a mouthful of tea. Mr. Xiao, you're not a woman or a eunuch, so where's the inconvenience? Yesterday you were at the gates of the imperial city, and that time was not inconvenient. Master Shitsi, the Prime Minister, his old man, is so sincere that he has prepared thin wine to invite Master Shitsi to enjoy his presence. This is rarely seen. Lin Tangsheng thought that Xiao Yushu was deliberately excusing himself, so he advised with eyes full of anticipation. This okay? Xiao Yushu clenched his teeth. People's politeness had gone this far. You couldn't not give face or you would be offended. Not to mention, having slept with someone else's granddaughter, Xiao Yushu really couldn't bear to reject Prime Minister Lin's good intentions anymore. The next morning, Xiao Yushu and Subaila were freshly dressed and rode in an exquisite carriage to the Prime Minister's residence as guests. It was not that the Marquis of Jinnan's residence did not have more luxurious carriages and ceremonies, but at this delicate moment, it was better to keep a low profile when ministers and dignitaries came and went. In particular, the Marquis of Jinnan and Prime Minister Lin should be careful not to arouse the Emperor's scruples. This exquisite copper-encrusted and painted pony carriages are still a gift from the royal household. After carrying the wrong sedan chair for the last marriage, Xiao Yushu made a scene at the Changning burial mansion. This matter is making a lot of noise, and when the people in the inner palace heard Xiao Yushu accusing Changning Bo of overstepping his bounds, they were afraid that they would be implicated. They were so frightened that they made a fine carriage overnight and sent it to Xiao Shirzi to apologize. When the carriage arrived at the Prime Minister's residence, the center door was directly opened wide. Lin Inda, the son of Prime Minister Lin's Minister of the Household, and his wife personally led people to greet them at the gate. The humble abode is brimming with splendor with the arrival of Prince Xiao and his wife. Lin Inda was very polite, with a smile on his face and a deep bow. Xiao Yushu hurriedly pulled. There is no need to be polite. Father-in-law. OMG. The words almost popped out of my throat. Luckily, I reacted quickly and swallowed it in time, or else it would have been a big deal. The late generation and my humble wife should have come earlier to pay their respects to Prime Minister Lin, as well as Lord and Lady Lin. It's a shame to come only today. Xiao Yushu spoke in such a humble manner, which surprised Lin Inda and his wife. The other party was, after all, the world son of the Marquis of Jinnan, with an honorable status. The position of the Marquis of Jinnan could be ranked alongside several founding princes, and Xiao Luoshan could also be on an equal footing when facing Prime Minister Lin. Xiao Yushu's position was far above that of Lin Inda, a minister of the household department. The fact that he so modestly referred to himself as a junior was clearly a sign of a friendly attitude. Lin Inda and his wife were very happy and praised Xiao Yushu and Su Baila greatly. After both sides exchanged warm pleasantries, Xiao Yushu, accompanied by Lin Inda, went to the main hall to pay a visit to Prime Minister Lin. Su Baila, on the other hand, went to the backyard to look for Lin Qingyin under the leadership of Mrs. Lin. Lin Qingyin and Yang Zhang were drinking tea and chatting, waiting for Su Baila. Yang Zhan was not familiar with Su Baila, and in her heart there was some curiosity and anticipation. She had heard Su Baila's story earlier. The marriage was carried in the wrong sedan chair, mistakenly into the Marquis of Jinan. His father begged people everywhere to go fishing. Ms. Su must be timid and weak after such a shock, right? She had also heard that Miss Su came from the Jiangnan Road and her status was not noble enough, so she must not have acted with enough atmosphere, right? Yang Zhang is actually not a mean woman, only because deep in her heart, there are some regrets. 4 years ago, Marquis Xiao Luoshan of Jinan had personally organized a few tea parties for his younger brother, Xiao Yushu, to get acquainted with the noble women of the capital. Yang Zhang and Su Yuyan were among them, but Yang Zhang disliked Xiao Yushu's wooden and naive behavior, and the two of them didn't have much interaction afterward. Time goes by so fast. Now that she is engaged to the sickly Gu Shitzi, her future mother-in-law is harsh and severe. Su Yuyan has entered the palace and joined the Shangyi Bureau, and her future is uncertain. What is it like to be the mistress of the Marquis of Jinan's house now? Mrs. Lin came in with a tall young noblewoman in tow, and Lin Qingyin and Yang Zhang rose to greet her at the same time. Yang Zhan originally thought that her first impression of Su Baila must be the legendary height that made men talk about it, but it wasn't, when that magnificent, bejeweled woman, dressed as a first-class ennobled lady appeared. She wore a warm smile on her face, but with just a sweep of her almond eyes, a majestic aura manifested itself. Lin Qingyin stepped forward and respectfully curtsied. Lin Qingyin meets the Marquis of Jinan's worldly lady, even the first granddaughter of the Prime Minister's house. Miss Lin had to take the initiative to go forward and salute and greet the first-ranked Zhongwu in the face of the first-ranked Zhongwu. Yang Zhang took a deep breath and stepped forward to curtsy. Yang Zhang meets the Marquis of Jinan's worldly lady. A lot of things, she thought wrong. How could the mistress of the Marquis of Jinan's residence be an ordinary woman? The Marquis of Jinan is in charge of the elite force, and countless tigers and bears are at her beck and call, so how could she not have majesty? The Marquis of Jinan is loved by countless people all over the world. How could she not have the temperament? Even an ordinary girl, under the countless aura, under the noble and majestic environment, will quickly grow into an outstanding noblewoman. Like the Su Baila in front of her, she is beautiful and atmospheric, and has a dignified demeanor. Though the words are smiling and banqueting, gracious and gentle, but invisibly, it made people not to be underestimated, and subconsciously wanted to talk with her. Mrs. Lin smiled knowingly and left, leaving only the three of them with the maidservant, and the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. 3 women of similar age. Su Baila simple and simple. Speak straight. Soon the 2 women are very intimate with her to throw. Lin Qingyin ordered people to set up a banquet and simply entertain Su Baila in her boudoir, throwing out the maids of honor as well. There were only the 3 of them in the boudoir. Janine undid the straps of her tightly bunched jacket and placed her breasts on the table with a cozy, relaxed dash. Su Baila came closer with some envy, looking at her half-transparent white donut and said, "How did Xing develop so well?" Yang Zhan rolled her eyes and said, "What's so good about it? It's heavy to carry around all day, and your back gets tired after standing for a long time." Lin Qingyin swept her eyes over the picture album in her sleeve, her beautiful eyes showing a few hints of spring. "Jeuneur, go play in the inner room for a while. I have something to say to Sister Lar." Yang Zhang frowned. "What are you going to say and why can't I be present?" Su Baila giggled. "You're a child. I'll talk to your sister Qingyin about grown-up things." Yang Zhang became angry and pointed at the 2 of them. "Kids? You guys who's older than me?" Chapter 89 Un Sang Ah. The flower room of the Prime Minister's residence. The 2 of them, Prime Minister Lin and Minister Yang of the Ministry of Revenue, were drinking with Xiao Yushu. The food is exquisite. The wine is over. The food is over. Prime Minister Lin is hale and hearty. His eyes are clear and bright, and he is a deep and sophisticated person at a glance. With a wave of his hand, a maid came up with a gold-drawn and carved jade box in her hands. Prime Minister Lin handed Xiao Yushu and smiled gently. "World son, this is a flavor of the 1,000-year-old Muyun fruit that the old man has collected. I hope that it will be of benefit to the great general." This carved jade box contained a green oval fruit, on which the spiritual energy was dense, obviously a rare spiritual medicine. When there were no wood spirit beads, it was already rare to have this 1,000-year wood-embracing fruit to treat Xiao Luoshan's injuries. Yang Shangshu of the Ministry of Revenue also exclaimed, "Great General Xiao is truly admired by my generation for serving the country and the people." Xiao Yushu hurriedly accepted it with both hands and thanked him for receiving the elixir, knowing that this was just foreplay. Today, it is estimated that Prime Minister Lin will represent the Gonlin Second Party and use military expenses as bait to get the Jinnan army to stand up for the second prince. Sure enough, Prime Minister Lin waved his hand and all the maids retreated in a line. He asked with a sincere look on his face, "How is the state of the Jinnan army today? There are quite a few shortages of ordnance money and food." "Right, please be frank with the world, son. This old fox, he can really play nice." Prime Minister Lin is an old man, and as a superior, he often puts on a heartfelt appearance and talks to you. Every once in a while, a few more heartwarming words will move a subordinate or a young person into a frenzy. Xiao Yushu had seen too much in his previous life. How could he be fooled by this? Now that everyone is performing, it's time to show off my son's acting skills. Xiao Yushu raised his sleeve and gently wiped the corners of his eyes. The medicinal powder applied beforehand immediately took effect, and immediately his eyes turned red and tears poured down. And Prime Minister Yang Gong, when he cried and screamed, Prime Minister Lin and Yang Shangshu immediately thumped in their hearts. "No good. Met a kindred spirit," Xiao Yushu said sadly. "My Jinnan army lacks money, food, ordnance, and everything. Everyone is starving and cold, with no clothes to cover their bodies and no food to eat. A set of armor 100 people take turns to wear. A team of 10 people only 2 pants. Everyone who goes out to kill the demon who wears. The rest of the people are surrounded by a piece of rags. A bowl of porridge is full of wild vegetables. Thin surprisingly there is only a grain of rice inside. Ahem." Yang Shangshu coughed lightly twice and looked down at his glass. "Damn, who told me this kid was a cutie? What kind of cheeky little cutie is that? I've been a ing eunuch for more than 20 years, and my face is as thick as the walls of the capital city, but not as thick as this kid." Prime Minister Lin was worthy of his profound strength, still listening to Xiao Yushu with a face full of emotion. Xiao Yushu's face was filled with tears. "This medicinal powder is too powerful. I can't even put it away if I want to now. Tears in my eyes. If I had this patent to build a tear gas bomb in my previous life, I might have gotten rich." He grabbed Prime Minister Lin's hand like a cuckoo weeping blood. "Minister N. Lord Yang, save the Jinnan army, save the children, and save the people of the world." Prime Minister Lin nodded deeply. "Mind you, young man, you're good. That's a big pot of tears, almost enough to wash your face plus your feet. It's really a pity that you don't get involved in officialdom. The great Zhou dynasty is missing a good leader without you. If I had known that you were so talented, I would have betrothed my granddaughter to you 2 years ago." Since everyone was a 1,000-year-old fox, he wasn't going to put on a show and planned to talk to Xiao Yushu about the terms. Xiao Yushu had a flash of golden light in front of his eyes at that moment, and a line of golden characters floated out. The opponent attempts to move the host, exerting mental influence on the host. Status reversal activated. Opponent will be touched by the host. This state reversal is widely used. Xiao Yushu grabbed Prime Minister Lin's hand and said tentatively, "Minister N, my Jinnan army is short of food, and the generals can only drink gruel to get by, and still have to fight the demon clan." Prime Minister Lin was touched by the host's words. Touched plus 10. Prime Minister Lin was shaken, his old eyes slightly reddening. He tapped the table and sighed long and hard. "It's not easy for the Jinnan army soldiers to guard the border for the country. How can we let everyone go hungry and fight? This is a dereliction of duty on my part as Prime Minister." Yang Shangshu was taken aback and secretly admired in his heart. The teacher's acting skills have gone up another level, and I just can't act out this real emotion. Just see Prime Minister Lin say, "The new rice of the Two Lakes Road will be ripe in July, and there are still 200,000 stones of rice left from last year, so send it directly to the Jinnan army." "What?" Yang Shangshu was dumbfounded. "Teacher, this is not the same as what we agreed upon. We're making a deal with the Jinnan army, and you're giving him 200,000 stones of rice for nothing? That's not how you negotiate, is it?" He hurriedly gave Prime Minister Lin a wink, but it was as if he didn't realize it. Xiao Yushu was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "My Jinnan army's military expenses haven't been paid yet, and the pension fees for the dead and wounded soldiers are not even available. And Prime Minister, you see." Prime Minister Lin was touched by the host's words. Touched plus 10. Prime Minister Lin was shaken, tears glistening in his eyes, and he stood up and waved his hand to compose a poem. "I wish to serve my country long in this body. Why should I be born to enter the Jade Gate Pass?" His eyes were bright, his tone generous, and he was evidently much moved. Yang Shangshu sucked in a breath of cool air, secretly feeling bad, and opened his mouth to advise. "Teacher, this thing." "Shut up," Prime Minister Lin said decisively. The Ministry of Revenue immediately issued the Jinnan Army's military expenses for this year. "Something is wrong. I'll take the top. Why don't you just not bother?" Directly let Jiangnan Road and Jiannan Road not have to pay taxes this year, and allocate the tax directly to Jinnan Army for military expenses. Ha! Yang Shangshu was shocked and grew his mouth wide. It must not be. Xiao Yushu's face turned red with excitement and hurriedly said, Minister N. The generals of the Jinnan Army have no clothes to wear, no shoes to wear. How cold it is in the Mongshan Mountains. The generals are suffering. Prime Minister Lin was touched by the host's words. Touched +10. Prime Minister Lin reached out to wipe his tears and said with emotion, the Ministry of Revenue has stopped allocating to the inner house the silver for the concubines of the harem to buy silks and satins, and for the generals of the Jinnan Army to buy clothes. Yang Shangshu's ass was on fire and he jumped up violently. Teacher, no, absolutely not. You're drunk. Go down and rest first. He reached out and came to pull Prime Minister Lin, who pushed him away. Xiao Yushu stepped forward and called out as he grabbed on. And Prime Minister, the generals of the Jinnan Army don't have iron armor or good swords. The Mongshan demons are ferocious, and the generals use wooden sticks to fight them. Prime Minister Lin was touched by the host's words. Touched +10. Prime Minister Lin cried out as tears fell like rain. Stopped work on the Empress Dowager's tomb. Stopped the Emperor's new gardens. Yang Shangshu desperately covered his mouth and dragged Prime Minister Lin out with all his strength. Any more promises and the big guys will be copping out. Chapter 90, we're enjoying plum blossoms, a table full of delicacies, plus a jar of imperial wine Yutankan. Xiao Yushu was in a good mood, and he drank until his glass was dry. This imperial wine was mellow and refreshing, and in a short time the whole altar was dried out by him. Today, and Prime Minister gave so many promises, even if half of them are implemented. He and the Jinnan Army have made a lot of money. It's getting late, so I'll take what I can get, and I'll have to tell Lara to get the hell out of here. Xiao Yushu stepped out of the flower hall and explained to the serving maids that he was leaving. The maid then guided him outward, through a parlor doorway. The Prime Minister's mansion was carved and painted, exquisite and rich, and the maid led Xiao Yushu around and around to an elegant and quiet courtyard. The maid led Xiao Yushu to the front of the courtyard and smiled sweetly. There are people here to wait on them. The World Master can just give a command, and they will wait on the World Lady to come out. Xiao Yushu nodded, and then came to the entrance of the courtyard. As expected, there were several maids and servants waiting, and when Xiao Yushu explained his purpose, a maid immediately went in to inform him. It's just that Xiao Yushu waited for half a day, but Su Baila didn't come out either. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. Something wasn't wrong with this deep house, was it? After a lifetime of thoughts, he couldn't help but feel a little worried, so he pretended to enjoy the nearby scenery, avoiding the sight of the servants, and entered the courtyard with a flash of his body like the wind transforming into a shadow. This courtyard is planted with large green bamboos and begonias, and the scenery is tranquil and refreshing. Xiao Yushu directly entered the main room, which was elegantly furnished and surprisingly empty. He was just about to open his mouth to inquire, when he saw a beautiful woman walk out in style, her eyes like spring apricot, skin like condensed fat, temperament Zhongling Yuxiu, at the moment but the snow group child half exposed, lazy and charming incomparable. This beautiful person is Lin Qingyin. She did not expect in their own home. The room suddenly broke into a strange man, but could not help but be shocked, immediately want to open their mouths to scream. Xiao Yushu flashed forward and reached out to cover her cherry lips. Lin Qingyin's figure lurched and she fell into his arms. A strong manly scent hit her, and she was shocked and angry. With some strange feeling in her heart, Lin Qingyin immediately struggled, and right at that moment, she heard the sound of someone talking to Su Baila's maid. Cold Shadow. The two people who were entangled in the middle of it all had their figures shaken and immediately stopped moving. Xiao Yushu fiercely wrapped his arms around Lin Qingyin's slender waist, and with a movement of his feet, the two of them had already hidden behind a cabinet. Xiao Yushu whispered, "Ms. Lin, I'm here to see Lar." Things were rushed, no offense at all. Let's hide for a while and wait for the people to leave and then go out. His words rang in her ears, his hot breath lingering on Lin Qingyin's earlobes, and she was instantly ashamed and angry, her face reddening. Lin Qingyin hated Xiao Yushu in her heart and wanted to bite him. She turned her head to look angrily at the insolent man, but caught a glimpse of a shallow, tiny teeth mark on his neck. Lin Qingyin was stunned. The teeth marks were exactly the same as her mouth teeth. She was suddenly startled to realize that this scene was so similar to the one she had seen in the hut inside the Rapunzel's mansion, and the feeling of the person behind her was almost the same. And this exact same tooth mark. Lin Qingyin's heart suddenly jumped out of a ridiculous to the extreme idea, and she couldn't help but fiercely blush and panic. Xiao Yushu was a bit surprised that the Miss Lin in front of him, who had previously gritted her teeth, was suddenly as docile as a kitten. The light behind the cabinet was dim, the space was small, and the two men huddled together, just breathing audibly. The spring shirt was light and thin, and surprisingly, there was some charmingly sneaky prickly sense of rank. "What are you guys doing? Hee hee, why are you here?" Xiao Yushu? A curious voice came, and both Xiao Lin shuddered and hurriedly pulled away. Turning his head to look, he saw a girl with a stunning figure standing not far away, holding a cup of tea and looking at the two of them in surprise. This girl across the street, Xiao Yushu also remembered. It seems to be the daughter of Yang Shangshu of the Ministry of Household. Her maiden name is Yang Zhang. 4 years ago, the two also met a few times at the tea party. Time has passed and things have long since changed. Nowadays, he is no longer the Xiao Shirzi of the past, and it looks like she has long since stopped being the little girl who could take off and land a J-20 back then. That. Lin Qingyin's pretty face was hot as hell, and even though she was wise and intelligent, she was so flustered that she didn't know how to explain. Yang Zhang put down his teacup and clapped his hands and laughed. I know. You're looking at this plum blossom. Not far in front of the two, there was a large plum vase with 2 April plums sticking out of it. Xiao Lin and the two of them sighed in relief and hurriedly nodded their heads together. Yes, 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 Xing is so right. Yes, 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 we are enjoying the plum blossoms. To enhance the sense of realism, Xiao Yushu pointed at the plum blossoms and laughed. This plum blossom blooms really well, although it is cold in spring, still brilliantly blossom. Just like the poem of the former, several branches of plum at the corner of the wall, blossom alone in the cold. Remote knowledge is not snow, for there is a dark fragrance to come. After a few sentences, there was silence all around. Xiao Yushu turned his head strangely, but he saw that both women were looking at him with bright eyes, unblinking, especially Lin Qingyin, as if there were teardrops rolling in her eyes, all the delicate pity in her body. Yang Zhen's vegetarian hand lightly held, said quietly, Xiao Yushu, I didn't realize that you were a great talent. Ha, oops. Xiao Yushu then remembered that he was in Great Zhou, where people don't learn second-grade first language textbooks. This was made by someone else. I'm just quoting it. Ha ha. He was in a cold sweat and Lin Yang and the two girls were unhappy at the same time and looked up at Xiao Yushu with a grudging look. Yang Zhang sneered. You think we two women are talentless and look down on us, don't you? Tell me who made this poem, and whom did you quote? Xiao Yushu was instantly confused. Holy, who did this to him? Damn, why can't the old man remember? Li Bai? Jan Xing bounced twice in exasperation, protesting in displeasure. Is there a Li Bai in this world too? This is troublesome. Xiao Yushu touched his head and said awkwardly. So that's what Dufour did? Lin Qingyin's beautiful eyes rolled a blank stare and snapped. Master Shitzi, don't talk nonsense. Du Gongbu's poems are not in this style. Xiao Yushu covered his face, incomparably regretting that he hadn't studied the language properly. I didn't realize I was about as illiterate as I was once I left the doohickey. Paralyzed, who the hell made this poem? With a clench of his teeth, he said in a determined and unmistakable voice. Lu Sun. This poem was made by Mr. Lu Sun. Xiao Yushu found his soundly sleeping little petite wife on the small couch next door. This lady of the first rank of the current dynasty. A long leg rested on the backrest of the couch. The whole person is pulled into a big word, covered with the dress of a first-class grant, with a stupid smile on his face, still huffing and puffing. She drooled at the corners of her mouth, murmuring softly in her sleep. Xiao Yushu squatted down and got close enough to hear that she was actually talking. Husband, I'm not eating, I really can't eat. LOL, what a snack talent. Chapter 91, it's really expensive. Marquis Jinnan's mansion. Ugh. Elder Xiao Zhang let out a long sigh, his face full of sorrow. It's hard. The other man, a middle-aged man, was also shaking his head sadly. He has a big unattractive face and big head and looks like a Mongolian horse. The man's name was Eudakian. When he was young, he worshipped the old man next door, Mr. Wang, as his godfather, and was therefore also called Wang Qian. Eudakian's main job is called an idler. In the words of the latter days, it was the water army of the Jinnan Marquis, or the commander of the strategic lugubrious battalion. He had a group of people under him who specialized in publicizing the shortcomings and weaknesses of the Marquis of Jinnan, in order to dissuade the emperor and other forces from the Jinnan army. Eudakian has a major stunt, which is the various odd things that the Marquis' stupid son does. The gossip news that had taken the entire Shangjing city by storm, Xiao Yushu's failure to perform and Su Yuyan's withdrawal from marriage, was this guy's handiwork. Eudakian slapped the table and worried. Uncle Zhong, we can't do this job anymore. He whined. You look at the past. The Marquis world son of a silly boy was withdrawn from the marriage. There are luxury, beauty, change of heart, tears, gossip. The people love to listen to, love to see. Our work is also good to do. But now you see, what now? Making a scene at the Changning burial mansion. Does this look like a weak and foolish son of the world? 2 days ago, he directly cleaned up the Grand Prince's men. Under the imperial city, Xiao Shizi's divine might to subdue the imperial prince. This has been said as a ing commentary. He planted himself in his chair in frustration and stuck out his thumb. Master Seiji is this. but it's suffering us idle guests. Xiao Zhong pretended to accompany a few exclamations, his heart happy. Eudakian's words showed that in the eyes of outsiders, the Marquis of Jinan was growing stronger. Under the wise leadership of the Prince of the World, the Marquis of Jinan house is just like a huge beast hidden behind the bushes, and has gradually hidden the great shape of the body. At that moment an underling reported, Uncle Zhong, Master Shitzi invites you and Mr. Yu to deliberate in the study. Xiao Zhong hurriedly pulled Eudakian, who was full of complaints, to Xiao Yushu's study. Today's Jinan Marquis house deliberation. The matter is important. On the capital of the Jinan army chiefs all arrived. In the middle of the study, people were already seated. Xiao Zhong was surprised to find that the eldest lady of the Wuban general's residence, the new left martial guard General Shan Chan's daughter, Shan Chan, was also sitting upright here. Xiao Yushu explained with a smile, Sister Chan represents the Wuban general's house. All of them are her own people. Xiao Zhong, heart dramatically shocked, did not expect between not saying a word, the world's son quietly made a big thing. The Wuban general house had completely fallen to the Jinan Marquis house. Then the left military guard is the ally of the Jinan army, and the left military guard is one of the four main forces of the Forbidden Army. Eudakian was shocked in his heart and couldn't help but secretly say, I guess I can't do this job for a few days, and in the future, I will tell people that Xiao Shitzi is a little cutie. I guess people will look at me with a cute little look. I'm sure people will look at me like I'm a cutie. Xiao Yushu wore a smile on his face, but there was a mysterious aura on his body that was not angry. The leaders of the branches of the Jinan army unconsciously obeyed orders with awe, all waiting quietly for him to speak. Xiao Yushu said calmly, Gentlemen, I invited you all here today to discuss the future strategy together. Let's look at a few things first. After saying that, he signaled Lai Mayer to uncover the items on the table. The rough cloth on one item after another was removed, and the crowd gathered around in a low murmur. On the far left rested the weapons, a long black sword and a set of black armor glowing with a cold light. This long blade was close to 4 feet. The blade was about 2 fingers wide. The back of the blade was wide and heavy. The blade was bitingly sharp and cold, and the blade carried arcane frosty patterns on top of it. 1,000-year cold iron blade. All of these chieftains took a deep breath with appreciation in their eyes. Then everyone's eyes snapped into a frenzy when they saw the armor. 1,000-year cold iron armor. Xiao Yushu pointed at the cold iron armor and said, I intend to sell some of my cold iron armor in exchange for ordinary ordnance iron armor. What do you all think? No, Seiji, absolutely not. How can such a supreme treasure fall into the hands of others? Master Seiji, you can't exchange something so valuable. The crowd was alarmed and came forward to dissuade them, many of them straining their veins with excitement. Xiao Yushu sighed, it is indeed very expensive. I changed 1,000 suits of armor by scooping up 2 large vats of water from random lakes. Later on, I really couldn't bear it in my heart, so I gave Ice Pattern 2 more tanks of water for free, and as a result, they gave me 1,000 more cold iron knives. Seiji, such a rare and valuable ordnance. Xiao Yushu interrupted the other party's words, his voice resounding in everyone's ears like rumbling thunder. I have 1,000 cold iron swords and 1,000 sets of cold iron armor in my hands. 1,000 sets, 1,000 suits of armor? 1,000 suits of armor. The study was immediately quiet, and the people were all confused. Master Seiji isn't having another attack of madness, is he? Cold iron is extremely rare near the surface. Did you dig hundreds of miles underground? Xiao Yushu couldn't help but sigh lightly as he watched everyone's mouths open wide in shock. It's all true. No kidding. There's more to be gotten, but it'll have to wait a few days. If you have a favorite weapon, I can have them order it in cold iron. Seiho. Everyone looked at him with the eyes of a god. Several leaders' faces turned red, their voices almost roaring out of their chests, willing to die for Master Seiji. The study looked like an explosion at this point. 1,000 years of cold iron. It is forged into swords and knives that are sharp and unmatched. It causes iron armor that is invulnerable to swords and spears. Are you telling the truth, Seiji? Is there really 1,000 sets of this superb armor and 1,000 cold iron swords? Then what is there to talk about? Whoever disagrees will be exterminated. Our Jinan army elects 1,000 warriors, armored and armed with swords. Who in the world can stop them? Old me, with these 1,000 iron horsemen, can sweep across 10,000 miles and kill from Tiannan to Yuzhou. The crowd got more and more excited and louder as they got more and more vocal in their excitement. Let's just swallow the Jiannan Road and raise our own food later. Swallow what Jiannan Road? Kill directly into the upper capital and make the Shitzi master the emperor. What about the great general? Great general as Empress Dowager. What about General Lai? General Lai is in charge of the Marquis now, and will be the Grand Master of the palace later. Bang! Oops dash. This one, who could not speak, had been kicked by Lai Mayer and hung on the wall like a portrait. Xiao Yushu faintly said, all shut up. His voice was not loud, but the air seemed to show ripples. This sentence triggered the yuan power of heaven and earth, instantly silencing the voices of the crowd. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Shan Shan froze as everyone looked at Xiao Yushu with disbelief. Heaven and earth yuan power, innate master? My god! The world master is only 18 years old and he's already an innate master. Marquis Jinnan's residence. Could it be that there is going to be another amazing martial arts genius? Chapter 92, New Weapons and New Formations. Xiao Yushu walked to the second pile of items, and the crowd immediately followed and gathered around. Only two peculiar weapons lay on the table. The one on the left had a head shaped like a three-stranded fork and was made of fine iron. The three-stranded fork has a sharp edge in it, shaped like the tip of a sword. There are two wings across the bottom of the blade, curved like a bull's horn, about a foot or so apart. This bullhorn wing is prismatic, cut straight on all sides, and very sharp. Behind the trident-shaped head was inserted a thick wooden stick, only about 2 feet long, evidently specially truncated for exhibition on a table. Those present were all battle-hardened Jinnan military schools with very sharp eyes, and immediately someone said, "The horns and teeth on the top of this thing's head are capable of attacking and defending, and if it were to run into one with a lance, the one making the lance would surely suffer a great loss. Not bad, can poke, can support, can catch, looks a little rustic, but if used well the power is not small." Xiao Yushu nodded his head, worthy of being a strong soldier. His battlefield sense of smell was top-notch. This thing is called the Ox Head Moon Pendant, also known as the Ox Head Pendant, is a very strong ground-cold weapon, especially good at breaking guns. It was popular not only in China but also throughout East Asia in the previous life. Many of the great generals of Japan during the Warring States period used a similar weapon called the 10-character gun. There were no bullheads in the Great Zhou dynasty, but there were many people who used lances. Xiao Yushu brought it in specially to equip his army. He opened his mouth. When we move around Shangjing, we mostly encounter thieves in the mountains or in alley battles in the city. I've figured out a formation, so let's all take a look at it together, and all follow me. With curiosity in their hearts, the crowd all followed Xiao Yushu to the martial arts arena, where a 12-member squad had already set up in formation and stood by. This formation of Xiao Yushu was actually a variation of Qi Jiguan's Yuanyang formation. There were 2 sword and shield hands in front of them, protecting the 2 ox-head pommelmen, which could be up to 9 feet long, longer than the opponent's lance. They were followed by 2 lancers and 2 greatswords with handles, guarding the flanks. In the very center of the formation, set up 2 more archers or other long-range troops to form a 3-dimensional killing formation. In other cases, you can also quickly switch to the familiar triple talent formation. The crowd initially did not feel how, although the son of the master is powerful. After all, Young did not experience the battlefield. Get out of the things will always be a little inadequate. However, as the battle formation maneuvered and the formation changed, all of the people's expressions all became grave. Everyone present had rich experience in battle formations, and at this time, they actually felt that this formation was very feasible, and its lethality was also quite possible. Xiao Yushu picked up another thick and long cylinder, as thick as his arm, made of fine iron with cold iron, and with a wooden support. A couple of smaller sub-cannon cylinders sat next to it, the eyes of the crowd straight twitching. This cylinder is also mixed with cold iron. Did you find a cold iron mine? It's simply too luxurious. Xiao Yushu put the sub-cannon into the cylinder, closed the mechanism, and lit the fire rope to the crowd. Look everyone! Boom! Smoke filled the air, and the row of thick wooden planks in front of them was riddled with holes. As a traveler, how can you not make a cannon? If you can't beat a martial arts master, you can't beat an ordinary soldier. An ordinary demon? It's just that Xiao Yushu didn't know much about building cannons and wasn't much of a military engineering expert in his previous life. He gathered a bunch of skilled craftsmen and was only able to mimic and build the simplest of firearms. Handheld small frangipani cannon. The recoil of a single round of this thing, when carried by a normal person, directly breaks the arm. But the martial artists of this great Zhou dynasty had superb physical strength and quality. A third-rate martial artist could hold this thing and kill like a game gunner. This thing is called a hand cannon. I plan to put it in the formation to work with the bow and arrow. What do you all think? Xiao Yushu asked with an open mind. The bullfighter sweeps, the lance pokes and stabs, and then draws the cold and takes a shot with this god-killing contraption. Thinking about that scene, all the military schools present shuddered. At this time this military formation is no longer okay, but a powerful weapon to destroy the enemy to win. A military school named Shiraishi Wang said excitedly, if we have this hand cannon pressed into action, no matter whether the enemy lancers or the iron armor army, as long as they are gathered together, they will immediately be routed by a single cannon. The other nodded deeply. Not bad. If this hand cannon is made even bigger and 2 wheels are installed, this military formation is even bigger, stacked and lined up into a long dragon, and the 2 flanks are pressed with iron-armored cavalry. Hiss! The crowd sucked in cold air. Everyone could see the shock and excitement in their companions' eyes. The same thought leapt into everyone's mind. With this kind of might, who can compete with it under the heavens? At this moment, when they looked at Xiao Yushu again, they all admired him in their hearts. The Seiji in front of me, at the age of 18 or 19, not only had he practiced martial arts to the innate realm, he had become the top martial artist in the world. You can also easily get 1,000 sets of cold iron treasure armor, and you can even invent new types of weapons on your own. As if that wasn't enough, he had also figured out such a powerful formation. He's a man of letters, a man of arms, a man of wisdom. This must be the reincarnation of Zhuge Wuhou, who was taught the secret book by the god of heaven. Compared to him, I've lived to be a dog's age. In the gazes of admiration plus reverence from the crowd, Xiao Yushu said, I've already had a batch of ox head and hand cannons built, so everyone take them back and let the brothers practice them first. Strive to familiarize yourself with them in a short period of time, and we'll find a place to rehearse. Xiao Zhang asked, Master Seiji, do you have a target? Xiao Yushu nodded and said with a faint smile, Shangjing City is still considered stable, but 100 miles to the west or south, it enters the boundaries of the Taihang Mountains. I heard that there are a lot of villages there, and many of them have committed crimes. We, the Jinnan army, must act on behalf of heaven and rid the people of bandits and bullies. Xiao Zhong clapped his hands and said, Master Shitzi is right. The terrain there is complicated. The mountains and rivers are beautiful. It's just the right place for us to establish a foundation. After we sweep away those bandits, the fortress will be ours. Shiraishi looked away. There will surely be a lot of folk in the area who have been persecuted by bandits, and there will be a lot of people who will join us when we go to fight the bandits. Xiao Yushu smiled and nodded. The Marquis of Jinnan's residence was a large family in the upper capital. Many people within the Jinnan army's families were here, and Lar's family was also in the upper capital. If one day he flipped out with the emperor, fleeing south with these many old and sick people, all the way for several thousand miles to Jiannan Road, it would be harder than climbing up to the sky. So he was going to find a dangerous place around Shangjing and establish a base. Take these hundreds of Jinnan troops under your command as the backbone and pull up a team. He turned his head to Shanshan. Sister Cindy, are there any trusted brothers in the left martial guards? Shanshan nodded sharply. There are, about 300 or 400 brothers, all of whom are friends with my father and my brother through and through. Xiao Yushu said, Fine, give me 200 men. From today, start practicing the Mandarin duck formation. Yes, my lord, at your service. With a crash, all bowed and obeyed solemnly. Chapter 93, Secrecy. The deliberations at the Marquis of Jinnan's residence lasted for 2 hours, and after it was over, Xiao Yushu personally sent Shan Chan back to his residence. Being able to have the opportunity to be alone with Xiao Yushu, big girl Shan was in a quick mood. Xiao Yushu sat directly beside Shan Chan, leg to leg. Shan Chan's heart fluttered and jumped, and for some reason a sweet feeling rose. Her face reddened with shame, and she took out a crookedly embroidered purse from her bosom, which still carried the scent of her body, and stuffed it into Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu took it in surprise. Sister Cindy, did you embroider this? Wow, these 2 horses are so well embroidered. Shanshan suddenly breathed heavily and huffed. It's a pair of lovebirds. A Mandarin duck? Ahahaha. I said why it looks so cozy at first glance. Xiao Yushu lost a smile in his heart. My Chan's sister is very abstract painting master. The 2 houses were not far apart, and the carriage arrived quickly. Shan Chan was quite reluctant to part with her, and gathered enough courage to peck at Xiao Yushu's face like a chicken. She was so happy and shy that it took her a long time to come back to her senses. The 2 got out of the car and were holding hands to say goodbye. The sound of horse hooves rang out next to him, and Shan Chan's brother, Shan Chang, teased and laughed. Yo, it's not even over yet? Hands on dash. For some reason, he suddenly stopped his teasing and greeted Xiao Yushu with a straight face. Xiao Yushu arched his hand and smiled. Big brother is back. In the left, military defense work can still be smooth? If not, come to my Jinnan army. I'll give you 1,000 men to take with you. Shan Chang laughed, and his heart was really a bit stirred. He had only taken 150 men at the left martial guards and had risen to the rank of lieutenant of 1,000 men, and the Jinnan army was on the front line of Mongshan, so it was easy to gain merit. He replied helplessly, You're welcome, Shitzi. I'm doing quite well in the left martial guards. The brothers are quite supportive of me. Xiao Yushu scrutinized his face, only to see a few obvious red swellings on it, and the corners of his mouth broken with traces of blood. What's the matter with you? Did you get into a fight with someone? With a wave of his hand, Shan Chang laughed with disinterest. It's nothing. I was competing with an expert in the army. I didn't pay attention to the weight. This little injury is nothing. His eyes vaguely glanced at the single eldest girl standing next to him, pretending to be gentle and virtuous. The last time Xiao Yushu came to the mansion, he was too angry to make things difficult. As a result, as soon as Xiao Yushu left, Shan Chan, who was full of gentleness, immediately changed her face and dragged him to the martial arts field to beat him up unilaterally. This girl of my own family has been practicing martial arts like crazy since she lost to Xiao Luoshan back then. At first, city life felt sorry for her. It was only later that I realized that, what the, he's the biggest victim. In other people, it's the brother who disciplines the sister. In his family it's the other way around. The sister is in a bad mood and punches the brother. My brother is a martial arts general, but he can't beat it. By no means is he giving in to his sister. It's a fight to the death that he really can't beat. It's a good thing that his brothers in the army know that he has a sister with super high force, so at least there are no jokes about him to his face. Xiao Yushu said softly to Shanchan, I'm leaving, you go in. Shanchan reluctantly held his hand, a gentle joy and reluctance in her eyes. Shan Chang skimmed his teeth. Xiao Yushu left by car until after his figure disappeared around the corner. The gentleness on Shan Chan's face quickly tightened and turned into an expressionless face. She asked sternly as she looked at the single plow, why don't you greet Xiao Yushu first? What? Monoworks was furious. I'll greet him first? I'm Taimom, I'm your brother. He has to call me brother too. Shan Chan sneered and said dryly, from now on you say hello first. When he finished speaking, he went straight into the house. Shan Cultivation stood at the gate of the mansion for half a day, his stomach hurting from anger. The fifth prince's residence. Jia Tsong, the direct historian of the imperial prince's residence, talks to a man dressed as a rich merchant. Under the fifth prince, the house was originally under the authority of Jia Tsong and eunuch Zhang, but eunuch Zhang escorted the silver and never came back once he was gone, so now Jia Tsong is in charge. The man was in his early 30s, full of smiles, and was like a well-behaved puppy in front of Jia Tsong, but as humble as he pretended to be, the fierceness in his eyes and the gloom between his brows, that could not be concealed. All in all, this man is not a good person at first glance. Jia Lu asked, the Fifth Highness asked you to find a clean village with good terrain, so that we can run a manor and raise horses for farming. How have you done? Since the fiancé was robbed, face after a big loss, the fifth prince Suzhenjin deeply pulling together the nobles of the Beijing road, has gone out of the question. So he followed Li Shenji's advice and prepared to find a place to store up his private army and boogie at the critical moment. This rich merchant is none other than Wang Xing, a godfather-level manfu of the Black SH in Shangjing. He has a big mob business, running greenhouses, gambling houses, collecting protection money, human trafficking, smuggling salt. He has a hand in all of them. Having done a lot of evil and dirty things, naturally there are many enemies. Therefore, Wang Xing is bent on climbing up the ladder, so that he can wash himself from black to white and turn to the right side of the river. The last time he lent the fifth prince 300,000 taels of silver, it was considered to be in the eyes of the powerful, and he was allowed to do a few more small things. When the fifth prince saw that he was still capable, and with his own forces shrinking and in need of new blood, he took him under his wing. Wang Xing said with a haunch of deference, back to Lord Jia's words, we have already found a few places at the southern end of the Taihang Mountains. In particular, Longtu Mountain is the best location, surrounded by high mountains, with a deep ditch in front and good fields within. Our men have already taken possession of that place. Jia Tsong took a sip of tea and said, what the Fifth Highness commands must be kept secret. Wang Xing whispered, there are only two major surnames in Longtushan village, Zhu and Wu. So let's kill all the young and old in the village and arrange for those recruited horse thieves to go in. In the future, they will live in the houses of the Zhu and Wu families and change their surnames to Zhu and Wu, and they will become good citizens with clean identities, as long as the Fifth Highness needs. In a few months they can be used to pull the status of a good citizen to serve in the army in the upper capital. Jacqueline nodded. Alright, it was handled fairly well. You go back and do a good job for His Highness. The matter of Dragon Head Mountain must be kept secret. Yes, my subordinate will retire. After Wang Xing left, Jia Tsong immediately went to see Fifth Prince Suzhen to report. After the last incident, Suzhen has become much deeper and more introspective. The whole person's pomp and circumstance is gone, turning into a real lord with a city look. When Jia Tsong finished reporting to him, he nodded slightly, secretly pleased in his heart. Li Shenji's plan was good. The terrain around the Taihang Mountains was complicated, and there were many villages and fortresses hidden in the big mountain ditches. I'm afraid there must be hundreds of thousands of them if we search carefully. If these people are organized well, they can train an army of tens of thousands of men, and with the food there will be soldiers for every soldier and food for every grain, united with the nearby Hebei army. In the future, once there was a huge change in the upper capital, such as the emperor's death or something, then his chance would come. The most important thing is, Suzhen said with a stern, incomparably solemn look, it must be kept secret. Chapter 94, Xiao Shizi's visit to the court. Xiao Yushu returned to the Marquis of Jinnan's residence and summoned Xiao Zhong and Lai Meier to the study. He also ordered a few guards to stand guard outside the study. so that no one would be allowed to approach. Xiao Lai and the two of them immediately both became serious when they saw how solemn Xiao Yushu was. Xiao Yushu led them down to the secret room again, and also closed the door to the blood dragon's bone. Now Xiao Lai and the two knew that something big was bound to happen. Xiao Zhong puffed out his chest and said with emotion, "World Prince, please speak. The old slave has received great favors from the Marquis for many years, and is rightly deserving of death in return. Xiao Lang, Mayor is willing to die for you." Lai Mayor's tone was gentle, but Xiao Yushu had no doubt that she was willing to go through fire and water for him. Xiao Yushu shook his head and smiled. "You guys misunderstood. I won't let you guys die. If there's really something we can't cope with, then we'll face it together and look after each other on the road to the Yellow Springs." Xiao Lai and the two of them nodded their heads deeply, both very moved. Their relationship with Xiao Yushu was no longer just that of superior and subordinate, but that of family members who lived and died together. Xiao Yushu whispered with a solemn expression, "On the day I entered the palace for the banquet, I infiltrated the Chintan prison." What? Xiao Zhong and Lai Mayor were simultaneously horrified and instantly speechless. Qin Tian Jiao, that is the practice place of the State Master. The State Master is the 10 best figures in the world. It was definitely one of the most dangerous places in the world, and could be considered a dragon's den. Lai Mayor's face turned white, and for the first time, she trembled and couldn't say a word. "Ko-chan, are you okay?" Xiao Zhong grimaced, his voice tinged with trembling as he anxiously asked, "Master Shitzi, did the State Master make a move against you? How many floors did you sneak into, and did you encounter the organs of the China Trust?" Xiao Yushu shook his head, and seeing that he looked as normal, the hearts of the two of them were only slightly put down. Xiao Yushu asked, "Uncle Zhong, how do you know that there is an organ inside the Chinatown?" Xiao Zhong was silent for a moment, a complex expression of hatred, hurt and fear intertwined on his face. "Deng Fengji, the military advisor of our Jinan Marquis residence, died on the organs of the Qintian supervisor." Xiao Yushu was shocked, and Lai Mayor was silent, obviously knowing about this as well. Military Counselor Tang is highly skilled in martial arts, wise and loyal, and everyone admires him. Xiao Zhong suppressed the sadness in his heart and said with a slight tremor in his voice, "Back then, during the battle at the mouth of the Yunchuan River, Missy was severely injured, damaging her martial arts foundation. Military Master Tang heard about the true dragon's blood in the hands of the State Master, so he personally went to the Qin Tian supervisor to steal it. Just where is the Qin Tian supervisor so easy to enter? The true dragon's blood was not found, and he came back with serious injuries and died within a month." He sighed. Before he died, Military Counselor Deng said that Qin Tian supervisor is divided into 7 layers. The first 3 floors were fine, but the next few floors were full of organs and dragons and tigers. He only broke through the earth and wood passes, but couldn't break through the water pass. He was the highest martial arts expert in our Jinan army at that time. He couldn't even go. Alas, the rest of us have also lost our minds. Xiao Yushu had broken through the China Trust, and even with the state reversal ability in his possession, he was impressed by the 9-curved water system composed of mercury. That was indeed a hellish environment, and that Military Counselor Deng dared to lay down his life to go and break in there. Truly a man of unrivaled loyalty and courage. Xiao Yushu extended his arm, his hand clenched into a fist. A light came on in the darkened chamber, and again it was as if a breeze had risen. The light is soft, the breeze warm. The heavens and earth were suddenly covered with countless fine lines, which were lively and throbbing, transforming into countless turbulent streams of heaven and earth energy. The air seems to be incredibly fresh, and Lai Mayor and Xiao Zhong seemed to be bathing in the vibrant spring rain. Xiao Yushu opened his fist, and a turquoise, translucent and flawless pearl burned brightly in his hand. Xiao Zhong looked dumbfounded at Ming Zhu, and then dumbfounded at Xiao Yushu. The old man suddenly laughed up in the air like a madman. "Brother Tang, Shitzi is good. He infiltrated the China Trust and did what you didn't. He got it from the master of the world's 10 greatest kingdoms. Wood Spirit Bead." Xiao Yushu looked at the turquoise pearl in his hand. This bead he had gotten from the State Master's Starlight 5 Elements formation was actually a rare and extremely rare heaven and earth spirit. A wood spirit bead that could cure Xiao Luoshan's injuries. Xiao Zhong laughed out loud. His emotions were extremely chaotic, and he found a corner to sit down. The whole person was excited and stupid looking. Uncle Faithful, confusion +1. Can't seem to count on it. The wood spirit bead has to be sent to Xiao Luoshan as soon as possible, but this thing is filled with an incomparable aura, constantly dispersing spiritual energy, and it is easy to be sensed by martial arts experts. Once the news leaked out, the 10 best in the world would all be red-eyed and come to fight for it. Gotta figure out a surefire way to do this. The following day was the routine monthly Grand Court meeting, where the emperor would receive officials above the 6th rank in the capital at the Chengtian Hall. Xiao Yushu had complained of illness many times before, and no one had bothered with him. A little cutie. Well, if you're not coming, you're not coming. But today he was dressed in full court dress, wearing a vassal's tiara, and stood in a serious manner in the ranks of the military generals and lords, attracting a lot of attention. The reason for this, and it's simple, is that the powers have been refreshed. Xiao Yushu's status reversal ability ended. Surprisingly, no new powers were born, but rather the first one reappeared, eavesdropping on the heart. However, this time, eavesdropping on the heart's voice had evolved from the first time, and the object of eavesdropping was no longer limited to one person, but became everyone within 10 meters of him. With his new psychic ability, Xiao Yushu took the initiative to attend the court meetings to get some useful information. He stood still in the Great Hall and immediately turned on the eavesdropping mind alteration. The position of the Marquis of Jinan was very forward in the sequence of military generals, preceded only by the Duke of Wei, Yang Tsongwei, and the Grand Prince, the fifth prince. Xiao Yushu heard the heart of Yang Tsongwei, the Duke of Wei. Last night's Nine Yang was young and strong, served well in bed, and had a lot of Nai water. My old man is getting old and needs to drink more Nai to live longer. I wiped Xiao Yushu, surprised to look at the dignified and serious Wei Guogong. This old man more than 70, can be really. Duke of Wei, Yang Tsongwei, with a serious face, asked majestically, does Marquis Jinnan's son have anything he wants to ask Lao Fu? Woody, just wanted to shout you a 6. Xiao Yushu hurriedly smiled and quickly shook his head. Listened to the Grand Prince again. He was looking at the direction where the Emperor appeared with a respectful face and a look of respect and love. Why isn't the old man dead? All day long you favor the oldest too. I am your eldest son. It's best if you and the oldest are at each other's throats. The oldest will kill you, and I'll unite with the loyalists to get rid of the oldest. Xiao Yushu sighed in a low voice. Truly a filial and good son, a benevolent and good brother. Listen to old 5 again. The village of Longtu Mountain in the southern part of Taihang has been taken, and we have to let Wang Xing hurry to find people and build up the fortress. Thousands of acres of good land, easy to defend and difficult to attack. There will be the foundation of my empire in the future. Xiao Yushu's heart was shaken. As expected of old 5, he can surprise me every time. You're actually the one who's a good buddy of mine. Silver in the front, a wife in the middle. Now I am worried about the lack of base. You immediately jumped out to help emotionally. Chapter 95. One man's power shakes the Golden Palace. The emperor had not yet arrived, and the Changtian Hall was in chaos, with powerful ministers chatting. Duke of Wei Yang Tsongwei said to Xiao Yushu in an old-fashioned manner, Xiao family boy, you are good at martial arts. You should join the left Primus Guard to serve the country. You can't hide in the mansion all day at a young age and sleep with your Denai maid in your arms. This old man was qualified and usually reprimanded and taunted the other military generals, and everyone didn't dare to return the favor. Xiao Yushu laughed. This old man is leaning on his old age, and now he's even talking about me. Mr. Xiao, also Denai maid. You will recognize Denai. I'm afraid that the selection of maids in your mansion is a hard indicator of bra size, and 36D is your family's 985 diploma. He listened to Yang Tsongwei's heart, and then the corners of his mouth curved up slightly. Several military generals beside him were gloating and eating their melon when they saw Xiao Yushu being reprimanded by Yang Tsongwei. Xiao Yushu made an embarrassed face and touched his head nervously. Your Highness, there is no young man who doesn't like beautiful women? Wasn't it the same when you were young? The Duke of Wei, Yang Tsongwei, glared with his old eyes, very upset. My old man taught you a lesson for your own good. How dare you talk back? Then I heard Xiao Yushu say, didn't you also like Miss You when you were young? In order to take a look at others. You still. At night, Duke of Wei Yang Tsongwei's corner of the eye twitched, as if a thunderbolt had rung in his ears. The old man's face changed drastically, and with agility unbecoming of his age. He covered Xiao Yushu's mouth like lightning. Who is Miss You? It was you, the old madam of the Duke of Li Mansion. Both are now well respected with children and grandchildren. If the absurdity of his youth gets out, then he really should not be a human being. What's worse is that the other Miss You has no interest in him. Yang Tsongwei is treating her as a goddess, a lifelong unilateral infatuation. In order to overcome his bitter love, he climbed the wall at midnight to see Ms. You, and ended up seeing her bathing. The bountiful earth that will stay with him for the rest of his life. This is the deepest private secret of Lord Wei's heart. How did this kid Xiao Yushu know about it? Yang Tsongwei broke out in a cold sweat and was terrified. As he put his arm around Xiao Yushu, an incomparably kind expression suddenly appeared on his face. That Yushu Grandpa Yang has always seen that you have a future. Ever since I was a child, I've always thought this kid was good, and now he really seems to be a handsome young man. I like you, so if there's anything you want, just ask Grandpa Yang. Xiao Yushu sighed. That day, Brother Yang Shixin rode a precious colt, which he said was called the Snowshoe Leopard, the only one in the entire Xingjing city. I looked so envious. There you go. Without saying a word, old Lord Yang gave away his grandson's favorite horse. Xiao Yushu said, the pair of red gold and brass mace you used. Shiny gold. Quite nice. Yang Songwei was a little meaty, but said graciously, "My old man can't use it anymore, so I'm giving it to you too." Xiao Yushu was very surprised and held Yang Songwei's hand and said, "I've heard that you still have a set of Windwing Boring Gold Bright Light armor at home, which is a good armor that is counted in our army, that I would like to borrow it to wear for a few days." Yang, from the heart of Wei severe pain, extremely reluctant to give up, fought half a day a clenched teeth. "It's the time for young men to go into battle and build up, and I'm giving you this set of armor as well." Xiao Yushu had smiled into a flower and said, "I remember another." Yang Songwei whispered as he wrapped his arms around his neck, "Young man, that's about right." Xiao Yushu laughed and saluted. "Thank you, Grandpa Yang." Only when he saw him walk away did Yang Songwei let out a sigh of relief and cautiously looked in the direction of the Duke of Li. Zhan Suyuan, the Duke of Reigning State, was chatting with Prime Minister Lin, and when he saw Yang Songwei suddenly looking at him, he was a little depressed. "What's the old young pickle for, inexplicably, looking at me with such a look?" Xiao Yushu walked straight to Li Wenjun, the Secretary of the Ministry of War, who was the hardcore direct line of Emperor Hongxia, and deliberately did not look at Xiao Yushu, pretending not to see. Xiao Yushu didn't care and smiled. "Please, Minister Li." Li Wenjun stopped talking and said coldly and perfunctorily, "Ah, Xiao Shizi." After that he continued to talk to the officials next to him, ignoring Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu is not angry. "This day, the supernatural power is in the body. I have to make you kneel down and recognize the righteous father," he asked with a smile. "Has Shangshu Li ever been corrupt and perverted the law? Eavesdropping on heartbeat alien enablement in. May Minister Li collude with the barbarians or the demon race? Eavesdropping on heartbeat alien enablement in. Has Minister Li ever been displeased with His Majesty? Eavesdropping on heartbeat alien enablement in." He came up with a series of life-taking triple questions, and then used his psychic ability to read Li Wenjun's thoughts. Li Wenjun was enraged by his question, his heart bursting with anger, his emotions rising and falling fiercely. However, he was very deep in the city and suppressed his inner fire, speaking sternly in a cold voice. "Xiao Shizi, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to throw dirt on Mr. Li without proof? There is a price to pay for slandering others. This is the Imperial Court's Chengtian Hall, not the Marquis of Jinnan's residence where you just go crazy." Fong Jifu, who was next to him in the Ministry of War, opened his mouth to help. "Prince Xiao, please don't talk nonsense. If you offend His Majesty, even Great General Xiao won't be able to protect you." Xiao Yushu coldly smiled. These two dogs, the Jinnan Army's military expenses, instruments, military clothes, every aspect every time they deliberately make things difficult, stuck not to give. He surprised Fong Jifu. "Bone setter Fong, congratulations. You've just bought the luxurious mansion over at the ferry bridge, worth a full 30,000 taels of silver, more than 60 times your annual salary. Oh yeah, also spent 10,000 taels to redeem a head girl from the 100 Flowers house, buying a new mansion and marrying a new concubine, spending several lifetimes worth of money at once." He turned his head to look at the Imperial Guards in the ranks of the civil officials. "Are the ING Inspector General's office and the Imperial Court blind?" Xiao Yushu, "You don't spit blood." Fong Jifu was shocked. His whole body trembled, and he hurriedly called out, "Xiao Yushu, watch your mouth. How can you clamor in the Golden Hall?" An imperial historian with a righteous face walked out. It was the one imperial historian who often impeached the Marquis of Jinnan. He looked at Fong Jifu and said in a deep voice, "Longjong Fong, if what Shizi Xiao said is true, where did you get so much money from? You need to explain it properly to the imperial household." Fong Jifu was sweating profusely, and straight away he felt a rush of urine that he almost couldn't hold. He looked at Li Wenjun for help, and Li Wenjun gritted his teeth. "Xiao Yushu, what do you want?" Xiao Yushu ignored him and scratched his head with his ivory wattles and said, "What else could I do? Trying to your wife and you're not happy about it. You." Li Wenjun was trembling with anger. He was the secretary of the Ministry of War, being mocked like this by Xiao Yushu in front of his face. What would happen to his prestige in the future? He snapped, "I'm going to submit a report to you, and I'm also going to report that the Marquis of Jinnan is not disciplining you well." Xiao Yushu shrugged. "Senate me all you want, and I'll Senate you on the docket. What's a good offense?" He smiled faintly, his eyes clear to the bone. "How about taking in the remnants of the former dynasty and plotting a rebellion?" Chapter 96, Great Harvests from the Court Meeting. Xiao Yushu smiled faintly. "How about taking in the remnants of the former dynasty and plotting a rebellion?" Li Wenjun shuddered, his eyes looking over like knives, colliding with Xiao Yushu's line of sight, and the two of them stared at each other for a few seconds. Xiao Yushu then heard the voice of shock in Li Wenjun's heart. "How secretive is it that Ji heir is a member of the royal family of the former dynasty? The only person in the world who knows about it is that man, apart from me. How could Xiao Yushu know that? How did he know that?" Li Wenjun's face flickered a few times, and he looked up to the sky and laughed. He walked up 2 steps and laughed with an easy smile on his face. Your Highness is so lively and cheerful. How can you make such jokes in this golden palace? With this smile of his, the atmosphere eased, and the faces of the people around him relaxed. Xiao Yushu smiled. Emperor Hongjia's loyal traitor, a great loyalist in the eyes of others, was actually a rebellious minister who took in the remnants of the former dynasty. There was really enough irony. Li Wenjun came close to Xiao Yushu and whispered, "What do you really want?" Xiao Yushu smiled and whispered, "I heard that Jin Yang sent a batch of very poor quality ordnance, tens of thousands of pieces, and we, the Jinnan army, want it." Li Wenjun's face changed. Which is a poor quality ordnance? All qualified products. It's just that the emperor pressed the issue and didn't allow it to be sent to the Jinnan army. He whispered, "It's not that we at the Ministry of War won't give it, it's just that the holy orders are hard to disobey." Xiao Yushu sneered, "That's your business, not mine. I just want the ordnance. I don't care about the rest." Li Wenjun's heart was suffocating, but he had to bow his head at this time. He took a deep breath. "Dao, it is all given to you, and you may collect it the day after tomorrow, but from now on, you must not go around spreading rumors. A little ordnance to get rid of me? You're dreaming." Xiao Yushu smiled. "Lord Li, don't be in a hurry. I also want military clothes, tents, flags, iron pots, ox carts, all for 100,000 men. Oh yes, and 100 ships and 5,000 war horses, for his lion's share." Li Wenjun secretly cursed. He had always prided himself on his wisdom, but he didn't expect to be blackmailed by this kid in plain sight. But he understood that what Xiao Yushu said was a matter of great importance and danger. Regardless of this Xiao cutie, how did he know? He didn't dare to take the risk. He could only hold his breath and whisper through clenched teeth, "There are no war horses, there are 50 ships, and the rest is yours. Deal." Lord Li is still quite sensible. Satisfied, Xiao Yushu left Li Wenjun and walked towards the Ministry of Public Works. Du Shangshu. He looked at Du Shangshu with a shocked face and shouted in a low voice, "Lord Du, something big has happened." Du Shangshu froze, looking at his shocked plus regretful look, and then his mind snapped to the thought. He said, "What a big deal. Is Jin Squire to repair the Yellow River to repair the 100 miles of long embankment was found by him?" The work was jerry-built everywhere, and several high dams were repaired in the wrong places. Xiao Yushu was happy in his heart and pretended to be mysterious. "Lord Du, something happened in the river project. How did those high dams ugh?" Du Shangshu was immediately shocked, but his city-deep face did not show. Whispered, "Mr. Xiao cares about the river project and cares about the people along the river. Mr. Du admires that. If you need any help from the Ministry of Public Works, just ask. If Mr. Xiao needs help from Mr. Du, you don't have to be polite." Xiao Yushu laughed. "Good. I've heard that the Western Beijing Ironworks can't be run and is going to be closed and demobilized, so it might as well be handed over to me. I will pay for the acquisition." "Well, never let the court suffer. How about 500 taels of silver? An ironworks with equipment and craftsmen and an iron mine, and you're offering 500 taels? Why don't you offer a couple?" Du Shangshu cursed Xiao Yushu's shamelessness in his heart, but the iron factory is owned by the court, not by him. He smiled on his face and lamented, "Xiao Shitzi can take over the ironworks. That is a great favor to the Ministry of Industry. Of course, tomorrow Xiao Shitzi can send someone to hand over." Xiao Yushu's heart is secretly happy. This iron factory court cannot do well, does not mean that he cannot do well. He had sent people to inspect it. The scale of the ironworks was okay, if it was carefully governed down, adopting more advanced production methods and better organization. It would become an important source of ordnance for the Jinnan army. He could also move the ironworks and artisans to his future base if necessary. Du Shangshu was so open, and Xiao Yushu didn't make things difficult for him. He decided to give away one more message for free. "Lord Du, this son has another piece of news. You have to be careful. I heard that there was a water penetration accident in the Imperial Tomb project. Du Shangshu's heart was shocked. How did Xiao Yushu know this secret? In fact, Xiao Yushu does not know enough. The Ministry of Industry to the Emperor's tomb construction, the result of a mistake. But there was a water penetration accident, which is the charge of plagiarism to kill the head. The Ministry of Labor and Industry was so frightened that they had to join forces to keep things under wraps. Du Shangshu also hurried forward and pulled Xiao Yushu's sleeve, pleading in a low voice, "Master Seiji, if you have any requests, you must tell me, but don't be polite." Xiao Yushu pondered for a while, originally wanted to ask Lao Du for an iron factory, but he was so enthusiastic that he was too embarrassed to ask for more. He was silent for a moment. His eyes were fiery as he looked at Du Shangshu and whispered, "I want 10-sided Ministry of Industry Arms Cargo Kanhei cards." The corner of Du Shangshu's eyes twitched, and his hands trembled a little. This kid is tough enough to come up and ask for something so important. The Ministry of Industry's military cargo Kanhei license is the equivalent of a tax-free and inspection-free pass. The Ministry of Industry is an organ of the imperial court, transporting military materials. What other taxes are collected and what else is inspected? So this kanhi license is very important. With it not only can be tax-free, but also in the Great Zhou territory to transport supplies unimpeded. Of course this means that using it for business, especially smuggling, is a windfall. Xiao Yushu also thought by chance that there were quite a few salt mines in the 3 southwestern states, but they could only produce low-quality poisonous salt, which could only be fed to livestock and was of little use. But he, a modern man, would be rich if he found a way to purify this crude salt, together with this unobstructed kanhi license. I'm afraid that just the profit of salt can earn the Jinnan army's military expenses. Dushanbe was silent for a long time, his mind engaged in a fierce struggle. In the end he, like all officials, the importance of the life of the body and the family trumped the responsibility of the position of Shanghai. He whispered, "You can only be given 5 sides, really no more. And, no human trafficking," Xiao Yushu said with a straight face. "Of course not. What do you see me, Mr. Xiao, as? I have always been law-abiding and am a vast gentleman. You get out of my sight." Du Shangshu cursed in his mind. Xiao Yushu laughed and turned around to go back to the team of military generals. Today's meeting was full of rewards. Chapter 97, an official is appointed. The chief eunuch, Lu Dogger, let out a long cry, and the hall of Changtian was suddenly silent. Emperor Hongjia majestically stepped into the great hall, condescending and looking down on the ministers under the hall. After saluting and greeting, Emperor Hongjia solemnly said, "Early this morning, I received a secret report from the Hearing Wind Division. There is a demon rebellion in Chu State. 4 villages have already been slaughtered, and there are local bandits colluding with the demons. I want to send troops to station in Chuzhou and dispatch powerful officials as ministers to go to Chuzhou to quell the chaos." There was a murmur among the ministers, and the chief administrator, L.V. Dogger, exclaimed, "Silence!" It was as if a gust of wind blew up in the great hall, immediately silencing the crowd's murmurs. Xiao Yushu looked up at this big eunuch, not realizing that with a missing part, he was still an innate expert. Single punch, I am. General Shan Chong of the left martial guards came out of the column to salute. Emperor Hongjia didn't consult with his courtiers, but just made his own decision. 12,000 men from the front compartment of the left martial guards will set out within 7 days, traveling south to Ma County to watch over Chushu. Yes, I obey. Liao Changfu, I am. 10,000 men from the left wing of the left primus, and 2,000 cavalry, go directly to Ozhou. Yes, I obey. Qin Shigong, I am. The rounded body of Changningbo Qin Shigong hurriedly came out of the line. Mobilize armaments and foodstuffs. Within 7 days the left martial guards and left primates should be able to march. If it is delayed due to logistical problems, I will take you to task. Yes, I will do my work steadily and secure the needs of the army. Qin Shigong hurriedly agreed, secretly grumbling in his heart. Preparing the supplies for the army's march in 7 days is a hard job. The emperor thundered a direct order, showing the importance of the Chuzhou issue. Prime Minister Lin and the second prince's uncle, Don Xingji, as well as the Ministry of Revenue, Yang Shangshu, these people covertly exchanged glances, all feeling that the emperor's order was in deep water. Emperor Hongjia's gaze turned and landed on Xiao Yushu. He looked at Xiao Yushu with deep meaning and asked with a sudden smile, "Xiao Shizhi has also come to attend the court. Is his body well?" Xiao Yushu hurriedly stepped out to salute and returned. "My humble servant's mind is clearer. Thank you for your majesty's concern." He couldn't help but curse in his mind. This dog emperor poisoned me and asked me if I'm well enough. So ing sinister and poisonous. Emperor Hongjia nodded his head and said aloud, "I have always held the Marquis of Jinan in high regard. Since you're well, I'm going to reuse you. This time, Chuzhou is infested with demons, and your Jinan army has always been good at dealing with demons. Xiao Yushu, I'm appointing you as a Wind Watch envoy to assist the Minister of Qin in calming the turmoil in Chuzhou." Emperor Hongjia especially sent Xiao Yushu out for a walk to get in touch with more characters from all over the world. Let Xiao Yushu inspect all over the country in these 6 months. And when he died 6 months later, having contacted so many people and visited so many places before, where would Xiao Luoshan go to check? Xiao Yushu was just 10 meters away from the emperor at this time, and heard the sinister thoughts in his heart loud and clear. Nima, the dog emperor, has many underhanded tricks. I won't go until I've done enough good. He looked up, deliberately aggravated. Your Majesty, isn't it too much for me, the son of a marquis, to be a minor Wind Watch envoy? You have to give me a bigger position. Xiao Yushu, the famous weapon of the court, is it not just for fun? Please, Your Majesty, send down an order to punish this insolent boy. That righteous Luan imperialist jumped out again. Immediately, a few people from the 5th Prince and the Grand Prince's party seconded the motion. Emperor Hongjia looked at Xiao Yushu with a slight sneer in his heart. This kid won't live for a few days. 6 months at the most. Now, Even if he is appointed an official, he can't be pleased for a few days, which is just enough to let Xiao Luoshan relax his vigilance. He laughed. Let's put it this way. I'll make you a full 6th grade royal inspector to patrol the localities on behalf of the Son of Heaven. I will report on major events and make immediate decisions on minor ones. What do you think? When Xiao Yushu heard it, wasn't this the Great Zhou dynasty's version of the Central Inspection Team? That's a lot of power in that position. The big things go up, the little things go down. Emperor, I'm afraid you can't imagine. I'm taking this opportunity. Find the corrupt officials and businessmen and blackmail them well. Wouldn't it be a shame for them to die before they've spent all their money? Find the various forces and pave the way for the Jinnan army in a good way. If you don't facilitate the Jinnan army, you are colluding with the demon race. Find all kinds of villains. Get rid of all those who do not open their eyes. This does not need to be said. The family is neat and tidy. A cut. Go well. In my Xiao Shizi's eyes, there's no such thing as a big deal. It's all trivial. I'm standing you up. He hurriedly saluted. I, Xiao Yushu, kowtow to your majesty's trust and will live up to your majesty's expectations. Pig brain flour coated the ground. Half of it will not be excused. The courtiers froze for a moment. I realized what he was trying to say was, I'll do anything for you. The emperor and the ministers all burst into laughter, and the atmosphere was much lighter. The emperor also appointed Li Wenjun, the secretary of the Ministry of War, as the minister of Qin, along with the army to go to Chuzhou to pacify the turmoil. As soon as the court meeting ended, Xiao Yushu immediately summoned his men to do 3 things. First, immediately go to the Ministry of War to open a note. Take people to the arsenal, to get out of those unqualified Jinyang armament. Second, go to the Ministry of Industry immediately and hand over the Western Beijing Ironworks. As for the Ministry of Public Works Canhe license, he had to go to Du Shanshu personally to ask for it. Xiao Zhang asked Xiao Yushu, Master Shitzi, what are the specific ordnance we are receiving? Is there a list of types and quantities? The old slave can lead out according to the list. If we lead less we will lose money. Xiao Yushu laughed and said, Uncle Zhong, the list is not important. As long as you like what you see, whatever is in the arsenal is ours. You can move them out as you please, and if the treasurer doesn't obey, he'll be gagged and tied up. Uncle Chung was overjoyed. Okay, I'll get the guys. Let's hire some more big trucks and fill them all up. Xiao Yushu laughed. What's the point of filling up a big wagon? Hire more big boats and fill them all up. Before he could do the third thing, Prime Minister Lin sent someone to inform him. The several conditions that Prime Minister Lin had promised him were in the process of being fulfilled. The rice from the 2 lakes has already been shipped, and the Ministry of Revenue has also sent a letter to the Jiannan Road, transferring 100,000 taels of silver and a batch of copper to the Jinnan army in advance to be used as military expenses. And the uniforms for the Jinnan army are also in the process of being purchased. The few conditions that Prime Minister Lin agreed to under the state reversal were surprisingly not reversed afterward, but all of them were carried out. Xiao Yushu froze for a moment before he figured out the mystery. Prime Minister Lin deserves to be a politician, and this was done extremely well. The biggest difference between a politician and a politician is that there is a bottom line of trustworthiness. Against a politician like Li Wenjun, Xiao Yushu could always use all sorts of sinister and poisonous means, and he didn't have to keep any promises. But not with Chancellor Lin. He has to retain basic credibility. This favor was accepted, and in the future, when Prime Minister Lin begged for help, Xiao Yushu would definitely step in to help him when he could. Nothing was gained in return on the bright side, but all the desired ends were achieved. As soft as water, it does not move to stir up the wind and clouds. This feat of Prime Minister Lin's had to be admired by Xiao Yushu. LOL, even though I got a lot of benefits and paid nothing, I feel like I lost out a bit. Why don't I go sleep with his granddaughter one more time to psychologically compensate? Chapter 98. Grandpa will show him what he's made of. The military handicrafts of the Great Zhou dynasty were already considered quite developed. Shanjing City was not only the capital and the most economically developed place, it was also an important place for weapons manufacturing. The court of the Great Zhou set up 2 major weapons workshops in the south and north and a bow and arrow making center within the Shanjing. Among them, the north and south workshops made weapons, and there were many organizations under them, such as the Armor Division, the Sword Division, the Woodwork Division, and the Battle and Drum Division. The Bow and Arrow Academy also had a number of divisions under its jurisdiction and was quite large, with more than 1,000 craftsmen and more than 500 odd jobs, more than 16 million pieces of various bows, crossbows, arrows, arrowheads, etc., are manufactured every year. In addition to this, there are some local bases for arms crafts, the 3 most famous ones. The first was, of course, Jinyang in the eastern part of the river, which was known as the world's arsenal and had a well-established and large-scale iron smelting industry. Its production capacity is not below that of Shanjing City, especially specializing in the production of iron armor, and the Jinyang armor is known throughout the world. The second is Hanyang, Chuzhou, where there is also a sizable military industry. However, the place is run in general, and the production and quality can't catch up with Jinyang and Shangjing. The third is Songzhou, formerly called Jinling, the capital of the Jiangnan Road. There was a well-developed shipbuilding industry and some military crafts. Apart from these three, the local weapons workshops are so small that they are not worth mentioning anymore. Xiao Yushu led Xiao Zhong, along with hundreds of large carts covered in rough cloth, to the outside of the South Outer Depot, the largest martial arts depot in Shangjing. The ones guarding the martial library were soldiers and generals from the Imperial Forestry Army, and the one leading them sucked in a cold breath when he took a look at Xiao Yushu. The man's name is He Guanying, who appeared in Chapter 9, and he turns out to be the commander of the Imperial Guard's horsemen who patrol the city. When Xiao Yushu made a scene at the Changning burial mansion, this guy had blocked the Jinnan army's cavalcade and was nearly sent to burn incense with a flail by Lai Tie. Afterwards, He Guanying decided to save his life and stay away from the danger. So he went through the door and switched to this cold and idle arsenal to be the head of the guards. Where did I expect that this day and the fierce and vicious Xiao Shitzi met? Xiao Yushu waved his head in a gesture, and Xiao Zhong stepped forward to hand over a note from the Ministry of War. He Guanying and the treasurer checked to make sure there were no problems. Then he had his soldiers open the door to the warehouse. He Guanying carefully and curtly asked Xiao Yushu, Xiao Shitzi, why did you bring so many large vehicles? Actually, 30 would be enough. There's no need for this many. He worried in his mind. My heart skips a beat when I see this Xiao Shizi, so don't make any mistakes today. Xiao Yushu nodded and smiled. Commander, he is right. He beckoned. Don't wait around foolishly. All of you, go and give the brothers of the Imperial Guard a hand. Yes, Master Seiji. The hundreds of large vehicles let out a neat and loud roar at the same time, and the masks were all lifted. Hundreds of sturdy men jumped down and rushed into the arsenal like the wind, occupying various important locations. He Guanying and that civil servant treasurer immediately turned ashen, their whole bodies shivering like sifting chaff. You Shashitsu, what are you doing? He Guanying was so shocked that his head was dizzy and he almost went weak in the legs. He was horrified. Could it be that the Marquis of Jinan is going to revolt? Oh no! It must be a rebellion to rob the armory. What if they want to kill someone? I'm so unlucky. I don't know if it's too late to surrender. I want to surrender. As long as you don't kill me, I'll surrender to anyone. Xiao Yushu laughed at this and patted He Guanying's shoulder. He Guanying's whole body trembled. His legs softened, and he almost knelt down to kowtow. Xiao Yushu asked, Commander do I have a warrant from the Ministry of War? He Guanying hurriedly nodded his head, fearing that he would be cut off if he answered slowly. Master Seiji, you have. Xiao Yushu nodded and asked, that warrant of mine isn't fake, is it? It's true. It's so true. It's truer than real gold. Xiao Yushu reached out, placed his hand on He Guanying's neck collar, and laughed. Then what are you afraid of? We're receiving weapons. Everything is according to the rules. We didn't take a few of your heads to enlighten the weapons, so why are you so nervous? A chill rose from He Guanying's back, only to feel Xiao Yushu's hand like a tiger lying right on his back, making the cold hairs on his entire body stand up. This has to be heard the other way around. He means that if we don't follow his rules, he's going to take our heads and enlighten the weapons. He brainstormed dramatically, his heart pounding. Since Xiao Shitzi has a warrant, at least I'm right to open the treasury. The rest just let him take it. The things here are not my someone, are the courts, but the life is my own. The two of them, he and the treasurer, with a group of soldiers guarding the treasury, stood respectfully on the side, casually transporting the ordnance out by Xiao Yushu's men. Xiao Zhong, Lai Meier and Bai Gongwang had already picked their eyes out by now. Jinyang iron armor, still cold-forged good stuff. Move it all. Lockjaw armor? It's a rarity. Hurry up and move it all at once. 2 stone iron tire bows. Good stuff. Much needed in the army. Move them all. Oh, Chopper, you have this too? How many of them are there? We'll take them all. Big axe with a long handle. Good. Move it. 8-sided horse lance. Very good. Move out. Tin long sign. Very good. Move it. And what's this? A steel crossbow? It's good stuff. We need it to kill demons. Take them all away. Not a single one left. Wow, so many infantry long knives? No need to talk nonsense. Move them all out. What's this? A saddle. Stirrups? It's quite useful too. Move it. What's this? Oh, the night jug of the soldier guarding the depot. Save it for him. Changning Bo Qin Shigong stood in the empty South Outer Library, shocked at a pile of broken and rotting wooden poles on the ground. He turned his head and roared. Where is the ordnance here? Where are the weapons here? Where's the armor? The big crossbows? The swords and guns? He Guanying and the treasurer bowed their heads in silence. Qin Shigong rushed over, grabbed He Guanying's collar, and gritted his teeth. Could it be that you dare to sell armaments privately? Now that the army is on the march, do you want to be executed by the whole family? He Guaniying whispered. Uncle, it really wasn't the young general's fault. Someone with a note from the Ministry of War claimed the ordnance. Changning Bo Qin Shigong stormed out. I'm the one in charge of logistics for the army, and His Majesty himself named me general. Who dares to bypass me and take away the ordnance? You don't want to live, do you? Say, who is it? He Guaniying sighed. Uncle, you probably can't afford to mess with it. Pa dash. Qin Shigong slapped him on the face and said angrily, put your mother's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I have His Majesty's decree on me. Where is the one person Grandpa I can't mess with? Tell me, who is that guy? I'm telling you, Grandpa will personally go today to get back the ordnance from this southern outer depot. If he dares not give it back, Grandpa will let him know what he's capable of. He Guaniying had to cry and say, Xiao Yushu did it. Who? Qin Shigong's small eyes suddenly widened, and his short and fat figure was suddenly 3 times shorter. He Guaniying said slowly and clearly, it's Xiao Yushu, the world son of the Marquis of Jinan. Qin Shigong laughed out loud. Who did I think it was? So it was him. Ha ha. Come on people, let's go to the North Martial Library. Time is short. Hurry up. Chapter 99, Imperial Inspector Xiao encounters a major case. Hundreds of large vehicles were lined up in a long line on the Make Stage Road in front of the South Outer Depot. Hundreds of sturdy men escorted it as if it were a large army marching in the direction of the Yangtze Canal. There were already 50 large ships docked there, arranged by the Minister of War, Mr. Li Shangshu, ready to carry ordnance south to Huayang. Xiao Yushu did not follow the convoy, but handed it over to Xiao Zhong. He himself took Bai Gongwang and 2 guards with him, leisurely fanning his folding fan and walking under the green willows. A convoy of this size caused many of the people to gather around. Xiao Yushu looked at the big girls and little daughters-in-law in the crowd and smiled at Bai Gongwang with a bit of his folding fan. Old White, look over there, Bai Gongwang said. Master Shitzi, my surname is Bai Gong, not Bai. Xiao Yushu nodded. Okay, I remember. Look dash. Bai Gongwang and the guards looked at the same time, only to see a giant wave of small daughters-in-law in the crowd. The 3 of them were simultaneously shaken. It's huge. Xiao Yushu laughed and made another point with his folding fan. Look over there again. Bai Gongwang and the guards turned their heads to look, only to see a long-legged pretty girl in the crowd. All 3 marveled at the same time. So long. Xiao Yushu felt tasteless at once. These 3 rough billets don't read and have no culture. Just ing no 666. It's no fun to chat with them. A few people in the crowd staggered past them, and Xiao Yushu heard the heartfelt words of the man at the head of the crowd. I don't know if these armaments have anything to do with the mobilization of the Great Zhou Forbidden Army. If they were burned, they would attract the attention of the Zhou court. Aha! Xiao Yushu did not move and winked at Bai Gongwang, who understood, and the 3 of them immediately dispersed and distanced themselves from Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu's figure turned slightly, and he was already following behind those people, keeping a distance of 10 meters, just enough to hear that person's heart. He was an innate expert, hidden in the crowd. Those people didn't notice in the slightest. The heart of the man at the head said, by finding an opportunity to burn the ordnance outside the capital and then creating a spiritual disaster, we can draw the attention of the Great Zhou dynasty, mobilize Great Zhou martial arts experts from the capital. It's better to kidnap a few famous people and kill them in order to have a more shocking effect. Spiritual disaster? Xiao Yushu's heart moved slightly. There is no such term in the Great Zhou dynasty. Could it be the northern barbarians? The 10 greatest in heaven were the 3 saints, 5 gods, and 2 teachers, of which the 2 teachers were the Great Zhou state teacher and the barbarian spirit teacher. His methods are very strange and peculiar, and he is said to be able to communicate with life and death and manipulate all things that have a spirit. He quietly followed a few people, which left the crowd and gradually traveled towards the busy places within the capital. The best targets for kidnapping are the families of the children of the powerful. Which are more suitable? Xiao Yushu, the son of the Marquis of Jinan? Xiao Yushu sneered in his heart. Fine, I'll wait for you to kidnap me, and then I'll waste all your limbs. The man immediately denied it again. No, after all, he's from a family of military generals. I heard that his martial arts skills are not weak. This kind of person is not easy to control. Why don't we just go after women and children? Less force and more control. Xia Yunbing of the reigning prince's house, Lin Qingyin of the prime minister's house, and Su Baila of the Marquis of Jinan's house. While their families are still defenseless, capturing or abducting these noble daughters or young madams of the upper capital city is bound to create a great effect. If we capture a few more children from powerful families, I'm afraid that the Emperor of Great Zhou will have to send out a large number of experts to search for them, and even that state master will be alerted. After transferring the tiger away from the mountain, then we can do that thing in the upper capital. Xiao Yushu stood still with a flash of cold and stern color in his eyes. The men had entered a tall building that was bustling with activity. People come and go here, bustling, in and out of all the rich and powerful businessmen. The three-story building is the centerpiece of the complex, with a plaque hanging high above the front door. 100 Flowers House. He rubbed his chin and smiled faintly. I'm a royal inspector. I just taken office and I've got a big case. An exquisite carriage circled around the ferry bridge and headed towards the Duke of Li's residence. Xia Yunbing, the good daughter-in-law of the Duke of Li's house and the first daughter-in-law of Shangjing, was sitting in the car, lecturing second Miss Zhang in a rambling manner. She was dressed in the gorgeous garments of a guest of honor, lightly ripe and graceful, like a brilliant peony. Xia Yunbing sat upright, his eyes carrying a few moments of annoyance. You are the second miss of the reigning prince's house, not some wild girl. You should be polite and respectful of your teacher. How can you poor dog urine into Mr. S. inkstone? A good piece of Duanzhou fragrant inkstone, let you ruin it like this. Second Miss Zhang drooped her head. That inkstone isn't broken. It can still be used if you wash it. Xia Yunbing's eyes slightly stared as his face became serious. What are you talking about? Reading and composing poetry is all about the atmosphere of the mind. If you pour urine into it, and Mr. sees this inkstone again, where is there any beautiful state of mind left? Second Miss Zhang touched her round face and quickly changed the topic. Sister-in-law, men just can't be trusted. Look at my brother disappearing for years and leaving you alone. That boy Xiao Yushu promised to bring me good food, but he ended up releasing this girl's eagle again. She was going to say dove, but then she decided that dove wasn't dominant enough, so she changed it to eagle herself. Xia Yunbing said angrily, don't give me a diversion. You're so unrepentant. I'll punish you to go back and copy 500 big words, and you won't be allowed to eat meat for 7 days. Ha! Second Miss Zhang was stunned. How could her sister-in-law do such a cruel thing to her child? Being a vegetarian for 7 days, wouldn't my girl turn green all over? From now on, I'll change my last name from Chang to Leek. Just then, a handcart suddenly rushed out from the road ahead and crashed straight into the carriage. The carriage driver of the Ligua Gongfu's carriage was very extraordinary. At this moment he calmly pulled the reins, and the whip was swung out to immediately bring the horse under control. It was amazing that the wheelbarrow didn't hit and whizzed past the horse. The man pushing the wheelbarrow fell headlong to the ground. Rushing too hard, his arm immediately broke. Xia Yunbing and second Miss Zhang in the carriage, however, lost their balance for a moment and nearly crashed into the wall of the carriage. The coachman quickly drew his longsword from his side and drank. Young lady, second miss, beware of thieves and bandits. As he said, a dozen or so ordinary Shangjing people suddenly came out from the front and back. There were old and young, men and women, and everyone had a strange smile on their faces and their eyes were staring at the carriages in fascination. The previous wheelbarrow man also immediately rolled over and stood up, like he didn't feel any pain at all. The coachman's brow furrowed as he looked to the side of the road. The art of possession? Only the sides of the road boomed and dust flew. 2 lush old acacia trees had actually pulled their roots out of the ground. The huge branches waved and the countless roots below them wriggled like snakes, like demonic ghosts slowly approaching the carriage. Xia Yunbing looked out from inside the car window, only to see that on the moving old acacia tree, there was a white bone smiling eerily, with hollow black eye holes staring right back at her. The skeleton pulled out something similar to a dress and put it over itself. A clear, long-haired woman appeared and smiled sweetly at Xia Yunbing. Xia Yunbing's heart palpitated violently. That white bone said on the thing that it was actually human skin. Chapter 100, Xiao Yushu, you've come to save me? The carriage driver of the Duke of Li's residence was also Xia Yunbing's escort, and his feats were quite impressive. With a flash of sword light in his hand, the huge old acacia tree approaching on his left side instantly burst under the sword light, transforming into countless branches and broken wood that shot around in all directions. The old acacia tree on the right, however, as if enraged, raised its huge branches and violently cleaved at the carriage. Not caring about anything else, the chevron slashed his sword upwards, instantly chopping up all the branches that fell. The people with the weird eyes suddenly lashed out and pounced. The coachman was not afraid of the battlefield. His body lightly rotated around the carriage and cut down one with a single sword slash. He struck like lightning, and in a flash he cut down all 12 of the people. Xia Yunbing suddenly called out, "Careful!" A clean-cut woman suddenly leaped out of the branches of the acacia tree on that ground and swung her arm to strike at the carter. The long sword flipped in the cart driver's hand, bringing up a violent sound of breaking wind. With a clanging sound, the longsword slammed on top of the woman's arm. Sparks flew in all directions, and surprisingly, it couldn't chop in that woman or that white bone. The bone is as hard as steel. The carter's longsword can't even break the defense. The chevron's eyes flashed, and the sword in his hand retracted violently before he stored up his strength for a stab. The whole body force was focused on the tip of the sword, and with a poof surprisingly broke through the woman's defense, and sliced her arm off with a sword. Gathering sword? the clean-cut woman exclaimed in surprise, then shook her head and let out a sardonic laugh. It's a pity it's useless. When it comes to psionic experts like me, you great Joe martial artists are all just cattle and sheep. Chevron suddenly felt stagnation of chi and blood operation. He gritted his teeth and sensed, behind him, I do not know when, has been hit by 3 poisonous needles. The handcart man who had just been slashed down by his sword stood not far away, covering his wounds with a cold smile. He waved his hand, and it was as if countless threads of silk were retrieved from the air. The Hanyu sneered, the gathering sword is nothing more than that. You've been poisoned by my black-browed pit viper, and you already won't live for more than an hour. The coachman struggled twice and eventually planted himself on the ground. The clean-cut woman picked up the fallen arm and a sinister male voice came out of her mouth. This body is wasted again, and it was not easy to find a suitable one that could descend into my spirit body. Aguda, these 2 women, take them away at once. That Aguda raised his eyes towards the carriage. Xia Yunbing held back her fear at this time and hurriedly pulled second Miss Zhang out of the carriage to escape. Second Miss Zhang was already terrified by the scene in front of her. Her little legs were trembling a bit as she was dragged by her sister-in-law to run. Aguda looked at Xia Yunbing's delicate and mature back. His eyes were on fire as he hemmed and hawed twice and took a step towards them. Right at this moment, a tall figure fell from the sky and blocked him. What kind of thieves and bandits dare to come to my Shangjing city to cause trouble? Do you really think there is no one in Great Zhou? Xiao Yushu's divine might was awe-inspiring as he blocked in front of a large and 2 small women. Second Miss Shang's big, innocent, clear eyes widened as she exclaimed excitedly, Xiao Yushu, you came to save me? Too good. I forgive you. You're a little better than my asshole big brother. Xia Yunbing's fearful heart only relaxed a little at this point. Xiao Yushu's martial arts skills were in his body. Now the 2 of them were saved. Aguda smiled coldly. Here comes another one to die. He lunged forward, a cane made of white bone already in his hand, the head sharp with the sound of wind coming at him. The clean-cut woman with a broken arm also moved her body and charged forward like lightning to clip the attack. Xiao Yushu stepped forward and roared, Broken River Avalanche. He swung his fist out, and the air erupted with the sound of the sky crashing into the earth. The clean-cut woman who was in the air swung out her hand and grabbed it to collide with this punch, and the whole person was instantly like a broken sack that had been pounded by a giant hammer. The arm shattered in an instant, and the whole person flew out horizontally, the human skin on his body turning into crumbs. That white bone body flew out and crashed into the wagon, crashing the wagon carriage with a bang, and the clicking head fell off. Xia Yunbing's heart was relieved. Xiao Shizi's martial arts was very strong. Second Miss Zhang looked at Xiao Yushu adoringly, her small fists clenched darkly. What a tough guy. Aguda was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Yushu's punching power to be so powerful. His figure suddenly swayed, dodging away from Xiao Yushu's frontal direction, and the white bone staff in his hand slashed horizontally. Xiao Yushu sneered, stretching his arm to hold the white bone staff, and his other fist was about to strike out at Aguda's side. Yet just then, the head of that white bone staff suddenly cracked open, and a small black snake ran out like lightning and bit Xiao Yushu on his arm. Xiao Yushu only felt a numbness in his arm, and then his entire body's chi and blood came to a standstill. He went into a trance before his eyes and stumbled 2 steps, then fell to the ground with a thud. Xiao Shizi, Xiao Yushu, Xia Yunbing and second Miss Zhang both cried out in horror. Aguda laughed out loud. So what if you, a great Zhou martial artist, are powerful in your punches? My clan's methods are so strange and unpredictable. How can you compete with me? He was just about to use the white bone staff to give Xiao Yushu a penetrating cold when he suddenly thought of something. He asked to Xia Yunbing, what did you just call him? Xia Yunbing's face turned pale as she whispered, he is Xiao Yushu, the world son of the Marquis of Jinan. Aguda froze, then was overjoyed. Originally thought that this Xiao Shizi is not good to capture. Did not expect that this will fall into their hands. It's a great honor to bring him back. After this job, I'm sure to please the Holy Sun. The reward of money and women was still a small matter. Being able to obtain the subsequent spiritual martial technique bestowed by the Holy Sun was the big thing. Aguda fished out an antidote pill and fed it to Xiao Yushu, then whistled to drive the black snake back into the middle of the bone staff. He let out a whistle and a crude cargo wagon ran out of the next alley. Miss Zhang knew that she would definitely fall into the hands of this thief today. She looked at Xiao Yushu, who was lying on the ground, and cursed with a sad little face. Thought you were better than my big brother, but it turns out you're all a silver gun with a pewter head. In the dark carriage, the 3 of them, Xia Yunbing, second Miss Zhang, and Xiao Yushu, were tied tightly with thick hemp ropes, their mouths stuffed with walnuts and stacked on top of each other. When Xiao Yushu was poisoned by the black-browed pit viper, even after taking the antidote, his body would be limp and weak, and he would not slowly recover until a month later. Aguda was so confident in the snake's venom that he wasn't worried about him being able to stand up, so he didn't even point his acupuncture points. Xia Yunbing was having some difficulty at this time. Her posture was very indecent. She was leaning sideways on Xiao Yushu's body, but she was unable to move. She endeavored to shrink her body, her pretty big moon trying to avoid touching Xiao Yushu's near face. But the road was bumpy and the carriage kept swaying. Xia Yunbing's pretty face flushed, from red to hot again. Trying hard to calm her thumping heartbeat, she kept whispering in silence. I am the eldest daughter-in-law of the reigning prince's house. I am a married woman. I am. Ouch. When is this Thai road going to end? Chapter 101 The Banks of the Huitong River. Inside the carriage, Xia Yunbing collapsed beside Xiao Yushu, her delicate white face already hot. The heart was irritated, huffed and puffed, and there was a hint of an unspoken inexplicable feeling. She is no longer a young girl. Her body is developed like a lightly ripe peach, rich as a beautiful jade, full as a gourd child. Many elderly noble women thought she was a good daughter-in-law and would surely have many children. It was just that outsiders did not know that her husband, Zhang Wei, the eldest young master of the Duke of Li's house, had kowtowed to his parents 3 times after the newlyweds had worshipped heaven and earth. Without even looking at her as a new wife, she drifted away and was never heard from again. For 5 whole years, she stayed alone, pretending to be a young woman. But she was a young girl, and as a young woman, there were usually no inhibitions when the other noble women guarded her in jest. At this moment in the darkened carriage, the absurd words that he had heard before grew like weeds in his heart. Speaking of which, Xiao Yushu now leaning against her like this was surprisingly the first man she had ever been intimate with in her adult life. Spring was a time when hearts sprang to life, and these 5 years of dithering had caused many emotions to lurk in her heart. A strange emotion, quiet and gradual, spread through her body as she desperately tried to stop it but was unwavering. It gave Xia Yunbing the expectation of being eagerly embraced and eagerly loved. The spring shirt is as thin as a veil. Xiao Yushu's breath carried heat and felt very clear. For a moment that feeling was indescribable, so subtle that the author is afraid to go on in detail. Obscurity to the point where it is like a fine stream of hot springs flowing between the hearts of men. This is only the emotion in the heart of Xia's young granny. The two are still separated by a distance, and no one can move. Get off! A ferocious shout came from Xiao Yushu, and Xiao Yushu was rudely awakened by that aguda. Getting out of the carriage with Xia Yunbing and second Miss Zhang, and heading out, Xiao Yushu swept his eyes at Xia Yunbing and asked in a low voice, Mrs. Zhang, are you okay? Out of what he expected, the woman actually blushed and glared at him before ignoring him. Oh, why is that? His attention quickly shifted to the outside, and a few of the group walked along the footpath over a mountain wall, which opened up in front of them. They stood on high ground with an open clearing below them. Wet vapor poured in, and the sound of water came faintly. It was late at the moment, and although the twilight was pale, Xiao Yushu could still make out the great river that meandered magnificently and rolled eastward. Taking another look at the campfires lit up like stars by the river below, and the sounds of boiling people coming from the river, Xiao Yushu slowly inhaled his breath. This turned out to be the site of the Huitong River repair. The prosperity and flourishing of Shangjing City relied heavily on the development of canals. Huitong River, Jinshui and Yangji drainage 3 rivers to communicate with the 4 sides of the water system. The establishment of a more developed water transportation system. Of these 3 rivers, the Huitong River has always been the most unruly because it is connected to the Yellow River. Every few years, there would be flooding, and the Ministry of Public Works mobilized people from all directions to serve in the corvée almost every year to repair the river dikes and dams. This is the site of the river works, and there are tens of thousands of river workers gathered here. Xiao Yushu didn't expect this group of barbarians to be lurking among the river workers. It's crowded and chaotic, a good place to hide indeed, and, with so many young men gathered, they were afraid of another plot. Xiao Yushu was led past the river workers' construction site, but he found that the river workers were all looking at them with green eyes, making one's heart seep with panic. He looked at the cauldron in which they were cooking, and realized that it was surprisingly thin porridge and wild vegetables, with not a few grains of rice to be seen in the porridge. Xiao Yushu's heart sank. The river workers' rations must have been withheld by the corrupt officials here. To leave one's home country, to sell one's life and labor, and not to let one eat, is simply the way to take death. Nothing in the world is as big as getting a meal. If the people have a mouth to feed, they are good people, but if they can't even eat, the violent and chaotic power will explode, and the sky will crumble to the ground. In the township of Daz, Chen Shang called out, and the strong Qin died in the 2nd century, by the Yellow River. The stone man with one eye provoked the world to revolt. The gathering of young men to repair the river has traditionally been an extremely dangerous situation. Those river workers are starving and can hardly stand it, but the river officials here continue to be corrupt. No wonder these barbarians have sneaked in here. They are trying to detonate a huge mine. At this point one could still faintly hear people in the campsite, preaching vigorously and drumming up excitement. Folks, we have left our families and relatives to repair the river, and we have put our lives on the line. But the dog officials here are even withholding rations. We have been starving for days. Maybe the next moment, We will fall on this embankment and never return home. These dog officials, not only do they not let us have enough to eat, but they also extort money and beat us all day long. We suffer." There was a chorus of voices in the crowd, like a storm blowing up from the ground. "It's not looking good. The rivermen have been stirred up." Tens of thousands of people's emotions reached a critical point, as if a volcano was about to erupt. By this time, Xiao Yushu's trio had already been brought outside a wooden hut, surrounded by a dozen or so Hans standing around, all of them extremely strong and sturdy, and at a glance, they were practicing soldiers. The crowd looked at Xiao Yushu and the others with burning eyes, especially the physically beautiful Xia Yunbing, who had a beastly light in her eyes. Second Miss Zhang was so frightened that she leaned towards Xia Yunbing's side. A voice came from the cabin. "Bring them all in. One more chapter in the evening." This author is really putting it together. Chapter 102, A Rebel Must Have a Loud Nickname. Aguda brought Xiao Yushu and the other three into the house, where a white-faced man in his early 20s with a gloomy face sat in the center, looking at them grimly. The white-faced man was dressed in great Zhou style, but one look at his temperament showed that he was not from the Zhou dynasty. The wild and barbaric look of carelessness is completely different from that of the agrarian civilized people who have been cultivated with manners and rules. He was careless at first, but he was shocked when he saw Xia Yunbing's appearance. A greedy and fiery implication immediately appeared in his eyes, and with a ruthless and savage wolfishness, he laughed shrilly. "That's a nice woman. I'll take it." His voice was exactly the same as the skeleton draped in a clear human skin, full of strangeness and evilness, and it was obvious that the human skin skeleton was his means. Xiao Yushu sensed that although this person's face was in his early 20s, his vitality was old, almost like a person in his 60s or 70s. Xia Yunbing was alarmed by the lustful look in his eyes and couldn't help but take a slight step backward. The white-faced man walked up to her, sizing up her dimples and laughing. "The first time I saw you, little lady, it was hard for me to pull myself away. Your physique is just right for my cultivation path. Come come come," he barked at Aguda. "You get out. Young lady, let's not waste time, let's go to the fun together." He reached out and tried to pull Xia Yunbing's clothes, and Xia Yunbing stepped back in fear, dodging his dirty hands. The white-faced man smelled the warm fragrance of her body, and his heart was filled with lust. Just as he was about to move to tear her clothes off, the door to the house was pushed open with a bang. 3 barbarian men barged in, still covered in blood. Flop, flop, flop. Several heads were thrown on the ground, faces still with a look of fear, blood spraying all over the place. Xia Yunbing's mind was dizzy and she only felt a tightness in her chest and shortness of breath, nearly falling over. Thanks to Xiao Yushu next to her who held her up, she gasped with difficulty and turned her head to see that Xiao Yushu had blindfolded second Miss Zhang with his other hand. The barbarian man at the head laughed hideously. "The river officials of Great Zhou and the lieutenants of the van army here have all been killed by us. We've been fanning the flames here for so long, the fire is almost ready. Eldest brother, as long as you raise your arm and shout, the tens of thousands of river workers here will be able to rebel in no time and cause great trouble for the Great Zhou people. The more Great Zhou people die, the greater our merit will be." The white-faced man gave Xia Yunbing a reluctant glance, knowing that this really wasn't the time to toy with women. He nodded and pointed at the 3 Xia Yunbing people, saying, "Tiny up and watch. I have great use for this woman." Aguda followed, and he laughed sorrowfully. "Eldest brother, we can have these river workers strip the riverbank first. Let the water from the Huitong River flood all the nearby villages and towns. Ha ha ha, then I don't know how many people will die." The white-faced man's eyes lit up. "Good idea. This water can flood all the way to Shangjing, turning the whole ing hundreds of miles around into a swamp. Even if the water recedes, the plague will spread." Xia Yunbing couldn't hold back any longer and opened his mouth to angrily rebuke. "How can you do such heartless things? And what is the offense of the ordinary people here? How can you be so vicious?" The green and white-faced man laughed out loud, then said in a morose manner, "Beauty, their weakness is a sin. What sin is it for cows and sheep to be eaten by wolves? You Great Zhou men are incompetent and cowardly, so beauties like you will fall into my hands to play with. The flowery rivers and mountains of Great Zhou will be managed for you by barbarians like me." He laughed out loud. "Go, follow me out. Let's take Dezhou and build Dezhou Emperor's rebellion." Xia Yunbing's delicate body trembled slightly. She fell into the hands of these people and had already saved the idea of suicide, but she really pitied the people along the river. Men, women and children, buried in the flood for no reason. "This great king, may I ask your name?" Xiao Yushu suddenly opened his mouth and asked. The white-faced man was stunned, then laughed smugly. "I am Sazi Bari, the eldest disciple of the third disciple of the Holy Son of the Lord under the seat of the spiritual master. 7 days, 8 days. You might as well call it 5 crystals then." Xiao Yushu froze for a moment, then arched his hand. "Long time no see, I am Xiao Yushu, the son of the Marquis of Jinan. Don't kill me, I also want to follow you to rebel." Xia Yinbing's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Xiao Yushu with disbelief. Mr. Xiao, how can you recognize a thief as your father and follow the barbarians to rebel against Great Zhou? In his heart, Zuriba despised Xiao Yushu for being greedy and fearful of death, but on his face, he was overjoyed. Very well, I will not kill you if you are so sensible. Xia Yunbing glared at Xiao Yushu in grief and indignation, and Xiao Yushu smiled at her and pointed at her. 7 days and 8 days, King, after we have succeeded in our great endeavor and you have finished enjoying it, can you give me this woman to play with for 2 days? Ha ha ha. Sure, the brothers play through and reward you at the end. Bold and loud laughter rang out, which caused the barbarians to all drop their guard. This Shinan Hosher ZZ is grassy and afraid of death, but also good at sex, and has been poisoned by vipers, so there is no threat at all. Under Xia Yunbing's hateful gaze, Xiao Yushu proudly followed the crowd out of the wooden house. By this time tens of thousands of river workers had already been fanned out, and waves of voices shouted, accusing the court of injustice. Sizabaji, along with Aguda and the others, headed for the high slopes in front of the crowd. Xiao Yushu said, several great kings, when we rebel in the great Zhou dynasty, the leaders are given a loud nickname. Have you several of you gotten one yet? Shiji Ba grunted, we don't know anything about this. You're from Great Zhou, so name one for us. If you don't come up with a good one, I'll cut off your hand. Xiao Yushu laughed, definitely a good name. 7 days and 8 days great king, you will be called the white-headed eagle. Good. The 8 days of the western sun was overjoyed. The white eagle was a barbarian divine object, and he was very much in favor of it. Aguda asked, what about me? Xiao Yushu said, you're very dashing looking, so your name is Cloud Crane. A satisfied smile appeared on Aguda Clown's face. Sizabaji asked, what is your name when you follow us in rebellion? Xiao Yushu said with a smile, my name is Megatron. Chapter 103, ******ing. When the word Megatron comes out, a terrifying augur roar resounded from the hillside. Roar! One could only see a scaly dragon carrying boundless wind, rain, thunder and lightning, as if it had descended from the ancient barbarians. This roar of rage, which contains the power of a rigid and upright, the sound penetrated the 9 skies and shook the world. In an instant, from their bodies, to their souls, to their spiritual sea of consciousness, all of Zuriba and Aguda, who were standing in front of Xiao Yushu, were instantly torn apart and turned into powder by the strong and unparalleled vast power. The remaining 16 barbarian disciples standing on the hillside also flew out like broken sacks in an instant, their entire bodies ripped into pieces. Innate master, the power of a roar of the dragon tackle cannon was so great. Xiao Yushu had the 10,000 spirit liquid poison, which was the crown of poisons in the world. With the 10,000 spirit liquid added to his body, fighting poison with poison, what other poison could hurt him? The black-browed pit viper that bit him would have been poisoned to death by now. The reason why Xiao Yushu pretended to be poisoned was because he wanted to blend into the landing place of these barbarians to see what they had in mind. At this point, the barbarian plot had been defeated, so there was no need to keep them. The stunning roar of the dragon even overpowered the clamor of tens of thousands of river workers. Many people were shocked and dumbfounded as they stared at the mighty augur dragon rising from the hillock. Xiao Yushu took a piece of black cloth and covered his face, striding up to the top of the hill. He stands proud, facing tens of thousands of river worker youths down the slope. Although everyone was shocked by the roar of the dragon, the resentment in their hearts would not diminish. 10,000 people gathered. If they wanted to rebel and cause trouble, it would be as unstoppable as a riverbank collapsing. Xiao Yushu didn't want to stand in the way. He realized that this was a good opportunity, and if he made good use of it, it could give him and the Jinnan army a huge boost. In a word, he's going to lead the river workers in a revolt. He stood tall and shouted aloud. His voice carried far and clear to the ears of every river worker. Brothers, I am Wei Zhentian, the Greenwood Warrior. Today, I follow the destiny of heaven. The divine dragon is added to my body, and I lead all the brothers to escape the great disaster and live to the death. The river workers looked at him in awe, as well as the Yuanli augur dragon that manifested above his head. When we built the river, we did not have enough to eat, we did not have enough to wear, and we had to be beaten and scolded. Parents at home are old, but bullied by the bully government. Wife and sister at home are good, but molested by the rogue family. Children at home are smart, but we cannot let them study and advance. How can we live in this world? When the river workers heard his words, their emotions were instantly ignited, and they plunged to follow with a loud shout. How can we live against the ing odds? Xiao Yushu exclaimed. Sitting around is a death sentence nowadays, and lifting up a big thing is also a death sentence. We are all 7-foot men. Why don't we fight? I have already beheaded the river officer and the local lieutenant, and killed their minions. Brothers, take up the swords and spears in your hands and let's fight our way out of this world. Let there be food for everyone. Let everyone be clothed. Let no one be deceived. peace for all. His voice carried in all directions, harmonizing with the sound of the rushing waters of the Wawa River. The river workers at first followed the hooting and applauding, but then gradually quieted down. Everyone's body trembled, their fists clenched, and more people shouted after him. When emotions run high, 10,000 people chanted in unison, together, food for everyone, clothes for all, no one shall be deceived, peace for all. The cries were like tsunamis and landslides, shaking heaven and earth with might. Let's go back, against, kill the officials and rebel. The earth-shaking roar spread like a great river tide rushing in, sweeping across the entire Huitong River. That night, Megatron led tens of thousands of rebel river workers to break through 3 forts of grain merchants along the river. Megatron was so brave that he was the first to enter the fortress, killing the guards at the gate and opening it. The rebellious river workers rushed in and looted the grain that had belonged to them and had been sold by corrupt officials to black-hearted grain merchants. Many people, holding large handfuls of white rice and remembering the old people and children who starved to death in their hometowns, couldn't help but cry and bawl as if they were in tears. The officials of the Huitong River Repair Project, the black-hearted grain merchants, and the officers of the compartment army were all arrested and sacrificed to the flag. The crowd came forward to beat and chop, and these people were all chopped up like meat paste. By dawn, Bai Gongwang arrived with 100 Jinnan army soldiers, fully armed, ready to support Xiao Yushu. They also startled the freshly minted insurgent army, and then learned that these Primus warriors were, in fact, all of Great King Megatron's men. The river workers were overjoyed, and their hearts quickly settled down. Xiao Yushu broke up the 100 men of Bai Gongwang to serve as the leaders of this insurgent army at all levels. The most important thing in an army is the skeleton. As soon as these 100 experienced professional soldiers joined, immediately this army went from being chaotic and scattered to being brand new. As a result of the breaking of the dockyards of the great grain merchants, enough food was captured to last for a month. Xiao Yushu then led this army to practice on the banks of the Huitong River, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The group was beginning to take shape, not quite a strong army, but it had the makings of an army. It was only at this point that the unresponsive court realized that something seemed to have gone wrong by the Huitong River. By the time they sent someone to scout, Xiao Yushu had already left with his men and gone to hide in the mountains to the west. These probing officials brought back the conclusion that there's been a mass exodus of river workers. River workers escaping is an annual occurrence, just a little more serious this year. The huge, bloated bureaucratic machine didn't take this little matter seriously, and Emperor Hongjia didn't even know it was happening at all. Within the upper capital, Xiao Zhong and Su Baila, Lai Mayer together directed the illusion of Xiao Shizi staying in the residence. The Marquis of Jinan had actually made preparations years ago to find a replacement for Xiao Yushu. Only this double was not a man, but a woman, with a height and appearance similar to Xiao Yushu. After she put on a disguise, she disguised herself as Xiao Yushu and spent the whole day getting tired of Su Baila and staying behind closed doors. The Marquis of Jinan does not have many interactions with other people, and after many days in a row like this, it is surprising that there is no wear and tear. The only anxious ones are the reigning prince and the Xie family. They are anxious when they realize that their daughters-in-law or daughters have disappeared, and they send a large number of people to search for them. But there's no word from Xia Yunbing and Miss Zhang. After another 7 days, the left Primus Guard and the left Martial Guard army went south to Chuzhou in great numbers. Meanwhile, on a tributary of the Huitong River, the Great King, nicknamed Megatron, drilled out of the mountains with his men, robbed 10 ships of ordnance from the Jinnan army in one fell swoop, and then set the ships on fire. Hundreds of Jinnan army soldiers who escorted the ship were not even found dead. At this time, the left Primus and left military guard army left Shangjing. Shangjing military strength is empty, unable to send troops to surround. 2 days later, the wind and rain at the southern foot of Taihang, Shanxi province, were heavy. Megatron led the righteous army to break Zhuzhou. Chapter 104, Can this be a bandit leader? The gentry and the people in the city of Zephyr suddenly realized that Zephyr had changed. Those state soldiers who lazily looked tired, and those yamen who only knew how to collect money and play rough were suddenly replaced by a group of soldiers with red scarves wrapped around their arms. Of course they were reluctant, but Ma Baifu's head was still hanging at the city gates, so they had to be reluctant. This group of people called themselves the Red Turbans, to say that they were the official army, and they did not have uniforms and flags. To say they were bandits, that's not quite right. This Red Scarf army has strict orders and moves in unison, and some of the leaders seem to be veterans who can fight well. Some of the people who had been civil servants recognized them at once, and the weapons they took were all good government-made swords and spears, and even iron armor and heavy crossbows that were rare in ordinary armies. This inexplicable team suddenly arrived and took control of the entire city of Zephyr. At first the people of the city were very much afraid of them, fearing that they would burn and plunder. Later, when they saw that they were disciplined, did not rob or kill, and even offered to pay for their purchases, they dropped their guard. It turned out to be a benevolent force, and the atmosphere in the city was much lighter. Before the governor's office, Xiao Yushu asked Xie Yunbing, Mrs. Zhang, why don't you want to go back to the Duke of Li's residence? You're the first daughter of the Xie family, so why do you want to join the thieves and robbers, and work with your head in the sand? Xie Yunbing pursed her lips and smiled, her complexion already completely different from earlier. Her head was sharply pulled back in a regimental bun, and she stuck in a branch of poplar wood that she had sharpened herself with a knife. Beneath the swan-like slender white neck was a plain, earthy yellow, narrow-sleeved jacket. A half-new, rustic cloth was draped over it. This dress, with the ordinary peasant women no difference, but in her body, but there is a fresh and chic, such as mountain flowers like rosy interest. Xie Yunbing said, I can't go back anymore and I don't want to. Xiao Yushu was stunned. Then he understood what she meant. Whether it's with the nobility of the Duke of Li's residence or the traditional etiquette of the Xie family, none of them could tolerate their daughters-in-law or daughters being taken by thieves and losing their innocence. It doesn't even matter if it's innocent per se anymore. It's the fact of being taken that matters. All they can do is retaliate to cut the thieves down to size and then retrieve their daughter-in-law/daughter and give her a decent burial even if she is still alive and well. The face of a powerful family is much more important than the life of a woman. Xiao Yushu scrutinized Xie Yunbing carefully, his unbridled gaze causing her pretty face to blush. Xie Yunbing was thinner at this time than when he arrived, but stepping out of the depressing Shangjing city and walking between the mountains and rivers, he witnessed the vast world. Exposure to characters she had never before been exposed to had left her spirit and temperament yet much more cheerful than it had been then. The aura of a deep-rooted woman had disappeared quite a bit, and in front of her was a bright-eyed young woman with white teeth. In the playful spring light, she is like a flower transplanted from the greenhouse to the field, deprived of the florist's careful tailoring, but with the frank vigor of natural wildness. Xiao Yushu nodded his head and smiled. Good, then you can stay, Miss Xie. After this, life and death have their own destiny. The path is of your own choosing. Xie Yunbing nodded deeply. Her face, which had always been dignified and virtuous, was flooded with a smile as innocent and lively as a young girl's. Great King Megatron, if the slave girl rebels with you, please give a resounding name as well. Xiao Yushu laughed and said, my name is Megatron. You'll be called Starscream. Xie Yunbing smiled sweetly. Red Spider. Sounds good, poisonous and beautiful, like the name of a female bandit leader. At that moment, Miss Zhang was brought over from a distance by a healthy woman. When she heard the second half of the two men's conversation, she ran like the wind to Xiao Yushu and shouted joyfully, King, I want you to give me an awesome nickname too. Xiao Yushu frowned and thought about it, and said, you're small and croaky, so why don't you just call yourself Big Yellow Peak? Miss Zhang blinks, Bumblebee seems to be good, and poisonous needles can also fly, quite majestic. Well, then I'm Bumblebee, the leader of the boxers. Inside the office of the governor of Zhozhou, Chen Zhizhu was brought up by a few strong men with satchel swords and looked at the bandit leader in front of him with trepidation. The bandit leaders were masked and there were 3 of them. The man in the center must be the leader of the bandits, Wei Zhentian. I'm afraid the woman on the left is the leader. Starscream, the little one is Bumblebee, the little leader of the bandits. These 3 stood there like a family of 3. Just this family of 3. Ha, something's not right. Chen Zhizhu wiped his eyes in disbelief. Why is this family of 3 so graceful and elegant? This woman stood here, although coarse clothes masked, but the body of the infinite flow, style dignified Zhuoyao, elegant and beautiful temperament even like a picture scroll. Chen Zhizhu secretly ate a shock. This kind of temperament is not an ordinary person nah. If he hadn't been in his own mansion, he'd have nearly thought he was standing in the parlor of some honored duchess or marquis in the upper capital. The temperament of this family of 3 made him ashamed of himself. This kind of aristocratic elegance and calmness from the heart, from the inside out, can only be cultivated and inculcated from childhood, and it is impossible to fake it. Is this the leader of the bandits? Compared to them, I'm the one who looks like a bandit. Xiao Yushu said, Lord Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. Chen Zhizhu asked cautiously, may I ask who you are? With such elegance and grace, you must not be an ordinary person, so why do you need to oppose the imperial court? If your excellency is willing to abandon the darkness and turn to the light, my humble servant is willing to bail out the court on your excellency's behalf and serve the country. Xiao Yushu smiled. This Chen Zhizhu was a smart man. No matter what power he came from, he would not be offended to sell it first. He said, Chen Xiaoyan, a native of Fuxing in the Jiangnan province, a jincher in the 8th year of Hongjia. When he saw Chen Zhizhu, he naturally looked for the master of the division to inquire about the other side. Hearing that Chen Zhizhu was a jincher in the 8th year of Hongjia, Xia Yunbing remembered that it was her grandfather, Xia Chuang, who had abided that imperial examination. She then spoke softly, is it possible that Lord Chen's essay for the congressional examination is that masterpiece? He who rules must not first make profit, but food and goods must not be queued? Chen Zhizhu was shocked and appalled. Megatron was already surprised to know that he was a scholar in the 8th year of Hongxia, but to be able to pinpoint the content of his essay in the congressional examination is more than shocking. He was not a third-place finisher in the society's examinations, and the article would not be published in the world. To be able to see his essay could only mean one thing, that the lady in front of her had among her acquaintances the chief and deputy examiners of the session examination, examiner and deputy examiner for the congressional examinations. It would have to be a courtier, a great scholar of the sea. This Starscream is surprisingly from a prestigious family, a scholarly family. If you have such a good family, why do you want to rebel? Chen Zhizhu then had a change of heart. Not right. There's a devil in everything. He drew in a cold breath and began to violently brainstorm on his own. Could it be that this army has another background, involving several princes in the battle for the throne? Holy, the water is too deep. I'm a small governor. I have to obey and cooperate. Chapter 105, once a delicate guest, today a female general. After Chen Zhizhu brainstormed a bit, he immediately felt that this was a good opportunity. He was originally a bit naive as a person. Otherwise he wouldn't have taken the 7th place in the society's examination and, after so many years, he is wasting his time as a governor in a small remote city. His fellow graduates, either as a Beijing official, or released to the school government or the governor, long left him far behind. Chen Zhizhu clenched his teeth and decided to follow these two nobles and simply take a gamble. If the prince behind them becomes the emperor, he himself will be the successor of the dragon. How can he go to the big prosperous city as a governor, right? Chen Zhizhu respectfully made way for the government office, allowing the Megatron family to stay there. He himself personally appeared, busy initiative to find the city's gentry, so that everyone contributed money and food to support the volunteer army. Xiao Yushu was a little surprised by his attentiveness. Then he understood the intention and couldn't help but laugh. Chen Zhizhu's backtracking made the whole of Zhuzhou puzzled. At first, people thought that the Red Turbans were thieves and bandits, or that they were a mutinous army. But it's not a chaotic army with Chen Zhizhu standing on the stage. This is a proper government army. The Zephyr was suddenly relieved again, and there was a good deal of welcome joy. Good for these government troops. As the saying goes, a bandit passes like a comb and a soldier passes like a grate. Both the thieves and the officials have done a great deal of harm to the people. Whether it was the Ming army, or the Qing army, or the later Xiang army or the Republican warlords, they were all as ruthless as wolves to the common people. In the world of Xiao Yushu's previous life, the improvement of discipline in the army would not really be completed until the rise of the People's Army. At this time, the Red Turbans, with the strict discipline of Xiao Yushu and the Jinnan soldiers, plus the fact that all of them were from the bitter origins of river workers, had not yet been tainted with the habits of chaotic soldiers. A time of discipline, do not hit and do not curse, by things civilized payment, attracted the people of Zhuzhou praise. Most of the Red Turbans were from bitter backgrounds and hated those who persecuted the people the most. Therefore, those rampaging scoundrels, gangsters, bullies and slippery officials suffered. These days they are dragged out in batches and chopped up right outside the market and city gates. The heads were piled up one on top of the other, like a capital city. This kind of behavior makes the people clap their hands and the merchants shed tears and are touched. The good law and order in the whole of Zephyr is soaring as fast as a rocket. In a few days, however, the roads up and down Zephyr State were not closed at night. Some of the prodigal loafers of yesteryear have taken to their brooms before dawn and taken it upon themselves to sprinkle the streets. During the day, they even help old women carry food and water, fearing that someone will report them as gangsters. The skeletons at the gates of that city were cascading, their eye holes black, and one look at it makes one feel a strong desire to reform and make a new life. The law and order inside and outside the city has improved, and there are no more extortionists and bullies. The Red Turbans paid for the goods and never paid on credit, which quickly restored prosperity to the commerce of Zhuzhou. Hearing that business is good here and that there are no official gangsters to extort money, the merchants from all around have rushed here. Even some of the merchant caravans that used to go from Jingwan in the north turned south and crossed the border from Zhuzhou. The small city of Zhuzhou, surprisingly in a short time, became crowded, brightly lit, a prosperous and stable scene. In the evening, Xiao Yushu toured the city with a group of men. Chen Xiaoyan, Bai Gongwang and river laborer leader Tan Baolin looked at the scene in front of them. Everyone was sighing and booing. Chen Xiaoyan praised, "My lord is truly a god. The road is not clean. The wealth of the 8 parties is gathered. This is the scene of the prosperous world. Even if Emperor Gaozu was alive, he couldn't manage the small Zhe city to be this prosperous in a few days. Xiao Yan really admires it." Bai Gongwang also said in a hurry, "The king's military is also a masterpiece. Let us memorize what the 3 major disciplines." 8 notices. At first, the soldiers felt constrained, but after a long time, The people looked at us with respect and kindness. Now that the brothers have taken it upon themselves to maintain discipline, if anyone dares to harm the people, without the military judge's help, the brothers themselves will teach him a good lesson. Tambourine sighed. I, Old Tan, have seen a lot of soldiers in my half-life. Even the elite of the Forbidden Army has been seen, but there has never been a team like this under the Great King's command. This is truly a blessing for the people, a blessing for the world. Xiao Yushu blushed a little at the crowd's praise. He laughed out loud, but turned his head to see Xia Yunbing's outstanding poise, looking at him with a beaming smile, her pretty eyes full of appreciation. He touched his nose and smiled modestly. I don't have much experience either. It's all about people helping me. The crowd praised the man and spontaneously retreated to a distance to allow him to speak to the Red Chief. Xia Yunbing smiled. I did not expect you have the ability to govern civil affairs. This Zhuzhou inside and outside the governance is really good. The people and gentry are safe and happy. Previously, I heard people say that you are naive and stupid. It seems that you are just hiding your clumsiness. In fact, you have your own hills and valleys in your chest. Xiao Yushu glanced at her full chest. Secretly, Xia sister, you are the chest of the hills and valleys. Are not hills and valleys, but the mountains and rivers and the earth. Xia Yunbing's face burned at his burning eyes, and two peach blossoms instantly flushed. She blanked Xiao Yushu and pouted. Have become a great king, have a state's land, and still this. Her light smile and thin anger looked charming as a flower. Once you give up the shackles of the heart, the woman's amazing charm and charm of light maturity radiated out at once. This makes Xiao Yushu nearly unable to resist. If not in public, he the king must be a real king. Will be in front of this little lady snatched back to the house, not to stay at home to clean up a few days. He took a deep breath, dispersed the thoughts in his mind, and beckoned to a group of his men. Come here, let's discuss this together. At dawn the next day, Xiao Yushu left 3,000 men led by Gongwang to garrison in Zizhou. He himself led his main force of 6,000 men westward from Zizhou, along the Taihang mountain road toward Longtu mountain mentioned by the fifth prince. Chen Zhizhu's misunderstanding bought Xiao Yushu an extremely favorable opportunity. Since everything was normal on the surface, Chen Zhizhu did not report it. Today, whether it is the capital city, or Hedong Road, Shanxi Road, all do not know the Red Scarf Army captured the matter of Zizhou. This bought the Red Turbans a valuable time gap, and Xiao Yushu was ready to take advantage of this opportunity to move westward to seize Longtushan and the nearby counties and establish a firm base. The mountains of Taihang are so lofty, and the rocky valleys hide the wind and thunder. The Han army has expected the knights to yield. Wei Wu heavy sigh will destruction. 6,000 was not a very large number, but 6,000 men and horses marched in a long line down the lofty Taihang mountain road. In the midst of heavy mountains and steep hills, tigers and wolves follow me forward, and swords and spears and armor shine like forests. In this instant, Xiao Yushu realized that the Napoleon's grandeur when he crossed the Alps and swept across Europe. Xia Yunbing sat on top of the mule and horse, looking at Xiao Yushu, who was valiantly high above and raising his eyes to look into the distance. If you turn your head and look far away, you will see a mountain with a 1,000-foot wall and a waterfall with clouds as smoke. She smiled brightly and, this is the life that I, Xia Yunbing, deserve. Chapter 106, which little lady is not impressed? The army crossed the White Stone Trail and had entered the territory of Shanxi province. There was a barrier ahead, called the Round Rock Pass, which blocked the way forward. This pass city is not big, shaped like an oval, built with stones. The terrain is dangerous, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Xiao Yushu ordered his army to follow, and he himself came to check out the terrain with a group of 30 to 40 men disguised as merchants. When the people came to the gate, they saw that the soldiers guarding the gate were extorting the pedestrians, the common people. If they can't squeeze any oil out of them, they beat and scold them indiscriminately. If they are merchants, they will ruthlessly extort, and even knock over the carriage boxes and burdens, so that the travelers will be heartbroken. There were even a few underhanded ones who saw women among the pedestrians and wanted to inspect their bodies in an unsavory manner. When the women refused, they took out their swords and guns to scare them, causing them to cry. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yushu sneered. Everywhere this scene, the emperor's old man actually felt that the sea was clear and the river was calm, and the world was at peace. Xia Yunbing sighed. When I didn't go out of the capital, I didn't know that the officials and soldiers below were so vicious and greedy. In the capital city, there are many people who know that the people's lives are so difficult. As the two were talking, the city gate officer in charge saw Xia Yunbing's shapely body, undulating and moving, and immediately showed a lustful color in his eyes. Rushing the two soldiers next to him to make a wink, he pressed his belt knife and called out at the two Xiao Xia, "Come here you two. I see you have a problem. Come here and be examined." Xiao Yushu was concerned and pulled Xia Yunbing forward. That city gate officer shot a few glances and drank. "What for and where to? I see you." Xiao Yushu reached out and pulled out his sidearm from his waist. the swish of the blade flashed, and the head of that city gate officer flew out. He took a step forward and swung the single sword horizontally in his hand, and 2 soldiers' heads were chopped off in a poof sound. The change was so hasty that the soldiers guarding the city gates were all dumbfounded and instantly froze. This place has been peaceful for a long time, and usually the officials and soldiers in the city are busy extorting and oppressing the people. How many of them really prepare for war and practice martial arts? None of the rejecting horses in front of the gates had been rolled out, while the heavy gates were still leaning against them with large stone piers. Xiao Yushu slashed out with his sword, and the Jinnan army soldiers behind him had already quickly taken out their weapons from their pickets, from their backs, and from their ox carts, and fiercely killed them. The Jinnan army had been fighting with the demon race for a long time, and everyone was extremely vigilant, so when Xiao Yushu approached the city gate, they were all quietly on guard. At this time, a group of people as swift as a tiger pounced to the front of the city gate. Swords and guns were raised together, and there was a splash of blood. The officers and soldiers in front of the city gate screamed one after another, but in a few moments they were all lying on the ground, and they didn't even have time to surrender. An eagle's whistle passed through, and the large army behind Xiao Yushu's small group had already followed. Xiao Yushu stood in front of the city gate with Xia Yunbing, watching his scouts pick up the lances of the soldiers guarding the gate and form a square formation to block the inside of the gate. Lances in front, bows and arrows behind, ready to defend against the onslaught of the defenders. Xiao Yushu said contemptuously, with the soldiers here, how can they have the guts to counter-rob the gates? Xia Yunbing looked at the corpses strewn across the city gates, his heart thumping, but she has seen more and more bloody scenes. People also calmed down a lot. At this time, only some heartbeat, no longer have the initial nausea and dizziness. As expected, Xiao Yushu saw thousands and thousands of enemy troops pouring in from outside the city. The officers and soldiers of this city suddenly lost their courage to counterattack the gates. Let them fight with 30 or 40 people for a while is okay. Let them fight with tens of thousands of thieves and bandits that is not even think of. The 200 or 300 officers and soldiers defending the city immediately abandoned the city and fled, deeply hating their parents for having 2 less legs. Xiao Yushu fell with this blade and easily took this round stone pass. Bai Gongwang arrived with his army and secretly smacked his lips as he looked at the terrain of this round rock pass. How is it that Master Shitzi is so powerful that he has taken down such a dangerous pass with only 30 or 40 men? If this round rock pass was in the hands of the Jinnan army, it would only take 300 to 400 men to hold it. Even with an army of tens of thousands of men, it could not be defeated without 3 to 5 months. Xiao Yushu took Xie Yunbing's hand and walked towards the city, saying, you see how dangerous this pass is, yet it was easily fought down by us. So the danger of rivers and mountains never lies in the time and place, but in the hearts of men. Xia Yunbing, however, did not respond, and Xiao Yushu turned his head in surprise, only to see this pretty lady's pink face reddening, converging her eyebrows, looking at him with shame and annoyance. Only then did Xiao Yushu realize that he was still holding her hand. This jade hand is slender and soft, such as warm jade warm, gently grip feels wonderful. The pretty maiden is bright-eyed, shy and angry. It's like a delicate peach blossom in the spring. You let go? Xia Yunbing saw that he was still pulling his hand and not letting go, and at this time, people were coming and going, so he couldn't help but be angry. Xiao Yushu saw her delicate little mouth slightly pouting, like a cherry blossom, and couldn't help but love it in his heart. And even more so, he didn't let go of her hand, but instead stretched out his fingers and directly interlocked his fingers with hers. Ah! Xia Yunbing let out a cry, and her cheeks instantly turned up 2 dainty shades of red that rolled and burned. She had grown up strictly observing the Xia family's etiquette. Where had she ever been in such close contact with a man? At this moment, Xiao Yushu was holding her hand in such a domineering manner. She only felt that her breath lacked oxygen. Her heart was beating wildly, and 10,000 charming feelings with sweetness filled her heart. This Xia Yunbing is 24 years old, married as a daughter-in-law for 5 years, but on top of the feelings is a piece of white paper. Just like the sinus of the innocent girl, Xiao Yushu is a talented and handsome man, leading his army to swallow the air like a tiger. Which woman is not in love with a son like this? Which girl is not in love with him? If I follow Xiao Yushu, Xia Yunbing's heart thumped, thinking for a moment about how to get along with Xiao Yushu's wife and concubines, and for a moment about how to get an elegant and meaningful name if she gave birth to a son and a daughter in the future. Suddenly seeing Xiao Yushu's sturdy and upright body, she was instantly in a state of confusion. He's so powerful in martial arts. His body must be very strong. I don't know if I can handle it. That night the army set up camp at Round Rock Pass, and all passers-by were detained to prevent leakage of information. These people were initially very afraid, and then see this arm wrapped in red scarves of the volunteers do not bully the people, and only then put down their hearts. The red turbans also invited these people merchants to have a free meal that night, with cakes and soup, hot rice and hot food. The complaints in the hearts of the crowd went most of the way. and many of them called out, "A benevolent and righteous master." Under the candlelight, Xiao Yushu looked at the map on the case and knit his brows in deep thought. As we move westward from there, we can enter a small plain surrounded by 3 mountains, and Longtu Mountain is at the edge of this plain. If you want to plan for greatness, it is best to take all of this land under your wing. However, this plain includes 4 counties, but the northernmost Huaining County belongs to the Hadong Road. The Hadong army is very tough. Your Majesty, it's late at night and the wind is cold. Have some hot porridge dash. Xiao Yushu turned his head to look, and under the lamp, Niang Xia was soft and gentle, smiling sweetly at him. Chapter 107. What is your offense? Under the dim, warm light of the Xia Nyangxi's beautiful eyes were like water, and her ripe and pretty face exuded a moving flavor. Xiao Yushu took the bowl of kanji and slowly sipped it, surveying the beauty under the lamp in front of him. Alone in a quiet room, alone with a man and a woman. Xia Yunbing immediately reddened her cheeks at the look, although she was emotionally as innocent as a young girl. But after being a nominal daughter-in-law for 5 years, and having learned by ear in the back of the house, how could she be ignorant of the affairs of men and women? Under Xiao Yushu's passionate gaze, half of her body was agitated, and a strange sentiment quickly grew and diffused. At this point, what does he want? What does he want? Do I need to ask? Xiao Yushu finished the hot kanji and placed the kanji bowl on the table, smiling lightly. The porridge is good, but not filling. Auntie Xia, what should we do? Xia Yunbing walked up 2 steps and reached for the bowl of kanji. The always dignified and atmospheric woman was so nervous that her heart thumped and her voice carried a few tremors. Then my concubine will make more next time. Next time? Xiao Yushu smiled faintly. Instead, I can't wait for the next time. I'm hungry now. Saying this, he reached out and wrapped his arms around Xia Yunbing's slender waist, gently bringing it to a sudden hug. Xia Yunbing's entire body shook as he slowly tilted his face up. A brilliant redness floated up on the jade-like cheeks, and the bright spring-like eyes were suddenly misty. She bit her lip lightly, but still bravely looked at Xiao Yushu, looking at his handsome face in fascination. Xia Yunbing's heart was extremely complex, some shame, some sadness, some fear, and even more joy in the face of a new life. The 5 years of the reigning prince had been devastating to her, both mentally and physically. Feeling guilty about her in-laws gave her high appreciation and quite a bit of power in the reigning prince's household. But none of this can disguise the reality that the husband who worshipped her left coldly, and she is alone in the house, unable to sleep. For 5 whole years, with her longing and desire for love, she married into the reigning prince's house, only to be devastated by loneliness and indifference for 5 whole years. How many 5 years are there in a woman's youth? At this moment, the passion in her heart surged like the waves of the sea, filled with a woman's desire for happy love, and even more filled with the pleasure of taking revenge on the reigning prince's office and the Xia family. She looked up at Xiao Yushu, a handsome face that still had some childish parts when she looked closely. Yeah, he's still a couple years younger than me and I'm a big sister. A wave of shyness and newness, and more than a little inexplicable excitement surged through her. Looking at such a beauty, Xiao Yushu couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He already has a long-legged wife like Lar, and an elegant beauty like Miss Lin. I've made a lifelong commitment to Sister Shanchan. There is also the fierce Sister Mayor, the pretty maid Cold Shadow in the queue. I really should not continue to womanize, but the scene in front of me, if I let Xia Maiden go, is it not worse than a beast? Xiao Yushu was happy and guilty at the same time. Alas, just after occupying a small county and being a small cadre, I encountered such a test. Don't you realize that I can't stand the test? Seeing his silence, Xia Yunbing just wanted to speak to break the awkward atmosphere. Xiao Yushu, however, suddenly lowered his head and kissed her cherry lips at once. A moment later, Xia Yunbing violently pushed Xiao Yushu away from him. How could you? Xiao Yushu smiled gently, his heart swirling with tender feelings, loving this innocent but alluring young lady to the extreme. He couldn't hold back any longer, and with a slight bend, he copied the crook of her leg. Under Xia Nyangxi's shocked beauty, she held her horizontally toward the wooden bed. Xia Yunbing, until tonight, then I'll be a real woman. She was moved to shed many tears. A sleepless night. The next day Xia Yunbing was bedridden, so Xiao Yushu had to leave her at the Round Stone Pass, leaving 500 men to guard the place. Fortunately, the second Miss Zhan followed the rear ranks of the army and arrived soon. She was lively and noisy, but could accompany Xia Yunbing to relieve her boredom. Xiao Yushu personally led the main force of the Red Scarf army of more than 5,000 men past the Round Stone Pass, past the White Stone Trail, and past the fallen Wild Goosemouth, and finally got out of the lofty mountains and came to a piece of relatively gentle downhill terrain. Beyond this is an open plain of hilly terrain. It wasn't an endless flatland, but it was much better than the mountainous areas that had been cut down and sandwiched between mountains before. The party had just reached the level ground when news came from the scouts ahead. Xiao Yushu led his men to the middle of the woods ahead, only to see a few scouts save 2 people. These people were hanging themselves in the woods, and the hanged ones, 5 in all, were found by the volunteers and saved 2 of them, with 3 corpses lying beside them. When Xiao Yushu asked, he realized that these people were not one family, but different families from several villages. He had the scouts give them a little dry food and water to eat before he questioned them closely. The old woman, who had eaten dry food and had some strength, cried a few times and then said something in detail. This is the Yu family village in Wuhan County, and this granny's husband's family is named Yu, and she is called Dame Yu. Her family had a few acres of good land by the river, on which the family's livelihood depended. A large landowner nearby named Ma Shurye sent someone to exchange a few acres of barren dry land for her family's good land near the water. Old man Yu was naturally unwilling to do so he was arbitrarily accused of stealing cattle by this Ma Shurye, and hung directly in the hot sun to die of thirst. When Yu's son went to argue, he was killed by an arrow from one of Ma Shai's guards. Yu Danyang was in great pain, and was so lonely that she wanted to die. Xiao Yushu looked at the grown man who was frozen in despair, sitting on the ground and not even eating dry food, so he asked Dame Yu, and what's wrong with him? Dame Yu wiped her eyes and sighed. He's also a bitter man, just as miserable as my old self, a cheap life to be driven to death by this world. This grown man's name is Li Kuei, and he is the blacksmith of Yujia village. He had a childhood sweetheart. The two grew up with deep feelings. Grew up Li blacksmith will put together a meager dowry. Married the neighborhood girl who loved each other since childhood. The marriage was austere, but everything was quite nice. What did he expect? He and his new bride returned to their home to visit their relatives, and on the way they met the landlord, Ma Shurye. When Ma Shai saw that the young lady was handsome, he immediately went up to her and molested her. Li Kuei naturally tried to stop him, so this Ma Shurye had his men injure Li Kuei and tie him to a tree with a rope. He brought his thugs with him and actually insulted his new bride in front of Li Kuei. This is not enough. He went so far as to kidnap the woman and bring her back to his estate to continue to abuse her. After the abuse, he sold her into a black kiln. Li Kuei begged around, and when he found his wife in the black kiln, the little lady had been tortured long ago, and only had time to smile at him, and then went straight away. Ma Shurye was a powerful man, with hundreds of thugs under his command, and colluded with the government. So how could Li Kuei defeat him? He was so disheartened that he came to the woods to hang himself. Xiao Yushu walked in front of him, and that Li Kuei's face was desperate, like a walking corpse. Xiao Yushu asked, "What is your offense?" Li Kuei didn't move, and Xiao Yushu asked again, "And what is the offense of your lady?" Li Kuei's dull eyes suddenly flooded with anger as he gritted his teeth and growled, My mother is not guilty. She is the best person in the world. What's her crime?" Xiao Yushu pulled out the single sword in his waist and threw it in front of him with a resounding thud. "Since she's not guilty, let's go get her justice." Chapter 108, I Want Something. The Ma village, where Ma Shurye was located, was actually a docking fort built on a hillside. This docking fortress is high up on the hill, with an earth and stone structure to build a fortress on the hillside, rather like the mountain fortresses of the Warring States period in Japan in the previous life. With this fortress and his family's wealth, Ma Shurye has gathered a group of vicious men who run amok and do as they please. If there are many people, he is the landlord of this place. If there are few people and secluded, he disguises himself as a bandit and goes around killing people. On this day, in front of this Ma's house, there came 3 people. One was a tall man, the other a matronly woman over 100 years old, both with white cloths tied around their heads. Another was a hooded young man with an upright figure. These 3 men walked up to the main gate of Ma's house and blocked the road head-on. The Han Yu shouted, "Ma Shurye has done many evil deeds. Return my mother's life." The woman cried out, "Ma Shai has done much evil. Give back the lives of my kin." This road was the main road leading to Wuhan County, and their shouting immediately drew the attention of many nearby people who farmed and traveled. Many people were in a cold sweat for these 2. Ma Shurye was not a good man, but vicious. These 2 men came here crying foul and accusing him of evil. "What's wrong with you?" Someone recognized that Li Kuei and sighed in a low voice. "Isn't this Li blacksmith from Li's village? Alas, his mother died so tragically. This is truly a case of having no place to complain about grievances. And then there's the human path. What can you do if you cry out for justice? Who dares to give him justice in the land of Wuhan County? It's a pity that it took his mother to die, and Ma Daiguan won't let him go today." When Ma Shio's men in that docking fort saw this, they were immediately furious. Immediately, 7 or 8 family members rushed out and rushed in front of Li Yu and his duo. A scarred face at the head of the group called out menacingly, "Where did you come from? Dare to come to the head of the Taiyuyu? I'll dismantle you today." One of those 7 or 8 people with a yellow beard recognized Li Kuei and arrogantly laughed. "Blacksmith Li, your pussy is so moist. Brother, I had her twice that day." The house guests burst into laughter, and Li Kuei clenched his fists tightly and stared at them dead in the face. The masked youth turned his head to Li Kuei. brotherly. As you can see, when dealing with things that are worse than this kind of beast, they can't understand when speaking in human language. So, we have to say something they can understand. Li Kuei nodded deeply, hatred burning in his eyes. Before he could speak, the scarred face laughed at the masked youth. I think you are a rebel thief. You should be taken to the manor and tortured. The masked youth was none other than Xiao Yushu, who said with a cold smile, not bad, Grandpa, I'm the rebel who rebelled. He stepped forward, lightning-like pinched that Scarface's neck. A fierce habit suddenly came with great force, head down to plant that Scarface in the ground. Suddenly broken neck bones. Li Kuei roared and switched out his single sword to slash at the yellow-bearded family member. These people were so used to being ferocious that they didn't think anyone would dare to resist. That yellow-bearded houseguest was not aware of it for a moment, and with a click he was actually chopped off an arm by Li Kuei. Ah! These few people were greatly shocked, and the yellow-bearded family man cried out miserably. The rest of the few people rushed to draw their swords. Xiao Yushu stepped forward and kicked one, and in an instant, his leg bones shattered and he fell down on his back. But these people are used to being arrogant and fierce. The yellow-bearded family man was kicked down by Li Kuei, and his mouth was still screaming fiercely. Blacksmith Li, I abused her so hard that I stuck 8 bamboo sticks in her body that day. Li Kuei's eyes burned like fire as he roared, picked up the lance that had fallen on the ground, and stabbed him through the heart with a single shot. The force was so fierce that 2 feet of the lance penetrated into the ground, pinning the man to the ground. Li Kuei is still not hate. Pick up the roadside boulders, bang bang hard in the yellow-bearded home in the head. Only his head smashed like a rotten watermelon general. The remaining family members were shivering in fear, but still remembered that the Ma family would stand up for them. Someone drank. You've injured the people of the Ma family, and Daguan Ma won't let you go. Xiao Yushu laughed and said in a cold voice, after today, there won't be any Daguan Ma, and there won't be any Ma Jia village. Horns sounded from behind, flags fluttered, and group after group of military soldiers in armor and armed with lances and swords appeared from the bottom of the hillside and came in formation, neat and dense as the waves of the sea. What are you? The family man who opened his mouth asked in horror. Xiao Yushu said in a cold voice, I am Wei Zhentian, the commander of the Red Scarf Army, and I specialize in killing harmful bandits like you. He turned his head to Li Kuei and drank. Your lady is watching you from the sky, and these bandits still don't dare to make a move? Hearing this, Li Kuei instantly copied the single sword next to him and rushed up. He was originally a blacksmith. Strength is unrivaled. At this time with hate chopping and chopping, these broken legs of the houseguests a knife one. In an instant 7 or 8 people were all clicked. When Ma Shai heard that a red turban army had called, he found it ridiculously absurd. He, Ma Daiguan, has a bandit name, called the Flying Eagle, and is famous in the South Shengxi Road. Now the leader of this bandit army is called Megatron? And the other party dared to chop up several of his household servants in front of the manor. They really ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall. He immediately mobilized the manor's family of young men, all on the stone wall guards, so that you little foreign thieves know the Shangxi old table's power. As a result, once he was on the wall of the fortress, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Just see the flags hunting. The formation is strict and neat. The sword and armor cold light austere. This is not afraid of thousands of tens of thousands of soldiers and horses? I'm just a small ING fortress. Why did you bring such a big army here? Ma Shirye was shocked in his heart and lost all his temper. He shouted to the outside, what heroes have come from below? If you can spare the sheltering villa, I am willing to reward you with plowing oxen and wine, and I am also willing to give your army 1,000 taels of silver to help you. When Xiao Yushu saw this man, he knew that it was probably that Ma Shai. Sure enough, that daimyo said, he is Ma Shirye, known as Ma Daiguan. Xiao Yushu nodded his head. Anyone who was called anything Diguanring usually did not end up well. He said aloud, I am Wei Zhentian of Zheizhou, and I am here to redress the grievances of the people. If you want me to retreat, you have to give me one thing. Mr. Ma Shirye wiped his cold sweat, but fortunately, the other party just opened his mouth means that he can talk. The price of the sky, the ground to pay back the money, well, at most give some silver grain women, and sent away. Ma Shirye's heart was at ease. I don't know what Grand Master Megatron needs. As long as I have what I have in the Ma village, I will definitely try my best to return the favor. Xiao Yushu said, you must have what I want. I want the head of Daguan Ma. I don't know if it's convenient or not. Chapter 109, what's so scary about a few roving bandits? Ma Shirye was furious. He wanted my head and asked if it was convenient. He immediately cursed at the city. Dog thieves don't go wild. Brothers, follow me to kill the thieves, or else if the dogs and thieves fight their way in, it will be hard for all of us to survive. The second steward came forward. He was originally a bandit on the mountain, nicknamed the Squinty-Eyed Leopard. Back then, he led men to kidnap 16-year-old Ma Shirye and demanded a ransom of 500 taels of silver. But Ma Shai said, 500 taels of silver is nothing. My master Ma is worth that much. I'll give you 1,000 taels. The squinting panther was shocked. The first time he saw the kidnap ticket himself to add ransom, and he was very impressed. So he took a group of men and followed Ma Shirye down the mountain to be his lapdog. Squinting Panther said, Master C, these bandits are probably the Huitong River Repair River Rebel, those river workers. A bunch of ing mud legs. Looked at the number of people is not much ass. Estimated even bows and arrows do not have. Whoosh, put. A large arrow flew in like a meteor catching the moon, directly inserting itself into the squinting leopard's chest, bringing him directly flying and nailing him to the ground. Pinch Mom's trigger. Ma Shai was startled and shortened to take a look, and then his heart and guts split. The large arrow was over 3 feet long, almost like a javelin. The squinting panther was nailed to the ground through his chest, spasming and dripping blood. You call that no bow and arrow? It's not a ing bow and arrow. It's a military crossbow. And the mudbloods, this is clearly an elite army. Facing the strong crossbows and arrows, the Zhuangding could not even stand on the dock wall. After an hour, the Ma family home was knocked down. Xiao Yushu orders a search of the entire manor to rescue the people who have been bullied and imprisoned, to search out the Ma family's ill-gotten gains, and to find out those of the manor's servants who have done evil and have blood debts on their hands. The Red Turban's generals searched out more than 30 young women from Ma's house who had been plundered and humiliated, all peasant women from nearby villages. There were also more than 20 dying, tortured and beaten people. In the water prison, even more white bones were found, and in the torture room there were also chopped off human hands and feet. The Red Scarf army generals were furious. Their eyes were cold and hostile. Looking at the people of the Ma family, they couldn't wait to cut them into pieces. Ma Shai was dragged to Xiao Yushu with a bruised and swollen nose, and before he could be sent down his entire body had been broken multiple bones. Xiao Yushu said, these people have done so much evil that the people of the 4 directions must have had enough of his bullying. This great king will convene a public trial, and immediately spread the word to the villages and towns in the 4 directions, so that the people will all come to watch and accuse this Ma family of their evil deeds. On the following day, all the people in the neighborhood were invited by the Red Turbans to see the public trial. Some people were afraid and didn't want to come, so the Red Turbans politely persuaded and questioned them, asking if they were colluding with the Ma family to persecute the people. So these people came at once in great numbers and were willing to come forward to accuse Ma of the crime. The public trial was convened, and those who began to go on stage to accuse were afraid of offending Ma Shai and leaving a trail of trouble to be retaliated against by him, and most of the charges they said were painless. Later, Li Kuei and Yu Danian went up to tell the story, with tears in their eyes and sobbing at every word, and immediately mobilized the crowd. The people have recalled the tragedy of being persecuted and oppressed by the Ma family, and the more they talk about it, the sadder and angrier they become. Later on, everyone competed for the stage, crying about the heinous crimes of the Ma family bullies. Hearing the people on the stage and the generals of the Red Scarf army were furious, when one of the Ma family's evil houseguards, the leader of the houseguests, the Overhill Tiger, was pushed out. After Li Kuei chopped his head with a knife, the mood of the scene immediately reached a climax. Xiao Yushu ordered Ma Shai and the others to be pushed out and beheaded on the spot. As a result, the soldiers of the Red Turbans who carried out the execution were angry that this Ma Shai was so guilty that they deliberately failed to cut him and let others come up to make up for their sins. Each one of them slashed hard, but they managed to keep Ma Shirye from dying. Later on, the Red Turbans handed out pikes to the people, and those with blood feuds rushed up and angrily stabbed Ma Shirye with them. Hundreds and hundreds of pikes and swords and spears fell, and Ma Shirye was directly crushed into a ball of meat paste. Among the Ma family members, there is not a single one without a blood debt, and the Red Turbans cut them all down. After seizing the grain and gold and silver, Xiao Yushu distributed the furniture and possessions to the people, and then ordered a fire to burn down the Ma village. In the midst of the blazing fire, many of the people howled and cried, and some even lit incense and kowtowed to honor their loved ones. That Li Kuei knelt down and kowtowed to Xiao Yushu to join the Red Turban army. Xiao Yushu asked, Brother Li, what is your reason for joining my Red Turban army? Li Q just want the poor people in the world who are like me to never be oppressed again. Xiao Yushu nodded and patted his shoulder hard to leave. Li Kuei is very strong. Single sword and lance are not smooth, so he picked up a pair of heavy plate axe as a weapon, with the Jinnan army soldiers to learn martial arts, and from then on to follow the Red Turbans to fight in all directions. On that day, 400 to 500 young men and women took the initiative to join the Red Turbans, and even more people found their way to the Red Turbans and asked King Megatron to redress their grievances. Wuan County. Su Yu, the county magistrate, listened to the report of his men and smiled at Zhao Kehu, the county lieutenant. That Ma Shirye should have fallen in the gutter and had his manor broken up by a group of roving thieves is really unexpected to this official. Does Kehu know the origin of this group of roving bandits? Zhao Kehu said, I have sent people to inquire. I heard that it is from the east of Zhuzhou. It seems that those river laborers who rebelled along the Huitong River have taken some villagers hostage and run to us. County Magistrate Suyu heard that Ma Shai had capsized, and his heart was actually more pleased than worried. That surnamed Ma always do not know how to appreciate. Relying on the status of the powerful to the county sent the errand and tax donations to push back. Now that he has been beheaded by the bandits, he can serve as a negative example to warn other big families. In this Wuhan County, whoever doesn't give face to the county master won't get official shelter. Without the protection of the government, he would have ended up like Ma Shai. Do you think those thieves and bandits will pose a threat to my Wuhan County? He asked Zhaokavu. Zhaokavu heart disdain. A group of river workers plus mud-legged grass people. Long guns are not stable. What can be a threat? The county's bowman let off a few arrows, only to flee in all directions straight away. He laughed with bravado. Please rest assured, my lord, if they dare to come to the perimeter of this county, I will take my Bao soldiers and minstrels out to battle and give them a head-on attack, decapitating the bandit sheiks and using their heads to build up credit for your excellency. Good. Kohu is really martial and brave. It is exactly my official's Changshan Zhaozilong as well. Magistrate Su was overjoyed. He thought the same thing. What could be so terrible about a few river worker stragglers? There are revolts in this great Zhou dynasty day after day, and there are stragglers every year, only that they never become a climate. But this is something that could be put to good use. Ma Shai has just died, and many big families will be afraid. This opportunity should be seized. In the name of extinguishing the roving bandits to organize and train the regiment, a good deal of silver is. Chapter 110, Capturing Megatron Alive. Xiao Yushu had 6,000 men under his command, leaving 400 at Roundstone Pass and 500 to transport provisions. In the past few days, centered on Yujia Zhuang, more than 500 young men from the nearby 10 miles and 8 villages joined the Red Turbans. He organized the men into a new battalion and left them here to refit and train while transporting supplies. At this time, Xia Yunbing rushed up with her people, and was ecstatic to see Xiao Yushu plus Shai. The two of them had a small goodbye, and that night they had a good time. The next day, Xiao Yushu organized the 30 women rescued from the Ma village into a women's battalion and gave them to Xia Yunbing to lead. These women have been humiliated and most of their families have been broken up and they really have nowhere else to go. She followed the army's supply train, sewed and mended, cooked and washed for the soldiers, and had a living. Nowadays, the Red Turbans, excluding the 500 men stationed at Zhejiao and Roundstone Pass, and the 1,000 men of the logistics and supply wagons, have 5,000 remaining field mainstays. Xiao Yushu organized these 5,000 men into 3 branches and divided them into the left, center, and right armies. He led a center army of his own, while Bai Gongwang and another Jinan army lieutenant, Jin Guangyi, led the left and right armies. Jin Guangyi is one of the 3 lieutenants who had a fight with that eunuch Zhang when he sniped the silver convoy of the 5th prince in the mid-levels pine forest, and his martial arts skills are not weak, and he is quite good at leading troops in fighting. After 3 days of training, the 3 armies marched out and attacked the 3 counties of Wuhan, Yanqiao and Huaining at the same time. As Xiao Yushu's center army approaches Wuhan County, he disguises himself as a scholar, while Xia Yunbing disguises herself as his wife, and Miss Zhang Ershu disguises herself as her daughter, and the family once again sets out to scout for information. It wasn't that Xiao Yushu liked it that way, but he had too little talent on this team. There were only 100 or so sergeants in the entire Jinan army, and quite a few remained in Zhejiao. It's hard enough to manage the rest of the team now, and there are a few scouts to be squeezed in to police the perimeter of the army to avoid a sneak attack. The rivermen and farmers who had recently joined the army were now the ones who could not be counted on. So this kind of fixed-target reconnaissance mission had to be carried out by Lord Megatron himself. The husband and wife were riding in a covered ox cart, while second Miss Zhang's little face was red with excitement. As the leader of the volunteer army, Bumblebee, she was also about to carry out an important mission. Although in this army of righteousness is not as good as in the capital city, but it is free and easy to see countless things that could not be seen before. She felt that the upper capital was an exquisite pond in a garden, while here was the big river in the sea, fast and free. With the canopy ox cart close to the Wuhan County, the official road is surprisingly pedestrian vehicles are quite a lot. A line of merchants came and watched as Xiao Yushu drove the ox cart to the side of the road to make way for them. The merchant boss at the head of the caravan could not help but nod and smile as he shouted, "This gentleman, are you going to Wuhan County? Let's go on the road together. It's safer to follow our Zheng family caravan." Xiao Yushu happened to want to ask for some information, so he arched his hand and said, "Such a nuisance." He then drove the ox cart into the caravan and drove alongside the owner's wagon. The merchant boss, surnamed Zhang, saw that Xiao Yushu was dressed as a semi-old Confucian. "My name is Zheng Yuyan, the owner of this merchant house. Mr. is a scholar, right? Are you going to Wuhan County to visit friends or to look for relatives?" Xiao Yushu smiled. "My name is Xiao, and I have indeed studied for a few years. I'm preparing to go to Huanyuan on this trip, just passing through Wuhan. When Boss Zhang saw him being generous and calm, he couldn't help but think highly of him in his heart. At this time there was a girl in the carriage who snorted a laugh. It turned out to be that second Miss Zhang who heard Xiao Yushu say that he was a scholar and remembered his Xiao Xiao Cutie's nickname, and the feat of reading 2 and sure as 11, and couldn't help but laugh. Boss Zhang asked curiously, Mr. Xiao also brought his family? Xiao Yushu said, Bastard Nei and my daughter traveled together. It's just that my daughter is naughty and makes Boss Zhang laugh. Hearing Xiao Yushu call her daughter, second Miss Zhang grunted in dissatisfaction inside the car, only to be glared at twice by Xia Yunbing before she became honest. When Boss Zhang saw that Xiao Yushu was not very old and his daughter must be a naughty toddler, he smiled a little. He said, Mr. Xiao is walking the rivers and lakes with his family. He still needs to pay attention to safety. Recently, this Wuhan surrounding is not peaceful. Oh, what happened? Mr. Xiao was busy traveling, but I never heard about it. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but ask, and even Xia Yunbing in the carriage perked up her ears. Boss Zhang was very talkative, and when he saw someone was interested, he immediately opened his mouth. In the vicinity of Wuhan, a group of bandits have recently arrived. I've heard that it's from the Zizhou side, and the leader is called Wei Zhentian, who is very fierce and scary. After saying that he looked at Xiao Yushu with a palpitating look on his face. Xiao Yushu hurriedly nodded, matching his expression and said, There are actually thieves and bandits? Zheng Boss got his joke, then as smooth as a gas, continued to say down. I heard that Wei Zhentian is 2 feet tall, his arms are thicker than a stone mill, and he is so powerful that he eats people's hearts and livers raw. Xiao Yushu thought, this is also too exaggerated. Obviously is a straight figure. Ying Zi alone, compassionate heart. Boss Zhang spoke with fluttering eyebrows and glowing eyes. I heard that Wei Zhentian also greedy flowers in good color. Up to 69, down to just will walk, as long as the women are not spared. Just arrived here but 3 or 5 days. Has already scourged the nearby 10 miles and 8 townships more than 500 women. Put, lol. The 2 women in the car couldn't help themselves, and they all laughed like begonias blossoming. Nima, Xiao Yushu cursed, who made such a clumsy rumor? More than 500 women in 3 days. I just want to. My brother can't stand it. And up to 69, down to just walking. The rumor mongering is simply more shameless than CNN. Boss Zhang glanced at the carriage, and in his mind, he wondered. Normally, when he spoke of this, all the families who had female family members were scared and trembling. What woman is not afraid of bandits and thieves? This Mr. Zhao's family is strange, but instead, they giggle into a ball. But Mrs. Zhao's voice was really nice, and she sounded like a virtuous and elegant woman. Xiao Yushu asked, This Wei Zhentian is so arrogant. Didn't the county magistrate send troops to arrest him? Boss Zhang slapped his thigh and said, You've asked exactly the right question. This Wuhan county is not any other place. Some places have so few bandits will stir up the people, and even the county was hit down. We are not here. Wuhan has always been a strong people, plus our county and riding tiger Zhao Zilong. Riding tiger Zhao Zilong? Xiao Yushu asked curiously, Who is this man? But a very powerful character? Boss Zhang said smugly, Riding tiger Zhao Zilong is our Wuhan county's county lieutenant, Lord Zhao Kuhu Zhao. This Lord Zhao is highly skilled in martial arts, can ride a tiger, and has 300 elite bowmen under his command. If this Wei Zhentian dares to come and violate our Wuhan county city, Lord Zhao will surely let him know how powerful he is. Maybe, he hemmed and hawed and boasted. Maybe Lord Zhao himself has taken action and captured this Megatron alive. That good? Xiao Yushu lightly rested his chin. Wei Zhentian can't let Lord Zhao down. Chapter 111 Wuhan Zhao Zilong. The caravan came to the entrance of Wuhan County, where it was surprisingly blocked. People shouting and horses neighing, dozens of large vehicles piled up in a chaotic manner, like a highway traffic jam in the latter days. When Boss Zhang sent his underlings to inquire, they immediately frowned. It turned out to be the magistrate of this place, Mr. Su Daolao, who personally led people to block the entrance of the city to collect donations and taxes from the major merchants. This tax donation, naturally, is to put down the thief donation. Not only did all the merchants and civilians in the city have to pay, but so did the merchants who pass through. The main tenet is that no one should be left out. Large merchants like Mr. Zhang cannot yet pay according to this line of goods, but a one-time payment for a full year. 150 taels of silver. That's not a small amount. If you don't pay, this is the road you're on. From the South Taihang Road to the provincial capital of Huanyuan, Wuhan is a necessary place to pass through. Without paying this road payment, the business route to the Huanyuan will be cut off. 150 taels. Is this a robbery? We come and go in the wind and rain, and we can only earn a little more a year? The young shopkeeper said indignantly. Boss Zhang shook his head and was also depressed. This seated lord is even more ruthless than the roving thieves and bandits. At that moment there was a clamor ahead, with the sound of a gong, coupled with the yells of the magistrates. The crowd retreated to both sides of the road, only to see a gnarled military official, fat and strong, riding a large horse with a shy belly and chest. He was followed by 2 rows of bowmen with swords and spears, carrying bows and arrows, amounting to 200 to 300 people, which was quite imposing. At once there was talk on the side of the road. This is Lord Zhao Kahu Zhao. I hear he can ride a tiger and has the courage of 1,000 men. Wow! Look at that big knife of his. It's so powerful. This must be 80 or 90 pounds, right? 2 rather burly bowmen carried a large green dragon sword similar to the one used by Guan Airmaster, which was long and broad and looked extremely heavy. The 2 of them yelled out a call to arms and carried the greatsword with great difficulty. Boss Zhang exclaimed, "This is the County Lieutenant Zhao Kahu, Lord Zhao, known as Wuan Zhao Zilong, with superior martial arts. When he's here, thieves and bandits from all directions don't dare to come near this Wuan city." Xiao Yushu nodded and praised. "Sure is good and majestic." He lifted the curtains of the car and glared inside. A small purple yellow-winged bird suddenly flew out of the car, and with 2 chirps it flew towards the way they came. The girl in the car burst into tears, crying that the bird had run away, and the woman rushed to comfort. Zhang Boss heard also did not think. Just take 150 taels of silver. Do not know how long to earn back. The bowman lit up in front of the caravan, and Lord Zhao Kahu bellowed, "Fetch my thief beheading sword." It was a mid-air sound that was heard on all sides. The 2 bowmen hurriedly carried the greatsword to the front of his horse, and he switched it up with one hand, suddenly dancing the blade in the air. The crowd was in an uproar and marveled. Lord Zhao is awesome. He really is born with divine strength. I can't even move such a heavy sword. And he lifted it with one hand. More than lifting, it's dancing. Zhao Kahu heard the heart pleased. Directly will that big knife in the air dance out of the windmill. Whirring, immediately in the foresight stirred up a cheering and shouting. Well, Lord Zhao is so strong. Lord Zhao is so handsome kung fu. With this dance of his, the crowd of merchant bosses, who had been hesitant and heartbroken, paid their tax contributions. It was expensive, but after all, it was a bit of psychological comfort to be sheltered by Lord Zhao, who was highly skilled in martial arts. At this time that Zhao Kahu shouted, "Folks, with Zhao here, that bandit Wei Jintian will definitely not dare to come and offend. If he eats the bear's heart and leopard's gall and dares to come to this Wuan County town to cause trouble, I will cut off his head with one sword and hang it as a lantern at the top of the town." Well, Lord Zhao is mighty. Boss Zhang chatted with a familiar merchant next to him, who was surnamed Li, and shook his head and laughed. "I originally thought that paying 150 taels of silver was too expensive, but when I saw Lord Zhao, I thought it was still cheap." "Oh, what does Brother Li say?" "I heard that Wei Jintian broke the Ma village, but when he encounters Wuan Zhao Zilong, I wonder if he can block your lordship's sword." "Ha, we are free from worry dash." Someone suddenly shouted, "There's a team coming over there dash." Then some bowmen on sentry duty came running, shouting as they ran, "It's the red turban bandits. The bandits are coming." There was chaos at the entrance to the city, and all the big vehicles pushed their way into the city, blocking the road at once. That Lord Zhao sat on his horse, looked from afar, and realized that the incoming bandits were only about 100 or so, while his own side had 300 bowmen and dozens of magistrates. He then yelled, "Don't all panic. With Mr. Zhao here, what are you all afraid of? Come on, bowmen, follow me forward to kill the enemy." He took the bowmen and government officials and killed them, and the people at the city gate all looked on from afar, only to see the bowmen release a burst of arrows, and the bandits' formation was in disarray. When Lord Zhao charged with his greatsword in hand, the thieves and bandits fled in a flurry. Zhao Kahu led the people to chase down. This kind of more than less than the wind battle. How can not chase to the end? Must cut that Wei Jintian's head is. The crowd in front of the city let out a long breath of excitement and praise. Worthy of Wuan Zhao Zilong. Lord Zhao is really good. This next time that Wei Jintian will surely be awarded his head. That boss Li laughed. "I told you." A group of river laborers and peasants formed the rebels. How could there be any rules and regulations? They're just bandits. And when it comes to government troops and experts, they're still too weak to fight. Boss Young nodded and Xia Yushu smiled without saying anything. That boss Li said, "This time that Wei Jintian will definitely be beheaded by Lord Zhao. I heard that there is also a female thief Red Spider. I wonder what she looks like. Lord Zhao, capture it back, or let us see it." Xia Yunbing and second Miss Zhang both snorted coldly inside the car when they heard this. Boss Li looked at Xiao Yushu and said in an old-fashioned manner, "This scholar Xiao, you're a scholar. You're more in charge of your wife and children. The man is the head of the family. Where is the room for them to interrupt when speaking outside?" Boss Zheng hurriedly rounded off the scene. "Let's not talk about this. This time Lord Zhao was brave and kept us safe in Wuhan. It's a happy event. The people then chatted in this manner as the caravan rearranged itself and began to pay the tax into the city. That Su magistrate is so shameless that he took advantage of this time to raise that pair of merchants' donation for the equalization of thieves by another 20 taels, turning it into 170 taels. Boss Zhang was heartbroken beyond measure, but that Boss Li was extremely pleased. See, old Zhang, this is called a fast hand, slow hand. Brother, I saved 20 taels of silver by being quick for this moment. Just as Boss Zhang was handing over the money, there was dust again in that distance and a large number of people came over. The crowd thought it was Lord Zhao returning victorious, and Magistrate Su, straightening his robes, was about to come forward to congratulate him and place the great credit of commanding the city on his own head. Sharp-eyed people suddenly realized that the team came with everyone's arms wrapped in red scarves, and the knight at the head of the team was carrying a thing on his spear in his hand. It was the head of Lord Zhou Kohu. Chapter 112, he has a daughter at home too. There was a huge chaos in front of the city gates, and the people were all scared out of their wits, desperately pouring towards the city gates. Xiao Yushu unhooked the horses from the cart and let the two Xia Yunbing get off. Boss Zhang was shocked. Mr. Xiao, why did you unhitch the horses? The bandits are coming. How can you escape without the carriage? Boss Li immediately felt that this Xiao scholar was scared silly by the thieves and bandits. It's too late to run at this time, and you unloaded your horse. How can two legs outrun the bandits? It is a pity that this woman, although masked, body temperament is excellent, fell into the hands of thieves and bandits can be finished. Only to see Xiao Yushu reach out, he directly lifted that carriage up. Boss Zhang was dumbfounded, and so was Boss Li. What's going on here? Isn't he a civilized scholar? With a huff, the large carriage was thrown directly toward the city gates by Xiao Yushu. The place where they were was 20 feet from the city gate. With a throw from Xiao Yushu, the several hundred pounds of carriage unexpectedly flew straight through like a meteorite flying over a rock. Boom, smashed on top of a heavy cart carrying goods. Then people shouted and horses hissed. The cart fell down and fell apart, blocking that city gate to death. It's amazing that the gates won't close. Boss Zhang and Boss Li were dumbfounded, and so were the fleet mates. Xiao Yushu smiled slightly and said to Boss Zhang, thanks to Boss Zhang for taking care of me all the way. I haven't introduced myself carefully. My surname is Xiao. I lead a bunch of brothers around to make a living, and I've been given a nickname in the Jianghu, called Megatron. Megatron? These words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, ringing in the ears of Zhang Li and Li. The two men never dreamed that this scholar with a maiden child, well-mannered, was the murderous and renowned leader of the bandits, Wei Zhentian. There was another commotion at the city gates, and once that Magistrate Su saw that the city gates couldn't be closed, he was so scared that he blacked out and fainted directly. Now there was no one to direct them, and the officers all fled in all directions, so there was no one to keep the situation under control. In a few moments, however, the vanguard of the volunteers with their arms wrapped in red scarves had already rushed to the front of the county gate. Even 300 bowmen were wiped out, and Lord Zhaokahu lost his head. Where would the few soldiers guarding the gate have the guts to fight again? All of a sudden, they dropped their weapons and all knelt down. The red turbans controlled the gates of Wuhan County without much effort. A team of armor-clad and sword-wielding red turbans came in front of Xiao Yushu, the armor light raw and cold, and the sword light biting. The leader of the group was Jinnan Sergeant Liao Shang, and that Li Kuei, holding two huge plate axes, stood behind him. Everyone has blood on their bodies and a murderous spirit. Boss Zheng and Boss Li and the merchant team fellows were so scared that their legs went limp and they knelt on the ground, everyone trembling. Liao Shang bowed and exclaimed, "Greetings to the great king. The gates of Wuhan City have been taken, and the brothers have already killed their way into the city. That county magistrate has been captured, and will be seized here for the great king." Xiao Yushu faintly nodded and said, "After entering the city, do not brutalize the people, or behead them." "Yes, my lord." All of them obeyed with awe, and Xiao Yushu turned his head to look at the people kneeling on the ground. At this time, that Boss Li was already shaking like a sieve, and his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. The scholar is Megatron, and the woman, needless to say, must be the leader of the bandits, Red Spider. He had offended her by his own words, and had stolen a glance at her figure. This can be. What to do? To think that he had a large family in the city, a wife, a concubine as well as 2 daughters. If this Red Spider retaliated and captured all of his family's women into the bandits' barracks, Boss Li violently knocked his head on the ground and howled, "Great king! Female great king, spare your life, I am blind and have eyes to recognize MT. Tai, great king! Female great king, spare your life." He was genuinely terrified. A few heads down and he was dripping blood and the ground was red. Xiao Yushu did not expect him to be so timid, so he laughed. "Let Boss Li get up. As long as you cooperate with the righteous army, you will be spared from death." He was just making a casual remark, but he didn't expect Boss Li to take it seriously and immediately called out, "I am willing to make a merit. I am willing to make a merit to atone for my sins. As long as the great king spares my entire family, I am willing to serve the great king. He was afraid that once that red spider opened his mouth, this Megatron would change his mind and hurry to manifest his value. I know all the big families in this city, how much property they have. Little probably knows. I am willing to lead the way for the great king and squeeze out all their ill-gotten gains. Boss Zhang looked at Boss Li in shock. This guy is so shameless, betraying everyone to save his own life. Boss Li continued without a second thought. Wuhan City is a trade route to the Yellow Plains, and there are still a lot of goods stocked here, all of which are quite valuable as well. I am willing to lead the way and offer them all to the great king. Nimas. Boss Zhang hated to strangle him, and many of the valuable goods were hidden very secretly by the merchants. It's usually not the people in the business who can't find a place to hide their goods, but this Li boss is different. He is a senior merchant. Everyone hiding goods hoarding place he knows. This is the end of the line. Everyone will have to lose their money. As a result, before he could finish cursing in his mind, that Boss Li pointed at him and called out, "There are still quite a few beautiful women in the city. This Zheng Yuan has a little sister who is so flamboyant that she is known as the #1 beauty in Wuhan. I am willing to lead the way and offer it to your majesty. You goddamn dirty dog thief." Boss Zhang was so angry that he almost jumped up and stabbed the dog surnamedly with a knife. "I've known you for so many years, but I didn't know you were such a shameless villain." He was trembling with anger, pointing at the surname Li and shouting, "I also exposed this dog. His family is quite wealthy. There is also a pair of twin daughters, just at the right age. I am willing to do it for him and offer them to the king." Bang bang. Boss Zhang and Boss Li each received a muffled stick, and Xia Yunbing, holding his stick, stared angrily at the two of them. The two men suddenly woke up and screamed in their hearts. "This red spider is the king's wife. This is a big mess." The two men immediately shriveled down, bowed their heads and no longer dared to speak. Xiao Yushu entered the city of Wuhan and asked Liao Shang about the specifics of the county office. It turned out that when Xiao Yushu's three mouths came to reconnoiter, the main force of the Red Turbans was 30 miles behind him. Xiao Yushu formulated a plan to lure the enemy in, had Xia Yunbing write it up, and released the golden-winged sparrow to send the information to Liao Shang. Liao Shang then sent 180 people as a bait to challenge Zhao Ku, who led the attack. The Red Scarf army bait at the touch of a collapse fled. He even deliberately dropped some silver and clothing sundries as he ran, which made him look very real. Zhao Ku was so happy that he led his men in pursuit and ended up in the Red Turban's encirclement. 1,500 people against 300 people. The terrain occupies an absolute advantage. If this battle cannot be won, Liao Shang will have fought so many years in vain. The Red Turbans were so dry that they chopped off Wan Zhaozilong's head in just half an hour, kill 20 of those 300 men without missing a single one, and take 205 prisoners, leaving 30 as empty payrolls. Liao Shang handed Xiao Yushu the captured Zhao Ku's greatsword. Xiao Yushu weighed it, and as expected, it was just a layer of iron, empty inside. This knife weighs only 15 or 16 pounds. Liao Shang said that Zhao Ku claimed to be riding a tiger, but it was actually because he had a concubine called Tiger Sister. He rode the concubine, and over again. Somehow the word spread that he could ride a tiger. Xiao Yushu shook his head and couldn't help but lose his smile. Riding a tiger is called being able to ride a tiger. So if I have Baiera and Yunbing, wouldn't I have ridden a white cloud? Chapter 113, Xiao XV's True Body. The Red Turbans occupied Wuhan County, and Xia Yunbing presided over the task of managing the whole city. She was originally the eldest daughter-in-law of the Duke of Li's residence, and had kept a large statehouse in order. At this time, the management of the entire Wuhan County, raising grain and grass supplies, searching for gold, silver and soft, one item is also done in a well-organized manner. Xiao Yushu, on the other hand, came to the county magistrate's study and had a few guards stand guard outside. He activated the Phantom Luo seal and immediately returned to the Phantom Luo abyss. It's still bleak and gloomy, but more or less changed. Xiao Yushu could feel that with the opening of the first section of the demonic path of the Yu Luo Avenue, it seemed as if the heaven and earth Yuan Qi here had enriched quite a bit. No sooner had he arrived than he saw a flash of light, and a fluorescent, shimmering, tiny butterfly fluttered over to. Around he called cheerfully, "Godfather, you're here, Dyer missed you so much." Xiao Yushu couldn't help but laugh. "Yeah, why do you miss Godfather?" With a flash of light, Butterfly instantly transformed into a young girl, coquettishly ran over, wrapped her arms around him, and shook with a pout. "I miss my Godfather. I want a lollipop." Xiao Yushu was stunned. Had this girl gotten a little bigger? It seems to have gotten more mature and better looking. Earlier it was 18, now it feels like 19. Xiao Yushu pulled out a bunch of candies such as lollipops, malt candies, pine nuts candies, rose candies and so on and gave them to her, all of which were seized from the county court and the houses of big families in the city. Seeing so many colorful candies, Butterfly was overjoyed and booped a hard kiss on Xiao Yushu's face, her little wings dancing happily behind her. Butterfly pointed behind her and said, "Those spider demons delivered their armor and swords. Godfather, look." Xiao Yushu took a look. Thousands of cold iron armors and cold iron swords, neatly listed in the valley. Cold iron austere cold, is only so look, have a kind of murderous stern feeling. "Well, that's good. Why do I get the feeling you've changed a bit?" he asked. Butterfly exulted. "We've opened up the pathway between the Yu Luo abyss and the demon spider's earthly cave, and once the demon path is in operation, it will bring in a large amount of heaven and earth yuan power. I've recovered some of my mana, so doesn't it look better?" "It does look better." Xiao Yushu nodded his head in praise. Butterfly said happily, "When I've recovered all my mana, I'll congeal into a human body and marry my godfather to give you a son." Cough cough dash. Xiao Yushu hurriedly covered her mouth. Did not dare to say so. Too sinful. "I'm not the godfather of a sky fairy." Xiao Yushu planned to go back to Half Mountain Village to take a look, and Butterfly Child transformed into a small butterfly and landed on top of his head, glittering like a trinket. She asked, "Godfather, what are you busy with in that world? Can Dai Air help you?" Xiao Yushu thought about it and asked, "I want to form a cavalry, but have no horses. If you have horses here, even if they are poor." Butterfly thought about it and shook her head. "We don't really have horses here. We used to have them but they were all eaten." But, she thought for a moment and came to the point of saying, this would probably work if it were a mount. She leapt into the air and suddenly transformed into a vast giant demon with 2 wings of 100 feet. Her wings flickering with light and a pair of divine eyes opening just for a flash. As soon as Xiao Yushu was blown away in front of him, there was a large pile of creatures, as many as hundreds of them. He was very surprised that these tall animals were showing their teeth and hissing menacingly, their sharp claws dancing, and their size was formidable. It's the Earthbound Dragon. The Earthbound Dragon is a demonic creature that lives on the ground, does not have wings and cannot fly, and belongs to the vertebrate, reptilian, true dragon family, quadrupedal dragon genus. Compared to the demon race, they don't have a high IQ, and are technically just animals rather than demonic beings, but they are gifted with extreme physical strength. It has a large head and sharp teeth with a strong bite, as well as a pair of sharp, sturdy claws that can dig into the earth and rocks, as well as tear tigers and leopards alive. If this thing is used as a mount, Xiao Yushu secretly smacked his lips. The size of the body will be 6 to 7 meters long, weighing thousands of kilograms, and is larger than even the strongest warhorse. Combined with its strength and ferocity, if it was clad in armor, it would simply be the main battle tank of this era. But this thing is very fierce. The average person can't handle it. He walked up to the group of earthbound dragons, and unexpectedly, these unruly earthbound dragons all voluntarily bent down and crouched in front of him. Xiao Yushu jumped on one and patted its neck, and the geodesic dragon ran according to the direction he indicated, surprisingly smarter than the average horse. Xiao Yushu felt it for a moment. The speed of the earth-walking dragon was similar to that of a horse, running steadily with just 2 feet on the ground. If you land on all fours, running at full speed should be a bit faster than a horse. It also has another advantage that horses can't match, which is that in the complex terrain of mountainous areas, it climbs mountains and leaps ditches, and its ability to move over rough ground is much better than that of a horse. In just a small half hour, Xiao Yushu rode the earth-walking dragon to the half-mountain village. The village was very surprised by the arrival of a man riding a ferocious earthbound dragon. Even more surprising was the fact that the man recognized everyone in the village. He easily called out the names of the village chief, Flower Girl and Catwoman, leaving the men dumbfounded. Xiao Yushu tied the earth-walking dragon to the entrance of the village with a rope and warned it not to harm the people in the village, and then went all the way to Yulaner's doorstep. Yulaner sat on the threshold and looked helplessly at Xiao 15 under the corner. Xiao 15 was concentrating on carving a puppet, but he didn't even look at her. Seeing Xiao Yushu and the village chief and the others coming, Yulaner raised her head in surprise. The mayor said, "This is the Yulaner you're looking for. Strong man, and that's her family." Xiao 15. Before Yulaner could say anything, Xiao Yushu only felt a shock in his soul. The Moon Absolute Sword had appeared, bright moonlight flowing and floating in the air. Xiao 15 slowly raised his head and stood up. The expression that had usually been wooden and stagnant suddenly came to life, turning into an exclamation of hush and vicissitude. "You're here? Not bad. Already advanced to an 8 and finally practiced the Haoran sword." He looked at Xiao Yushu and nodded. Xiao Yushu felt the Moon Jade Sword's closeness to Xiao 15, as well as the vast sword intent emanating from the other party. This sword intent suddenly opened up, like a giant net in the sky, netting him in. Xiao Yushu instantly felt that he had disconnected from the real world and entered some tiny, indescribable space. Xiao 15 said solemnly, "I don't have much time left, so I'll keep it short." Back then, when the demon court was in civil unrest, the 3 major demon kings rebelled against the demon emperor. who suppressed the 3 demon kings and was himself severely injured. Xiao Yushu was shocked in his heart, secretly saying that the demon court is powerful and the demon emperor is majestic. It is almost impossible for external forces to destroy it. It is true that all strong fortresses collapse from the inside. As long as the demon emperor wakes up, the demon court will be re-established, and there will be a catastrophe for the human race. 63 years ago, Ji Yangming, Shao Ti, and I learned that there is a demonic road, the Pilus Road, that can lead directly to the demon court. Xiao Yushu was secretly shocked, not expecting to hear the name of his grandfather. Shao Ti, Ji Yangming is the sage of literature. Are terrific big shots. Then this Xiao 15 is probably not simple. This Yuluo road is actually straight through the demon court. Can be really amazing secret. The 3 of us then infiltrated the demon court and tried our best to stop the demon emperor from being resurrected. With my physical body destroyed, I could only attach my soul to this puppet and escape. If any of my descendants obtains my Haoran sword inheritance, and when they have practiced to the innate realm, they can learn today's secret, I will have no regrets in dying knowing that my own heir is still around. Xiao Yushu only listened to the thrill, and then he heard that Xiao 15 said, to be able to obtain my vast sword inheritance, you must be a person with a kind heart and righteousness, enough to pass on the mantle of this sect. As the 13th generation of the divine sword sect master, I pass on the sect master to you. Wait, the Excalibur sect? Xiao Yushu's heart was shaken beyond belief. The current master of the Excalibur sect, isn't that one of the 3 saints, 5 gods and 2 masters of the 10 greats? Sword Saint Yi Daoyun? Not. Big brother, you're asking me to be Sword Saint's big brother? Chapter 114, Seeing the Light Again. After Xiao 15 finished speaking, the sword net disappeared. He transformed into a crude black puppet in front of the crowd. Yu Lan'er was shocked, and Xiao Yushu explained something serious to her. Yu Lan'er had a hard time accepting it, but she had to believe it. The words that Xiao Yushu said, the scenes that he recounted, only the 2 of them were present that day, and these things were unknown to others. I really did not expect that Xiao 15 was only a puppet, and the deep impression left on her when she killed the demon was actually done by the Xiao Yushu in front of her. Yu Lan'er was silent for half a day and mouthed, then can I call you brother 15? Xiao Yushu gently rubbed her hair and smiled. Of course. Yu Lan'er saw his smile and couldn't help but smile as well. His smile is exactly the same as the original 15. Since he had the Yu Luo Dao seal, Xiao Yushu planned to relocate the human race here. The territory he occupied happened to be short of people, and the human race was living a very hard life in the Yu Luo abyss. Moving out would be good for everyone. As soon as he told him his idea, the village headman was overjoyed, and with tears in his old eyes, he knelt down and kowtowed to him on the spot. The village was also excited when they heard about it. Sunshine, green trees, a world without demons, all of these exist only in the legends of the old people. The village chief hoped that Xiao Yushu would be lenient for a few days, as he wanted to contact the 4 directions of the human race and bring some more people out. Xiao Yushu was naturally willing, while he asked the village chief to look for someone who could harness the earthbound dragon. After Xiao Yushu settled this side, he returned to Wuan County. At this time, inside the Li family's backyard, Boss Li's pair of twin daughters were talking. The 2 women are peach red and white, like a pair of precious and beautiful porcelain. Boss Li walked in and looked his eldest daughter Li Sheng up and down. Both daughters were surprised. Boss Li sighed and said, Zheng Yuan has already told Great King Wei Zhentian about your sisters, and I reckon that the Great King intends to take you as his sidekicks. These past few days, father has also made some achievements. I'll go and beg Lady Hong to only let Shenger marry over, and Yuner will stay. As soon as the words left her mouth, Li Shenger immediately turned as pale as paper. Father, will that Wei Zhentian kill people at will? My daughter has heard that he has infinite strength and eats human flesh raw. He is a demon. Simply nonsense. You still believe those rumors? Boss Li frowned. If he were a demon, how could so many people willingly follow him? Li Shenger said in a trembling voice, but he burned down the Ma family home and killed the entire Ma family. The matter is true. Boss Li frowned. Although the Great King is somewhat violent, he is not a person who kills indiscriminately. It's not that scary. Li Shengya's body went limp and she fainted on the ground. Boss Li was shocked, and busily went up with his second daughter, Li Yuner, to support him. Li Yuner reached out to pinch the middle of the person and nervously called out, Sister, are you alright? Seeing her sister's miserable appearance, Li Yuner's heart ached. Who is the leader of the bandits? Megatron? There are so many rumors these days, she can imagine. Fierce, burly men with arms thicker than her thighs, bearded and murderous in their rage. If you see a handsome young woman, you will capture and humiliate her. And if you see something unpleasant, you will cut it down. It's really scary. Li Shenger finally woke up, tears falling, unable to speak in grief. That Wei Zhentian was certainly vicious and scary. But more importantly, when the Imperial Army came in the future, She was the woman of the leader of the thieves and bandits, so how could she have a good ending? Li Yuner looked at her sister's heart as if it was dead, several times wanting to not live. Suddenly a force of wanting to protect her rose from her heart. She raised her head, clenched her shell teeth, and said to her father, "Father, I'll marry for my sister." What? Boss Li was shocked and looked at his second daughter, Ru's good sister. Li Shengye was pleasantly surprised and reached out to hold her sister's hand tightly. A few days later, the news came. Bai Gongwang led his troops to take down Yangqiao, and Jin Guangqing conquered Huaining, so that the Red Turbans had already occupied 3 counties in one state, and their power was greatly expanded. The Red Turbans quickly established and consolidated their rule in these 3 counties in one state, punishing the landed gentry and killing the landlords and bullies. Xia Yunbing had fully demonstrated her political abilities, and it was by no means just the reigning prince's mansion that she could govern. She received one after another the village elders and defected gentry from all over the countryside, plus people with reputations among the people. Sections were divided into districts and tasks were deployed so that these people could govern the place according to her rules, while the Red Turbans only played a supervisory role. Civil affairs just need to accomplish their tasks in the big picture, and give these people full authority over the specifics. Again, you can't complete the task, don't want the money or the punishment, just cut it off and come back with someone else. These 3 counties in one state under her supervision and governance. Surprisingly, the order is forbidden and everything goes smoothly. Governance is surprisingly more solid than the original government. Money and grain collected a lot, but also from the hands of large households seized a lot. The people's lives were not much disturbed, and although they paid a grain donation, they improved quite a bit after being exempted from a large number of the original exorbitant taxes. The prestige of the Red Turbans increased greatly. Not only the poor, but also ordinary farmers, merchants, small and medium-sized landlords and gentry all think this is good. It's best if King Megatron reigns for a few more days, so everyone's better off. On this day, on a mountainside, Xia Yushu opened the phenomenal Luo Dao seal and relocated the first batch of human races from the phenomenal Luo abyss. Dazzling sunshine, fresh air, green hills, fertile land, the village head, Yu Lan'er, the entire village, and the 43,000 abyss residents from all over the abyss were all shocked. They excitedly and greedily surveyed this wonderful world that had only been rumored in their legends. Ancient musical instruments sounded, and all 40,000 people knelt down and kowtowed to Xiao Yushu. From this moment on, they were no longer residents of the abyss, but real people. The village chief bowed devoutly and said, "From this moment on, the lives of our Yuluo human race are all yours, and we are willing to offer everything to you." They lived camped just down the hill from here, along the river. Xia Yunbing had already sent people to send food and wood and other supplies to build many grass huts. There are rivers and plenty of fertile and deserted land, enough to house them. 5,000 young men of the Yura people joined the Red Turban army. They have lived in a harsh environment for a long time and are extremely strong. The 6-meter-long lance required 2 people to share, but they lifted it easily with 1 person. Xia Yushu had the sergeants in the Jinnan army who made good use of long spears train them. But after a few days of work, the first results were visible, when the 5,000 people raised their lances at the same time. Although not neatly, the forest of lances, as dense as a mountain, made the people watching all horrified. Where did this strong army come from? This kind of spear formation, if it is practiced and arrayed, who can stop it? Standing on the hillside to watch by Gongwang shocked, even with the strength of the Jinnan army, the formation battle is only with a 4-meter lance. The 6-meter guns were all used when defending the city, standing tall, with their poles set up on the city, and the 2 of them working together to stab the enemy. It was amazing that this group of people could yet hold such heavy guns and fight in formation. Chapter 115. It's not good to fight in the heavy town of Gaizhou. Gaizhou, located in the southeast of Shaanxi province, northwest of Zhejiang, surrounded by high mountains. The center is flat and the few access roads are extremely dangerous. During the spring and autumn period, this place used to be called Hyun, and later called Yangtu, and then later on, it is a place where no one knows and no one knows that the soldiers are fighting. It's called Chongping. It was later called Kohei. The mountains and terrain here were born to be battlefields, and both the Battle of Chongping in the Warring States and the Battle of Gaoping in the Zhou dynasty have profoundly influenced history. Now under the city of Gaizhou, above the flat wilderness, flags are displayed, swords and spears are standing, and the Red Turban army has already pressed in with a large army. 5,000 Yuluo sons and daughters joined the Red Scarf army, and with the 3 newly accepted counties, there were also 4,000 to 5,000 young men joining. Now the Red Turbans have exceeded 20,000 men, of which the main force of 15,000 were brought to the bottom of this Gaizhou city by Xiao Yushu. When Xiao Yushu looked around, a forest of long spears and iron armor were alive with light, and the scene was already appalling. It's just that he himself knows that this large army under his command doesn't have a strong fighting ability. The original rivermen who joined were still short on enlistment and hadn't fought any real battles yet. The Yuluo Dao crowd, physically tough and determined to fight, had just begun training and had not yet learned to fight. As for the newly joined young farmers, it was good to be able to march with the line and form up without running. Of those 15,000 men, only 2 or 3,000 could really fight. But the people in the city of Gaizhou don't know just set up a position. Take the big bird to scare the widow. Inside the city of Gaizhou, Governor Luan Jili is watching the songstresses dance and flirting with a few concubines. One of the concubines was 18 years old, delicate and fair, stretching out her small green hand to hold a grape, the prefect, and eat a grape. Luan Jili even grapes with that finger together to bite. The concubine ate and laughed. The prefect is so bad. Luan Jili laughed with pleasure, saw that the concubine was delicate, and then turned his head to see that the leading singer was also soft at the waist, so he could not help but feel the fire in his heart. He put his arm around the concubine and waved at the songstress. You come too, left and right. He was about to take the next step when the door to the room was pushed open with a bang. The master rushed in with a heartbeat and called out, Prefect, it's a big deal. An army of bandits is calling. What? Luan Jili was taken aback, and the grapes fell out of his mouth. Where did the army come from? It's a misunderstanding, isn't it? Why is there no news at all beforehand? He is the first line of officials of the Great Prince, with the fawning and kneeling to the Great Prince, only to reach all the way to this Gaizhou governor, hearing that there is an army to call, cannot help but a little panic. Master Sifu said in a deep voice, it's the bandits who killed the officials and rebelled in Zhejiu some time ago, and the leader is called Wei Tian. Luan Jili was stunned, and his heart dropped. He laughed out loud. I thought it was some kind of powerful army soldiers, but it turned out to be just a bunch of roving bandits and grasshoppers. How many men do they have? The master didn't see it either, so he hesitated and said, about 10,000. Luan Jili's hand wrapped around the singer's waist again and said carelessly, our Gaizhou city has high walls and thick walls, and there are 3,000 elite soldiers stationed here, 10,000 of the rabble. Where can they attack this place? There is no need to worry too much. The bandits will naturally retreat if they can't fight for 2 days. He dashed off with a wave of his hand. What are you stopping for? Keep playing the music. Keep dancing. At that moment the van commanding officer rushed over and asked sharply, Master Li, what did His Excellency say? Where are we going to find reinforcements? Master Li thought to himself, you ask me for reinforcements. Who the am I asking? He had to say, Your Honor has a good plan and is not in a state of panic. Only 10,000 bandits, 3,000 elite soldiers which cannot defend this Gaizhou city. Gaizhou compartment army commander secretly screamed bitter. These 3,000 people have 1,000 is empty pay. The rest is also mostly old and weak sick. Above the wilderness, Xiao Yushu looked at the high and thick city wall and said to Bai Gongwang in a deep voice, Gai's city is a big city after all. I'm afraid it's not a good fight. Bai Gongwang nodded. I don't think it'll be easy either. I'll take someone up there first to try and find any weaknesses in the guards. Xiao Yushu nodded as he waved his hand. The horn sounded and the army rolled forward. Soon Bai Gongwang went up with a force of about 2,000 men carrying ladders, and tried to attack the walls from the south. Xiao Yushu didn't have the luxury of taking down Gaizhou in one fell swoop. With its high walls and military importance, it was surely difficult to conquer. His aim was to knock down the countryside of the towns and villages around Lord, not to force Lord's hand. Take this opportunity to exercise the troops and let these new recruits experience the brutality of war. At the same time, deterring the enemy of Gaizhou, so that they do not dare to go out of the city to attack at will is enough. Bai Gongwang led his men up, and Yu Yan, the leading commander of the Yu Luo army, also rushed to ask for battle, stating that he also wanted to go up and try. Xiao Yushu thought to himself, let's try it then, so that you can have a real battle. He commanded in a deep voice, you guys attack from the east, just go up and try. If the enemy's resistance is strong, do not engage in battle. The lives of the brothers shall not be sacrificed in vain. No, your majesty's order. Yu Yan went up with his men in high spirits. This siege was very hasty, and the ladders made by the red turbans were not many, basically letting Bai Gongwang take them away. These Yu Luo congregation also did not know how to fight, and did not have ladders, so they simply thought of an earthly method. They bundled up a couple of lances, had the skinny man hold a sword and shield, and then tied the sword and shield hand to the top of the lance. Everyone came charging up carrying 6-meter lances and toppling arrows. When he reached the bottom of the city, Yu Yan let out a loud roar. Rise! Hundreds of 6-meter lances were erected, and the Gaizhou citadel is 2 feet 3 inches high, which is about 7 meters. The lance was 6 meters long, and the man tied to the top was still a bit long enough to peel upwards onto the wall. This scene immediately made both the attacking and defending sides dumbfounded, having never seen such a fight. I can't believe I just went up so hard. the Yuluo army's sword and shieldmen would not be polite. For a long time, struggling to survive in the extremely harsh Yuluo abyss had long since tempered these people's ferocious and courageous temperament. Once on the wall, they pounced on the enemy like a tiger, waving their long swords in their hands, and in an instant blood and flesh flew everywhere. In just a few moments, the Geiju compartment troops on the eastern section of the wall were all swept away. At this time, the bottom again handed up the lance. The lance in hand, the Yuluo crowd immediately formed a battle formation. The lances were like a forest, like a tiger with wings, and all of a sudden the boxers up and down the city wall were killed and wounded. Now, not to mention counterattacking the city wall, a few times back and forth, even the city gate side cannot defend. Bai Gongwan was still setting up the ladder and organizing archers to shoot against the city when he suddenly heard a great commotion within the city. The city is broken, the city is broken dash. The bandits are attacking. What? He was stunned. What was going on? This was breaking the city? Paralyzed old man's ladder is not yet set up. Reporting to the king, the city is broken. Cough cough dash. Xiao Yushu choked out a mouthful of water, the moment he sat down to drink a glass of water. This city was broken? The Yuluo army lieutenant who came to report said, our Yuluo army has already killed their way into the city. The east city gate has been captured, and General Yu has rushed in with his men. Xiao Yushu hurriedly stood up and looked toward the city, only to see the red flags on the top and bottom of the city, waving fiercely. The army was like an iron stream, surging into the city. May, the 15th year of Hongjia, Shanxi province bandits Wei Zhentian led a group of people to break through the important town of Gaizhou. The world is shocked. Chapter 116, The Imperial Court's Discussion on Suppressing Bandits. Shangjing, the Imperial City. Today's weather was a bit gloomy, just like Emperor Hongjia's mood. Emperor Hongjia summoned the Prime Minister, the Privy Council, the chief officials of the 6 ministries, and the ministers of all branches and channels to deliberate at the Wuying Hall. Among these important ministers, the leader was Prime Minister Lin Tingyi, and the rest were the lords of power and the chief officials of the ministries. The recent events had been very unpleasant, making Emperor Hongjia a bit mentally exhausted. He said in a hushed voice, the thieves and bandits of the Shanxi Road have broken through Gaizhou, so discuss how you should besiege them? There was silence in the hall and no one answered. The evil consequences of Emperor Hongjia's arbitrary power and suspicion of his ministers finally became apparent. Whether it was the second prince's party or the lords in power, they were all silent. Prime Minister Lin was the head of the civil and military officials, but with the merger of Gon Lin, the emperor became even more distrustful of him. At the moment, he was like a clay bodhisattva, standing there with his head bowed without saying a word. Seeing that Prime Minister Lin did not speak, Emperor Hongjia's eyes narrowed and he turned to Privy Councillor Duke Wei Yang Songwei. Yang Songwei thought, Gaizhou is a military town. Can break through their bandits are not good to deal with? He exclaimed with a twinkle in his eye. The old minister recommends Li Wenjun, the secretary of the Ministry of War, to be the minister of Qin, commanding the 3 armies of the Hadong army, the Shanxi army, and the Hunan army to besiege the thieves and bandits. The ministers present all frowned slightly. Li Wenjun was very much trusted by the emperor, but he had already followed the left martial guard left primary guard army to Chuzhou. Why did this old fox, Lord Wei, recommend him? Emperor Hongjia nodded and said, Lord Wei has forgotten that Li Aiqing has already left for Chuzhou. Oh, the old minister is confused. Duke Wei hurriedly begged for forgiveness, and the emperor waved his hand. There's no harm in recommending another person. Lord Wei, Yang Songwei thought for a moment. The old minister recommends General Xiao Luoshan of Jinan to be the minister of Qin, commanding the Hadong, Shanxi, and Hunan armies to besiege the bandits. The ministers were all a bit confused, and anyone who was an individual would know that the emperor was uneasy with Xiao Luoshan and wouldn't let her take charge of these 3 armies. It's still a waste of time to say that. The emperor won't agree. Sure enough, Emperor Hongjia shook his head. General Xiao is guarding the southwest and has a heavy responsibility to fend off the demon race, and the 3 southwestern states can't be separated from her. Yang Songwei sighed. Then the old minister can't think of anything, so I'd better ask someone else. Everyone immediately woke up and stood in awe. The old man really has a deep Tao. So oily. He's not looking forward to the suppression of the bandits and is purposely pushing back. You see, he said a lot of things, and recommended 2 people, successfully coped with the emperor's inquiries. But in fact, it is the same as not saying anything. All nonsense. It makes sense that the bandits' Megatron rose to prominence on the banks of the Huitong River, and in less than a month has swept across hundreds of miles. They successively captured Zizhou, Wuhan, and Huaining counties. Now I heard that the strength has increased greatly, and with tens of thousands of soldiers and horses, I was able to capture the important town of Gaizhou. Gaizhou city, high walls thick, and thousands of compartment guards, has always been the southeast of Shanxi Road town, even by him with a gang of mud legs down. Apparently this thieving bandit was a bully and hard to deal with. What people say about Wei Guogong is nonsense. Then he doesn't have to take the responsibility. Nothing is wrong with him. That's the level. That's ing political savvy. Yang Tsongwei has been in the military all his life. His vision is unrivaled. If he's not optimistic, who dares to jump into the fire? An awkward silence fell over the Wuying Hall again, and Emperor Hongjia dropped his gaze onto Su Shurgang, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Ai Su, what do you say? Su Shurgang was afraid that he would be this Chinaman and hardened his heart. The bandits Wei Zhentian remote in the corner of Shangxi, mobilizing 3 large armies to encircle a bit too much. How about letting the Hedong army to send troops south to hit the enemy? Hedong army world prima donna will be able to rout the bandits. Chao Nimas, the heart of the great prince directly open curses. The Hedong army has to defend against the barbarians, but also to defend against his good second brother, good fifth brother, and now also to send troops to the south to fight the thieves and bandits. The Hedong army is capable of fighting, so all the hard work is ours, isn't it? Then how come it's not me who's going to be the crown prince? He was spitting in his mind when Emperor Hongjia nodded his head. Then the Hedong army will march out and go south to recapture Gaizhou and wipe out the bandits. The eldest prince was calculating in his mind whether or not to make a perfunctory gesture and put on a show, when he heard Emperor Hongjia open his mouth and ask the second prince Su Qi, Suki, do you think that Megatron can be recruited? Su Qi's heart was slightly shaken, and he gazed at his eyebrows and said seriously, or we may try. My son is willing to send someone to persuade him. Emperor Hongjia was non-committal and looked at the Grand Imperial Prince. Let the Hedong army go and fight for a while first, so that they know the majesty of the imperial court. If that thief and bandit survives by any chance, Su Qi will send someone forward to recruit him. The eldest prince's heart immediately tightened. What did father mean by this? I can't win the Hedong army, so I let Lao Er send someone to recruit them. Does that mean I'm not as good as Lao Er? The Grand Prince hurriedly bowed and said generously, obey the decree. My son will urge the Hedong army to go all out to deal with a group of thieves and bandits with a strong Hedong brigade, and will be able to win a great victory. Emperor Hongjia laughed loudly. Good. I'll wait for your shortcuts. The eyes of the first and second emperors collided for a moment, and both of them smiled slightly. The Grand Prince decided to fully supervise the Hedong army to fight against the bandits, not giving the second prince's party a chance to recruit. Just some river laborers and farmers composed of the earth chicken and dogs. The Hedong army 3,000 elite will be enough to sweep. Outside of Gaizhou city, on a flat open space, booms rang out as several earthbound dragons ran by at high speeds. The rider on the earthbound dragon wields a 4-meter heavy riding lance and is clad in cold iron armor, with a cold iron blade hanging from the side of his saddle, and a curved piece of iron armor is clad on the front chest of the earthbound dragon. The sound is powerful and strong. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but nod his head. The earthbound dragon cavalry was indeed one of the strongest troop types on the ground. Unfortunately, not everyone can be a knight for a creature as powerful and irascible as a geoduck. Of the first 40,000 or so people of the Silo human race, only 36 were able to be accepted by the earthbound dragon as riders. These 36 people were all extremely strong and powerful warriors, standing out amongst the Yuluo people. Xiao Yushu gave them the best equipment and named this type of soldier the dragon cavalry. They are few in number, but can make an unexpected difference at a critical time. Just then, an eagle whistle came from the sky. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but bring a smile on his face as he looked up into the air and a giant eagle swooped in. Near the ground, a slender figure rose up from the back of the giant eagle and landed in front of Xiao Yushu in a graceful curve in the air. She carried a longbow with a valiant posture and looked at Xiao Yushu with a sweet smile. Outcast General Hua Taichin of the Jinnan army pays his respects to Great King Megatron. Xiao Yushu laughed. Sister Cord, I'm so relieved you're here. Hua Singer looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Lang, I didn't expect you to make such a big commotion in Shangxi Road. We received an eagle letter saying that you are the rebel thief leader Wei Zhentian, and even the great general couldn't believe it. Chapter 117, A Taste of Life. Marquis Jinnan's mansion. Su Baila looked at the person in front of her in a slight panic. The woman in front of him had eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like spring apricots, and an aura of spirituality and intelligence. It was none other than Prime Minister Lin's granddaughter, Lin Qingyin. She was bored out of her mind in the mansion and unwilling to listen to the gossip of other noble women, so she came to the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion to visit Su Baila. Su Baila was welcome to be her guest, but not now. The Xiao Shitzi in the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion today is not really Xiao Shitzi. Ms. Lin has always been smart, so we can't let her see Xiao Yushu. She piled a smile on her face and tried her hardest to look calm as she smiled. Why is Qingyin here today? It makes me happy. Lin Qingyin could tell at a glance that she looked a little uneasy, and with a turn of her mind she immediately understood. In her opinion, His Majesty the Emperor had conferred an official title of Royal Historian and allowed Xiao Yushu to go out of the capital to inspect the city. Xiao Yushu must have coveted the prosperity of Shangjing and was unwilling to go out and suffer, so he hid at home and pretended to be sick. Su Baila, newly married and unwilling to leave her husband, was a bit flustered when she saw herself coming over to visit. This girl, really isn't a show-off. She pursed her lips and smiled gently without revealing it. I haven't seen Lar for a long time. My heart misses her, so I came over to the house to have a chat. Lar, don't have to be so polite. Sister, get along. More should be close. I heard that Jinan Marquee House backyard has a piece of camellia bloom very well. La child may wish to take me to see? Su Baila's heart slightly lowered and smiled. Of course, Xingyin, come with me. We'll enjoy the flowers and drink tea. The two women came to the back garden, only to see a large area of camellias in full bloom. Very gorgeous. A small table was placed under a large tea tree with an excellent view and a chaise longue. Su Baila greeted the maid to fetch tea and snacks and bring a chair. Lin Xingyin, however, saw at a glance that there was a pile of poetry manuscripts sitting on that tea table. Su Baila was busy directing the maids, and Lin Xingyin had a poetic mind and loved these poetic things. She then stepped forward to gently look through the manuscript, and realized that there were actually a number of great pieces of writing that she had never even read before. As Su Baila walked over, Lin Xingyin's beautiful eyes glowed and she smiled. I didn't realize that Lar was actually a talented woman, and her poetry is so talented. Su Baila shook her head shyly and hurriedly laughed. Where would I write any poems? These are all written casually by my husband. It's just that I like to read them, so I bring them and look through them from time to time. Xiao, you wrote it? Lin Xingyin smiled and nodded her head. Her eyes fiercely narrowed and her complexion instantly solidified. Just in the center of the stack of manuscripts, on a piece of white paper, was written, one life, one generation, one pair of people, striving to teach two places to pin their souls. The sky is spring for whom? When Hua Shanger comes, it's time for Xiao Yushu to leave. Xiao Shizi in the upper capital has been pretending to be sick for 10 days or so. The palace sent a eunuch to visit, but was blocked by Lai Mayor and Uncle Zhong. Next, it was estimated that Emperor Hongzhou would send a minister to the Marquis of Jinnan's residence to urge Xiao Shizi to hurry up and go out to the capital to inspect and fulfill his duties as an imperial historian. It just so happens that after the capture of Geiju, there will be no new military action on this side for a while. Xiao Luoshan gave timely support, and in addition to Hua Qinger, 1,000 veterans of the Jinnan army came from Jiannan Dao and joined the Red Turban Army, becoming the backbone of the army. The Red Turbans need time to train well and reorganize from top to bottom. These jobs, Hua Yinger and Bai Gongwang, are much more specialized than Xiao Yushu. In the garden of the Gaizhou government office, second Miss Zhang was tearfully saying goodbye to Xia Yunbing. Xia Yunbing was also saddened in her heart, and the two beauties, one big and one small, wrapped their arms around each other and cried into a ball. For Xia Yunbing, this lively and lovely little sister was something she had watched grow up since she was a child and had always brought with her, almost like a daughter. For second Miss Shang, she had lost her parents since childhood, and her elder brother was nowhere to be found. In the reigning prince's mansion, Xia Yunbing was the person closest to her, and similar to her mother. However, it's finally time to say goodbye. Second Miss Shang held back her tears and looked at her sister-in-law in front of her. She knew that with this goodbye, she might never see each other again in this life. From then on, she was the second miss of the Duke of Li's residence, staying in the exquisite and extravagant aristocratic circle of Shangjing. Xia Yunbing, on the other hand, was in the jungle, drifting in all directions. The lives of the two men may never cross again. Sister-in-law, you must be good. Zhang Ermis wiped her tears and solemnly converged her obeisance, her small face revealing a smile. Thank you, sister. The jungle is a long way away. I'll see you later. Xia Yunbing noticed the change in her address and touched her little head, a little teary-eyed. After today, there will be no more son-in-law of the Duke of Li Palace, and no more Xia Yunbing, the first daughter of the Xia family. Only the female bandit leader of the Red Scarf Army, the jungle warrior Red Spider, remains. She clasped her hands together and smiled. Second Miss, precious. Xiao Yushu nodded at Xia Yunbing and leaped onto the giant eagle with second Miss Zhang in his arms. The giant eagle vibrated its wings and slowly took off. It flew higher and higher, and with a loud eagle whistle, it went straight up into the green sky and clouds. In the upper capital, the back garden of the Duke of Li's residence, the night is slightly rippling, the flowers and trees are covered, and the pale moonlight carries a bit of melancholy. Second Miss Zhang looked at Xiao Yushu with eyes full of reluctance. Brother Yushu, are you leaving too? Xiao Yushu nodded with a slight smile. Get you home and I have to go too. He looked at the little girl's reluctant, watering face, so he touched her head and laughed. I'll stay in the upper capital for now. We'll meet again. And, he looked at second Miss Zhang and whispered, we Red Turbans can't be this week. Isn't that right, Chief Bumblebee? Miss Zhang Air broke into tears, wiped her eyes and said strongly, yes, my lord. Xiao Yushu pointed to the brightly lit house and mansion and said, Go on. The family must be worried about you after being missing for so long. Second Miss Zhang turned around and walked out 2 steps before turning back and calling out at Xiao Yushu. I'll never forget you and Sister Red and what we've been through together. Xiao Yushu smiled and arched his hand. Second Miss. We'll always have room for bumblebees there. Take care. Second Miss Zhang smiled sweetly and nodded vigorously. She turned back toward the front, telling herself in her mind that, don't cry. You mustn't cry. You're a strong warrior. You're the alpha bumblebee. Step by step, he approached the house and mansion ahead from the darkness. The delicate and bright lanterns were clearly visible, and the surroundings became brighter and brighter. It was as if a scene from the experience came to her. The Huitong River is like the roar of a dragon, and thousands of people roar in astonishment. The interesting Chenjiju of Zizhou City, the poor people with hungry faces, the fierce and tyrannical gentry and landlords, the treacherous and lofty Taihang Mountains, the fiery Majiazhuang, the flag-waving Wuhan City. Before she left Shanjing, she was just a carefree little child with nothing but sweet smells in her life. Now that she knows, however, there's more to life than sweetness, and spicy, and sour, and bitter. A coldness in his little face. She felt it. Oh yes, and the saltiness of the tears. Xiao Yushu watched the little girl walk into the house alone and angrily. From there came the surprised voice of the maid, followed by a scream of surprise. Immediately, a few people ran out madly and reported to the back house. Xiao Yushu smiled faintly and his figure disappeared into the night. Second Miss Zhan wiped her tears and looked at the bleak and dark back garden. She mumbled in her mind, bye, Sister Shay, goodbye, King Megatron. Chapter 118 New Alien Ability 2. The Marquis of Jinnan's mansion at night was quiet and tidy. Xiao Yushu quietly returned to the Marquis residence and came to the back house. Beyond the master bedroom, in the darkness of the hallway, a female guard was standing guard with a knife. When she saw Xiao Yushu, she could not help but be startled, and swiftly raised her long knife, which was bitterly cold under the moonlight. Then she saw Xiao Yushu's face clearly, so she withdrew her sword and silently hid into the shadows. Xiao Yushu smiled slightly and knocked on the door. Who? The door to the room opened, and Xiao Yushu looked at Su Baila's tall and chiseled figure and couldn't help but say, Lara, you've gotten prettier after not seeing you for a few days. Su Baila's pretty and charming face violently showed surprise, and the many days of bone-deep longing made her unable to resist wrapping Xiao Yushu into her arms at once. Cough cough cough, buzz off, don't kind of mess with Khan first dash. Xiao Yushu muffled his pronunciation and hurriedly pushed her away. There are countless advantages to a daughter-in-law with a supermodel body, but it's also really humiliating to be straddled on her chest. Subaila snorted and laughed, bending down to give Xiao Yushu a kiss on the cheek. Husband, come on in. When he entered the room, Xiao Yushu saw that there was another woman, who looked 7 or 8% similar to him. This was clearly the stand-in that the Marquis of Jinnan had arranged for him. He smiled. You've worked hard. Go down and rest. That understudy made a deep bow, put on his hooded cloak and went out, leaving only Xiao Yushu and Subaila behind. Her husband's safe and sound return filled Subaila's heart with joy. She covered the door of her room and turned to run lightly towards Xiao Yushu, her tall figure of 1.85 m but like a happy bunny. Husband, Lara misses you so much that she dreams of you every day. Dash. Holy, another smothering kill. But there's no one now. How can we not enjoy such a tender place after fighting for our lives for so long? Xiao Yushu wrapped his arms around Subaila's thin and sturdy waist, quietly enjoying this cozy moment between the two. It was getting late, and Subaila was going to bed to rest, so she was only wearing a thin, moonlight white little coat, loose small clothes moon white pants, bright moon round style long. Husband, Subaila obliviously flung herself in Xiao Yushu's arms, her 1.3 m big long legs straight and slender. This night, under the red candle, a pair of people on top of the bed gradually transformed into one. In the early morning of the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion, the green trees and flowers were elegant and peaceful. The refreshing morning breeze was accompanied by the cheerful, crisp chirping of birds. Xiao Yushu walked in the middle of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence. Everything was relaxed and cozy. Everything was familiar and normal, as if he had never left. The passing guards and maids, the underlings cleaning the courtyard, took the initiative to salute and greet him, and he smiled and nodded in response. This is what home feels like, safe, relaxed and cozy. When he was almost walking to the martial arts arena, there was a sudden flash of golden light in front of him, and a system prompt came. Ability 1, eavesdrop. Time expires. Ability 1 ends. Does the host wish to permanently obtain the Ability 1? The permanent version of the eavesdropping function will be weakened. Xiao Yushu was instantly pleasantly surprised, not realizing that these powers could be permanently cured at the time of the second round. Of course he'd want it, even if it was nice to only be able to eavesdrop on one person at a time. Permanently gain Alien Power 1. Ability 1 eavesdrop is permanently cured and becomes the host's own ability. This ability can only eavesdrop on one person at a time, with a cooling time of half an hour. When the cooldown time is up, You can only listen to the next person's voice. That would be nice too. At that moment the golden text on that large hourglass flickered and another line appeared. Does the host wish to continue using ability 2, temporal swap, mimicry? Xiao Yushu thought about it, and the danger of heterogeneous 2-time swap is not small, so I don't know if there is any other choice. He asked, if we don't use the time swap ability, can we use something else instead? If the host does not want to continue to use this ability, the system will randomly select another ability. Random. Try it then, Xiao Yushu said. No longer use the temporal interchange, mimicry, ability, replacing it with another option. System match in progress. End of system matching. Host obtains new ability 2, Chi luck phrase. The host is able to observe the attributes of all items Chi fortune words. It is possible to consume one's own martial arts internal energy to change the Chi fortune words of the object under observation. Xiao Yushu turned his head to look at the camellia tree on the side, and a word panel popped up on the flower tree. Name Mandarin duck's phoenix crown. Introduction, rare species of camellias. Future Chi luck is in decline. Destroyed by Lai Mayer's martial arts practice in the next month. Xiao Yushu's mouth instantly twitched, taking a closer look at the surrounding scenery, and gasped. No wonder my camellia forest got a little smaller. If this continues, how can my son drink tea under the tea tree and compose poems and pretend to be a poet? Lai Mayer, when my son catches you, he will exercise the family law in a good way. After beating the family law, I'm going to make you replant all the camellia trees. He shook his head and sighed. When the old housekeeper, Xiao Zhong, came face to face, when Xiao Zhong saw Xiao Yushu, he just smiled faintly and made a bow, and everything was in the air. Xiao Yushu smiled and nodded his head as he passed, his heart feeling much more solid. There is a treasure in the family. Luckily, there is still Uncle Zhong in the mansion. If only with that reckless goods of Lai Mayer, I still don't know what kind of chaos will happen. He turned his head to a large stone on the side of the road, which was over a man's height, sleek and polished, and stood at the edge of the road. Only a golden word panel rose from the boulder. Name, Thunderbolt Stone. Introduction, an ordinary boulder with 500 pounds of gunpowder built in. Made by Xiao Zhong himself, it is used to die with the enemy when a large number of enemies attack the Marquis of Jinnan's residence. Future aura is ordinary. Please replace the gunpowder in time to avoid moisture. I'm a horse. Xiao Yushu instantly felt the blood rush to his head and almost broke into a fit of rage. Uncle Zhong, Xiao Zhong, you old piker. You paralyzed to make such a big killing weapon and put it on the side of the road. Lao Tzu passed by here almost every day, sometimes standing at the edge of the rock to rest and contemplate. Xiao Yushu remembered that. He used to sit on this boulder and look down at the necklines of the maid's thin spring shirts, thinking back to the late nights when he used to hold Lara's little baby down on this rock, the two of them sweetly stamping each other. Thinking of the time he stood at the edge of the rock and measured 3 sets of data for the little beauty of the cold shadow. No wonder. Paralyzed. Lai Mayer never stood on the edge of this rock. Just now I was saying that Uncle Chung is reliable, but this old man gave me this trick. 500 pounds of gunpowder. I'm sitting on a big roadside bomb looking at a pretty girl. Aren't you afraid it'll go off and make me take a dirt plane? You warmongers are ing assholes for taking a nice safe home and turning it into a military fortress. Xiao Yushu cursed fiercely. Now he kind of knew that these men under his sister Xiao Luotian, none of them are reliable, and all of them are strange. Chapter 119, Lara's Return. The weather was sunny and springtime. Today was the day that Su Baila, the wife of the world prince of the Marquis of Jinnan, was returning home. After the newlywed couple became a gift, should return to the door to see the parents-in-law earlier. But for one thing, Emperor Hongjia has never given the Marquis of Jinnan house to give marriage. And for another, the Su family's dowry from Jiangnan has not arrived. Both sides felt that something was missing and it dragged on. Today, the dowry sent by the Su family in Jiangnan Road has finally arrived. And the representative figures of the Su family have also arrived. Su Huantang then invites Xiao Yushu to bring Su Baila back to his door. Firstly, to let his daughter come home to see her, and secondly for both parties to discuss organizing a formal ceremony for the two of them. Su Baila married into the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion, and other than worrying about Xiao Yushu, she lived a comfortable life. There are no in-laws at the top of her head, and she alone holds the power in the back of the house, and the whole house is under her command. Entering the door is the real power of the clanwoman. This treatment is the only one in the capital city. The daughters-in-law of other families had to suffer for decades, and only after they had survived their mothers-in-law could they become masters of their own house. Over the past few days, the female guests who came to congratulate Su Baila all praised her for marrying into a wealthy family, and at the same time, they envied her for her wealth and freedom. There were still some jealous noblewomen, looking at the large Marquis Jinnan mansion, their eyes full of undisguised jealousy, regarding the power and wealth of the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion. Su Baila did not have any intuitive feelings when she stayed in the mansion, until today. Back to the door. Armor Iron Horseman open road. Full ceremonial battle out? The street above the officials and gentry people have to retreat aside. The couple came to the front of the Su mansion and dismounted from the carriage. Su Huantang and Mrs. Lu greeted them at the door with a group of relatives. At this time, the Su family's daughters from the same clan and neighbors who were married off also happened to come back and met them just in time. Su Baila was helped out of the car ride by Cold Shadow and turned around to see the transportation of her clan sister and her neighboring sister. A two-lift thick cloth sedan chair, a mule-drawn two-wheeled cart, all simple and plain. And then look at the luxurious carriage of carved ebony wood and gold-decorated silver chi dragon curtains that he was sitting in. The 4 driving white horses were tall and divine, without a trace of color in their bodies. Around the carriage, the cavalry of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence were sharply clad in armor, stern and strict, almost blocking off the entire street. This is a powerful, rich, and prosperous thing to do. Without having to say a single word, it hits you in the face. The clan sister who had once laughed at her for being a bamboo pole bit her lip, looked back at the litter, and gently avoided the curb. The neighboring sister who once thought she was a kleptomaniac, the smile disappeared from her face, and she stood by the mule cart, lowering her head without saying a word. Even the Su family's elders and relatives, facing this scene, are all bowing with a smile. No one disrespectful. Su Baila, suddenly a little uncomfortable, has always been the clan is ridiculed. No existence of her. Suddenly this is as dazzling as the sun. Noble pressure in all directions. The Su house hangs the name of a royal clan, but it is actually a local rich family origin. They didn't have deep roots in the capital, and the location of this rooming house was average. Most of the officials living in this neighborhood are middle and low-level officials, and at this time, the families of the officials who were separated by the guards were all gathering around, looking at the luxurious and illustrious vast procession of Marquis Jinnan's residence in amazement. The two Xiaosu walked side by side toward the front of the house, looking at her tall daughter, richly dressed and dignified. Surrounded by 2 lines of maids, she walked in a graceful manner, in the style of a powerful and luxurious clan woman. Mr. and Mrs. Su Huantang couldn't help but both be sour and excited in their hearts, especially Mrs. Lu, remembering the scene of her daughter being ridiculed and belittled since she was a child. She could not help but fill her eyes with beads, her eyes blurred, and she almost burst into tears on the spot. Father, mother, Su Baila just called out, and Mrs. Lu grabbed her hand and couldn't hold back her tears any longer. But Su Baila didn't cry. Sourness welled up in her heart, but she understood. If she cries at this moment, it might cause people to misunderstand that she is not doing well in the Marquis of Jinnan. So she did her best to hold back her excitement, and with a flowery smile on her face, she softly comforted her mother. Mother and father, Rera is doing well. Greetings father-in-law. Greetings mother-in-law. Xiao Yushu also bowed, and Su Huantang hurriedly returned the bow. Greetings to you, say ho. Quickly take a seat in the mansion. A kind and satisfied smile appeared on Su Huantang's face as he hurriedly reached out his hand to purge the guest. A line of people into the Jinnan Marquis mansion in a row. Watching the family members of the officials only began to disperse, talking, buzzing endlessly. The words are full of envy and jealousy. What a big row, worthy of being the Marquis of Jinnan's residence. That's of course, the first Marquis of the state dynasty. Even many county kings and princes can't compare. Look at that carriage of the others. The horses pulling it are all looking so divine and good-looking. Xiao Shitzi is not stupid or naive, and he is surprisingly handsome. The Su family has gotten lucky this time, embracing the Marquis of Jinnan's thighs. Exactly. That Miss Su looks so strange, and is half a head taller than Xiao Shitzi. Surprisingly married into the Marquis of Jinnan, enjoying this splash of wealth and power. Saya, really make people so envious. It would be good if Xiao Shitzi had another concubine. My daughter is much better looking than that Miss Su. A pair of 3-inch golden lotus, dignified and virtuous. Outside the main hall, Su Deyuan and Su Huanqing, who had arrived from Jiangnan, had long been waiting. These two actually wanted to wait at the gate, but they represented the Jiangnan Su family and Elder Su. Elder Su was Su Baila's grandfather, so he couldn't run to the gate to wait for Xiao Yushu, could he? When the people met, there was another round of introductions and greetings, and warm pleasantries were exchanged for a while. Su Deyuan and Su Huanqing immediately sang in unison, praising Su Baila greatly. Put her said simply Su family children in the outstanding model, grew up virtuous, siblings cannot compare to her, the difference of 50 streets kind. Shy Su Baira's pretty face was red, she hadn't received so much praise since she was a child. All of them sat down together to eat tea, and Su Deyuan, as the representative of the Su family in Jiangnan Dao, solemnly presented the Su family's gift list to Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu opened it and saw that the gifts were extremely rich and expensive, as well as 200,000 stones of rice and a large number of other supplies for the Jinan army. The whole list, in fact, is full of 2 words, sincerity. Xiao Yushu collected the gift list and stood up to bow solemnly to Su Deyuan and Su Huantang. on behalf of my family sister, the Jinnan Marquis, and the 200,000 Jinnan army generals, I would like to thank all the elders. Su Deyuan and Su Huantang were overjoyed in their hearts, knowing that this gift was indeed a good one, and they both hurriedly got up to humble themselves. Should be, Marquis Xiao guards the southwest for the world's people. This is exactly what we should do. Yushu don't have to be polite, we are all family. As long as there is a need, the Su family is obliged to help. The atmosphere was joyous, and Lu asked with a smile, Seiji, Rara didn't give you any trouble, did she? Xiao Yushu replied with a smile, Lara knows her manners and is hardworking, and has taken good care of the house, and is caring and considerate to me. There's no such good daughter-in-law in the world. Su Baila's pretty face instantly turned red, full of shyness and modesty, but her two long legs were twisted, kicking the chair with pleasure, and her eyes were all smug. Chapter 120, A Perfect Son-in-Law. If you guys are this good, the master and I are relieved. Lu looked at her daughter, who had a red face and light in her eyes, and laughed heartily. The new tea that the crowd drank was Su Huanqing specially brought from Jiangnan's rainy front superb dragon well, with a light aroma and elegant, sweet flavor. Seeing that Xiao Yushu was quite fond of tea, Su Baila took advantage of this opening and quietly ran to the study. She packed her father's collection of a dozen kinds of superb tea, as well as the good tea brought by her second uncle this time, and put them into a big box, letting her attendant quietly send them to the carriage. Lara also discovered that her father had a very valuable set of Longquan kiln plum green porcelain. It was wiped clean and carefully stowed away in a mahogany bookcase, which she also packed by hand. What's this? A Tang Dynasty inkstone with a ribbed pattern. It's still an antique. Good stuff. Loaded too. Well, what's hanging on the wall? Seems to be the real Jialing landscape by Wu Daozi. My Jinnan Marquis study doesn't have such a good painting yet. Come on, take it off and wrap it. At this time in the side hall next to the main hall, the treasure light was dense and dazzling, and the Su family was showing Xiao Yushu the gifts in kind. The gift list is certainly all written, but there are some precious items, or look down the physical better reflect the Su family's importance to this marriage. 886 Taiwan red coral bonsai ornaments, 16 jade lions with gold balls in their mouths, Master Guazigang Jadeite figure jade insert screen. Xiao Yushu was dazzled by the sight and thought, how much does this cost? I married Lara. It's a mobile money bank. What is it? He looked at the large round box on the ground, and Su Deyuan shook his head helplessly. It's just a bit of tacky stuff, so I'm sorry to make you laugh, Mr. World. Alas. He opened the box, and Xiao Yushu's eyes immediately flashed. Oh, my god, is this a golden ball? It was a sphere over 20 centimeters in diameter, all cast in gold. Xiao Yushu froze. Could this be solid? He reached out and grabbed it, and immediately his arm felt extremely heavy. This golden ball unexpectedly weighed 300 to 400 pounds. Surprisingly, it's really solid. I'm afraid there must be 5,000 taels of gold in one? Su Deyuan and Su Huanqing both felt a bit humiliated and were somewhat mute. If someone has a bookish family with heritage, the accompanying dowry should be out-of-print books from the Han and Tang dynasties, or precious ancient porcelain and Zhou tripods or the like. The Su family is still a bit inadequate. Can only take these mundane things to support the scene. You won't laugh at our Su family, will you? A joke? Xiao Yushu's heart was already smiling at this time. This son likes you guys to be so straightforward. 5,000 taels of gold, a gold ball, 12 whole. That's 60,000 taels of gold. My father-in-law's family are really real people. What is this thing? Xiao Yushu asked, pointing to a wooden disc that resembled a military sandbox, a mountain that was beautifully made. Su Huanqing laughed. This is our tea mountain in Huizhou, Jiangnan Road, 200 miles in circumference. As Lara's dowry, a small token of my father's appreciation. What about this one? This one is our mulberry orchard in Huzhou, built on a mountain, also 200 miles in circumference, as a dowry for Lara. Well, Xiao Yushu already knew the characteristics of Su's family, characterized by a golden glow all over. Xiao Yushu nodded deeply. Let us change the name of this book. Renamed, My Mother is a Plutocrat and I Refresh My Superpowers Weekly. Of course, the Marquis of Jinnan cannot ask for something for nothing, but also need to return the gift. Xiao Yushu opened the box. Inside was a pair of deer antlers for Elder Su. As soon as the box was opened, there was a surge of qi and blood power that filled the entire side hall. This force of qi and blood, however, was not vicious, but instead carried a kind of serene and calm aura. Su Huantang has been in the capital for a long time and does not quite recognize these things, and has not felt anything. Su Huanqing traveled all over the world, running the business for the family, but he was very knowledgeable. A glance will recognize the thing in front of him. His face changed greatly, shocked to stand up, lost his voice, shouted, Is this the horned velvet of Fuzhou? What? Fuchu? The legendary demonic beast Fuzhu that can prolong life and drive away diseases? Isn't the Fuzhu extinct in the world? This is a divine object. It's really something. Fuzhu is a demonic beast shaped like a white deer with 4 horns and a very beautiful snow-white body. Its horns and antlers can be used as medicine, and have extremely magical properties to prolong life and dispel diseases. However, there were very few of these magical demonic beasts in existence, and some said that they had already become extinct. The Great Zhou dynasty hadn't seen this kind of creature for a whole 30 to 40 years, so the moment Xiao Yushu took out this pair of horned antlers, he immediately shocked the entire audience. Xiao Yushu didn't know if there were any Fuzhu in the middle of Mongshan Mountain, but there's one in the Pyloric Abyss, and there's quite a few of them, at least 700 or 800 more. Taking a few pairs of antlers doesn't hurt them. It's nothing. Su Deyuan and Su Huanqing glanced at each other and were immediately very overjoyed in their hearts. Originally felt that sent these dowries, especially there are Tea Mountain and Mulberry Mountain and so on, although a little vulgar, but the value on the still can, also considered to maintain the face of the Su family. But I didn't expect. The other Xiaoshi Zi's hand is an absolute divine object. This pair of horn antlers is worth its weight in gold. Take back, this is the Su family's treasure of the family. In the future the Su family lineage to take a little, can prolong life. What's the best way to do this? If the old man finds out, won't he think that the two of us are not doing a good job? On the larger side, this also shows that the Su family is small, not worthy of the Marquis of Jinan. Both of them felt a great deal of anxiety at once, and both of them got a little anxious. Xiao Yushu opened another box with a flower inside. The flower looked violently like an orange-red flower, but on second glance it was a burning flame, colorful and gorgeous, blazing and flying molten. Xiao Yushu smiled faintly and held it up and handed it to Su Huantang. This fire-amazing spirit flower, born in the midst of blazing magma, can warm the body's meridians and also dispel cold and yin qi. Give it to your father-in-law and mother-in-law. Hiss. Su Deyuan and Su Huanqing were shocked and all of them sucked in cold air. This time, even Su Huantang knew how precious this flower was. The amazing fire spirit flower is only born in pure blazing earth fire. Ordinary earthly fire would never have given birth to such a strange thing. The fire amazing spirit flower could not only warm up the body's meridians, but also pull out the cold poison, which was the natural enemy of restraining cold items. This oddity is extremely rare, and the Su family has heard of it for a long time, but they have never seen it. Xiao Yushu had 2 more on hand, both of which were given to him by the spider demon ice pattern in the demon spider cave. Only in a place like the demon spider cave would there be blazing pure earth fire. This is too valuable to make. Su Huantang hurriedly waved his hand. Xiao Yushu firmly handed the box to him. Please, father-in-law, please do take it. Compared to Rara, this is not worth a single thing. There were quite a few people in the side room, and there was a brush of silence. Everyone looked at Mr. and Mrs. Su Huantang with envy in their eyes and shock in their hearts. It's so enviable. Why are they so lucky to have found such a wonderful son-in-law? Chapter 121 Uncle San is sorry. The gazes of the Su family's friends and relatives filled with envy were intensively projected onto the Su family's 2 old men. Su Huantang and Mrs. Lu's heart is like drinking honey. Even if you don't want this precious spiritual flower, with this happy that is also worth it. Xiao Yushu soon felt quite a few fiery gazes fall on him, and sure enough, there were Su family members quietly discussing it. I really can't imagine what a rich life Rar has led. Geniuses and geomancers are probably just like turnip cabbages in her house. People's parents can follow in the future with great honor. Xiao Shitzi is young and strong, and I've heard that he's also a martial arts practitioner. I'm afraid it's a bit hard to serve just Lara alone, right? Why don't we let my family Guiyuan marry the world prince as a concubine? Ahem, didn't big brother and sister-in-law also accompany a pass-along maid? The maids are outsiders. How can they be as sweet as your own sisters? Alas, Mr. World, why should gender be stuck to dead? Though I am a man, I also have the appearance of a flowing curvaceous. Xiao Yushu is sitting upright. This last one, hurry up and get the hell out of here. Xiao Yushu opened 2 more boxes. This time a pair of 500-year-old Lingji and a pair of 400-year-old fire ginseng. He handed it to Su Deyuan and Su Huanqing and smiled. Second uncle, third uncle, a little bit of herbs, no honor. Jinan Marquis Xiaoshi Zi's second and third uncles made Su Deyuan and Su Huanqing eat ginseng fruits, and their whole body felt comfortable everywhere. The 2 of them received the medicinal herbs and looked at the precious Lingji and fire ginseng, and were momentarily ashamed and very overjoyed. Ugh, look at us. We didn't send anything nice, but we're making you break the bank. How can this be good? Both of them were red in the face, and even Su Huanqing, who was used to seeing big scenes, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Su Huantang laughed. Since Yushu has a peace of mind, you guys can take it. The 2 men then took it and put it away carefully. It is just that this favor ode is not small, and it is also related to the face of the Su family in Jiangnan Road. Su Huanqing said, Sei ho dash. Xiao Yushu waved his hand and laughed. You are Rara's third uncle. Just call me Yushu. Su Huanqing's heart warmed up and his tone became more intimate. He said sincerely, Yushu, let's speak from our hearts as family members. These gifts of yours, they are really too expensive, leaving us at a loss as to what to do. If word gets out, people will laugh at our Su family for being small and unintelligent. Xiao Yushu was a bit surprised. What did this third uncle mean? In his mind, he murmured, enable eavesdropping on the heart, designated object, Su Huanqing. Eavesdropping ability activated. Lasts for 1 hour. Xiao Yushu then heard Su Huanqing think in his mind, the Marquis of Jinan. This is a high climber. My Su family wanted to send more property to earn face and spread the word. As a result, the son of the world gave such expensive and rare things. How can this be good? If the old man knows, he will definitely blame us for not doing a good job. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but smile. I see. He was the son of the Marquis of Jinan, and didn't feel that the gate was a problem. But in the Great Zhou dynasty, actually, gentry is very important, and the hierarchy is very obvious. The Marquis of Jinan belongs to the top wave of nobles, and the Su family, which spends money to donate county lords, is obviously not enough to look at. The Su family had a lack of confidence in their hearts, so they wanted to compensate for this by giving more possessions. LOL, pity the parents. The matter is now, people have good intentions. These treasures and herbs can only be accepted. It's best to do something for Mr. Shirzi to show the importance of my Su family, or else Lara can't hold her head up when she enters the door. I just don't know what your son needs from us. What a headache. Xiao Yushu heard Su Huanqing fretting in his heart, and looking at his expression, he knew that this third uncle was really anxious and genuinely wanted to do something to help himself. Then his mind stirred and he remembered his current ability too, the chakra word. This ability allows you to view the future chi of an item. If this psychic ability was used in business, wouldn't it be possible to make a fortune if you knew what commodities would be able to increase in price in a short period of time? The Su family had a strong presence in commerce, and it was convenient to find them to procure whatever goods they were hoarding. Su Huantang and Mrs. Lu invited all of them to sit down and eat wine. 3 tables of wine were opened in a gorgeous flower hall, which was the official reception for Xiao Yushu. Then there were 3 more tables in the back of the house for the women and children to enjoy. Su Baila was at the formal table, and after a couple of hurried drinks, she ran off to the ladies' table in the back of the house to talk to her mother as well as her little sisters. Today she is full of ambition. The rich and powerful do not return home like a brocade coat at night. Have to hurry to find the sisters to show off. When Su Deyuan and Su Huanqing saw that Xiao Yushu didn't care about Su Baila's withdrawal and was very indulgent and spoiled, they couldn't help but secretly nod in their hearts. Su Huanqing secretly let out a long sigh, feeling very sorry. Xiao Shitzi seems to be a woman who loves his wife, and Lara is bound to be very happy. It's a pity that I don't have a pretty girl like bathing at home like my second brother. Otherwise, I would have brought her to marry Shitzi, and the 2 sisters would have shared the same husband and taken care of each other. What a beautiful thing that would have been. I hate that there is only one rabbit in the family, fat as a fat pig, hiding in the room all day long to look at the Chungong Atlas. Thinking about it makes one's heart angry, and one's hands feel itchy and want to grab a stick and hit someone. Xiao Yushu almost laughed out loud. The third uncle's family also had a hard time reading. He said to Su Huanqing, "Third uncle, I do have a difficult matter here, and I hope the Su family can help." As soon as he said this, all of a sudden, Su Huantang, Su Deyuan all put down their wine glasses and listened to him. Su Huanqing was even more delighted in his heart. He was worried about how to work for the Marquis of Jinan. When Xiao Yushu said it, it was just what he wanted. He had traveled extensively and was a very sophisticated person, so he didn't know if the Su family was capable of doing what Xiao Yushu had said. That's why he didn't dare to speak out of turn. Yushu, please speak. As long as the Su family can do it, it is absolutely obligatory. Su Huantang also spoke. Yushu, feel free to tell us. As long as we can help out a bit, we'll do our best. Xiao Yushu nodded and smiled. I want to do some business and acquire a bunch of goods, so you guys help me stock up. Su Huanqing asked carefully. I wonder what kind of goods? War horses, weapons or salt? These are all very risky military materials that can cost you your head, or prohibited materials that the court specializes in. The Su family was mentally prepared. As long as Xiao Yushu said it, the Su family would do it for him even if they risked losing their heads. Xiao Yushu waved his hand and said, none of that. I'm planning to buy some food, tea or timber type of general merchandise. Haven't decided on the specifics yet, just need a larger amount. Su's family was relieved. Just ordinary items, like food and tea. What is this? It's no big deal. Su family is the top of the Jiangnan road merchants. Stockpiling ordinary goods, that is their own old business. Familiar with the eyes closed can do things. Even many goods do not have to pay silver. Years of old relationships. First pull away goods to the end of the year and then settle. Su Huanqing laughed. What's in that? It's just a matter of Yushu's word. you don't have to pay for it. What you want, we'll just buy it for you directly and stock it up. He kinda regretted in his mind that this point was just a little too low in difficulty to be on the table. Chapter 122. It's none of our business. The wine feast was very sumptuous, to the point of being extremely extravagant. All kinds of good wine, all kinds of precious ingredients, fresh fruits and vegetables from the south and north of the sky were served up in a flowing stream. Xiao Yushu's attitude was amiable, and the Su family members toasted to him, deliberately befriending and striking up conversations. He was not ambiguous, and he directly drank until the glass was dry, very much giving face to the crowd. The atmosphere was unconsciously active and warm. Even Su Huantang and Su Huancheng brothers also put down their minds, and they all drank freely and laughed endlessly. If the world prince is so generous, the Su family has to be even more generous. So even the Su family lords, who usually don't drink much, desperately poured wine, but in a while, 7 or 8 of them collapsed. In the middle of the inner courtyard, the 3 tables here are seated with the Su family's close, dignified female family members. When the women here looked at Su Baila, other than Mrs. Lu, there wasn't a single one who wasn't envious or jealous. The eldest sister of the eldest house, who used to be as tall as a bamboo pole in their eyes, and had the reputation of being a husband hater who couldn't get married, is now a different person. I saw Su Baila head combed towards the skybun, hairpin phoenix flying sky pearl burin gold hairpin, wearing tasseled gold and jadeite butterfly earrings. She wore a large red silk and gold embroidered luanfeng by coat, covered with a large peony embroidered thin silk paste down. This dress up gorgeous and distinguished to the extreme. That clothing pattern and jewelry regulations is only 3 or more products can be worn by a woman. With this body, every one of the women here didn't even dare to speak up, and Su Baila's demeanor and spirit were very different from before. When she was a girl earlier, she was still a bit timid and depressed, all of which had disappeared. Many days in the Jinan Marquis house. The exchanges are in the capital of the high family of the rich and noble women, commanded by the whole house under the act to do things. When you travel by car, there are iron horsemen opening the road. When you visit the government, the center door is wide open everywhere. Unconsciously, she has already had a dignified atmosphere, calm and elegant style, together with the medicinal dietary supplements and daily gracious care arranged by Xiao Yushu. Su Baila's brow and eyes were stretched and her spirit was glowing, and with her overwhelming height, she was rich and highly reserved, as dazzling as a famous peony flower. So the whole banquet, Su Baila are all the ladies' toast to please, all kinds of good words, a basket of pouring. The women simply blew her to heaven and earth, absolutely unrivaled. From the age of 3, virtuous and charming, Mrs. Lu looked funny but also really feel happy in the heart, raised eyebrows. In the main courtyard of the Su family's back residence, Mrs. Lu's face was full of heartache as she handed a bowl of sobering soup to Su Baila and patted her back. You girl is too honest. You drink when they pour you wine? If I hadn't stopped them in time, you would have gotten drunk today. To make such a big scandal on your first return to the house, how will the aunt look at you? Mother. Su Baila drank the pretty face hot, like a haloed peach blossom, embarrassed and pampered not to comply. It's not like it's anything in my own home. Husband he husband wouldn't blame me. He loves me the most. Mrs. Lu was so angry and amused that she hated to hit her. This is your mother's house. Your home is the Marquis of Jinan. Auntie really spoiled you. Look where there is still a bit of the Marquis wife's appearance. Speaking here, she sat down next to Su Baila, held her hand, and said in a serious tone, Lara, you have to remember that our Su family is not a powerful and honorable family. Master Su married you into the family, facing a lot of pressure. You need to restrain yourself, not make any mistakes, and take up the responsibility of the Marquis mistress. Su Baila finished the sobering soup, feeling a bit more sober, and nodded seriously. Yes, mother, I remember. Mrs. Lu asked in a low voice, is your aunt good to you? Yeah, extra good. I didn't mean that. I meant does he think you're nice? Ha? Su Baila was a bit confused. Mother, which aspect of this good do you mean? Then she understood, and instantly her small face flushed crimson, and her 2 long legs twisted around. This one good in some ways is that I'm a little too tired and busy. My husband likes to watch traditional theater, such as Shangjing opera, Hadong Chongtong, Hunan Bankas. I had to learn to play all sorts of roles at night, waking up in the morning and having to learn to play an opera instrument. Still have to hit the head of the bed with your fist a lot and learn the Shangjing taiko drums. After all, Su Baila had drunk a lot of wine. Her brain was dizzy, and she subconsciously said, husband is quite good. It's just that he likes to make me pretend to be a pony, pretend to be Guanyin, pretend to be a female general riding a horse and charging a battlefield or something, and it tires me out so much that my legs are sore. The air was quiet for a while. Mrs. Lu froze for half a day, and only then did she make the connection between the words pretending to be a pony, pretending to be goddess of mercy, pretending to be a female general and the words sore legs. She was instantly flushed with shame and made to hit this silly daughter a few times. You little fool, you really dare to say anything? How can you say such things? If others heard it, would you still want to be a human being? Only then did Subaila come to her senses, and she was so bashful that she covered her face with both hands, wishing she had a crack in the ground to drill into. How can you say something like that to your own mother? The Marquis of Jinan is better. It was not until the red sun had set in the west that the two men bid farewell and returned. Standing in the vestibule, a large crowd buzzed to see them off. Subaila's hand was pulled by the hands of a bunch of Su family women, clinging to each other, and surprisingly, some of them even shed tears. Damn, she'd lived here for 10 years and hadn't realized that these aunts and sisters were so attached to her. Subaila could only gently hold their hands and said, "Second auntie, when you have time, go to the Marquis of Jinnan's residence to find me to play. Third sister, go to the Marquis of Jinnan's residence to find me to play when you have time." She said the words as if they were magical and full of life, especially the 4 words Marquis of Jinnan. Every time it was said, the woman who heard it immediately became red-faced, as if she had taken a tonic pill. They gleefully and hurriedly nodded their heads, as if receiving this invitation had immediately raised the grade of their lives by a few notches. Those who hadn't been invited yet were pulling Subaila to death and not letting go, looking at her with bated breath. Subaila could only say them one by one, repeating the phrase a dozen times, so much so that her mouth was sore. Only her heart full of joy and happiness was immediately reduced by a large portion the moment she saw the accompanying dowry. Those precious treasures, gold and silver, clothing, and even tailor masters, confectionery masters, brewery masters, florists, etc. she was quite fond of. But, what's with these 16 beautiful maids? All bears with rounded hips, thin waists and long legs, a Jiangnan beauty with tender skin that drips like water. What are you doing? Isn't this Autumn Moon, my second sister Su Bating's maid? Why is she here too? Subaila couldn't help but walk forward and ask, Autumn Moon, you're here too? Autumn Moon's tender face blushed and softly said, You see Master Mother. Subaila nodded and coldly glanced at Su Deyuan and Su Huanqing. Su Deyuan and Su Huanqing looked at each other and screamed, Great niece, this is your mother's arrangement. It has nothing to do with us. Chapter 123, A nice spring day. A beautiful maid to go shopping with me. The eastern downtown area of Shangjing is probably one of the largest markets in the Great Zhou Kingdom. This is not to say that the area is large. There is no such thing as a sea of people streaming in with piles of all kinds of goods. On the contrary, this street was built near the river, very clean and neat. A store decorated with ancient elegance and chic, and rows of weeping willows by the river are already green. The only difference from other places was that there were more carriages traveling through the streets. There were also simple small docks in many places, with a ship shuttling and docking. Amidst the rows of weeping willows by the pier, there is a small pavilion with a blue roof and red pillars. It is also known by another name, the Willow Pavilion. That's why the eastern downtown or Yanglu Pavilion wasn't a low-grade goods market. Instead it was the office headquarters of the Great Chambers of Commerce of Great Zhou in Shangjing, Great Zhou's version of the CBD. As Xiao Yushu walked down the street, he felt that the name Yanglu Ting was more elegant and pleasant than Wadayaku or Lujiazui. Cold Shadow followed behind Xiao Yushu and asked curiously, What would you like to buy, Mr. Seiji? Xiao Yushu felt the cozy spring breeze and smiled. It's a perfect spring day, so feel free to wander around and maybe you'll find what you're looking for. Lai Mayer didn't follow him because he had given her the 1,000-year-old wood yummy fruit that Prime Minister Lin had given her last time. Lai Mayer had already reached the edge of the innate, and after taking this heavenly treasure, there was a great possibility of advancing to the innate realm. She had already closed her doors for the past few days, preparing to take the wood-embracing fruit and make an all-out assault on the innate. The ones who followed him became the standard for dude disciples, the beautiful maid Cold Shadow and the beautiful maid Autumn Moon. Xiao Yushu, still in the habit of his previous life, saw that there were sugar duns, that is, sugar gourds, for sale on the street, and casually bought 2 bunches for the fellow girls. There were already sugar plums at this time, and they originated in the south, so naturally Autumn Moon had seen them. In the south, there are also candy canes with begonias, water chestnuts and yams stuffed in the center, and there are a lot of fancy ways to do it. But Xiaoyu took the sugar gourd and followed Xiao Yushu with a happy smile on her face. It was a beautiful spring day, and the Seiji was easygoing, strolling down the street and eating. Life in the upper capital was much easier than she had imagined. And she secretly looked at Xiao Yushu. Master Shitsi is so handsome, 100 times better than what second miss and the others said. The beautiful maid Cold Shadow glanced at Autumn Moon, who was joyfully eating a sugar gourd, and hummed in her heart, This girl from the south. What a shameless body. The waist is so thin, but the front is surprisingly large, but the skin is so white that it can be pinched out of water. How did this grow? She took a hard bite of hawthorn and, Why is it so sour? God, it's so sour. Xiao Yushu had already begun to utilize abnormal ability 2 Chi luck word to observe the goods in each store. Although this is the CBD of Shangjing, but after all, it is not the latter part of the world. The company headquarters is only computers and handsome men and women. Stores here are tasked with displaying samples in addition to negotiating business. That's why many stores and backyards are filled with a variety of goods. Xiao Yushu then looked over like this one by one. He was richly dressed and had 2 extremely beautiful maids with him. What's more, the tattoos on the clothes he wore were something that only a duke or marquis could have. The shopkeepers who run the stores here, those are all the shrewd people of each family. If they can't even recognize this, then just don't do it. Whenever Xiao Yushu arrived at a store, he was immediately greeted with a warm and attentive welcome. This made him look at it slowly, only looking at 4 stores in half an hour. Some goods were found to have appreciation potential, but the potential was not large enough to warrant much hoarding. He arrived at the 5th store, and as soon as he entered the door the shopkeeper already greeted him. Seeing Autumn Moon, the shopkeeper was stunned. Moon, what brings you here? Ji Qiuyu was also startled and then called out, second uncle, so it's actually you who is the shopkeeper here. That shopkeeper reacted quickly and had obviously heard about the Su family's accompanying maid. He immediately understood that the young man in front of him was Xiao Yushu, the son of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence and the Su family's wealthy aunt. He hurriedly made a deep bow. Ji Hung, the head of the Su family merchant house, pays his respects to the world master. The world master as well. Xiao Yushu waved his hand and smiled. There's no need to be polite, Boss Ji, we're all family. Rather, I didn't expect that strolling around for a business expedition would lead me to the store of the Su family business firm. Ji Hung hurriedly had the fellows prepare tea and good fruits, and attentively entertained Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu sipped his tea and asked him, Shopkeeper Ji, what do you operate in this merchant house? What size is it in this Yanlu Park? Ji Hung replied seriously, reporting back to Master Shitzi. This merchant house of ours mainly deals in silk, tea, rice, wood and southern goods. If we only talk about the scale of our store, it is considered medium in this street. But if we include the Su family merchant house behind us, then there is not a single merchant house in the entire upper capital that can compare to us. Oh, Xiao Yushu came to be interested. The Su family merchant house was not small. He had heard about it long ago, but it was unexpected that the scale was so large. Shangjing is the Great Zhou Commercial Center. Su family merchant bank crushed Shangjing counterparts. Then I'm afraid that it is also counted in the Great Zhou country ranked the top few big merchants. He asked, does silk refer to silk or raw silk? Does wood refer to furniture or timber? Ji Han laughed. There is silk as well as raw silk. The royal household has a weaving division. They have a weaving factory. Purchase silk from Jiangnan on their own. Our silk is sold to the government and the people. But sometimes the royal family also need to temporarily weave some new look, so also need raw silk raw materials. Our Su family hands have the best Huzhou silk in Jiangnan, also do raw silk business. As for wood, we only make wood, logs and such. The woodworking in the upper capital city is very developed, and there are many great workshops. It's not cost effective for us to make furniture and ship it over. Xiao Yushu smiled and nodded, casually asking, so both are doing well, right? Not thinking about him asking this, Ji Han let out a bitter laugh and said, the silk business is okay. The profit is basically fixed every year, with little ups and downs, but the timber is no good. The price of wood has fallen hard in the past few years. Lingnan, Jiannan, Longshi's timber production is increasing year by year. The timber business is hard to do. Look, that's poplar wood from Longshi. Very good material, but the price is only half of last year's. Xiao Yushu looked over in the direction he was pointing, only to see a piece of poplar wood standing in the corner, polished and smooth, with a fine texture on it. A word panel pops up on the wood. Name, poplar. Introduction, 200 years of poplar wood. Hard texture, water resistant and corrosion resistant. Due to the large supply on the market, the price is very low. Future chakra, extremely scarce after 1 month. The price quadruples to the current one. With a clanging sound, Xiao Yushu placed the teacup on the table, startling Ji Hong and the 2 beautiful maids. Xiao Yushu stood up and said in a deep voice, you show me the wood samples here. All of them. Chapter 124, this is a test. Xiao Yushu had seen the timber samples and immediately went to Chang Yibo's residence in person. He found Su Huantang and Su Huanchang and asked them to help him hoard wood in large quantities. He was willing to use the land deed of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence and all his belongings as collateral, borrowing 600,000 taels from the Su family, plus the 300,000 taels of military expenses that had just been allocated by the imperial court. To carry out this acquisition activity, the price of wood would go up to 4 times what it is now, and that's a lot of money. Xia Yushu believed in supernatural powers and wanted to make a big fortune, but he didn't expect to be overinterpreted by the Su brothers. After Xiao Yushu left, the Su brothers plus Su Deyuan all looked serious and gathered together to discuss. Su Huantang said. Since Yu Shu has asked, we must help him with all our might. There's no need to mortgage the deed to the marquee land. Our Su family will allocate silver ourselves and borrow some more from our peers to make up 1,000,000 taels for the hoard. Su Deyuan nodded and said with some concern, is he certain that wood prices will rise by acquiring so much fine wood? But the imperial court is not currently undertaking any new large-scale projects, and the demand for wood to build houses in Shangjing and Jiangnandao has not changed. Instead, there is an ample supply of wood, and wood prices are likely to fall. Always shrewd as a person, Su Huanqing, the principal of the Su family's business, was shaking his head as if he was thinking hard. Su Huantang asked, third brother, if you have something to say, just say it. If it's inconvenient at home, then I'll think of something else. Su Huanqing immediately waved his hand and said, what kind of words are those, big brother? Yu Shu asked us to help, and this is the first thing he asked the Su family to do. Even if it's a prohibited item like selling war horses and weapons, we have to work our asses off to make it right for him. What's more, it's just a matter of acquiring timber? I'm just wondering if there's a deeper meaning in him choosing such a thing. Su Huantang and Su Deyuan were both stunned at once, and after a moment of careful brainstorming, they suddenly came to a realization, and both nodded their heads gravely full of deep meaning. Su Deyuan said in a deep voice, the price of wood is not expected to go up, instead it may go down. Yet he is betting on the marquee land deed to make a large-scale acquisition, which is testing our Su family, whether we are willing to share the same hardships with the Marquis of Jinan. Su Huantang nodded. Not bad, exactly. Being able to endure temporary setbacks and support each other together is a true ally. If we follow the Marquis of Jinan to do great things, lose a little money and suffer a little loss, we'll be screaming in agony. Where are we worthy of others? I think this is a test. It might even be that the Marquis of Jinan let him do this. The remaining two nodded their heads together, and Su Huanqing stared. In that case, we can't operate so simply. If we're going to do it right, we have to do it big. His face showed the bold and decisive aura of the Su family's great merchants. I'll mobilize all the cash silver and borrow money from my peers. Let's collect all the top quality wood on the market in Great Zhou for him. Even if we lose money, we will accompany him. Even if it's a revolt, we'll accompany him in a show of martyrdom. Good. Third brother howdy. Su Huantang clapped his hands and laughed, nodding deeply. Su Deyuan also slapped the table. This is exactly how it should be. Although our Su family is not a military general, we still have the heroic style of a military general. The three conferred and immediately began to split up. The Su family's large business machine immediately mobilized. From the capital to the south of the Yangtze River, each store, each business all began to gather silver money on a large scale. Su family shopkeepers be swarmed generally run out to stock up on goods. A large number of silver running water generally spend out. Xiao Yushu never dreamed that his mere desire to make some money would be interpreted by the Su family as a test of their allies. He did not think that the Su family even threw 3,600,000 to silver. In one fell swoop will be on the market in the Great Zhou all the top quality wood, all by one empty. A few days later, Su Huanqing sent someone to invite him to look at some of the acquired wood. Standing in a huge material yard on the outskirts of Shangjing, Xiao Yushu looked at a big tree in the sky with great joy in his heart. It's all silver. The price will quadruple in less than a month. Ha! He blinked in surprise at the panel of chakra words rising from the wood. Name, poplar. Introduction, 200 years of poplar wood. Hard texture, water resistant and corrosion resistant. Because of the large supply on the market, the price is low. Future chakra, extremely scarce after 1 month. The price doubles to 5 times the current one. Something doesn't seem right. Wasn't it 4 times as much 2 days ago? That's already 5 times as much? Could it be that my acquisitions have actually driven up the price of wood in the future? It's a really good thing. What? Xiao Yushu asked that Su family trading firm to acquire wood? A strange smile appeared on 5th Prince Suzhen's face, and then he laughed out loud. The people in the study were all subordinates he had sent out to do business, and knew the market very well. Now that wood prices are falling, does Xiao Yushu think he can bottom out now? Actually, the bottom is still early. The crowd roared with laughter, and even Wang Xing, who was standing in wait, couldn't help but laugh. He probably wants to go into business to make some money. After all, the Jinnan army consumes a lot of money, and he's never had a good time in that marquee house. Didn't you marry the Su family's ugly daughter and give her quite a dowry? The 5th prince shook his head and waved his hand. Don't laugh everyone. Maybe the other Xiao Shizi is lucky and the price of wood will go up a bit. An imperial house steward laughed. Your Highness, the old slave received the news. This year Lingnan, Jiannan and Longxi timber all bumper harvest. The number of felling than last year more than 30%. There is no big project this year. The price of wood will not rise in any case, Wang Xing said with a twinkle in his eye. Your Highness, are we going to be short and buy timber to drop the price? Suzhen asked with great interest. It still works like that? The old steward of the imperial mansion who spoke earlier said. It's possible. The 7 major merchant houses have a short buy. We pay a 30% deposit to buy wood at a falling price, and if it falls, they have to give the material at the price after the fall. If we don't want the wood, they have to discount the difference to us. He glanced at Su Jin. There are still 180,000 taels of silver on the books of our imperial residence. Su Jin thought about it and said with a clench of her teeth, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wang Xing, lend me another 120,000 taels. Let's make up enough for 300,000, and go buy 1 million taels of silver to drop the price of wood. A drop of 1 achievement makes $100,000. If it drops by 5 achievements, it's $500,000. It. At this time in the Prime Minister's residence, Yang Zhang looked at the soulful Lin Qingyin and couldn't help but be very surprised. Tone? Ah, what is it? What's the matter with you? I can't even hear you when I talk to you? Lin Qingyin's face reddened and she shook her head slightly. Nothing, just heard something. What is it that warrants such a preoccupation? Could it be that the Second Highness has written to you? Of course not, Lin Qingyin said with a straight face. The Second Highness and I haven't even met yet, and I've returned all the expensive things he sent. Ha? Yang Zhan was very puzzled as to what was wrong with her bosom friend. Looking like she was distancing herself from the second prince, Lin Qingyin sighed. I did hear that Xiao Yushu has been acquiring wood recently and spending a large sum of money. Young Xing drifted off and nodded. I did hear about it, but my father and the others said that there are no big workers in the court, so the price of wood will definitely not go up. Xiao Yushu will probably lose a lot of money this handful of times. Alas, Lara is really pitiful. The marquis money is lost, and the family will have to spend her dowry in the future. Chapter 125, very sad and anxious. The news of the massive hoarding of wood by the Su family's merchant bank quickly spread throughout the upper capital, and the leading figure in this matter turned out to be Xiao Yushu, the son of the Marquis of Jinan. The vast majority of the power and wealth of the capital city are not optimistic about this acquisition. There are sighs, there are jokes, there are personally entered to follow the fifth prince to buy empty want to make a fortune. Su Baila heard malicious murmurs at the tea tasting for noble women invited by the eldest princess. That Marquis of Jinan Xiao Shixi's foolishness is again guilty of spending a large amount of money to acquire wood. I heard that the price of wood will also fall a lot. This time he can lose a lot. With this loss, the Marquis of Jinan will not be able to turn around in 8 or 10 years. Yes, that Su family even followed a little cutie. Hooliganism, married his daughter into the Marquis of Jinan, and his brain is all happy and stupid. People are not happy and stupid. They have no reason to curry favor with the Marquis, who asked their own daughter to come from a lowly background, a tall-looking man, but from a lowly merchant family. You think you're a real sheriff after spending money on a sheriff? With her clear soupy appearance, she's a husband killer at first glance. Yes, the previous blind date on the gram dead object, this married into the Jinan Marquis house. Xiao lovely, then bankrupt, Kufu with little cutie. It's quite a good match. Su Baila coldly stared at those noble women. The one at the head was no other than Grand Imperial Consort Xia. Seeing Su Baila staring at them, Xia and the others also sneered and despised her. Xiao Yushu had beaten up the Grand Prince's old husband at the entrance to the Imperial City, and had completely flipped out with the Grand Prince's party. When they seized the opportunity, they would naturally attack the Marquis of Jinan's mansion and Su Baila ruthlessly. Lara, don't pay any attention to them. Lin Qingyin walked over and took Su Baila's hand, leading her away. Xia looked at Su Baila from behind her back, her eyes viciously accelerating her intentions. Lin Qingyin looked at Su Baila worriedly. Lara, are you okay? Su Baila forced a smile and said, I'm fine, we're doing fine, what could be wrong? Lin Qingyin thought about it, but still asked in a low voice. I heard that Xiao Shixi bought a lot of wood. The court has no big projects this year. Shouldn't they throw away some of it? Su Baila knew that she meant well and gently held her hand, firmly saying, I believe him, and since he said it would work, and my father and Uncle Sam supported him, it will work. Lin Qingyin was stunned as she looked at Su Baila's determined look, a look she seemed to have seen before. Back then, at the tea party, I had seen it on the face of great General Xiao Luotian, and it was just as firm and persistent. Later she had seen it on Xiao Yushu's face, and now Su Baila looked like this. Lin Qingyin's mood was suddenly very complicated, and when she thought of Xiao Yushu, who was in a difficult situation at this time, she felt a pang of heartache for some reason. She said darkly in her mind, investing a large sum of silver to be trapped and involving the Yu family, he must be very upset right now, right? Grand Prince Su Rui was currently sitting in the largest merchant bank in Shangjing, Changlong Merchant Bank. Changlong Merchant Bank, the biggest shareholder behind it, was none other than the Grand Prince Su Rui. There is also the present Empress Dowager's brother, Marquis Shouyuan, and some other royal relatives. Politically they were not all in the Grand Prince's party, but in business interests, they were united allies. Suri put down his teacup. What do you think? Xue Mao, the grand shopkeeper of the Chanlong merchant house, harumphed and pondered for a moment. It's a rare opportunity, and it's worth taking action. The Su family merchant company is generally powerful in Shangjing, but in the south, in the whole of Great Zhou, they are very powerful and financially strong. I've tried to cooperate with them many times, asking them to serve your highness by simply offering 30% of their dry shares. None of the Su family know how to be kind and have refused. It's time to teach them a lesson. Before Su Baila married into the Marquis of Jinan, a wealthy family like the Su family without a big backer was the fat meat in the eyes of the powerful. This Xue Mao also hid a little. He himself privately to blackmail Su family at Tea Mountain, but also want to let the Su family will be the first beauty Su Bating married to his son. All these requests were firmly and politely rejected by the Su family. Suri nodded and sneered. They think that just because they climbed up to the Marquis of Jinan, they can't buy our account? The emperor is watching. The second and the fifth. The whole court is watching. We can't clean them up openly, but no one can control this business competition, right? This time I'll let the Su family know what's up. Let that little cutie compensate all the money in the mansion. From now on, let's pay to push the price of wood downward to half of what it is now. When the new wood is shipped over, the price will continue to fall. Let's see the Su family and that little cutie. Can they hold out? Xue Mao nodded, but asked cautiously, Your Highness, this amount is not a small amount. The Su family has hoarded millions of taels of wood, and will need at least 700 to 800,000 taels if we want to suppress the price to go. Su Rui remembered Xiao Yushu's arrogant appearance before the imperial city and gritted his teeth in a morose manner. Dry up. I'll make this kid sleepless and anxious day and night. Marquis Jinnan's residence, under the camellia forest. Xiao Yushu was sitting on a recliner with a blanket on the floor and two beautiful maids sitting on their knees. The small wooden table was set with delicate Longquan kiln plum green teaware, fresh fruit and snacks. Teapot inside the bubble is Su Baila from her mother's home retrieved Jiangnan Road Old Tree de Hompo tea, dense fragrance. Holding the pot in her hand, Autumn Moon Soleil poured the clear, orange-yellow tea broth into the expensive porcelain cup. Xiao Yushu picked up the teacup, surveying the mist-like glaze color on it, and took a sip of tea. Good tea. This tea tastes 666. Cold Shadow glanced at the uneducated Shitsi master. This master would say this strange 666 whenever he couldn't think of a word. I really don't know what it means. Maybe it means I'm stupid. Sorry? She flicked a candied fruit and put it in Xiao Yushu's mouth. The prince's life is so sweet. Xiao Yushu rubbed the Cold Shadow and said, Go on, dance for the world master. Cold Shadow gave him a blank look, then stood up and posed with her chest and head up, her waist slim. Xiao Yushu said to Qiuyu, sing a tune for the world master and let Shadower dance. The maids of honor selected by the Su mansion were all rigorously trained. Autumn Moon then has a good voice and sings songs very well. She sat upright, and her voice was pearly and clear, resounding. The tide of the spring river is even with the sea, and the bright moon on the sea is the same as the tide. It's a great tune, a great key. It starts really high, the waves are really big. This lung capacity can't be beat. Cold Shadow danced with a beautiful posture. That's a good dance and a good figure. Look at that little waist twisting. Cold Shadow spun around a few times, feeling that Autumn Moon's song was a bit messed up. He turned around and almost exploded in anger. That Autumn Moon had actually sat in the arms of the world master and was being held by him as he sang a song. Shame on you. Xiao Yushu embraced the beautiful maid in his arms and took a sip of tea. Very cozy. That's the life the Seiji should live. Got to put the word out though. This world is very sad and anxious. Chapter 126, What is worthless? Xiao Yushu doesn't care what others think, but the Jinnan Marquis house and the Su family, under his compulsion to buy a large pile of wood, smashed in the hands of the news of a serious loss is still quickly spread all over the upper capital. In the wood yard on the outskirts of Shangjing, looking at another pile of unloaded large materials, Ji Hung, the treasurer of the Su family merchant bank, had a grave expression on his face. This is the last of the good wood. After this batch was bought, there would be no other place in the upper capital city to buy such a large amount of timber, except for the Su family's trading house. Historically, monopoly business does not lose money, but the problem is that there is still half a month to go. Lingnan and Longxi's new wood is coming down in large quantities. The Su merchants have run out of steam. Are there any new funds left for acquisitions? As the Su family's direct lineage treasurer, Ji Heng's heart had been heavy, as if something heavy was weighing it down. This single business is too risky. If something goes wrong, the Su family, even if it will not fall, it must be greatly injured. But that day, the Marquis Xiao Shi's decisive look was still shaking in front of his eyes. He said the price of wood could definitely go up big time. Is it really okay? Boss Ji, congratulations on your fortune. Your merchant bank has made such a great stroke this time, monopolizing 7 lanes of timber bulk in the Great Zhou dynasty. It's really admirable and admirable. A familiar voice came. Ji Hung turned his head to look and couldn't help but frown slightly. The one who came was none other than the person he didn't want to see, Boss Shuemao of the Changlong Merchant Company, and there wasn't the slightest hint of admiration in his tone. Instead there was a sense of gloating. Shopkeeper Shui, Su's strength is limited. How can it compare to your Changlong? Ji Hung said politely without being condescending. Don't dare to say that. The Su family's eldest young lady is married to the Marquis of Jinnan's Xiao Shizi, so we can't compare to you guys. Shuemao gesticulated yin and yang and suddenly smiled. You this timber business, we Changlong want to do together. It's just that I don't see the price of wood rising, but I bought a short position, betting on the price of wood falling. Boss Ji, I'm really sorry. Ji Hong clenched his teeth and looked at Shuemao with indignation. The other party was clearly deliberately suppressing the price of wood so that the Su family's hoarded goods could not be sold. Shuemao laughed. In business, who told your Su family to miss such a big break? His Highness, the Grand Prince, is so wise and powerful, yet you guys went to hug that little cutie's thigh. Oh, he's not that stupid. At least the martial arts way is not bad, but this is the way of commerce. What can he understand as a brat who has never been in business? Oh, Shuemao looked at the piles of large wood materials and only felt very happy. Half a month later, all the new wood comes down and these are worthless. Everything went as one would expect, with the price of lumber getting lower and lower. One of the things that clearly appears to be an operation by someone to deliberately suppress the price of wood. People on the sidelines were talking about how the Su family and Xiao Yushu were going to suffer a big loss this time. Although Xiao Yushu's martial arts skills are not bad, but he is still a rash businessman. This time he will definitely hit his head and bleed. The timber market no longer saw the top quality big timber, and it was rumored that they were all hoarded by the Su family. However, the various merchants are not in a hurry, because soon the new materials from Lingnan Road and Longxi Road will arrive. The Su family can't cover it for a few days, and as soon as the new material hits the market, the old prices will collapse. A few days later, the upper capital city was drizzling with spring rain. In the luxurious double-driven carriage, Su Baila leaned against Xiao Yushu, and the two of them quietly snuggled. Xiao Yushu gently tightened his arm around her slender waist and asked softly, I heard that at the eldest princess's tea party. See, I came after you? Su Baila shook her head and smiled, speaking softly. Nothing, I'm not afraid of her. Xiao Yushu said, if you are upset by watching these people, you don't have to go. Let's just live our own lives behind closed doors. These tea parties and poetry sessions are not much fun. Su Baila stubbornly said, no, I'm just going to go and attend all sorts of occasions. I'm going to show them that our Marquis of Jinnan's house has everything going for it. Xiao Yushu painfully touched her soft cheeks and couldn't help but kiss her on it. Aren't you afraid I'll take the Su family into the pit and lose a ton of money? Su Baila leaned her head into his arms and whispered, Brother Yushu, no matter what you do, Rera will support you. Xiao Yushu was touched for a moment in his heart and smiled. Good, it's rare for Lara to trust husband so much. Today, husband will take you to eat delicious food. Really? Su Baila's eyes lit up as Xiao Yushu transmitted his voice to the car driver outside. Go to Yen Hui Lu. Just then, a fast horse stepped through the rain and fog, running at high speed through the streets. The knight on the horse shouted loudly as he ran. 800 miles of urgency. Lingnan 800-mile emergency. Quickly get out of the way. Xiao Yushu pulled back the curtains and glanced out of the car. Lingnan's 800-mile emergency. What's going on? Forget it. Don't worry about it. Go have a nice meal with Lara. The sky is the limit. Not as big as eating. In the Changlong trading house, Shuemao was drinking a bowl of bird's nest porridge. One of the young shopkeepers under him came forward and spoke softly. Grand Master, just now a letter was sent from Master Fifth's side. It says that the roads are bad this year. There are often falling rocks, and several people have been injured in the merchant fleet. The timber from the Nanling Mountains will have to be shipped out of the mountains half a month at night. Shuemao frowned and calmly put down the bowl of porridge. He took out a delicate hand towel and wiped his mouth, saying, well, it's normal for the mountain roads to be difficult to navigate. There are no new big jobs this year, but the mausoleums repaired by the Ministry of Public Works and the royal household, and the gardens repaired, are all half built. It will probably take another 3 months before new wood is needed. There's still plenty of time, but they have to hurry up too. Yes, I'll send someone right away to rush them again. However, by nightfall, shopkeeper Shui heard an important piece of news from the Grand Prince. Lingnan earthquake. The sky is falling. The high mountains collapsed, blocking the river and diverting the Encounter River, flooding the area around the Nanling Mountains. The moment he heard the news, Shuemao's face suddenly turned white. He quickly said to the young shopkeeper, quickly, go and do 2 things at once. First, go and acquire the big wood in the market. Don't consider the price. Take as much as you can. But Grand Master, all the big wood has been purchased by the Su family. Shuemao's gaze was stern. Then buy wood from the Jiannan and Longxi roads and give twice the current price. Yes, Grand Master. Second, immediately send carrier pigeons. Send people. In short, do whatever it takes to get Xue Wu to transport the wood out of the Nanling Mountains. Even if people die, the wood can't be missing. That young shopkeeper quickly went on his errand, and Xue Mao calmed his emotions and secretly said in his heart, if the wood from Lingnan can't come out, we can only count on the Jiannan Road and the Longxi Road. Once the wood arrives from these two places, grab it anyway. He didn't realize that at the moment, thousands of miles away in Shaanxi province, on the hillside outside of Xin City, a red-clothed and masked woman was valiantly riding on a warhorse, looking down at the ancient city. A large flag embroidered with a red spider waved behind her as a gust of wind blew by. Thereupon the swords and spears were arrayed, and the banners fluttered. Rows of heavily armed sergeants, roaming the hills, appear from behind the hillocks. Chapter 127, Crazy Wood. The second 800-mile expedited military report was sent into the upper capital at a rapid pace. Amidst the astonished gazes of the inhabitants of the upper capital, the hasty, starry-eyed, scribbling knight brought a thunderous message. Red Spider, a thief and bandit of the Shaanxi province, led his troops to capture the important town of Xianchang. Xianchang is a major town on the Shaanxi Road, through which most of the roads from south to north and from west to east pass. From south to north, fortunately, there was also an official road along the Luliang Mountains, which was in a state of disrepair, but could be traveled. But it's the only major road from west to east. In other words, the entire western region centered on the Longxi Road. The access to the capital is broken. Emperor Hongjia immediately convened a meeting of his important ministers and strictly ordered the Hedong army to immediately send troops to the south to destroy the bandits and open up the east-west road. The news quickly spread throughout the upper capital, and all the merchants first winced. Everyone knows very well that even if the Hedong army sends troops and defeats the bandits, that will give birth to as many bandits as possible after the war. And this merchant road is afraid that it won't be usable in a year or two. The merchants of Great Zhou are all very afraid of war. And once the aftermath of the war is a whole lot, business can't be done. As for the defeat of the Hedong army, people didn't think that much about it. The Hedong army is the strongest army in the world, so even if a group of thieves and bandits were stronger, they would not be a match. The merchants' attention was focused on the market quotations, and the prices of goods from Longxi, such as furs, jerky, precious stones, and the like, had risen, and the most exaggerated of these, without a doubt, is the wood. The disaster in Lingnan has been reported and the details are gradually spreading. The flooding of the encountering Dragon River is extremely powerful, and has submerged all the mountains on the west side of Lingnan, not to mention transporting wood outward. People can't even get out. The situation is so serious that it is feared that no wood will be shipped for at least 3 years. The latest prices for wood in Upper Kingston. It has risen abruptly to twice what it was when the Su family acquired the wood. The fifth prince's residence. How come? Fifth Imperial Prince Su Jin and a group of his men looked at each other in a face-to-face manner, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Fifth Highness, this is really a case of heaven's unpredictability. None of us could have imagined it. Wang Xing's face was pale and his mouth was bitter. The money he lent to the Fifth Highness, 300,000 taels, had not been repaid last time, and this time it was expected to go down the drain again. The little scrappy money he made as a gangster can't stand up to this kind of depletion. Su Jin only felt a fire burning in her heart. That Xiao Yushu is not a little cute, is he? Even if the martial arts were still good, but the Marquis of Jinnan's house was originally a martial arts family, so this was still understandable. But what about business? From Xiao Ti to Xiao Luotian, 3 generations of the Marquis of Jinnan's family have never touched the merchant business. This Xiao Yushu has been a little cutie since he was a kid. I'm sorry, why did he even predict that the price of wood would go up? How can such things be predicted when Lingnan is flooded and Shaanxi is haunted by thieves? This little cutie. Has she become a saint after sleeping? Su Jin only felt a burst of panic and shortness of breath. They bought a whole million taels of short, betting that the price of wood fell, but now the price of wood has doubled. They have lost 500,000 taels. That 300,000 taels down payment, just like that, all gone? I'm so heartbroken. 100 Flowers House, the warbler sings and dances, and the song goes on. Xiao Yushu, the son of the Marquis of Jinnan, was having a drink with the eldest son of the Wuban general's residence, Shan Chang, accompanied by 2 people. One was Shen Xiang, the largest builder in the upper capital city, and the other was Ji Hang, the head of the Su family merchant house. Originally, with a status like Shen Xiang, the Honorable Xiao Shizi did not care to drink and socialize with him, but this Shen Xiang is very good at doing things. He and Shan Chang are close friends. The kind of relationship where they jumped on horses and carried guns together and killed all the teachers' offices and the 100 Flowers house. And not long ago, he also took over the remodeling project of General Wuban's residence, did a good job and gave an extremely fair price. For the sake of Shan Chang's face, Xiao Shizi rewarded him by coming out to have a drink with him. As for the shopkeeper Ji Hang, this was directly bumped into at the 100 Flowers building and was called over together. The beautiful maid Xiaoyu was standing at the side at this moment. Her eyes were morose as she looked at her second uncle for her own second aunt, causing Ji Hong to sit upright. A decent appearance of an elder. Master Shizi's farsightedness and insight are like gods, so I and other small merchants are impressed. Shen Xiang raised his cup with both hands in congratulations. He looked a lot like Shin Tang, the movie star of his previous life, and was very comedic when he smiled in a very serious fawning way. Ji Hong also hurriedly toasted, sincerely admiring. Master Shizi is truly marvelous. Earlier I was afraid that we would lose this hand, but I didn't expect it to be a big profit. Xiao Yushu smiled and raised his cup. Everyone, fill this glass. The three toasted together in celebration, then savored the dancing and singing of the songstresses below. Shan came to be interested in discussing it with Shen Xiang. The depth of the size of the throats of those songstresses and who looked cuter. Shen Xiang was in a cold sweat and deliberately pretended to be stupid without responding. Good wine, good tea, good songs and dances, plus expensive gifts. You can serve Prince Xiao any way you want, but there just can't be a pretty girl, Shen Xiang secretly said in his heart. This little girl next to her looks to be the beloved of Mrs. Xiao Shizi, and the relationship between Xiao Shizi and Shan Kai, isn't it also Shan Kai's own sister, Miss Shan? If I dare to get him a few beautiful women for his amusement this day, it's the same as offending all the back of the Marquis of Jinnan's house at once. We don't know how Mrs. Su handles things, but Miss Shan has seen it before, and that beating her brother is like hitting a sandbag. We wouldn't dare do that. At this time, a person came and bowed respectfully to Xiao Yushu. Xiao Shizi, may I have a few words with you? A few people looked up. Xiao Yushu didn't recognize it, but Shen Xiang and Ji Hong both knew it. Wasn't this the Shui Grand Boss of Chanlong Merchant House? Ji Hong introduced himself with a cold smile. Master Shizi, this is Boss Shui of the Chanlong Trading House. Some time ago, Boss Shui also wanted to go into the timber business and pushed the price of wood downward quite a bit. Shan Chang stared at Boss Shui and snorted coldly. Shen Xiang turned his head and pretended not to recognize Boss Shui. He said darkly in his mind. This old Shui thought that by hugging the thigh of the Grand Prince, he could act recklessly, and now he has kicked the iron plate. You, Changlong Trading Company, still have the task of supplying large materials to the royal project. Let's see how you can accomplish it. Xiao Yushu smiled faintly. Grand Boss Shui, I've heard a lot about you. Please have a seat. Shui Mao sat down, poured a glass of wine, raised his glass and laughed. I'll drink a toast to the world master, and congratulate him on his great profit. Xiao Yushu, however, did not look at him, but looked at the dancing girls singing and dancing downstairs and said softly, if you can't buy wood from me, will the Grand Prince let your wife and daughter, too, dance in this place? The smile on Shui Mao's face instantly froze as he looked straight at Xiao Yushu, the muscles on his face twitching slightly. He already knew in his heart that the one in front of him would never let him and the Chanlong Merchant Company go easily. He took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. Master Shizi, let's be forgiving. I'm offering you 3 times the price you paid when you purchased it. You've already made a lot of money. Xiao Yushu took a sip of wine and said lightly, why should I spare you? When you guys pressed the price, did you ever think of leaving some leeway for the Su clan? So now, why would you be so naive to think that I would spare you? Chapter 128, the third expedited letter. Despite having made mental preparations beforehand, when Xiao Yushu said, in a cloudy voice, why should I spare you? Shui Mao still felt a bloody stab in his heart. It was then that he realized that Xiao Yushu's comment about letting your wife and daughter come to the 100 Flowers house to dance was not a joke. Shui Mao gritted his teeth, calmed his emotions, and leaned closer to the table to whisper, I would also like to ask the World Master to indicate how much the price will be for you to be satisfied. Shen Xiang keenly sensed that Big Boss Shui's tone took on awe, and he was afraid. Xiao Yushu said, for the price, it's 6 times the purchase price. 6 times? Shui Mao shook his head violently. That's impossible. It's wood. It can't be more expensive than that. Xiao Yushu's expression was bland, as if he was patiently educating a child. As he slowly said, you Changlong have laid out many places, and you may not have enough cash silver on hand. Then some business in the field, such as Jiangnan Road's Tia Silka, and Rice Bank, Money Bank, Jiannan Road's Timber, Medicinal Materials and Silk Satin, Lingnan Road, Honan Road, Longxi Road. The share of these places can be seeded out. I'll let the Su family merchant house to do it. Ah yes, you still have some properties and stores in the Jiangnan Road, including that garden of the Grand Prince in linen. Seiho dash. Shui Mao violently interrupted Xiao Yushu's words, his face reddening and both eyes glaring out. This is a daydream. You're not talking about 6 times the price, but just one piece of wood. You really think you can't beat me? Chanlong Trading House? Behind us is not only the Great Palace, so many nobles, all to the Emperor to plead for mercy. The Emperor will also be lenient for some days. those two big projects can't kill us. Xiao Yushu smiled as he finished listening to him and laughed at Shan Chang and Xin Xiang. You guys see it, right? People get lucky and always think things won't be that bad. There was a Mr. Murphy who said that if you're worried about something happening, it's bound to happen. Xuemao didn't know that Xiao Yushu had already activated the eavesdropping heart sound ability. What he thought in his heart, the attitude of the Grand Prince and the others were all clear. Xiao Yushu looked at Xuemao and said in a calm tone, Shopkeeper Xue, we spent over 3 million taels of silver to hoard wood. You guys were able to suppress the price of wood by spending at least $2 to $4 to $5 million, not to mention the down payment of 700,000 to 800,000 taels of silver, which was all lost at once, with a deficit of nearly 2 million left. What do you want the Grand Hall and those nobles behind you to do? In Xuemao's twisted face, Xiao Yushu said, you can deny it, but the reputation and credibility of the Great Hall will be completely finished. There will be no one to serve him in the future, no one willing to work with him anymore. He will be a loner, and even the Hadong scholarly clans will stay away from him. We're decent people, not scoundrels who throw their weight around in the streets. To the powerful, credit and reputation are more important than life. Do you know how much money this is? This is 2.5 million taels of silver. My Jinnan army has 200,000 men, and the annual military expenditure is only 1.5 million taels. This can make 400,000 troops conquering for a year. It's enough to cause chaos in the entire world. And when this news is released, guess when His Majesty knows about it, and when the world's scholars know about it, what will they say about His Royal Highness the Grand Prince? He looked at Boss Shui and smiled. Straw man? Reckless? Or cutie? Shui Mao's lips quivered as he realized the gravity of the situation, or had realized it before, but didn't want to admit it. When this news was really released, the Grand Prince's path to take over the throne was completely finished. How could Emperor Hongjiao let a grass be his heir? Xiao Yushu laughed. I'm not selling just any wood. There's a lot of extra stuff on this wood. It's not going to be cheap. Seiji, you're trying to kill me dash. Cold sweat brushed down from Xuemao's head. Looking at Ji Hanya's heart very painful. Looking at Xinxiang creepy. Xiao Yushu put down his wineglass and said indifferently, I see that you still don't understand that the mall is a battlefield. From the moment you suppressed the price of wood, this is no longer as simple as a treat. No one wants to bring you to your death, and no one wants to slap the face of the Grand Imperial Prince, but things have come to the point where there can only be two choices. Either your entire family dies and the Grand Imperial Prince is finished, or you hand over to my satisfaction and we can all meet again in the future. Xuemao's entire body shook like a sieve, and Xiao Yushu waved his hand. You go back. There are things you can't decide. Let the people behind you confer. I just want conclusions. Don't bother bargaining. Next time you guys just tell me the answer. He looked at Xuemao and smiled faintly. Yes, or no. All were silent at once, as if they were herbivores standing at the edge of a fierce beast. The second half of this wine was not much fun, and Xinxiang was a bit scared. When Xiao Yushu spoke to him, he hated to say a bow, respectful and excessive. When the banquet broke up, Xinxiang held two exquisite wooden boxes and asked Xiao Yushu to smile. Xiao Yushu opened it and saw that it was actually two sets of inlaid golden gemstone heads and faces with extremely exquisite and luxurious workmanship. A set made into a phoenix, a set made into a butterfly, all inlaid with red, green and sapphire, extremely beautiful and dazzling. Xiao Yushu looked at Xinxiang and smiled. Boss Xin is polite. Thanks a lot. Xinxiang was instantly overjoyed, which was a relief. Just now Xiao Shizi was simply too scary. Xiao Yushu handed the set of butterflies to Shan Chang and laughed. Brother cultivation. This set is for Sister Cindy. Shan Chang nodded and accepted it, looking at Xiao Yushu with emotion in his heart. It's still his sister who has great vision. This Xiao Yushu is really something. A few words have taken that Xuemao and the Grand Prince behind him and made them look like what? The things he asked for just now were shocking to hear from city life alone. It's almost like giving the Grand Prince a copy of the family. Not only the Grand Prince. I heard that the entire upper capital city's 7 major merchant houses and many powerful people were involved. He is to take the scythe to cut grass. General Harvest Silver waved his hand to earn a few million taels. 2 days later, the third 800-mile expedited letter entered the upper capital. This time it brought a message that was 10 times more shocking than the previous two. King Suing of Chu rebelled. When the news came, everyone was steeped in a bit of confusion. Even Emperor Hongjiao himself did not expect Suing to rebel directly without even pleading his case. The news spread like the wind throughout the entire city of Shangjing, causing a huge shock. I heard that the emperor sent his imperial envoys with people from the Listening Wind Division to investigate the king of Chu, and he also sent out a large army. I didn't expect Chu King Suing to simply strike first, and after inviting Minister Li Wenjun and the masters of the Listening to the Wind Division into the city's ambush circle, he directly chopped them all up. Poor Li Wenjun just gave his life away in confusion. Jiang Zhu Chang, the deputy commander of the Dajiang Navy, also killed the commander-in-chief and mutinied with the Dajiang Navy. Nowadays, the river navy has cut off the navigation of the river and controls the key places on both sides, not to mention the transportation of goods. Even small fishing boats cannot pass. The river was cut off. The price of wood in the upper capital had suddenly skyrocketed, and was already 5 times what it had been when the Su family acquired it. 3,600,000 pieces of silver for wood. Today it's worth 18 million taels. Chapter 129, one word, magnificent. At the end of spring and the beginning of summer, the morning sunlight shone on peonies and camellias, and the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion was filled with beautiful flowers. The air already had a few moments of summer heat in it, and Xiao Yushu woke up. Su Baila slept in his arms, her long slender legs curled up like a tame child. The body, full of health and vigor, felt both warm and oddly cozy just holding it. Xiao Yushu gently wiped away the little beads of sweat on her forehead, and there was a feeling of satisfaction and solidity in his heart. Gradually, he has settled into the world and is already a man with a wife and family. Isn't it too cramped to live here since you have a family? Xiao Yushu pulled back the mosquito net and looked at the pattern and arrangement of the interior. In the future, Lara and I, plus Cold Shadow, Autumn Moon, plus Mayor and Shanchan, we'll have a big family, eat hot pot, listen to a little song and play cards here. But this room isn't big enough. The entire Jinan Nanho house is also a bit shabby. Yesterday Su family sent to measure the room, ready to carry the accompanying furniture over in a few days. However, he found that the spacious and bright rooms in the Jinnanho were not too many, and the furniture of the Su family could not even fit. The Marquis of Jinnan's mansion covered a large area, but there weren't too many buildings, and it was also relatively plain and simple. It was rather like a simple military camp rather than a nobleman's residence. So well, Xiao Yushu made up his mind. Master wants to greatly expand the Marquis house. Husband. A subtle sound came from his side. Xiao Yushu turned his head to look. Su Baila was lying beside him and looking at him, showing him a sweet and happy smile. You're awake? Xiao Yushu compassionately and gently touched her pretty face. Su Baila gave a lazy Her voice was like a wonderful caveman. Let's lie down for a while before we get up. Okay, then lie down for a while. Husband, stop it, lie quietly for a while. Just lie quietly. Husband wants to do some morning exercises. Early morning boudoir fun is a fun spice for a great day. When she ate breakfast, Su Baila found that all the cups, plates and bowls had all been replaced with exquisite and expensive Yukiln gilt-colored porcelain. Her dowry also had very good porcelain, but not this set. Husband, isn't it a bit too wasteful to use such good porcelain for everyday use? She asked with some heartache. Xiao Yushu said, it's okay, I ordered 3 sets. Turn around and you send 1 set over to the Yu family. No need, right? Su Baila knew that this kind of porcelain was expensive, and she didn't want to add to the burden of her husband's family. Xiao Yushu laughed. This is nothing. By the way, the last time we returned to the door, I saw that it was a bit inconvenient for my father-in-law and mother-in-law to live with the same clan. That street isn't too quiet either, and there are too many people. I'll just buy a large mansion on Kuwaiting Street, so I'll let my father-in-law and mother-in-law move there later. Quarry Street? Su Baila was taken aback. That was the best part of the inner city. There are only 3 houses on a street, and all 3 of them are either rich or noble. Yes, the mansion of the former Chang Guigong family. This time they lost a lot of money doing business, so they sold the mansion. I saw that the price was right, so I bought it. Su Baila is even more surprised. Chang Guigong is not hereditary. This generation has been reduced to Chung Tian Marquis, but is still the real power nobles. The Duke Cheng's mansion. That's one of the largest mansions on Kuwaiting Street. In a while, you'll ask your in-laws to take a look, and consult with them on how to set it up in the future. Su Baila was directly a little confused. Her mind was instantly messed up. This was a proper state government house. It was a status symbol. The Su family house had migrated to Shangjing for decades. Even if they had money they couldn't buy such a nice mansion. And yet the husband did it. How much silver did he have to spend and how many favors did he consume? How can I repay my husband for his love for me? I want to give my husband a son, but my stomach hasn't moved until now. Before Su Baila could react, Xiao Yushu added, I have also bought the 2 mansions to the left and right of our Jinnan Marquis residence. Someone will come over to sign the deed today, so you take Uncle Zhong to deal with it. Ha! Su Baila's almond eyes widened in shock again. The 2 families near the Marquis of Jinnan's residence are all top-tier dignitaries. The mansions of their 2 families, both of which were top-notch real estate in Shangjing, added up to an area equivalent to 1.5 sizes of the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion. One of them is the Yu County King's house with a beautiful view, with mountains and rivers in the backyard. The hill next to the river is full of maple trees, which are gorgeous and colorful in autumn, and is a famous landscape in the city of Shangjing. Husband, how could the Yu County royal house be willing to sell the mansion to you? Xiao Yushu smiled. It's a simple matter. First, They're broke. Second, I'm rich. These powerful people followed the trend of wood speculation and directly bankrupted themselves. I offered a price 20% higher than the market, so naturally they all sold. In the recent period, with the news coming from the three directions of Lingnan, Longxi and Suzhou, the price of wood in the market soared, and it was priced to sell. All of the powerful nobles and businessmen recognized one thing, at least for the next 2 to 3 years. The wood in the hands of the Su family merchant house was the only big and good material that could be bought on the market. People's hearts are so strange that when something is in plentiful supply and cheap, everyone buys very little and buys as much as they can use. But when such things are in short supply and prices soar, everyone goes crazy stocking up, fearing they'll never be able to buy them again. So whether there is a rigid demand, or not temporarily used, all look for the Su family to buy wood. In a short period of time, half of the big materials that the Su family had hoarded were actually out of the market. 9 million taels of white silver, just like that into the hand. So Xiao Shizi is not poor in money now. What's the point of buying some luxuries and a few mansions? Just after breakfast, Su Deyuan and Su Huanqing paid a joint visit. Su Baila was also quite happy to see the two elders, attentively entertaining them with tea. After Su Deyuan and Su Huanqing had taken 2 sips of tea, they couldn't wait to get up at the same time and arch their hands at Xiao Yushu. Yushu's strike this time was truly divine. We are truly convinced. Su Huanqing's face was red and he shook his head. Shame, shame. I thought that this wood hoarding was Marquis Jinnan's test for my Su family, already prepared to lose money. Where did I expect Yushu to lead us to a big profit? The development of things was indeed greatly unexpected by the Su family. At first, everyone held a sad mindset to share the pain with the Marquis of Jinnan. Even if you lose a large sum of money, you have to prove that you are not a merchant man who forgets his own interests, but a reliable ally with a sense of style. Where's the thought? Fart sadness, fart deficit. In a few days, the price of wood is like a bird in flight, a hard straight to the sky. That price went up so much that the whole Su family was dumbfounded and shocked. That's when everyone reacted. It turns out that Mr. Xiao is not testing them. Instead, they're taking the Su family with them to make a fortune. Chapter 130, Changes in Suzhou. Su Deyuan and Su Huanqing insisted that all the money they earned go to Xiao Yushu, and that it was fine for them to recover their principal. Xiao Yushu insisted on splitting the profits in half, with both sides taking half on one side. Both sides pushed each other and argued for a long time, and finally Su Deyuan became anxious. Yushu, if you keep pushing, we'll have to call you Master Shitzi. By accepting half of the profits, the Su family won't be able to raise their heads in front of you for the rest of their lives. Su Huanqing also pleaded earnestly. Yushu, how do you expect us to repay such a big favor? Seeing this, Su Baila laughed and said, then it's a 7-3 split, with the Marquis of Jinnan taking 7 and the Su family taking 3. Su Huanqing shouted, if this doesn't work again, I won't dare to board the door of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence in the future. Xiao Yushu saw that they were in a hurry and were obviously really anxious, so he reluctantly accepted Su Baira's proposal. The profits were split 70-30, with Xiao Yushu taking 70% and the Su family taking 30%. The silver and gold earned this time, which accounted for about 70% of the profit, went to Xiao Yushu, received against the accounts of the store, manor, around the share of business and so on. These bad realization, about 30%, all belong to the Su family. According to the current market, Xiao Yushu will receive 10 million taels of cash silver. The Su family paid 6 million taels up front, and the rest was gradually transferred in batches as the wood was sold. The discussion was over and everyone was happy and in a good mood. Xiao Yushu simply held a big banquet in the mansion, inviting his friends and family and the treasurers of Su's merchant house, and we all celebrated well in the mansion. Su Baila, the young lady, was busy as hell. On the one hand, the house of banquet, guests plus family members to come to a total of more than 200 people. This banquet is not the slightest sloppiness. On the other hand, she also took the time to sign the deed contracts with the owners of the Yu County King's mansion and several other mansions. The silver bills were delivered in person, completing the formalities for the transfer of the 3 mansions. Due to time constraints, this transfer procedure was signed at basically the same time and the 3 families inevitably met. Selling their ancestral homes, these 3 powerful families were all a bit embarrassed, but the Marquis of Jinnan had bought so many large mansions in one go, and their strong financial strength had to shock them. Looking at the rich and prosperous weather of the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion, these 3 families were also secretly sighing. Before the Shizi of the Yu County Prince's house got on the carriage, he looked back with regret. My brother, the Linchuan County King, was really blind in the beginning. How can you let such a good marriage fly? If my niece, Su Yuyen, marries into the Marquis, this sky-high wealth will be hers. Now it is a pity that the tall, ugly daughter of the Chenyi family has been taken advantage of. It's a pity I don't have a first daughter of the right age. The oldest is 9. It's just too bad. When Mr. Xiao Yushu, the son of the Marquis of Jinan, hosted a banquet and drank with the Su family, thousands of miles away, Ajo Bali Beach. The 12,000 men of the left wing of the left Primus had taken up position on the shore of the 8-mile beach. 10,000 infantrymen were in the center, and 2,000 cavalrymen were placed on the left and right, in a strict formation, with flags like a forest. At this moment, directly in front of them, hundreds of white sails were erected above the surface of the great river, and hundreds of large ships were approaching. General Yu Jingda, the left primogenitor general, looked at the river and sneered. I thought that Jiang Zuchang was a man who knew his soldiers, but I didn't realize that he would actually dare to land under our left Primus' nose. The adjutant general next to him said admiringly. The general anticipated the enemy's arrival from here. Next to him was a young general, Yang Shilang, nephew of Yang Tsongwei, Duke of Wei. He opened his mouth. The king of Chu has rebelled, and in his heart he must not have a clue. He was afraid that the court would take advantage of the location and surround him and attack him on all sides. That's why they are eager to come and grab this Azhou. Fortunately, General anticipated the enemy first. We waited for them in advance. Yu Jingda nodded and said, although there are many waters around Azhou, only this 8-mile beach is suitable for landing a large army. After a while they come up. Don't rush to charge. The art of war says that it is advantageous to strike at half of the landings, and when they come ashore half of the landings, we will be able to strike at them head-on. Yang Shilang clasped his fists and said, I will ask for your excellency's permission to personally lead the cavalry to attack and drive them all down the river. As those big ships approached, a fog suddenly rose on the river. At first it was a little thin, but gradually it turned into a thick fog that drifted all the way to the river. What's with the fog? Yu Jingda frowned. Let the whole army form up 200 paces forward. Although our army can't see clearly, the big crossbows and stone throwers on the enemy ships are out of use. Shi Lang, since it's foggy, take the cavalry up and kill the enemy's vanguard first to boost our morale. Yes, General. Yang Shilang was overjoyed and immediately went off in a huff. He quickly ordered 1,000 cavalrymen on his left flank and rumbled his hooves towards the front. The big ships on the river were also approaching the shore, hidden in the fog. The fog gradually spread, and as soon as the cavalry rushed into the fog, the surroundings were suddenly as quiet. Nothing could be heard but the sound of horses' hooves, and the atmosphere was eerie. Yang Shilang took the lead, his brows gradually furrowing, his eyes showing doubt and incomprehension. According to their speed, they had already picked up the enemy by now, but why did the enemy never show up? What kind of mystery are these Dajiang sailors and Chuzhou army playing? The horses suddenly slowed down and were neighing horribly. Yang Shilang hastily drank his horse, and the dense fog in front of him suddenly shook and began to roll violently. A huge black shadow could be vaguely seen standing in the middle of the thick fog. The black shadow slowly approached, and Yang Shilang and his cavalry seemed as if they were all as short as a 1-inch man in front of this giant shadow. The fog parted with a loud bang, only to see a giant as tall as a mountain, covered in jagged rocks, blast out. It was as if he had stepped out of a large river, and there were countless streams of water falling from his body, clattering like hundreds of waterfalls. On top of the jagged rocks, a pair of flame-like eyes and a huge mouth were born. That huge mouth violently let out an earth-shattering roar, followed by a boulder like a hillock falling from the sky and smashing towards Yang Shilang's cavalry. Boom! With a shocking loud sound, Yang Shilang was thrown out by a strong air current. He hit the ground violently, only to feel a sharp pain all over his body and dizziness. His eyes were red with blood. He looked up with difficulty. The cavalry was already bloody and the corpses of men and horses were piled up in a mess, as tall as a mountain. The giant, whose body was made of rock, crossed the riverbank and walked towards the left Primus's infantry. Behind it, a large ship has docked on the shore. Chuzhou army soldiers and horses in a steady stream, landing from the warships. The Dajiang sailors attacked Azhou, and the left Primus guards suffered heavy losses. General Yu Jingda of the left Primus, Vice General Yang Shilang was martyred, and the left wing of the left Primus was almost completely wiped out. The world was shocked by the news. The one who was thought, the king of Chu, who will let the imperial army swept away in a single blow. It's actually a deep and tough one. Chapter 131, Demon Scourge. The stone giant stood in front of Azhou city, its massive body casting a terrifying shadow. From the river to the outside of the walls of Azhou, there were corpses of the left Primus generals everywhere. The blood was like red paint, smeared heavily by a giant brush from the riverbank to the outside of the city. Jiang Zuchang, the commander of the Great River Marine Division, looked at the two corpses in front of him with a somewhat complicated expression. These two men he recognized. One was the left Primus General Yu Jingda, and the other was the Vice General Yang Shilang. Amidst the huge shadows, a young man in colorful clothes with a pale face waddled out and smiled cheekily at Jiang Zuchang. Marshal Jiang, we've done what you wanted us to do. When will you give the blood food you promised? Jiang Zuchang turned his head to look at him. This colorful man wobbled and smiled cheekily. but his eyes were full of tyrannical and sinister. I really don't know where His Highness found such a demon. Jiang Zuchang frowned lightly and said, Zhou is a strategic place, but it cannot be granted to you. Oh, the colorful man Jiajia laughed, his voice sharp with a few chills, gradually spreading in the shadows. Jiang Zuchang was a military general with abundant qi and blood, so he was naturally not afraid of the cold. He thought for a moment and spoke in a deep voice. West of Zhou, there is a small city called Fenghuang County. Promised to you. You can vent as much as you want. The people in that town are at your disposal. Ha 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 ha. In a long, shrill laugh, the colorful man leapt forward and fell into the depression in the giant's body. That stone giant took big steps and rumbled towards that Fenghuang County. It walked outside of Fenghuang County, and its huge, hideous body immediately frightened the people inside and outside of the city. The people at the city gates were screaming in horror and shock. A swarm of people fled toward the city, and the gates closed tightly. The stone giant then walked around the city wall, and layers of dense fog gradually arose from its carapace, enveloping Fenghuang County. In the midst of the unmistakable fog, a boulder fell from its body with every step it took. The boulder hit the ground with a thud and tumbled twice without moving. Another step followed, and another boulder fell. As the boulder fell, the giant's body grew smaller and smaller, and his steps gradually stumbled. The arms fell, then the head fell, then the upper body fell, and finally only the two legs slowly moved forward. Then it turns into stone and squirms and rolls on the ground. This stone giant split into 32 boulders as a whole, like 32 hills, firmly surrounding Fenghuang County. The colorful man then sat on the head of the stone giant and, he stood up, stretched out his arms and, facing Fenghuang County, he laughed madly. All spiritual machines, all flesh and blood, all to His Highness the Serpent Ancestor. Bang! It's like an eggshell cracking. A crack opened in the massive head at his feet. Immediately afterward, this seam filled the entire head like a spider's web, and dozens of ragged holes appeared at the same time. There was a sharp click. Then there was a dense clicking and clacking that rang into a constant stream of sound. Countless ragged holes appeared in the stone giant's skull, and a thigh-thick human-faced python snaked out of the stone giant's skull. Surprisingly, their human faces showed a look of greed and eagerness as they scrambled to swim towards Fenghuang County. Not only the head of the stone giant, but on the other 31 boulders, the exact same sight appeared at the same time. Thousands of such human-faced pythons, densely packed, rustling like a tidal wave, climbed up the Fenghuang city wall, pouncing toward the city. Su Yan quietly pushed open the door and glanced into the courtyard, despite his father's stern orders to keep the door closed and never go out. But he was still a little curious to know what was going on out there. Without even finishing his sentence, Dad, who had always been calm, took the rusty lance and hurried off after the official yamen. Although he was only 11, he was actually quite resourceful and overheard a few words. It looks like there's a demon out there. That's when he looked up and was suddenly struck dumb. Just a very pretty young lady, poking her head over the wall of his house, looking inward. Her skin was delicate, and her black silk was draped over her head, fluttering slightly in the wind. Su Yan hurriedly pushed open the door to his room and ran to the courtyard, calling out in a low voice, "Hey, sister, you can't stay outside. There are demons out there dash." That young lady listened and appreciated his reminder. A nice smile on her face, the 11-year-old blushed and mouthed, "Why don't you come up to my house and hide for a while? My name is Su Yan." "You?" The young lady smiled at Su Yan. Then her smile widened, her lips spreading all the way to her ears. Her head rose gradually and, then it easily crossed the courtyard wall and snaked its way into Su Yan's yard. There's blood everywhere, devouring, tearing, wails and screams of terror resounded everywhere. In a short period of time, there was no longer a peaceful place in Fenghuang County. That colorful man crouched on the city's head, with madness in the depths of his eyes, smiling as he watched the scene in front of him. 100,000 living souls, 100,000 qi and blood. Then we can open the Demon Road and receive Lord Snake Ancestor to descend into the world. Lingnan Road, a tributary of the Yulong River. This used to be a modest river, but some days ago a large mountain suddenly collapsed and the Yulong River was blocked. The river raged on, and within a few days it had turned 1,000 miles around the neighborhood into a watery swamp. This small river also turned into a big river with a width of up to 20 feet and a raging current. There were 4 small boats floating on the river at this time, and all the soldiers of the Lingnan army were sitting on the boats. Everyone was fully concentrated, paddling as hard as they could while holding bamboo poles and wooden paddles like lances to deflect all sorts of debris coming downstream. A large number of branches, driftwood, and animal carcasses came rushing in with the rushing current. Paddle faster, faster, block that thing. What's that, Chow? It's a snake, chop it up with a knife. A soldier who was paddling suddenly shrieked, "Team Mas, the water's turning black dash." Everyone was shocked, and the team leader hurriedly looked down. I saw that the water, which was still yellow and turbid just now, had turned black. The blackness gradually expanded as if it were ink, gradually haloing the entire surface of the river, and it seemed as if there were many more rustling sounds in the river instantly. The teamster shuddered and jerked his head up to yell at his men. "It's worms! Look out, the water's full of worms!" Black waves suddenly rose as if the entire river was boiling. The 4 small boats didn't have time to have any reaction before they were instantly swept into the water by this huge black wave. After a few moments, the river suddenly quieted down. A thick black gathering rose, and the water broke violently. The team was rising slowly out of the water as he stepped on the black river water and looked at his hands. A raw sound came out of his mouth. 100,000 living souls, 100,000 chi and blood. Then we can open the demon path and receive Lord Bug Ancestor to descend into the world. Chapter 132, The Rise of Storm Clouds. Upper Capital City, Imperial City, Chinatown. The State Master Qin Yi was meditating in front of the starlight, and wisps of qi were extracted by the starlight from the Jiangshanji diagram below. From time to time, some red or black fury was mixed in with the bright yellow Great Zhou dynasty's qi that was being extracted. These baneful auras were hideous, but once they were drawn away from the river and mountain diagrams, they rose into the air. They then dimmed and disappeared in the light of the stars. After the baneful qi was drained away, the place where the baneful qi was born on the Jiangshan diagram immediately became calm and peaceful. The Starlight 5 Elements formation can extract the Great Zhou's qi while suppressing and purifying the 4 directions of the demon race's fury. If they were not able to help the royal family rule the kingdom, how could they allow Fu Qingyi to set up the Qin Tian supervisor and intercept the Great Zhou's qi? Apart from the demonic bane, those normal qi that had been extracted were the labor costs of the State Master and the 3 idols. As for the extraction of qi, how many innocent people will be left in the lurch? Even the loss of life, the destruction of the family, that would be beyond the consideration of the rulers and the master of the state. The Starlight 5 Elements formation suddenly shook and Fu Qingyi opened his eyes. She saw that on the Great Zhou Jiangshanji diagram, a black aura suddenly rose in Lingnan, and a red aura rose in the direction of Chuzhou. These 2 baneful qi were like substance, snaking and struggling, always refusing to be extracted up by the starlight. Fu Qingyi's pretty face took on the color of gravity, running their own Xian Gong. Lifting his hand and pressing it, there was starlight from the greenish-white fingers, like flower petals falling. As soon as the 2 baneful qi came into contact with this petal-like starlight, they rose inexorably and slowly, seeing that they were about to be extracted from that river and mountain diagram into the air. Right at this moment, one of the 3 idols in front of Fu Qingyi suddenly opened its eyes, tawny horizontal pupils, looking at her slyly. The corners of his mouth brought on a wry smile. Fu Qingyi's body shook, and was immediately enveloped by a fine, numbing sense of weirdness. How did this idol break through the barrier she had set up and descend into this world? She was shaken to the core, the evil god descending down, the detachment that could host only her body. Fu Qingyi only felt that his eyes went black, the air seemed to be distorted, and his body could not move in the slightest. Phew! All the water in the water jar beside him flew up, transforming into a huge crystal water mirror in the air. Ripples rippled above the water mirror, then it coalesced into a shadow that looked exactly like her. The shadow laughed eerily, gradually approaching the water mirror, and was about to come out of it. It's over. Fu Qingyi's heart was filled with despair. She was momentarily inattentive, but she didn't even notice the mysterious change in this altar. At this time, the whole body was controlled. A mana cannot make actually want to be this evil god life take over. Unexpectedly for her, after the evil god's shadow touched the water mirror, it unexpectedly let out a heart-rending hiss of agony. It looked at Fu Qingyi in almost disbelief and roared, "You vile, filthy worm rag, how dare you offer the gods the water of tainted sneaks, how dare you blaspheme with filth dash." It twisted its body in pain, and channels of yellow smoke rose from its body, burning it like a flame. In order to take over the body you must release your own soul, even if it was an evil god. Its divine soul core was the purest thing in the world, but it never thought that. This seemingly pious and incomparable Fu Qingyi, it's so despicable. It went so far as to adulterate the sacrificial water jars with tainted and sneaky things, so that its pure soul was greatly contaminated. The evil god stared at her with spiteful fury, screaming miserably as he quickly disintegrated and disappeared. The water mirror in front of his eyes also disintegrated at once. Fu Qingyi couldn't move. His face and body were crashed head over heels in water. She was instantly able to move, and immediately condensed a few spell seals, sharply sealing them on top of the evil god's idol. Fu Qingyi let out a long sigh of relief this time, his heart palpitating for half a day. Why was that deity suddenly able to break through the barrier and come to take over the seat? What about the water of tainted souls it talks about? A myriad of mysteries slammed to the surface. Fu Qingyi raised his hand to wipe the water stains on his face and frowned. Why does this water smell like urine? As the water mirror disintegrated, the pure water used for the ritual had been consumed cleanly. and the 5-element starlight formation had temporarily ceased to function. That's why Fu Qingyi didn't find out. Below, on the map of the Great Zhou's 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, there were various colors of baleful qi rising up, laying out in a curve that looked like a river, like a road. 36 in all. Xiao Yushu's heart fluttered as he received a message from Dyer through the Siluo Dao Dao. Godfather, the path to the human world from the phenomenal Luo Avenue is open. Come and take a look. Xiao Yushu was startled. Wasn't the demon road to Earth broken? He immediately arranged for a double to come over and impersonate himself, and he used the Phantom Luo Dao Seal to travel to the Phantom Luo Abyss. In the midst of the Phantom Abyss, at this moment in the canyon where he met Deal earlier, the prime-like mountain that rose straight into the sky was gradually descending and shrinking within the ground. Xiao Yushu secretly said in his heart that this mountain peak was indeed an organ. Just like the bookworms who had watched the small movie, it was just as capable of bending and stretching. After that mountain peak sank into the ground, the valley in front of them suddenly stretched out and transformed into a deep ravine that led all the way to the indescribable distance. Godfather, let's go take a look, Dyer said with a small, serious face. Okay, go check it out. Xiao Yushu nodded, and the one man and one butterfly carefully walked into that deep dark valley. In the darkness of the deep valley, resounding with a low, heavy roar, the light from the butterfly's wings flashed, only to see murals painted on top of the mountain walls on both sides of the valley. A hideous ancient demonic creature hissed and roared in this mural like it was real. The path beneath their feet began to curve upward as they gradually climbed upward. There was a faint heavenly light coming through the top of his head, but it was as if he had climbed out of a deep well. Xiao Yushu exhaled and said, "It's stuffy in here. If only there was a little breeze." Butterfly smiled cheekily at that, her wings flickering. There was a gust of cool wind blowing out from behind Xiao Yushu, in the direction of the Yu Luo Abyss. Xiao Yushu only felt that his body was soothing and cool, just like standing on the beach on a summer day. Well, that's really good. That's much better. He blew on this cool breeze and followed the butterfly's shining wings as he traveled toward the light. A black round stone several miles in diameter blocked the deep cavern. Outside of the round stone, several thousand generals in armor occupied vantage points on all sides, all with serious faces. A large crossbow was set up, and bows and catapults were aimed at the entrance to the cave. The female general at the head of the group even had a face as stagnant as water, her beautiful eyes blinking without blinking as she looked at the round stone. This female general was none other than Entaidi, the Pangzhou commanding officer of the Jinan army, and after many days of repeated probing, they had finally found the entrance to the legendary Demon Road. The Jinan army did not dare to slacken off, and Entaidi personally led men here to guard the area. At that moment, only the whimpering sound of the wind was overpowering, and a tiny gap appeared above the round stone. The cold and bone-chilling wind blew, as if it were the ferocious and gloomy roar of a demon, echoing heavily in the boundless abyss. And Tiedi bellowed, "Be careful, this demonic road is going to open up. We mustn't let the demons rush out." There was a loud boom and everyone's feet shook, and Tiedi looked up sharply. The boulder moved away by a gap of 2 feet, and a silhouette stepped out from it. "Prepare." She raised her hand, and hundreds of longbows and crossbows were immediately all aimed at the figure. The man edged into the light, a butterfly standing on his shoulder. The moment she saw him, the always calm and collected Entiedi almost lost her mind. She hissed angrily, "God-damned demonic creature, how dare you take on the appearance of my family's Seiji?" Chapter 133, The Creepy Great Demon. The bows and crossbows of the Jinan army were not the same as those of ordinary armies. Having fought with the demon race for a long time, the Jinan army had mastered quite a few aptitudes and techniques for dealing with the demon race. By mobilizing the energy of heaven and earth through various ways such as talismanic seals, secret techniques, and special materials, the weapon could achieve an extremely powerful killing effect, combined with a variety of other ways to restrain demons, such as sound, bright lights, smells and even poisons. The effect of getting rid of demons is amazing. These are one-of-a-kind stunts that no other army has ever heard of. At this moment, many of the hundreds of bows had fluctuations of heaven and earth yuan power on them, firmly locking onto Xiao Yushu, even if he was an innate expert. Facing so many crossbows, if he was lucky enough to escape then he would have to be seriously injured. Xiao Yushu hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Misunderstanding, Sister Desiree. It's me. I'm Xiao Yushu." "You're Xiao Yushu?" And Tiedi's eyes were extremely scary. Her tone was as morose as if she carried ice slush. "Where is my Seiji? What have you done with my Seiji? How could Koro come out of the middle of the demon path? How dare this cunning and bizarre demonic creature pretend to be him?" And Tiedi's chest exploded with anger. If I didn't have the last bit of sense to make sure Xiao Yushu was safe, she would immediately order that this demon be pierced through the heart with 10,000 arrows and burned to ashes with blazing fire. It was the first time Xiao Yushu had seen such a terrifying sight of Entiedi. The momentum is like a flood of beasts. His eyes were bloodshot and his body was filled with a murderous aura. The sister deer in his impression was always gentle and soft, smiling joyfully at him. He thought Sister D never lost her temper. That's a shocker. He couldn't help but take a step back as Entiedi snapped. Stop. If you dare to move one more time, I'll immediately tell your soul to fly away. Bam! The air trembled violently as a huge and righteous roar came from the air. The butterfly on Xiao Yushu's shoulder stumbled and nearly fell off. Demon suppressor symbols. The Jinnan army had quite a few guys and gals, and even a big demon like Dyer was almost confused. Butterfly Child was furious. Her small wings flapped and she screamed at Xiao Yushu. Godfather, these people are too rude. Let Dyer teach them a good lesson. This big-titted girl, I'll capture it for you to play with. Godfather, don't misunderstanding. They're all on their own. Misunderstanding. Xiao Yushu hurriedly dissuaded them. These two parties were really their own people. They absolutely could not fight. Butterfly is powerful, but don't think it will win easily. The Jinnan army had many means of dealing with the demon race. It wasn't that easy to deal with. Butterfly is aggrieved. Butterfly is angry. She turned and flew away, dropping a line. Godfather doesn't favor Dyer. I'll ignore you. It flew into the crevice next to the large round stone and returned to the pyloric abyss. A small butterfly demon disappeared, and Entiedi and the others didn't care. All of their attention was on the weird demon that had been refined into a human body in front of them. Entiedi drank morosely. On the count of 3, immediately tell me about my family's worldly son. Otherwise, I'll let you taste what it's like to have 10,000 arrows pierced through your heart and your demon soul refined. Xiao Yushu looked at Sister Deer, who had a fierce aura, and estimated that this misunderstanding would not make sense today. Who would have thought that this demon road would open up and the exit would be in Pingzhou? He sighed and said, Generalin, I'll say it all, okay? With a movement of his body, he swept towards the large round stone like lightning. The innate expert moved as swiftly as thunder and lightning, swooping down to the edge of the large round stone. Escape back to the demon road first. I'll explain more slowly some other time. Nimas. The scene in front of Xiao Yushu's eyes immediately sent his soul flying. The butterfly flew back into the demon path, and the large round stone unexpectedly closed automatically. The exit to the demon road is closed. Closed. Xiao Yushu's entire body froze, and he slowly turned around with all the helplessness. He laughed hard and awkwardly at the sneering Entiedi and the countless bows aimed at him. Can I explain? You demons are crafty and deceitful. It's better for you to die. Today, I will send you down to meet your demon emperor. Entiedi was filled with a color as cold as iron frost and slowly raised his arm. Seeing the bad situation, Xiao Yushu clenched his teeth and laughed. Entiedi, if you dare to kill me, your shitsi will be finished. Bam! A huge and righteous loud noise came from the area, and Xiao Yushu was shaken by the shock. The demon suppressor symbol sneaked in like this, and if he was truly a demon, he would have been put down in an instant. At that moment, his back was hot, and surprisingly, he realized that at some point, 2 bamboo leaves had landed on his back. Demon-suppressing thunder bamboo amulet. Me a sneak attack when you have the upper hand. Are you still the famous Jinnan army? Xiao Yushu had no choice but to pretend to be a real demon race in general and flop down on the ground. And Tai Di sneered and walked over. And before he reached Xiao Yushu, bam! There was another loud bang from the demon suppressor symbol. Xiao Yushu secretly shook his head. In hell of a cautious group of people, Xiao Yushu raised his head and looked at Entiedi. Why do you Jinnan army only do sneak attacks? Have the guts to fight me solo? And Tidy smiled up to the sky and stared at him in a cold voice. Who fights with you alone? I brought so many people here. If I don't bully you alone, how am I going to be the commander of this Pingzhou army? Xiao Yushu gave a thumbs up. Sister dear, you are really this. I kind of know who I learned that shameless remark from when I robbed old 5 silver in the mid-levels pine forest and cleaned up that eunuch Zhang. A thumping kick hit him so hard that the sharp pain pierced his bones, nearly breaking them. And Tiedi snapped. Tie him up with the demon binding rope and pull him back for a soul search. Xiao Yushu was immediately bound by a pile of extremely thick, heavy, demon binding ropes with talismanic seals and odd patterns, bundled solidly, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Simply become a dumpling. And Tidy ordered his men to continue to stand guard in groups and never let the demons rush out. She herself personally escorted this strange demon back to Pingzhou City to interrogate him and find out why he turned into Xiao Yushu's appearance. Pingzhou City has a secret room that specializes in torturing demon clans, and even the most bullish demon clans will have a mental breakdown if they are sent in there. In the large tin carriage, the knife in Tiedi's waist was pulled out and shoved back in. Her gaze scowled as she sized up Xiao Yushu, as if considering which position would be more appropriate to stab her. Xiao Yushu sighed. Generalin, is there a possibility that I am the Xiao Shitsi you speak of? And Tiedi laughed and slapped him hard in the face. You're really fighting? Xiao Yushu was speechless to the heavens. In these few moments, he had taken more beatings from Sister Flute than he had in the previous 10 years, and Tieti gritted his teeth and said word for word, "If you dare to impersonate my family's world son again and imitate his speech, I'll break both your hands and feet first." This demonic creature's imitation was just too similar. It was almost exactly like Koro, and Taidi's killing intent in his heart was hard to contain, and he couldn't wait to immediately split him in half with a knife. Chapter 134, The Jade Seal of Passage. And Taidi looked at the demon binding rope, her brows knitted tightly, and she was stoic. The demon binding rope is one of the important magic weapons of the Jinan army, and by binding a demon, it can violently extract the demon's strength and blood, causing the demon to gradually weaken. This magic weapon used to deal with demons without fail. This great demon in front of him was bizarre. After being tied up for so long, there was no sign of weakness at all, but it really looked like a human being. If he didn't look exactly like Xiao Yushu, it was expected that Tieti would have already let go of him. As the commander of the Anzhou army, she had always been calm and collected. Today, however, because this demonic creature mimicked Xiao Yushu too much, it made her lose her mind instantly. At this moment, she calmed down, her beautiful eyes looked at the demonic creature, calmly thought in her heart, "This great demon is deceitful to the extreme, too well disguised. I'm afraid I can't handle it myself. The matter involves Xiao Lang's safety and security, so I can only do this now." Xiao Yushu saw that there were no emotional fluctuations in Tieti's pair of eyes and knew that the other party did not believe him at all. He sighed helplessly. He hadn't even known that Sister Flute was this cold and suspicious before. The cooldown time of the Phantom Luo Dao seal hadn't arrived, and he couldn't teleport, so he simply closed his eyes and slept. In a daze, I don't know how much time passed, but Xiao Yushu only felt his body swaying and undulating. When he opened his eyes, the sound of gurgling water was all around his ears, and he was actually on a boat. And Taidi still held his sword and guarded him without half a second slack. The light of the blade was cold, as was her demeanor. Xiao Yushu turned his head sideways to meet her clear and ghostly eyes, his voice hoarse as he asked, "General, where are we going? It doesn't seem like we're going to Pingzhou, right?" And Tieti's eyes were alert and full of caution, and his voice was clear and cold. "You'll see when we get there." Xiao Yushu shook his head and laughed. "You are really out of my expectation. After knowing you for so many years, I had the impression that you were always a gentle and joyful big sister, but I didn't realize that there was such a side to you." And Tieti said contemptuously, "You evil demonic demon, don't even think of coming to this." Xiao Yushu suddenly said, "Sister Mayor is already going to achieve the innate realm," and Taidi's body shook slightly, and he turned his head to look at Xiao Yushu with a cold smile. "You think that's going to mess with my mind? Well, I do have a little rivalry with Lai Mayor, so for you to say that makes me dash. Very. No. Cool." Bang 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 bang. Xiao Yushu was kicked by her 3 times in a row, each kick using internal force, and the pain went straight to his heart and lungs. "Sister D, you'll regret this." Xiao Yushu was very helpless. This demon binding rope was extremely strange and had some effect against martial artists. Although it didn't draw on qi and blood, it could also restrict his internal energy and cut off his connection with the yuan power of heaven and earth. "It seems that the restrictions on you are not enough to have the spirit to talk nonsense." And Tieti sneered, reached out and cupped his mouth, taking a large gourd and aiming it at him. Xiao Yushu was shocked. "What is this?" Gobble, gobble, gobble. Liquid with a pungent flavor poured into his mouth. The taste familiar. It's the ing sap of the mandrake cactus, which has a strong paralyzing effect. After drinking it, whether human, demon, or man-demon, all were briefly incapacitated. "Sister D, you're so cruel." Gobble, gobble, gobble. "You still irrigate? Can't breathe." Xiao Yushu's face reddened, creating a strong sense of suffocation, while that water violently continued to pour in. Ah! At this instant, Xiao Yushu finally understood that. Why? At some point in a previous life, when he holds his girlfriend's head down, she slaps him hard. The large ship beneath them suddenly shook slightly, as if it had touched something. Untidy put down the gourd and looked at Xiao Yushu with a chill in his eyes. She suddenly smiled coldly, drew the long knife at her waist, and stood up. Right at this moment, the large ship once again shook violently, and the entire ship shook violently. It was as if there was a huge, big thing in the middle of the river, coming at the warship. Above the riverbank, several roars and hisses of the demon race were heard with great vigor. "Don't panic, Your Majesty, we're here to save you. Weak little human race, if you don't hand over my great king, you'll be dead for sure." Xiao Yushu was dumbfounded. "What is this? How could a demon race come to my rescue? I'm not a ing king. I can't even wash my hands off the yellow river now." The anesthetic effect of the mandragora cactus gradually rose, and between Xiao Yushu's muddle-headedness, he saw Tieti's sneering and scheming smile. "Damn demons, you've been tricked." Xiao Yushu woke up in a damp cave. "My lord, you're awake? The great king is awake. Quickly, quickly give the king some water." A group of demons hooted and hollered and surrounded them. A handsome deer woman was carrying a large leaf containing fresh water and handing it to Xiao Yushu. "Drink some water, my lord." Xiao Yushu raised his eyes and looked at the group of demonic creatures in front of him. All of them were in rags and strange shapes, and they all seemed to be carrying wounds, looking miserable. There was a monkey-faced winged demon with a white beard, pounding his chest with one hand in joy. "The great king has woken up. Great, we have hope. Ha ha." This kind of demon Xiao Yushu recognized. Half of the mountain village he killed several. The flying elf well. A wolf demon with 2 heads limped up and one of the wolf heads fawned. The youngest 100,000 see the great king. The other wolf head was immediately displeased and called out, "Why do you have to jump in front of me to talk? Every time you're like this, you grab the meat first, you take the limelight first, and you always fail to move with me." It turned its head to look at Xiao Yushu and said, "The young wolf soldiers see the great king." The deer demon next to him whispered softly, "Don't be surprised, great king. This is 100,000 wolf soldier brothers." Xiao Yushu nodded, a little amused. One head of this wolf demon is called 100,000, and one head is called a wolf soldier, and together they are called 100,000 wolf soldiers. He saw that this deer demon looked relatively normal, human face and body, young girl appearance, is a pair of small antlers on the head, as if there is also a ball of fluffy round tail behind. "What's your name?" That little deer demon's face reddened and she whispered, "My name is Deer Xiaoyu, a young demon of the Yo Deer clan." All the demons came forward to greet each other, as well as a tiger demon, a bird demon and a weasel-like, lean old demon. It was badly injured on its back, with several sharp claw marks. This old demon said breathlessly, "As soon as we heard that the great king was captured by the vicious Shinnan army, we immediately gathered and desperately rushed to rescue him. The fact that the great king is safe is indeed too good to be true. Only that the Python family brothers, and the old turtle in the river are probably all in mortal danger." Xiao Yushu was surprised. "Guys, how did you know I was arrested?" That old demon laughed hard. "The great king carries the jade seal of transmission on his body, and all of us in the demon clan can sense it." "The seal of transmission?" Xiao Yushu was stunned, then laughed and laughed. Could it be this? He reached out, and the phantom Luo Dao seal manifested. As soon as the crowd of demons saw the phenomenal Luo Dao seal, they all immediately shook violently and fell to their knees to kowtow. Xiao Yushu smiled faintly, understanding in his heart, "It's a bunch of demonic country bumpkins. I've never seen the world." They actually took the aura emanating from the phantom Luo Dao seal, as the demon emperor's seal of passage. Chapter 135, Prince of the Demon Court. Looking at the demon race kneeling in front of him, Xiao Yushu's face looked a little odd. However, all the demons were all kneeling down deeply, not daring to raise their heads, and none of them saw his strange expression. That yellow-skinned old demon bowed his head and said excitedly, "The old slave was late to save the emperor and deserves to die. Please forgive your highness the crown prince." As soon as the other demons saw that old demon say that, they all immediately scrambled in fear. "I deserve to die. Please forgive me, your highness the crown prince." His royal highness? Instead of being called great king, they actually address me, "Your highness the crown prince"? What do I do? Xiao Yushu instantly had a headache. The mandragora cactus effect was very overbearing, and he still had some paralysis in his body. Plus these demonic creatures were quite weak when combined. If we start fighting now, we probably won't be able to handle them. They must be stabilized first and meticulously put on a wave. Thinking of this, Xiao Yushu coughed lightly, looked calm, and said in a lofty tone, "It's just that you're all loyal, so get up." The demons all sighed in relief and stood up in a chaotic manner. Xiao Yushu also quietly sighed in relief. He was a human after all, and it was surprising that these demons didn't discover his identity. Or they have a preconceived notion that the one who holds the Jade Seal of State can only be the royal family of the demons with noble bloodlines. Xiao Yushu's gaze swept over these men, and each demon immediately tried their best to make a respectful and strict appearance. But they just fought with the Jinnan army, and although they snatched out His Royal Highness, they suffered a great loss in the battle. So every one of them was wounded, grimacing and bleeding when they stood up straight. Xiao Yushu did not hurry and faintly encouraged, "All of you have worked so hard to save me." The demons were stunned, then overjoyed. They were all a bunch of small, unimpressive characters in the demon race, truly ordinary demon little grassroots. Being able to receive the legendary demon court crown prince's personal praise, immediately all of their faces changed color in excitement. Everyone instantly felt no pain, and each posed with majestic loyalty. He hated that the wounds on his body would be a few points larger and broader, so that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince could see his loyalty. That little deer demon wore a respectful smile and held up the large leaf with both hands, speaking softly and delicately, "Please drink water, Your Highness the Crown Prince." The wolf soldier among the two-headed wolf demon who liked to carry on called out, What drinking water? You little fawn are so vulgar. Your Highness, drinking water should be called drinking tea. Dear Xiaoye grunted and said, where is there tea here? Is it okay if I kill you and use your blood to make tea for His Highness? That yellow-skinned old demon drank. All shut up. In the presence of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, what is your demeanor? Only then did the two demons subside, but they still stared at each other unconvincingly. 100,000 wolf soldiers with 2 heads and 4 eyes. Therefore, in the middle of the confrontation, dear Xiaoye's 2 eyes were wide open, and she was not able to gain the upper hand. Xiao Yushu looked at this group of ruthless but with clear stupidity rabble and couldn't help but smile slightly as he picked up the large leaf and drank 2 mouthfuls of water. Dear Xiaoye no longer paid any attention to the 100,000 wolf soldiers and picked up another straw bale, unraveling it and handing it to Xiao Yushu. Your Highness, eat, Your Highness, have your evening meal. Her small hands unraveled the straw bale with a sharp hand, and immediately cries rang out. In that straw bale turned out to be a fat white doll, crying out in alarm. Xiao Yushu was startled and gazed at the, only to find that it was not a human, but a grass ginseng that had become a spirit. That grass ginseng doll was begging for mercy. Your Highness, spare your life. Your Highness, spare your life. Xiao Yushu sighed and waved his hand. It's also of my demon clan lineage. Forget it, give it a way out. That grass ginseng doll was overjoyed and hurriedly broke away from the straw bale and knelt down to kowtow. Junior Minister Chao has seen His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The yellow-skinned old demon grunted and said, do you deserve to be called a minister? Stay aside. If you dare to run, I'll tear you apart and eat you. The grass ginseng doll was so scared that it hurriedly hid in the corner of the cave and sat honestly. The yellow-skinned old demon asked in a low voice, would Your Highness like to take a short nap here? The place here is crude, but dear little Yui can serve, and the ministers will stand guard outside. Xiao Yushu glanced at dear Xiaoye. This little dear demon had a blushing, shy and expectant look. Drinking water, taking meals, and sending banshees. These demonic rituals are quite complete. Damn, that mandragora cactus juice is a bit of a side effect. The old man looked at this little dear demon surprisingly feel delicate and clear. A bit of hard. Dear Xiaoye pursed her lips, landed on all fours. Her waist was slender, and crawled over in style. Xiao Yushu stood up in a loud voice with a stern look on his face. There's no need. Now that the demon court has not been established, how can I think about flirting? As long as the demon court is not rebuilt, my generation will struggle day and night. Inside and outside the cave, there was silence. When Xiao Yushu saw that all the demons were staring blankly at him, he screamed in his heart that it was not good. Oops, could it be that there's some kind of taboo here? Did I say something wrong? However, he saw dear Xiaoye sitting paralyzed on the ground, her face already filled with beads and tears, sobbing in a low voice. However, when he saw the 100,000 wolf soldiers shaking their heads and sighing, the 2 heads were actually shaking in an extremely symmetrical manner. But he saw the flying elf stuttering and pounding his chest, seemingly growling and howling in a low voice. The yellow-skinned old demon bowed deeply to Xiao Yushu, his tone choking. Your Highness, ever since the old slave was young, he knew that as long as the demon court was re-established, everyone would be able to live a good life. But for such a great cause, all of the demon ancestors and demon kings, there is no one who is sincere to do it. Today, Your Highness is going to re-establish the demon court for the sake of thousands of demon clans, and the old slave is willing to die for Your Highness. Willing to die for Your Highness. All the demons all deeply saluted Xiao Yushu, each excited. Xiao Yushu sighed slightly in his heart as he looked at their pious appearance. It was also this kind of naive and ignorant grassroots demon race that believed in the slogan of re-establishing the demon court so that everyone could live a good life. In reality, how can it be that simple to re-establish the demon court? If it could be re-established, those great demons with heavenly means would have done it long ago. Why wait until today? Even if we can re-establish the demon court against all odds, ordinary demons have a better life? That's not necessarily true. The demon ancestor is still the demon ancestor. The demon king is still the demon king, stronger or eat weaker. Not to mention the demon race, even in the human world. It's also a cycle that you can never get out of. The yellow-skinned old demon respectfully said, Your Highness, if you don't want to rest, let's hurry up and get on the road. That Jinnan army is chasing us very closely, and the brothers at the rear of the temple are struggling. Only then did Xiao Yushu realize that this was Sister Deer's scheming trap. She purposely let this group of demons save themselves, and then brought people to follow behind, trying to find out the whereabouts of the real Xiao Shizi. From the looks of it, the pursuers she had brought with her were very strong, and these demon clans had suffered no small losses. Xiao Yushu hesitated slightly and still decided to follow the group of demons. After all, the opportunity to go deep inside the demon race and pry into the news was too rare. Moreover, he himself was crowned by them as a prince of the demon court, so maybe there could be an unexpected gain if he played on. Well, life is all about acting. He nodded, dryly. Let's go. The old yellow-skinned demon whistled, and at once the two sky-high trees outside the cave moved. With a lush green head and huge legs made of roots, they walked up to the cave and slowly bent down on their knees. The yellow-skinned old demon bowed. "Your Highness, please." Chapter 136. Xiao Yushu felt very new as he fled to catch the road in a tree spirit. Only dear Xiaoye sat on the same tree as him, while yellow-skinned old demon and grass ginseng doll sat on another tree, while the other demons ran around below. Xiao Yushu raised his eyes and looked around. All four sides were filled with a sea of forest formed by giant trees, so lush that he could not see the end of it at a glance. This is already a branch of the Mongshan Mountains, and from here the terrain gets higher. The huge mountain shadow stood majestically in the distance, like a giant wall stretching across heaven and earth, straight into the clouds above. The mountain was filled with white aerosols all around, and if one wasn't familiar with the beings here, one wouldn't be able to find the direction of the road at all. Many times Xiao Yushu thought there was no road ahead, only steep cliffs, but turn a boulder, or burrow under a hidden waterfall, and surprisingly, you immediately see the hidden, unobtrusive valley. The undulating, bumpy, mossy path leads directly into the valley, with dense woods and streams all around your feet. Dear Xiaoye was a bit hungry and pulled a few branches with young leaves from the tree spirit's head to eat. The tree spirit's branches moved around to escape, and Kagome whispered a cheeky laugh, feeling amused. The old yellow-skinned demon was very experienced, and after walking for a while, he found a hidden wood, letting the tree spirit stand and rest, and everyone hid under the tree. The huge, pale canopy of trees hid them from view, and soon there was a gust of eagle whistling in the air. It was a giant eagle raised by the Jinnan army that was flying over their heads, searching for them. The demons all looked at the sweeping giant eagle with awe and hatred in their eyes. These giant eagles had sharp claws and teeth, and they had all suffered losses, and the yellow-skinned old demon's wounds were scratched by the giant eagles. Although fighting alone, the giant eagle is not a match for these formed demons, but the giant eagle can't help but have the Jinnan army behind it. The demons didn't dare to tangle with the giant eagle so that they wouldn't be slowed down and could only hide helplessly under the trees. The yellow-skinned old demon climbed a thick branch to get closer and whispered, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, don't be anxious. Let's hold on for a little while longer. Tonight, we'll travel all night long, and as long as we cross the Red Leaf Valley, these eagles won't dare to fly over." "Oh, why?" Xiao Yushu asked curiously. Dear Xiaoye interjected, "After the Red Leaf Valley, there is the Mountain Vulture Cliff. There are thousands of mountain vultures there, forbidding any flying birds to approach, and they are vicious. No matter how powerful these eagles are, they can't fight that many mountain vultures." "So it is." Xiao Yushu nodded, and the yellow-skinned old demon laughed. "After we pass the Mountain Vulture Cliff and drive for another day and night, we'll arrive at the Black Mountain Clan stronghold. The Jinnan army won't dare to chase us over." He went on to explain a bit more saying, "The Black Mountain Clan is the Black Mountain Flying Mandrill Clan, which is considered a large stronghold in our Mongshan branch." Xiao Yushu saw the white-bearded flying elf leaning under a tree, gnawing on a piece of cassava-like tuber. He pointed at the flying elf and said, "It's the Black Mountain Flying Demon Clan, isn't it?" The yellow-skinned old demon shook his head. "The white beard is not of the Black Mountain Flying Mandrill Clan, but of the Mongshan Nama Flying Mandrill Clan." It whimpered, "Whitebeard, go get everyone something to eat, and don't startle the evil birds at the top." That white-bearded flying elf nodded and dived into the dense forest beside him with sharp hands and feet. After a few moments, it ran back and dug up some bamboo shoots, makoro and the like. It also specially got back a long branch for Xiao Yushu with fresh leaves and a dozen or so large yellowing pears hanging from it. Xiao Yushu took the branch, but he felt that the demons were quite respectful to him. "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." He nodded at Bai Hu, and that Bai Hu flying elf happily bowed hurriedly and gestured a few times. Xiao Yushu distributed the pears to the yellow-skinned old demon and dear Xiaoye, and took one for himself and took a bite. It was crunchy in the mouth, quite juicy and a bit lightly sweet and sour. Pears are delicious. Dear Xiaoye finished a pear in a few bites and eyed Xiao Yushu again. Xiao Yushu simply handed her that branch and let her pick it herself. "Not bad. This pear is pretty good." At this time, the Jinnan army was in hot pursuit behind them, so the other demons were not preoccupied. The wolf demon and tiger demon who usually liked to eat meat were holding bamboo shoots, and the wooden taro clicked and gnawed, turning into a vegetarian party. A few dozen miles away from them, in a meadow next to a forest of woolly pines, a line of Jinnan army soldiers were sitting or standing, gathered here. Everyone was wearing leather armor, complete with swords, spears, bows and arrows, all very tough. On the ground nearby, there were several demonic creatures with their heads chopped off piled up. All of them died in a miserable manner, with hideous expressions on their faces, and Tieti took a jerky and slowly bit into it. Looking up into the middle of the sky, a giant eagle circled in the air, and the sound of the eagle's whistling continued to resonate. Captain Lu beside her listened to the sound of the eagle whistling and said, "Commander, they're heading west." After the hilly belt, They're almost at the Red Leaf Valley, but I don't know what trick those demons used. The giant eagle can't find their location now, and Tai Di threw the jerky in his hand upward, and the giant eagle swooped over and picked up the jerky and flew high into the sky. She said coldly and quietly, "Several of them are injured, so they must not be able to walk fast. They must have found a place to hide. Let's go directly to Red Leaf Valley and wait for them there." "Yes, Commander." "Has there been a reply to the Eagle book sent to the Great General?" "Not yet." And Tieti kicked the head of a leopard demon on the ground with his foot. This leopard demon was missing an ear, and his head was pierced through the top by a long spear and firmly nailed to the ground. That demonic creature even dared to impersonate the son of the world, and it also knows quite a lot about my Jinnan army. After I find out the truth, I will definitely wear it up like this as well. And Tai Di sneered a few times, and with a wave of her hand, the Jinnan soldiers who were either leaning or sitting immediately stood up. Go to Red Leaf Valley." This elite squad of more than 30 people from the Pengzhou army quickly disappeared into the sea of mangled forest. "What did you say?" A huge black shadow lay behind a boulder in a backwater stream below a cliff. At this moment, he raised his head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes like fire. "Prince of the Demon Court? Simply a joke. The Demon Court has been extinguished for 600 years. Where is there any prince? The yellow-skinned, white-bearded bunch of lowly fools, losers who don't even have a piece of land, are the ones who believe in this kind of nonsense? But Great King, I heard that prince is carrying the Jade Seal of Transmission. That thing our demon race can sense as long as their bloodline is a bit thicker. This can't be fake. The Seal of Transmission. Those blood-red, fire-like eyes immediately took on greed and a bloodthirsty killing intent. Where are the scalps and the others now? It's headed for the Mountain Vulture Cliff. As if it's going to the Black Mountain Flying Elf stronghold. The stream parted violently and an infant's face was revealed. This was followed by the addition of the tail, a massive 3-foot-long body, athletic and full of power, with fine scales. It was actually a huge sphinx salamander. It twisted its body and gradually transformed into a human with the face of a baby and the body of a grown man. "Let's go. Let's rush over to meet this Demon Court Prince. This seed is very interested in that Jade Seal." Chapter 137 Interception. In the darkness of the night, Xiao Yushu and the small group of demons walked out of a canyon. The trees ahead were much lower than the previous dense forest, and they moved forward along a slope surrounded by shrubs and dwarf maples. On the back of the undulating tree man, Xiao Yushu suddenly raised his head and looked at the dark bushes in front of him, vaguely sensing a ferocious blood aura hiding. The demons were all unaware. Xiao Yushu frowned. Could it be that someone was ambushing them? He asked in a low voice. "How far is this place from Red Leaf Valley?" The old yellow-skinned demon said. "Turning around the mountain peak ahead is the entrance to the Red Leaf Valley." Xiao Yushu thought about it and said, "Let's stop here. Something doesn't feel right." Huang Pai's face stared up, immediately understanding what he meant. It whistled and made a gesture for the tiger demon to go ahead and scout the way. Just then, however, the short woods and bushes ahead of them suddenly shook violently. It seems that the lurking thing couldn't hold back and rushed over in large numbers. "Retreat to the woods dash." Yellow Pai was taken aback, then bellowed. The two tree men immediately turned around and retreated toward the tall woods with great strides. At that moment, the bushes were suddenly overwhelmed. The fishy smell filled the air, and several lizards clad in scale armor and over 3 meters long quickly rushed out. The tiger demon that broke off roared and violently slapped one over. It was so powerful that the lizard broke its bones and hissed and did not live, but 4 or 5 more rushed up immediately behind them. The flying mandrill Whitebeard rushed up to its rescue, smashing another lizard's head with a single punch, then grabbing one and throwing it away. Both the tiger demon and the flying demon Whitebeard were ferocious, killing 4 or 5 lizards in a matter of moments. But these large lizards rushed out like a tidal wave. Surprisingly, there were hundreds of them, densely rushing out of the forest and pouncing on them. The tiger demon and flying mandrill Whitebeard were immediately surrounded, tearing out multiple wounds, and they were about to be unable to support themselves and plant themselves in the lizard group. After most of the day's gone cultivation, the paralysis of Xiao Yushu's body had been mostly healed. Seeing that the tiger demon and Bai Hu were in danger, he leapt and jumped off the tree to rush towards where the 2 demons were. "Ai, Your Highness the Crown Prince, you mustn't dash." The yellow-skinned old demon was shocked and angry as he shouted. Seeing this, the 100,000 wolf soldiers and Deer Xiaoya followed suit and rushed up. The 2 wolf heads of the 100,000 wolf soldiers looked up to the sky and roared, "Behold my invincible flames dash." Suddenly it spewed out 2 flames, burning 5 lizards to death in an instant. Xiao Yushu was about to be surprised when it fell head over heels, committing itself to the ground and losing its fighting strength. Taking advantage of the flames of the 100,000 wolf soldiers, Xiao Yushu rushed into the lizard group. The Hanjin demon fist had already been used, a mountain opening drill, sharp fist strength like a broken lance. Put, poof, put, blood splattered, and at that moment, the minds of the 5 large lizards exploded. Xiao Yushu's fist power swept across. Read broken river collapse. A fist power gathered the yuan power of heaven and earth and swept across like a great river roaring. With a muffled crash, 7 or 8 lizards were killed with a single punch as their entire bodies shattered. Dear Xiaoya held a short spear made of bone and stabbed out like lightning, killing 2 lizards with a sharp poof. She held her gun and guarded Xiao Yushu's side, and those lizards were killed for a moment, and their forward momentum slowed down. Xiao Yushu stepped forward and grabbed the tiger demon and flying demon Whitebeard who were covered in wounds and violently threw the 2 of them backwards. The old yellow-skinned demon immediately leapt up to catch one, and the other was caught by the tree spirit. The 2 demons escaped from between life and death and were greatly grateful to Xiao Yushu, calling out excitedly, "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life." At that moment, a low snort could be heard from the forest. "This is the prince of the demon court? Is that all he's got?" Xiao Yushu immediately felt a strong cold wind blowing head-on from the forest, and the temperature of the entire forest dropped a few degrees. A cold and tyrannical aura came from the darkness, as if an icy, massive predator was making its presence known, only to see a man with a brawny figure come out of the woods, licking his lips and smiling sardonically. The weird thing was that his face was a pale baby's face. Demon King? Yellow Skin and the other demons were all shocked, and even dear Xiaoya was trembling a little. When the demon court was around, the title of Demon King was extremely rare. Those who could be called Demon King were all great demons with skills that could penetrate the heavens and the earth. It's just that with the demon court gone, this Demon King title is flooded with worthlessness. Cultivation. A little stronger demons have to claim the king. Monchan up and down for fear that there must be a few thousand large and small Demon King. This Demon King is a 1,000-year-old salamander that has become a spirit and has a territory near the Red Leaf Valley. Hands with hundreds of big lizards and some water snakes. Is considered to be a force in the neighborhood. The cultivation is even far more than the yellow skin of these miscellaneous demons. It slowly walked forward, its fury rising from its body, its aura extremely appalling. The eerie vertical pupils carried an icy cruel smile as they stared playfully at Xiao Yushu. "Prince of the Demon Court? Where are your generals?" A cold fear struck the yellow skin, white beard and other demons had been too frightened to speak. The Jin demon fist chi and blood on Xiao Yushu's body operated, instantly dispelling that icy feeling. He smiled faintly, his gaze looking straight at the Demon King. "These are all of them." The Demon King laughed wildly, his laughter filled with disdain and arrogance. "With them? Ha ha, what a bunch of good henchmen." It pointed a finger at the yellow-skinned old demon and mocked. "This yellow-skin clan has all had their chi and blood drained by the Bloodbat clan, and their skins have been sun-dried to make seats, leaving it as a loser, barely alive without daring to fart." The yellow-skinned old demon trembled, gritting his teeth and not daring to speak. This flying elf's family was kicked out by the Narmu clan, and the whole family was eaten by the Snake clan. A thieving skinflint who only steals and eats since he was a child. A softy who doesn't even dare to kill a snake. The flying elf by who gasped and bowed his head. A deformed wolf demon. A trashy thing that doesn't even have a normal body. The Demon King sneered and pointed a finger at dear Xiaoye. "And you, mongrel-blooded lowly deer demon. What kind of pure jade girl do you still consider yourself? This Demon King asked you to go to the Snake King's army and serve the good men of the Snake clan. How dare you sneak away by yourself?" Dear Xiaoya's whole body trembled, her eyes filled with tears as she gritted her teeth. "Just you dog swine things that don't even have a nest and are bereaved, listening to rumors from who knows where and mouthing off to this human race as the prince. Don't you know that humans are the blood food of the demon race? You lowly goods." Yellow Pie and dear Xiao Yu and the others were deterred by its aura, all of them trembling. The Demon King shook his head and laughed. "Good thing this Demon King is here. Eat this human race. Also eat you guys. Save your eyesight." Before the voice fell, its figure disappeared. Xiao Yushu only felt a gust of wind and its shadow appeared at his side. The huge black hand claws were as powerful as electricity grabbing at him, and Xiao Yushu immediately retreated in an electric flash of his body. Roar! A low growl like an incoming hurricane rang out with haunting ferocity. The salamander suddenly showed its true form. Its large body instantly scurried to the front, rows of sharp teeth like a knife cut. Xiao Yu's eyes were filled with the vicious and hideous face of the baby-faced giant salamander. With a movement in his heart, the Haoran sword was about to cut out. Right at this moment, the flying elf Whitebeard butted up and crashed through the giant salamander's massive body. Puff dash. The sound of sharp teeth entering flesh rang out as the giant salamander turned its head and struck violently. The body of the flying mandrill's white beard was almost sliced in half at once. Bai Hu looked straight at Xiao Yushu. His lips moved with difficulty, and he fell into a pool of blood. This was driven away by the Namu tribe. His whole family was eaten by snakes, and since childhood he has only been able to steal, digging wood, yams and bamboo shoots hard to grow up flying elf Whitebeard, not even avenging his death. What a stupid demon. It believed a lie. For a false prince, just die. In the eyes of Xiao Yushu, A ray of glittering light, like fireflies in the forest. From the head of the white beard flew the, lightly, she landed in front of him and fluttered around him in a joyful haunting fashion. The phantom Luo Dao seal appeared in his hand. The spectral light flickered and, illuminating a dark and incomparably dark path that led to the legendary Supreme Demon Court of the Yu Luo Avenue. At the moment, at the edge of the avenue, the fireflies fell and disappeared, growing the first greenish-colored seedlings. Bleak and dark avenues. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. The first hint of a different color between heaven and earth. Chapter 138, The Power of the Lowliest Man. Ghost of a Deer. Dear Xiaoya's eyes reddened and teardrops snapped down. This group of demons wandering in the Mongshan branch, each with their own stories, but in the usual way, they hugged each other to keep warm. Seeing the white beard that she had spent her life with was bitten in half by the salamander, dear Xiaoya couldn't help but cry. The Ni Demon King let out a fierce and long roar, and then patterns rolled across his black body. A powerful heaven and earth yuan power flowed through it, causing the patterns on its body to shine. Ferocious auras converged, and strong omens of danger throbbed. Not good, it's going to use the avatar. The bird demon let out a loud scream and turned around in fear, even forgetting to fly, rolling and crawling towards the woods. The 100,000 wolf soldier also got up and ran, but it was so weak that it took 2 steps before flopping to the ground. 100,000 roared. UING run dash. The wolf soldier called out. I can't run with my ING legs. The 2 wolf heads looked at each other in simultaneous frustration. It's over. The yellow-skinned old demon's face struggled with color, hesitated for a moment and let out a long sigh. The whole body felt like it had lost all its essence and collapsed on the ground to be slaughtered. Only dear Xiaoya brandished her bone spear and rushed up to block beside Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu turned his head and looked at her. It's not enough that a stupid flying elf died tonight. Do you want to die too? Dear Xiaoya's eyes widened as she looked at Xiao Yushu and smiled gently. Your Highness will definitely re-establish the demon court, so don't forget about Yui and Baihu when the time comes. Buzz. The yuan power of heaven and earth surged as if a huge suction force was generated. All the demonic creatures on Xiao Yushu's side were all sucked over by this huge suction force. Even the fleeing bird demon was yanked back by a strong force and fell at Xiao Yushu's feet with a bang. The 2 tree spirits didn't escape either, and 100,000 wolf soldiers rolled over in a bone-crunching, rolling. The wolf soldier sighed and called out, Demon King and I, let's eat 100,000 first in a while. As a brother, I'll give it a ride. 100,000 raged. We have one body, and when the body dies, both of us are dead. The great lizards under the Demon King and I had surrounded Xiao Yushu and the others from all sides. At this time, the yuan power of heaven and earth converged and transformed into a huge salamander shadow that was as large as 10 feet, wrapping the Ni Demon King in it. Metaforce void form? To be able to control the heaven and earth yuan power to such a degree, this great salamander's strength was very astonishing, and it was no wonder that it dared to call itself the Demon King. The ghostly vertical pupils of the giant shadow of the giant salamander stared at Xiao Yushu, greedy and hideous just like a living creature. You lowly little demons, you happen to be this king's morsel today. Human brat, where's that jade seal of passage? Take it out and offer it obediently, and this king will give you a painful death. As it spat out a few words, shocking malice violently came crashing down like a tsunami. Everyone's ears rang with the weird but extremely strong sound of a doll's laughter, and all of a sudden their minds were confused and their whole body lost control. The sound of this doll's laughter instantly shrouded the surrounding 5-mile radius. All of them, all the animals, hearing the laughter, showed signs of losing their minds, and the birds in the air snapped like rain. The 10-foot salamander pounced on Xiao Yushu like a flood beast with lightning. Dear Xiaoya let out a desperate cry of rage, and with a flash of light from the top of her head, the pair of small antlers transformed into razor-sharp clashing horns. She grasped the bone spear, but unfortunately, she was shocked by the laughter and her strength was weak. The 2 tree spirits violently coiled together, and their huge bodies blocked in front of Xiao Yushu. Desperation flashed in the eyes of the old yellow-skinned demon as he looked at Xiao Yushu and fiercely said, The old slave has offered his life to your highness. Please avenge the old slave's entire family in the future. A burst of yuan power violently erupted in its body, and it was about to use its last stance to cover Xiao Yushu. All these stupid demons are going to die here, right? I can't believe they believe me. The fake prince. A scene like a floating light suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yushu's eyes. He led the Kisaragi army in all directions. He has added to the might of the sea and ruled over all the tribes of the flood. He used everything in heaven and earth as copper and cast the supreme treasure, the chaos bell. He rang the chaos bell, and the sound of the bell resounded through the heavens and earth. From then on, the flood tribes had a new name. Demon Race. A line of golden characters rose from the Phantom Luo Dao Seal. Name, Phantom Seal. True name, the Demon Court's Jade Seal of Transmission. Introduction. The Demon Emperor built 36 demonic paths, which is the seal of the Yulua Avenue Control Dao. The essence of this seal is the sealed jade seal of the demon court. In the past, when the demon emperor went against the grain, his beliefs were scattered, and the jade seal of the kingdom lost its spirit and was sealed, transforming into the seal of the phenomenal Luo Road. Future Chiluk, the power of the jade seal of transmission comes from the demon court, which exists between the sincere beliefs of thousands of demon clans. Xiao Yushu only felt a grand and boundless, vicissitudes and ancient, dominating power descending from the sky. He raised the phenomenal Luo Dao seal and opened his mouth. Edict. There was instant silence between heaven and earth. The sound of the creek's flow stopped, and even the night winds stopped in the air. All the demon races, including Yellow Pie, Tree Spirit, Dear Little Yui, 100, 000 Wolf Soldiers, the Big Lizards, and the 10-foot-long behemoth Ni Demon King, their movements were all frozen motionless in an instant. The expressions of all the demonic creatures were horrified in disbelief, and the Ni Demon King opened his huge mouth, so shocked that his eyes were glaring out. It dropped to the ground on two legs, fluttered its paws in the air and, the entire body's chi and blood and strength were all firmly fixed, as solid and motionless as a stone statue. The sharp teeth in its mouth were like rows of guillotines, and its devouring expression was extremely hideous and terrifying. With 0.1 seconds to go, it would bite into the foremost deer. Yui, however, this little bit of distance, but it's like an unbridgeable barrier, as infinitely distant as the passing of time. Xiao Yushu walked over to dear Xiaoya's side. The expression on this little deer demon's face had a point of relief in between the horror. Yui, the world is too hard, isn't it? It won't happen again. Because, Xiao Yushu smiled faintly, because when the demon court will be re-established, all the suffering demon clans will have a good life. He reached out and picked up the bone spear in dear Xiaoya's hand. A spear was thrust into the head of the Ni Demon King. The bone spear that was only 3 fingers thick was like a giant pillar in the sky at this moment. With 10,000 pounds of thunder, it came down with a bang. In one fell swoop, the Ni Demon King's massive body was thrust deep into the ground. With a dull thud, centered on the spot where the bone spear fell, immediately, a large pit with a diameter of 50 feet appeared. It was as if a mountainous wave of air had been set off in the air, spreading violently in a circular pattern. Strong shockwave pushed down all trees in all directions. Within a 5-mile radius, where the Demon King of Ni was pulverized, a surfeit of light rose up and was inhaled by the phenomenal Luo Dao seal. Beside that dark avenue road, just opposite the sapling into which the white beard had been transformed, bloomed a red sultry flower. Xiao Yushu's thoughts moved, and the light of the phenomenal Luo Dao seal flourished. A white light exactly the same as when the demon road was initiated flashed by. The white light slashed at the hundreds of large lizards, and it swept them all up and swallowed them into the roadbed. The Dao seal flickered with light and turned into a point of light to hide in Xiao Yushu's spiritual sea of consciousness. Xiao Yushu smiled and shoved the bone spear back into dear Xiaoya's hand. Night in Mongshan. Streams murmur and flow over rocks. The night breeze is cool and passes through the forest like a song. Chapter 139, Marquis Jinan. Antiepi, 1884-1911. French flute composer. Formation. And Tai Di gave a clear shout, and the small group of Pingzhou troops formed a sturdy circular formation with their backs against a large tree, holding shields and lances. On the other hand, there were 4 or 5 archers in the big trees, standing tall and shooting with their bows. In front of them, there was a dense pack of wolves pouncing. These giant wolves were the size of a calf and were ferocious to the extreme. There were thousands of them. A large number of wolves crossed the mountains and forests and suddenly attacked, but it was too late for Tai Di and the others to dodge and hit them head-on. However, the Jinnan army squad was extremely powerful and immediately sought out this giant tree to use as a support to form a formation. The people worked together well, with their lances as a hedge, their swords and shields to fill in the gaps, and their bows and arrows above them to attack at a distance, but in a few moments had already cut over and killed 70 to 80 hungry wolves. However, above the distant hillock, there came a long howl. The voice was all vicious and cruel. When the wolves heard this howl, they didn't dare to run away. They were all ferocious and pounced towards the Jinnan army team like a tidal wave. And Tai Di's long knife flashed. The light of the knife flashed out, and had already chopped the heads of the 2 giant wolves off. Although the Jinnan army's position is very stable, these hungry wolves are not a threat to them for the time being, but manpower is limited. Just like this to fight on, an hour 2 hours, physical strength eventually have to support insufficient time. These wolves amounted to several thousand. When would this confrontation end? There was no point in climbing up the tree, and Tai Di had already seen a huge, mountain-like giant wolf on top of the hillock in the distance, looking at this side with a fierce gaze. This huge wolf king, which she also recognized, was one of the leaders of the nearby demon clans, Kuei Shanjun. It had also fought with the Jinnan army many times and was considered an old rival. However, outside the dense forest, in the boundaries of Pengzhou, The Jinnan army had a full complement of bows and crossbows, and all kinds of weapons were powerful. These wolf demons were killed a lot and generally did not dare to go out of the mountains and forests to harass them. The Pangzhou army squad acted extremely stealthily. How did this wolf demon know and mobilized this many men to come and surround them? And Teddy was a little confused for a moment, and there was some anxiety in his heart. In fact, this Kuei Shanjun did not come to seek her out. The power fluctuations of Xiao Yushu's use of the Jade Seal of Transmission were felt by all the great demons in this neighborhood. Although the distance was too far to determine what kind of treasure it was, but one that could have such power was bound to be no ordinary item. Kuei Shanjuan's thoughts were similar to those of Nida Wang, and rushed over to see what was going on. If there really is a treasure out there, and the other party is not strong enough, they will make a move to forcefully grab it. However, he didn't expect the wolves to meet up with a group of enemies in the process of running. The two sides ping-ponged and fought, delaying the rush to Red Leaf Valley. The Kuei Shanjuan's huge pair of deep turquoise eyes stared deathly at the Jinnan army squad, and the color of anxiety rose in his eyes as well. If this dragged on, the treasure might be snatched away by another great demon. The figure that was as tall as a mountain landed under the hillock in a few strides, a terrifying and horrifying pressure instantly enveloping the Jinnan army squad as it prepared to strike out in person. And Teddy took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing as the long knife in his hand gradually released a brilliant light. She had yet to enter the innate realm, and I'm afraid she was no match for this Kuei Shanjun. She was prepared to use her crushing stance and kill this wolf king at the cost of seriously injuring herself. Right at this moment, no one noticed that there was suddenly an additional person in front of that Kuei Shanjun. Even the mighty Wolf King didn't even notice that the man was standing right in front of the Wolf King, with those sharp, massive fangs just a stone's throw away from her. Her long, silvery white hair hung down to her waist in the dull night air. The tall and graceful figure was covered with an ordinary coarse cloth robe, but it was as eye-catching as an orchid swaying in the cool breeze. A gentle and magnetic imperial voice sounded, obviously very kind, but the voice naturally carried the majesty of a long time in power, and the confidence that one's own power was proud of the world. Dear, I told you to put in more effort on weekdays, but you're always lazy. You can't even deal with a small wolf demon. A coyote demon? Kuei Mountain Monarch was furious. This monarch is a great demon powerhouse that has shaken the Mang mountain branch, dominating hundreds of miles of mountains and forests in a radius. You human race is simply looking for death. It was just about to snap when the woman turned her head toward it and opened her eyes. It was a pair of red eyes, and instantly there were two more blazing flames burning in the blackness. As long as this flame existed, anything else? Everything else in that blackness became a backdrop of insignificance. Not good. Kuei Shanjuan's heart was shaken. As a demonic creature that had been mixing with Mang Mountain for thousands of years, it had an innate alertness to danger. The woman in front of him had unfathomable power, far beyond what it could fight against, before it could make a move. However, the woman threw a punch. Tackle cannon. Within a 100-mile radius of the Mongshan mountain branch, the violent and hallowed roar of the auger dragon was immediately heard. A 100-foot scaly dragon transformed by the yuan power of heaven and earth rose up into the air, spreading its teeth and claws as it soared above the mountains and dense forests. For a time, countless demon clans were trembling, all of them being shocked by this overwhelming, mighty power that shook the four directions, and Teddy carefully stepped forward and bowed deeply. Commander of the Jinnan army's Pengzhou army, Entai D. See the great general. Xiao Luoshan's red eyes faded, turning back into crystal-clear almond eyes that were clear and pure, and Teddy asked with some shame, Great General, why are you here in person? Xiao Luoshan did not reply and sighed lightly. It's a shame. What pity. Xiao Luoshan frowned. Just now that little wolf demon's fur is good. Xiao Lang is running around in this mountain forest. He must be cold. Wanted to make a jacket for him with the wolf skin, but ended up not confining the force. She raised her jade white right hand and shook her head. It's gone in one hit. Entai D turned his head to look. The mountains and forests in front of him were all bulldozed, and that Kuei Shanjun had been beaten into pieces and his soul was destroyed. Even the large wolf pack was largely destroyed by this punch. The rest were all shocked to death by the roar of the dragon, scattered horizontally and densely in all directions. The great general's martial arts are truly dominating, and Teddy's heart fluttered and suddenly felt something was wrong. She asked hurriedly, Great General, what do you mean when you say that Xiao Lang is running around in the mountains and forests? What do you mean? Xiao Luoshan looked at her with a smirk. The demon clan you captured is our Shitzi master. Ha! And Tai D was like a thunderclap and lost his voice. How is this possible? How could Koro come out of the demon path? How is this possible? Xiao Luoshan said. Our Jinnan Marquis house has its own secret method. Did you hit him? I. And Tai D's heart was like a knife. Regretting, suddenly his face hurt, and his whole body flew out with a huff. Splat dash a crisp slap sounded as she was sent flying, rolling twice on the ground. Xiao Luoshan said in a cold voice, How dare you hit my brother? Next time, take off your stupid head. Xiaolon dear sister is sorry for you woo. And Tieti covered her face and whimpered and cried. The wound in the heart is 10 times more powerful than this slap. Chapter 140, Colossus of the Canyon. Your Highness, how did you drive away the Ni Demon King? Dear Xiao Yu blinked her big watery eyes and asked with great curiosity. Xiao Yushu laughed. I reasoned with it that the demon race should love each other and we should all be good friends. It thought it made sense and left with its men. Dear little Yui's little antlers adorably poked out of the flower crown as she frowned. I don't believe it. The Ni Demon King is vicious. How could he let us go so easily? Still sitting on the shoulders of the tree spirits, they were striding through the red-leafed maple forest that filled the hills. Xiao Yushu placed a crown of red leaves braided from a tender branch onto dear Xiaoya's head. Well, Yui is beautiful. Dear Xiaoya's little face suddenly turned red, and her eyes were filled with a gleam of surprise. The demons were all very shocked when the edict status ended. The Ni Demon King, who was so fierce just now, had unexpectedly disappeared, and those big lizards were gone as well. When Xiao Yushu said that he had persuaded them away, no one in the group believed him. Even the simple dear Xiaoya didn't believe it, let alone a seasoned old demon like Huang Pai. Looking at the large pit in the ground, everyone has a guess in their heart. The salamander is afraid that His Highness has packed. The crowd of demons were overjoyed in their hearts, and at this point, the last bit of their doubts were all dispersed, and they treated Xiao Yushu with respect. Yellowskin was walking away while reprimanding the bird demon with a cold face. Your Highness is the destiny of heaven and will rebuild the demon court and revitalize the world's demon race. Didn't you see how easily Your Highness cleaned up the giant salamander? It's a great thing to re-establish the demon court, and it's a chance we've had for generations to be able to take part in it. At this critical moment, how dare you abandon His Highness and run away? What do you say? What is your crime? That bird demon was filled with frustration. Had he known that His Highness was so powerful, he might as well have put up a fight like dear Xiaoya. It whispered. I was wrong. Really, I was blinded by wild boar grease and regretted it very much in my heart. Brother Huang, you give me a chance. Next time I will behave well. Even if I am broken to pieces, I will also protect His Highness. The 100,000 wolf soldiers next to him could finally catch a chance to laugh at this bird demon. Although it also escaped, it only ran 2 steps, less than this bird demon. Therefore these two brothers felt that they were much braver than the bird demon. Yo, isn't this the great demon who jumps up in fear at the sight of an ant? He. More than being scared at the sight of an ant, it has softer guts than a spider's web. People's guts are lighter than a mosquito flapping its wings. The wind in the grass can scare it into shivering all the time. That bird demon could only be filled with shame and endure an awkward smile. His Royal Highness the Prince seems to be of great importance. It is easy to meet a great opportunity. Now how can the bird demon be willing to leave? It is absolutely unwilling to be driven away. Huang Pai thought that at this time is the time to use people. This bird demon can also play a role. It sulked. It's not me giving you a chance. It's His Highness giving you a chance. And I'll let you redeem yourself one more time. So if you're greedy for life and death again, get the hell out of here. Yes, Nagar will certainly behave bravely. This bird demon also has a name, Long Feather, but it actually looks like a pterodactyl from dinosaurs, with almost hairless wings. After walking for a while longer, the red-leaved maple trees dwindled, and 2 cliffs stood in front of them, with a 5 or 6 feet wide crevice between them. Dense, clear bird calls came from above the cliffs, like a tidal wave. Even at night, large flocks of birds could be heard constantly and audibly passing overhead. Scalp whispered, "This is the mountain vulture cliff. Let's be careful, don't make any noise. These mountain vultures are fierce." The small party then entered that crevice and traveled forward along the mountain wall. Surprisingly, it went surprisingly smoothly, and during that time, no mountain vulture came close, so it was easy to pass through the mountain vulture cliff. All the demons were feeling a bit surprised. Usually these mountain vultures were not this docile. The demons that passed through this mountain wyvern cliff were often attacked, and if they weren't careful, they were even killed or injured. Your Highness is blessed through the heavens, truly a man of great fortune, Huang Pai exclaimed. The demons rested in a small depression behind the mountain wyvern cliff, and the tree spirit, also tired, stretched out its roots to suck water from the stream next to it. Xiao Yushu asked, "Where are we going after the Black Cottage?" "Scalping Road. Going to Black Mountain Fortress is just to get rid of the Jinan army's pursuers. Your Highness wants to rebuild the demon court. We have to go to the demon court capital. It is rumored that there is also a divine temple there, so Your Highness should go and see it with your own eyes. It's just that the demon court capital is in the depths of the demon domain, so it's not easy to get there." After resting for half an hour, the demons continued their journey. The continuous running around made everyone hungry, and that tiger demon and the 100,000 wolf soldiers were all breathless and suffering. Xiao Yushu saw that he had left that mountain vulture cliff for some distance, and that there were some coiled sheep jumping around on the nearby cliffs. So he said, "Come on, Go and hunt a few pan sheep for everyone to eat. Without meat in their bellies everyone has no strength. Hearing Xiao Yushu say this, all the demons were overjoyed, and the tiger demon leaped forward to rush up the cliff. Bird demon Long Feather, eager to show off, spread his wings and flew into the air, skimming over the cliffs at high speed, and in a few moments, he grabbed 2 coiled goats, flew back and threw them on the ground. Then it circled away and grabbed 2 more heads. Xiao Yushu called out, enough is enough to eat, don't kill deliberately. For pan sheep, all the demons share the food. Dear Xiaoye does not eat mutton, but made a cup with the horns of the pan sheep, and drank 2 big cups of fresh sheep's blood. Xiao Yushu, on the other hand, took out the fire folders, lit a pile of tree branches, and roasted a piece of lamb ribs to eat. The demons did not dare to ask more questions. His Highness the Crown Prince must act with deep meaning. A great demon like your Highness who refined the demon bones and transformed into a human body. Eating and doing things are probably going to be exactly the same as the human race, right? After eating the 4-disc sheep, Yellowskin had that Long Feather go and fight 2 more, to be carried by the tree spirits behind him, to be eaten on the road. The demons continued their march, following the narrow path that clung to the mountain wall. By the time it was light, it had reached an open, high spot with a small platform-like clearing. The complexion of all the demons all became serious, and the 100,000 wolf soldiers and tiger demons even knelt down and bowed to the deep and open Grand Canyon in front of them. The canyon is surrounded by clouds and mist. At this time the sun is born. The clouds and mist seems to be a little lighter. Your Highness, look! The yellow skin looked agitated as he reached out and pointed. Xiao Yushu looked in the direction it pointed, only to see a mountain peak standing in the center of the canyon amidst the clouds. The fog faded a little, and the peak turned out to be a great and magnificent statue, with a human face and a demon body. He stood proudly with a giant python wrapped around his body. The long years have left mottled traces on that statue, and grass grew on the statue as on a mountain peak. But under the rising sun, that stands in the canyon, looking proudly in all directions, connecting heaven and earth with the magnificence of it still inspires worship and awe. Across the canyon is the demon domain. Only beings who have received permission from the demon emperor can enter, Huang Pai said with a look of awe. Xiao Yushu looked at the foggy canyon and could vaguely see the turquoise and verdant mountains. That is, a demon realm where humans can't set foot? Chapter 141 Python Bridge. Xiao Yushu stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the mountain-like statue. Such a magnificent statue was not only a visual impact, but also a mind-blowing shock, allowing people to feel the strength and majesty of the demon court at one time. Scalp whispered, Your Highness, we should leave. When we arrive at the Black Mountain Fortress, the priests there have a way for us to enter the demon domain. The tiger demon and the 100,000 wolf soldiers also stood up, and the 2 wolf heads that usually chattered were silent, as if they were afraid of disturbing the powerful will in the demon domain. Xiao Yushu suddenly recalled the sacrificial essay that resounded between heaven and earth on the 9th day of March, when the demon path was being blazed in the Yuluo abyss. The text of the sacrifice is grand and mysterious. If one recites it in the present, isn't it a high-fashion feeling at this point in time? So he coughed lightly and nudged the yellow skin beside him. Get out of the way. Don't stop me from pretending. Huang Pai was surprised and retreated to the back, only to see Xiao Yushu unfolding his arms, facing the clear wind of the canyon and the rising sun of the first sound, suddenly opening his mouth to recite an essay. The demons were all shocked. All of them were silent. Only Xiao Yushu's voice could be heard reciting in a clear and high-pitched voice. The article was ancient and esoteric, and it seemed to contain the great Tao of heaven and earth and the supreme principle of the demon race. But no matter how they listen or think, they can't understand or think at all. All the demons were instantly overwhelmed with awe, only feeling that His Highness the Crown Prince was unfathomable, carrying an aura of superiority that was difficult to comprehend for small demons like them. Xiao Yushu finished reciting and surprised himself in his heart for a moment. My memory has gotten better lately. I've only listened to this long ritual once, but I've memorized it all? Right at that moment, he saw that the eyes of all the demons all revealed a frenzied glow of disbelief. Dear Xiaoye squealed with excitement as her large, clear eyes went wide. It's moving, oh my god, it's moving dash. The 100,000 wolf soldiers were also shocked and shouted, my goodness, the demon emperor has manifested. It actually moved. It understood your highness words. Yellow skin and tiger demon, Long Feather were all dumbstruck, the looks on their faces shocked beyond measure. Xiao Yushu looked back fiercely, only to see a large area of dust and smoke rising from the statue of the god that stood as great as a mountain peak with a loud rumbling sound from top to bottom. Earth, rocks and trees were falling from that idol's body as if it were a waterfall. Xiao Yushu was secretly taken aback. This sacrificial text was a bit evil. It had even awakened the statue. Shouldn't we run for it? But seeing a couple of little demons cheering and shocked and admiring, he was too embarrassed to say, I don't understand what's going on either. Why don't we run away first? he gazed at it, and it was then that he realized that the main thing moving on the idol was the giant python wrapped around it. That giant python was previously carved like a stone, coiled around the idol as if it was one with the idol. At that moment the stones and dust fell from its body with a clatter, and its body moved, swimming slowly up on the idol. This giant python's body was so long that it wrapped all the way to the bottom of the idol. At this point the huge, spectacular python gradually swam, circling around towards the idol's arm. Then half of his body poked out into the air and peered toward the cliff where Xiao Yushu and the others were. The giant python, which was 100 feet long in half, slowly opened its eyes in the air, and its vertical pupils looked toward them in a ghostly manner. The hearts of all the demons all flinched, their breathing stuttered, and the atmosphere became tense. The oppressive force of this huge demon made the cheering excitement of the crowd of demons just now all disappear, instantly turning into total fear again. It's not going to eat us, is it? The 100,000 wolf soldiers gulped, already too frightened to speak complete words. That bird demon Longfeather didn't escape this time, and fell headfirst to the ground, fainting. The tiger demon's hair also stood up all over his body, trembling as he could barely stand. Dear Xiaoye flopped down at Xiao Yushu's feet and clutched at his clothes, as if trying to get some comfort. Only Huang Pai was still calm and asked Xiao Yushu in a low voice with his hands behind his back, Your Highness, what's going on? Xiao Yushu looked sideways. This old guy's back was already wet with cold sweat. The python got closer and closer, and everyone's eyes froze as they moved along with it as if they were struck by lightning. Roar! The python suddenly opened its huge mouth in the air and roared. The huge mouth was as big as a 4-story building, and the roar shook the entire canyon. The scalp flopped to the ground with a weak leg. Xiao Yushu, however, felt that the python was not malicious towards them. With a thought in his mind, he turned around and walked to the back, took the 2 coiled sheep from the tree spirit and walked up and threw them over the edge of the cliff. The huge head of the python gradually approached, and the demonic creatures on the small platform all held their breath. Monty Python, Patchy, lacks a sense of antiquity and vicissitude. 100,000 wolf soldiers slumped to the ground and thrashed violently. The wolf soldiers closed their eyes and prayed, Eat 100,000 first, eat 100,000 first. Those 2 coiled sheep were as worthless to the python as 2 cherries are to a population, but the python still sucked the 2 coiled sheep in with one bite, smashing and swallowing them twice. It then faced Xiao Yushu and slowly bent its head down, directly flush with the cliff platform. Xiao Yushu then realized that, it turns out that this python is actually a bridge over the demon road, and that mountainous idol is the abutment of the bridge. This is the legendary Python Bridge. Well, come on up and get a grip, he said to the group of men sprawled and paralyzed behind him. The demons blinked their eyes, looking at the huge python body and then at Xiao Yushu. The shock in their expressions was hard to express. The yellow skin and tiger demon were okay, shivering themselves onto the Python Bridge. Dear Xiaoye was helped up by the tree spirits, and the 100,000 wolf soldiers and Longfeather were dragged up. Xiao Yushu called out, All right, let's go. The python seemed to understand his words and slowly contracted its body, moving in the direction of the idol. Moving for a moment, the massive serpent moved laterally, arcing high in the air and probing toward the opposite side of the canyon. Standing on the python at this point, each scale underfoot is the size of a sedan. Strong winds blew in the canyon and the sun shone overhead. The fog is lifting, and the heights are high. Just the mountains and rivers are spectacularly green and lush. This sight, this feeling, I'm afraid I can't see it in the upper capital in any case. The greatness and grandeur of the idol was enhanced by seeing it from the air. If this giant python was in the world, it would be a powerful, demon king level demon. But it was refined into this statue by the demon emperor with magnificent magic power. Hundreds and thousands of years to make this bridge. To what great extent had the power and magnanimity of the demon emperor reached? Wampy said excitedly. When I was young, I once heard from my seniors that there are all sorts of unimaginable metaphysical things in the demon domain. I didn't expect that I would have the honor of walking across the bridge of the python today. It's just too amazing. The 2 wolf heads of the 100,000 wolf soldiers nodded at the same time. Exactly. Dear Xiaoye's small face was red with excitement as she looked down at the scenery below with her eyes wide open. The Python Bridge crosses the canyon and soon reaches the other side. All the demons got off the Python Bridge, and Xiao Yushu said to the python, Thanks for the ride. The python retreated and nodded to him 3 times, then slowly retreated back up to that idol. Suddenly a wave of heaven and earth yuan power, coming from nowhere, landed on the body of that giant python and the idol, instantly making them come alive for a few moments. Chapter 142 Heartless and Ambitious. We've come to the demon region? This is coming in? No need to sacrifice to a demon god or offer sacrifices? Geez, to be able to enter the demon domain is the true demon race. We are the true demon race. Xiao Yushu turned around and saw that a few demon clansmen were happily laughing and dancing around that huge stone of the Python Bridge crossing, only joyful. The demon domain was the holy land in the hearts of the demon race, and in the past, one could only enter the demon domain through a limited number of large fortresses. A grand ritual and offering is required to get permission from the demon emperor to enter this place. Most ordinary demon clans never had the chance to enter the demon domain in their entire lives, let alone these wandering grassroots demon creatures abandoned by their clans. Everyone felt that just based on the point of entering the demon domain on the Python Bridge, this life was worth it. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but smile slightly as he looked at his men who were making merry. If, in a previous life, they were all human beings, that must be the heartless babies who like to strike all kinds of poses, busy with scenic spots, selfies in friend circles. He thought again that he had to pass the Black Mountain Village's sacrifice to enter the demon domain, and he also had to offer sacrifices. This must be a few big strongholds monopolizing the passage into the demon domain, using it to extort other demon races. That so-called sacrificial ceremony is just a means to collect money. Dear Xiaoye rejoiced for a while, remembering the dead Bai Hu, and suddenly her heart dimmed. If Bai Hu could enter the demon region, he would be very happy, right? Pity. Her sadness quickly dissipated, though, as the group entered the woods, where a large patch of Huchera in the forest blinded her dear eyes. Oh my god, he Wu dash. She made a lightning dash to this field of hedgery and pulled out a piece of hedgery as thick as her arm. White Teeth took a bite that was bitter, sweet, astringent, and freshly juiced, just the way she liked it best. Click, click, click. In the blink of an eye she had eaten a large piece of Wu cleanly, and then pulled out another large piece. The flavor of this Wu is fantastic, at least 100 years old, and it warms up the whole body when you eat it. She hadn't tasted herbs of this excellent quality in many years. The last time I ate it was more than 10 years ago, and I think I fought with a boar spirit. Beat away the boar spirit. She was injured and lay down for 4 or 5 days. A small mouthful of ate that Wu. That Wu is this wonderful flavor today. Dear Xiaoye clicked her tongue and ate fiercely while shedding tears of happiness. God, it's like a dream. It's so good in the demon realm. The other demons didn't like the taste much, but herbs of this vintage were indeed rare. Outside the demon domain, it was not even their turn for a group of bottom-layer grassroots demons without strength to enjoy, so everyone hugged a few and nibbled on them there, and even the tree spirits inserted their roots into the Wu ground to snatch the nutrients from the ground. The crowd rested for a while and continued on their way. They would also have to assist His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to go deep inside the demon domain to the legendary capital city of the Demon Court to rebuild the Demon Court. As for the road to the Demon Court capital, the group didn't recognize it, and it was just a matter of smothering their heads and heading in the opposite direction of the ferry. As for how to rebuild, the guys don't know. This kind of big thing is not their concern. Leave it to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is. His Highness the Crown Prince is so powerful that he was able to make the giant python serve as a bridge of advertisements to directly enter the demon domain without passing through the Black Mountain walled city. Huampi and others have passed from here many times, never knowing that the stone-like python on that mountain peak could still be active. In a nutshell, it's a heartless, know-nothing team, but the chesty team. Dear Xiaoye hummed as she picked some branches from a nearby large tree and wove a large basket. The basket was full of heshu, and she was all braced up with hiccups, and there was still a bite of heshu to nibble on. Dear Xiaoye smiled cheekily at Xiao Yushu. Your Highness, if you rebuild the demon court, will you grant me that piece of Wu land just now? I'm going to guard that piece of land and eat it every day. No one can rob it from me. Xiao Yushu laughed. Fine, seal it to you. By order of the demon court, Dear Xiao Yu is to be appointed as the Python Bridge Fairy Spirit Monarch, in charge of the 300 miles around this place. Dear Xiaoye hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Thank you, Your Highness, for the edict. Yui is grateful. The crowd of demons burst into laughter, all finding it very amusing. 100,000 wolf soldiers called out, Your Highness, I am also a minister from the dragon. Why don't you give me an official title as well? Xiao Yushu laughed. When you come across a place you like, I'll seal it to you too. The 100,000 wolf soldiers were overjoyed and proud. When we find the Silver Wolf clan's lair, I'll have His Highness make me the Mountain Wolf Monarch there. The beautiful women of the Silver Wolf clan used to look down on my 100,000 wolf soldiers. At that time, I'll let them line up to serve me, and kick them away when they're done. Only the red-eared wolf girl who has a good heart and is willing to talk to me will be left, and I'm going to make her the Mountain Monarch's wife. Dear Xiaoye asked curiously, what did she say to you that you can't stop thinking about? The 100,000 wolf soldiers' ugly faces reddened with embarrassment. She said, get out of here dash. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but laugh along with the demons. Within the demon domain, the yuan power of heaven and earth was thick, and there were very few living beings. This allows a large number of exotic flowers and rare plants to grow well. Xiao Yushu walked for half a day and encountered all sorts of precious medicinal herbs. Everyone coincidentally followed dear Xiaoye's example and made baskets out of branches, and before they knew it the baskets were full. This squad didn't look like they were going to re-establish the demon court, but rather like they were going into the mountains to collect medicine. The demonic domain was very strange, as if the divine sense sensing was suppressed, and the sensing distance was very short. Cries suddenly came out from the woods ahead, and all the demons were flabbergasted. Scalp whispered, "Dear little Yui, tree spirit brothers, protect His Highness the Crown Prince. Chang Yu, Tiger, follow me over to take a look." 100,000 wolf soldiers asked in a low voice. "What about me? You're in charge of showing us all the luggage." Looking down on who? Xiao Yushu, however, waved his hand. "Let's all go over together and take a look, so if there is any danger, we can take care of each other." He gave the word, and the scalp could only oblige. The line of squads spread out, each holding up a weapon, and slowly approached forward in a fan formation. Leaning closer, a male voice was heard breathlessly. "Don't cry. In my next life, I'll be sure to propose to you earlier." White eyebrows. "I'm sorry, it's because of me that you were injured like this by the Snake Clan." A crisp woman's sob rang out, but it was two parts like dear Xiaoye's voice. The demons looked at each other in disbelief, only to see that under a large tree in front of them, a demonic couple was crying bitterly. The male demon was lying in the demoness' arms, and the demoness tried her best to stop his bleeding, but her palms were stained red with blood, but she still couldn't stop it. Female dear, service Nippon. That female demon had antlers on her head, and she was actually of the same Yo-deer tribe as dear Xiaoye. As for the male demon, Xiao Yushu and all the demons' gazes fell on him, and they were shocked at the same time. He turned out to be a flying mandrill, looking almost exactly like Whitebeard. Chapter 143, The Deer Village. The pretty female deer demon's hands were covered in blood and tears barred down her face. "White eyebrows, how can I live without you?" The ugly face of the flying elf's white eyebrows was filled with deep emotion. "Swallow, I'm leaving, and this time I'll be gone for the rest of my life." He reached up and wiped away the female deer demon's tears. "Don't cry. I want to see you smile before I die. Your smile is the most beautiful in the world." The female deer demon cried and shook her head. "I'm about to fall out of love and you won't let me cry a little? It's dark, the heart is dead, and we're missing out." All the demons immediately tilted their heads to the sky and rolled their eyes. "It's so tiresome." Xiao Yushu saw that the flying elf was quietly surveying the deer demon's demeanor, his eyes cunningly pleased, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Dear Xiaoye couldn't help but step forward and kick that flying demon hard. "Get thee up. What are you pretending for? This isn't even your blood. Where did you get hurt, you liar?" The flying mandrill was startled by the group of demons that surrounded it, and just as it was about to argue, dear Xiaoye's bone lance was pressed against its throat. Do you want this spirit monarch to poke a few holes in you, so you can really bleed a bit?" The flying elf white eyebrows shivered in his heart. This group of demons in front of him, all of them are fierce and vicious. They don't look like they can be messed with. He was very sensible and hurriedly got up and begged for mercy. "Fellow great demons, your honors, I was fooling around with this little deer demon, and I that am not hurt." "You." Dear demon Swallow suddenly reddened her eyes and looked at her beloved demon with disbelief. "How dare you lie to me?" White eyebrows had to be honest about it. There's no such thing as a snake demon coming to rob a deer demon Swallow into marriage. There's also nothing about white eyebrows protecting Swallow, fighting the snake demon and getting hurt. All it made up on its own in order to deceive the feelings of the swallows. The blood is the juice of a red fruit in the woods. A romantic love story of a poor wandering demon who falls in love with a beautiful girl from the deer tribe. And that's how it turned into the end of the wolfish male sea king cheating on an ignorant girl. Bang, bang, bang. The woods resounded with the sound of violent beatings, but in a few moments, that flying elf white eyebrow was already bruised and swollen. It was hit hard, mainly because deer demon Swallow was very pretty, while tiger demon and the 100,000 wolf soldiers were all naked male demons. Seeing this shameless weakling actually hooking up with such a beautiful female demon, a good demon like himself who honestly cultivates and is down to earth doesn't even have a partner. So both demons were enraged and enthusiastically went up and helped Swallow beat up White Eyebrows together. "I'm getting a little high from all this fighting. Almost killed White Eyebrows." Xiao Yushu looked at the limping White Eyebrows, which looked a lot like Baihu, but had a completely opposite personality. Baihu is simple, brave, and quiet, but this White Eyebrow has the look of an oily and tired scoundrel. As soon as dear demon Swallow looked over, he immediately put on a pitiful look to gain sympathy. Angry tiger demon and 100,000 wolf soldiers take turns kicking it to walk. Dear demon Swallow enthusiastically led Xiao Yushu and his group to the fortress where she lived. It just so happened that Xiao Yushu and the others also needed to inquire about the road to the demon court's capital city. The villages of the Yolngu tribe are one cottage after another. On a sunny hillside, from below, a large, dense settlement was formed. The village is surrounded by rolling hills, and as far as the eye can see there are towering peaks and verdant, dark forests. The village is a succession of wooden and earthen buildings, with layers of. There are gravel or dirt paths in between, covered with plum-shaped hoofprints. It looks like some kind of festival in Deer Cottage today, and it seems to be very busy. Everywhere, there were demon clans of the Yo Deer clan with antlers on their heads and human faces. Many of the personal deer demons also walked by with deer in their hands. There were mergansers, big-horned elk, and larger moose with packages on their backs. There are many beautiful and seductive-looking deer demons among them, with long slender legs and thin strong waists. They had little antlers on their heads, colorful flower crowns, and short leather shorts. The delicate skin that was exposed dazzled the tiger demon and the 100,000 wolf soldiers, their eyes rounded, surrounded by similar-looking clansmen. Dear Xiaoye was a bit happy and smiled sweetly. Her smile immediately drew the attention of some of the deer youths. Only to see a tall, handsome-looking deer race youth walk over with a few people. When Swallow saw this person, she couldn't help but bow slightly. Young matriarch, these are my friends, passing through our deer village. She introduced to Xiao Yushu and Deer Xiaoye and the others. This is the young matriarch of our Yo Deer clan, Seven Horns. That deer race youth looked at Deer Xiaoye with great interest, as if he hadn't seen Xiao Yushu and the others. He said with a handsome smile on his face, I'm Seven Horns. This is your first time at Deer Cottage, right? I haven't seen you before. Deer Xiaoye nodded faintly and didn't say anything. A nearby deer youth laughed. Our young clan chief is a genius of the deer clan, and has already reached the demon general realm at a young age. A demon general? All the demons were laughing coldly in their hearts. That giant salamander is still the king of demons. Our highness just pressed it to death. Seven Horns watched as Deer Xiaoye carried a simple wooden slatted basket with Hishawu inside. I can't help but think, it's just a poor female demon who digs herbs. Give her some sweetness and she will probably be conquered by me immediately. So he said haughtily, there are better quality Hishawu in the fortress. If you need it, girl, I'll send you some good ones. The follower next to him immediately praised it. The young patriarch is just generous. He thought to himself that the young patriarch had traditionally been quite generous to pretty female demons, but not so much to other demons. Dear Xiaoye said blandly, no need. Thanks to the young patriarch, this is enough. With this calm demeanor and her lack of greed for possessions, she really impressed Seven Corners a bit. Looking at her pretty face, a few favorite feelings rose in his heart. There was a ritual assembly tonight, and he had too many things to waste time with a poor demoness. It was just right that he could show off his valor and strength at the convention, and by then this demoness would definitely be deeply attracted to him. He smiled. There is a ritual assembly tonight, an event for our deer clan. I invite you. Only then did he glance at Xiao Yushu and the others and said, and your companions, come to this event. Swallow, bring them over then. Yes, young patriarch. Seven Horns led the way, and Swallow took the initiative to introduce them. Our deer clan's ritual assembly is held every 3 years, and you have come just in time this time. Tonight the Seven Horns invite you to attend, so I'll take you there. What's in the ritual assembly? Dear Xiaoye asked curiously. Swallow said, in addition to contributing offerings to the demon emperor, then there is the match between our Yo Deer clan and the nearby Snake clan. Usually some problems that can't be solved. We all compete one-on-one in the ring, and whoever wins listens to who, and then theirs. She smiled wryly. After the tournament, young men and women can ask the object of their desire to dance and send each other tokens. You're so pretty. There are probably quite a few male demons giving you tokens. Dear Xiaoye hummed and quietly looked at Xiao Yushu, her head shaking like a rattle. I don't like it, and I don't accept their tokens. Swallow laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't have a favorite. There's a lot of good food and drink at the festival, so it's nice to go and have a good meal. Chapter 144, Sacrificial Ceremony. The festival was not held in Deer Cottage, but in a clearing to the east of Deer Cottage. There is a river bank here. The water is muddy and rushing, and it is said that after crossing the river is the territory of the Snake clan. At this time in this clearing, 7 roaring bonfires were lit. The river bank was already filled with densely packed deer and snake race demonic creatures, numbering in the tens of thousands. This bonfire separated the deer and the snake, but the faces of the other could be seen through the gap. Xiao Yushu looked over and saw that there were all kinds of looks in the snake clan. A man with a human face and a snake body, topped with a human face and a long scaly snake body. There are those with a humanoid upper body and a serpentine lower body. This category is more varied, with the more decent snake women covering their upper body with leaves or fur. The less decent and still wild snake women expose their upper body and just hang their long hair down and cover it back up. There were also serpents whose entire bodies had evolved into human form, and these made up a minority. But such a snake woman's skin is delicate and moist, her body is slender and soft, and whether it is her appearance or her temperament, she has a kind of soft, elastic and pestering feeling. Xiao Yushu was looking at it when he felt a tug on the corner of his clothes. He turned his head to look, only to see dear Xiaoye wearing a crown of flowers he had braided, and was smiling expectantly with a full smile. He couldn't help but laugh. Yui is so pretty. There are no women here like you. Dear Xiaoye was instantly overjoyed, her pretty face as red as a flower in bloom. Swallow, who was on the sidelines, laughed. This honored one is so good at talking. I feel my heart fluttering when I hear it. Dear Xiaoye instantly refused to comply, and the two women laughed and fought. Xiao Yushu asked, "Where is this sacrifice held?" Swallow pointed to a black boulder high above and said, "Underneath the divine stone. That divine stone has the Demon Emperor's magical power to boost it, and it can answer our prayers." Demon Emperor mana? Xiao Yushu frowned slightly. The Demon Emperor had been dead for over 600 years. Where did he get the mana? Could it be that in the Demon Court's capital city, someone was posing as the Demon Emperor and soliciting? The Tiger Demon stood aside with 100,000 wolf soldiers, drooling at the delicate skin of the snake woman across the room. Instead of looking at the humanoid snake women, the two demons' eyes were only on the half-human, half-snake, more wild and open types. And that's when a gust of wind blew, only to see the long hair of the dozens of half-human snake women in the row across the street fluttering up at the same time, no longer able to cover back up. Wah dash! It's spectacular! This view! It's so dash! The two tiger and wolf demons were bleeding from their noses, their eyes glowing with excitement, and their bodies trembling. This sacrifice really opened the eyes of all of them, who had been single for hundreds of years, in a big way. Are you still thinking about Red Wolf Girl? I think Snake Woman is just fine. Look at this body, tightly wrapped around you. That feeling is really. There's something especially debonair and peculiar about this half-man, half-snake. The two wolf heads of the 100,000 wolf soldiers were chatting away when a voice interjected. Dear demons are good too, with strength in their loins and legs, great for riding. The 100,000 wolf soldiers looked down and realized that it was the white eyebrow that was also tied and dragged here. How dare this interrupt? The two wolf heads looked at Yan Zi, who was wearing a flower crown and smiling coquettishly in the distance, and were immediately furious in their hearts. A fawn demon as beautiful and provocative as Yan Zi might have been toyed with by this asshole scum demon, and it's still here talking smugly about banshees? The two wolf heads of the 100,000 wolf soldiers glanced at each other and smiled grimly at the same time. Come on, brother White Eyebrows, let's go over there and talk. Ignoring White Brows pleas for mercy, 100,000 wolf soldiers cannot help but drag the White Eyebrow hard to the Black Shadow place. The cool and majestic sound of the trumpet sounded and, echoing above the riverbanks, a sense of solemnity and antiquity surged in. Above the river bank was suddenly quiet, and the demon clansmen who were laughing and chatting all had serious faces. The clan leader of the Deer Clan led a group of people and walked towards the black boulder high above, with that young clan leader, Seven Horns, following among them. From the direction of the Snake Clan, a line of people also came out and traveled towards the black stone. The two lines of demons were all dressed in strange and peculiar costumes. Many of the demons wore animal bone hats on their heads, and beads made of skulls and white bones rubbed together hung from their bodies. They placed the sacrificial tributes in their hands around the boulder, which numbered in the hundreds. In addition to medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits, the tributes also included a lot of fresh blood and flesh, and some of the tripods and large bowls contained fresh blood at first glance. The scene was vast and solemn, but Xiao Yushu always had an eerie and alien feeling when he looked at the huge black stone. He had seen the Demon Emperor's belongings, whether it was that sacrificial text or the jade seal of transmission. Although the power was esoteric, all of them were grand and righteous, in line with the great Tao of heaven and earth, whereas this black stone, eerily frightening, as if hiding an evil spirit. Just then, he was in a trance, as if he had entered some mysterious and unpredictable place. There was a huge statue of a god in space, evil and bizarre, exuding intense malice, and it was turning its back on him. The moment he fell into this space, countless weird and peculiar sounds resounded throughout the space, all ringing out neatly with boundless surprise. Found you! Countless petal-like starlight floated up in the space, and then these petals all turned into various kinds of eyes. There are black, turquoise, dark yellow, earthy gray, horizontal eyes, vertical pupils, and dense compound eyes. Countless eyes were densely packed, vying to be the first to open, stacking up to fill the entire space. They were all staring at Xiao Yushu in death as the idol slowly turned around and began to turn its front towards him. A myriad of hoarse, tyrannical roars echoed everywhere on all sides, filled with viciousness, greed, and ecstasy. Found him! Quick, found him! A huge sense of crisis instantly rose in Xiao Yushu's heart, feeling that something very dangerous would definitely happen when that idol turned around and saw him. He immediately mobilized his entire body's spiritual power and instantly transformed into a dragon, fiercely letting out a roaring fury. Roar! All the eyes in the entire space instantly exploded as the vastly masculine augur roared. the eye pupil space shattered, and the scene of the river bank immediately reappeared in front of him, with dear Xiaoye looking at him worriedly. Xiao Yushu took a deep breath, only to feel that his entire body's essence was depleted. That space and the evil god were extremely terrifying, and at the moment of crisis, he stimulated his own potential, and a roar of the dragon tackle cannon surprisingly exhausted all of his spirit and chi. He whispered, "Come on, let's get out of here immediately." Dear Xiaoye and Huangpi both noticed that he was in a bad state, and immediately stepped forward without moving, holding him backward on the left and right. Right at this moment, there was a sudden rumble above the altar high above. In an instant, the wind was howling and the storm clouds were changing colors. The black boulder rumbled and vibrated like a living thing. The violent shaking caused the offering vessels around them to topple over, spilling offerings and blood all over the place. Before the chiefs of the deer and snake clans could react, the black boulder rumbled, surprisingly rolling out from the ground, condescendingly rumbling toward the direction where Xiao Yushu was. Chapter 145, The Descent of the Snake Ancestor. As that boulder rumbled down the high slope, a gale suddenly blew on the riverbank. The wind was completely different from the usual river breeze, as cloudy and cool as a bone-scraping knife. The cool wind rolled in layers, blowing out all 7 campfires on the riverbank in an instant. The entire riverbank was in chaos. The deer and snake tribes both thought that the other party had engaged in a plot and trickery, and immediately cursed. Closest to the front, some of the short-tempered ones moved straight into action, and there was screaming and clamor everywhere. As the black boulder rolled down, it was as if the night had suddenly come to life. Layers of darkness wrapped onto the black boulder, and countless eerie and sneaky things suddenly came to life from the black stone, grasping at the surrounding deer and snake race. There were constantly deer and snake clans that were caught up in those dark and sneaky things, and in an instant they lost the moisture in their flesh and blood, drying up and turning into withered skin. Miserable screams rang out one after another. Dear Xiaoye and Huang Pai were shocked and ran forward desperately with Xiao Yushu in their arms. The cool air pounding behind him felt like an icy taper. "What's going on here with the Godstone? Old demon snake, what kind of trick did you do?" The Deer Clan patriarch was in a great hurry, and when he gave a violent thump to the long staff in his hand, a shining radiance flew out and countless green vines immediately sprouted from the ground around the black stone, trying to block its path. However, the dark shadows on that black stone were like sharp blades that directly sliced through all of these vines. That black stone rumbled forward, devouring the chi and blood of the demonic creatures of the two races while chasing after Xiao Yushu. That snake clan leader cursed, "This must be the work of your deer clan. How would I know why the divine stone is like this? The divine stone is angry. It must be because you guys have violated His Majesty the Demon Emperor's taboo." These two patriarchs didn't know that the black boulder was actually a Jin Yuan stone. When the Demon Emperor ruled the Demon Court was 1,000,000 miles in size. How could the Demon Emperor manage all sorts of trivialities? Then, based on the perimeter Star Dipper formation, 72 Jin Yuan stones were set up throughout the Demon Court, and the power of the Demon Emperor was able to descend on the local area at any time through the Jin Yuan stones. After the fall of the Demon Emperor, the local demon clans continued to sacrifice these Jin Yuan stones. Some of them then developed their own spirituality and colluded with certain powerful demons. These great demons could then descend their own power through the Jin Yuan stone like the Demon Emperor did back then. However, they were after all no match for the Demon Emperor, so the power that descended was limited, at most only 1 or 2% of themselves. Xiao Yushu was already certain that this black stone must be hiding some kind of weird and evil thing. The phenomenal Luo Dao seal he carries on his body may have stimulated this evil creature. Continuing to chase like this, the black stone devours more deer clans and absorbs a large amount of chi and blood, and will definitely be more difficult to deal with. A black shadow like a long poisonous snake suddenly attacked Dear Xiaoye. Dear Xiaoye was caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time. Xiao Yushu swung his fist violently and struck with a volley of chops. When that black shadow collided with his fist power, Xiao Yushu immediately felt a piercing coldness invade him. He had just broken through the evil pupil space and had consumed too much power, and the power of the demon-suppressing fist could no longer protect his body. In an instant his fists, the flesh and blood on his forearms were all torn apart, and a black shadow wriggled like a blood-sucking longworm, wanting to devour his chi and blood. After a hard shake with Xiao Yushu, the black shadow could not withstand it and instantly disintegrated with a shrill whistle. Xiao Yushu drummed up his chi and blood, and the dark shadows on his arm gradually annihilated. But the torn flesh and blood did not recover. "Your Highness, Your Royal Highness!" Dear Xiaoye and Huang Pai shouted at the same time. Dear Xiaoye grabbed the bone spear and turned around to cover Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu clenched his teeth and gathered heaven and earth Yuan power, fiercely grabbing the two demons and throwing them out horizontally. He took the black stone with himself and ran toward the river where there were fewer people. Passing the Jade Seal has a time cooldown, edicts and other features that are not available right now. We've got to think of something. Lure this evil monster to a place where the odds are against it. a bleak and desolate place in the middle of the demon domain. There was no sunlight, no green trees, no living beings, and even less heaven and earth yuan power. There is only the dead, barren, rocky valley of stone. The sky was covered in a dull gray color, with only terrifying thunder and lightning rushing through it. After a few moments, thunder and lightning fell and struck heavily on the mountain range below. A black stone on the mountain ridge was hard and extremely neatly arranged, but under the chopping of hundreds of years of thunder and lightning, there were already countless stones broken beyond repair, revealing the dark red fishy land underneath the stones. The stone wall of the mountain ridge has a texture, respectively, quite regular, with a pale white-gray pattern, the longest up to dozens of feet long. The stone walls of the mountain range suddenly moved, and countless dust and stones fell between clatters, as if the entire mountain had collapsed. From within the winding and undulating mountain walls, 2 rounds of dark green, moon-like giant pupils slowly lit up, a shocking aura spread out, and a huge hill-like snake head slowly emerged. The entire mountain range is the coiled body of the giant snake. The huge snake's head stands in mid-air, like a mountain peak, and those black boulders are its body scales. A shadow of light emerged from the air, containing a bizarre idol that was indistinct and vague, but covered in eyeballs. Thunderbolts kept falling, splitting the idol's light and shadow shaking, barely maintaining it. Earth's sting. The Jin Yuan stone has discovered the reincarnated body of the demon emperor again. I've already sent down my mana to go and kill it, but my dharma body has been destroyed and my strength is limited, so you have to step in immediately. The fierce and low voice of the snake ancestor Earthsting rang out, rumbling and echoing between heaven and earth. Another demon emperor reincarnated? For 600 years, as soon as we heard such news, we descended our forces to kill them. We lost a lot of mana and spirit ourselves, but the ones we killed were all fakes. This is a trick set by the demon emperor to keep consuming our power. The idol sneered, and there was a deep fear and scorn in his voice. Then do you dare to let the demon emperor be reborn? If there is even the slightest possibility, we cannot afford it. If his reincarnated body re-establishes the demon court, we will end up miserable. A thunderbolt fell and shattered the light shadow of the idol. The giant snake's serpentine eyes lit up greatly, and its sinister and ferocious aura rose up to the sky, causing thunder and lightning to continuously strike down from the sky. Demon Emperor, you have imprisoned this ancestor here for 600 years, suffering from this thunder and lightning hammering your body day and night. You also don't want to reincarnate and return to the realm of the human world in the demon domain. As if the lightning in the sky sensed the action it was about to take, it fell as densely as a torrential downpour, but it still couldn't stop a lingering light from rising from the snake ancestor's body. On top of the river bank, Xiao Yushu was utilizing his Jin Demon Fist stance, playing on his previous life's experience as a chicken-eating expert in battling Bailey Shoyo, constantly changing direction to avoid the black shadows sniping. He had already lured the black stone away from the group of demons and into the open space by the river. Yet just then, the Jin Yuan stone suddenly shook, and an unspeakable feeling of great fear and coldness rose up. Xiao Yushu shuddered, feeling this unknown strange coldness that instantly stagnated all his chi and blood movements, making him unable to move. A bizarre black shadow rose from the black stone, slithering like a python, and the eeriness penetrated into the bone marrow. The weird snake shadow slowly swam towards Xiao Yushu, rustling his voice morosely. Didn't think you'd have a day to be devoured by me, did you? Xiao Yushu was constantly trembling from that coldness. He still gritted his teeth and laughed with difficulty. Only a beautiful woman can swallow me, not you. Before the words left his mouth, light suddenly rose from his body, which swept him, snake shadow, and the black stone into it at the same time and disappeared. The teleportation function of the Phantom Dao Seal, the cooldown has expired. Started. Chapter 146. Seeing the pearl after refining the evil souls. The light flashed by, and Xiao Yushu was in front of him in total darkness, with a slight sense of vertigo. A faint heat surged in the air, making him immediately realize that this was the Demon Spider's Grotto, the first station of the Phantom Luo Avenue to be opened. The sudden teleportation tore all of the serpent shadow's terrifying strange cold apart, and the black boulders possessed by the serpent ancestor Earthsting and the evil eye statue fell into a state of vertigo. Xiao Yushu took a step forward, close to the black snake shadow, and struck the dragon tackling cannon with one fist. Roar! Most of his remaining power was transformed into this violent strike, and a scaly dragon made of heaven and earth yuan power appeared in the air, violently slamming on top of that black python shadow. Boom! That python's shadow was nearly dispersed by this sudden strike of his. You want to eat me? Xiao Yushu turned around and rushed into the dark cave passageway, and was soon nowhere to be found. He kept turning and running wildly along the deep cavern, while contacting the Ice Stripe Ice Leaf Sisters with the phenomenal Luo Dao Seal, so that the Sphinx Spider would come to support him. The dark cave became silent. A moment later, a ghostly light flashed on the black stone, and a tyrannical and extremely resentful roar came out. The snake ancestor and the thousand eyes evil god, the two ancient demon kings, Both felt disgraced. The black snake shadow recoalesced, and a few hints of ferocity appeared in its eyes. A huge evil eye with blood filaments appeared on the black stone, and after a few turns in all directions, it recognized a direction. The boulder rumbled and rolled, chasing after Xiao Yushu's direction as it quickly rolled away. Xiao Yushu ran quickly through the pitch-black underground caves, which had 1,000 twists and turns, so if he wasn't careful, he would get lost. In the Yu Luo Dao seal, the ice pattern had already transmitted a map of the neighborhood to him, but that evil black stone didn't know what method it used. It always found his location and chased him all the way. That black stone was much faster than Xiao Yushu, but the terrain was unfamiliar, and he would always be thrown off at critical moments, but immediately catch up again in hot pursuit. This evil creature was so insistent on him, Xiao Yushu had no other thoughts and continued to circle with it looking for an opportunity. I have to kill it today. Both sides chased and fled, turning around in the underground cavern for a whole hour. Another rumbling sound came from behind him, and the black stone thundered out of a cave. It slammed into the oncoming wall, instantly shattering a large portion of the mountain wall stone. Xiao Yushu turned his head to look, and the hideous black stone appeared, with the snake's shadow pupils on it being vicious. He immediately turned and burrowed into a nearby tunnel. That black stone rumbled and rushed into this tunnel as well, gradually closing the distance with Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu swerved violently and scurried into another three-way intersection, drilling into one of them. The black stone is in hot pursuit, but this crypt is a very long downward passage. The ground is very smooth, without any fork in the road. That black stone was like a tiger with wings when it arrived on this terrain. Its speed was raised and it rolled at high speed to charge at Xiao Yushu. The snake's shadow hissed and roared. You can't run away. Xiao Yushu desperately ran forward. The black stone was getting closer and closer, and he was getting closer and closer to the cave entrance. The rumbling was right behind him. The black stone was only 5 feet away from him, and the black snake shadow was about to rush out and tear him apart. Xiao Yushu had already stormed out of the cave. The darkness faded instantly, and all that was in front of him was a bright orange and red color. 2 spider silks as thin as threads pulled him violently, and with a whirring upward lift, he flew upward through the air toward the heights. The huge black stone rushed out of the cave with a huff after him, but there was no more spider silk to pull it in. It's a huge, fiery crater here. The fiery lava surges below. The pure bursts of white flames ebbed and flowed like the tides of the ocean. The black stone flew in the air, with nowhere to draw strength from, and immediately a ghostly light was born from the stone, transforming into a huge hand claw reaching towards the incoming cave. The spider silk of the Ice Ripple and Ice Leaf sisters pulled on Xiao Yushu, who hung in the air, watching the black stone struggle to try to escape back to the cave. He smiled coldly. I've been turning around for so long just to surprise you, and I'm still going to let you run away? He bellowed. Moon Jedi. Numerous moonbeams suddenly surfaced in the air within a range of hundreds of feet. One by one, piece by piece, large and small, the bright and biting moonlight poured down. These moon colors instantly gathered together, as if building a long bridge of moon colors across the magma crypt, reflecting the entire crypt into bright white. This moonlight-colored rainbow of light transformed into a sharp long sword, which was none other than the moon jade. Xiao Yushu held the moon jade sword and swung it at the huge hideous black giant claw. This sword was extremely simple, just a straight vertical slash, but this sword was so rigid and powerful that it was as if all the evil spirits in heaven and earth could not resist. A sword falls. That black giant claw was annihilated in an instant. With a loud boom, cracks covered the top of the black boulder. There was a miserable howl from above that black stone. How ran sword, puffing loud sound. That black stone fell into the blazing magma, immediately surrounded by white flames. Somewhere in an inexplicable space, a scream of agony rang out and dozens of eyeballs on a statue of a god whose entire body was covered in eyes burst and turned into clumps of filthy blood. Demon Emperor, I swear I will definitely pulverize you to pieces. The agonized voice is filled with deep hatred and fear. In another realm, the snake ancestor Earthsting slowly bent down his huge body and fell asleep once again. This time, it had lost 10% of its mana and divine soul at once, which could be considered a huge loss. It must build up its strength as soon as possible to have the ability to continue its descent. The green moon-like eyes of the serpent closed unwillingly. Xiao Yushu was pulled to a high place by the 2 sphinx spiders and climbed into a cave. He looked at the tall and leggy, 8 long legs, spider demon and said, "Thank you both for your help. Otherwise I really couldn't manage that piece of rock." Ice Stripe praised. "The sword just now was extraordinary. What kind of sword is this?" How ran sword. Ice Leaf said, "The stone monster is definitely finished after you slashed it into the magma with your sword." Xiao Yushu nodded as he looked at the black stone that was sunk in the magma and scorched by the layers of white earth fire. The ground fire of this demon spider mountain pass is extremely pure and fiery, and is the most masculine and rigid thing in the world. No matter what kind of cold and evil things, they could not withstand the scorching of this kind of ground fire. In his earlier escape, He had come up with a plan to lure that black stone here, and with the cooperation of the two spider demons, he had succeeded. A tiny click sounded. The black stone had cracked. The black outer layer was quickly scorched and disappeared, and the one-person high round stone was peeled off layer by layer as if it had been shelled and turned into gray smoke. After burning for a strain of incense, the black petrified into a thumb-sized, crystal-clear bead. It floats above the lava, and no matter how much the earth's fire burns, it no longer changes. With a boom, the magma in the mouth of the demon spider mountain undulated and surged. Ice Streak Road. My lord, let's go. The lava is about to erupt. At that moment, he saw a flash of light in the air, and the bead was unexpectedly thrown up by the lava. Xiao Yushu reached out and caught it, realizing that it was just warm and smooth, not hot. The bright bead carried a faint spiritual energy, hallowed and upright, without any semblance of evil. The earth's fire refines away the evil and filth that encased it. That's what it's supposed to be, right? Chapter 147 The Backstabber. Xiao Yushu put away the Jinyuan pearl and followed the two spider demons as they withdrew upwards along the cave. The geofire surge has begun again, and soon the magma will rise in a tidal wave and engulf these holes. Xiao Yushu had just wrestled with the black stone for half a day. His physical strength was greatly depleted, and for a moment he could not keep up with the speed at which the two spiders were running. Ice Ripple turned back and grabbed him, placing him on his back and running at high speed on his back. Wrinkles of Ice. A human-faced spider demon. A human beauty from the waist and up. In the front, he wore a half-body of cold iron armor, which was only the front half of the armor, the back half being empty and tied to his back with two chains. Ice Stripe leaned forward, running fast and hard, steering nimbly and athletically. The position showed off her athletic and graceful back, her firm and thin waist. Xiao Yushu was in a difficult situation. She ran so fast, just like a motorcycle rider. He had to grab something while sitting on the back seat. The problem is that behind this demoness is a large area of smooth and delicate skin, with only two chains tied to it. So what can I grab? The dull whine of lava surging upward sounded behind them, and Ice Stripe picked up speed, swerving violently to the left at the fork. Xiao Yushu's body lurched, and he hurriedly reached out to hug Ice Stripe with force. The banshee shuddered and hit the mountain wall with a thud. Ice Stripe, are you not dead? My lord, are you alright? Behind her came the concerned greeting of her good sister, Ice Leaf. Ice Stripe got up and rubbed his head, continuing to run without a word. Xiao Yushu hurriedly loosened his hand, the antonym of really small, really flat, really square. He couldn't hug people indiscriminately anymore. Just now it was a desperate move in the heat of the moment. It would be a bit obscene to hug again. So Xiao Yushu reached out and grabbed the two chains behind the Ice Stripe cold iron armor, resulting in another muffled grunt from Ice Stripe, almost hitting the rock again. Having easily returned to the tribe of the Sphinx Spider Clan, Ice Leaf looked at her sweaty sister and laughed disdainfully. Ice Stripe, you're this tired after running such a small distance? Next time, it's better for me to carry your lordship. You're too weak. Ice Stripe gave her an angry look, wanting to punch her in the face. The Ice Stripe tribe's strength had grown greatly, and the water resources that Xiao Yushu had brought to them had caused the other nearby other-faced demon spider tribes to defect. This small to medium-sized tribe of a few thousand spiders in the past had turned into a large tribe of 50,000 to 60,000, becoming the most powerful force in the neighborhood. Xiao Yushu sat in the cave lined with fire python skins, and Ice Pattern personally held 3 large red fruits and offered them up. It's holy fruit? I didn't realize that small tomatoes could be grown in this earthfire-infested underworld. Xiao Yushu picked up one, put it in his mouth, and took a bite. The juices instantly filled the mouth and, a wild, fiery sensation surged up, and his mouth felt like it was burning with a fire. This isn't a cherry fruit, it's an artichoke. After swallowing a mouthful of the blazing, fire-like juice, Xiao Yushu suddenly felt a fiery power rise up and propel his chi and blood to roll and flow. This pungent little tomato is actually a heavenly treasure? Ice Stripe laughed. My lord, this is a vermilion fruit. It is able to restore chi and blood and enhance strength. More than just restoring chi and blood? Xiao Yushu already felt that after eating this one, all of his lost chi and blood strength was restored, and it was vaguely enhanced by another 20%. That's a lot of good stuff. His mind moved. Shu Guo could enhance his power, so wouldn't he be able to consume his power and change the nature of the item with his word ability? He took out the Jinyuan stone, and a few lines of golden characters rose above it. Name, Jinyuan bead. Introduction, one of the magic weapons refined by the Demon Emperor, with a total of 72 pieces, which can be used as the core components of the spell formation. Current use, core component of the descent spell. Future chakra, has returned to its initial pure state. Future role unknown. Xiao Yushu silently utilized his nature-changing supernatural ability, and a line of golden characters popped up. Does the host consume 2 power to change the Jinyuan Zhu phrase? Yes. Change of use. Xiao Yushu instantly felt a hot current draw away from his body, and the 20% increase in power brought to him by the Zhuge disappeared. The words of that Zenyuanzu immediately became current use, core component of the demon roadside spell formation, demon domain. On the riverbank of the ritual ceremony, Huang Pai and dear Xiao Yu and the others were all captured, including the 100,000 wolf soldiers and white eyebrows, all surrounded in a circle. The deer race and snake race demonic creatures were densely surrounded, looking at them with a murderous aura. The deer clan patriarch's face was serious and gloomy. Who sent you to wreak havoc? What did you use on the godstone? The demons were all silent, and after a long time Yellow Skin whispered, that stone is very evil and has nothing to do with us. Our Lord sacrificed his life to save you. Can't you see that? Dear Xiaoye called out with tears in her eyes. If it weren't for my lord, I don't know how many of you would be dead. Shut up, the Snake Clan chief bellowed and cursed in a cold voice, thinking that if you don't confess, there's nothing we can do to you, you evil and lowly demons. Come on, prepare the blood spirit vine and hang them all on it. Let them taste the bitterness of having their bodies torn apart and their souls devoured. A group of demonic creatures among the Snake Clan immediately released bizarre vines that looked like centipedes with spikes all over their bodies from several large black vats. This vine is covered with burrs, rustling and moving, extremely vicious and horrible. As soon as it sees fresh flesh and blood, it wants to pounce over. The few snake demons were pulling tightly with thick ropes and were full of nervousness. Dear Xiaoye's face turned white with fear, and the rest of the demons were also terrified. Dear Demon Swallow couldn't bear it and advised in a low voice, Lord Patriarch, they shouldn't have anything to do with the divine stone storm, or it's better not to torture them with the blood spirit vine, right? Before the Deer Clan Patriarch could speak, that young patriarch, Seven Horns, droned out morosely, could it be that you are one of them? They're the ones you introduced to Deer Village, so if you keep nagging, I'll throw you in there as well to taste the blood spirit tang. Swallow was instantly too scared to speak, and Dear Xiaoye said in a cold voice, Sister Swallow, there's no need to beg them. These fools are compelled by evil spirits, and they don't even realize it themselves. It's really ridiculous. Huang Pai and the rest of the demons all took up their weapons. They were all under His Highness the Crown Prince's command and would rather die than give in. Even if the other side was outnumbered, then they had to put up a fight. The Snake Clan Patriarch sneered disdainfully, not hiding his disdain and contempt. He stepped forward, raised the snake staff in his hand, and said, how dare you resist? You guys are looking for death. The Deer Clan chief didn't say anything either, but raised the wooden staff in his hand and stood next to the Snake Clan chief. This group of small demons, even if they are wrong, so what? There's gotta be someone to blame for all this. Where is the mistake of their two clan chiefs who are wise and honorable? Historically, the weakest and least powerful is the one who takes the fall. With a smug smile, Sevenhorn waved his hand and his cronies raised their weapons. It was at this point that the change occurred. Chapter 148 Dear Spirit Monarch. In the clear night sky, the stars, which had been quiet and distant, suddenly shone brightly. Above the canopy, a grand formation made of stars and buckets appeared. The starlight turned into lightning and split down in the air. Lightning as thick as an arm struck right on the Snake Clan Patriarch, and he instantly turned into ashes without even uttering a scream. Lightning fell so intensely that the riverbank was in chaos. The Deer and Snake Clans couldn't be bothered to surround Yellow Skin and Deer Xiaoye and the others, and they scattered in all directions. However, under this magnetic storm like lightning, dozens of demonic creatures were immediately cleaved to death. The Deer Clan leader and Seven Horns took their men and ran desperately toward the riverbank, where the lightning was a little thinner. However, just at that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a deafening ground-shaking sound rang out. Dozens of meters in front of the Deer Clan chief and the Seven Horns and other demons, a tall and thick curtain of earth was raised like a rising tide. The vibrations underneath their feet became more and more powerful, and all the demon clans were horrified and terrified. The ground instantly shattered all over as smoke from the earth fire erupted upwards from that earth curtain. Then the stones, the earth, the gravel, all solidly squeezed together, rose slowly in the shaking. The ground looked like an earth dragon had appeared and began to show a vague glow. The creatures standing on the earth dragon, including the Deer Clan chief and the Seven Horns and other demon clans, were instantly swallowed and buried into the earth and rocks by this earth dragon, disappearing. The earth-shaking vibration lasted for a full incense stick, and thousands of deer and snake race demonic creatures were swallowed into this earth dragon. This earth dragon gradually became immobile, and a broad, level road appeared on the riverbank. The road leads straight into the darkness and deep darkness, not knowing where it leads. Just off the road, where the sacred stone used to be placed, a stone tower stood on the hillside. In the center of the highest part of the tower, there was a one-person high statue of the Demon Emperor, which looked almost the same as the statue of the Adamantine Bridge. Only this statue, instead of a giant python wrapped around its body, was draped with 36 colored ribbons. Next to the idol stood a man, none other than Xiao Yushu, Huang Pai and dear Xiao Yu and the others were instantly overjoyed. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was indeed powerful, solving that weird stone and bringing about this amazing scene. The other demon clans were dumbfounded, with the 2 clan leaders and elders all dead, coupled with the intimidation of the scene just now. They didn't know what to do. Xiao Yushu scrutinized the idol. Why does this one look a little like me? There was a groove in the center of the idol's brow, and he placed the crystal clear Jin Yuan bead on that groove. He expended 2 powers and used his word powers to change the use of the Jin Yuan pearl from the core of the descent spell formation to the core of the demon road site. Using this Jin Yuan bead, he opened the path from the demon spider cave to the demon domain. The phenomenal Luo Dao seal jumped out from Xiao Yushu's hand, the light on it glowing brightly. Golden words flashed out. The host has opened a new site in the demonic domain of Yura Avenue. Please name the new site. Xiao Yushu said. By who fell for us and didn't get to enter the demon domain to take a look. Everyone remembers him in their hearts. There is a tall tower here. Let's name this station the White Tower of the demon domain. Flame-like words then emerged, and on that tall tower, 4 big words were carved: Demon Domain White Tower. The Phenomenon Avenue opened the Phenomenon Abyss Devil Spider Cave White Tower of the Demon Realm route, promoting the development of the Demon Court, with great merits, and obtaining the feedback of Heaven and Earth's Yuan Li. Under this great merit, the Yuan power of Heaven and Earth continued to fall, ebb and flow, and spread like a tidal wave. All of the demon clans at the scene instantly received a wash of Heaven and Earth's Yuan power, and their own powers and qualities instantly increased. Huang Pai and other Xiao Yushu's henchmen were especially elevated, and they all went up a notch. Under the shock, the demon clans of the deer and snake clans were instantly ecstatic, and all of them reverently knelt down and bowed down towards the tower, worshipping and thanking the demon emperor for his generous bestowal. Yellow Pai and dear Xiaoye and the other demons rushed forward and looked at Xiao Yushu, too excited to speak. The phenomenal Luo Dao seal is upgraded to the phenomenal Luo County seal. Within 10,000 miles centered on the White Pagoda, it can suppress the 4 directions, and edicts are issued as a command. Xiao Yushu immediately felt a huge force enter the phenomenal Luo Dao seal, which became half as small, but much more refined. He gripped the seal of the Yu Luo County and felt a majestic power added to it. Within 10,000 miles, the black stone that had previously descended from that weird and evil spirit could now be suppressed by him with a single edict. The host has been rewarded with the merits of the demon race, automatically opening the cultivation bridge between heaven and earth. Xiao Yushu immediately felt a spiritual power that was improving his body and qualifications. His power hadn't increased, but his ceiling had increased greatly. He had a feeling that as long as he continued to cultivate, he would be able to make a straight path all the way to the Divine Sea Realm. This was the great reward that the merits of the Demon Court had given him. It was only at this time that Xiao Yushu figured out the rules of play for this demon road. Demon merit is like a game backstage. The Demon Emperor and all the Demon Kings, and even every demonic creature, are players in the game. The Demon Meritocracy released many quests, and everyone who completed the quests would be rewarded with merit. The Demon Emperor had taken on a bullishly big task, which was to build 36 demon paths. As a result, the mission was not accomplished, and he himself was backstabbed by 3 of his men, and went straight to Ga. Whether he's dormant or fallen, he's out anyway. This task of building a demon road was still going on, and he, Xiao Yushu, happened to have completed a small part of it with Dire. At that moment, there was a flash of light, and Butterfly appeared in the air behind Xiao Yushu. Her wings unfolded as if she were unfolding a pair of morose godly eyes above the canopy. Butterfly, family. When the tens of thousands of demon clans saw such a miracle, they were instantly pleased and reverent. Some older demon clansmen shouted at once, "Greetings to His Majesty the Demon Emperor. Long live the Demon Emperor." Xiao Yushu secretly nodded his head. Butterfly came just in time. This god's eye is like the BGM of the key moment, as if some action teacher's budwheat fall, and immediately captured everyone's heart. He gripped the seal of Yu Luo County and spoke aloud. Edict, as of today, Spirit Monarch Deer Xiaoyu is the head of the Deer clan and manages the affairs of the Deer and Snake clans. Deer Xiaoye was startled, only to see a golden halo rise from her body, transforming into a royal edict that was added to her body. As the Yualuo County seal mana operated, all the demonic creatures immediately felt a sense of admiration and obedience towards Deer Xiaoye, and even the snake race demonic creatures feared the powerful pressure on her body. Deer Xiaoye was shocked and quickly waved her hand. "And no, I can't do the patriarch job. I don't know anything dash. A wandering fawn demon, hungry and full, living all day in the mountains and forests with fear and trembling." The demons in those packs looked down on her, bullied her, and put her through hardships. Before she met His Royal Highness, she had nothing except an innocent body. Her biggest dream is to be the owner of that Heeshou Wu land and to be able to eat Heeshou Wu often in the future. Where did one expect that His Highness the Crown Prince would ordain her as a true spirit monarch? The land of the 2 deer and snake clans spanned 10,000 miles. with 100,000 demon clans and millions of animal spirits, nowadays. Except for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, she is the supreme ruler of the land. Chapter 149, Sister's Arrival. Deer Xiaoye was given the royal edict and became the local spirit monarch, commanding the deer and snake clans. Xiao Yushu then asked Huang Pai to assist her. Huang Pai was knowledgeable and experienced, an old demon who had been in the bottom for many years, and was able to help Deer Xiaoye with many things. With the opening of the demon road and the washing of heaven and earth's energy, the deer and snake two clans had already treated Deer Xiaoye as a true spirit monarch, and everyone bowed down and was very loyal, and everything was functioning very well. Deer Xiaoye's main task in these 2 days was to bring Huang Pai and offer a large number of gifts to Xiao Yushu. The territory of the deer and snake clans spans 10,000 miles and is rich in produce, all kinds of valuable herbs, all kinds of rare ores, all kinds of specialties of the demon race. The piles are stacked and continue to grow non-stop. Xiao Yushu estimated that selling this pile would be enough for the Jinnan army to fight for 10 years. As for the 100,000 wolf soldiers, the tiger demon and the bird demon Longfeather, and even the 2 tree spirits, both ended their wandering careers and lived happily down in the territories of the deer and snake clans. 2 days later, the sun was up. Xiao Yushu was watching the tiger demon and the snake clan's female general, Extravagant Golden Ring, compete in a match when he saw 100,000 wolf soldiers staggering out of the grass. It saw Xiao Yushu and hurriedly greeted him, its voice hoarse. "Your Royal Highness." Xiao Yushu looked at its limp legs and blackened eyes. "What did you do to get into this mess?" There was a rustling in the grass, only to see a snake woman with a naked upper body and a snake carapace with white stripes on the lower half of her body hastily swimming into the depths of the grass. Then another, a snake woman with black stripes on her lower body, quickly fled. Xiao Yushu and the tiger demon were both dumbfounded that it was still the black and white twins. That extravagant gold ring covered her mouth with a cheeky smile, revealing 2 small pointed teeth. The tiger demon couldn't help but gasp. "Weren't you going to take Red Wolf Girl as your wife? You've been pining for her." The 100,000 wolf soldiers raised their 2 heads breathlessly, their 4 eyes barely able to open. "Who is the Red Wolf Girl?" The 100,000 wolf soldiers, as friends of dear Lingjun, were favored by many demon women. It truly realizes the good life of intertwining with a half-human, half-snake woman and exploring demonic life day and night. Xiao Yushu shook his head and laughed, when he suddenly felt a tremor in the Yuluo County seal. An outsider has actually invaded this demonic domain. The demon domain was tightly protected, and there were only 2 passages that could enter the place where the deer and snake tribes were located. One is the Python Bridge that Xiao Yushu walks on. This one is not accessible to the general public. The second is through the rituals of the Black Mountain walled city, over the Black Pass and through the 100 miles of Bloodvine Forest in the territory of the Snake Clan. It was an extremely scary road that could not be crossed without the permission of the Serpent Clan. The Black Mountain Wall is the more powerful walled village of the Mang Mountain branch. The other party was able to break the Black Mountain Wall to kill in. The strength is quite strong. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but come to be interested and said, "Come on, let's go check it out." From afar, he looked at the black smoke rising from the Black Mountain Fortress, a messy appearance. Xiao Yushu sucked in a breath of cool air. The enemy that came was powerful, very powerful. Deer Xiaoye raised her bone gun and said in a cold voice, "How dare someone come to the entrance of our demon domain to cause trouble? They really have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts." She was sealed as a spirit monarch, and after having the heaven and earth yuan power of this demon realm added to her, her strength was greatly enhanced, and her confidence was also increased by quite a bit. A number of experts from the Deer Clan and the Snake Clan invited to fight at the same time. "Please, Spirit Sovereign, give the order. We will cut down all the enemies." "Spirit Monarch, let me charge up and eat them. It's just a few human races. There's no need for a Spirit Monarch to make a move. We'll just exterminate him." After Deer Xiaoye ruled over the Deer and Demon clans, the 2 previously hostile clans became allies, and instead, their strength increased greatly. All the demons were confident and wanted to perform well in front of the Spirit Sovereign and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Xiao Yushu's face was serious as he said to Deer Xiaoye, the Deer and Snake 2 clans expert who was eager to try, "The enemy ahead is very powerful. I'll just deal with it. You all go back." "Ha!" Deer Xiaoye and the group of experts all froze. "All right, that's an order." Xiao Yushu touched Deer Xiaoye's head and smiled. "This enemy can only be dealt with by me." In the Black Cottage, the patriarch of the Black Mountain Flying Elf clan, Black Mountain Wenxiong, was lying on the ground with his face covered in blood and covered in serious injuries. It stared hatefully at the woman in front of it, but didn't dare to look at her much. It never dreamed that this human woman was just too powerful. She even dared to force her way into the Black Mountain walled city with a few people. And the third son of Montenegro Wenxiong even wanted to capture this woman as a concubine. And then, there's no more then. The woman stomped its third son into mush with one foot, and blasted open the gate of the Black Mountain cottage with one punch. She went into the Black Mountain walled city alone and killed all the flying elf masters. Before that, it had heard that human masters were also powerful. However, it was never expected to be so powerful, comparable to those powerful demon kings. The woman asked faintly, "Say, how do I get through the Bloodvine Forest?" Fumio Kuroyama clenched his teeth and spasmed in pain. It could not betray the demon race and tell the human race the secret of entering the demon domain, but every time the woman asked, as long as he didn't say anything, he would cut off the heads of a group of Black Mountain flying elves. 7 whole batches had been cut. The entire Black Cottage was covered in the blood of the flying elf. It roared with hatred. "The demon emperor will surely send down thunder to break you into pieces." The woman smiled contemptuously, waved her hand, and the Jinnan soldiers who stood by raised their swords high. Pounding. A sound came from the burned-down wooden building of the Black Mountain cottage. A man crawled out of the broken wood and glanced up blankly this way. The woman instantly took one step and landed next to the man. Her cold-as-ice face suddenly took on a vivid and incomparable expression. It's like a magnolia that suddenly blooms in the spring breeze. Xiao Yushu only felt that his entire body was being suppressed by a huge force, and he could not move in the slightest. Immediately afterward, a familiar wave of demon-suppressing fist she instantly cleansed his body and mind from top to bottom. From the inside out, he looked up, and the woman before him, her silver hair hanging down, her almond eyes clear, her face, before I could see the face, he was then violently held down in the place where all men have been immensely worshipped since they were babies. Koro, the majestic and commanding imperial sister voice started, then turned into a crisp and friendly sister voice. "Don't you run around." Then the rosy lips, close to the ear. This time it's moistened with the sound of water, with clips that, whiny and sharp into the ear. "Sister is so worried about you." Name sister. Title, Marquis of Jinnan, General of Jinnan Army. Talent, favoring my brother. Introduction, facing outsiders mighty and domineering, cold and powerful, facing his brother. Sometimes majestic, sometimes affectionate, sometimes petulant, sometimes pretending to be weak, sometimes unreasonable. Future fortune, the author's main god is hesitant. Some readers want to have bloodless sibling love. Some want to have blood sibling affection. The author is in a difficult situation. The future fortune is uncertain. Xiao Yushu was loosened and gasped for air while looking at Black Mountain Wenxiong next to him. The Black Mountain chief is a good demon, for the demon domain would rather die than submit. I have to save its life. Xiao Luoshan tenderly touched Xiao Yushu's head and kicked Black Mountain Wenxiong away. Montenegro Fumio screamed miserably as he flew out and crashed through 13 wooden buildings, embedding himself deeply into a stone wall. My sister's almond eyes were like water, and her voice was warm and comforting. Xiao Lang is not afraid. They are weak. Sister killed it for you. Xiao Yushu. I'm so sorry, Black Mountain Chief. Chapter 150, The First Strange Incident of the Jinnan Army. From Xiao Luoshan. Xiao Yushu felt the meaning of the word sister. For the first time in the alien world where demons and humans coexisted, he felt some kind of strange attachment to someone. In front of Su Baila, he was the noble and arrogant Marquis Jinnan's son. In front of Xia Yunbing, he was the domineering and dashing bandit leader Wei Zhentian. In front of dear Xiaoye, he was the supreme demon crown prince. They all love him. They love him with all their hearts. But getting along with them felt completely different from getting along with Xiao Luoshan. Only in front of my sister, he can drop all his responsibilities, become a dependent and protected character. The feeling is like being immersed in a warm spring and the whole person becomes peaceful and relaxed. Xiao Luoshan fished out a few purple fruits from the pocket of his robe and shoved them to him as if he were a small child. Nah, this one is for you. This fruit is called a groundnut, and it's sweet and sour. Groundnut, botany. Xiao Yushu took the groundnut fruits and took one into his mouth, the sweet and sour astringent juice melting in his mouth. He nodded and said, "Yummy." Xiao Luoshan was satisfied with his reaction and touched his face, smiling. My brother is so handsome. When General Xiao was happy, he went into show-off brother mode. She pulled Xiao Yushu to walk past every Jinnan soldier and then said, "Look, it's my brother. How's that?" That Jinnan soldier was prepared and immediately shouted, "The world prince is handsome, smart and wise, extraordinary at first glance. Ah Chen Guang, my brother is handsome, isn't he? Our 200,000 Jinnan army can't even find one more handsome than Master Shitzi. Wu Shang, look at my brother, isn't he classy?" The temperament of the Shitzi master has taken thousands of young girls by storm, improving the atmosphere of the Great Zhou, improving the connotation of young people, jade-like, graceful and elegant, fluttering like a dragon. The year of the dragon is very auspicious. Xiao Yushu looked at this Wu Shang whose eyebrows were the same as two mustaches in surprise. It's a talent. If you had been born in my past life, there would have been a place for you, whether it was stand-up comedy or DJing or a White House spokesman. Ah, but, Xiao Yushu still modestly covered his face. He was no longer a child who had just begun to walk and was very excited when others praised him a few times. Even though what everyone was saying was true, he still felt very ashamed. Xiao Luotian, on the other hand, was like drinking fine wine, only feeling that this was the most enjoyable day of his year. She felt her whole body float with every compliment everyone gave her brother. So the soldiers of Jinnan. He saw with his own eyes the legendary Jinnan army's first major strange event, the great general's gentle smile. The one who just collapsed the gate of the Black Lodge with one punch. A single person, bare-handed and empty-fisted, killed the first major demon fortress with vigor. Kill all the masters of the Black Mountain Flying Elves clan. Let the heads of the demons be built into mountains, and the color of the rivers become bright red. Superb, terrorizing Tyrannosaurus-like Marquis of Jinnan Xiao Luotian. Surprisingly, she smiled sweetly. She looked at her brother tenderly. Even her voice became soft and feminine. This is simply, it's horrible. It's too twisted. It's daylight. Wu Sheng approached the Xiao Luotian siblings and whispered, Great General, there are still demons spying in the distance. We've already received the Shitsi. Should we pull out of Black Mountain Fortress? Xiao Luotian had long since realized that there were still demons lurking in the distance, and there were quite a few of them, a few of which were quite strong, but she has always been conceited and blandly said, Today, the world's sun is tired, so let's set up camp here. There are demons coming, so it's a good time to move around. Yes, Great General, the general is the guts of the army. Xiao Luotian was so domineering and overwhelming that it greatly boosted the morale of the Jinnan army squad. These 30 or so men, then, armed with bows and swords, set up camp and fires, and cleaned up the battlefield, as they should have done, proudly placing the countless demon clans in the distance completely out of sight. This kind of momentum, when looking at the entire Great Zhou dynasty, only Xiao Luotian with the Jinnan army could do it. Xiao Yushu secretly sent a message through the Yueluo County seal for Dear Xiaoye and the others to return to the demon domain, just in case one of them can't resist and comes by to ask about the situation. It would be a great injustice to let Xiao Luotian beat him to death. It's a knot in his stomach. 2. He was deeply connected to the demon race, from pioneering the demon path, meeting Dyer and Dear Xiaoye, to the so-called prince of the demon race. Should he tell his sister about all these things? He really couldn't decide. In Xiao Luotian's heart, this younger brother of his was naturally all-important, even more important than her own life. But there was one more thing, and it was also something that Xiao Luotian would lay down his life to protect. That is the spirit of the Jinnan Marquis, the purpose of the Jinnan army. Guard the human race in the world, and cut down all demonic creatures. 3 generations of the Marquis of Jinnan's family had practiced this tenet with their lives and blood. The Jinnan army and the demon race do not share the same fate. So, Xiao Yushu doesn't dare to be sure. For the sister, or to the Marquis of Jinnan, which is really more important. He wouldn't betray his sister, no matter what. But, he was likewise unwilling for his sister to kill Butterfly, Dear Xiaoye, and Yellow Skin. All of these demon clans, they're his friends. Once we had adventures together, laughed together, lived and died together. As the sky grew dark, the Jinnan army camped inside the Black Mountain Fortress and built a campfire. Within the clean stone room, Xiao Luotian and Xiao Yushu were the only 2 left. Xiao Luotian leaned against Xie Yushu's side, and the campfire illuminated their faces. Xiao Yushu quietly looked sideways and, a beautiful, amazingly long, straight, silvery, demure, googly-eyed face, the snow-white, slender neck, the round, white shoulders, the, amazingly sized peaks, violently cinched and firm, slender waists, can't look any further down. Below that is German orthopedics and 404. Xiao Yushu hurriedly raised his head, but he saw a pair of bright eyes like apricots full of smiling autumn waves. Was it good? My sister is so beautiful. Xiao Yushu was embarrassed and immediately kissed his ass. Koro, who's prettier, me or your daughter-in-law? Xiao Luotian blinked with a few urges. Is this the Cho's version of who do you say first when your sister or daughter-in-law falls into the water? Xiao Yushu smiled awkwardly, then said with incomparable sincerity, Of course it's sister who is beautiful. Sister, you are the most beautiful woman in the world in my eyes. If it had been Rara who had asked that, just replace the subject with the word Lara and you're good to go. Xiao Luotian crossed his eyes and said, I'm going to talk to Lara when we get back to the capital. Are you my own sister? How can you treat your beloved brother like this? Xiao Luotian suddenly came closer to him, her almond eyes looking straight into his eyes. How could my brother, who has always been mute and simple, say such a thing? It was only then that Xiao Yushu realized that, at some point, his sister's hand had pressed against his jugular. Chapter 151 and Sister. I'm already great. I've written it many times before, but I'll say it again here. Please read it clearly. These 2 are not biological siblings. They are not related by blood. Xiao Luotian's face was close at hand, and the angle was shockingly beautiful. Those eyes, however, were as clear and cold as the stars in the night sky, with a sharp chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Stunningly beautiful and chillingly sharp. Surprisingly, it was kneaded into a strong and strangely lethal charm. Xiao Yushu was momentarily frozen. He didn't even hear Xiao Luoshan's words, and only heard his heart thumping. Xiao Luoshan looked at his appearance and laughed with a poof, like a spring flower blooming. She wrapped her arm around Xiao Yushu's shoulders and laughed. Earlier, I read Mayor's letter and received the silver cent. I thought our youngest son had really gotten the hang of it, but I didn't realize that he was still a little simpleton in appearance. Her eyes went from cool and sharp to blazing with joy and admiration, with a hidden delight. The slender vegetal hand exerted a slight imperceptible force and quietly wrapped Xiao Yushu around him. A dash. Xiao Yushu leaned in the great general's sister's arms, feeling only a little dizzy, but also feeling peaceful and joyful, his heart light and happy. Xiao Luoshan's long and powerful onion fingers gently rubbed his cheeks. Who is Koro's favorite person in the world? Of course it's Sister Luoshan, Xiao Yushu replied without hesitation, taken for granted from the bottom of his heart. To his own shock, Xiao Yushu understands something. After the soul of his previous life fused with the memories of his current life, he was no longer the same person he was in his previous life. He is Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu is him. This mellow and incomparable affection for Sister Luoshan was originally a part of Xiao Yushu's life. Xiao Luoshan's eyes glowed with joy. She was serious about it too. Sister's favorite person in the world is only Koro. The two of them held hands and held each other's hands, facing the burning bonfire, only feeling that with each other by their side, they were facing thousands of difficulties and dangers, but also just a smile. Xiao Luoshan said seriously, Xiao Lang, do you really like Subayera? For the sake of your happiness, sister can give up everything, food and silver, we'll always find a way. You can't sell yourself just to raise military funds for the Jinnan army. Ha! Xiao Yushu crowed and laughed. Selling himself? My Luoshan sister. In my previous life, a person like me would have to take a high bride price to marry a daughter-in-law. A girl of rarest caliber wouldn't even bother to look at me. I only dared to look at the girl I loved in the center of my dreams on the screen of my phone on those deserted nights. Now, people marry me with millions of dollars, with beautiful maids of honor, and $1 million of gratitude. I woke up laughing in my sleep. Okay? But Xiao Luoshan's concern was sincere, and he said very seriously, I like Lara. She's a good girl. I married her willingly. Xiao Luoshan nodded and whispered. In that case, I'm relieved, she said in a flat, dry tone. It's good that you guys are in love, and you need to give the Marquis house a new branch as soon as possible. Our Jinnan Marquis family is still too thin. We need to have a few more children, and in the future, my sister will teach them to read and practice martial arts, so that they can become successful as soon as possible. That's 1 part relief and joy, and 9 parts jealousy and loss. Xiao Luoshan leaned against Xiao Yushu and said softly, Xiao Lang, you have suffered in Shangjing. Sister has been in the southwest for the past few years and has not been able to take care of you. She smiled faintly, and the color of brash sharpness appeared in her eyes again. Those who bullied you, I've memorized them all. Don't worry, sooner or later, I'll hang them all on the gates of the upper capital. This is Big Sister Chao's version of hanging streetlights for the whole family. Xiao Yushu shook his head and laughed. There's not much bullying going on, and anyone who dares to make trouble is cleaned up. I'm old enough to hold my own. I don't need to be taken care of. Are you big already? Xiao Luoshan's pretty face was surprised and raised slightly. Why didn't I feel it? No matter what, you're my brother and I have to take care of you. In the future, when you encounter anything, you have to tell me. Don't ever try to be brave on your own. If something happens, sister will go and take care of it for you. Her concern moved Xiao Yushu greatly. He believed that if Xiao Luoshan knew that the emperor's elder and the state master had poisoned him, he would definitely immediately seek them out to fight to the death. Ever since I was a little girl, no matter what, she stood in front of her. The two of them snuggled for a while, and Xiao Yushu patted her hand and, alright, men and women are not related. We have to pay attention even if we are siblings. Hurry up and let go of me. People will see and laugh. Great General Xiao let out a long sigh. His eyebrows furrowed, his expression full of despondency and dissatisfaction. Alas, after planting vegetables for more than 10 years, it ended up being cheaper. Gotta keep my sister's dignity now. Gotta keep my distance from Koro. Equal to or succeeds, equal to or precedes. I've raised you with all the help I can get. Now even a hug. You can't even give me a kiss? Even if you're growing yams, you can still grab one for yourself and taste it first, right? Who dares to say no? Xiao Luoshan grunted in dissatisfaction. I brought you up by the handful and now I can't even give you a hug? This reasoning doesn't make sense there. I just have to cuddle. She directly wrapped her arms around Xiao Yushu's neck. Her red lips slightly opened, and she mischievously blew in his ear. A light wind like orchid in musk blue, and Xiao Yushu directly winced. The cold and sharp Sister Lorraine has gone offline. Now logging on is pouting plus no nonsense sister. Xiao Luoshan recklessly pinched his brother's face. He didn't know it before he didn't get his hands on it, but once he got his hands on it, he realized that pinching his face was actually so stress-relieving and comfortable. Sister, stop it. Oops, don't pinch it. Xiao Luoshan, I'll throw you out if you make any more trouble. Xiao Luoshan's pretty face was flushed with red, thinking about the fights between the two of them when they were kids. The eyes were all bright with the joy of catching his brother in the act. Come on, come on, come on, let me learn what Koro can do. Xiao Yushu sneered. That lets you know that your brother is all grown up and awesome. I'm already a man you can hardly influence. His arms shook as his inner strength worked and he was about to break free from her embrace. Xiao Luoshan didn't make much of an effort and was still smiling. As soon as Xiao Yushu's strength hit her arm, it immediately slid away as quickly as a swimming fish, and a pair of snow-white lotus root arms were still tightly hooped. Xiao Yushu sucked in a breath of cold air. Holy, forgot one important fact. My sister is the ultimate master. This is the world's 10 greatest characters. It's kinda hard to break free and throw her out. He took a deep breath and his chi and blood ran violently as the Tao Heaven and Earth Yuan power was added to his arm. Xiao Luoshan's apricot eyes were clear, blinking gently as she praised in surprise. Wow, my Xiaolang is so powerful. He's an innate expert. Drive me. Xiao Yushu's arms shook as the Yuan power of heaven and earth revolved. Then, bad sister gentle is cheering. Koro, make more effort dash. She smiled as she watched Xiao Yushu's efforts and couldn't help but find it very cute. She remembered that when she was a child, she had held this tiny little man without letting go, and he had exerted his strength in her arms, blushing and gnashing his teeth to break free. Xiao Yushu operated his full power and added the heaven and earth Yuan power. Those lotus root arms, however, did not move at all, as if they were cast in bronze. Chapter 152, I'm only a sister. When Xiao Yushu turned his head, Xiao Luoshan's hair crossed his cheek. He was instantly flooded with a tingling sensation, and it was then that he truly realized how it felt to be cradled in the arms of Luoshan's sister. It was warm and soft, with a light fresh scent, and comfortably cozy as hell. I wish it could just be like this until the end of time. He felt his heart beat faster and his face suddenly burned a little. His eyes tried to escape from Xiao Luoshan's absolutely beautiful face, but he glanced at her delicate white porcelain-like neck at once. Xiao Yushu swallowed his saliva and hurriedly averted his gaze, his heartbeat already beating like a drum. Really can't watch anymore. For the first time, Xiao Luoshan looked at the 18-year-old Xiao Yushu so closely. Handsome as sculpted cheeks, long and sturdy body, clear and cold star-like eyes, full of the flavor of man's sense of power. Xiao Luoshan couldn't help but have her heart beat faster. The entire person froze a bit. She was suddenly reminded of the sights of her childhood. The haggard-looking grandfather had a kind smile on his face. He pointed to the little baby in the cot next to him, who was blowing bubbles out of his nose and, Luoshan, from today, he is your brother. Brother? Xiao Luoshan, who had 2 pigtails tied on her head, stared at the extremely cute and adorable creature, her eyes widening in surprise. Yes, his name is Xiao Yushu. He is your younger brother. In the future you have to can protect him and take care of him. Well, I'll be sure to protect my brother. Grandfather smiled softly, coughed deeply, and gazed off into the distance. There was a deep, complex meaning in his eyes that the young Lorax couldn't understand. So many years have passed and he has grown so handsome and cute. Xiao Luoshan looked at Xiao Yushu in a daze. A thought popped into her mind that immediately made her blush. What would it feel like to have a kiss? Her heart was thumping with. Xiao Lang was adopted by his grandfather. We're not siblings. Is a kiss okay? And I kissed him so many times, when he was little. He's so cute. He gets kissed many times a day. Both of them did not move, and the ambiguous atmosphere echoed heavily between the two. Xiao Luoshan saw Xiao Yushu's face turn red, and she just suddenly woke up to the fact that he's all grown up and he was sheepishly embarrassed by her. Jesus, Xiao Luoshan, you are his nominal sister. What the hell are you doing? Her heart was fiercely conflicted. Since she was a child, she had regarded him as her closest and dearest, and had even often fantasized about marrying him in the future when she grew up. That is, a relative and a husband. And what a wonderful feeling that is. But she can't. After the battle at the mouth of the Yunchuan River, her entire body's vitality had been damaged for the most part, and although she could still continue to cultivate martial arts, it was already difficult for her to advance any further. More importantly, with her vitality dulled and her foundation damaged, she could no longer conceive an heir. How can a woman who can't bear children be worthy of being Yushu's wife? Even for myself, definitely not. Yushu, don't move. She spoke suddenly, in a low, soft voice. Ha! Xiao Yushu obediently didn't move and was wondering what his sister was up to. She leaned her head on his shoulder, her arms down and, long, white hands gently encircled his waist, green fingers gently closing around his firm back. That's it, let your sister hold you for a while, okay? Sensing the change in her mood, Xiao Yushu reached around his sister and hugged her tightly. giving her a mental comfort. The simple stone room was quiet, the occasional campfire crackling, the air warm and faintly scented with pine. Xiao Yushu could feel the warmth of Sister Luotian's body through her clothes. Her soft porcelain cheeks pressed gently against his. Xie Yushu took a deep breath. All of it was her scent like magnolia flowers, which made his heart settle down immediately. Xiao Luotian's face was flushed. Originally she only wanted to hug him for a short while, but when she really hugged him, she greedily didn't want to let go. She only wanted to hug like this until the sea withers and the sky lasts forever. A humble room, a lamp, a pair of people, a world of love. What do people want in life? I don't want power over the world. I don't want a kingdom in my hands. I don't want a room full of gold and jade. As long as there's a sea of people, I can meet you. Xiao Luotian reluctantly let go of Xiao Yushu and suddenly felt her eyes burning. Since she put on her armor at the age of 14, she had shed only blood, never again tears. On the battlefield at the mouth of the Yunchuan River, facing millions of demonic clans, she is determined to die, and her blood-stained clothes break through the demon formation. Since then, no enemy in the world has been able to intimidate her. Tonight, however, she was watering, so sad that she just wanted to cry, but she also made up her mind that, from today, she is Yushu's good sister. Protect him, love him, honor him, counsel him, help him, though not related by blood, but just to maintain a sister-brother relationship. Never cross the line. Yushu will have his own rightful wife, Su Baila, to give him his first son and daughter. There will be a bunch of seductive and flirtatious, no, it's beautiful concubines who will give him a good start and many children. Xiao Luotian made up her mind. I must be dignified and virtuous when I get along with Yushu in the future, and take on the appearance of a big sister so that he will respect me. I'm going to keep my distance from him and never have any physical contact. She slowly stepped back a little, pulling away from Xiao Yushu by half an arm's length. Xiao Luotian took a deep breath and slowly exhaled it again, as if dispersing all her tenderness for him into the air. She said with a dignified look, Xiao Lang, from today onwards we are siblings. Ha? Xiao Yushu is confused. What does this mean? Didn't we used to be siblings? Could you be my aunt? Xiao Luotian explained when she saw his confused face. You're right. Men and women are not related. Although we have a clear conscience, outsiders may have gossip. Now that you've also become a family, it's always unattractive for it to reach the years of your wife or your wife's family. In the future, we siblings will have to watch our words and behavior. Xiao Yushu bowed and was taught. Yes, what sister taught me is right. In the future, Yushu will be careful with his words and get along with you in a respectful manner. Xiao Luotian's heart was a pain, as if it was cut by a knife. She couldn't help but reach out her hand to touch Xiao Yushu's face, but her hand stopped in the air. She slowly withdrew her hand, only to feel the weight of 10,000 pounds on her arm, and a tyrannical killing intent suddenly rose in her heart, irritatingly difficult to suppress. She stood up, coldly. Those demon clans outside looked disturbing. I'll go kill a few to clear the air. Xiao Yushu was startled and hurried to stop it. No. Xiao Luotian's gaze was clear and cold. Why not? Xiao Yushu said solemnly. I have something for you. It's a big deal. So come over here, sis, and I'll tell you all about it. Xiao Luotian sat down again and only Xiao Yushu pulled out a jade box from his sleeve. The box is open. A dense to the extreme vitality oozes out. Chapter 153, It's impossible for me to be just a sister. Xiao Luotian froze as she stared at the items in the jade box carefully with disbelief. It's a moving jewel of beauty. Crystal clear, turquoise. What's more, it exudes a spiritual and vibrant vitality all the time. The vitality that was so thick that it was refreshing. Like spring flowers, like summer morning breezes, like the myriad flowers and grasses that bloom happily on the earth. This was the most precious treasure she had ever dreamed of, the wood spirit pearl. Xiao Yushu looked at her shocked expression with some small satisfaction and was in an extremely comfortable mood. In the eyes of Luotian's sister, he is still a child in need of protection. Open mouth Xiaolang, now show her. I'm not a Koro anymore. I'm a Doro. Not true. The word Dalong should never be used indiscriminately but as a good brother who shocked General Xiao, Omega, the heart is still quite comfortable. The abundant and rich vitality soothed the body, and Xiao Luotian felt comfortable. She looked at the beautiful crystal and wood spirit bead, and past events passed before her eyes. Grandfather's gone. Parents are gone. The large marquis of Jinnan's residence was like a mountain of pressure on her shoulders as a young girl. However, just then, millions of demons invaded. The accusations and pressure on the marquis of Jinnan's residence from the court came like a tidal wave. If you can't defend against the demon race, why bother keeping the Jinnan army? It should be immediately disbanded and reorganized. Hand over the Jinnan army or you are a rebel. I impeach the Marquis of Jinnan for treason and collusion with the demon race. A pair of young siblings faced a monstrous surge of malice, and most of the people who attacked them had no beef with the Marquis of Jinnan. The only reason is that the emperor wants to take away power and they want to please him, to promote the red and trample on the black, and to throw stones at the well. If you don't know these two tricks, how can you be an official? So she was left to clothe herself in the battle armor that her grandfather and father had once worn, and the tender and thin frame of a 14-year-old girl couldn't even hold up the frame of that armor. However, as she looks at her sweet and demented brother, she has no choice. The only way to live is to die. For him, for the Marquis of Jinan, what's the harm in dying? Until years later, Xiao Luoshan woke up in the middle of the night and would still remember that on the battlefield at the mouth of the Yunchuan River, the ferocious and hideous faces of the demon race, the blood flowing like a river all over the place, the piles of limbs and the fishy bloody flavor in their mouths and noses. She still remembers the last bleak and mournful sound of the horn, the sound of the hooves of the horses that she personally rushed into battle, the roar of the generals of the Jinnan army as they shouted from the mountains and made heaven and earth crumble. Nearly 14 years old, her blood-stained levitation clothes and the demon-slaying gun nailed the ancient demon king, elephant environment, to the ground with a single shot. She cut off the demon king's flag with a single slash, and from then on, there was no more incident of a large-scale gathering of demons invading the central plains, and from then on, no one dared to doubt the legitimacy of the Jinnan army's existence. No one else, even the emperor, dared to threaten the Marquis of Jinan positively without any reason. All the way to the kill, all the battles, all the scars. Xiao Luoshan's eyes blurred. Her expression was extremely complicated. Her throat was hard. She wanted to cry bitterly, but somehow she couldn't cry. An emotion that moved her even more than the wood spirit bead's vitality almost suffocated her. Her hands clenched into fists, squeezing until her fingertips were white and bruised. My brother, the best person in the world to me. Xiao Yushu coughed lightly and smiled faintly. How's it going, Xiao Luoshan? Are you happy to have a good brother like me? Are you touched? Xiao Luoshan raised her sleeve to wipe her eyes and looked at Xiao Yushu with frighteningly bright eyes. Little Koro, she said, stuttering a little with excitement. Tiny Lang? Xiao Yushu choked. When he was not the eldest son, he wasn't even the youngest son anymore. He became the youngest son? Wouldn't someone from a former kimchi country immediately cut their fingers in anger when they heard that? Sis, you, Danton. His eyes went black, and he was already embraced by Xiao Luoshan. Koro. Xiao Luoshan's sobbing came from overhead, his agitated arms pressing tighter and tighter. Xiao Yushu's arm struggled twice with difficulty and, 9 lives, 9 lives. Your good brother is suffocating. Xiao Luoshan paid no attention to his struggles, a demented light smile on her face. That's nice. In this life, never wanted to rely on someone so much. If I can, I really want to stay with him like this for the rest of my life. Xiao Yushu lay by the campfire, resting on his sturdy, snow-white knee pillow, smelling the faint scent of pine and watching the smoke curl up and meander. Tastes a bit like wazoo smoke, haha. He looked calm, but he was actually still weak. Xiao Luoshan was overexcited, which led to strangling him unconscious. Some say it's impossible? Ha! That's because he's never seen a Divine Sea Realm expert. Probably the equivalent of going for a main battle tank. No need for a Type 99A, just the whole 96. Let it press past your face. That's what it feels like. Hashtag smiley face hashtag. Great General Xiao propped his brother up with his legs. His eyes reddened and he said with immense heartache, Xiao Lang, it's all my sister's fault for accidentally hurting you. Sister thought you were an innate expert and wouldn't be so weak. Xiao Yushu rolled his eyes. This is a physical and mental double blow, he said helplessly. In the future, we have to be careful and keep a proper distance. We can't move and suffocate people. Great General Xiao choked. Xiao Lang is the best person in the world to me. Sister touched. Sister only has Xiao Lang to rely on. Of course I'm excited to receive the wood spirit pearl. Well, the next one is not an example. Even if they are siblings, they are still men and women. Xiao Luoshan's pretty face blushed as she said in her heart, it's not like we're siblings. How do we know we can't kiss? With that she bent down, her almond eyes blooming with radiant splendor. Waterfall-like silver hair hung down, shrouding the light around Xiao Yushu, and a magnolia-like fragrance filled everything. Then he was touched lightly and shyly on the face. What's going on here? Xiao Yushu was shocked. What happened to the promised distance? Xiao Lang, men and women are not related. Although we have a clear conscience, outsiders may have gossip. Now that you've also become a family, it's always unattractive for it to reach the ears of your wife or your wife's family. In the future, we siblings will have to watch our words and behavior. Those words were just spoken half an hour ago, and you've changed your mind? No, General Xiao, my sister Luoshan, that's a bit of a short promise you're making. At this point, 4 eyes are facing each other, in a romantic little room shrouded in silver hair. Xiao Luoshan's eyes were as charming as water. A peach blossom blush rose on her white jade-like skin, and her orchid-like breath fell on Xiao Yushu's face, making people intoxicated and dizzy. Koro, the soft, watery voice carried an unspeakable charm, ringing softly and tickling the heartstrings. The rosy lips fell violently, and with another slapdash touch on his forehead, he fled away quickly and frightened. But this moment of fragrant touch, it had already made Xiao Yushu's heart and mind flutter. With eyes only for the silver-haired beauty, forget where and when. Chapter 154, My Sister's Divine Sea Realm. Xiao Luotian refocused her attention on the wood spirit bead. She cupped the turquoise pearl with both hands and slowly operated her xiangong, only to see that the beads on the present turquoise light gradually to the heart of the hand convergence, and finally now a pure and clear and abundant emerald green light gas. The bright pearl instantly vaporized, transforming into countless points of light that converged into this turquoise light gas. In the midst of the light aura, a seed unexpectedly appeared. It grows slowly into a seedling, then gradually grows into a fully branched plant. Xiao Yushu didn't recognize what kind of plant it was, but just by looking at it, he felt his mind comfortably clear. The turquoise light shone on the siblings and they both felt their bodies fresh and full of life. The injuries Xiao Luotian had previously sustained were rapidly recovering, the meridians were bridging, and the foundation was being rebuilt. The plant gradually bloomed a green flower with open petals, from which a turquoise and clear butterfly unexpectedly flew out. That green butterfly was full of spirit and transformed into a blue aura that landed on Xiao Luotian. Xiao Luotian's body shook dramatically, and then in an instant, that head full of silver hair all returned to its dark color. Pure and abundant vitality appeared from within her body, and all of a sudden, her entire body seemed to have been cleansed by the yuan power of heaven and earth. Xiao Luotian took a deep breath and slowly exhaled it again, bringing joy to her face. Xiao Yushu asked nervously, "Sister, how are you feeling? Can the wood spirit bead heal your injuries?" Xiao Luotian nodded and said, "My injuries have mostly healed. My root meridians are already being rebuilt and I am slowly recovering. The wood spirit bead is really powerful. This vitality and power will probably take a month to fully absorb." Xiao Yushu asked in surprise, "Then you'll soon be able to enter the divine sea realm, right?" Xiao Luotian smiled faintly. A confident smile was worn on his face. "With the power of the wood spirit pearl, your sister is now in the divine sea realm." Xiao Yushu was overjoyed. Divine sea realm? Ah, the pinnacle of martial artists. The only people in the world who are in this realm are the 10 Jedi. Earlier, it was said that the sister's strength was close to the divine sea, but after all, she wasn't really at the divine sea realm. Now that it's really happening, brother of the god sea ancestor, I'll have to walk all over the place from now on, won't I? It's not in vain that I risked my life to go to that Chinatown. Also have to thank the state master Oldine Coinsaw, but I didn't take her wood spirit bead for nothing, and I gave her a brew of the original reincarnation wine, so we're all even. Right at this moment, Xiao Luotian raised her head, her eyes glowing with a clear, cold chill. She smiled gently, then blandly, "Xiao Lang, you wait here well. When some ungrateful ones come, sister will go and meet them, far away in the mountains and forests." Vaguely out of a long and mournful howl, immediately afterward, in another direction, another long, clear whistle came. The long growls and whistles came at the same time in the direction of the Black Cottage. The sound was getting closer and closer, breaking through the forest all the way across the mountains at an extremely high speed. It seemed that nothing could block them at all, and it was obvious that the enemies coming from both directions were extremely powerful. Xiao Luotian frowned slightly. The wood spirit bead didn't induce fluctuations in the yuan power of heaven and earth, so why would it attract a strong enemy? Listening to the voices coming, one was a great demon and the other was a human expert. She then smiled faintly. Whoever was coming and why, she didn't care nowadays. She got up and was just about to go out when her hand was taken by her brother. Xiao Yushu said, "I'll go with you, and the two of us will face anything together as siblings. I can't give up such a good opportunity. I have a sister behind me. I have to go out and act like a man." When Xiao Luotian heard him say, "Sister and brother face it together," she couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart and nodded with a smile on her face. Confident now that she was capable enough to protect Koro, she carried his hand along with her out of the stone room. The Jinnan soldiers were already on guard with their swords, and everyone had a serious look on their faces. At this time, the east and north of the Black Mountain Fortress each had voices approaching. Xiao Luotian was calm as usual and led the crowd to the wall of the fortress. That clear and bright long whistle suddenly stopped, and a white-clothed scribe came out of the night, holding an ancient and clumsy long sword, chanting aloud, "Brilliant 5 Elements Sutra, shining through 3 feet of ice. There are swords on earth, and 100 demons take form at night." Xiao Yushu immediately froze. This word is a bit familiar to me. Wasn't this the sound of the sword chirping he heard when he first used the Moon Jade Sword? The Moon Jade Sword was the weapon of the previous generation of sword saints, so this one that came was from the Divine Sword Sect. Speaking of the Divine Sword Sect, Xiao 15 had even passed on the sect leader position to him. This man is quite capable of pretending, but as long as he's not the contemporary sword saint Yi Dao Yun, that Then you should call me uncle or granduncle. The white-clothed scribe looked at Xiao Luotian with a haughty and reserved demeanor and spoke aloud. Under the sword saint's seat, divine sword sex Yan Xiaopeng, I meet Marquis Jinan. Xiao Luotian and the Jinnan soldiers had heard of this person, one of the 7 disciples of the divine sword sect, the personal great disciple of sword saint Yi Dao Yun. A sword technique was extremely skillful, and his martial arts realm was similar to that of the previous Xiao Luotian, which was also at the peak of the innate realm. He was ranked 15th in the world and was a strong competitor to Xiao Luotian. Xiao Luotian spoke coldly. Did you come late at night to help this marquis remove the demonic creature over there? Yan Xiaopeng and that demonic creature came together, one east and one north, clearly a group. That's why Xiao Luotian opened her mouth without any politeness, not bothering to pretend with him. Yan Xiaopeng had a thick skin and laughed up to the sky. Marquis Jinan's martial arts are strong, so removing a small demonic creature is naturally no big deal. However, if you need my help, as long as you agree to one condition, then I will definitely step in to eliminate the demon. Oh, what conditions? Xiao Luotian's expression did not move as he asked blandly. Yan Xiaopeng sighed. Nowadays the world, His Majesty the Emperor is wise and intelligent, and the 4 seas are peaceful. Xiao Yushu secretly spat. 4 seas are peaceful my ass. The king of Chu is plotting a rebellion, cutting off the great river and shaking the world. My second wife, Starscream, is revolting in Shanxi province and has taken half of Shanxi province. How can these disciples of a prestigious school speak so shamelessly? Yan Xiaopeng said in a righteous manner. Now it's time for the Marquis of Jinan to be high-minded and return military power to the royal family. The family master, the sword saint, his old man, specially sent me here to persuade the Marquis of Jinan. If he is willing, I, the divine sword sect, will welcome him with open arms. Marquis Xiao can go to the sect as an enshrined elder, honorable and free. Wouldn't that be better? He laughed coldly in his heart. This time out he had not only practiced the 5 elements vast chi sword, but he had also obtained the sword saint's bestowed divine sword of the sect, the 7-star sword. There was a powerful and incomparable vast sword intent sealed within the sword, and although Xiao Luotian's martial arts were slightly better than his, they were similar. He had the divine sword in his hand, and with the help of the great demon, he was also bound to win. At this time, the winds in the mountains and forests were loud, and the howl of the demonic beast was already approaching the Black Mountain Fortress. Branches and leaves fluttered among the trees in the darkness of the night, transforming into a long rolling dragon. The demonic beast directly ignored the bonfire on the wall of the cottage, and rushed out of the forest without any reduction in speed. A huge figure appeared in front of the crowd. This was actually a white-furred demon fox that was 2 feet tall and huge. The blue eyes were eerie and fierce. It let out a sardonic laugh, its voice tinged with resentment. Xiao Luotian, I didn't expect to meet again here. Chapter 155, The Sister and Brother, by Mush Frost. It's Demon King by Mush Frost. The Jinnan soldiers had already recognized the large demon, and they all exclaimed in low voices. Wu Shang's eyes were heavy. By Mush Frost was a great demon king of the Demon Fox clan of the Green Desolate Ridge. It has thousands of years of Taoism, powerful, and is considered to be one of the great demons of the Mongshan branch. Before the Jinnan army entered the 3 southwestern states, it devoured people for evil in this land and brought the Demon Fox clan with it for its many sins. As soon as the Jinnan army arrived, it was heavily wounded by Jinnan Marquis Xiaoti and fled into the deep mountains to hide for decades. 6 years ago, because of another incident of demon foxes invading Pingzhou and eating people, Xiao Luotian led the Jinnan army to sweep through the Green Wasteland Ridge and killed most of the Bai Mushi Frost clan. It has a deep enmity with the Jinnan army. Wu Sheng couldn't help but feel apprehensive and anxious in his heart. Can the great general deal with both Bai Wushuang and Yin Xiaopeng at the same time? The Jinnan soldiers looked at Yin Xiaopeng with anger in their hearts. These prestigious sects, on the surface of righteousness, but behind the scenes, they are colluding with the demon race. It is really despicable and shameless. There's a thought in everyone's mind that, if only Commander Xiao Taijing was there, she and the great general would have been able to clean up these 2 great enemies by joining forces. Forcing Wushuang? Xiao Yushu opened his mouth wide. Lao Zi has a divine sea realm sister behind him, and he also carries the great name of the demon clan's prince, and he doesn't even dare to call this name. You're a real showman, with an awesome name. It's simply more than full of gas and straight to the sky. Xiao Luotian smiled faintly and approached Xiao Yushu to ask softly, Koro, the wind is cool at night. Are you cold? Ha? Xiao Yushu looked at his own beautiful sister and wondered why she suddenly asked this when the enemy was at hand. I'm not cold. I'm a master of the innate realm. I'm still afraid of this night breeze? Xiao Luotian dotingly touched his head and shook his head. No, you're cold, so let me make you a leather robe to wear. The fur of this demon is good. Sure enough, Xiao Yushu stands in awe. Worthy of being my divine sea realm sister. When it comes to pretending, you're even better than that pushy Wushuang. All it does is come up with a racy name and act cool and mean with a pair of green eyes. You're the real Bee King. The opening is to skin it and make a robe for your brother to wear. He scanned around, and sure enough, every one of the Jinnan army's soldiers had wild eyes and were puffing out their chests. My great general's divine might is invincible, so I will clean up as many as you come. Xiao Yushu secretly nodded his head. Learned, really learned. I said that the reason why I couldn't become a divine sea realm expert was because the realm of pretending wasn't enough. Demon King by Misty Frost almost broke his stomach with anger, his mouth full of huge white teeth gnashing with a rattling sound. Xiao Luotian, you've insulted me too much. Its baleful aura rose to the sky, transforming into a hideous and terrifying fox demon form in the night. I'm going to break you into pieces today and chew up that brother and eat him. Yan Xiaopeng is also bloomy. Xiao Luotian talking to her stupid brother like no one else. This is not putting him in the eye at all. Xiao Luotian was known as the #1 expert of the younger generation, ranking 12th in the world. And he, Yan Xiaopeng, is a genius of the sword Dao, amazingly talented, and only ranked 15th in the world. He has long wanted to fight with Xiao Luotian and snatch the world's first youth edition into his hands. Over the past few years, he had carefully studied Xiao Luotian's martial arts, the way he acted and did things, and even today's ambush was carefully chosen. Come with the great demon and let that great demon test Xiao Luotian's force first, and take the opportunity to strike yourself. History was written by the victors, and as long as one could beat Xiao Luotian, what one said was what one said. What 2 against 1? There's more than 30 people on the other side. I'm outnumbering them, but it never occurred to me that, so carefully and solemnly prepared and planned, and she simply ignored me. This woman, so hateful. Why is it that every now and then, it always feels like she's a bully? He slowly drew out his long sword, which was ancient and sharp, with a 7-star pattern engraved on its blade. Yan Xiaopeng held the long sword horizontally and bowed his head towards it. True disciple Yan Xiaopeng under the sword saint's seat. I ask senior 7 stars to follow me to cut down the demons. As soon as his words fell, the yuan power of heaven and earth surged, and that 7-star longsword buzzed with a great glow. Yan Xiaopeng pointed, and that longsword burst out dozens of sword awnings, biting cold and light, instantly illuminating the space around him for tens of feet. He took a step forward, and at that moment, these dozens of sword awns buzzed at the same time, vibrating and tearing the air like dozens of thick bowstrings vibrating in the air. Xiao Luotian, I, Yan Xiaopeng, challenge you alone. Xiao Yushu laughed twice. A solo challenge? The demon next to you. You're deliberately blind, aren't you? He turned his head to Xiao Luotian. Sister, don't use a bull's knife to kill a chicken? Against this yin person, I'll just go on. Eunuch? Xiao Luotian and the Jinnan soldiers were all a bit puzzled. Yan Xiaopeng's reputation has shaken the Jianghu for many years, but I haven't heard that he's a eunuch? Xiao Yushu laughed. His last name is Yan, and isn't a person with the last name Yan simply a yin person? Xiao Luotian couldn't help but laugh. It could still be explained in this way? Ha ha ha. Not bad. What a castrado, or a sword maker, and hey. Wu Shang laughed out loud. There's no more down there, and the only way to meet the table is to use your tongue when strolling through the dirt squatters, short for socialites. The Jinnan soldiers laughed and laughed out loud in mockery, exasperating Yan Xiaopeng with the sword light buzzing around his body like the accompaniment of a stand-up comedy show. Xiao Yushu laughed and jumped off the wall of the fortress like lightning, rushing towards Yan Xiaopeng. Yan Xiaopeng had long been poised to strike, and dozens of sword lights buzzed, instantly coming at Xiao Yushu like a raging storm. First cut Xiao Luotian. This little cutie. Brother, shake her heart and mind before saying anything, but we can't kill him, so we can save Xiao Luotian from fighting for his life. Just cut off his 2 legs. Yan Xiaopeng was in the middle of his calculations when he saw that Xiao Yushu had only taken 2 steps before he turned around and ran backward, running under the wall of the fortress and bellowing. Sis! Xiao Luotian pursed her lips and with a wave of her hand instantly heaven and earth yuan power surged and turned into a huge fist that fell. There was a loud boom. This punch instantly shattered all of Yan Xiaopeng's dozens of sword lights. Yan Xiaopeng was confused, and then shouted in fury. Xiao Yushu, do you want to be shameless? You're so old. The 2 of us are fighting one-on-one, and you're running back to your sister? Xiao Yushu laughed. Yeah, the 2 of us siblings will fight you alone. He shouted aloud. Xiao Yushu, the son of the Marquis of Jinnan, challenged Yan Xiaopeng, the great disciple of the sword sage, to a one-on-one fight. Whoever loses will run naked for a month on the Sword South Road and keep shouting that I'm a eunuch. His inner strength was so strong that his voice carried far away, shaking the mountains and forests. Yan Xiaopeng was so angry that he nearly spat out blood, and his anger surged as he violently swung his sword to attack. He had originally planned to have that great demon, by Mush Frost, test Xiao Luotian first, but as a result, he was repeatedly stimulated by Xiao Yushu and couldn't help but kill up himself. He was really angry. In fact, the siblings are one pretentious and one shameless. Neither of them are ing good. Just as he attacked, That demon king by Mushin Frost's blue eyes were morose and didn't gloat as he sat and waited. It let out a long growl, and countless frosts surfaced, transforming into a battle armor draped over its body. Then he leapt up violently and thundered toward Xiao Luotian on the wall of the fortress. Chapter 156, The Courageous Yin Warrior. The demon king's name was Misty Frost, and it was because of the natural aptitude of transforming mist into a dragon and using frost as armor. At the moment, this demon fox used frost as armor and sharp claws as soldiers, and its physical strength was so strong that it could tear apart lions and tigers. Gray mist rose from its body again, transforming into 4 long mist dragons. The fog dragon was vast, and it contained a strong corrosive power. Xiao Luotian's eyes flashed, and a fist was already out with his right hand. The moment she threw her punch, the long mist dragon had already arrived and clashed with the fist made of heaven and earth yuan power. The rumbling sounds were unceasing, the air currents flew wildly and the 4 mist dragon forms disintegrated, yet they kept coalescing again. Xiao Luotian took a step forward, and the heaven and earth yuan force transformed into a fist against the fog dragon. Striding forward, since you've come to me, I'll fulfill you first. Her punch had already used the Jin demon fist stance, only to see the yuan power of heaven and earth instantly transform into a huge auger dragon with sharp claws and teeth, tearing the 2 mist dragons apart in one go. Yan Xiaopeng saw the demon king by Mushu Frost couldn't resist and retreated. He let out a low shout, and the sword lights around his body buzzed in unison as the light shot out in all directions to chop at Xiao Yushu. He knew in his heart that Xiao Luotian would never leave his foolish brother unattended, and this sword went so far as to cut Xiao Yushu first. Xiao Luotian sneered. The sword stance is good, but it's a pity that it's not well practiced. Voodoo chop. Her left hand stretched out, and her yuan power transformed into a huge palm in the air, the size of a hill, like a mountain rushing down to slash at the sword light in Yan Xiaopeng with a loud bang. By this time, the auger roar of the right fist escaping cannon had rung out. The air shook violently and ripples appeared. Magnificent sound wave rushed out. 2 air waves in the air violently separated to both sides. The trees and grass were all shattered and fluttered. The remaining 2 mist dragons on that demon fox instantly disintegrated. The layer of frost composed of battle armor, hula all turned into ice powder. The air crystal, put, by Mushy Frost spat out a mouthful of essence blood, and the hideous fox face was so shocked and angry that it couldn't believe it. How could you be so strong? It had fought with Xiao Luotian and had heard rumors of her injuries. Even in my dreams, I never thought that Xiao Luotian would be so powerful. The power of this demon-suppressing fist was several times greater than the last time, and it unexpectedly vomited blood when it couldn't even catch a single move. The huge palm over there that covered the sky had already split down, and a fierce tiger in disguise leaped out from the palm. The sword light that attacked Xiao Yushu was easily torn apart by these fierce tigers transformed by the yuan power of heaven and earth. Yan Xiaopeng's heart sank as he raised his sword and stood upright. Xiao Luotian's martial arts were truly powerful and terrifying, beyond his expectations. At this point in time, it has come to an extremely critical moment. He faced the huge palm imprint that was as powerful as a Tarzan, his face as stoic as water, sword in hand. When Tarzan crumbles in front of you and your face doesn't change its color, the heart hides the sharpness of the heart. When the letter of a sword is in hand, it can cut down everything under the sun. Yan Xiaopeng was the true great disciple of the Divine Sword sect, the first disciple of the contemporary sword saint Yi Daoyun. His attainments in the way of the sword are also known throughout the world. He revved up his entire body's qi and blood power, mobilized all the yuan power of heaven and earth, and let out a loud shout. Chop! 5 different crystal-clear sword lights rose at the same time, symbolizing the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and instantly induced the vast heaven and earth yuan power to chop at that huge palm. This was none other than Yan Xiaopeng's grandly accomplished sword technique, the 5 elements vast qi sword. Boom! Deafening. 5 shocking explosions rang out violently at the same time, stacking up into one. The 5 sword lights and the huge palm print in the air all disappeared. Yan Xiaopeng retreated 3 steps, only feeling the blood in his chest and his throat gushing sweetness. Seeing that a mouthful of reverse blood was about to be spewed out, he was hardened to hold it back. He glanced at Xiao Luotian in shock. How could the difference be so great? Her right fist was dealing with that great demon, by Misty Frost, which was not below him in strength, but Xiao Luotian even had time left over to attack him with his palm? He originally thought that Xiao Luotian was already very impressive when she could barely block his sword and prevent her brother from being injured under the Baimush Frost attack, but the truth was that she had punched and palmed her fists, directly and heavily hitting her 2 great enemies, without using any weapon. He fought in all directions with one hand. Yan Xiaopeng's face was green and white as a strong sense of frustration suddenly rose in his heart. Could it be that the gap between me and her in terms of talent is so great? At this time, Xiao Yushu hid at the side and could not help but secretly admire her sister when she saw her great power. Sister's understanding of the demon-suppressing fist was far above his. The dragon tackle cannon move alone, which he could also use, was not less powerful. However, only using the voice of the augur, he was able to shake away all the power of that great demon, which is really astonishing and fearful. This was a profound understanding of the laws of power, and currently he could not reach this realm. Ha! Xiao Yushu suddenly realized that the Yuluo County seal was actually flashing slightly in the sea of consciousness. He gathered his spirit to take a look and was surprised and delighted. It turns out that this Black Mountain fortress is very close to the demon domain, and the fortress side is surprisingly still within the control range of the Yuluo County seal mana. That is to say, his edicts are still valid for the demon race here. At this time, Xiao Luoshan gave a bold smile. Both of you stay here tonight. The aura on her body leapt up, and suddenly dark clouds rolled in the sky, and the wind whistled around her. Countless heaven and earth energy gathered around her, transforming into a scene. There are towering mountains, rushing rivers, soaring dragons and roaring tigers. Demon King by Mushin and Yan Xiaopeng's faces changed drastically at the same time. Oops! Such grandeur! Yuan power is like an infinite and vast ocean. Where is it possible for an innate realm martial artist to do that? A terrifying thought surfaced in the minds of one man and one demon at the same time. Xiao Luoshan, could it be that he has already advanced to the divine sea realm? God sea realm. Ah! No wonder she dared to go deep into this Manshan branch alone and raise her hand to destroy the Black Mountain village. No wonder she didn't look the slightest bit worried when she saw their two arch-enemies. No wonder she was filled with a proud and disdainful charging aura all up and down her body. She's not pretending. She's a real bully. One person and one demon had sadness in their hearts, and all of a sudden, they all rose up with the same enemy, ready to fight for their lives. It wasn't that they had a strong fighting spirit and wanted to fight Xiao Luoshan to the end. Rather, it was that they already knew that there was no halfway chance of victory, facing a divine sea realm expert. Only by exerting one's utmost efforts, even at the cost of serious injuries, could one have a glimmer of a chance to escape. Otherwise, you won't even be able to escape. Yan Xiaopeng roared, "It's time to fight for our lives, or we'll both die." Demon King by Mushroom Frost also knew that it was a life and death situation, and fiercely let out a long whistle. A large amount of mist immediately rose up on its body once again, transforming into two mist dragons, which were surprisingly several times more real than just now, and the sky-charging ferocious aura surged out violently. Yan Xiaopeng saw that great demon fighting for his life, so his face violently flushed an abnormal red color, and he also used his self-mutilation secret technique. The secret method violently stimulated his chi and blood, and his strength instantly skyrocketed by 30%. This secret method came with a huge price and could only last for 2 hours. After using it he suffered a huge loss of chi and blood, and wouldn't be able to recover without 3 to 5 years. Xiao Luoshan, no matter how strong you are, you're no match for my divine sword sect. Please ask Senior 7 Stars to use the Sword of Vastness to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. As his words fell, his eyes widened angrily, as if he had already fought for his life. They were so busy fighting Xiao Luoshan that no one noticed that the Xiao Yushu quietly left Yan Xiaopeng's side and ran to not far from Demon King Bai Mushin. He smiled faintly and spoke softly. Edict, seal. The Bai Mush Frost was violently shaken, and in an instant, its soul flew away in horror. Its whole body chi and blood and mana, unexpectedly all solidified. Just then, he heard Yan Xiaopeng roar, "Together, kill!" He was brave and unbeatable in his charge. Chapter 157, Where's the Trust? Together, kill! Yan Xiaopeng bravely charged up, 5 streaks of crystal clear sword light rising once more. This was none other than his famous skill, the 5 elements vast chi sword. The heaven and earth yuan power void behind Xiao Luoshan had already transformed into the 4 paths of mountains, rivers, scaly dragons, and fierce tigers, and was in the process of coalescing into shape. Yuan power shadows condensing into imaginary forms was a divine ability unique to divine sea realm cultivators. Each of the virtual forms was powerful and indestructible, far above the Yuanli transformations of the innate cultivators. However, Xiao Luoshan lacked experience in the divine sea realm, and was also probably too conceited, and actually condensed 4 false forms in one go. In fact, to deal with Yan Xiaopeng and the 2 of them, 1 attack and 1 defense, 2 false forms were enough. Xiao Luoshan was preparing to put in a big move, causing the loading time to take a little longer. This was the perfect opportunity for Yan Xiaopeng and Bai Mushu Frost to make a full-force surprise attack while their virtual forms had yet to coalesce. Yan Xiaopeng had been cultivating the sword for more than 20 years, and with his life's work exerted, coupled with the full force of that great demon, Bai Mushu Frost, it would surely bring a great impact to Xiao Luoshan. It was not expected to be able to hurt Xiao Luoshan, but at least it was possible to find a ray of life to hurry up and escape. Then, Yan Xiaopeng suddenly felt something was wrong. He saw that he had rushed into the killing range of Xiao Luoshan's virtual form and was about to go toe-to-toe with his opponent. Where was Bai Mushu Frost? Be Mist Frost. He swept it with the corner of his eye, and immediately his whole body was like falling into an ice cave, cold from the inside out. by mushy frost surprisingly stayed where he was and didn't move, pressing up. In this instant, Yan Xiaopeng only felt that his outlook on life and the world had collapsed. Where's the trust that was promised? What happened to the promise of working side by side, between man and man? No, it's between humans and demons. Can we have a little trust? A little honesty? A little basic decency, please? You shameless and despicable. In an instant, the corners of Yan Xiaopeng's eyes were moist. So this is what betrayal feels like. He went through the weather like he had gone through a lifetime. Through the misery of wearing a prairie on his head and being told on his deathbed that the child was not his. He instantly understood why Xiao Luoshan and the Jinnan army wanted to kill the demon. You Barbie, I want to kill demons too. When I see a demon, I will want to cut it into 1,000 pieces and chop it into meat paste later. This dog thing by Mushin must have surrendered to the Jinnan army a long time ago, and also pretended to come to hook up with me to discuss that we all join hands to sneak attack Xiao Luoshan. It's a conspiracy. You guys are despicable. You guys tricked the dog in to kill it, in the nick of time, at the moment of life and death, under great pressure, under desperate circumstances. Yan Xiaopeng's strong sword heart, which had been forged by cultivating the sword for more than 20 years without fear of hardship and thousands of sword swings, suddenly sublimated and broke through, to be put to death and then to live, to be trapped and then to survive. A vast and uneven aura rose violently in his heart, matching the vast sword intent and the seven-star sword. It instantly activated the powerful force within this spirit sword. Yan Xiaopeng forgot everything but the long sword in his hand and the great enemy in front of him. With his whole body, with his blood, with his soul, with everything he had, make a sword. The brilliance of this sword, which contained a lifetime, was simply indescribable. It is alive. It combines all of Yan Xiaopeng's memories of the sword path, all of his feelings, all of his heart and soul. This is a sword born from the depths of his soul. A powerful vast intent rose. The boundless heaven and earth yuan power was added, and the seven-star sword's luster was radiant and dazzling, like a brilliant sun rising in the sky, like the bright stars shining in the night sky, like a boundless ocean tide rushing and surging. When this sword came out, heaven and earth changed color, and everything was silent. The sound, the light, the shadows, it was as if they had all come to a standstill. Yan Xiaopeng looked on proudly. Xiao Luoshan, take this sword from me. This sword is my master, the sword saint, going all out. Can you catch it or not? The other people and demons present were all shocked by his amazing sword. Demon King Bai Mushin even forgot about his situation and was stunned by this sword. The power of this sword had already surpassed the innate realm and reached the full power of a high cultivator of the divine sea realm. Is this Yan Xiaopeng actually so powerful? Xiao Yushu was stunned by the sword as well. He was shocked to realize that isn't this the Haoran sword that my old man used? With a sudden movement of his mind, a strong and vast sword intent emanated out. His vast sword intent is incredibly pure and orthodox. In a moment of emanation, immediately, it was felt by the seven-star sword, which was in the midst of powering up. Excalibur has a spirit. This seven-star sword was the matching sword of many divine sword sect masters throughout the generations. The vast sword intent, on the other hand, was a supreme sword Dao divine skill that could only be practiced by the divine sword sect leader. The seven-star sword flashed violently for a moment, making an instant decision. In a flash, it disappeared from Yan Xiaopeng's hands, flying into the hands of Xiao Yushu. Boundless sword intent was added to his body, and strong heaven and earth yuan power was added to his body. Yan Xiaopeng only felt that he had never been so quick to use such a sound sword in his life. He let out a long whistle that shook the four directions. Xiao Luoshan, look at the sword. With a furious roar, Yan Xiaopeng gripped his divine sword tightly and slashed down violently towards Xiao Luoshan, holding on to Excalibur. Hold tight. God. Sword. Yan Xiaopeng moved his hands and pinched his fingers. Where's Excalibur? Where's my Excalibur? He almost thought he was caught in a nightmare that his hands were empty and there was no Excalibur at all. How is that possible? Yan Xiaopeng was frozen. He just stood in front of Xiao Luoshan with his hands raised, holding his hands up dumbly. He had a blank, overwhelmed look on his face. It then dissolved into a despair that was both ridiculous and pitiful, making one surprisingly compassionate. He looked at Xiao Luoshan with a face full of despair, dull and pitiful. Looking around, he mumbled an explanation. Just now I still had a sword in my hand. Really? There was still a sword just now? This kid, it's just so pathetic. For a little while, Xiao Luoshan didn't even want to hit him. This divine sword sect high disciple practicing sword practice stupid. Looking at that sword intention bold and incomparable. The result of a sword has not yet swung. The sword flew away. Alas, Xiao Luoshan shook her head. She would not show mercy to her enemies. Why do you need to mess with us? When the mind moves, mountains rise. The imaginary form of the mountain that had already coalesced into shape, like a truly high mountain, came crashing down, and nothing could stop it. This void form instantly shatters all defenses and it landed on Yan Xiaopeng's body. The clear unceasing sound of bones cracking and the eruption of blood and flesh tearing seemed so tyrannical. Yan Xiaopeng's body shattered into pieces under this mountain void form. Xiao Luoshan actually did not leave the sword saint with half a bit of face. Demon King by Mushishan had already shivered and trembled all over his body, and he directly couldn't stand up. This Xiao Luoshan doesn't know what kind of evil magic he's using. It's just gonna hold it still. It also sent Yan Xiaopeng's sword flying at a critical moment. This is not ING martial arts at all. This is unfathomable evil magic. Xiao Luoshan walked up to it and there was no nonsense, simply reaching out and pointing his finger. A watery aura flew out of the river's imaginary form behind her and pierced through its eye socket. The Demon King, the Misty Frost, died. Chapter 158, The Couch. The Manshan branch of the mountain is lush and forested. Beasts were rampant here, poisonous insects were everywhere, and there were even secretive and powerful demonic creatures hiding among them. Anon, a roar came from a tiger that was actually 3 meters long. He comes out every morning for a walk, not so much to hunt as to patrol his territory. Let's see if there are any ungrateful animals that dare to come here to stroke Master Tiger and eat from his territory. There was a rustling in the woods ahead of us. The rattling sound didn't even flinch at its roar. Instead it came closer and closer. The tiger is alert, and to make a living in these mountains, he has to know who is the real master. It is called the king of all beasts, but it is never the most bullish. The tiger thought about it, and instinctive caution prevailed as it burrowed into the grass and disappeared. The sound drew nearer, and a group of men approached. Within this deep mountain forest, this team was laughing and joking, as easy as a picnic. The first two were a pair of young men and women, looking handsome and elegant, as if the gods had descended to earth. The two of them held hands, laughing and whispering softly as they walked. Their relationship was excellent at first glance. Both were covered in fur, which was snow white and flawless, fine and silky, whereon the body warm and comfortable. And strangely enough, mosquitoes and poisons dare not approach. Even the dust and grass will not fall on. This pair of young men and women are the Xiao family. Unrelated, sister and brother. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? So eager to rush back to the upper capital. You don't miss your sister at all. Hey, no, did I leave in a hurry? Of course we're in a hurry. Yesterday we walked a whole 10 miles in one day. Isn't that urgent? When Xiao Yushu heard this, he couldn't help but tilt his head toward the sky and rolled his eyes. One divine sea realm expert, one innate realm expert, in perfect condition, no injuries or illnesses, walked 10 miles in one day. That's not fast enough for you? Okay, I was wrong. Let's slow down. That's right. Remember, even when you're married, listen to your sister. Yes, yes, yes. All listen to Sister Luoshan. Xiao Luoshan walked beside her, facing Xiao Yushu sideways, her waist-length hair falling like a waterfall, spreading over her perfect shoulders and waist, the full and graceful bosom in front, the dramatically undulating curves, and the perfect face like an immortal's, exuded a special charm unique to the absolute world. Xiao Yushu's been looking at it for a long time. That's my sister Lorraine, beautiful as a forest nymph. Every time he looked at her breathtaking beauty, he couldn't bear to look away. When Xiao Luoshan saw him looking foolish, she couldn't help but blush and sneer, and her feet stumbled. With a cry, she lost her balance and fell into her brother's arms. The Jinnan soldiers next to him couldn't help but turn their faces to the other side, really unwilling to look at it anymore. A master of the divine sea realm would trip over a blade of grass? But this great general Xiao of ours was tripped 20 times in one day yesterday. It's not just talk, it's a little bit of a spoilsport. The goods are more real than iron. Xiao Yushu hurriedly wrapped his arms around his waist and supported Sister Luoshan. He once again experienced how soft, firm, and full of amazing elasticity the waist of a divine sea realm expert was. Xiao Luoshan stretched out her lotus root white arms and wrapped them around Xiao Yushu's shoulders, murmuring softly, thanks to having Xiaolang by her side. Otherwise sister really doesn't know what to do. This deep mountains and old forests, sister a weak woman, so scary. Xiao Yushu looked at this most powerful creature within 1,000 miles and said in his heart, a weak woman? Grandmaster Yan and Demon King Bai definitely had different opinions. This one's scary. It means you're scaring people, right? Who dares to scare you? Bai Wushuang's skin is still on us. Just then, a whistle came from the woods far ahead. Xiao Luoshan coughed lightly and stood straight again, the gentle and sweet look on her face instantly disappearing. Xiao Yushu saw that she had returned to her high and deep, domineering and disdainful look of a great general. A scouting Jinnan army sentry in front quickly ran back and shouted, reporting to the great general, Commander An has brought his men to meet us. Xiao Luoshan wasn't a god and didn't know that she would break through the divine sea realm. So on her way to track down Xiao Yushu, she sent An Taidi back and rushed to meet her with her army. At this time, An Taidi had already arrived nearby with 3,000 elites of the Pengzhou army, and the chosen front had already met up with the sentries of Xiao Luoshan's small group of people. Sister Dear is here? Xiao Yushu couldn't help but ask. Xiao Luoshan hummed and said, Dear even dared to hit my brother. She's really irredeemably stupid. I'll go back and punish her severely. Xiao Yushu waved his hand and pleaded for Entieti. I appeared out of nowhere, and people normally wouldn't believe it. Sister Desiree is also acting out of caution. Don't punish her. Xiao Luoshan shook his head and said, This is because her mind cultivation is not enough. Let's not talk about me. If Jinger and Mayer were here, they would definitely be able to recognize you. How can we martial arts practitioners rely on only one pair of eyes to recognize things? The martial arts mind is focused and clear, and she's been with you for several years. So how could she not recognize your aura? She spoke slowly. She's overly involved in military affairs and chores, neglecting to refine her own martial arts. In my opinion, Mayer will definitely enter the innate realm before her. Xiao Yushu couldn't help but nod his head. His sister was worthy of being a super expert. Her vision was extremely poisonous and thorough. Lai Mayer was indeed superior to Entieti in terms of martial arts, but Entieti was much better than Lai Mayer when it came to leading troops and handling political affairs. At this time, the bushes in front of them flashed, and Entieti's silhouette had rushed out. With a tear-stained face, she rushed straight at Xiao Yushu, and the violent shaking made Xiao Yushu a little dizzy. Xiao Lang, Sister Flute is sorry. Sister Dear is so sad and sorry dash. She rushed forward and was about to give Xiao Yushu a supersized, high-intensity hug. Xiao Luoshan grunted and reached out to hold down her head. She waved her hand, desperately trying to rush towards Xiao Yushu, but she couldn't advance even one step. Humph, still want to be near my brother? Dreaming na? And Tiedi lifted his eyes, swollen like peaches from crying. Great General, Dear is wrong. Just let me marry Xiao Lang and let me serve him to atone for my sins. Ha! Xiao Luoshan kicked her out of the way and, what a way to get an inch. I haven't even held you accountable for beating up my brother, and then you go and try to sleep with him? Bang! The sergeants of the Engshu army shook their heads and sighed. The commander is so miserable. And Tiedi's shouts came faintly. Great General, Xiao Lang is surrounded by demonic ES from Madame Su's family. We have to have our own people in bed. Xiao Luoshan frowned. Dear was not good at practicing martial arts, but this mind was really well thought out. Good point. Can't all the people on the couch be demonic ES? Xiao Lang, a bunch of leprechauns around you all day long. Sister is not at ease. Chapter 159, Under the Meteor. This chapter is an apprehensive attempt to write emotional interactions by a young author who is not good at writing emotions. It is extremely toxic, so please be prepared to resist it. If you think it really can't work, please leave a message. I'll write less of this kind of content in the future. In the Valley of the Red Leaves, beside a stream, the Jinnan Army's 3,000 elites had already converged with Great General Xiao and set up camp. There was no lack of highly skilled hunters in the Jinnan Army, and many of the scouts were hunters by trade. They went out in droves to shoot and hunt in the nearby forests, and in a short time brought back large quantities of game. At this moment, it was late in the day, and the campfire by the stream was roaring, and the smell of roasted meat was wafting. The shelf of fire in front of Xiao Yushu and Xiao Luoshan was naturally the most sumptuous. On the warm campfire, the wooden rack was roasting grouse, hare, grass fish, and deer legs and venison skewers, and Xiao Yushu also skewered a few mushrooms and roasted them on top, and Tiedi attentively brushed oil and salt seasonings over the ingredients and carefully turned the roast. In no time at all, he cut off the best colored part of the roasted meat and served it to Xiao Yushu. Koro, try this. It's quite tasty dash. Her face was full of expectations as she looked at Xiao Yushu with a babbling look. Xiao Yushu took it and took a bite, and it was indeed roasted with an excellent flavor on the outside and tender inside. He brightened up and laughed. Sister Flute is really good with her hands. It's been a long time since I've had meat baked by you. I really miss it a bit. Untai Di was overjoyed that Xiao Lang had forgiven her. A strong feeling of guilt rose in her. These days she regretted day and night, hated herself for having eyes, and cried several times when no one was around. She hurriedly brought all kinds of roasted meat and fish and fed them to Xiao Yushu by hand. When I saw him eating happily, I couldn't help but feel a kind of joy in feeding him, and I felt very satisfied in my heart. Xiao Luoshan was drinking from a jug. She also liked to have a couple sips, so alcohol was not forbidden in the Jinnan army. There are quite a few drunkards in the Jinnan army, such as the famous Lai Tie, who missed a lot of things because of drinking. Xiao Luoshan turned her head to look at her beloved brother, only to glance at Entieti who was imploringly and pleasurably feeding Xiao Yushu. She couldn't help but feel bad inside as her own handsome and silly little piggy ate with gusto. She picked up a skewer of venison and grilled it as well, walking over to Xiao Yushu and sitting down. How about a taste of mine, Koro? Xiao Yushu's bite was raw and fishy. Cough cough dash. Sis, did you cook it? Did you put the seasoning on? What's so bad about it? Xiao Luoshan was instantly in a somewhat bad mood, and her face went cold. What sister doesn't bake well? Just willing to eat one baked by an outsider? And Tiedi said quietly and mentally. What do you mean, outsider? This is my brother too, okay? When he was a kid, you were out fighting all day. I slept with him in my arms for years, and when he cried, he went to Sister Flute. Of course she didn't dare to say this. She could only bow her head and pretend to be pitiful now that she was wearing her sins. Ah, it's... Xiao Yushu peeked at Sister Luoshen and the angry Sister Lorraine is also beautiful and adds a bit of playful cuteness. He grinned, and retook a large skewer of venison, brushing it with seasoning and carefully grilling it. In my previous life, I worked at a barbecue restaurant and I'm pretty good with my hands. He handed it to Xiao Luoshen and said, Sis, try my kebabs. Xiao Luoshen took a bite of the large meat skewer. The fire was just right, and the seasoning was brushed appropriately. The thick, flavorful gravy overflowed and the taste was just wonderful. This was the first time Yushu's younger brother had given her a kebab to eat since she was a child. She licked her lips and couldn't help but bring on a smile as her heart was instantly filled with happiness. Koro's grilled kebabs are delicious, and Tiedi looked hot, and said, Great General, let me have a taste too. Xiao Luoshen was delighted in his heart, dodging her hand and humming. This is a skewer of meat grilled by Xiaolong's own hands. It can only be enjoyed by this general. Not for you, Antijin. After finishing dinner, a few people were chatting about the sky when suddenly Entaidi pointed at the sky. Look, a shooting star. Xiao Yushu looked up, only to see a meteor trailing a long tail flying by. He smiled and said to Xiao Luoshen and Entiedi, I've heard it's good to make a wish when you're facing a shooting star. There's more of that? It's too late to make a wish when you've already flown past. At this time, a large bright meteor shower suddenly passed over the clear and distant night curtain, one after the other. Make a wish. Make it quick dash. Xiao Yushu called out and hurriedly made a wish himself with his eyes closed. He finished his wish and opened his eyes, only to see his sister looking at him with a smile. The bright starlight reflected his reflection in her eyes. Xiao Luoshen gently leaned against Xiao Yushu, pressed her pretty face against his shoulder, and said softly, I wish never to be separated from you. Xiao Yushu said, We'll be together forever, and nothing in the world can separate us. The night breeze is soft, the shooting stars are twinkling. Their faces were so close together that their breaths smelled of each other and hearts close together. Each other's heartbeats are mirrored. Xiao Yushu looked at Xiao Luoshen beside him and, Beautiful Sister Lorraine, powerful Sister Lorraine, gentle Sister Lorraine. She carries so many different vibes but magically blends them together to bring a deadly charm. Commander of the Jinnan army, an expert of the Divine Sea realm, his stunning sister. The two of them snuggled up and, watching the meteors keep flying by in the sky, until the darkness fades and the morning light is bright. You can tell by the gentle, watery eyes that in this life, they have to take care of each other and can't live without each other. A master of the Divine Sea realm. Xiao Luoshen leaned her head on Xiao Yushu's shoulder at the moment. She murmured softly and lovingly, Koro, sister is lucky to have met you dash. Sister Luoshen, I'm so lucky to have met you. Xiao Yushu reached out and tenderly stroked her long, soft and silky hair. That's when both of their arms were pulled. The two siblings turned their heads at the same time, only to see Entaidi's pretty face blushing in anticipation. Great General, Xiaolang, is it my turn? Xiao Luoshen frowned slightly. What do you mean it's your turn? Didn't you have to hug Xiaolang after watching the shooting star and making a wish? After you're done, General, I'm next. Bang. Ah. Entaidi was kicked by Xiao Luoshen and flew away like a meteor. Chapter 160, I want to go back to the capital. Beauty is never short-lived. Just like a bright and dazzling meteor shower. Just as the sunlight penetrated into the woods, an eagle whistle sounded in the long sky, and Xiao Luoshen quickly received the eagle book. She has always been calm and deep, but at this time, she saw the eagle book but her eyebrows slightly knit, and her face changed. Entaidi, who was making kanji for Xiao Yushu, stood up when she saw this and asked uneasily, Great General? Xiao Luoshen's expression had regained its calmness and said, Get Koro over here. When Xiao Yushu arrived, Xiao Luoshen handed him the eagle book. He had a quick look and couldn't help but frown as his eyes glazed over. The contents of the eagle book reads, The Lingnan army rebelled, sacked Yuezhou, the capital of the Lingnan province, and massacred the city. The word massacre was on display in all its gory splendor. Xiao Luoshen no longer had any semblance of last night's gentle and charming appearance, and the aura of the leader of the Jinnan army returned to her. She said dryly, There's going to be a war, and Tiedi said solemnly, Great General, although the Lingnan army is strong, it is no match for the imperial court. Zhuzhou, Shangxi, Lingnan, Xiao Luoshen said in a cold voice. It's starting everywhere. The entire world is about to be in chaos. She looked at Xiao Yushu and said, You are my brother, my dearest and most beloved. If it was in the past, it wouldn't matter if you had your own little secrets, but now you have to tell the truth. I am the only one in this world who will protect you at all times and will not harm you. What the hell is going on with you coming out of the demon road? Looking at the serious Xiao Luoshen, Xiao Yushu pondered for a moment and said, I got a chance to enter the demon road's Yuluo Avenue. There, I saved some human races that were persecuted by the demon race, and traded to obtain the cold iron armor and weapons. He explains it succinctly and clearly, omitting some unimportant details. For example, his relationship with Butterfly, the great demon of Pilus Avenue. For example, the cold iron armor was traded with the demon race. If you listen to his description, those weapons were traded with him by the human race in the Yuluo Abyss. Xiao Luoshan and Entiedi were also very surprised when they heard about his strange experience. Xiao Yushu finished and laughed. Sister won't blame me for entering the demon road without telling you, right? Xiao Luoshan sighed lightly and touched his head. You disregarded your own life and death in order to relieve your sister's pressure. How could I blame you for being so kind to me? Entiedi asked. What do we do next? If the world is in chaos and the situation is critical, then the strategy of the Jinnan army will have to change. Xiao Yushu said, build the wall high, build the grain wide, and slow down the king. Xiao Luoshan's eyes lit up. You elaborate. Xiao Yushu picked up a tree branch and drew a map on the ground and said, to build a high wall is to march out to the Jiannan road and take the whole of Jiannan. It is surrounded by mountains on all sides, so as long as we can block the Great River and the ancient Jianmen road, we can easily hold it. The Jiannan road is rich in produce. If it is developed well, there will be no shortage of food supplies. There are also a large number of salt wells. Let's get these right. Stockpiling grain and supplies while expanding and organizing the men. That's accumulating grain extensively. Xiao Luoshan and Entiedi's faces became grave, their eyes taking on surprise. Xiao Luoshan, as a top noble of the Great Zhou and a great general leading troops, saw the situation very thoroughly. Xiao Yushu's words immediately made her thoughts clear and her heart surge. According to Xiao Yushu's analysis, the first thing to do was to take down the Jiannan road, which was easy for the Jinnan army. The Jiannan road was surrounded by mountains and rugged terrain, and the several major mountain ranges were natural prime city walls that separated it from the outside world. As long as the three gorges, Jianmen and other entrances to the Jiannan road are blocked, we are in an invincible position that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. With the strength of the Jinnan army, I'm afraid that within 100 years, no power in the world will be able to fight their way in. If it is a pot of porridge outside, then this kind of meticulous development, the opportunity is too good and too big. Bored with their own development, grow their own strength, retreat can guard the foundation of a way. Inheritance of 100 years into the world can be sought, and even change the dynasty. Xiao Luoshan originally thought that after his own brother became enlightened, he was just an ordinary person with some insight. However, he did not realize that his insight was by no means common. For a moment her heart surged with excitement, an unspeakable euphoria filling her heart, as if she had seen a bright and magnificent future. Build the wall high and build the grain wide. Well said. Using the Four Directions mountain range as a wall and the Jiannan road as a city, this kind of broad-mindedness and vigor is truly heartbreaking. Her heart, which had already settled down, thumped violently again, and a touch of redness floated on her snow-white goose-egg face. Koro, sister's eyes worshipped and admired, and she came over to Xiao Yushu's side. Xiao Yushu didn't notice his sister's changing demeanor, and he continued to draw lines on the ground, saying, after the world is in turmoil, the court will mobilize troops to quell the rebellion. The nearest place of rebellion is in Chu State, so we can first excuse ourselves and say that the Jinnan army has to hold on to Mongshan Mountain to defend against the demon race. Let the Imperial Forbidden Army go and fight with King Chu's army for a few battles, and when they are both defeated and exhausted, we will consider sending troops. This opportunity needs to be seized well by you all. Sister. Well, Koro. Sister listens to you. Koro is awesome. Looking at the two beautiful sisters nodding their heads admiringly and incessantly, Xiao Yushu felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. What about slowing down to claim the king? Entiedi asked with some anticipation. Xiao Yushu said, we respect the imperial court in name, but we cannot listen to it. We should stay by ourselves and quietly develop our strength, and sit back and watch the various parties in the world attack and kill each other. Regardless of how many people rebel, we are still vassals of Great Zhou. This way we can avoid attracting wind, and also make the world's families and people agree with us. This is the slow claim to the throne. Xiao Luoshan and Entiedi both listened and nodded their heads, their beautiful eyes flooding with color. Both of them were very strategic female generals and immediately saw the great value of Xiao Yushu's strategy. Xiao Luoshan took a deep breath, suppressed her throbbing heart, and said, you stay here. Let's create a great foundation together as siblings, and sister can take care of you day and night. Entiedi glanced at her quietly and, is this word day and night not the right word? You're his sister. I'll just take care of it for you at night. Xiao Yushu smiled faintly and said sincerely but firmly, sister, I have to go back. Lara and the girls are all in the upper capital, and for the world to believe that our Marquis of Jinan is not claiming to be the king and not rebelling, I must stay in the upper capital. the impulse surged from the bottom of his heart, and Xiao Luoshan grabbed his hand. To hell with the world. Sister just wants you safe. Sister, I'm going back. It has always been my sister who has taken on the responsibility of guarding me, and now I will take on my own. Xiao Luoshan's eyes were a little hot. The person in front of him was no longer that cute and soft, milky voice rushing at his own pampered younger brother. He was already a tall, steely-eyed young man with shoulders broad enough to carry the weight of the heavens. Being able to see him stand in her way, having this moment, made her feel like her death was worth it. But is this really all we want? No, of course not. And she's going to live well with Koro, live a long time with countless happy better moments. So, it's time to draw your sword and fight. Chapter 1, The Cowardly Prince Encounters Bandits. In late spring and early summer, the red sun sets over the mountains and the color of half a day's green. The temperature is not too cold or too hot. The breeze is full of the scent of grass and the bushes make a rustling wave sound. 80 miles west of Shangjing City, on top of a mountainside, a group of men lit a campfire and pitched their tents to set up camp. This team was the inspection team of Xiao Yushu, the 6th grade inspector and the son of the Marquis of Jinan. After Xiao Yushu, the kid, was appointed by the emperor as the imperial historian. He pretended to be sick in his residence and didn't want to leave the capital. After relying on the capital for a long time, he had no choice but to leave the upper capital and start his inspections after repeated urgings from the Ministry of Mandarins. The group totaled about 100 people and was divided into two groups. About 40 people were from the Marquis of Jinan's residence, including Xiao Yushu's guards and maids. There were also 60 people including the adjutant assigned by the emperor to the Xiao royal historian, minor officials and officials from the Hearing Wind division who watched over him, as well as the imperial guards who escorted him. Master Shitsi, this fire hibiscus chicken soup, will the slave girl warm it up for you? The maid, Cold Shadow, asked softly as she held a tiled jar sealed with an oilcloth. Xiao Yushu was full of impatience as he took out a delicate handkerchief and wiped his dusty sweat, and droned in an unfavorable manner. Why do you need my son to teach you this crap? How to serve people? Do you know how to serve? If you don't know how, then get the hell out. If you bother me with this kind of small matter again, I'll sell you to the 100 Flowers house to become a prostitute. Cold Shadow instantly filled with tears and hurriedly knelt down on the dirt-covered hillside to ask for forgiveness. Slave girl deserves to die. Looking at Xiao Yushu, who was fuming and scolding the maidservant by the campfire in the distance, Imperial Historian Li and Captain One of the Listening Wind Division looked at each other with a bitter smile plus contempt. It was their bad luck to meet such a boss. The evaluations of Xiao Yushu by the people of the upper capital city were contradictory and very different. There are saying that he is a naive little cute. There are those who say that he is deep in hiding, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. There are even those who say that he is greedy for flowers and lustful, and that Yang Wei does not lift. But Li and Wan have followed him out of the capital these past few days. Seeing it in person is just that disgusting. Cranky, timid dude. This guy poses a noble and domineering look. Wherever he goes, he wants the magistrate to step in and serve him well. In Fannin County, because they live in a smaller house, he took a whip and had to whip the governor of Fangshan, making a scene for half the night. There's another feature that makes this kid particularly timid. After leaving the capital, he was suspicious all day long for fear of encountering bandits and thieves. He traveled only a little bit of road each day, and only after 7 or 8 days of detouring did he reach a place less than 100 miles from Shangjing. Alas, with this snail-like speed, I don't know when we'll reach Chuzhou. The whole day will be spent following this master and harassing places everywhere. Imperial Magistrate Li shook his head and sighed in a displeased low voice. Colonel Wan said disdainfully, "It can't be helped. Who asked him to be the superior officer? I didn't expect the world son of the Marquis of Jinan to be as timid as a mouse." Not only these two, but the junior officials and soldiers in the group also muttered darkly. Everyone frowned at the irascible and timid Seiji. Everyone admires a good man, but this one was scared out of his wits by a couple of bandits, making him look down upon. Cold Shadow cried and took 2 steps on his knees and said, "World Prince, the soup is ready. Don't be angry. Why don't the slave girl serve you the soup? Drink, drink, drink you Malago dash." Xiao Yushu kicked the tile jar and shattered it, then kicked the maid twice. Cold Shadow, covered in dirt and sobbing, went to the wagon to get another can of chicken soup. Aside from his marquee guards, the rest of the caravan had everyone looking at him sideways and squinting. A young Imperial Guard junior officer cursed in a low voice. "Mallory, what's that? Just bullying women." The moment Cold Shadow took the chicken soup, someone in the dark shadows of the carriage whispered 2 words to her. She returned to Xiao Yushu and whispered, "Arrangements have been made on the Red Chief's side, and he will arrive in an hour." Xiao Yushu winked knowingly, then scolded pointedly, "Bastard servant girl, why don't you still serve this sun dinner? Who are you crying to? To those big-headed soldiers covered in stinking sweat?" The Imperial Guards all rolled their eyes and thought that the little don't meet bandits, and when they meet the old man will designate that they don't care about you. And so, cursing and dawdling through the meal and the soup. The Xiao Shitzi began to pick on the poorly set up tent again, and there were too many mosquitoes at night. All in all, there was nothing he, Xiao Shizi, was satisfied with. Everyone held their breath and cursed angrily in their hearts. Royal Secretary Li and Captain Wan just couldn't stand to watch, so they went up to him to persuade him. Imperial Secretary Li arched his hand and said, "Lord Xiao, please calm down. We are out and about working for His Majesty, and the conditions are definitely not as good as at home, so we should be more patient." Xiao Yushu rolled his eyes and said nonchalantly, "I told you earlier to stay in the town in front of us, but you guys insisted on rushing. How can I live in the wilderness when I am so honored? What if we meet bandits?" Colonel Wan hemmed and hawed. "When we encounter bandits, our brothers will definitely protect the World Master. The swords and spears in the hands of our Hearing Wind Division and Imperial Forest Army brothers are not vegetarians." Saying that, he also glanced demonstratively at the guards of the Jinan army. Xiao Yushu smiled contemptuously and shook his head. "I don't believe it. If you really met bandits, wouldn't you turn around and run away?" Captain Wan was furious, and disregarding the fact that he was a superior officer, he said in a gruff voice, "As long as you don't run, Master Shitzi, I, Lao Wan, will never take a step back even if I have a knife at my neck or 10,000 arrows piercing my heart." Before the words fell, the sound of hoofbeats came from the front, and a fast horse ran over. A marquee guard shouted, "Master Shitzi, there is a large group of people 10 miles ahead. I've seen it, about 5,000 people. It's the soldiers and horses of Red Spider, the rebel bandits of Shanxi Road." "What? 5,000 men? Scarlet Spider's soldiers?" Imperial Magistrate Li and School Captain Wan were shaken and their faces changed drastically at the same time. Imperial Secretary Li looked violently at Xiao Yushu and said eagerly, "Lord Xiao, we'd better turn around and return to Shanjing City. The bandits are powerful. We have to report to the court." Colonel Wan gruffly said, "Exactly. We only have so many people in total. We should avoid the front line for the time being." Xiao Yushu, however, was stoic. The faces of Imperial Magistrate Li and School Captain Wan were suddenly very ugly and a bit anxious. "This little cutie Shaw, what do you want? Do you want to go and fight a war with someone else? Isn't that looking for death?" Xiao Yushu said in a loud voice. "His Majesty has sent me on a tour of the world, and it is the time for us to do our duty for His Majesty. What kind of imperial historian and official army runs away without destroying the thieves and bandits? We should take the initiative and crush the bandits in one fell swoop. Are you nuts? You think you're Xiao Luotian? 100 men against 5,000. That's not wiping out thieves and bandits. That's going to get you killed." Xiao Yushu stared at Captain Wan and smiled morosely. "Lord Wan, there's no drama in the army. If you dare to back off, someone Xiao will chop your head off." Lieutenant Wan's jaw dropped and his face turned red, unable to speak. Just then, a rumbling and muffled sound came from the front, like thunder, only to see a cavalcade of 700 or 800 men with torches, running like a fiery dragon from afar. One team ran toward the hillock where Xiao Yushu's group was, while the others circled around to the back. A red spider on a large flag fluttered in the wind under the firelight. Li and Wan were like falling into an ice cellar, and the Imperial soldiers were all as pale as dirt. Now we're all screwed. Chapter 2, The Single-Man Charge Against the Enemy Sheiks. The two lines of cavalry surrounded the small hillside from front to back. Xiao Yushu did not speak, and Captain Wan, tripped up by his earlier words, did not dare to open his mouth to speak of breaking out and retreating. Li, Imperial historian, a man of letters, looked at this, looked at that, and with a long sigh of grief, sat down hopelessly on the ground. Xiao Yushu glanced at these two and said in his heart, "Hongjia Emperor, that old man to the old man poisoned, beat out of the upper capital is to erase the suspicion. These two dogs were sent by him to keep an eye on him. I'm going to let your people, with their own eyes, watch me make a big score." He stood on the hillside looking out, and after less than an hour, he saw a line of infantry coming like a dark cloud. In the middle of it, embroidered with a red spider banner, a woman of excellent proportions, with leather armor turned up and barbarian boots with a red train, rode on a high horse. Bare torchmore set off her delicate face, moist posture, powder like jade through the valiant heroic. This woman was none other than the Red Spider Xia Yunbing, who hadn't seen her in days. A general beside Red Spider called out in a loud voice, "Those on the hillside, immediately throw down your bows, arrows, swords and spears and surrender. Otherwise, the moment the army moves, you will immediately be pulverized." Seeing that the enemy troops down the slope were armed with swords and spears, they were so powerful that they could not help but tremble. "Lord Xiao, now that the enemy is strong and we are weak, should we not first temporarily make a perfunctory deal with the bandits and fake a surrender?" He didn't want to die, even if it was temporarily from the thieves. He could later put the blame on the leader Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu looked at Captain Wan and asked, "What do you say, Lord Wan?" Captain Wan grunted and said, "I'll listen to Seiji. He had the same idea as Royal Secretary Li, that this Shitsi master had always been greedy and afraid of death, so he was bound to surrender. Later, when the court pursued the matter, he also put the blame on Xiao Yushu, saying that Xiao Shitsi had to surrender. Xiao Yushu observed the bottom of the slope, only to see that the enemy army had surrounded the hillside. In the center of the army's position, it was surprising to see a large cowhide tent erected. The female bandit leader, Red Spider, who had been under the banner of the party, had disappeared, and had apparently gone to rest in her tent, preparing for a long siege against them. Xiao Yushu said with emotion, "Gentlemen, His Majesty has treated us with kindness as deep as the sea, and the time has come for us to do our duty for His Majesty. Men, give me armor. All of you charge with me." "What? Master Seiji, you must not." Li Imperial Secretary and Captain Wan were so scared that their bones were weak and their whole body was sweating. "This idiot's having a seizure. Haven't you always been afraid of bandits? Haven't you always been a coward? It's because you're timid that we trust you so much, and you suddenly changed your mind at the crucial moment?" The 4,000 to 5,000 enemy troops below, complete with swords and spears, are in a neat array, so I'm afraid they won't be shot into hedgehogs if they rush the line. "Master Seiji, you can't rush. Master Seiji, you're the son of 1,000 gold. You can't die at the hands of thieves." Ignoring the two men's bitter pleas, Xiao Yushu roared, "Anyone who dares to retreat will be beheaded." The entire team was shocked by him, and the Marquis Guards immediately arranged their armor and prepared to charge with him. The Imperial Guards, on the other hand, everyone's face is like ashes. The atmosphere is suddenly sad and tragic. I did not expect the Xiao Shitsi suddenly went crazy. A few moments later, the whole army was in formation. Xiao Yushu clamped his legs together and charged down the high slope on his steed. The soldiers had no choice but to follow him as he charged downward. Just where would Captain Wan and the men of the Imperial Forest Army be willing to die with him? Everyone controlled the speed of their horses and rushed very slowly, instantly pulling away from Xiao Yushu. The group charging the formation was then split into two, with Xiao Yushu and the Marquis Guards on one side. A large distance was drawn behind them, with School Captain Wan and the Imperial Guards and others on the other. As for Li, the royal historian, he was a man of letters and was still on the high slopes cheering for the crowd. Between the enemy troops at the bottom of the slope being stunned, Xiao Yushu's warhorse was so fast that it had already rushed in through the crowd of people and ran towards the large tent. Only then did the enemy troops at the bottom of the slope react, and there was a shouting and horse neighing, and the formation was greatly disorganized. The Marquis Guards who followed Xiao Yushu in charging the battlefield immediately killed with those enemy troops. Knife to sword, high sound whistling, fight is very intense, just do not see blood. The enemy was also well trained, and the enemy on both flanks quickly reacted by outflanking the center, with archers lined up to fire. At that moment Captain Wan and the Imperial Guard approached, and the hood was enveloped in a shower of arrows. This rain of arrows was fierce and vicious, and the accuracy was extremely high, and it looked like a seasoned veteran shooter. Lieutenant Wan was hit by a dozen arrows on the spot and fell off his horse, killing him instantly. Half of the Imperial Army soldiers were also dead or wounded, and the momentum of the charge collapsed. On the hillside, Imperial Li cried out in grief and pain. Shivering, he watched as the Imperial Guards were hacked and rounded up by the enemy. He looked further into the distance, only to see Xiao Yushu riding alone, unstoppable in the midst of 10,000 troops. One person then killed directly into the depths of the enemy formation and went straight for the enemy tent. Imperial Magistrate Li was shaken, and was instantly shocked by Xiao Yushu's bravery. "Master Seiji, I was wrong about you." It turned out that the earlier timidity was just caution, and this was the heroic nature of Xiao Shizi, worthy of being the son of the Marquis of Jinan, worthy of being the younger brother of great General Xiao. Magnificent, only to see a shower of arrows like locusts flying by the enemy army, but surprisingly none of them hit Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu, who was on his horse, cursed in his heart, "You can't even act. At least 1 or 2 arrows are flying towards me. The hundreds of arrows in this treadmill, with the closest being a foot away, are just too fake." At that moment, cries of alarm could be heard resounding from the enemy camp. "This official enemy general is so powerful. We can't stop him. Too brave. Simply Chanshan Zhaozilong. Who is so mighty? It's Xiao Yushu, the Xiao world son of the Marquis of Jinan, handsome and good-looking, with high martial arts skills." Xiao Yushu rolled his eyes. "Can you guys be more careful?" Only to see one of the mighty generals of the enemy army rushing in, the halberd in his hand falling like thunder. Xiao Yushu raised the lance in his hand, and before he could even touch the halberd, the enemy general screamed miserably. The halberd in his hand then flew, all the way out a few feet away. The enemy general pivoted his horse and turned to flee, exclaiming, "Born with God's power. This Xiao Shitsi is born with God's power." Xiao Yushu looked at Bai Gongwang's pompous acting skills and shook his head helplessly. He rushed to the front of the tent, and the two guards in front of the tent were old Jinnan army soldiers, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then with a scowl, he raised his sword and rushed up. Kill! Xiao Yushu punched and kicked without the slightest bit of internal force, and both of them immediately flew out horizontally. The acting was quite realistic. Xiao Yushu rushed into the cowhide tent with his lance in hand. In the middle of the tent, torches were blazing. A huge animal skin was spread out on the floor, covered with a soft, thick carpet. On top of the carpet, there was a desk and table, and the chic red spider sat sideways on top of it. The red train of her leather armor was gone, and she was only wearing a thin and delicate red belly band. One snow-white, supple thigh curled up to step on the case table, her feet clad in tiny leather boots. The amazingly beautiful charm strongly impacted Xiao Yushu, only to see that female chic fiercely turned her clear and pretty face, her red lips slightly biting as she drank in a delicate voice. Who is the visitor? Dare you fight with this great king? Chapter 3, The Four Golden Drums and the Rush of the Battle. Who is Xiao Yushu? He is the young lord of the Jinnan army, the prime jade pillar of the great Zhou dynasty, and the golden beam that frames the sea. The sheik was so provocative. How could he stand it for a moment? Xiao Yushu held his lance and shouted angrily. Good female thief, how dare you be so arrogant? Let's see the sun clean you up dash. With that he took it in his stride. A later poem praised it. Xiao Shitzi, the best of men and the strongest of generals, holds an iron spear 10 feet long. In the spring and May of the 10th year of Hongzhou's reign, the Red Murderer came west to invade Taihang. The defense guards are in a state of panic, and the iron spear's blade is no match for them. But that female thief, Red Spider, was so powerful that she was not afraid at all and immediately changed her position to fight Xiao Yushu. Her provocation aroused Xiao Yushu's battle spirit, and he overturned his enemy like a tiger descending from a mountain, and with his tiger's fangs open, he began to feast. The Red Spider utilized the Western martial arts python strength to wrap around Xiao Yushu, and with a spit of flexible and long strength, he was instantly swept to the ground. Both of them knew that this single fight was about winning or losing this battle, so it's all about going all out and laying down your life. On top of the mountainside, that imperial historian Li saw Xiao Yushu, a lone hero, kill his way into the center army tent. His body suddenly rose up a force. Instant life and death put aside, he copied the drumstick. In camp set up in front of the marching drums struck up. Knock, 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 knock. The sound of the drums came in a shocking manner. There is a saying, the iron drums in the sandfield are vibrating, and the blood of the golden spears in the tent has not yet dried up. At this time, those 60 imperial guards and people from the Hearing Wind division were almost all killed, with only 7 or 8 remaining who were injured and fell off their horses. The marquee guards also gradually disappeared during the battle, not knowing if they died or what. Only a dozen or so were left still fighting bitterly. The eyes of thousands of people were focused on that central army's cowhide tent. Only to see that the tent suddenly shook as if it was about to fall. Obviously the two main generals were very fierce in their one-on-one fight. Suddenly there was a loud boom, and the tent collapsed by a third, and the whole army gasped. Suddenly there was a loud boom and the tent collapsed by another third. Imperial Secretary Li has been moved to tears. Oh Shichi Xiao, what a greatly loyal servant, laying down his life against the enemy. Bravo, bravo. Mr. Li has never seen such a rigid general in his life, and in the future, he will definitely write more articles to spread the loyal deeds of Xiao Shitzi to the world, so that future generations will remember them firmly. He said darkly in his mind, if the heavens have mercy on me, and I am lucky enough not to die this time, I will surely report to His Majesty and give Xiao Shitzi a great posthumous title. If anyone does not agree, I will give up this bone, the rest of my life with him immortal. From the time Xiao Shizi killed his way into the tent, half an hour had passed, and the shouts and killings on the battlefield were much smaller. Just then, the remaining corner of the tent finally collapsed, and Red Spider screamed shrilly, Xiao Yushu, I will not rest with you. Today's defeat will be recouped next time. The battle was so intense that the Red Spider's clothes were shredded a bit. She fled with a blanket on and jumped on a fast horse. This rebel bandits are after all bandits. At first the formation is strict. The Imperial Forest Army Iron Horsemen cannot charge their formation. But at this time, the leader fled. The bandits and invaders' army was suddenly disorganized and fled. The whole army threw their flags and fled like helmets and armor. And they didn't even want the middle army's cowhide tent. It didn't take long for the 4,000 or 5,000 to make a clean getaway all the way. Witnessing such a miracle with his own eyes, Imperial Secretary Li was simply shocked beyond words. He stumbled down the high slope and ran all the way to that center army tent, chanting while running, Prince Xiao, Lord Xiao. At this time, Xiao Yushu's maid, Cold Shadow, also stumbled and came running, crying and calling out, Seiji, Seiji. In front of the center army tent, flags fell across the ground, and there were dead horses. The scene was messy and tragic. The two ran to the front of the tent, and Cold Shadow hissed and cried, "Master Seiji, you can't leave, what am I going to do?" Li Imperial's secretary only felt that his throat was choked, and his eyes were filled with hot tears that were about to flow down uncontrollably. Some had said that the Marquis of Jinan was disloyal, holding military power and wanting to rebel. Now if this person is standing in front of Li, royal historian will not hesitate to go up to give him 2 big ear scraping. Slow for a second is disrespectful to their own clanking iron bone. Lord Xiao he couldn't help but murmur under his breath as 2 teardrops spilled down. At this time that the center army tent actually moved, Cold Shadow stayed, and violently pounced on it. Imperial Li also reacted quickly and hurriedly rushed up after him, helping Cold Shadow pull the tent open. He only saw that Xiao Yushu's armor was tattered from the fight, and the upper half of his body was bare luo, pressed out of clothes. His whole body was stained red with blood, pre-prepared dog's blood, and his face and neck were marked with red marks from the enemy's vicious hidden weapons. The female thief was extremely ferocious and terrifying, and Royal Secretary Li was surprised to see dense teeth marks on Xiao Yushu's shoulder. My god, the prince is really fighting for his life. The scene just now was certainly shocking and dangerous. How are you doing, Seiji? Cold Shadow cried as she held Xiao Yushu up and secretly pinched him hard on his waist. Xiao Yushu raised his hand with difficulty and pointed in the direction where the enemy had fled. We can't let the enemy get away. We have to pursue. Royal Secretary Li was greatly shocked and held Xiao Yushu's hand and said, Lord Xiao, your bravery is incomparable. Repelling this vicious bandits is already like a miracle. My humble servant really admires you. Please rest yourself. The court still needs your lordship's contribution. Xiao Yushu sighed. It's a pity that I've exhausted my stamina by first charging the battlefield, then defeating the enemy general, and finally fighting the bandit leader. Otherwise, I would have definitely captured the Red Spider alive. He said sincerely to Imperial Li. Thanks to Lord Li for beating the drums for me. Without Lord Li sacrificing his life to inspire us, we wouldn't have been able to take this victory. The Imperial historian's heart was shocked, then ecstatic. This retreat from the enemy is a great work of prime. Xiao Yushu was willing to give him a big share? He immediately exclaimed. In the face of 100,000 bandits, Master Shitzi was undaunted, charging the battlefield and fighting to the death, and accomplishing great feats in the heavens. It is an honor of a lifetime for me to be able to follow Master Shitzi in battle. 100,000 bandits? Xiao Yushu looked at Imperial Magistrate Li and secretly sucked in a breath of cool air. These readers have great mouths, comparable to the keyboard warriors of the previous world, and they doubled up 20 times at once. He asked in a low voice. Lord Li, isn't 100,000 too much? Royalty Li lamented. Not much. Colonel Wan was martyred. I think it's more than 100,000. Will the lords of the court believe it? They dare not believe it? Imperial Li jumped up and said angrily. Who dares not believe? Then let him go to Shangxi Road, to Chuzhou, to Lingnan, face the thieves and bandits to charge in front. Dare to retreat half a step will kill his whole family. Xiao Yushu looked at Li, who was gritting his teeth and was even more agitated than himself, and thought that with him watching over him, this credit would solidly not be able to run away. He smiled slightly, suddenly poetic, and wanted to make a poem. So Xiao Yushu held his aching waist and legs and slowly walked 7 steps, chanting, the moon is dark and the geese are flying high. The red thieves are running away at night. I want to ride a warhorse, but my legs are too weak to lift my sword. Great poem. Yes. Chapter 4, The winner seals the loser's guilt. Outside the city of Zhuzhou, there is a Fu mountain with a hot spring on it. At this time around the hot springs, has long been martial law. Within the hot springs there are noble guests bathing. Xia Yunbing and Hua Qiner were soaking in a hot spring, and Xia Yunbing was lying on her back in the spring pool, her shoulders slim and moist, her plumpness sinking and floating. Her eyes were closed and she seemed to have fallen asleep, and then she seemed to recall something. Unconsciously, a pair of round and shiny skinned legs were tightly folded, and a pretty face quickly became red and moist. Hua Xinger plopped down on top of the boulder in the spring pool and curiously came closer to look at her. She was lying down like this. The water vaguely reveals the sturdy and graceful waistline. 2 jade melons euphemistic. Also the scenery is fascinating. Xia Yunbing opened her eyes and hummed. What are you looking at? Hua Xinger had an ambiguous look on her face and laughed jocularly. What did you do with Master Shitzi in the Cowhide tent? Why did you get all these injuries? She pointed to the many bruises on Xia Yunbing's body, all of which looked like strawberries. Xia Yunbing's face burned, and she said without a trace of anger, kids don't pry into grown-ups' business. Hua Xinger's eyes widened as she said, I'm 19. What kind of child am I? The world masters all call me Sister String. Xia Yunbing ate and laughed. Without having gone through the affairs of men and women, they are all children. In the future, when Yushu sleeps with you, you can come back and talk to me about these things. Hua Xinger's body stiffened, her pretty face turning red to the naked eye as she sank her body into the water, unable to help but shy away. Xia Yunbing stopped poking fun at her and laughed. With this mess we've made, Yushu is considered to have made a great achievement, and the emperor will surely reward him greatly. Hua Xinger bristled. In the past, the emperor's father didn't reward us much for our achievements. Xia Yunbing shook his head. The situation is different now. The world is in chaos in all directions. Even for the sake of making a gesture, the emperor has to reward it well. You watch. Yushu can at least be crowned a count. Upper Capital City, Changtian Hall. Emperor Hongjia received the imperial secretary Li, who had returned to the capital in an emergency, at the court meeting and inquired about the situation in detail. Imperial secretary Li reported one by one, praising Xiao Yushu greatly. As for Xiao Shizi, because of the fierce battle with the bandits, he was injured and returned to Marquis Jinnan's residence to recuperate, so he didn't participate in this meeting. The emperor rewarded a lot of gold, silver and medicines, and also sent a physician to visit the house. Imperial Secretary Li understood very well that praising Xiao Yushu was praising himself. A squad of 100 men repelling 100,000 incoming bandits. This prime credit was enough for the two of them to prosper. Therefore, he boasted of Xiao Yushu as if he were a heavenly general descending to the earth, and himself as if he were Zhu Bekongming, hearing the courtiers curse him shamelessly in their hearts. However, the Hearing Wind Division and the Ministry of War have carefully questioned the surviving Imperial Army soldiers. The wounded soldiers of the Imperial Army all spoke of the forces of the bandits to the Great Mile in order to survive. Therefore, the Department of the Wind and the Ministry of War have decided that the number of bandits is indeed quite a lot. That is, not 100,000. It is estimated that 20,000 to 30,000 people are there. Xiao Yushu and Imperial Secretary Li were able to repel the bandits, so it was clear that they had really put their lives on the line as well. After Royal Historian Li finished his report, Duke of Reich Zhang Suyuan stepped out and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, Royal Secretary Xiao and Royal Secretary Li defeated the thieves and invaders with fewer than many, which is indeed a fortunate event for our dynasty. In particular, Royal Secretary Zhao's loyalty and bravery in leading the troops is truly admirable. Emperor Hongjia nodded slightly and said with a smile on his face, what Aiqing said is very true. They are worthy of being the pillars of our dynasty. Su Qi, the second prince who was standing by the side, saw the emperor's gentle demeanor and opened his mouth. Father, this battle, Xiao Yushu has accomplished a great deal, and should be heavily rewarded to motivate morale and inspire the people. Emperor Hongjia pondered for a moment. Now that the four directions of the Great Zhou are in chaos, for this great victory, it is appropriate to not be stingy with the reward. Besides, that Xiao Yushu doesn't have many days left to live, so it's fine to have a higher rank. So he spoke. Loyal officials and good generals should be rewarded more. To be recruited, seal Xiao Yushu, the son of the Marquis of Jinan, as the Marquis of Pangmen, with 1,000 cognacs and a reward of unicorn garb. Li Menk is promoted to be the Right Minister of the Ministry of Rights and rewarded with a golden deer uniform. The rest of the officials and soldiers who participated in this battle will be rewarded by the Ministry of Rights. The royal historian Li was overjoyed, and all the courtiers praised him. He was promoted 3 times in a row at once, so he was on a level playing field. And Xiao Yushu's reward was also impressive. He was originally only the son of the Marquis of Jinan. The title of Son of the World is not considered an official position, meaning like the son of the mayor. No official position and no establishment, just a status description. But Pangmen Marquis is a real title of nobility, not as good as the hereditary Jinan Marquis, but also on top of such nobility is Changning Bochin Shigong. In other words, even if he didn't inherit the Marquis of Jinan, Xiao Yushu was still a Marquis-level noble, and if Xiao Luoshan didn't have an heir, both she and Xiao Yushu would be gone in 100 years. Then Xiao Yushu's eldest son will inherit the title of Marquis of Jinan, and this Marquis of Pangmen will be succeeded by Xiao Yushu's other children. Of course in time it would drop a level to become an earl, and that would be pretty awesome. This 2 titles for one family was a sign of great wealth, allowing the commoner sons of the family to attain nobility. Emperor Hongjia sealed is also quite cunning. Pangmen is in the Jiannan Road of Pingzhou, originally the territory of the Jinan army. After the reward, Emperor Hongjia's face was gloomy. Looking at the eldest prince Su Rui said, some days ago, I have asked you to urge the Hadong army to send troops to eliminate the bandits in Shaanxi. After such a long time, instead of eliminating the bandits, they hit the edge of the capital. You are a good errand boy. Great Prince Su Rui was shocked and hurriedly came out to kneel down to ask for punishment. The son's minister is not doing things well. Please father chastise him. The main thing is that there is not enough food and weapons. The bandits are cunning and strong. Please, enough. Emperor Hongjia interrupted him with a stern, cold voice. Su Rui, if you can't do this errand, let someone else do it. There are plenty of people in our great Zhou dynasty who are loyal to the errand. Thieves and bandits are cunning and strong in battle? Are you kidding me? You think I'm senile? Xiao Yushu was able to defeat tens of thousands of bandits with just 100 men, so it was clear that these bandits were fighting poorly and weakly. Hadong army as soon as the troops certainly can be pacified, but you guys are raising the enemy, pushing 3 to 4. As soon as the emperor's words came out, the courtroom fell silent, and the party of the Grand Prince were all shaken. The rest of the ministers are also complex eyes. The great prince lost the Sacred Heart. No wonder his majesty is angry. The Hadong army is too unserious in combating bandits, and this will make his future difficult. The second Prince Su Chi did not change his expression, but he was secretly happy in his heart. Boss, this is the end of it, right? The Grand Prince's face turned white, and he straightaway felt that there was no place to express his grievances. It wasn't that he didn't try. The Hadong army had already sent out 4,000 or 5,000 men to fight several battles with the bandits, but the thieves and bandits were not easy to deal with. The battle was hard fought and there were many casualties. Those thieves and bandits were quite formidable in terms of their battle techniques, their will, and even their combat experience. What's disgusting is that little cutie Xiao Yushu. How dare he defeat tens of thousands of bandits with 100 men? Treadmill. You're all a bunch of assholes. Su Rui gritted his teeth and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. Chapter 5, Caution in a Time of Chaos. A wide and luxurious carriage left the imperial city, and Grand Prince Su Rui looked straight at the lofty palace wall in the setting sun for a long time. He lowered the curtain, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Yuan Jing, the deputy envoy of the Hadong Road, knew that he had been reprimanded by Emperor Hongjia today and was not feeling well in his heart, so he opened his mouth to comfort him. Your Highness, His Majesty is also in love with you. He expects a lot from you, and that's why he's being more strict. Let's work harder on our errands, and we will surely gain His Majesty's appreciation, Suri said in a deep voice. Uncle King, do you recognize my mother? Yuan Jing was stunned, then sighed. How can one not recognize it? Noble consort is the flower of our Hadong Road, and everyone is extremely respectful. Suri's voice drifted a bit. I heard from sister that when mother consort gave birth to me, she almost fainted from exhaustion. The baby was stuck in the birth canal, which was the most dangerous. At that time, the midwife asked whether to protect the adult or the child, and mother consort didn't even think about it. She wanted to protect my life. That's why I, Su Rui, am here today. Of course Yuan Jing had heard of this. Your consort had a difficult labor and could be said to have sacrificed herself before giving birth to Su Rui. He let out a long sigh and patted Suri on the shoulder. Your Highness treats you. That's a great favor. Nice, Suri said. I grew up without a mother, and my mother's lifelong wish was to become empress. I, Su Rui, have worked diligently and faithfully to my father over the years, just so that one day I can ascend to the throne and posthumously appoint her as empress. But now, Yuan Jing was shocked in his heart and hurriedly said, Your Highness must not be discouraged. There is a long way to go, Suri said seriously. Uncle Jing, tell me the truth. Even if my Hadong army goes all out and sends 60,000 to 70,000 troops to fight the thieves and bandits, will we be able to get rid of them completely? I'm not talking about defeating, but decimating. Yuan Jing had to be honest. I can't. That bandits are quite organized and cunning. We defeated them. They will then run to other places, to Longyu, to Hunan. It's all possible. We don't have the power to chase them across the border. That's how the bandits of Megatron and Red Spider are like. Fighting when they can and running when they can't, giving the Hadong army a headache. He still has not said, even if temporarily driven away, when the time comes, people may fight back to Shangxi again. Suri laughed coldly. That's why the bandits simply can't be eliminated. The court also does not give food and wages. I Hadong army all on their own. Even if we use our best efforts, all the scars, in the end will not be good, or a reprimand and punishment. Lao Er's party has already grown, and when the time comes, we will be the meat on the table after the crown prince is crowned. Yuan Jing was speechless. The situation that the Grand Imperial said was very likely to happen. His expression also became serious as he looked earnestly at the Grand Imperial Prince. It was dark, and in the dull carriage Suri's eyes burned. He said coldly and dryly, People are the chopping board for the sword, and I am the meat for the fish. If we bow down and admit it, we will all die. Why don't we take my Hadong elite and fight? Your Highness Yuan Jing was taken aback, his heart shaken beyond belief. It's pretty obvious what this wrestling on means. Grand Imperial Prince Su Rui's eyes were glazed over. Since father treats my mother and son unfairly, why should I be foolishly loyal? The right martial guards and the right primus guards will be heading south to fight the Lingnan army in 10 days, leaving the upper capital city empty. Our Hadong army, raise great things and clear the side of the king. Marquis Jinnan's mansion. World son Xiao Yushu had returned to his residence, after he led 100 men and shocked the upper capital by defeating 100,000 bandits. Xiao Shitzi himself fought with the female bandit leader for 300 rounds. and fought off the female bandit leader, and he himself was seriously injured and returned to his home to recuperate. In the eyes of outsiders, he had just returned to his home within a few days of leaving the capital, but in reality, from the time he entered the demon road and then went to the demon region to the time he returned now, he had been away from home for a long time. Subaila see him back, heart extremely happy, and heard that he was seriously injured, worried beyond belief, had to personally see to rest assured. Xiao Yushu lay on the collapse, allowing his long-legged little wife to inspect his body. Subaila's little hand pressed and touched, but in a moment, it had turned into Xiao Yushu checking her out, or inside and out, the kind of deep checking. All afternoon, the two were entwined on the couch to relieve the pain of their love for each other. Having just fought with the red female thief and conquered the long-legged little petite wife, with Xiao Shizi's ability, he was also a bit tired and didn't want to move. Subaila, clad only in a thin veil, her jade skin snow white, placed his head on her lap, well padded. She gave a command, and at once 5 or 6 maids came in with various things and surrounded the group to serve. Subaila reached out, gently massaging Xiao Yushu's brain, with infinite compassion in her eyes. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, stepped forward and fed Xiao Yushu ice sugar and snow pear soup with a small spoon. There are also 4 beautiful maidservants from Su's dowry, all of them beautiful and slender, gathered up to pinch their hands and press their feet, and serve them carefully. Xiao Yushu was pillowed in Subaila's arms, drinking ice sugar pear soup, and his 2 legs were held in the arms of 2 beautiful maids, carefully massaging them. 2 arms lazily rested in front of the other 2, which felt very comfortable. Constant humidity and temperature, both fragrant and soft, automatic massage. It's not a god, it's better than a god. When Subaila saw that he was refreshed and his spirit had recovered, she massaged him while talking to him about business. Husband, the Su family sent another 2 million taels of silver for the wood money. The garden repair project has also begun. Digging the outer river first and repairing the fence according to your instructions. Master AI has gotten that cement to work quite well according to your instructions. Husband can go take a look at it when he has time. Xiao Yushu swallowed a grape and smiled. My Lara is so capable. Subaila's pretty face blushed and softly said, husband is most capable. Xiao Yushu raised his head, but was blinded by an object and couldn't see Lara's face, so he couldn't help but laugh. Shall we compete to see who can do it? Subaila lightly hit him, and the maids beside her blushed. After enjoying the massage from his dainty wife and maid, Xiao Yushu got up and went to check on the garden repair project. He was originally because he made a fortune. A moment do not know how to spend. Just want to build a large construction to repair a combination of ancient and modern, Chinese and Western gorgeous garden to enjoy. But then he changed his mind and prepared to repair the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion well and strengthen the defense force. Now that the world is about to be in turmoil, it is still more reassuring to have a military fortress. So, on the surface, it was the Marquis of Jinnan's residence that was repairing and covering the garden, but secretly it was actually building a fortress. Xiao Yushu stood on the courtyard wall and watched as a team of hundreds of people working on the construction were digging deep into the river. After acquiring the 2 neighboring gardens, the Jinnan Marquis mansion had expanded several times in size and was connected to the river. It was a natural military barrier, and he sent his men to massively dredge and deepen the river, turning it into a moat for the Marquis. Then within the moat, the courtyard wall was rebuilt and constructed. This time the courtyard wall was much wider and thicker than the original one, with many prismatic bastions. Xiao Yushu had a large number of mounting holes reserved in the courtyard wall, labeled with numbers first. In case the situation changes, immediately drive in the mounting holes with an iron bar. Place the boulders by number and pour the cement. This would only take 3 to 5 days to raise the courtyard wall by 2 meters, reaching the same height as the imperial city's walls. This garden was repaired, and then the soldiers of Jinnan army were used as the servants of the Marquis. With several hundred soldiers and sufficient armor, there will be security. In case something happens, you can pick up the Laras and the singles families. Xiao Yushu shook his head and laughed. Am I being a bit too careful? But when you're born into chaos, it's always good to be cautious. Chapter 6. Seeing that Xiao Yushu had come to see the progress of the project, Xiao Zhong came over to report on matters both large and small. Xiao Yushu listened to him and nodded his head as he asked, Uncle Chung, how many people are down there digging the river? Xiao Zhong said, there are more than 400 people in total. All of them are good young men who have been screened. This year's harvest is not good, and the government taxes are heavy, so the people are having a hard time. Our Marquis, this project, you give high wages. Food is also good. These can come to work are very grateful. The guys work hard. The progress is fast. Another 5 or 6 days is almost done. Xiao Yushu pondered for a moment and said, you take my name badge and go to the city defense department to register. Have all the Jinnan soldiers and soldiers in the manors outside the city come in disguise to dig the river and build the courtyard wall. The upper capital city was the capital city of the Great Zhou, and to enter the city, one must have someone as a guarantor and hold the appropriate roadblocks. If the soldiers of the Jinnan army in the mountain villa outside the city wanted to come in, they needed the Jinnan marquis residents to register with the city defense department in the name of construction. Xiao Zhong's heart was in deep awe. Master Shitzi transferred 400 elites into the city at once. Could it be that something big is about to happen? He didn't dare to ask more questions and immediately agreed dryly. Yes, Seiji. Xiao Yushu looked at the courtyard wall and the moat, and then went to see the cement made by Master AI. Master AI was originally a minor official of the Ministry of Public Works who did not make the grade and was good at burning bricks and making mud, and was scouted by Xiao Yushu to become an engineer. Following the recipe given by Xiao Yushu, he ground the slaked limestone into powder, added it to the fired clay, and calcined it at high temperatures in a lime kiln to make a cement material. In fact, the ancients had similar materials for a long time. The practice of primitive cement was recorded in the Zhuozhuan B.C., while in the West Roman mortar existed. The kind that Xiao Yushu had Master AI make was similar to the Portland cement of 1824 in England, which had been used on a large scale in the tunnel and embankment works of the Thames. Master AI attentively brought someone to show the results to Xiao Yushu. Although it was not as good as Portland cement, but it was very close. Only the speed of setting was not as good as modern cement. He immediately ordered that all the cement produced be transported to the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion and piled up in an open field. With that, he turned on his powers, and a line of gold letters rose from the pile of concrete. Name, Portland Cement. Introduction, hydration hardening cement invented by British Aspen, can be applied to a variety of different workplaces. After hardening, it is strong and durable. Because the color is similar to the British Portland area stone is called Portland cement. Future Chiluk, if the host manufactures and applies it on a large scale, it will become an important construction material in this time and space. With a thought, Xiao Yushu utilized the change word ability. Add the word prefix, quick dry. The golden name of that pile of cement was suddenly transformed. Name, Portland Quick Drying Cement. It can dry completely in one day, transforming from soft cement to solid wall. Xiao Yushu felt a slight shock on his body as the system prompted. 2 years of the host's internal energy will be consumed due to the change of words. It's only consumed 2 years worth of feats, so it seems that the consumption of these everyday items is very low. Xiao Yushu still had 2 vermilion fruits in his hand. One of them could add 20 years of power. Wouldn't it be able to be used 20 times? He immediately commanded, push all the artillery you've built over here for me to see. The soldiers under his command did not dare to be slow, and immediately sent over the Franconian cannons manufactured by the Western Iron Factory in Beijing according to his instructions. After the last time he tried out the new weapons and new formations, Chapter 92, Xiao Yushu began to make people manufacture small Franco cannons at the Western Iron Factory in Beijing. Chapter 96 falls into the hands of the protagonist. By now 40 gates had been cast, and a square formation was set up in the open space of the marquee. A line of gold letters rose from this pile of artillery. Name, Small Franco Smoothbore Cannon. Introduction, Small Iron Smoothbore Gun, also known as the Child Gun. The son of the gun will be stuffed into the mother gun chamber to shoot. Fast heat dissipation. Not easy to blow up the chamber, but the range is short, only 100 paces. Future Chiluk, if the host manufactures and applies it on a large scale, it will set a precedent for firearms combat in this time and space. The range is only 100 paces? That's 130 to 150 meters? Xiao Yushu thought about it. This is too short, and it has no advantage over the stone thrower. So he used his powers. Change word prefix smoothbore to wirebore. The gold-lettered name of the pile of artillery suddenly became name Small Franco Wire Rifled Gun. The range became 500 paces, or about 650 to 750 meters, in a matter of moments. Xiao Yushu felt a slight shock on his body as the system prompted. 2 years of the host's internal energy will be consumed due to the change of words. Well, that's nothing compared to the increase in range and power, he said to the lieutenant under him. I have modified these cannons. You take the men to find a secluded place to practice. This is our weapon to defeat the enemy. Yes, Master Seiji. The next day, Xiao Zhong went through the relationship of the city defense department, and transferred those 400 elite Jinan army soldiers, in the name of civilian laborers, into the capital, to work on the Hofu construction site. These people entered the city empty-handed and in rags. There were thousands and thousands of men who came into the city to solicit labor in this way every day, and the city defense department didn't care much about it. With the addition of these people, the guards of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence had reached 500. After another 5 days, the moat has been repaired. 2 zhang wide and 1 zhang 5 feet deep, which is roughly more than 6 meters wide and about 4 meters deep, author, according to the song ruler. 1 foot 31, 68 centimeters. Of course Xiao Yushu wanted to repair wider and deeper, but after all, it was in the upper capital, not in Jiannandao, so this was already amazing. The courtyard wall is also nearing completion. The walls of Shangjing City were very high, about 6 feet high or so overall. The city's imperial city was only 3 zhang in height, or more than 9 meters and less than 10 meters high. The courtyard wall of the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion couldn't be taller than the imperial city in any case, so it was only 2 feet by 3 feet, about 7 meters. Only a large number of mounting holes were pre-made in the wall, allowing the wall to be quickly raised with boulders, iron rods, and cement to the same 9 meters or so as the imperial city. On top of the courtyard wall, there was a building shaped like an animal's head every other section. It looks quite beautiful, but in fact, it is a prismatic fortress. It has a powerful defense with a built-in frangipane gun, a large crossbow and a bow and arrow. It was only after getting all this done that Xiao Yushu was relieved, feeling that he had a few things to lean on in the chaotic world. On this day, the Marquis of Jinnan had a happy event. Lai Mayer, who had been in seclusion for many days, finally came out of seclusion, and she had successfully advanced to the level of an innate expert. Xiao Yushu was very happy and was ready to organize a banquet to celebrate Sister Mayer. Lai Mayer was also very happy. She had been in seclusion for many days without drinking and had long been craving for more. However, just at this moment, Xiao Yushu received a secret message from Red Spider from Shanxi province. The Hadong army went out in force, mobilizing 70,000 elites. Xia Yunbing and Hua Qiner thought at first that it was aimed at them, and immediately made preparations to run into the Taihang Mountains, or even all the way to the Hunan Road, but they immediately realized that the situation was very bizarre. The Hadong army moved out in mass, but the open curtain of scouts and cavalry searching did not penetrate into Shanxi in a big way. Instead, they went in the direction of Shangjing. Chapter 7, Running in all directions to gather relatives. Marquis Jinnan's mansion. Xiao Yushu was instructing his men on how to use the Franco machine gun in the prismatic fort. Xiao Zhong walked over with a serious face and pulled his arm. Master Seiji, there is an emergency. The old housekeeper is an officer of the Jinnan army, and has fought with the demon race all his life. He has seen big scenes like the Battle of Yunchuan Hiku and has always been very calm. But at this moment, he reached out and grabbed Xiao Yushu's arm. Using his strength, Xiao Yushu immediately knew that something was wrong, and he instructed his soldiers to continue training before following Xiao Zhong to a remote room within the Marquis residence. Xiao Zhong stood still and pointed inward. Xiao Yushu entered the room and immediately smelled the odor of blood and gold sores. Hua Shenger sat on a hu bench, half of her clothing completely removed, her body bruised and battered. Lai Mayer was holding a porcelain bowl and giving her medicine to stop the bleeding. What's going on? Xiao Yushu immediately asked. Hua Shenger frowned slightly, probably because Lai Mayer's medication had touched the wound. She held her tongue, her voice quick and urgent. Your son, the Hadong army has 70,000 to 80,000 horsemen and horses, and they're coming directly towards Shangjing. We sent our men to follow them all the way and were surrounded by Hadong scouts. The Hadong scouts are very strong in mounted combat and have martial arts masters to help them, so I had to take action myself. Of the 12 men in my group, only the 2 of us, Huang Wu and I, rushed over, and the other brothers all died. Xiao Yushu's face turned serious. Where are the martial artists from? With what weapon? The one who makes the sword seems to be from the Divine Sword sect. Xiao Yushu took a deep breath as the Hadong army marched out on a large scale, pointing directly at the Shangjing city. The elite cavalry and martial arts masters had moved out to obscure the information from all directions, and the Red Spider's ministry couldn't even send a message from a flying bird, so it was already obvious what they wanted to do. It is estimated that the people sent by the emperor to monitor the Hadong army, including the officials and the listening to the Wind Division, are all finished. Even Hua Qing'er can only personally lead people to break through the blockade to rush to deliver the letter. Hadong army once the power is really worthy of the world's strong army. How far is the main force of the Hadong army from here? They have prepared a lot of mules and horses, which are very fast, and the main force is estimated to arrive this night. The cavalry in the vanguard will only be 2 or 3 hours. Hua Xinger said in a deep voice. You take a good rest first. Sister Cord, the news you brought is very important. Tough on you. Xiao Yushu walked forward and raised his hand to pat her shoulder as a sign of encouragement. Hua Xinger couldn't help but blush as she hummed softly. Xiao Yushu woke up and hurriedly withdrew his hand, turning away with an apologetic smile. Hua Xinger was a bit lost, her eyes following Xiao Yushu, but she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her body. She turned her head to glare at Lai Mayer and bared her teeth. What are you doing? Lai Mayer grunted and pressed the cloth dipped in medicine onto her wound again. What's all the fuss about when you're all hurt like that? Xiao Yushu left the room and immediately said to Xiao Zhong, who was guarding the outside, gather everyone and put the sergeants on guard with armor. Stop all other works. Concentrate manpower on raising the courtyard wall immediately, and have Master AI personally lead the men in pouring cement. The flamer cannons and crossbows are all going up to the prisons. From now on, the Marquis is forbidden to enter or leave without my order. Xiao Zhong simply said. Yes, Master Seiji. Once the order was given, the entire Marquis Jinnan's residence immediately became heavy and busy. Having just finished repairing the aqueduct, the hundreds of folk and craftsmen who were building houses in various parts of the palace were gathered together. Cement was mixed, a swivel arm crane was installed, and the lifting of the boulders over the courtyard wall began. Xiao Yushu was equipped with a purple frost sword and was clad in cold iron armor with a long cloak over it. He was going out to receive people close to him to the Marquis of Jinnan mansion. Today's situation is so critical that there is no way to stop the Hudong army from entering the city. Xiao Yushu only had 500 men on hand, and even if everyone was possessed by the god of heaven, they couldn't handle the 70 to 80,000 elites of the Hudong army. Even if he takes his soldiers out to block the city gates, the question is which gate to block. The Grand Prince definitely had an inside man in the city, but with 8 gates in the upper capital, which gate was the one to receive him? Xiao Yushu didn't know. The capital is very empty today, and there are very few forbidden troops left in the city. The left Primus Guard was heavily defeated in Chuzhou. The left Martial Guard was confronting the King of Chu's army near Chuzhou, and the right Martial Guard and the right Primus Guard had already departed for Lingnan. There were only a few thousand Imperial Guards left, and they were all in Emperor Hongjia's direct line, so Xiao Yushu couldn't command them. He ran to tell the emperor that, "Your eldest son is going to rebel. It depends on whether the emperor believes in it or not." One thing led to another. People were sent to investigate, and just the tug of war took days. With this amount of time, the Grand Prince's army would have already entered the city. In critical moments, one can only look after one's own people first. He immediately went to the inner mansion and spoke to Subaila. "Lar, I'll take you to fetch my father-in-law's family to our residence for a few days." Subaila was very surprised, and before she could speak, Xiao Yushu said to Cold Shadow, "Leather armor for the lady, the kind with heart guards." Subaila instantly understood that something big had happened, and obediently and sharply allowed Cold Shadow to put her armor on. A few moments later, Xiao Yushu rode his horse and led an escort for the carriage all the way to the Su family. Hearing that Mr. and Mrs. Xiao Yushu had come, Su Huantang and Mrs. Lu were very happy. The two greeted them out, and Su Huantang laughed. "I just happened to get some good wine today, and Yushu came just in time for us to savor it together." Xiao Yushu was not polite and approached Su Huantang and whispered, "You two old men will immediately pack up, bring your family members, and immediately go with Lar to the Marquis of Jinnan's residence to stay for a few days. Bring only your belongings and leave in half an hour." Su Huantang was shocked in his heart and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" He thought to himself that could it be possible that the emperor is going to lay his hands on the Marquis of Jinnan's residence? That would be troublesome. Xiao Yushu said, "The Hadong army is going to enter the capital." Su Huantang's whole body trembled. His face changed color in horror. "Isn't this the great prince's rebellion?" Mrs. Lu watched in surprise as Xiao Yushu muttered a few words to Su Huantang, and Su Huantang changed his face. Xiao Yushu said to Subaila, "You keep an eye here for up to half an hour. Never delay." On her way here, Subaila already knew that something big had happened and immediately said, "Husband, I understand." Xiao Yushu left immediately. He still had to go to General Wuben's residence to pick up Shan Chan's family. Mrs. Lu looked at Su Huantang with a shocked gaze, and Su Huantang whispered anxiously, "Something's wrong. Don't say anything. Quickly, all the relatives are called to come. Only bring what they have with them. Gather here after 3 incense sticks. We don't care about those who come late." Xiao Yushu gave half an hour, but his news was too strong. Su Huantang was anxious, fearing that something would happen, and directly shortened it to 3 columns of incense. Mrs. Lu knew that the matter was very important and urgent, and immediately commanded the servants and maids to run to find someone. The entire Su residence was also immediately busy. Xiao Yushu came directly to General Wuben's residence on horseback and barged straight in without waiting for a briefing. The servant guarding the door didn't dare to stop him when he saw it was him, and hurriedly followed and asked, "What's going on here?" "Mr. Seiji, you're looking for Missy?" Xiao Yushu drank. "I'm looking for Madam Missy, call them out. It's very urgent." That servant is also a Wu-Wei soldier. Once he saw this situation, he immediately took to his heels and ran fiercely towards the courtyard to report the news. So a few moments later, General Wuben's residence was also a busy place. Xiao Yushu wrote a note and called over one of his men and said, "You send this to the second prince's house and tell them the message is urgent." "Yes, Master Seiji." Chapter 8, The Red Sun slanting soldiers are coming to the city. On the outskirts of Shangjing, the red sun dipped in the west. A falcon circled, chasing the location of a hare in the grass. A group of men followed the falcon and were shooting the hunt. The first person was a handsome and elegant male, dressed in hunting clothes, with a noble temperament, just with a hint of depression between his eyebrows. He was none other than Great Friday's Prince Suzhen. These days, he often ran outside the upper capital, fishing and hunting to get rid of his depression. As long as he stayed in town, He thought of things and watched everyone feel out of place. It was as if everyone was only superficially polite to him, with derision and ridicule behind their polite glances. Whoosh! He shot an arrow, but it was a bit distracted and flew over the hare's head. The hare trembled with fear and immediately scurried into the grass and disappeared. Another bowstring rattled far away. An arrow, like a meteor catching the moon, flew up from the distant woods and shot down the circling falcon. The horsemen were stunned, and then the people were furious. Who dares to shoot down the fifth prince's falcon? Looking for death? Just then, the earth suddenly rumbled and shook. The sound of horses' hooves grew louder and denser. Sujin's heart was slightly shocked, holding the saddle and staring at it, only to see that from behind the trees ahead, a large group of cavalry suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, they heard a distant whistle, only to see that there were already 3 squads of fine cavalry, circling around to the rear of their group. A few more whistles followed, and a small cavalcade rushed up and surrounded them. The other 2 cavalries in the distance did not approach, but only opened their bows and arrows a few dozen paces away, establishing a ladder firing formation. This kind of style, at a glance, is an elite force with rich battlefield experience. The officers of the cavalry that surrounded them were not clad in iron armor, but just wore a half-used lot plate armor with a red cloak over it. With a wave of his hand, 30 to 40 long blades brightly forced into a circle, surrounding Sujin and the others in the center. Cui Qinghe, the son of Marquis Yingchuan under Sujin, couldn't help but open his mouth and drink. Who are you people? How dare you surround us? Those cavalrymen, however, did not speak, but only pressed them to death with their spears, calmly waiting for orders. Sujin was about to open his mouth himself and ask what these cavalrymen were. Looking at the style of their clothes and armor, they were all soldiers and generals of Great Zhou. Since they were from Great Zhou, they shouldn't be rude to his fifth prince. From the distance in the cavalry over a few riders, the leader of the short and strong, wearing a face scarf, is full of momentum. He controlled his horse to the near side, and as soon as he pulled the face mask off, he laughed. Old 5, you don't even salute when you see your brother? The visitor was none other than Grand Prince Su Rue, who had personally left the city to greet the Hadong army. Sujin's jaw dropped and she couldn't control her expression in shock. What's going on here? These cavalrymen. Sujin's brain is like a lightning bolt. The boss rebelled. This is the Hadong army. This idea together. Spare Sujin has always been reading to raise chi, also cannot help rustling shaking up. Grand Imperial Prince Su Rue looked at the frightened old 5 with satisfaction and smiled. Old 5, the dynasty is dominated by treacherous ministers, and father is blinded by compulsion. Brother, I'm here to clear the side of the king and execute the traitorous ministers. He purposely said the words execute the traitor slowly and heavily. Sujin's whole body was shaking, but her brain wasn't broken. Facing Suri's cold eyes, he immediately realized that if he didn't defect to the boss, he, Sujin, would be the first traitor to be put to death. He made a snap decision and immediately rolled his saddle and dismounted, sobbing. Big brother has both virtue and talent, and is so ambitious that he should have been the crown prince of the dynasty a long time ago. Little brother is willing to attach himself to big brother's steed, correct the world, and kill the traitors. Ha 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 ha. Su Rue laughed up to the sky. Old 5, this person still knows what he's doing. Although the 2 brothers had some disagreements in the past, none of them were major conflicts. Since he has made a statement of defection, he should be treated well. He put away his morose eyes, but did not dismount, sitting high up on his horse and laughing. Why is fifth brother so polite? Get up quickly. Big brother, I still have a lot of great things that I need you to assist me with. Sujin wiped her tears and stood up, bowing her head submissively to obey the order. As for the tears, that's not even close. If you can't cry at the drop of a hat and turn the other cheek, how can you be an official? After he remounted his horse, Suri smiled grimly. Fifth brother, after entering the city I have to go to the imperial city to ask for pardon first, so as not to frighten father and emperor with the army entering the city. But the traitor also has to be caught. I'll give you a troop. You go and catch that dog Lauer. Sujin was shaken. He was originally just trying to stay alive and make a false peace with Su Rue, but this proposal from his boss, Su Rue, was what caused a wave of ecstasy to violently flood his heart. The 2 greatest hates in life are killing one's father and taking one's wife. He was robbed of his fiancée by Suki and humiliated in public. The dog thief gave him a big hat, and now some dirty dogs in the capital city even called the green hat Jinjin hat. For Suchi, he really hates it. Hate to eat his flesh, drink his blood, and skin him. Now that the opportunity has come and the boss has given him this chance, how can he not do it? He said in a hushed voice. Little brother obeys the order, and will capture the dog thief in front of big brother. Grand Prince Su Rue looked at Lao Wu with deep and satisfied eyes. Of course he knew that Lao Wu was not a sincere defector, and that he might perfunctorily shirk by asking him to do other things, but the matter of arresting the second Suchi, the oldest 5, will never push back. He will be very serious and hard working on his errands. Suri laughed and patted Sujin on the shoulder. Fifth brother, go and do it well. This upper capital is our brother's. There are countless girls in the city. Take your pick, and whichever one you like, Big Brother will bestow it on you. Thanks, Big Brother. Sujin made a look of gratitude, but in his heart suddenly surfaced a clear and beautiful silhouette. A wave of resentment rose up. I don't want anyone. I want that. Suki forced her to do it. Why didn't she die to make it clear? Not only did she not die, she shamelessly married Suchi. I will seize her and make her beg for me on her knees. I will torture her and see her miserable. She has caused me to lose my reputation. Inside the upper capital, the guards of the second prince's residence were mixed with the palace attendants, escorting a luxurious carriage and sedan chair forward. On the carriage and sedan chair sat second prince Suchi and noble consort Gon. Don Guifei's noble and soft stunning face was filled with the flavor of an aristocratic beauty, especially those pairs of pleasantly beautiful eyes, moist and moving, mesmerizing. However, her face was slightly pale and she had been distracted in recent days, so Suchi accompanied her to Shangwa Temple to offer incense. Noble consort Gon handed Suchi a handseek-scented pouch. She had a soft voice that was comforting and moving to listen to. Mother hasn't slept well these past few days and always feels that something is going to happen. You need to be more cautious in your traveling these days. Yes, I know. Suchi nodded his head, when someone outside the carriage reported, Your Highness, someone sent over an urgent report, saying it was from the Marquis of Jinnan's son. Oh, Suchi and noble consort Gon were both stunned and looked at each other. Suchi said, Present. A eunuch took the note from outside the carriage and handed it in. Suchi unfolded it and instantly changed his face. It says, Su Rue has rebelled, and the Hudong army enters the capital today. Chapter 9, The Emperor flees to Zenonfu. Suchi looked at the note and his body was like falling into an ice cellar. That guy, Su Rue, how dare he be so bold as to openly lead his troops in a rebellion? When the Hudong army enters the capital, I'm afraid the entire Shangjing city will be a catastrophe. He knew the boss's temperament very well. He, Su Chi, even if he was naked and tied himself up, kneeled down in front of the boss and begged for forgiveness. Even the royal status was not wanted, and voluntarily sent to the remote military state to live out his life. That won't work either. Boss Suri do things, traditionally do not leave half of the hidden trouble, will certainly eliminate the roots. Not only Su Chi himself will not survive, his mother Gon Guifei, I am afraid that he will not be able to escape death, but also Amawe Slope Yan Guifei's fate, entering the capital today. Now that it's getting late, I'm afraid that the Hudong army's vanguard has already entered the city. Su Chi's whole body, hands and feet were sore and weak, and he was already sweating profusely without realizing it. Immediately go to the imperial city? He instantly negated this idea. The boss must have ambushed the assassins in front of the imperial city, and going back now would result in 9 deaths. And it's not always safe to go back to the imperial city. Father is temperamental and has always been selfish. What if we turn him in to appease the boss? Wouldn't that be the end of everything? What to do? What now? When noble consort Gon saw Su Chi's face change drastically and her whole body trembled, she couldn't help but ask with a grave face, Kaor, what happened? Suki shuddered. Suri has rebelled, and the Hudong army has entered the city. What? Gon Guifei immediately lost her color, her delicate face without a trace of blood. If she fell into the hands of Su Rue, her end was expected to be miserable. Hemlock White Aya, that's good. I'm afraid to be sent to the barracks. Led a group of martial arts insults. This kind of tragedy happened when the last emperor, Don Guifei, comes from a family. See a lot of things. The cruelty of the political struggle she understands very well. When he was at a loss, Su Chi suddenly had a flash of light in his heart. Right, go to the Marquis of Jinnan's residence. Xiao Yushu had been remodeling the garden recently, and I heard that the courtyard wall was built as high as the imperial city, like a military fortress. There are still a lot of people in the capital city laugh at him, saying that he is rude and indecent. And repairing a garden is also like a military camp, the fortress-like Marquis residence, plus hundreds of tiger and wolf guards. Aside from the imperial city, Marquis Jinnan's mansion was the safest place in the upper capital today. Moreover, Xiao Yushu was also his close friend, giving him a warning at a critical moment, and was bound to be on his side. Wise brother Yushu, as long as you help His Highness this time, in the future, I will give you whatever you want except the river and mountain. Su Chi's mind was slightly calmed and he immediately drank. Go to the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion as fast as you can, and if anyone gets in the way on the way, just charge straight through. When he ordered, the guards and the coachman, though surprised, immediately carried it out. The luxurious carriage immediately sped up at high speed under the protection of the mounted guards. Those eunuchs and palace maids on foot, suddenly thrown off by the carriage, all looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Just on the way, Suchi and noble consort Gon had already heard shouting and clamoring coming from the direction of the outer city. Faintly, a few streaks of black smoke shot up, apparently igniting somewhere. Both mother and son's faces are bright and dark and full of misery. A few moments ago, the Xianping gate of the upper capital city, an imperial army general stood at the top of the city and yawned. This Lieutenant General Li did not wear armor, not even the standard red cloak, just a cotton military robe, wrapped in a fox fur outside. One of his hands was fine and white, without any calluses from holding a sword. The whole thing was fine and tender, and even less like a soldier. Vice General Li is a son of the family origin, all day long in the land of fireworks, has long been corrupted and corrupted. At that moment a group of men came in the distance, and the junior officer guarding the gate looked up and called out, "General Master, there's a group of men coming. Should we close the gates and put the brothers on alert?" Vice General Li glanced from afar. The incoming group was 70 to 80 people, bearing the banner of Great Zhou. He was full of impatience. "What are you shouting for? This is the capital, the most peaceful place in the world. What else can happen? Close the city gates for us sake. If you make any more fuss I'll beat you with a military stick." The group of people approached, and the first person took off his scarf and ran directly toward the city gates with his horse. The officer guarding the gate took a look, but he recognized it. Wasn't this His Highness the Grand Prince? Vice General Li on the city wall also saw, hurriedly down the wall, standing in the roadside with a smile on his face to serve. The Grand Prince directly entered the city gates with his horse, and the 70 to 80 tiger and wolf-like knights behind him also directly entered the city with their horses. And then their blades were lit up, and they actually took over the city gates. The officers and soldiers guarding the door suddenly felt that something was wrong. Vice General Li accompanied with a smile and bowed. "Your Highness, you are." Su Rue cold smile. "Make a wink." Followed behind Li. Vice General Flag Officer suddenly drew his sword out. A knife will be Li. Vice General stabbed through. The Hudong Army's Iron Cavalry Brigade appeared and surged into the Shangjing city. When the army entered the city, there was chaos in the residential area near the city gates. Hudong Army Iron Horsemen forward. There is nothing to love the people. The civilians who could not dodge on the road were immediately hacked over and maimed dozens of times, and there was a river of blood and cries and howls. Those scoundrels and thugs in the city, seeing the situation in chaos, immediately came out to fish in troubled waters. Those who stole and robbed, those who harassed women, and even those who took advantage of the opportunity to set fire to the place, immediately made a great deal of noise. The second prince's carriage was not far from the Marquis of Jinnan's residence when a small group of knights suddenly rushed out from behind. The leader of the group bellowed, "Wagon ahead! Stop at once!" The driver was ordered by Su Qi. How could he stop? He continued to drive forward. The leading knight sat on his horse, controlling it only with his legs, and bending his bow and arrows. With a whoosh sound, an arrow flew in and nailed the cart driver right above his head and neck. The driver planted himself straight down and the wagon nearly capsized. The co-driver next to him took the reins as soon as he could and stabilized the carriage. The guards escorting the caravan only had to draw their swords and turn around, going forward to block the pursuers. Inside the car, Sujin and Gon Guifei were so frightened that their faces were pale and their bodies were half soft. Gon Guifei was slightly more courageous than Sujin, and tremblingly pulled back the curtains of the car to watch from behind. At a glance, it was even more horrifyingly bone-crunching. Only 20 or so guards were seen blocking the charging cavalry squad, which only had 6 or 7 knights, but in a burst of clanging and crashing and shouting, the 20 or so guards were all cut down by that knight squad in the twinkling of an eye and fell to their horses. In just a few moments, Su Qi and noble consort Gon's guards were surprisingly all dead, leaving only the one driving the car. This man was an expert, and was Su Qi's personal guard. It's just that he had to drive and couldn't take care of the incoming riders. If the carriage had stopped, he would have been able to kill those few cavalrymen, but the enemy's brigade was unending, and I'm afraid that the other side's experts would have arrived in a few moments of stopping. At this time, the courtyard wall of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence was already in sight. Su Qi suddenly came to courage. He lifted the curtain of the car and hissed at the Marquis of Jinnan, "Come and help me. I'm the second prince. Yushu virtuous brother. Come and save me." The carriage rushed close, but braked violently, a wide and deep moat blocking the way, and the drawbridge of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence has long been put away. That cavalry squad was approaching at high speed, the horses' hooves trampling on the verdant stone slabs with sparks flying in all directions. The expert driver sighed and drew his sword, saying, "Noble consort, second highness, you dash." Before he finished speaking, he heard a buzzing sound, and all three of them looked up at the same time, only to see a piece of white feathered arrows, meteor-like, rising from the courtyard wall as high as a city wall, drawing a beautiful parabola, falling towards the cavalry squad. Chapter 10. I'm busier than a rebel. That cavalry squad was enveloped in a rain of arrows, both dead and wounded, and the living ones quickly withdrew. The drawbridge outside the main gate of the Marquis of Jinnan's residence fell down. Xiao Yushu personally walked across the moat and rushed at noble consort Gon and Su Qi with a salute. Greetings to your highness. Greetings to the second prince. It's inconvenient to talk here, so both of you follow me into the mansion. With an air of calmness and serenity, he opened his mouth and invited into the house without any hesitation, which at once greatly comforted the second prince's mother and son. Su Qi only felt that the breath of escape had been scattered all at once, and he could barely stand. The expert guard hurriedly stepped forward and helped him walk across the drawbridge. Noble consort Gon looked at Xiao Yushu gratefully, her voice choking. Yushu, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, our mother and son might have. Her ripe and plump petite body trembled, and her beautiful and charming face was permeated with tears of shock, still not recovered from the trepidation she had just experienced. This dainty flower-like flavorful lady in the rain made Xiao Yushu feel simply titillating. He hurriedly averted his gaze. Politely, Your Highness, quickly follow me inside. Noble consort Gon was indeed miserable at the moment, and there wasn't even a single person waiting around her. She took 2 steps inward by herself, only to feel that she had no strength in her body, and her legs were about to fall to the ground as soon as she was weak. Xiao Yushu frowned, so he had to step forward and reach out to pick her up in a princess carry, whispering, "The matter is urgent." Yushu is offended. Noble consort Gon hurriedly tried to say a few words of relief and gratitude, but she did not expect her to be hugged by Xiao Yushu, and her strong masculine manly scent pounced on her, her firm and developed pectoral arms close to her skin. Emperor Hongjia is drunk on monasticism, delusional about immortality, and has not been near a woman for many years, combined with the many concubines in the palace, many of whom were young and beautiful. Don Guifei hadn't had skin-to-skin contact with the emperor in 10 years. This skinship even counts as a hand pull. Being hugged by a young man like Xiao Yushu, noble consort Gon's entire body trembled a little. I only felt dizzy, and a large blush rose violently on my face like a young girl's, stretching all the way down to just below my neck. Her eyes were scattered. Her misty pretty eyes were about to lose focus. Looking at Xiao Yushu's slender neck and handsome side face, she couldn't help but have her heartbeat accelerate and her exhale deepen. As she walked, her arm inevitably touched Xiao Yushu's well-developed pectoral muscles, and Guifei Gon almost froze, the backs of her feet tensing involuntarily. From her teenage years to Mrs. Ripe Beauty today, she had never been hugged by a young man as handsome and strong as this. Don Guifei momentarily unexpectedly do not know what to do. Even she herself cannot figure out, in the end, should be afraid, or should be shy, because her body actually cannot help but have a slight reaction. Nor do I know at this time, nor where I am. Just hear the sound of the gurgling river under your feet and the light above your head changing. Until she entered the Marquis of Jinnan's mansion, Don Guifei was still leaning foolishly in Xiao Yushu's arms. Su Qi looked back and was secretly distressed. Mother consort must have been frightened by this incident. It should have been him, the son, who should have carried the noble consort in, but he had always been weak, and even he needed others to assist him, so he can only work hard for Xiao Yushu. Fortunately, Yushu and I are like brothers, and my mother is his aunt or uncle. When Xiao Yushu saw that noble consort Gon did not move, he also thought that she was frightened, so he lowered his head and said in a warm voice, "Noble consort, when you enter the Marquis residence, I will find someone to serve you." He bowed his head to speak, and his lips were not far from your consort's ear. Warm spit softly sprinkled on Gon Guifei's face, causing her entire body to instantly heat up, and she couldn't help but squirm a little. As she twisted her body, the curve that was as wonderful as a gourd immediately made Xiao Yushu feel it. This embrace your consort, body full of style, appearance charming but elegant and noble, coupled with the style of the lady of the house, simply irresistible charm to men. He coughed softly and slowly set the noble lady down. For fear of her falling, he even thoughtfully circled her and then held her soft waist. Gon Guifei's pretty face turned red, and her legs were so weak that she couldn't make any effort. But this time, it wasn't because of fear, but a different kind of emotion. She had no choice but to wrap her arms around Xiao Yushu's neck and stood still only after half a day. Peak high melon round during the period of wrapping his arms around Xiao Yushu's neck. Xiao Yushu felt deeply that this woman was something. Xiao Yushu called for Subaila and asked her to greet and arrange for the noble consort's mother and son. Subaila didn't expect the noble consort mother and son to come to her home, hurriedly arranged for accommodation, and allocated a few maidservants to serve her. Xiao Yu wrote that note only out of the intention of giving the Grand Prince a hard time, so that Lao Heir could make preparations. I didn't expect the second one to take his mother and run straight to the Marquis of Jinnan's residence. LOL. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Su Qi, Su Qi, Su Qi, I'm not your father. Why should I worry so much about you? Xiao Yushu suddenly thought that Lin Qingyin was still in the Prime Minister's residence, although she had Prime Minister Lin sheltering her. After the Gon-Lin merger, Prime Minister Lin was, after all, a member of the second prince's party. That man, Suri, is vicious and venomous, so I don't think he'll let him off easily. The best way to threaten Prime Minister Lin is to use his family as leverage. Heart so much busier than ing rebel Suri. Bang! There was a loud bang. The gate of the Prime Minister's residence was smashed open with a huge log. The army's strong bows rattled continuously, and the courtyard was filled with the sound of screams. Armor-clad soldiers swarmed in, and a few moments later the resisting family soldiers in the courtyard were basically killed off, with corpses all over the place and rivers of blood. The fifth Prince Sujin was wearing a lock armor and the red cloak of the Hadong army. His face was gloomy and pleased as he entered the mansion surrounded by the armored soldiers. The people of the Prime Minister's residence were quickly driven to the front yard by the wolf-like sergeants, and the crowd of over 200 mouths stood in a crowd. Sujin's pace was not slow as he approached, looking at Lin Qingyin who stood in the crowd of women. His eyes flashed with a mischievous and excited light. Fifth Highness, what do you mean by this? Bringing troops into my Prime Minister's residence and killing and injuring these many guards. What do you think of the dignity of the court? What do you think of His Majesty's authority? Lin Mangda, Lin Qingyin's father and Prime Minister Lin's son, asked loudly. Ha 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 ha. Sujin laughed up to the sky and asked Prime Minister Lin, who didn't say a word. What do you think I mean by that? Prime Minister? Prime Minister Lin smiled faintly and raised his head to the sky in silence. Seeing that he didn't answer, Sujin hummed and sneered. You old dog is insidious and cunning. You obviously promised your granddaughter to me, but you hooked up with that dog thief Lao Er. Today you regret it, don't you? He turned his head violently and stared at Lin Qingyin's slender and clear silhouette. Under the light of the fire, Sujin's face was hideous and vicious. Half of the former elegance and goodness is not there, but like an evil ghost, he slowly walked towards Lin Qingyin, and Lin Qingyin's mother, Mrs. Zhao, quickly stepped in front of her. Fifth Highness, please also respect yourself. Sujin, however, ignored her, his greedy and vicious gaze looking straight at Lin Qingyin. His voice was suddenly soft, but creepy and, Ener, I don't blame you for being forced by Lao Er. It's just that a woman's chastity is a great honor, so you should die to make it clear. He spoke morosely. As a result, instead of going to your death, you even became Lao Er's woman. Bitch like you, this highness is going to lift you up nicely today. These brothers under me are all tiger and wolf strong men. Let them serve you. The Sungda's daughter. Nicely. Prime Minister Lin finally couldn't hold back and angrily drank. Sujin, as a prince, how can you do such things? Sujin laughed coldly without answering and said with a wave of his hand, which brother is willing to enjoy this Miss Lin family? This is the daughter of the Shangfu family, the future second prince consort. It's worth it to sleep with her once for the rest of your life. The Lin family burst into curses. You Sujin, you dog thief. Sujin, you'll get what's coming to you. Chapter 11, The Emperor's Outlawed Situation. Torches crackled and burned in the night, illuminating the cloudy faces of everyone. There was a commotion in the courtyard as the Lin family flocked towards Lin Qingyin's body, wanting to protect her among them. The soldiers and generals of the Hadong army looked at each other in dismay, and for a moment no one stepped forward. This is Prime Minister Lin's granddaughter. There's too much at stake. The fifth prince has a grudge against the Lin family, but the four heads don't. Who knows if the grand prince will blame her for sleeping with her in the future. For the sake of the small head to cool half a pillar of incense, the big head which has been eating for a lifetime is cut off. That would be a great injustice. Sujin pointed at Prime Minister Lin and called out, my elder brother clears the side of the king and kills traitors, and this old dog surnamed Lin is a traitor. The families of the traitorous ministers are all rewarded to the meritorious ministers to enjoy. Soldiers, look at the beauty in this courtyard. You can play with it as you like. What are we in the army for? But money and beauty? His words immediately resonated with the soldiers and generals. There is more than just one woman in this courtyard. Miss Lin, and all of those concubines and maids are all beautiful and provocative. Delicate children made of water. Why can't we enjoy it if we follow the great prince's rebellion? At once the soldiers and generals' eyes showed a fiery gaze, burning like wild beasts as they looked at the women, and some of them came forward, watching those fierce and rude tussling Hans, holding their swords and knives approaching. The Prime Minister's housewomen were suddenly a low cry of alarm, and then there were timid maids who couldn't help but cry out of fear. Sujinsen smiled grimly. His tactic was extremely underhanded. Everything has to set the mood, and at first everyone is afraid to get on. So let's start with the maids and concubines. When these soldiers and generals have strengthened these women, under the redness of the eyes, who cares about Miss Lin? Mrs. Lin? None of the women in this compound escaped poisoning. Prime Minister Lin was also well aware of the dangers involved and took a step forward, shouting, you are all soldiers of the imperial court's warped system, and the strong army of Hadong is known throughout the world for its defense against foreign enemies. Is it possible that 100 years of fame will be destroyed? Even if the Grand Prince ascends to the throne, in the face of the world's many mouths, he will definitely pursue justice for today's matter. With this loud shout from him, the Hadong army soldiers and generals immediately retracted their steps again. After the great prince ascended the throne, Really pursued to find some unlucky people cut. That is very likely. Su Jinjin had a great hatred and looked at Prime Minister Lin with resentment. This old dog is so cunning that he stopped me from insulting his whole family. His face was a bit twisted. Today he led his troops to the second prince's residence to capture his second son, Su Qi. Turns out the guy was more timid than a rabbit and ran away early. Su Jin sent people to block him in front of the imperial city, but also did not block, and so far do not know where he ran to. Unable to catch his second son Su Qi, leaving Su Jin with a belly full of resentment and nowhere to vent it. He brought people to Prime Minister Lin's residence. If he can't clean up Lin Qingyin that today, how can he vent this resentment? He pointed at Lin Qingyin and yelled sternly, "Give me all the people around her to pull away. This prince personally on this." The scene was in an uproar. The Hadong army soldiers and generals did not expect the fifth prince personally on the battlefield, so they had to go forward to pull the people of the Lin family away. The female members of the Lin family desperately tried to block Lin Qingyin, and the soldiers of the Hadong army punched and kicked them, and there were cries and screams. Just then, he heard a rough voice in the crowd laugh out loud. "Fifth Highness, are willing to taste this Miss Lin?" Su Jin was stunned, then rejoiced. He is, after all, a prince. Personally step forward to do this kind of nasty thing. Immediately will become a jumping clown in the world's public opinion. And in the future, the history books will certainly also be a kind of character. He wouldn't want to do such a thing unless he had to. It's great to have someone to do it for you now. He saw a gnarled bearded man dressed in Hadong army clothing and armor walk out from the crowd, smiling lewdly and striding towards Lin Qingyin, a junior general of the Hadong army beside him. However, could not look away and reached out to pull him. "What are you doing? Treating a weak woman like this? What honor will our Hadong army have?" The gnarled man wrestled off his hand and sneered. "I don't know how many days I can live in this chaotic world, and I'll live fast first." Lin Qingyin held the long gold hairpin in her hand, her face pale. The shadow of Xiao Yushu suddenly flashed in her mind. "Xiao Yushu, I've done right by you." She resolutely stabbed the gold pin hard against her neck. Before the imperial city, a large group of Hadong troops had already arrived and surrounded the imperial city. Countless torches were like long dragons, shining on top of the forest like lances. Suri himself arrived outside the imperial city, as did his important bureaucrats. Jiang Kawang, commander of the Hadong army, Yuan Jing, deputy minister of the Hadong road, Li Si Yuan Gong, an innate expert, and his old husband, Jiang Dongkong, Marquis of Weidong. Everyone's eyes jumped and their faces looked excited and anxious. The operation was taken by surprise, and the Hadong army had already taken control of the entire Shanjing city with a thunderous force. Now it's all about the final step. The most important step in the rebellion is, of course, to force the palace. Killing his way into the palace to make Emperor Hongjia abdicate his throne is at the center of it all. But at this time, the palace gates of the imperial city were closed, and the several internal officers arranged by Su Rui unexpectedly failed to open the city gates. On top of the city walls, the same swords and spears stood out, and the bows and crossbows were open. A general in full armor showed his head, and it was none other than Shi Dahao, the general of the imperial army. He bellowed, "What do you want to do in front of the imperial city with an army? Great Hall?" Suri laughed aloud. "Old Shi, we are also old acquaintances. You open the city gate for me. I have something to ask to see father. As long as you open the gate, it will be a great honor, and I'll make you Marquis Wui." Shi Dahao's face turned blue as he shook his head. My Shi family has been loyal to His Majesty the Emperor for generations. Without His Majesty's permission, this city gate can never be opened. The thieves who rebelled here earlier, they were His Majesty's men, weren't they? And I'll return them to you first. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers on the city wall threw down a dozen or so heads, the very same secret agents that Su Rui had arranged to receive in the imperial city. Suri's eyes tyrannized up and roared, "Attack the city for me and break open the gates." As soon as his words fell, the Hadong army sprang into action. The sound of horns and hooves were extremely loud. Shi Dahao, however, did not fear. The Shi family he came from was a general's family, and he also practiced for many years in the border army and the Forbidden Army, and had a lot of combat experience. At a glance, he saw the weakness of the Hadong army. Although it was loud and powerful, with tens of thousands of men, it came extremely hastily with hundreds of miles of running. The Hadong army does not have a handful of large-scale siege equipment. At most, temporary ladders and battering rams and the like. The Imperial Guards and guards in the Imperial City, there are still 2,000 people, plus the green eunuchs can mobilize 4 or 5,000 people. The Imperial City is 3 feet high, wide and strong, and it is not easy for the Hadong army to break through. A few moments later, a dozen ladders were set up. Shi Dahao sneered and shouted, "Release the arrows." Flying arrows shot from the city walls, like locusts downward. Shi Dahao, however, was violently startled. only to see a dozen white-clothed men rushing out of the Hadong army array. Each of them held a sword in one hand and held up a huge doorplate in the other, and those feathered arrows were blocked by the doorplate as much as possible. These white-robed men were as graceful as swallows, stepping on the ladder as if they were walking on the ground and rushing towards the city wall. Sure Dahao's eyes froze violently as he saw the markings on the white-clothed man's clothes. Excalibur's sect? Chapter 12, The State Master's Attack on the Four Directions. In a flash of lightning, the dozen or so white-robed men had already scurried up the city wall. The man in the lead slashed out with his sword, and the sword light was like a blooming plum blossom opening up. This plum blossom turned into two turned into four, and instantly fluttered all over the sky, pouncing on the Imperial guards on the city wall in a strange and clear manner. It was just that these countless plum blossoms consisted of sword light and carried a lingering cold aura. The white plum blossoms, proud of the snow and defying the frost, quickly turned into large swaths of red plums under the halo of splattered human blood. The red plums bloomed rapidly, instantly clearing a good chunk of open space on the city wall. Behind this man, several armor-clad warriors of the Hadong army also climbed up the city wall with large swords and heavy axes. Sure Dahao roared, "Release the arrows!" Hundreds of feathered arrows whooshed like rain toward the man, who stood frozen. The long sword in his hand suddenly slashed out, and a huge plum blossom bloomed in front of him. In the powerful sword chi, those 100 feathered arrows like grass and leaves in the wind were instantly broken and split. Not a single arrow even hit him. This son was none other than the Sword Saint's seat, the third disciple of the Divine Sword sect's true lineage, known as Plum Blossom Yaoshi's Bei Hanwei. Under the leadership of a dozen Divine Sword Palace disciples, the soldiers on 9 of those 13 ladders actually managed to rush up the city wall. Su Rui was overjoyed and said to the innate expert beside him, "Li Cun Gong, Mr. Li, it's fortunate that you stepped in and invited the various high-ranking people from the Divine Sword sect. If Lone wins the world this time, I will give Mr. Li a great deal of credit." Li Cun Gong smiled smugly. "This is because your highness is valiant and benevolent and has the appearance of a true dragon, and the Sword Saint, his old man, supports you." The city wall was already in the midst of a fight, and Bei Hanwei jumped off the wall with a few of his disciples and was about to rush over to open the city gate. Their swordsmanship was so superior that no one could stop them, and within moments the Imperial guards had many dead and wounded. In front of the gates of the Imperial city, the city walls were all in chaos, with swords and swords, screams and hisses in disarray. Jiang Kawang, commander of the Hadong army, immediately shouted, "Forward, ready to punch the door." The Hadong Iron Cavalry immediately made preparations, and a 300-man armored cavalry was already arrayed not far from the palace gate. Just wait for the gate to open and charge in. The stone path in front of this imperial city was flat and wide, just right for cavalry to charge. Once the armored iron horsemen charged, no one could resist. Right at the critical moment when the door was about to be broken, suddenly the entire sky above the imperial city shook, and a golden-colored light gas rose from the direction of the Qintian supervisor. Vast and grandiose, straight into the sky, this light chi condensed into a true dragon's body looming in the air. A boundless greatness fell, and Bianwei and the others immediately felt their whole body stagnate. Their chi and blood operation almost stopped, and everyone's hands and feet were sore and weak. Bad. The crowd was in a state of shock. The State Master of Chinatown stepped in. Bihanvi had predicted that the State Master might make a move, but never in his wildest dreams had he thought that her power would be able to envelop the entire Imperial City. The Imperial City covers a vast area, and such greatness is something that even his master, the Sword Saint, could not do. They didn't realize that the State Master had laid down great formations within the Imperial City for many years. With the help of the miles of mountains and rivers diagram, she could mobilize the entire Great Zhou's chi and suppress her enemies within the Imperial City. This miscalculation made the situation passive. With a loud roar, Bihanvi instantly burned his entire body's chi and blood with a secret technique, violently breaking free from the suffocating bondage. He fought his way up the wall and desperately jumped out of the Imperial City. The other disciples were not so lucky. After being bound, their power was greatly reduced, and in the blink of an eye, they were all killed by the Imperial Guard's swords and spears. All of them were killed on the spot. The remaining 12 Sword Saint disciples who had struck out, including 2 of the 7 great disciples, had unexpectedly perished here. Senior Han, Senior Chang, Bihanvi staggered twice, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his eyes. The State Master stepped in and instantly boosted the morale of the Imperial Forest Army. However, in a few moments, with the advantage of numbers, they eliminated all the Hadong army elites who ascended the city wall and cut off their heads and threw them out. How can it be? Su Rui's heart was shaken. Looking at the heads that were thrown out one by one, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth. "Your Highness, we can't force the attack anymore. We have to find another way." seeing that the strong attack was ineffective and his morale had been demoralized. Yuan Jing hurriedly whispered his advice. Jiang Kuang frowned and said, "Not bad. These swordsmen won't make it, so we'll have to officially attack the city. We have to go get some siege equipment first, stone throwers and arrow towers and the like, otherwise we won't be able to fight our way in." Suri slammed a hard fist into his hand and drank indignantly. "Surround it first, and allow no one to enter or leave. Send someone to invite the civil and military ministers to come here. I want to discuss important matters with them." Lin Xingyin held the long golden hairpin in her hand and fiercely stabbed it against her neck. With a whoosh, a stone flew and hit her right in the hand. She couldn't hold on to it, and the gold hairpin immediately fell to the ground. The gnarled bearded sergeant had already rushed up and wrapped his arms around Lin Xingyin. A huge force surged out of one of his arms, pinning her arms down, and with his other hand, he cupped Lin Xingyin's chin. He laughed boldly. "This little lady is quite strong. My old and I likes to ride strong horses." Lin Xingyin struggled violently. She originally wanted to bite her tongue to kill herself, but at this time, she was also destroyed by that gnarled bearded sergeant. The rest of the Lin family tried to rush over to help her, but they were sent flying by the other Hedong soldiers. The gnarled bearded sergeant burst into the nearest room with Lin Xingyin in his arms between laughs. Lin Xingyin kept screaming, her voice miserable. Prime Minister Lin and Lin Mingda both had hearts like knives, and the Lin family all roared in commotion and anger. The Hedong army pressed their sharp swords and spears against them, shouting and terrorizing them. Suzhen laughed out loud, only feeling that his heart was free to the extreme. He smiled viciously at Prime Minister Lin. "Lord Prime Minister, congratulations on the addition of another granddaughter-in-law." Prime Minister Lin's body shook, only to feel fishy in his throat and almost spit out blood. The gnarled bearded sergeant entered the house, only hiding the door of the room in vain, restraining Lin Xingyin with one hand, and pulling out a small bird from his bosom with the other. The little bird had a handful of blue hairs on the top of its head, and it was actually a tiny parrot. It was just that this parrot's eyes were cunning and its chi and blood were far superior to that of an ordinary parrot. The gnarled bearded sergeant couldn't feel Lin Xingyin's struggle and looked in surprise, only to see that Lin Xingyin was honestly not moving. Seeing him look, she whispered in surprise, "Xiao Yushu, you came to save me?" Xiao Yushu was startled and asked in a low voice, "How did you recognize me?" Lin Xingyin glared at him, tears suddenly streaming down her face, but she didn't answer. The moment this Hanyu stopped her from biting her tongue, she smelled a familiar aroma. It was the smell of air-dried white moonflower, which only Xiao Yushu had on him. Between the struggles and fights, she glimpsed again the tiny teeth marks on the man's neck that she had stamped on Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu whispered, "Keep shouting and shouting badly." Lin Xingyin was also an intelligent woman and immediately cried out, "Don't you let go of me, don't dash." Xiao Yushu ripped the tablecloth from the room and laughed, "Ha ha ha, the little is fine and tender. Let Lao and I hurt you dash." Chapter 13, the parrot's voice without concealing the sky from the sea. Lin Xingyin's eyes were shy and anxious, but she could only cooperate with Xiao Yushu and cried out miserably, "You let go of me, help dash." Xiao Yushu bristled and laughed, "Jiji, go ahead and scream. No one will save you even if you scream your throat out." With it he reached down and removed his armor and ripped off his top again, revealing his lean upper body. Lin Xingyin lost her color, thinking that he actually wanted to do that at this time. Now that her whole family is being detained outside, with their lives unknown, surrounded by hundreds of people with swords and guns, how can they be subjected to this kind of abuse? She clenched her silver teeth, her whole body trembled, and she really cried out, "Yu Dantoha." This was a very real cry, miserable and with a trill. The crowd outside the house heard the commotion inside, and everyone's heart was like a tidal wave turning over. Lin Xingyin's shrill screams, the sound of cloth being torn apart, the gnarled bearded sergeant's lewd laughter, and later, Lin Xingyin's miserable cries. Everyone naturally brainstormed a picture of the Hedong army soldiers and generals with lewd smiles on their faces, watching the fun. Su Zhenjin was complacent and only felt the pain of a great revenge. The faces of the Lin family were miserable. Prime Minister Lin directly spat out blood, and Lin Mingda struggled and tried to rush over, but was held down by two strong men of the Hedong army. "Mrs. Lin screamed miserably, "My son!" Jerking free of his restraints, he ran toward the house. Su Zhen sneered and didn't stop. "It's better to let this Mrs. Lin see her daughter's miserable condition." The more the Lin family suffered, the more excited he became. Xiao Yushu took off his shirt and didn't do anything to Lin Xingyin, but stretched out his index finger to make a silencing gesture. Lin Xingyin was stunned, and her face suddenly turned red before she realized that she had gotten the wrong idea. As she sobbed, her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Xiao Yushu, taking on a pouting flavor. Xiao Yushu half covered the door of his room and rushed out half naked, laughing wildly. "It just so happens that one is not enough. This old is covered in white meat and has grown plump, so let's come together. Mother and daughter serving old me at the same time. The pleasure is not too good." Mrs. Lin rushed to the door of the house, saw this naked and stout man, and was so scared that she did not know what to do. Just as he wanted to turn around and escape, his waist tightened and he was vigorously strangled and carried into the room. Her whole body was horrified, and she cried and screamed violently, struggling for her life. "Let me go, dog thief, let me go dash. Su Jin, you thief. I won't share a single day with you." Lin Mengda hissed in rage as he saw his wife and daughter all being dragged into the hut to be insulted, or being insulted together. The change bombarded the room with a little commotion. Su Jin and the soldiers and generals of the Hadong army also did not expect this. Su Jin's face jumped out of perverted surprise as he laughed maniacally. "Ha ha 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 ha, good. A mother and daughter sharing a husband. This is really a good story of the Lin family." The soldiers and generals of the Hadong army had their own expressions. Some were full of lewd smiles, feeling very overjoyed, but there were also people with gloomy and disdainful faces, feeling that the reputation of Hadong's strong army had been completely corrupted by this bird with the surname Ni. On the Lin family's side, there were cries, and several concubines fainted from fear. As soon as Mrs. Lin entered the room, she couldn't see how her daughter was doing, so she had to bite her tongue. She is the wife of a government official and has always abided by etiquette, and she is the daughter-in-law of the Prime Minister's residence. If she and her daughter were to be humiliated by the thugs together, she would rather die right away. Xiao Yushu was helpless and pinched her chin to prevent her from biting her tongue. Mrs. Lin struggled desperately, kept making hissing noises, and her feet stomped about, kicking and snapping the room. When the people outside heard this, they were even more convinced that the gnarled bearded sergeant was insulting Lin's mother and daughter. Lin Qingyin knew that the situation was urgent, so she had to rush over and help Xiao Yushu hold down Mrs. Lin. She whispered, "Mother, don't move. He's here to save us. Mother, don't you kick." Mrs. Lin's mind suddenly cleared and she turned her head to see that her daughter's clothes were intact. Then she realized what was going on. She immediately stopped struggling and looked apologetically at Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu whispered, "Keep shouting. Don't stop." The mother and daughter both reddened at the same time, their cheeks rolling, surprisingly unable to cry out. One person can still let it go by shouting, but how can a mother and daughter, facing each other, go shouting that kind of shameless words and making strange noises? Just as they were in a difficult situation, suddenly there was a loud scream from the side. "You let go of me, help dash. Let me go, dog thief, let me go dash." The voice turned out to be exactly like theirs, and Lin's mother and daughter were shocked. I saw that the little parrot standing on the table was imitating their voices wonderfully, and squawking quite loudly. That little bird was not a parrot, but a demonic beast in the demon domain. The parrot Luo. It was low in strength amongst the demonic creatures, but it was extremely good at imitating the sounds of other creatures. Xiao Yushu brought it here to attract the enemy's attention in case something happens. He whispered, "It's a matter of urgency, so I'm offended." With that, he reached out and wrapped his hand around Lin's mother and daughter's waist and jumped out directly from the back window. That room obscured the line of sight, coupled with the fact that there was a parrot Luo selling his performance. Su Jin and the Hadong army were not able to notice for a moment. Lin's mother and daughter didn't dare to move around, and being held by Xiao Yushu only felt like they were riding on clouds, running at high speed through the Lin family residence. Mrs. Lin was shocked in her heart, not knowing who this person was or when her daughter knew such an expert. Xiao Yushu quickly crossed the Prime Minister's mansion and came to the back wall to leap out. Lai Mayer and the others were hidden in the shadows waiting for him and immediately greeted him. Xiao Yushu handed the Lin family's mother and daughter over to Lai Mayer and bowed to Mrs. Lin. "Auntie, don't be surprised. I am Xiao Yushu, the son of the Marquis of Jinan. Qingyin is my good friend, and I've come here to rescue you." Only then did Mrs. Lin understand the other party's identity, and with great gratitude in her heart, she directly wanted to kowtow to Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu whispered, "This is not a place to stay for long. Auntie and Qingyin will immediately leave with my men, and I'll go back and rescue Prime Minister Lin and Lord Lin." Lai Mayer hurriedly helped Mrs. Lin and Lin Qingyin to go, and Lin Qingyin looked at Xiao Yushu with an incomparable fondness. "You must be careful and never take any chances." Xiao Yushu smiled and nodded. Mrs. Lin looked at her daughter's expression and seemed to be enlightened but didn't say anything. Earlier, Xiao Yushu had come to Lin Qingyin's rescue immediately after he had plugged the second prince's mother and son into the Jinnan Marquis residence. With Lai Mayer and a dozen or so of his men who were good with their hands, he sneaked outside the Prime Minister's residence, just in time to meet the 2 Hadong army soldiers who were on sentry duty here. Su Jin brought a limited number of people with him and had to search the palace, so he couldn't cover the entire Prime Minister's residence. The outskirts of the Sangha could only arrange a few guard posts over a long distance. Xiao Yushu immediately went out and picked up the 2 sentries, stripping off the armor of one of them and replacing it with his own to sneak into the Prime Minister's mansion to spy on the situation. The men he brought with him were well versed in disguises, but time was limited, so he had to put a circle of beard on him to barely cover it up. After sneaking into the mansion, he blended into the ranks of the Hadong army searching the mansion. And surprisingly, he didn't notice it, and then he blended into the front yard, and just happened to encounter Sujin in a rage. Xiao Yushu would be a trickster and simply pretended to insult Lin Qingyin, directly rescuing the mother-daughter duo. He re-entered the Prime Minister's residence and was soon back within that house.